Chapter 1. Rebirth. Qiming, save me. Jiangqi's voice echoed in Qiming's ears. Jiangqi was her boyfriend, and throughout this apocalypse, she had faced her fears and difficulties, rushing in a hordes of zombies time and again to rescue him from their jaws. Qiming picked up the baseball bat in her hand and swung it at an approaching female zombie, then rushed towards Jiangqi, tearing away a zombie that was on top of him, shielding him behind her. Qi, are you hurt? Qiming glanced at Jiangqi and quickly asked that I'm fine. Let's go. We've gathered almost all the supplies. We need to regroup with the main force. Jiangqi stood up and said to Qiming. As Qiming ran, she glanced back and saw that many zombies were rushing toward them from somewhere, moving irregularly, but at a speed that was not surprising compared to the running people. She looked ahead to see Jiangqi already at the vehicle, which had started. Qi, pull me up. Qiming reached out a hand, and just then, Jiangqi was about to grasp it, but Lily, who was standing next to him, grabbed Jiangqi's hand and shook her head. Jiangqi's hand suddenly paused, then slowly lowered. Qiming stared in disbelief as she watched Jiangqi's hand drop, only to see Lily smiling and leaning against Jiangqi's chest, grinning at her, while Jiangqi coldly looked back at her. In his eyes, she saw indifference and ruthlessness. The vehicle gradually drove further away, while she was increasingly surrounded by the horde of zombies. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Turning her head, she realized a zombie had bitten her shoulder. As darkness descended, Qiming let out a laugh. Ha, does it hurt? It seems not at all. Xiaoming, what happened to you? How did you catch a cold and faint? A gentle and familiar voice rang in her ears. Who is it? Xiaoming? Is it Mom? How could I hear my mom's voice? Am I dead? She suddenly opened her eyes, bright white light piercing her vision. Qiming reflexively shut her eyes, then slowly opened them again. Where is this? A hospital? How did I end up in hospital? Qiming abruptly sat up in bed, looking around, and saw the person she had longed to dream about. Mom? Is it really you? I must be dead, Mom. I miss you so much. Qiming tightly hugged her mother. It felt so real, truly real. You child, could it be that your fever has fried your brain? Pa. You're alive and well. Why talk about dying? Her mother looked at her with concern, reaching out to touch her forehead. Mom, I'm fine. I just had a dream. Mom, Dad? Qiming composed herself and smiled widely at her mom. The woman with a worried expression, a few fine wrinkles on her forehead, and a gentle hand stroking her forehead was indeed her mother. Her mom was a full-time housewife. She married Dad at 18 and had her, Feng Qiming, at 20. Approaching 40, she looked well-maintained, appearing to be only in her 30s. Her mom's surname was Xiao, and her name was Xiao Rumeng. Dad said that when he first heard the name Xiao Rumeng, he knew she would be his wife, and eventually, he really did win her over. He said that at that time, her mother was the most beautiful girl in school, with suitors lining up outside the school. Dad said he was so excited when her mom agreed to date him that he went 3 days without eating. She remembered that on the 3rd day after the zombie outbreak, her mother was unfortunately bitten by a zombie while trying to protect her. On the 3rd day after the virus outbreak, she lost her mom. But Mom, don't worry, I will never let history repeat itself. Yes, it won't happen again. Qiming hugged her mom, but suddenly remembered that in her last life, she had also been in the hospital because Jiangqi said he wanted to eat spicy chicken from outside the school. That night, she put on her pajamas and went out to buy it for him. She didn't know why there were so many people at the time. She foolishly queued for over an hour and ended up delivering it to Jiangqi's dorm. She must have caught a cold while waiting in line for the spicy chicken. When she woke up in the morning, her head felt heavy, and wanting to see Jiangqi at school, she didn't pay much attention. Looking back now, she really was foolish. Thinking of the last life, watching Jiangqi and Lily embrace at the front of the car while looking at her with indifference, she thought Jiangqi must have been indifferent too. Her for a long time. When did he and Lily get together? Haha, Lily, her good friend. It was really puzzling. Jiangqi was her high school classmate, tall and thin, and very clean-looking, a member of the basketball team. She remembered that when she first entered high school, she saw Jiangqi playing basketball, and from then on, she became infatuated with him. For 3 years of high school, she did whatever Jiangqi said, and the whole school knew that Feng Qiming liked Jiangqi. In college, she boldly confessed to Jiangqi, and to her delight, he agreed. From then on, she was utterly obedient to him, fulfilling all his requests. After the virus outbreak, she even fought against those terrifying and disgusting zombies for Jiangqi, only to never expect you would treat her that way. Shua Lily was her good friend and confidant since childhood. They shared everything, and she was the first person Qiming wanted to tell when she fell for Jiang Qi. Because Lily's parents were divorced, Qiming often invited her over to play and eat. During the apocalypse, she always stood in front of Lily to protect her and Jiang Qi. She truly couldn't understand when those two got together and why they treated her this way. If they were genuinely in love and wanted to be together, she would have supported them if they had been honest with her. Why did they have to treat her like this? But it didn't matter anymore. She was grateful that the heavens had given her a second chance to make up for her regrets. Dad, Mom, don't worry this time. I will definitely protect you both. Having thought this through, she felt relieved. There was less than a week until the outbreak of the virus, and there were still many things to do. Dad, don't worry. I will never let you and Mom leave me again. You child, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Dad looked at her with a worried expression, just like Mom. Dad, I'm fine. By the way, Dad, I want to be discharged from the hospital. It's just a slight cold before has helped a lot. Qiming held her dad's hand and said in a spoiled manner. How long had it been since she had acted spoiled with her dad? Almost 4 years. After the apocalypse began, she had no time to be spoiled. Yes, she survived with them for 4 years, always taking the lead to protect them. And yet what she got in return for those 4 years was betrayal and being pushed to the brink of death. What had she done to deserve that? Chapter 2. The Space. At night, the smell of the meal her mom cooked made her feel an urge to see our Y.It had been over 4 years since she had eaten hot food after the apocalypse, let alone a meal cooked by her mother. Xiao Runming brought over the last dish, and, seeing her daughter about to cry, immediately asked with concern, Xiaoming, what's wrong? Why are you about to cry? Qiming quickly collected herself. Mom, it's nothing. I just got something in my I'll wash it out. She covered her eyes and walked toward the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Mom, where's Xiaoming? Dad's voice came from the living room. You child, how can you be so clingy at your age? Come eat, sit properly. Dad Feng looked helplessly at his daughter. I stuck out my tongue and pulled my parents to sit down. While the TV was broadcasting today's news that in recent days, the number of citizens infected with the flu has been continuously increasing. Our station urges citizens to prevent the flu by minimizing outings and avoiding crowded places. The weather. The news anchor reminded all citizens, and she knew that this flu was just the precursor to the zombie virus outbreak. The first batch of flu-infected individuals would turn into monsters that bite anyone they see in a week, and these monsters were the kind of zombies mentioned in movies. Dad, Mom, the flu seems pretty serious lately. You both need to be careful and definitely avoid crowded places. Qiming put a piece of braised pork into her mouth. Sure enough, Mom's cooking was always so delicious. When did you become so sensible? Huh, all right, just be careful at school too. It's crowded there, and you don't want to catch a cold again. If this flu had turned serious, your dad and I would be so worried. Mom Feng added some vegetables to Qiming's bowl, advising her regarding her daughter's cold. Xiao Rumeng was still a bit concerned. Got it, Mom, hurry and eat. Dad, you eat too. Qiming smiled, adding some dishes to her parents' bowls. Having not enjoyed a meal together with the family in a long time, she restrained herself from the fast-eating habit developed in the apocalypse and slowly finished the meal with her parents. After eating, she took her bowls and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. Xiao Ruming nudged her husband sitting on the sofa, looking curiously at the kitchen. Dad, have you noticed that Xiaoming seems a bit different after waking up from his cold? She usually rarely helps with washing dishes, but today, the child rarely washes, but that doesn't mean she never does. Maybe she was just in a mood today. It's normal to feel a bit different after waking up from a cold. She might still be feeling unwell. I don't think too much about it. Isn't it nice that our daughter is helping you wash dishes? She cares about you. Feng Wenbin interrupted his wife's words. Although he also felt that their daughter seemed a bit different, he couldn't pinpoint what was different, so he could only say that it was because she was still recovering from her cold. Thinking of this, Qiming suddenly sat up in bed. In the drawer of her small table, she found what she was looking for, a teardrop-shaped necklace pendant. The material of the pendant looked like jade, crystal clear and beautiful, with tiny patterns on the droplet, adding a touch of antiquity. The pendant was strung on a red cord. This teardrop pendant was given to her by her grandmother before she passed away. Her grandmother said that this pendant was given to her by someone she had saved as a way to repay her kindness. Her grandmother accepted it because the person insisted on giving it to her, and the next day, that person disappeared. Seeing that the pendant seemed valuable, Her grandmother kept it and, in her final moments, handed it to her. This was her grandmother's keepsake. After a year of the apocalypse, this pendant had somehow gone missing. Perhaps she lost it while fighting zombies. At that time, she was sad for several days because it was gone, but this time would be different. Grandma, the thing you gave me, I will definitely protect it well. Qiming held the jade pendant tightly, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her palm, realizing that her hand had been pierced by the sharp end of the pendant. Perhaps she had gripped it too tightly in her excitement that, in an instant, Qiming felt dizzy. When her head stopped spinning, she found herself in an unfamiliar scene, somewhat dazed. Where is this? This isn't her room. She thought she was in her room, but suddenly she's in a strange place. Endless brown land? In an ancient well that looked very old? She wasn't sure if there was even water in that well. Curiosity drove Qiming to approach the ancient well. She leaned over and saw that there was water in the well, and it was very clear. But what exactly was this place? Apart from the vast land and the well, there was nothing else. How did she suddenly end up in a place she had never been? Qiming rummaged through the drawer, checked under the bed, and searched around, but still found nothing. The pendant was gone? How could this happen when she had it just a moment ago? Could it be because of that dream? That place? As soon as she thought of that place, her vision suddenly blurred, and she inexplicably found herself back on the endless land, still by the ancient well. But this time, her head was no longer dizzy. Qiming looked at the suddenly changed surroundings, slightly stunned. No way. Could it be that she was seeing ghosts? Excited, Qiming tried several more times, and in the end, she had to confirm to herself that she was indeed incredibly lucky. Not only had God given her a second chance at life, but also an extra space. With space in hand, as the apocalypse approached, she, Feng Qiming, wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Back in her room, she was so excited that she almost cried. How could she not be excited? After the apocalypse, food would gradually become scarce, and a small piece of bread could cost a fortune, of course. This fortune didn't mean money in the apocalypse. Money would become useless paper. Besides food, weapons, water, and gasoline would be the most valuable items, followed by daily necessities. So, how could she not be excited? Having space was like having a mobile warehouse. And this warehouse could only be accessed by her. It was simply thrilling. Chapter 3. Just strangers again. The next morning, while Mom was in the kitchen making breakfast and Dad had gone out, Qiming secretly took the property deed and bank card from her parents' room. Since the bank card was linked to Mom's phone, she didn't take it for fear of being found out. With the apocalypse coming, she feared that if she told her parents, they wouldn't believe her and would think she had lost her mind from the fever. So, it was better not to tell them for now. As for her rebirth, that was something she would keep to herself. There was no need to let others think she was crazy, and it might even bring trouble. It wasn't that she didn't trust her parents, but because she trusted them too much, she didn't want them to know. The more people who knew such a secret, the greater the danger. In addition to the property deed, she had saved some money, although not much, just over 20,000. At least with this money, she could buy a lot of food to store. Although, in the apocalypse, these things would no longer need to be bought with money. There were still 6 days left until the apocalypse, right? Preparing some things early would give her a bit more peace of mind. After telling her mom, Qiming took the property deed and her bank card and went out, first to school to ask for leave from her teacher. After all, she didn't plan to go to school for the next 6 days. Although college life was relatively free, to avoid making her parents worry about her absence, it was better to ask for leave at school, so they wouldn't know she hadn't been going. After arriving at school, Qiming found her teacher, Ms. Liu. Ms. Liu was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, unmarried, and very kind to her students, like a loving mother. Qiming still remembered that after the virus outbreak, Ms. Liu had been bitten by a zombie on the very day of the outbreak while trying to protect her students. Therefore, in her heart, Ms. Liu had always been lovable and respectable. Ms. Liu, something happened at home, and I need to take a week off, Qiming said, looking at the respected Ms. Liu as she had in her previous life. Although Ms. Liu was puzzled, she didn't say much. Perhaps it was related to her usual personality. At school, Qiming's grades were pretty good, always ranking in the top 3. She was also very honest and never caused trouble or lied. So in the teacher's eyes, she had always been a good student. However, since she rarely asked for leave, Ms. Liu was concerned and asked if she needed any help from the school, but Qiming cleverly declined. All right, once your family matters are resolved, make sure to catch up on your Ms. coursework. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Ms. Liu said with a kind smile. Qiming nodded, took the leave slip that Ms. Liu handed her, and was about to leave when she hesitated. Ms. Liu, the flu is quite severe recently, so it's best for you to avoid crowded places. Also, if you encounter anyone who appears sluggish or slow, please try to avoid them as much as possible. Furthermore, I suggest that after 5 days, you take a leave and stay home, keeping some food and water stocked. After saying this, she left without waiting for MS. Liu's response, MS. Liu watched Qiming's departing figure, puzzled by her sudden words, but somehow wanting to believe what she said. With a helpless smile, she continued to look down at the teaching materials in her hands, yet secretly remembered Qiming's words. After leaving the teacher's building, Qiming let out a long sigh. Regardless of whether her words today could save her teacher's life, there was nothing more she could do. She couldn't just tell her that the apocalypse was coming in 6 days. If she did, she'd probably be considered insane. She just hoped her words could make Ms. Liu more cautious. Ah Qi, when are you going to break up with Qiming and be open about being with me? I don't want to keep this a secret anymore. A spoiled-sounding female voice echoed in the small woods, loud enough for Qiming to hear as she passed by. Qiming paused. That voice sounded so familiar. Lily, just hang in there for a few more days. You know that Qiming has liked me for so many years. If I suddenly break up with her, she might not handle it well, and that would be troublesome. A male voice followed, causing Qiming to stop again. That voice, no matter how many times she died and was reborn, she would never forget it. The owner of that voice was someone she had liked since her first year of high school. She had liked him for nearly 10 years, through high school and college, and even during the 4 years of the apocalypse. How could she forget? Jiangqi, Shua Lily, are you worried about Qiming because you still like her? You said you only liked me. Shua Lily said, somewhat dissatisfied. Of course not. You're my favorite. I'm just worried about that girl. After all, we dated for almost 2 years, and she's very obedient. She's her best friend. I have to be considerate. Jiangqi pulled Shua Lily closer into his embrace. Having liked Jiangqi for 5 years and been in a relationship with him for almost 2 years, Qiming couldn't believe how conservative he was, claiming he wanted to save his first time for marriage. And oh wonder Jiangqi was dissatisfied with Feng Qiming. They were adults, yet he placed so much importance on it. What era was this? Jiangqi held Shua Lily, and despite Shua Lily repeatedly telling him to break up with Qiming, he felt reluctant. He liked Qiming, the girl who had silently loved him for 5 years. He had noticed her in high school shy, always smiling and blushing when she saw him. Gradually, he fell for this timid girl, so when she confessed her feelings, he immediately agreed. However, he didn't understand why, despite both of them liking each other and being happy together, Qiming wouldn't give him her first time. Why did she insist on waiting until marriage? Did she not trust herself? As a result, his feelings for her gradually faded, until one day, he got drunk and woke up in bed with Shua Lily. When he realized he had slept with his girlfriend's best friend, he felt guilty when he thought of Qiming. Shua Lily was also very beautiful, and when she said she had liked him for 5 years, he didn't know why he agreed to be with her. After getting together with Shua Lily, he was indeed satisfied, and gradually, he pushed the guilt aside and grew to like being with her more. Since Qiming wouldn't give him what he wanted, he thought, there are plenty of people who like me, and he found himself enjoying his time with Shua Lily more and more. However, whenever Shua Lily suggested breaking up, he always felt a pang of guilt when he saw Qiming's face and never voiced it. Qiming? Shua Lily exclaimed, surprised to see her, while Qiming simply leaned against a tree, arms crossed, quietly watching them. Qiming, Jiangqi said, panic evident in his voice. He quickly released his hold on Shua Lily, while Qiming just smiled faintly. She had originally planned to take a shortcut out of school, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this situation. So, these two had already been together behind her back while in school. How foolish she was. After 4 years of the apocalypse, she hadn't seen a thing and had even acted as their protector for free. It was laughable to think they had seen her as nothing more than muscle to protect them. In the apocalypse, if it weren't for her physical training with her father, learning some combat skills, and desperately protecting them, could they have survived 4 years? How ridiculous. Looking back, they probably wanted to leave her behind in the horde of zombies. With the base's protection, Jiangqi's intelligence was valued, and it seemed they no longer needed her protection. Her existence had become an obstacle to their relationship. How laughable. She had been deceived for so long, but it didn't matter anymore. In this new life, Feng Qiming would only live for herself and her family They were nothing more than a fart. Qiming, listen to me. It's not what you think. Jiangqi stammered. Yes, it is exactly as you see it. Qiming, Jiangqi and I are together. We truly love each other. I hope you can bless us. Shuel Lily interrupted Jiangqi, pulling him back to her waist, tilting her head proudly. Qiming looked up with a smile, calmly gazing at them. Then she suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Jiangqi and Shuel Lily bewildered, wondering if she had gone mad. But then Qiming stopped laughing. She could feel how cold her heart was, and how cold her gaze had become. Having lived again, she had come to understand a lot. I will bless you. From now on, we will be like strangers. I hope we never meet again. After saying this, Qiming walked away, leaving only her back to them. Jiangqi and Shuel Lily exchanged a glance. Is this really the phone Qiming they know? Did it really end so easily for them? And did she leave so gracefully? Wasn't Feng Qiming supposed to have liked Jiangqi a lot? Just like that. What they don't know is that the Feng Qiming at this moment is no longer the naive Feng Qiming they once knew. She is now the Feng Qiming who has been reborn after the apocalypse, having endured 4 years of trials in a post-apocalyptic world. After witnessing their betrayal and seeing them together, she is no longer the Feng Qiming they once knew. Chapter 4. The Fat Boss. After coming out of the university campus, I looked at the bustling traffic on the road, where everyone was busy, unaware that this world was only a week away from heading towards destruction. The beautiful world was about to collapse, along with the cities and humanity. After mortgaging my property at the real estate company, I took the huge sum of money and went to the local wholesale market to buy a large quantity of food. If I were to buy these things at the supermarket, buying too much would raise suspicion, so I simply went to the wholesale market, where everything is sold in bulk and is much cheaper than at the supermarket. I purchased a large amount of biscuits, ham, bottled purified water, etc., essentially buying enough to fill 3 large trucks. I bought the water because I wasn't sure if the water from the well in my space was drinkable. Although I had tried it yesterday and found it sweet and tasty, I was still a bit worried. While I could drink it, I didn't know if my parents could, so I needed to prepare for them as well. In addition, I went to the fruit market and bought a large variety of fruits. Yesterday, while in my room, I tested my space and found that it had an automatic preservation function, so these fruits could be stored in my space for a long time without spoiling. It was just a pity that I couldn't keep live animals there. I had tried bringing a small goldfish from my family's fish tank into my space yesterday, but it couldn't enter, so I gave up on the idea of keeping live animals there. It seemed that only I could enter, while other living creatures could not. The money from selling the house was around $6 million, and I only spent about $70,000 to $80,000 on these items. So I still had plenty of money left for other purchases. After the apocalypse, the weather was unpredictable, so some clothing was necessary. Moreover, water was scarce in the apocalypse, and dirty clothes could not be washed, so aside from wearing dirty clothes, I would need to change into other clothing. I went to the clothing market and bought a large amount of spring, summer, autumn, and winter clothing, spending another $80,000 to $90,000. After renting a large warehouse outside and having the items delivered there, I locked the door from the inside and immediately put everything into my space. After finishing this, I went to buy some commonly used medicines. In the apocalypse, getting injured or catching a cold could be very dangerous, so I needed to prepare some essential medicines. I spent another $50,000 to $60,000 on medicines and, using the same method, had them delivered to the warehouse before putting them into my space. Looking at the mountain of supplies in my space, I finally felt a sense of security. A lingerie store? I stood at the entrance of a small shop in an alley. The words lingerie store truly surprised me. Is this really the place that many netizens say sells weapons? Well, since I'm already here, I might as well ask. I pushed open the transparent glass door, and the dim lighting inside took a moment to adjust to, but I quickly got used to it. The glass counter displayed all kinds of lingerie, and even though I had lived 2 lives, it was my first time seeing such things so openly, which inevitably made my heart race. Miss, what style are you looking for? Our little shop has everything. A fat man came out from a small door nearby. He looked to weigh about 150 to 160 pounds and appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing a loose fleece and seemingly warm jeans, flashing a signature smile that felt a bit off to me. Ahem, I clear my throat. shifting my gaze from the lingerie to the fat man. I want to buy weapons. I directly stated my purpose. Beating around the bush was not my style. The fat man was surprised by my straightforwardness, momentarily taken aback by my words, and then, with his signature smile still on his face, he scanned me up and down before asking, "What is your surname, miss?" "Phone. You can call me Miss Phone." I didn't mention my full name. Those who come to buy weapons don't reveal their full names. Following the fat man's lead, we soon enter basement. The first glance inside the basement, seeing all sorts of weapons, truly surprised me. There were knives, guns, clubs, and everything else, all real and unsealed. "Miss Phone, feel free to choose any weapon you need." The fat boss stood in the middle of the basement, gesturing for me to browse at my leisure. Chiming also collected her thoughts, and, with so many weapons, it was indeed difficult to choose. However, she still began to select one by one. In the end, she picked a long sword that could slice through iron like mud. It had ancient patterns, giving it quite a retro feel. She tried it in her hand, performing a series of flowing sword dances, and, after weighing it in her hand, she found it quite comfortable. She also chose 2 daggers and a steel rod. The daggers were for her own use, while the steel rod was for her father. Her dad's staff technique was no joke. Being a martial arts coach wasn't for nothing. He had even won a gold medal in some martial arts competition in Huaxia, though she had long forgotten which competition it was, just remembering that it was impressive. After making her selections, Chiming looked at the plump shop owner beside her and said, "Boss, I'll take these 3 items." The plump shop owner stood aside, surprised by the sword dance Chiming had just performed. He hadn't expected such a seemingly delicate girl to possess martial skills. While many people who came to buy things from him had some skills, it was the first time he had seen such a young girl. "I didn't expect Miss Fong to have some skills as well. I must have underestimated you. Since this is your first time buying from me, I won't charge you much for these items. I find you quite likable, so I'll offer a flat price of 800,000. The plump shop owner gritted his teeth, seemingly pained, as if he were making a loss on the sale. Chiming flicked the long sword in her hand. 800,000? That doesn't seem too expensive. But when do merchants ever let themselves lose money? One fixed price, 650,000. If you sell it to me, I'll buy it. You little. Miss Fong, these weapons are all rare, made of mysterious iron. The frost blade in your hand can cut through iron like mud. You just held it and tested it. A connoisseur can tell if it's a good sword as soon as they hold it. Those 2 blood-edged daggers are not bad either. That cloud breaker staff is similar to your frost blade, both made of rare mysterious iron. 800,000 is truly a loss for me, the chubby boss said with some difficulty. Then 70,000. If you don't sell, forget it. After saying that, she intended to put down the long sword named Frostblade. Hey, wait. The price is negotiable. The chubby boss continued to struggle, but Chiming didn't care, still moving to place the long sword on the table. All right, 70,000 it is. You little girl, how are you so good at bargaining? Consider it a loss for me. You really have a good eye. Otherwise, no one would sell at this price. These are all rare mysterious iron, so I'll let you have it cheap. Just as Chiming was about to put down the long sword, the chubby boss finally agreed, and seeing the pained expression on his face made her laugh. You little girl, still laughing. The chubby boss looked exasperated. Chiming shrugged, looking at the sword and dagger in her hands, as well as the iron rod on the table. Indeed, these 3 items were excellent for cutting through iron, but they weren't priceless treasures. Business people often claimed that this was the lowest price, but there was still room for negotiation. Looking at the chubby boss, it was clear that this 700,000 was indeed the lowest price he had in mind. By the way, boss, do you have any guns here? Chiming asked curiously. In the apocalypse, having a gun meant a bit more security. The chubby boss didn't expect Chiming to ask this, and squinted at her. Seeing her expression remained unchanged, he tentatively asked, "What does a little girl like you want a gun for? Those dangerous things aren't meant for girls. This is business you sell and I buy. Just say whether you have it or not. Do you really have a rule that I must explain why I want to buy a gun before you sell it?" Chiming stared at the chubby boss, her expression turning cold. The chubby boss was momentarily taken aback by Chiming's sudden intensity. That gaze was so cold. Was it something a normal girl should have? He sighed slightly and walked to a stone wall, pressing gently on a certain spot. The stone wall suddenly trembled, and then, just like in a TV show, it flipped to reveal a display of all kinds of firearms, including hand grenades. Take your pick. The chubby boss made a gesture inviting her to choose. Approaching the wall, Chiming was momentarily stunned by the variety of firearms. She picked up a handgun and remarked, "Caliber, 11. 43 millimeters, capacity, 6 rounds." She skillfully cocked it and aimed. "Hey, don't point that at me. Be careful, it might go off." The chubby boss rushed over to take the revolver from Chiming's hands and placed it back where it was. He then turned to examine her, sizing her up, and said, "I can't believe this little girl knows how to handle a handgun. Your stance is quite skilled." The chubby boss looked at Chiming with some surprise. Raising an eyebrow, Chiming thought about the 4 years of survival in her past life. It wasn't for nothing. She had to learn how to handle heavy weapons. She glanced at the other handguns and finally chose a compact silver handgun known as the Desert Eagle. It was palm-sized, easy to carry, had a longer range than typical handguns, and also had a 6-round capacity. She also picked 4 hand grenades, which together consumed almost all her remaining money, though it seemed like she was still short. However, the chubby boss, for some reason, said to just forget about the rest and considered it a gift for her friendship. Naturally, Chiming accepted without hesitation, thanked him, and prepared to leave. But just as she was about to go, she turned back to the chubby boss and kindly reminded him, "Boss, do you believe there will be an apocalypse?" The chubby boss was caught off guard by her sudden question, but before he could respond, she continued, "If you believe me, you should stock up on food in the coming days, and if you encounter any strange people, don't get involved. There are less than 6 days left." After saying this, she left directly. Although the chubby boss initially had a bit of an unfavorable impression of her, after the transaction, he felt she was quite good, so he just kindly reminded her. As for whether he believed her words, that was beyond her control. Chapter 5. Saving people. The bustling street, filled with cars and noise, was about to turn into a dream, just as Chiming was lost in thought. The sounds of crying and wailing suddenly came from the road. She looked up to see a little girl about 4 or 5 years old, holding a brown teddy bear, seemingly abandoned on the road. Perhaps the adults had not noticed her. At that moment, a black Santana car was speeding towards the little girl. Maybe the driver had finally noticed the girl standing in the road and tried to brake. The screeching sound of the tires against the ground was deafening, but it was still too late. As the little girl was about to be hit, the bystanders couldn't bear to watch. Just then, a figure dashed towards the girl. It was unclear how that person moved so fast, but just as the car was about to collide, the figure's left hand scooped the little girl into their arms, while their right hand pushed off the hood of the black Santana, performing a beautiful somersault and landing gracefully, holding the girl securely. The movement was fluid, like a scene from an action drama, leaving the onlookers in awe of the rescuer. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted from both sides of the road. Even the driver of the Santana, after stopping, got out of the car and let out a long breath, applauding the act of saving the girl. And that person was none other than Chiming, who had just come out of the weapons store. Seeing that it was still early, she had planned to wander around. But she didn't expect to witness such a scene. Without thinking twice, she charged in. After 4 years in the apocalypse, she had already honed her skills. Before the outbreak, she often practiced with her father, so this second life had not dulled her abilities. "Little girl, where are your parents?" Chiming asked as she set the girl down and crouched to her level. "My mommy went shopping, there were too many people, and we got separated." The girl cried, "Mommy, I want my mommy." The little girl, with her big watery eyes, long black hair, and a chubby white face, was adorable but now crying heart-wrenchingly in fear. At that moment, a simply dressed woman ran over like the wind, hugging the little girl tightly. "Luluo, my child, it's all Mommy's fault for not holding on to you. Are you hurt anywhere? Don't cry. Woo, Mommy, Luluo is fine. It's this sister who saved Luluo." The little girl, named Luoluo, immediately threw herself into her mother's arms, still teary-eyed as she looked at Chiming. The woman then noticed Chiming and immediately bent down to thank her. "Thank you, young lady. I'm really grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you." The woman didn't know how to express her gratitude, so she kept bowing and saying thank you. In the end, after repeatedly thanking her several times, the woman finally took her daughter and left. As they walked away, little Luluo turned back to wave goodbye to Chiming, who smiled and waved back. At that moment, the crowd had mostly dispersed. The earlier scene had been captured by some people on their phones and posted on social media. To her surprise, an hour later, the views skyrocketed to millions, with comments speculating whether the girl who saved the child was a goddess descending from the heavens. Before the apocalypse, she indeed had a decent appearance, standing at 168 meters. She was relatively tall. Her hair, which originally reached her waist, was now cut to just below her shoulders. A perfect length. She remembered that in her previous life, it was her long hair that almost got her caught by zombies, leading her to cut it off for survival. Therefore, in the apocalypse, long hair wasn't practical, so she opted for shorter style. Her features were quite delicate, with a standard oval face. After being reborn, she maintained a cold demeanor except in front of her parents. It was no surprise, given that after 4 years in the apocalypse, she had learned to hide her personality and expressions, mostly presenting herself with this cold facade. Originally, when she had long hair, she looked quite ladylike, but after cutting it short and tying it into a bun, with a few strands of hair falling on her forehead, coupled with the cold aura she carried after her rebirth, she exuded a kind of cold, elegant beauty, almost as if it were natural. This was the appearance she was meant to have. Behind the man, a middle-aged man in a black suit was also looking in the direction that Qiming had just left, seemingly in awe as he said, "That girl clearly has training. With such skills, if she undergoes further training, she will definitely be extraordinary in the future." However, the man standing in front of the middle-aged man did not take action, neither affirming nor denying it. After a few minutes, he turned his head from the direction Qiming had gone and said, "When did Uncle Quan become so perceptive? No matter how good her skills are, the sky is about to change. Those things can no longer be suppressed. Only those who can survive in the days to come will truly be extraordinary." "Uncle Quan, is everything arranged?" The middle-aged man also turned his head, nodding at the young man in front of him. "Everything is arranged, young master. The Jun family's influence has already moved to the capital, and everything on the military side has also been set up. All right, let's go. It's about to get uncontrollable here." The young man gently nodded, glanced back at the place where Qiming had just left, and finally got into a black Rolls-Royce with the middle-aged man. The car quickly disappeared into the sunset. Time passed quietly, and before anyone realized, it was the day of the zombie virus outbreak. On this day, the sky had not yet brightened, still shrouded in a hazy light. The streets were lined with streetlights, some of which flickered due to years of disrepair, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Qiming stood in her room, her expression serious as she looked out the window. In her hand was an ancient long sword, the same one she had bought from that fat boss's store last time. Dressed in a black leather outfit, with her hair tied up, she resembled a female secret agent from the television, wearing knee-high leather boots, and inside the boots were 2 daggers she had bought last time. Additionally, at the back of her waist was a compact silver handgun, concealed by her leather jacket. Suddenly, Qiming's eyes narrowed as she looked outside. She saw a woman running in fear down the street, continuously glancing back. Qiming noticed that a staggering man was following the woman. Under the streetlight, she could see that the man was covered in blood, and there was a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his neck that was bleeding profusely, with blood dripping down to the ground, creating irregular trails due to his unsteady steps. Strangely, despite such a large wound on his neck, he could still stand and walk. And although he was losing a lot of blood, a closer look revealed that his eyes were hollow, with the whites taking over the black of his pupils, which had shrunk to tiny dots. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, turning black as it dripped down, looking both disgusting and terrifying. The woman in front, however, accidentally stepped on a beer bottle and fell to the ground. She initially tried to get up and run again, but whether she twisted her ankle or not, she couldn't stand up after several attempts. The staggering man had already approached her, and she shook her head in terror, crawling backward in fear of the man before her. The hollow-eyed man emitted a gurgling sound from his throat, as if he had sensed some delicious food. At that moment, he let out a low growl and lunged at the woman. She screamed in horror just as he attacked, shattering the early morning silence. His scream awoke others, who were displeased and turned on their lights, wanting to poke their heads out of the windows to scold whoever was disturbing their sleep. Several others had come along with the man to intervene, but upon witnessing this scene, they were all suddenly startled and retreated in fear. Some of them, trying to escape, were caught by the violent man, who bit into the neck of one of them. Some braver individuals, seeing their friend bitten, attempted to help, only to discover that the assailant possessed incredible strength. Before they could push him away, he had bitten their hand. Qiming stood at her window, watching this unfold. She realized that the zombie virus had broken out. Those who had contracted the flu had transformed into zombies resembling that man, attacking anyone alive. Those bitten or scratched would begin to transform to varying degrees, becoming like those monsters. Chapter 6. Outbreak. At that moment, Qiming heard sound from the living room. Her parents had woken up due to the commotion downstairs. Qiming's expression darkened as she immediately left her room. Meanwhile, Feng Wenbin, who was getting dressed, noticed his daughter's door open and instinctively looked toward her. At the same time, Xiao Romong, who had just stepped out of her room, also looked over. Xiaoming, why are you dressed like this? Feng Dad was a bit taken aback seeing his daughter in a black leather outfit, holding what looked like an antique longsword. Xiaoming, what is this? Feng Mom also seemed surprised, her first thought being that her daughter might have lost her mind after catching a cold. Feng Dad nodded. Didn't we hear some noise outside? Your mother and I got up to look out the window, and it seems like there is a fight going on down there. And it looks pretty serious. Dad is going to check it out and maybe call the police. You stay home with your mom and don't go outside, okay? Dad, you can't go. Dad, Mom, what I'm about to say may sound unbelievable, but I'm telling the truth. Dad, Mom, you've seen zombies on TV, right? Those people downstairs aren't fighting. They've been infected by zombies, so you can't go down. She knew that saying this would likely make her parents think she was crazy, but it was the only way to help them understand. Xiaoming, don't scare your mom. How can there be zombies in the world? Are you dreaming? No, I'm taking you to the hospital, Feng Mom said, pulling her daughter's hand and feeling her forehead. Mom, I'm Fine. What I'm saying is true. Dad, you have to believe me. If you don't, just look. Qiming pulled her parents to the window and pointed down. Feng Dad and Feng Mom turned their gaze to the scene below. At that moment, the woman who had been bitten first suddenly moved. Her body twisted unnaturally, as if her bones were broken. After shaking for a while, she suddenly stood up. Her figure distorted and began to run towards others around her. She grabbed a person who had fallen and bit into them. Following that, those who had been bitten second and third also stood up in similarly twisted postures, their eyes hollow, with white irises and black pupils reduced to the size of rice grains. They too began to bite and grab anyone they saw, with more and more bitten people rising from the ground, chasing after the living to attack. Dad, Mom, you can't deny it. These people have turned into bloodthirsty, flesh-eating monsters. They no longer recognize their relatives and friends. All they see is flesh and blood. Qiming pointed to the window and said fiercely that she must make her parents believe this is real. How could it be? How could there really be such monsters in this world? Feng Ma still found it hard to believe, leaning against her husband's embrace and biting her head. Qiming didn't say a word because she didn't know how these monsters had come out. In her previous life, she only knew that these viruses had mutated from certain strains of influenza, but she had no idea if there were other reasons behind it. The entire room fell into an eerie silence as Qiming locked eyes with her father. She noticed that her father, Feng Wenbin, was looking at her. He gazed at his daughter, who had a relatively tall figure clad in a black leather jacket, and her familiar face bore a hint of coldness. The long sword in her hand added an air of menace to her presence. When had his daughter developed sides he was unaware of? If it weren't for that familiar face and the undeniable bond of blood, he would have doubted whether this was really his daughter. Qiming also noticed her father's scrutiny. It was only then that she realized, due to the impending apocalypse, the killing aura she had in her previous life was gradually emanating from her. It must have frightened her parents. Xiaoming, is there something you're hiding from us? How do you know about these things? Dad Feng's voice carried a hint of inquiry, confusion, and concern. When Mom Feng heard her husband ask this, she also looked at her daughter. This was her daughter, yet she felt something was different. She felt a bit heartbroken for her daughter. However, she could only say this. She couldn't tell them that she had died once and was reborn. That would make her parents believe even less. Besides, she didn't consider it a lie. The events of her previous life were indeed like a dream. Moreover, she had decided that this matter must be kept to herself and not told to anyone. Dad Feng and Mom Feng looked at Qiming in surprise. Deep down, they didn't really believe it. but they knew their daughter wouldn't lie. They had also seen the scene downstairs. It indeed didn't look like a fight. Those people had their necks bitten like that and could still stand, relentlessly attacking others. It was really strange. Mom and Dad, I know you still find it hard to believe, but the apocalypse has truly come. I just hope you can protect yourselves and not get hurt by those monsters. She understood that it wouldn't be easy for her parents to accept such news all at once, so she didn't expect them to accept it immediately. Anyway, over time, they would understand. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Mom Phone was about to go open it, but Chiming blocked her. Mom, I'll go. Seeing her daughter's alertness, Mom Phone nodded. Dad Phone also stood up from the sofa and walked to his daughter's side. Although he still found it hard to believe, seeing his daughter so vigilant made him uncertain. No matter what, he couldn't let his daughter take risks. In her previous life, she and her mom had seen everything clearly. Fortunately, Dad was a martial arts coach with great skills. After struggling with a few zombies, he found a chance to come in. After entering, Zhao Qing seemed to have disappeared somewhere, probably gone to his own room. Anyway, she hadn't seen Zhao Qing since then. If she let her dad go down this time, she wouldn't deserve to be his daughter. Qiming shook her head at her father, signaling him not to speak, and looked at her mom, signaling her not to say anything. Qiming initially wanted to wait for this person to leave, but unexpectedly, Zhao Qing didn't leave and called out, old phone, open the door quickly. Something happened downstairs. A lot of people are fighting, and many in the building are going to break it up. We should go down and see if we need to help call the police. After a few more calls from outside, Qiming looked through the peephole and saw Zhao Qing listening at their door. After confirming he didn't hear any sound, he muttered, "Is the old phone family not home? But I clearly saw them all here yesterday. How strange." After saying that, he went downstairs alone. The outside quieted down. Mom Phone, somewhat confused, asked Xiaoming, "Why don't you open the door?" Uncle Zhao just asked her dad to help break up the fight and call the police. Maybe those people downstairs are just acting crazy, not zombies or anything like that. Mom Phone still had some doubts. "Mom, just trust me. I'm doing this for Dad's sake. Even if it's not, with so many people fighting downstairs, it's not safe for Dad to go down. If it's really just a fight, someone else will handle it. We don't need Dad." Qiming said helplessly. "Xiaoming, I think your mom is right. Just go down and take a look. Maybe it's not as serious as you say." Dad Phone also agreed with Mom Feng's statement. "Dad, Just as Qiming was about to say something, a sudden scream came from outside, and it sounded like Zhao Qing, who had just left. Qiming immediately made a gesture for silence, and Dad Phone and Mom Phone tensed up, listening to the commotion outside. "Help! Monster! There's a monster!" Zhao Qing's terrified voice came through, followed by some neighbors who hadn't gone out, yet opening their doors to see what was happening due to the cries for help. Soon, screams, shouts, and the sounds of fighting filled the hallway, and the sudden wails startled Dad and Mom Phone, who were inside the room. Dad Phone was okay and not as scared as Mom Phone. He looked at his daughter and found Qiming standing at the door with a blank expression, neither scared nor surprised or curious, as if she knew such a thing would happen. Chapter 7, listening to the continuous screams outside. Dad Phone finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to see what was happening. After all, he was a martial arts coach and had some skills. If someone was attacking outside, he might be able to help subdue them. He couldn't just stay at home listening to the neighbors' screams. "Xiaoming, you stay here to protect your mom. It's too dangerous outside. You shouldn't go." Dad Phone was worried about his daughter. "Dad, I can't rest easy if you go down alone. Let me go with you. I've been training with you since I was little. I can handle some ordinary people." Qiming shook her head. She definitely couldn't let her dad go out alone. Although Dad had some skills, it was the first time encountering zombies, and he wouldn't know how to deal with them. What if he got hurt? Moreover, she wasn't sure if this life would be the same as the last. If something changed this time because of her rebirth, then Dad would be in danger. So she had to go. Under Qiming's insistence, Dad Phone finally agreed to let her accompany him. At that moment, there was no sound outside. It suddenly became quiet. Dad Phone quietly opened the door, revealing a small crack. Looking through the crack, he saw that there was no one in the corridor, and the lights in the corridor were flickering for some unknown reason. The ground was in disarray, with a large amount of blood on the floor and the walls, which looked quite horrifying. Dad Phone glanced at Qiming, then at his wife, nodded, and gently opened the door, stepping outside. Qiming followed closely behind. Once outside, Qiming signaled her mom to close the door. The entire corridor seemed to have only the two of them, eerily quiet, with the flickering lights creating a terrifying atmosphere. Dad Feng took a deep breath as he looked at the scene in the corridor. There was blood everywhere, and some unidentified objects. As he walked ahead, he protected Qiming behind him. Upon approaching those unidentified objects, he realized they were actually human intestines. Not far away were bloody entrails and dismembered arms, which would make even a big man like him feel nauseous. Dad Feng turned to look at his daughter, expecting her to be unable to handle the sight. But he saw Qiming staring coldly at it all, with no sign of discomfort on her face, and her eyes seemed to carry a hint of killing intent. Dad Feng couldn't help but start to believe what his daughter had said. After the two had walked some distance, a noise came from an open door nearby. Feng Dad glanced at his daughter, signaling her to be careful, and then cautiously pushed open the half-closed door. Once the door was opened, they saw a man squatting on the ground, his shoulders shaking continuously, seemingly crying. However, the sound did not resemble crying. In front of the squatting man lay a woman on the ground, but she was covered in blood, making it impossible to see her face. However, Qiming recognized her. The woman was a neighbor with a good relationship with their family, an unmarried mother with a 15-year-old daughter. Feng Dad tightened his grip on the iron rod, which Qiming had given him as a weapon when they left. His daughter had also told him that if they encountered such monsters, he should hit them on the head. Hitting other places wouldn't kill those monsters. He found it strange how much his daughter knew but didn't ask further. As for what his daughter said, he didn't take it to heart. If he really hit someone on the head and killed them, wouldn't that be murder? Feng Dad looked at the person squatting with his back to them, cautiously asking, "Who are you? Stand up." He pointed the iron rod at the squatting figure. The person seemed not to have heard him at all, remaining motionless and oblivious to his presence. Feng Dad told Qiming to stay put, and she nodded, her eyes fixed on the squatting figure. If he turned out to be a zombie, she would definitely not let him touch a hair on her dad. At the same time, she began to be alert to her surroundings. Feng Dad slowly approached the person, step by step, watching cautiously. However, when he was only 3 steps away, he saw something that made him nauseous. From his position, he could see a blood-soaked man squatting in front of the woman, holding her entrails in his hands. The bloodied man was expressionless, continuously bringing the bloody entrails to his mouth. This scene completely terrified Feng Dad. At the same time, the man's head turned woodenly towards Feng Dad. Feng Wenbin could see that half of the man's face was a bloody mess, unrecognizable, while the other half was intact. The side he could see clearly. He was still chewing on something, clearly the bloody entrails he was holding. This, Feng Dad staggered back a few steps, shocked by the sudden bloody scene before him. At that moment, the dazed man stood up, let out a low growl, and charged towards Feng Dad, the sound resembling that of a beast. Qiming also noticed that something was off with her dad. As soon as the man stood up and rushed towards Dad Feng while growling, Qiming knew that he was no longer human. She saw the zombie pounce towards Dad Feng. Although Dad Feng was somewhat startled, he reacted quickly, using an iron rod to block the attack, and the zombie was stopped by him. Qiming watched the little girl approach step by step, feeling an indescribable emotion in her heart. However, this feeling was fleeting in the next moment. With a swing of her sword, the little girl's head fell from her body. She felt sorry for the little girl, but she had already turned into a zombie. This sword stroke would allow her to rest in peace. Meanwhile, Dad Feng didn't expect the monster to be so strong. He was starting to struggle to hold it off. Just as the zombie lunged at him with its bloody mouth wide open, Dad Feng suddenly pushed with all his might, shoving the zombie aside. However, before he could catch his breath, the zombie lunged at him again. With a sweep of the long stick in his hand, Dad Feng knocked the zombie to the ground. He saw the zombie trying to get up again, and with a swing of his iron rod, he hit the zombie in the stomach. Yet the zombie felt no pain. It tightly gripped Dad Feng's iron rod and pulled hard, nearly toppling him over. But quickly, Dad Feng stabilized himself with a strong push from his feet. As a martial artist, Dad Feng had some skills. Although the zombie was strong, it lacked intelligence and technique. Dad Feng was not foolish. With a technique that used minimal force to achieve maximum effect, he kicked the zombie away. Yet the zombie was still unwilling to give up and got back up, charging at Dad Feng again. Dad Feng hadn't anticipated that this thing would be so difficult to defeat. No matter how he hit it, it seemed unbothered by pain, falling down only to get back up again. Dad, aim for the head, Chimeng reminded her father, noticing his hesitation. Dad Feng turned to look at Chimeng and then at the approaching zombie. What should he do? This thing had no perception, knew no fatigue, and had such great strength. Could it really be, as his daughter said, a bloodthirsty, flesh-eating zombie? Just as Dad Feng was wavering, the zombie suddenly charged right in front of him. With a loud pft, something burst open, and that something was the head of the zombie that had fallen to the ground, split in two by Dad Feng's iron rod. Brain matter splattering everywhere in a disgusting scene. Dad Feng suddenly staggered. Had he just killed someone? Chimeng looked at her dad, who suddenly erupted. And with the expression he had now, she knew what he was thinking. It's inevitable. The first time killing such a thing, there will be a sense of guilt. After all, they were once living people. Dad. Chimeng walked up to Feng Dad, placing her hand on his large hand. Feng Dad felt a warmth in his palm and looked up to see his daughter smiling at him. Suddenly, he felt like he understood something. Perhaps his daughter was right. These people were no longer human. Bloodthirsty and carnivorous. Is this what humans do? Chapter 8. Murder then, a figure rushed out from the doorway, accompanied by a loud scream. Help! The direction the figure was coming from was right where Chimeng and her dad were standing. As the figure was about to reach them, Feng Dad stepped back to protect Chimeng, but the figure missed its target. When the figure raised its head, Feng Dad was clearly taken aback. Zhao Qing. At this moment, Chimeng recognized the person who had come, and it was none other than her neighbor Zhao Qing, who had knocked on her door earlier in a disheveled state. Chimeng looked coldly at Zhao Qing, the neighbor who had pushed his father out in her previous life. She truly had no good feelings towards him. Although she had decided to start anew in this life and put aside the grudges and entanglements of her past, it didn't mean she had to forgive her former enemies upon seeing them. She was not that magnanimous. As long as he didn't provoke her family in this life, she wouldn't hold on to the matters of the last life. However, if anyone dared to harm her family in this life, they shouldn't expect her to be polite. Old phone. Old phone, help. Monsters. So many monsters. Save me. Save me. Upon seeing a familiar face, Zhao Qing immediately grabbed onto Dad Feng's clothes, looking terrified as he backed away. At the same time, several bloodied zombies emerged from the room Zhao Qing had just run out of. Additionally, Zhao Qing's loud cries had attracted quite a few zombies from other rooms, probably around 10, all neighbors living on the same floor. Chimeng glared at Zhao Qing fiercely. Damn it, how could he attract so many zombies? Zhao Qing was also startled by Chimeng's sudden gaze. Isn't she Old Feng's daughter? She usually seems quite well-behaved. Why is she so fierce today? That look in her eyes was as if she wanted to kill someone. It was too cold. Chimeng shot a fierce glance at Zhao Qing and then ignored him, turning to her father and saying, Dad, be careful. Make sure you don't get scratched or bitten by that thing. If possible, just aim for the head. Dad Feng glanced at his daughter, nodded firmly, tightened his grip on the iron rod, protected Zhao Qing behind him, and looked at one of the female zombies that was lunging towards them. However, Zhao Qing, upon seeing the creature coming at him, was so frightened that he shrank back against the wall of the corridor. Dad Feng merely cast a faint glance at the fleeing Zhao Qing without saying anything and directly confronted the charging female zombie. Having already gauged the strength of these monsters from his earlier fight with the male zombie in the room, he felt somewhat more at ease this time, though he did not dare to be careless. This thing was like a rabid dog, biting at any living person it saw, and its strength was astonishing, which left Dad Feng even more amazed. With a swing of his iron rod, he struck the female zombie in the abdomen. The zombie was knocked back with a loud thud, stumbling over a few other zombies in the process. However, the next moment, it stood up again, continuing to advance towards Dad Feng and Chimeng without any sense of pain. At that moment, Chimeng was also surrounded by two zombies that were roaring and lunging at her. Chimeng deftly dodged with a turn, swinging her longsword. One zombie's arm was severed, and dark, rotting blood sprayed out. Even with one arm missing, the zombie showed no signs of feeling pain and continued to reach out with its other hand. Chimeng kicked the other zombie, brutally pinning it to the ground. The zombie struggled to grab at her foot, but the next second, with a squelching sound, Qiming's long sword pierced through the zombie's head, causing it to tilt to the side and lose all reaction. Qiming felt something pounce behind her and immediately drew the sword embedded in the zombie's head. With a quick turn, she swung the long sword in her hand, and the zombie with a severed arm was already split in half, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dad Feng had directly jabbed a zombie that lunged at him in the temple with his stick. With a squelching sound, the zombie's head burst. Dad Feng had gained experience. He was no longer filled with fear and guilt when facing these monsters. After all, if these creatures didn't die, it would be him and his daughter who would be dead. After dealing with a few, more zombies had surrounded him, and for some reason, it seemed like there were more and more of them, all wandering over from the stairwell. It appeared that not only people on their floor, but those on other floors had likely encountered similar fates, and the zombies were most sensitive to sound and smell. Naturally hearing the commotion here, people upstairs and downstairs were probably making their way here. Dad Feng silently cursed. He had just dealt with 7 or 8, and he was nearly out of strength. These creatures were surprisingly strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so exhausted. Now, with so many closing in, he had little strength left. Just as the zombies lunged at Dad Feng, there were several squelching sounds, and the zombies behind him had already been split in half, collapsing to the ground. Dad Feng was startled and turned to see this sudden reversal. He saw Qiming, holding a long sword, dressed in a black leather outfit, covered in dark blood, with the glinting sword dripping with red-black blood, looking like a god of death. Feng Wenbin blinked. Was this his daughter? Dad, be careful, Qiming suddenly shouted. And Dad Feng immediately reacted. He felt a cold breath coming toward his neck. Instinctively, he bent down, and with a swing of the iron rod in his hand, he split the zombie attacking him in half. However, even in 2 pieces, the upper half still gaped its mouth wide and crawled towards Dad Feng, leaving a trail of blood. Dad, are you okay? Qiming had already killed her way to Dad Feng's side, looking worriedly at her father. I'm fine, just be careful. Dad Feng waved his hand towards Qiming. Qiming no longer asked many questions. She just knew that her dad couldn't hold on much longer. She was aware of the strength of these monsters. It was impressive that her dad had managed to deal with them this long. No. How could she let him stay here? Xiaoming, you run first. Feng Dad insisted, refusing to allow it. How could he let his daughter protect him? This was what a father should do. Dad, no, you are my daughter. Feng Dad looked at Qiming resolutely, kicking away a zombie and using the stick in his hand to knock down another. After creating some distance from the zombies, Qiming and the others rushed to the door, while Zayaruming, who had been worried about her daughter and husband inside the house, had already heard their voices and immediately opened the door. However, the first to rush in was Zhao Qing, who quickly slammed the door shut with a bang, trapping Qiming and Feng Dad outside as they were still engaged in a struggle with a few isolated zombies. What are you doing? My daughter and husband are still outside. Zayaruming was startled by the sudden intrusion, but upon recognizing who it was, she quickly reacted and prepared to open the door, only to be firmly blocked by Zhao Qing. There are monsters outside. We can't open the door. If we do, those monsters will come in, Zhao Qing said, shaking his head excitedly. Xiaoming and my husband are outside. Let go. I need to let my daughter and husband in, Zayaruming shouted, tugging at Zhao Qing. Meanwhile, outside, Qiming and Feng Dad were back to back. Qiming glanced at the door, her eyes growing colder. Damn it. Zhao Qing was indeed not a good person. He had pushed her dad out last life, and now he was even worse, only knowing how to run away, and he had entered her house, locking her and her dad outside. Despicable. Feng Dad also saw the earlier scene. While he and Xiaoming were killing zombies, Zhao Qing had rushed into their home and closed the door. Was he trying to get them killed? The sounds of arguing from inside the room reached their ears, with Feng Mom's hysterical voice and Zhao Qing's cowardly tone clearly indicating that they were in a conflict. Both Feng Dad and Qiming felt even colder towards Zhao Qing. Qiming had always known he was not a good person, and Feng Dad was shocked to find that the neighbor he had known for over a decade was such a person. He had always thought Zhao Qing was just a little opportunistic, but now he had locked them outside. Despicable. Just after a few exchanges in a room, there was a loud thud, like a heavy object falling to the ground. Both Feng Dad and Qiming were startled. Feng Dad's heart raced. Could something have happened to his wife? Zhao Qing, if you dare do anything, I will never let you go even if I die. Feng Dad looked at the door almost frantically, but he had to remain vigilant against the approaching zombies threatening him and his daughter. Qiming was also taken aback, realizing the seriousness of the situation. How could her mother, a single woman, compete with Zhao Qing? Mom, you mustn't get into any trouble. The thought of her mother being in danger sent a chill through Qiming's heart. She instinctively moved her sword, intending to chop the door open, but before she could lift it, the tightly shut door creaked open. Both Qiming and Father Feng were startled. Standing at the doorway was none other than Mother Feng, her hands covered in blood, looking somewhat dazed. But the next second, she immediately turned to look at Qiming and Father Feng, and upon seeing that her husband and daughter were unharmed, she felt a sense of relief. However, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed, but fortunately, she managed to hold onto the doorknob to keep from falling. Wife, Mom, Father Feng, and Qiming didn't have time to think about anything else. As the zombies were about to rush in, they quickly entered the house. Father Feng supported his wife, while Qiming swiftly locked the door, finally letting out a deep breath. However, when Qiming turned to look inside the room, she saw Zhao Qing not far from the door, his eyes wide and hands on his chest. A fruit knife was stabbed into his chest, and fresh blood was continuously flowing from the wound. The once warm home now appeared especially cold and eerie, with bloodstains spreading across the floor. Qiming looked in shock at the lifeless Zhao Qing, then glanced at her mother being held in her father's arms. Xiao Ruming's eyes were vacant, trembling as she curled up in her husband's embrace, continuously muttering, "I killed someone. I killed someone." Meanwhile, Dad Feng, seeing Zhao Qing lying on the floor, felt a mix of shock and more concern and heartache for his wife in his arms, repeatedly saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Chapter 9. Preparation. After Dad Feng had comforted his wife to sleep, it was already midday outside. When he returned to the living room, he realized that, at some point, Zhao Qing's body had disappeared, and the pool of blood on the floor had been cleaned up. In the kitchen, his daughter had changed into comfortable clothes and was busy with something. Upon closer inspection, he found that his daughter was cooking. Qiming also noticed her father's arrival. She brought a few bowls of stir-fried dishes to the dining table, prepared the rice, and pulled her dad to sit down at the table. Mom must be asleep. Dad, you must be hungry, let's eat. Qiming handed the rice to her father. However, Dad Feng held the rice in his hand, but hesitated to take a bite, instead looking at Qiming with a strange expression, filled with exploration and confusion. Qiming took a few bites of her meal and noticed her father's gaze. So she put down her bowl and chopsticks and locked eyes with him. Dad, if you have any questions, just ask. Otherwise, you're going to hold it in. So, about Uncle Zhao's body. Feng Dad struggled to calm down and asked his daughter. I threw him out of the window. If I hadn't, it wouldn't have been long before he turned into a zombie, and I cleaned up the bloodstains. Qiming knew what her dad wanted to ask, so she spoke candidly. Dad, is there something you're hiding from me? Even though we often train together, I still know your abilities. Today outside, you seemed like a different person, and Feng Dad trailed off, unsure of how to continue. His daughter in front of him felt both familiar and strange. Dad, I can only say that I do have things I'm hiding from you and Mom, but I can't tell you. No matter how I change, I will always be your daughter. So please believe me and don't ask why. Okay? Qiming stared at Feng Dad, her slender hand gripping his large hand. Feng Dad looked into his daughter's eyes and, for some reason, felt he saw a determination in her that he had never seen before, as if she wanted to fiercely protect something. The clarity in her gaze reflected his own figure, and Feng Dad seemed to understand something. His daughter wanted to protect them. Feng Dad held his daughter's hand, as if he had made a decision, and nodded. All right, Dad believes you. Qiming immediately broke into a big smile. Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best. You immediately showed your true colors. Let's eat. Sai, I don't even know when this situation will end, and your mom still. Dad Feng sighed and shook his head. Dad Feng was surprised by his daughter's words, and Qiming also realized she had said something inappropriate. She lowered her head and rolled her eyes, as if thinking of something, and immediately said, Dad, didn't I tell you that I had a dream when I caught a cold last time? All of this happened in the dream, and look, what happened in the dream has come true. This means that the dream I had might be a kind of foresight of the future. So, Dad, in the future, when you meet other people, especially in this apocalypse, you need to be more careful and not trust others easily. You and Mom are the ones I want to protect the most. If something happens to you, I don't know what I would do. Dad Feng looked at Qiming's worried expression and smiled as he patted her head. Okay, Dad promises you that from now on. Your mom and I will take good care of ourselves. Yeah, Dad, you smell terrible. Hurry up and eat. And after eating, go take a shower. Qiming suddenly looked at Dad Feng with disgust. Dad Feng also looked at himself. And well, he hadn't noticed much until his daughter pointed it out. The bloodstains from yesterday were still there. He needed to finish eating and go take a shower quickly. After dinner, Qiming tidied up a bit, looked at Dad, who was about to enter the bathroom, and went into her mom's room. She saw her mom sitting on the edge of the bed, looking a bit haggard. When she saw Qiming come in, Mom Feng was taken aback for a moment, then turned her head away and said nothing. Qiming walked in front of her mother, sitting by her bedside and holding her hand. I knew you hadn't rested, Mom. Xiaoming. Mom killed someone, right? Mom killed someone. Fengmu tightly grasped her daughter's hand, as if whispering or asking Qiming. Mom, it's not your fault. You saw it too. The outside world has become a strange place. You didn't do it on purpose. You were just worried about Dad and me and acted in self-defense. Qiming held her mother's hand tightly. But I still killed someone, Fengmu said, tears streaming down her face in pain. That's because you were protecting Dad and me. He was the one who acted unjustly. If you hadn't done that, Dad and I would already be dead. Mom, you lost control while trying to save us. You can't blame yourself. Maybe killing is wrong, but under those circumstances, it was an act of desperation. So Mom, don't think about it too much. Qiming hugged her mother. What else could she say? Should she say that in the apocalypse, killing isn't a crime? No. Even if she wanted to say that, her mother wouldn't think that way. Moreover, she wouldn't allow herself to think that way either. Although in the apocalypse, life no longer has layers of protection. Life is still life. If she could, she wouldn't want her mother to go through this. But in the apocalypse, life is so fragile and cheap. It's precisely because there are no layers of protection that the wicked become more wicked, and the good are often bullied. The best way is to become stronger. She knew her mother couldn't accept her mistake right away, but her mother only did it for her and Dad. If he hadn't closed the door, how could her mother have lost control? Maybe her mother still couldn't accept it now, and she didn't plan to make her accept it or lessen her guilt. Because she knew that over time, once her mother understood what the world had become, she might come to terms with it. Mom, you don't know what it's like outside now, but if you find out in the future, you might think that if it were still the world before. You might have been wrong, but in this current world, you wouldn't regret what you did. Mom, get a good night's sleep. When you wake up, everything won't feel so painful. Okay. Qiming comforted her mother and talked about many happy memories, finally managing to lull her mother to sleep. Qiming helped her mom tuck in a blanket, but when she looked up, she saw her dad standing at the door. Qiming walked up to her dad and said, Dad, you should rest too. Mom will be fine. Qiming stood at the doorway and glanced at her mother, Feng, on the bed, smiling as she spoke. Feng Dad looked at his daughter and smiled back. Time passed quietly like this. 3 days later, under the guidance of her husband and daughter, Feng Mother gradually became more cheerful. Perhaps she still felt some guilt and fear inside. But after these 3 days and learning about the outside world through the television and radio, she no longer felt so suppressed. During these 3 days, the family stayed in their room without going outside. The food in Qiming's space could definitely sustain them for many years in this small house without worry. But she didn't plan to do that. A month after the apocalypse, water and electricity would start to cut off, and the city had already become a zombie-esque territory. Staying in the urban area was not a long-term solution, so even if Qiming wanted to, she wouldn't do that. Staying here would only lead to death. As time went on, zombies would become more numerous and harder to deal with, making it even more impossible for her to take her parents out later. For these 3 days, Feng Dad and Feng Mom tacitly did not ask where the food came from, and Qiming did not explain because she knew her parents trusted her. Therefore, she didn't plan to clarify. Feng Dad and Feng Mom knew that Qiming might be hiding something from them, but they didn't plan to ask either. If their daughter wanted to say something, she would tell them. If she didn't want to, they wouldn't pry. Originally, the television still had some images and reports yesterday, but by the 3rd day, it had turned into static, clearly indicating that the outside world was becoming uncontrollable. Today, Qiming planned to charge out with her parents and didn't intend to stay in the city anymore. According to Qiming's memories from her previous life, the city she was in would turn into a dead city filled with zombies in about a week. Dad, Mom, are you ready? Qiming changed into a leather outfit, similar to the last time, except this time the long sword in her hand was strapped to her back, making her look like a female warrior. Very cool. This leather outfit was something Qiming bought when she started preparing supplies. It was durable and resistant to scratches. Therefore, her space still had quite a few such leather jackets. Pants and boots. Qiming looked at her parents and couldn't help but smile. She saw her dad holding the iron rod she gave him in one hand, while carrying a backpack on his back that contained some change of clothes and food. Her mom, on the other hand, held a kitchen knife in her left hand and a spatula in her right, with 2 frying pans strapped to her chest and back. Qiming nodded. Her dad was really smart, worried that her mom might get hurt, so he strapped frying pans to her front and back to block zombie attacks. However, the spatula and kitchen knife, well, her mom was a housewife, and those are the only tools she knew how to use. Chapter 10. Departure okay. We're ready. Dad and Mom Feng nodded in agreement. After Qiming repeatedly reminded her parents, she opened the door crack, perhaps due to the few days of quiet. There weren't many zombies left in the corridor. Only 2 or 3 zombies were aimlessly wandering about. Dad Feng was the first to step out, followed closely by Mom Feng, with Qiming third. Since Mom Feng was the weakest among the 3, she was protected in the middle. This was the first time Mom Feng had seen these monsters up close in days, so she was inevitably a bit scared when she first stepped out. Qiming tightly squeezed her mom's hand, and Mom Feng noticed her daughter's encouragement, which gave her a bit more courage. The zombies in the corridor also sensed the presence of living humans and slowly turned to face Qiming's family. After 3 days, the appearance of these zombies had become even more terrifying, covered in black blood, with signs of their skin starting to rot and darken. The entire corridor was filled with a strong stench of decay. Qiming was fine. In her previous life, she had become so familiar with this kind of aura that she barely even frowned, showing no real expression. However, both Dad Feng and Mom Feng were disgusted by the smell. Dad Feng managed to restrain himself, feeling somewhat better, but Mom Feng's complexion wasn't looking good. Mom, are you okay? Qiming asked with concern when she noticed her mother's strange expression. Mom Feng shook her head, not wanting to worry her daughter and husband. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Let's go. She tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, trying hard to suppress the nauseating smell. She couldn't hold her daughter and husband back. Soon, Dad Feng confronted the approaching zombies, and Qiming stood protectively in front of her mother. After dealing with these things a couple of times, Dad Feng had gained some experience. With a swing of his iron rod, the first female zombie that lunged at him was knocked to the ground. Dad Feng didn't give her a chance to get up, smashing down with his rod and directly crushing her skull. Watching this, Mom Feng couldn't help but lean against the wall and vomit. Qiming knew her mother still needed to adapt. After Mom Feng finished throwing up, Dad Feng had already dealt with the zombies in the corridor. Mom, let's go, Qiming urged, pulling her mother along as the 3 of them headed toward the elevator. They lived on the 7th floor, and if they took the stairs down, who knew how many zombies they would encounter? Qiming might be able to fight her way out alone, but her parents couldn't, so they had to risk taking the elevator. Fortunately, there was still power, and the elevator was operational. Their plan was to go directly to the parking lot on the basement level. They had a small car, and before the apocalypse, the parking lot was already sparsely populated, so she believed there wouldn't be many zombies left. Moreover, they needed a car, so going to the parking lot to get it was essential. Dad Feng pressed the elevator button and stood protectively beside Qiming and Mom Feng. After all, no one knew if there were zombies inside the elevator. If the doors opened to a horde of zombies, they would need time to escape. With a ding, the elevator arrived. As the 3 of them watched, the doors slowly opened. Thankfully, they were lucky. Nothing was inside. They all let out a breath of relief, but just then, they heard a few thuds. Qiming turned alertly, and several zombies emerged from some rooms. Get in the elevator, Qiming immediately said. Just as the zombies charged toward them, with a thud, the elevator doors closed tightly, and the family finally felt at ease. As the elevator descended closer to the basement level, Qiming's heart grew increasingly vigilant with the numbers on the display. Ding! The basement level had arrived. Dad Feng positioned himself in front of the 2 women, gripping his iron rod tightly as he watched the elevator doors slowly open. Thankfully, the area outside was empty. Nothing was there. Dad Feng led the way, with Qiming following closely behind. The family cautiously stepped outside, and the entire parking lot was eerily silent, with only various vehicles and scattered bloodstains remaining. They reached their parking spot, and there was a white sedan. Thankfully, it was still there. Dad Feng took out the car key and, for a moment, seemed to forget the current situation. Suddenly, they heard a beep, the sound of the car unlocking. The three of them immediately tensed, as the sound, though quiet, felt amplified in the stillness of the parking lot. Next, they heard rustling noises. At the corner of one car, a zombie with half a shoulder appeared, quickly followed by another female zombie whose face was hard to make out. Then one more, too. Qiming immediately shouted, "Hurry, get in the car." The three of them quickly jumped into the car, and just as Qiming closed the back door, a zombie lunged at them. Fortunately, Qiming reacted quickly and kicked the zombie to the ground before hastily shutting the door. After Dad Feng started the car, he slammed on the gas and sped out, hitting several zombies in the process. The zombies were smashed against the windshield with a loud thud, and the sound of shattering glass echoed as a crack appeared on the windshield, stained with the red-black blood of the zombies. But who had time to notice that now? He pressed the gas pedal and charged towards the exit of the underground parking lot. Luckily, the barrier had been broken by the fleeing people, and as they drove out, apart from knocking down a few zombies, they had a clear path ahead. The car drove onto the road, which was now completely devoid of the bustling life it once had. All that remained was a scene of devastation and a few scattered zombies wandering the streets. The only sounds were the wind and the low growls of the zombies, alongside sporadic cries for help. However, these cries faded almost instantly. On the road, some zombies could be seen gathered together, seemingly fighting over something. When Qiming's car zoomed past, the zombies stood up and glanced in the direction the car had gone before returning to their previous actions. In that moment, it became clear that they were fighting over bloody organs or severed hands and feet. Lying on the ground was a body that had only a torso left. It was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Mom Feng, watching everything unfold outside, was in tears, unable to comprehend how the world had come to this. People eating people. Was this really the end of the world? When had the once thriving life turned so desolate? Qiming held her mom tightly and remained silent, because she knew that no matter how much she said, it couldn't compare to witnessing the situation with her own eyes. This was just the beginning. Worse things were yet to come. It wasn't a bad thing for her mom to see the current situation clearly as soon as possible. Dad's hand gripping the steering wheel was also trembling slightly. The scenes flashing by outside made him shudder. Seeing his daughter and wife in the rearview mirror, he loosened his grip on the wheel. He still had his wife and daughter. He needed to pull himself together. The world was so big. Maybe there were places where they could survive. His daughter and wife both needed him. "Dad, be careful." Just as Dad was momentarily lost in thought, Qiming suddenly shouted. Pointing ahead, Dad immediately slammed on the brakes, causing Qiming and her mom to lurch forward. Thankfully, Qiming reacted quickly, gripping the handle tightly with one hand while protecting her mom with the other. Although she bumped into something, she wasn't seriously hurt. "Mom, Dad, are you okay?" Qiming quickly reacted, looking worriedly at her mom and then asking her dad. "Mom is fine. Are you okay, Xiaoming?" Mom adjusted her slightly dizzy head and shook it. "Yeah, mi fine." Qiming shook her head as well and glanced at Dad in front. Dad seemed okay too, nothing serious. However, when he saw the situation ahead, he was suddenly alarmed. In front of them, a group of zombies was swaying toward them, definitely numbering over 100. If they charged forward like this, they wouldn't make it through, and they were likely to be trapped inside the car. They were currently at an intersection, and besides the group of zombies ahead, many more were emerging from the left and right, clearly drawn out by the screech of the brakes. "Dad, back up." Qiming urged Dad, who immediately reacted, shifting into reverse and stepping on the gas. The car sped backward, but before they had retreated 100 meters, Dad suddenly slammed on the brakes again. It turned out a large group of zombies had appeared behind them without them noticing. They were surrounded. Qiming looked around and immediately said decisively, "Dad, you stay with Mom. I'll drive." Qiming quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Dad Feng was slightly taken aback. He had originally wanted to ask something, but seeing the zombies that were almost surrounding them, he nodded and swapped places with Qiming. Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief and drove towards the outskirts of the city. After driving for about 5 minutes, she had to hit the brakes. The road was blocked. Qiming looked at the various cars in disarray ahead of her, some already crashed and mangled. She got out of the car, gazing at the impassable road, and frowned slightly. Dad Feng, holding Mom Feng, also got out and looked at the blocked path with a worried expression. The road was obstructed. What should they do? Mom Feng looked at the situation and grabbed her husband's hand. Dad Feng shook his head and looked at his daughter. Xiaoming, we can't drive anymore. Let's find a way to get through. Qiming looked at her parents and nodded. Yes, the car can't be driven anymore. I can only walk over. Dad, you protect Mom and take the back door. I'll clear the way. Xiaoming, how can you go in front? No way. You protect your mom. I'll clear the way. Dad Feng quickly walked over, shook his head, and blocked Qiming's path. Dad, don't argue with me. Didn't you say you trust me? Don't worry. I'll clear the way. Qiming held on her dad and stopped talking, taking the lead to walk ahead. Seeing that his daughter had already gone out, Dad Feng said nothing more and followed behind. Protecting his wife. Chapter 11. Rescued by someone. Qiming walked to the forefront, planning to take the small path beside her. The main road was too congested with cars piled together, leaving no room to pass. If she wanted to get through, she would have to climb over the vehicles. But fortunately, there was a small path nearby. Occasionally, they encountered a few lone zombies on the way, all of which Qiming dealt with swiftly. Feng Ma and Feng Ba noticed that Qiming seemed different somehow, but they tacitly decided not to ask. As long as she was their daughter, that was enough, right? Perhaps in this world, people were all meant to change. The three of them cautiously prepared to pass through a narrow alley that was only 3 people wide. One end of the alley opened onto a road, and it seemed to be a residential area, but very few people came to this alley, which was why there were only a few scattered zombies. Dad, I'll take care of it. You protect Mom, Qiming said to her father, drawing a dagger from her boot and heading towards a zombie, which was squatting on the ground, gnawing on a corpse that was almost nothing but bones, seemingly unaware of her approach. Qiming struck swiftly, plunging the dagger into the zombie's skull and dispatching it efficiently. Damn it, I've been spotted, Qiming cursed under her breath. But her eyes began to scan the surroundings for a place to hide. Eventually, her gaze landed on a large supermarket directly across from them, its doors tightly closed. Clearly, there must be people inside. Otherwise, in the apocalyptic situation, the doors wouldn't be shut like that. Someone must have gone in and closed them later. But how would they get inside? Would the people in the supermarket let them in to hide? That was uncertain. However, apart from the supermarket, there were no other places nearby that could withstand so many zombies, and run into one of those would definitely take too long. Just as Qiming was troubled about how to get into the supermarket, suddenly, the supermarket's large door swung open, revealing several heads peeking out, calling to them, "Quick, come over." Qiming raised her eyebrows. She was still pondering how they got in when she realized that the people in the supermarket had opened the door for them. It seemed her luck was quite good. Qiming immediately ran over with her parents. A few zombies were already close to catching up with her mom, so Qiming quickly turned around, urging her parents to go ahead. With a twist of her wrist, she plunged her dagger into one zombie's head and yanked it out forcefully. Then, she swept her right leg, kicking another zombie, and with swift movements, she dispatched the few zombies that had caught up, quickly rushing into the supermarket through the main entrance. Once Qiming got inside, the people who had opened the door immediately pulled down the roll-up gate, shutting the door. Soon after, they heard the sound of zombies banging against the iron door. However, after a while, without any further noise, the zombies gradually dispersed. Qiming let out a deep breath and looked at the situation inside the supermarket. She saw that the supermarket was filled with quite a few people. As soon as Qiming's family entered, everyone stood up to look at them and the situation outside. After seeing the iron door close, everyone glanced at the 3 of them and then ignored them. Qingwei took a rough look around and estimated that there were at least 100 people here, including young people, the elderly, and children. However, everyone was orderly, and it was evident that there should be someone in charge here. Qiming looked at the 2 people who opened the door, 2 young men, probably around her age, at most no more than 25. However, due to the apocalypse, both of them seemed to have not taken care of themselves, so their clothes were all wrinkled and there were some bloodstains, and their faces didn't look too good, with some dark circles under their eyes. One of them, a boy wearing glasses, also looked at Chiming and gave her a very friendly smile, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Looking quite cute. Hello, my name is Luo Kai. The other man, with darker skin and a sturdier build, also showed a faint smile. I am Yen Long. Chiming nodded and didn't refuse the 2's friendliness. My name is Feng Chiming. You can call me Chiming. This is my dad and mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. The 2 also nodded towards Feng's dad and mom, who nodded in response. Dad, mom, please sit and rest for a while. Chiming supported her mother and found a place where all 3 could rest. After settling her parents, Chiming noticed the 2 young men who had opened the door earlier still standing at the entrance, and couldn't help but feel curious. She walked over and asked, Do you open the door to save anyone you see? The bespectacled Luo Kai nodded. Yes. Chiming glanced at the 2 of them with interest, then looked at everyone in the supermarket. Are these people all saved by you? Luo Kai shook his head. Some of them are, and some are already in this supermarket. Most of them live nearby, and came out looking for food because they had nothing to eat at home. There were originally zombies in this supermarket, but later, Team Song said that only by working together to deal with those man-eating zombies could we survive. After that, we cleared this place out. Fortunately, the zombie virus outbreak happened in the early morning when the supermarket was closed. After the outbreak, there weren't many zombies, so we quickly cleared them out. After clearing it out, many people settled here, and soon, a lot of refugees arrived. We try to save as many as we can. Team Song? Chiming caught the key word. Yes, Team Song is the one who led us to clear this place because it needed someone to take charge. Plus, Team Song is a police officer, so we all agreed that he should temporarily manage this place. He also told us to wait here and to try to save any survivors we see. Yen Long nodded in agreement. Chiming let out a soft "oh" and asked again, Are you planning to stay here the whole time? Yes. Captain Song said that rescue will come to save us, so we can stay here peacefully. Luo Kai pushed up his glasses and smiled faintly. Rescue? Do you believe it? Chiming questioned the 2, who were momentarily taken aback by her words. They had originally believed it. But why did her question make them uncertain? Seeing their clear hesitation, Chiming understood that while they said they believed, they were likely unsure deep down. They knew that 4 days had passed since the outbreak, and if there was going to be a rescue, it would have arrived by now. The fact that no rescue had come indicated that either the country had abandoned them, or perhaps even the leaders or those in charge had turned into such monsters. They had all seen the news. It reported that a virus had erupted globally, which meant that maybe those in high positions had also died in this outbreak. Who could come to rescue them? It seemed that the only ones who could save them were themselves. Chiming smiled and asked as she looked at them. The 2 looked at Chiming with a gaze that seemed to suggest she had seen through their thoughts. Luo Kai and Yen Long lowered their eyes and remained silent. Perhaps because they were all thinking the same thing, but they didn't want to admit it. They wanted to believe that there was still hope. The more difficult times became, the more hope was needed, right? Only with hope could they support themselves until the day they saw hope again, even though they didn't know if they should wait blindly for hope to happen. It seems you're thinking about rescue or something like that. But to be honest, it's just a way to comfort yourselves, or what they say, right? If there was a rescue, it would have come long ago. Even if help is on the way now, staying here like this isn't a solution. You saved our family, and I must remind you, this is not a place to linger. Our family came from a city center, which has already become a zombie-infested area. Moreover, within 3 days, the zombie tide will come this way, and this place won't be able to hold up. Our family will rest here for 1 night and then leave. After speaking, Chiming turned around to take care of her parents, not caring about what the 2 behind her were thinking or how surprised they were by her words. She took some food from her dad's backpack, which seemed to come from a backpack, but was actually retrieved from her space while using the backpack as a cover. No one noticed. At night, the people in the supermarket began to doze off. Dad and Mom Phone leaned against each other and fell asleep. Chiming sat in front of them, legs crossed as if meditating, with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep as well. At that moment, a shadow quietly approached Chiming and reached out to pat her shoulder. However, just as the hand was about to touch her shoulder, it was suddenly grabbed with great force and twisted backward. Chiming had already opened her eyes, her cold gaze shining like stars in the darkness. Her right hand tightly grasped the outstretched hand and twisted it backward, while her other hand swiftly pressed down on the person's shoulder, pinning them to the ground. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Let go, it's me, Luo Kai. The person who was caught exclaimed, but they tried hard to suppress their voice, fearing they would wake the sleeping people. Chiming heard the voice, frowned in confusion, released Luokai's hand, and said coldly, "What are you sneaking around for?" Seeing that Chiming had let go of him, Luokai moved his arms and searched on the ground for a while before finally finding his glasses. He then chuckled and said, Captain Song asked me to invite you over." "Invite me over?" Chiming was a bit confused. "Yes, didn't you talk about those things with us during the day?" "We told Captain Song, and he asked me to find you." Luokai quickly nodded. "I'm not going." Chiming directly refused. Why should she go? What if they were bad people? Although they had saved them, one must always be cautious. Besides, what did they want her for? Were they going to ask her about the situation in the city? No. Captain Song just wants to understand the situation in the city. There's no ill intent. He's a really good guy. Luokai became anxious and hurriedly explained. So they really are just looking to understand the situation in the city. Chiming thought to herself. In fact, since they had saved her family, it wouldn't hurt to go and share some information and remind them. However, her parents were still here. What if something happened to them? Chiming glanced at her sleeping parents. Luokai immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, your parents will definitely be fine. After I take you there, I'll stay here to watch over them. If anything happens to your parents, I'll take responsibility." Chapter 12, Captain Song, 1. Chiming followed Luokai around the sleeping people and arrived at the second floor of the supermarket, which was the area for buying daily necessities. Due to the night, she could only see some vague shadows of people. Their specific features were still shrouded in darkness. Many people were also sleeping upstairs, likely those who couldn't find a place to sleep downstairs. Following Luokai, they came to a small storage room where supermarket employees temporarily rested. There was still some light inside, and through the light, Chiming could see shadows moving within. Luokai opened the door and led Chiming inside. She squinted her eyes, adjusting to the sudden light, and then saw the environment around her. The area was filled with metal shelves stacked with many boxes, likely goods that the supermarket hadn't sold yet. The storage room was small, and since it was a temporary resting area for employees, it mostly contained unimportant items, and not many of them. In the middle of the room was a table surrounded by people, so she couldn't see what was on it clearly. Chiming observed that the room was filled with men, all roughly between their 20s and 40s, around 10 of them. Each was wearing a police uniform, and they all turned their heads in unison to look at the sudden entrance, Chiming and Luokai. Luokai greeted everyone casually and walked up to a man who looked to be about 40, calling out Team Leader Song. Chiming's subtle dream did not escape Song Mion's keen eyes. He was an experienced police officer and had a good grasp of observing people. When he noticed that the girl in front of him glanced at his waist, he realized that she had seen his gun. Song Mion took the gun out from his waist and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm a police officer. The people behind me are all my colleagues from the same police station. We won't harm you. We just heard that you came from a city, so we wanted to ask you about the current situation there. We're all people who escaped from nearby, so we wanted to get some information from someone who has come from the city." He tucked the gun behind his waist to prevent Chiming from seeing it, thinking that she was afraid they would hurt her, so he lowered his voice even more. Song Mion did not expect the young girl to respond this way, and he looked at Chiming in surprise. However, one of his subordinates, a young man with a buzz cut who looked to be in his 20s, spoke up first. "Miss, cooperating with the police is the duty of a citizen." Chiming looked at the young police officer and raised an eyebrow. That was in the past. "I said you." The young officer wanted to say a few more words, but was interrupted by Song Mion. "All right, Xiao Yuan, let the young lady finish." "Young lady, what do you want to exchange?" Song Mion waved his hand at the officer named Xiao Yuan and then spoke to Chiming. "A handgun. You're all police officers, and I see that each of you has a gun, so I think you have more than just these. I don't need more than 2, but I need more bullets." Chiming directly stated what she wanted without changing her expression, as if she were asking for something very ordinary. "A handgun? You really think too highly of yourself. Is a handgun something for a girl like you to play with? What if it hurts someone?" Xiao Yuan immediately couldn't hold back. "Team Song, you can't agree to her request. Handguns cannot be given to civilians. If the higher-ups find out, it will. Whether I can handle it is my business. Do you still think this is a time of peace? Those monsters have spread all over the world. There is no distinction between civilians and police now. Only the living and those zombies. This is already the apocalypse, understand? Stop deceiving yourselves. You are police officers. You know better than I do what the situation is outside. Chiming snorted coldly. Xiao Yuan was left speechless by Chiming's words. Yes, they had seen what the outside world had become through the television over the past few days. The whole world had been infected. The apocalypse had arrived. His parents had died in the mouths of those monsters and had also turned into such monsters. This world was no longer the civilized world. The entire warehouse fell silent, quiet enough to hear everyone's heartbeat. Many of them had lost parents, lovers, and friends during the outbreak of the virus, yet they were unwilling to believe it because everything had come so suddenly. However, even so, they remained police officers. The pride, justice, and mission inherent in being a police officer kept them going, protecting the weak, not for anything else, but because that was their reason for becoming police officers. Why do you want to know about the situation in Y City? Chiming broke the silence and asked Song Mian. Song Mian slightly raised his head and looked at the young girl in front of him. We are discussing how to get in and rescue survivors. But we don't know the situation inside. Song Mian brought Chiming to the table they were gathered around. And only then did Chiming notice that there was a map of the city spread out on the table. You want to go in a search for survivors? Chiming said, somewhat surprised. We are police officers. It is our responsibility to protect innocent civilians. There may still be survivors inside, and we cannot just watch those innocent people become part of those monsters, said one officer who was in his 30s. Song Mian nodded. That's right. It is our duty. All right. She began to have a different view of these so-called police officers. They indeed had some courage, and their sense of justice was overflowing. However, she still would not compromise her conditions. They wanted to protect those innocent civilians, but she also had people to protect, and that was her family. Moreover, people with a strong sense of justice generally did not survive long in the apocalypse. She did not think that a sense of justice was wrong, but at least it should be when one has the ability and confidence to do so. To be honest, I admire that you can still maintain your sense of justice as police officers. I also respect your fearlessness, but conditions still need to be negotiated. I have people I need to protect as well, so, as I said, I want 2 handguns and enough bullets. I will tell you about the situation in the city and even provide you with relatively safe routes to rescue those inside, avoiding the vast majority of zombies. Chiming looked at Song Mian, waving 2 fingers in front of his eyes. Song Mian exchanged glances with the other officers and then looked back at Chiming. The calmness of this young girl made him somewhat admire her. Usually, when people saw them as police officers, they would be a bit scared. But this young girl was completely unafraid, remaining more composed than they were since she arrived, even negotiating terms with them. After a quiet discussion among Song Mian and some of his subordinates, they finally approached Chiming. No problem, but we can only give you 2 handguns and 200 rounds of ammunition. Chiming lifted her eyes. Deal. She didn't intend to take any heavy weapons. It was too much trouble. So for the next hour or so, Chiming used her past life's memories and the memories she had just escaped with to explain the situation in the city to Team Song. She marked some shortcuts and the route she had taken to escape on the map. After finishing, Chiming kindly reminded them, Y City has tens of millions of people, and at least over 80% have turned into zombies. There are very few survivors inside. I can say that even if you take all the weapons from the police station, you might not make it out, and it's possible that none of you will come back. I know your mission as police officers is to protect the citizens, but I have to say, in this situation, even if you don't go, no one will say anything. People need to be a little selfish, and you still have your family and friends. Carrying that so-called justice and mission to a place where you might not come back from, what will happen to your family and friends? Chapter 13, Team Song 2. The next day, the family got up early. Chiming had told her parents the day before that they would be leaving today. Although Dad Feng and Mom Feng were puzzled as to why their daughter wanted to leave a safe place, they had already decided that they would unconditionally listen to her without asking why. So when Chiming told them, they agreed to leave today and to pack their things early. Both of them remained silent. However, after packing, Mom Feng still asked uneasily, Xiaoming, I heard people here say they are preparing to wait for rescue. There is food to eat and police protection here. Do we really have to leave? Chiming knew what her mother was thinking. Holding her mother's hand, she said, Mom, if there was a rescue, it would have arrived by now. Who knows if there is any left? Relying on ourselves is the best option. Even if there is a rescue, it probably won't come for a day or two. When we escaped yesterday, do you remember what we saw? So many zombies. Probably tens of millions, right? They are heading this way. In a day or two, those zombies will come pouring in. This supermarket is big, but it can't hold back that many zombies. They're so strong. We need to leave quickly. Even if there is a rescue, we can't just wait here. Mom, just listen to me. Look, have I said anything wrong these past few days? A daughter's words cannot be wrong. Dad Fong packed the things they had prepared into a big backpack. They didn't have much, so it was easily done. But if we do as you say, shouldn't we remind them? With so many people here, if they can't escape in time, wouldn't that be a crime? Mom Fong looked around the supermarket. Some people were still asleep, while others had woken up and didn't know what to do. Mom, don't worry. I already alerted the leader here yesterday. I believe they will make arrangements, Chiming said seriously to her mother. She had already reminded Team Song about this yesterday. How Team Song communicated with the people in the supermarket was not her concern. Is that so? That's good, Mom Fong nodded. After the family finished packing, they were ready to greet the gatekeeper, Luo Kai, and Yen Long, to open the door and go out. At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Everyone, listen to me. I am Song Mian, the temporary leader here. I need to announce something. Please do not panic or be afraid after you hear this. The speaker was indeed Song Mian, standing on the second-floor corridor, looking down at everyone below, with his subordinates behind him who Chiming had seen yesterday. Say what you need to say. We are listening, a man in the crowd said. Yes, go ahead. According to reliable information we have received, over 90 of the people in the city have turned into those monsters, and the area of expansion is gradually increasing in our direction. This place is not a safe haven, so I think it's time for us to leave and find another place. Song Mian spoke frankly. Indeed, after Chiming told them about this yesterday, she had used binoculars to take a look. Previously, she hadn't seen any monsters, but now it was obvious that those monsters were spreading this way, more and more. So he believed Chiming's words. Those monsters were indeed spreading this way. If they couldn't evacuate these people quickly, those here would definitely become food for the zombies. As the leader here, he absolutely could not allow that to happen. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately panicked. If it weren't for Song Mian repeatedly calling for silence, it would likely have attracted zombies. The crowd wouldn't have quieted down otherwise. Many people asked, but where are we supposed to go? Didn't you say someone would come to rescue us? Yes. It's been so many days. Is anyone coming to rescue us or not? Team Song, will you take us with you? The questions from below grew louder. No, Team Song, you must come with us. There are so many people here. You are the police and should protect us who have already come out. That's your duty. Exactly. And you police have guns. What will happen to us if you all leave? And we don't know if you're just going to abandon us. What if you leave us behind? How do we know you're really going to search for survivors? Right? You can't leave. You have to stay with us. You are the police and must protect us. It was unclear who said the first line, but soon, voices of dissent grew louder. Every word from these people seemed to express dissatisfaction, feeling that Team Song actually wanted to abandon them and leave with the weapons and the police force. How can you speak like that? Don't forget who brought you in here and who kept you safe for these past few days. Do you not know who Team Song is? The speaker was Xiao Yuan, one of Song Mian's subordinates. Hearing the people below speak this way made him furious. He usually didn't realize it, but now, for the sake of their own safety, they were saying such things about them and Team Song. The crowd immediately fell silent, but only for a few seconds before a few more voices floated up. That's right. What is happening now is obvious to everyone. How do we know you're not just going to abandon us and run away? Yes, besides, you said the city has already turned into a zombie world. Even if there are survivors, there aren't many, and they might not be rescued. Why not protect us who have already come out first? Exactly. And with so many zombies, how do we know you're really going to rescue survivors? The crowd began to show their true nature. And while some didn't speak, others felt they shouldn't think this way, yet couldn't help but agree with what was being said. Why should Team Song take such self-destructive actions? It would be better to stay and protect them and leave together. You, Xiao Yuan pointed at the people below. So enraged, he didn't know what to say. Xiao Yuan. Song Mian glanced at Xiao Yuan and gestured for him to step back. Xiao Yuan shot a displeased glance at the crowd. Stop talking. and lowered his head. Song Mian cleared his throat and said to the crowd, "I understand your worries and concerns. Please rest assured, as I said earlier, I will leave some people behind to protect you. I will only take a few people to the city to search for survivors. Most of the weapons we brought out will not be taken away. I will leave them to those protecting you, ensuring you can leave safely. You can be assured of that, right?" Song Mian said somewhat stiffly. They were police officers with their own dignity and bottom line. Their duty was to protect the people, but they were not their slaves or bodyguards. They had fulfilled their duty as police officers by protecting them until now. They were also human and needed protection from others. No one owed anyone anything. After finishing, Song Mian turned to his subordinates and said, "Although we are police, we are also human beings, not free bodyguards for others. If someone refuses to follow orders during the process of protecting them, they can fend for themselves. Everyone is equal. You can risk your life to save others. But only if you are sure. I will say this to you. You are my troops, and not one of you can be lost. Do you understand?" Song Mian's voice was not loud, but in the quiet supermarket, it sounded particularly resonant, and everyone below listened closely. They knew that Song Mian was angry. Some people consciously lowered their heads. Indeed, they were selfish, thinking that the police must protect them. But now was the end of the world. Police? Ha! The government hadn't sent anyone to rescue them. What obligation did they have? They had already fulfilled their duty as police by protecting them until now. What reason did they have to criticize them? Perhaps many people had come to understand this, while others were still complaining. The Chi family was also watching Song Mian on the second floor. Dad Feng nodded and said, "That's right. You can tell just by listening to those people's words. They only think of themselves. People are still selfish." Sigh, indeed, in the apocalypse, the true nature of people can be seen clearly in such situations. I have come to understand. Mom Feng also spoke with disappointment. She had expressed concern for the people in the supermarket, but when she saw their selfish side, she realized, indeed, her daughter was right. In the apocalypse, in the face of life and death, many things are exposed. She had been too kind-hearted. Although everyone has a selfish side, they shouldn't speak such words to those who protect them. Chiming looked at Song Mian on the second floor, only to find that he was also looking in her direction. Their eyes met, and Chiming nodded at Song Mian, expressing her agreement with his words. He did not let his subordinates risk their lives for those unworthy of it, urging them to protect themselves. He was a good captain. At the same time, he did not abandon his belief in justice because of other selfishness. He was a good police officer. In every aspect, she began to admire Song Mian. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would actually want to be friends with someone like him. Although it is still possible to make friends in the apocalypse, he must survive the city filled with millions of zombies first. If they meet again in the future, she wouldn't mind shaking hands with Song Mian. Suddenly, a scream came from a small corner of the supermarket, causing everyone to panic. They all began searching for the source of the sound. A small corner of the crowd started to stir, and someone shouted, "Run! Someone is infected." Chaos ensued as everyone began to frantically pull their loved ones and run. However, the supermarket was not very large, and many people didn't have time to get up before being trampled on the ground, their cries of despair echoing. The entire supermarket descended into utter chaos. Chapter 14, Chaos, the Poor Mother and Daughter. Chi Ming secretly exclaimed that it was not good. It seemed some people had entered injured and didn't say anything, blending into the crowd. This was bad, as it was a closed supermarket. If the situation really spread, it would escalate quickly. Chi Ming immediately pulled her dad and rushed to the entrance, where Luo Kai and Yin Long were on guard. Chi Ming shouted, "Open the door quickly. The supermarket is closed. It's faster to die here." Luo Kai and Yin Long quickly reacted and opened the supermarket door. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies outside, just a few scattered ones. When those zombies saw the sudden appearance of people and heard the noise, they immediately limped over. Some people had already rushed out of the supermarket, but unfortunately, they encountered the zombies outside, and several had already fallen victim to them. Chi Ming had no time to worry about others. If they didn't leave soon, the noise would attract more zombies from elsewhere, and they would be trapped and unable to escape. Chi Ming led her parents to run towards the side of the road, directly using the frost sword to behead the incoming zombies, as there were only a few scattered ones, so she could hit them accurately. Behind the three of them, Qiming heard gunshots and turned to see that Song Mian had come out with his subordinates to protect those people. The panicking crowd immediately rushed towards Song Mian and his men, seeking shelter behind them. Qiming heard Song Mian shout, "Follow old he. He and his team will protect you." "Old Song." A man next to Song Mian called out to him, but hesitated. Qiming recognized the man called Old He. He had been standing behind Song Mian yesterday, and although he hadn't said a word, his presence was formidable, rivaling Song Mian's. He was around 30, with a crew cut and a small mustache, a charming mature man. Because of this, Qiming had paid extra attention to him when they discussed the situation in Y City yesterday. Oldie glanced at the direction Song Mian was heading and then coldly surveyed the nearby zombies. He shouted loudly and shot one of the zombies in the head. At that moment, the zombies in the street corners were also drawn by the commotion and began to emerge from various small corners, surrounding them and forming a small horde. Oldie shouted to his subordinates and the fleeing people, "Everyone, don't panic. Leave in an orderly fashion. Xiao Yuan, you take a few people to lead the way and clear a path in front. Ahui, you escort a few people in the middle. I'll bring up the rear. Keep your weapons ready and don't get separated." Oldie was organizing everything methodically. The group quickly agreed and began to cooperate. Their evacuation direction happened to align with Qiming's, and she led her parents at the front of the crowd. Since there were people to protect them, she saved some energy. The Qiming family followed the crowd to evacuate in an orderly manner. Leading the way were Xie Yuan and 3 other companions, each armed with a rifle, carrying military backpacks, grenades at their waists, and bullets slung over their shoulders. Qiming raised an eyebrow. They seemed well equipped. Hadn't she only asked for 2 handguns yesterday? Was that too generous? She pondered, her gaze never relaxing. Although there were people clearing the path ahead, unexpected situations could arise, so it was better to stay vigilant. A little girl in a woman's arms was crying loudly, seemingly frightened by the chaos. Tears streamed down her face as the woman kicked away a zombie, which immediately got back up and crawled toward them. The woman put the girl down, clung tightly to the zombie, and confronted it, allowing it to bite her while shouting to the little girl, "Luo Luo, run with the others." Her voice was heartbreaking, but no one stopped to help. Everyone rushed past the little girl and the woman, as if stopping for even a second would mean being bitten by a zombie. "Mom, Mom, woo-woo, Mom." The girl named Luo Luo stood on the ground, confused about why her mother wanted her to run. She just wanted to be with her mother and didn't want to leave. She kept calling out for her mom, reaching out her hands toward her mother, even though her mother was covered in blood from zombie bites. "Luo Luo, listen to your mom. Go with everyone." The woman cried desperately. "Please, someone kind, take her with you. She's so small." The woman's cries tore through the air. Finally, the zombie bit down on the woman's neck, and she let out one last scream before collapsing to the ground. Several zombies, which had appeared out of nowhere, surrounded her and began to tear into her flesh. The woman's head tilted, blood trickling from her mouth, but her gaze was filled with love and concern for her daughter, who was still standing there, sobbing softly and taking small steps toward her mother. The woman slowly raised her hand, her lips quivering as if to say something, but she had no strength left. At that moment, a zombie was also approaching the little girl. The woman opened her eyes wide, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks, and blood gushed from her mouth. Just when she felt despair, a dark figure suddenly sprang out, wrapped around the little girl, and held her close. As the zombie charged at them, the figure swiftly dodged and swung a sword, splitting the charging zombie in half. Next, the dark figure approached the woman and efficiently dispatched the zombies that were gnawing at her. The woman looked at her daughter and then at the person who had suddenly saved her, a smile appearing on her lips filled with gratitude. She reached out her right hand to touch her daughter, but that bloodied hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pausing in midair before quickly falling. The woman's eyes had now lost all life and sparkle. "Xiaoming, Xiaoming." Feng's mother's voice rang out not far away. Qiming turned around, holding the little girl, just as Feng's parents came over. "Child, why'd you suddenly run off?" Feng's mother scolded Qiming, but then noticed the little girl in her arms. She exchanged a glance with Feng's father and saw the mangled woman lying on the ground. Qiming understood that her parents realized what had happened. She handed the little girl to her mother and gestured for her to cover the girl's eyes. Feng's mother understood what Qiming wanted to do, so she turned away with the little girl. As Feng's mother held the little girl, they heard a squelching sound behind them, the sound of something piercing flesh. Feng's father murmured, "Oh, what a sin," as he watched his daughter strike down. "Mom, Dad, let's go. A lot of zombies are coming over here. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." After doing all this, Qiming led her parents toward the main group, the little girl in Feng's mother's arms. Perhaps exhausted from crying or scared, fell asleep as they ran. Behind them lay the woman, now close to becoming a zombie. But she had been sent away by Qiming's sword before fully transforming. Perhaps that was the best outcome for her. Better to rest early than to wander around as a mindless zombie. Perhaps luck was on their side. Not long after, they spotted a bus. Xiao Yuan and a few companions went to check it out and found that the keys were still in the ignition and the tank was full. Even more excitingly, the bus could start. Xiao Yuan immediately gathered everyone to board the bus. After all the running, many had scattered or perished, leaving only 30 or so people following Xiao Yuan. A medium-sized bus could accommodate them if they squeezed in, so they called everyone to get on. The Qiming family was the last to get on, with Qiming being the last one. Xiao Yuan started the bus, but didn't he drive away? Some people were dissatisfied. "Why aren't we leaving?" "Yeah, let us go, there's zombies everywhere." "Come on, we can't leave yet. Team, he isn't arrived. We have to wait for him." Xiao Yuan explained. "Team, he said he would bring up the rear. He should be coming soon." "What? We're all waiting for just one person? Do you want us all to die in the mouths of those man-eating monsters?" "Exactly. Why should we wait for him? Didn't he make it? What if he is already dead? Are we supposed to wait here forever? Why? Just because you've made it this far? It's because we brothers risked our lives to protect you. How can you even ask why? If it weren't for Team, he bringing up the rear and letting you run ahead, could you be sitting in this bus now?" Xiao Yuan shouted, looking at their selfish faces. He really didn't understand why they were saving them. Was it just because they were police? Then someone yelled, "Not just Team, he look. What is behind him? It's zombies, a lot of zombies. Hurry, the zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. Let us go. Drive." Everyone started to panic, urging Xiao Yuan to drive, and some people even began to pull at him, trying to grab the steering wheel. In an instant, the entire bus began to riot. The Qiming family was tightly pressed against the door of the carriage due to the sudden chaos. Dad Feng protected his wife and daughter, while Mom Feng held on to Luo tightly. Qiming's eyes darkened. Damn it, this isn't a solution. She pulled out a silver pistol from her waist and fired a shot out of the window. The sharp gunshot sounded particularly jarring in the noisy carriage, and everyone froze, staring at the shooter, a girl in a black leather jacket and pants, with a bun hairstyle and chillingly beautiful eyes glaring at everyone. Qiming coldly said, "If anyone creates chaos again, I'll shoot." Sure enough, when weapons were involved, no one dared to move an inch. It was as if the moment they made a move, the bullet in the girl's hand would hit them. Her gaze was terrifyingly cold. Qiming slightly pursed her lips and said, "Good. Xiao Yuan, be ready to drive at any time. Shall we? Bring your brothers. If anyone dares to say another word, they'll be thrown off the bus or shot on the spot. Luokai, Yanlong, you two stand by the door. I'll need you to pull me back later." Qiming scanned everyone in the carriage, calmly assigning tasks. Everyone unconsciously nodded, not knowing why they would listen to this girl. Perhaps it was because the aura she exuded was too terrifying. "Xiaoming, what are you going to do?" Feng Ma didn't understand what her daughter was planning. "Mom, don't worry, it's fine. Dad, protect Mom." Qiming smiled at her mother and then spoke to her father. After that, she opened the car door and got out, heading in the direction where Team he was running. Team he was desperately running forward. His gun was out of bullets. He threw the gun to the ground and took out a dagger from his side. This was his last weapon. He had used up the grenades and smoke bombs in his bag, and his gun had no bullets left. Behind him was a horde of zombies, about 100 strong, chasing after him. One person was running ahead, and behind him was a sizable group of zombies, creating a stark contrast. Chapter 15. Team he if you want to sit. Sit zombies kept charging from behind, and Team he narrowly dodged them. However, he was already exhausted from covering for one person. Several times he almost got caught by zombies, and now a few zombies had broken through from the front and were pouncing on him. Team he tried to muster his strength. When a zombie reached out to grab him, he yanked hard with his left hand and stabbed his dagger into the zombie's head, turning it into a lifeless corpse. Immediately, several more zombies charged at him. Timmy pulled the dagger out with force, dragging it through dark red blood that carried a foul stench. He had no time to be disgusted. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger pierced the zombie's jaw. But he didn't have time to pull it out before another zombie reached for him. Just as it was about to grab his shoulder, there was a loud bang. A silver bullet swiftly pierced through the zombie's head, spraying blood and flesh, and the zombie fell to the ground behind Team He. Chiming dashed to Team He's side with a silver sword in hand. Not even glancing at him as she said, "You go first, I'll handle this." "I want to say his second time go," Chiming said coldly, her sword not stopping as she quickly dealt with several approaching zombies. Timmy looked at the girl's back as she fought fiercely, his eyes trembled. Finally, he turned and ran back to the bus. Chiming heard the sound of running behind her and smiled slightly. It seemed he was a smart person. He was not a stubborn person. From the first moment he saw Chiming yesterday, even though they hadn't spoken a word, he felt that this girl was different. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, he understood. It was a kind of confidence that made people feel at ease and trustworthy. In his current condition, he was just a burden here, so she wanted him to leave first. Besides, since she chose to come to save him, she must have confidence. Staying here would only drag her down. Timmy ran to the bus, but looked back in the direction he had just come from. A slender figure was effortlessly maneuvering through the horde of zombies a few hundred meters away. Everyone saw the glint of the sword flash by, and the surrounding zombies fell in droves. Yet, it seemed never-ending as more zombies surged from behind. That slender figure seemed to be chopping through them like cabbages, effortlessly taking down a large number. The cold light flashed, and everyone on the bus couldn't help but gawk in disbelief. My God, was that still a person? They knew how strong those zombies were from their own encounters, but that little girl was dispatching them as easily as cutting vegetables. Chiming didn't know what the people in the car were thinking. She only knew that she was starting to feel weak. After all, this body had just gone through the apocalypse and hadn't undergone much training. It seemed she needed to strengthen her physique. Chiming swung her long sword with all her might, causing the surrounding zombies to fall down. Then, she reached behind her waist and pulled out a grenade, which she had bought from the fat boss last time. She had intended to save it for later, but she decided that it was better not to be stingy when the time came to use it. Chiming watched as the zombies surged forward, her eyes turning cold. She pulled the pin and quickly threw the grenade into the approaching horde, then exerted all her strength to run backward. After just a few steps, there was a loud bang that echoed through the quiet city. The sound was particularly sharp. Chiming was thrown back by the shockwave. Although she had prepared to protect herself, her right shoulder was still affected. Fortunately, it was just a superficial injury, and she would be fine after a couple of days of rest. Everyone in the vehicle hadn't expected the girl to have a grenade. They were startled by the deafening explosion, not having had time to cover their ears. They covered their ears and saw a scene of devastation a few hundred meters away, with scattered flesh and blood everywhere. A small figure slowly stood up from the ground. Captain, he let out a long breath, relieved that the girl was okay. Mr. and Mrs. Fong also sighed in relief, glad that their daughter was unharmed. As Chiming got up from the ground, she knocked on her head, which was still a bit dazed from the shock. However, as she raised her right hand, the sharp pain in her injured shoulder made her gasp. The dizziness faded away due to the sudden sting. But before Chiming could think much, she heard some sounds. These sounds were all too familiar to her, the dragging noises of the zombies and the gurgling sounds coming from their throats. Chiming raised her eyes, and sure enough, she saw zombies emerging one after another from the surrounding streets, not far away. In no time, the entire street was occupied by zombies. Chiming cursed inwardly. Damn it. It seems that the explosion just now attracted all the nearby zombies. After dealing with a small wave earlier, now another large wave is coming. Chiming watched as the zombies continued to emerge, taking a few steps back before suddenly turning and running hard towards the bus. Fortunately, the zombies were a bit far away from her. As long as she ran a little faster, she should be able to get on the bus. The people on the bus saw the small figure desperately running towards them, and behind her was a large group of zombies chasing her. The people in the bus couldn't sit still anymore and urged, "Hurry, start the bus. The zombies are coming. Drive." "I can't drive. My daughter hasn't gotten on yet." Mother Feng shook her head vigorously while holding on to Luo, looking pleadingly at everyone on the bus, but they seemed unconvinced. Your daughter brought so many zombies over. Don't you want us all to die here? An older man on the bus said. Yes, hurry up and drive. We can't drive. Captain, my daughter is trying to save you. You can't let them drive away. What will happen to my daughter if you leave? Mother Feng was almost on her knees in front of Captain He if it weren't for Father Feng supporting her. Your daughter went on her own. Captain He is a police officer. He can protect us. Sacrificing your daughter can save everyone on this bus. The older man spoke again. That's right. He is not wrong. We didn't force her to go. Yeah, just drive. There's so many of us on this bus. As these voices echoed continuously, despair filled Mother Feng and Father Feng's hearts. It's only been a few days since the end of the world. Human nature has already been fully exposed. Indeed, what their daughter said was true. In the end times, people's hearts are selfish. Father Feng supported Mother Feng and looked at Captain He. Captain He, my life was saved by your daughter. Don't worry, we won't abandon her. If anyone says another word, get off the bus. We found this bus. If you want to stay, stay. Ah oui. If anyone says another word, throw them off. If anyone dares to snatch, shoot them. Let's see who dares to say no. Captain He interrupted Father Feng's words. He knew what Father Feng wanted to say, and even if he didn't say it, he would wait. Sure enough, as Captain He's strong words came out, the noisy people wanting to drive fell silent, knowing that they couldn't do anything. The zombies were strong, and without their protection, getting off the bus would mean death. Ahui nodded with a few subordinates. They had long been displeased with these people, who only thought of themselves. Xiao Yuan sat in the driver's seat and agreed. That's right, they were saved by Captain He. If they just left like this, it would be no different from being scum. They couldn't do that. Deep down, they still had pride in being police officers. As Qi Ming looked at the bus right in front of her, she finally mustered the last few steps with all her strength. At the bus door, Luo Kai and Yin Long each held onto the door handle, extending their right hands and leaning out halfway. Hurry, give us your hand. Qi Ming sheathed her long sword behind her back, looked at the outstretched hands, and with a final push, grabbed both of their hands. Yin Long shouted drive. Xiao Yuan received the signal and immediately stepped on the gas pedal. The bus shot out like an arrow, swiftly leaving the horde of zombies that were about to catch up behind. The vehicle drove out of the city of Y under the sunset, and everyone watched as the city of Y shrank in the distance, feeling a mix of emotions. The sunset cast a layer of golden light over the city, making it look so beautiful, but within the city was a baptism of blood. Qiming stood by the door, watching the retreating scenery, narrowing her pupils. Goodbye, Y City. Xiaoming, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Dad Feng held his daughter's hand, and when Qiming was pulled by her father, a slight pain shot through her right shoulder. But she quickly concealed it. Qiming winced at the pain in her shoulder and shook her head. Dad, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Xiaoming, you can't do such dangerous things next time. Fengma said with concern and reproach while holding the still sleeping Luo. I know, Mom. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Qi Ming said, cuddling her father's arm affectionately. Uncle and Aunt, why don't you sit with us? A few of Team He's subordinates took up 2 seats and immediately said to Feng Dad and Feng Mom. Feng Dad and Feng Mom exchanged glances, and Feng Dad shook his head. You should sit in your own seats. Uncle and Aunt, please sit down. Your daughter saved our team. It's the least we can do. Besides, Aunt, you're holding a child. It's not convenient. The few who offered their seats smiled shyly. They were 2 boys in their early 20s. One was darker, and when he smiled, he revealed a row of bright white teeth, which was quite amusing. The other was fairer, with an average appearance, but he also gave a clean impression. The 2 stood up together and gave up their seats. Feng Dad and Feng Mom exchanged glances and looked at their daughter. Qi Ming nodded. Mom and Dad, you can go ahead and sit down. Don't refuse their kindness. They are young guys and will be fine standing for a while. You should sit down. You're right, they are all young men, all from my police team. So there's no need to worry about them. Teamy also smiled and nodded. In the end, Mr. and Mrs. Feng still felt quite embarrassed but sat down. Qi Ming leaned against the door, and at that moment, the 2 young men who had given up their seats moved over. The slightly darker-skinned one introduced himself. My name is Lin Jing. I'm a bit dark-skinned, so everyone calls me Hey Z. You can call me Hey Z too. Thank you for saving our team, he. The other fair-skinned one also introduced himself. I'm Lin Dong, and I'm Hey Z's cousin. Everyone calls me Dong Z. Another tall and thin young man said, and I'm A Hui, just call me that. Zhou Ji Wei, you can call me Wei. In Sun, everyone calls me a Sun. Hello. And me, Wu Xiao Yuan. I'm sorry for any offense last night. Nice to meet you again, just call me Xiao Yuan. The young man, driving, suddenly chimed in. Thank you for saving me. Team Song is not here. I'm currently their captain. My name is Yixing. You can call me Team He like they do. Team He extended his right hand and introduced himself to Qi Meng as well. Qi Meng looked at Team He's outstretched right hand and smiled slightly. My name is Feng Qimeng. Just call me Qi Meng. Although Qi Meng was covered in dark red filth, her eyes sparkled like stars, endearing her to everyone. They were all police officers, and they appreciated Qi Meng's straightforward nature, especially since she had saved their captain. Her impressive skills made them look at her with newfound respect. Chapter 16. On the way to City W afterward, they occupied the initial supermarket with these people. Team Song was always worried about his wife and daughter, so he kept wanting to go into the city to find his family. Due to the uncertainty of the city's situation, Qi Meng's intervention was necessary. After hearing them talk, Qi Meng realized that Team Song wanted to find his wife and daughter in addition to rescuing people, which explained his insistence and was understandable. During their journey, they got to know each other better. Qi Meng learned more about these lovely police officers, although not too deeply, as she didn't intend to get too close since she didn't plan to travel with them. From their conversation, she learned they were heading to City W, which was the closest city to City Y. City W was one of the 3 major military districts in China, so there would definitely be a defense base there. They had agreed to meet Team Song in City W, but Qi Meng did not plan to go there. She intended to go to the capital. The capital was the national capital of China. In her previous life, it was the city that suffered the least damage. From her recollection, a month after the apocalypse, the capital quickly established a base and cleared the surrounding area of zombies. Consequently, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the capital became one of the largest and safest bases in China. Therefore, she planned to take her parents to the capital. With the protection of the capital base, it would be much better than having her family running around during the apocalypse. She could care less about her own safety, but her parents were different. She would never allow their lives to be threatened again. Qi Meng also thought of W City. She remembered that in the apocalypse, a base would be established in W City 3 months after the end of the world, so she wasn't worried that Team He would encounter a zombie tide there. W City was safe for the first year after the apocalypse, but it seemed that after a year, it was attacked by a zombie tide. Therefore, it was fine to go for the time being. However, Qi Meng reminded Team He and the others to avoid staying in W City for more than a year. Regardless of whether they could wait for Team Song or not, it was best to leave W City within a year. As for the reasons behind this, Qi Meng didn't elaborate too much. Although Team He found it strange why Qi Meng said this, they didn't ask further, believing in her words from the bottom of their hearts. Qi Meng only mentioned this and didn't say anything more. After a long day, she leaned against the door and closed her eyes to rest. This was all she could do. As for what would happen after a year, who knew? The journey was quiet, and after a day of fatigue, many people had already fallen asleep in the car. Before it was completely dark, they found a house not far from the provincial road. Although it wasn't big, it was enough for the 30 or 40 people in the vehicle to stay, even if they had to sleep on the floor and squeeze together. When they found the house, the family inside had already turned into zombies. Timmy took a few people to deal with the family, checked the surroundings, found no issues, and let everyone get out of the car and rest inside. Qi Meng also looked around. There weren't many residents here, mostly scattered households. Behind the house was a small forest, and in front was a large open space. If there were any issues, the person on night watch on the second floor would easily spot them, and even if something happened, they could quickly escape from the open space. Everyone found a place to rest, but because they had escaped in a hurry, many people didn't bring food and water. Fortunately, this household still had half a bag of rice and some food. Timmy asked his subordinates to make a fire and cook the rice into porridge, distributing a bit to everyone. Qi Meng was not polite. If there was food, she would naturally avoid using the supplies from her space. The little girl in Feng Ma's arms had also woken up. While she was sleeping, Feng Ma cleaned her up. She was a beautifully crafted little girl, fair and tender, very cute. After waking up, her big eyes stared straight at Qiming. Taking advantage of the rest, Qiming cleaned the blood from her face, using her backpack to cover herself while taking out two similar outfits from her space in a secluded area to change into. She wet a towel with water and roughly wiped her face. It wasn't completely clean. After all, cleaning up too thoroughly would easily raise suspicion. If it weren't for the awful smell of her clothes, she could have endured it and not changed. "Sister, I recognize you. You were the sister who saved me last time." The little girl cautiously approached Qiming step by step in front of the campfire, raising her little head and weakly saying to her. Qiming turned her head slightly to look at the little girl. She remembered that her mother called her Luoluo. Luoluo? It seemed somewhat familiar. Where had she heard it before? Oh, she remembered. Before the apocalypse. She had saved a little girl from being hit by a car on the street, and her name was also Luoluo. She recalled that the little girl was particularly cute and had waved goodbye to her with a smile when she left. No wonder she thought the little girl and that woman looked so familiar. It turned out to be them. Qiming stretched out her hand and said to Luoluo, "Do you want your sister to hug you?" Luoluo cautiously looked at Qiming, and when she saw Qiming reaching out her hand, she immediately nodded and rushed into Qiming's arms, lifting up an innocent smile that only someone her age could have. "Sister smells so good. Luoluo likes sister." Qiming smiled, holding Luoluo and gently stroking her head. "Then you will follow your sister from now on, okay?" Perhaps because she had a fleeting encounter with this little girl before the apocalypse, Qiming was particularly fond of Luoluo. Maybe it was because she felt sorry for her, wanting to protect her. "Okay, Luoluo will follow her sister from now on, but Luoluo misses Mommy." "Sister, where did Mommy go?" Luoluo raised her innocent little face, her pure eyes looking at Qiming. Luoluo listens to Mommy the most. From now on, I will also listen to my sister, and work hard to grow as big as my sister." Luoluo obediently nodded. "So good. Can sister hold you to sleep?" "Okay." Under Qiming's coaxing, Luoluo fell asleep. Perhaps she was truly frightened today. She had slept for so long during the day, and after waking up for a little while, she fell asleep again. Qiming looked at the soundly sleeping Luoluo, gently handed her over to her mother, and found an excuse to go to the small woods nearby. After confirming that there was no one around, she swiftly entered the space. Inside the space, neatly stacked supplies were piled on one side, and on the other side were the experiments Qiming had conducted before the apocalypse. She had planted the seeds she bought last time into the ground. It had been nearly a week since the apocalypse, and she hadn't checked the space to see if those seeds had sprouted. Today, she specifically came in to take a look, and to Qiming's surprise, the seed she planted had actually sprouted, and they were already about an inch tall, lush and green, creating a vibrant patch. "They really sprouted? That's great," Qiming exclaimed excitedly in the space. This meant that she would have an endless supply of fruits, vegetables, and rice in the future. Qiming turned around in the space and became even more certain after discovering every seed. In this space, the germination rate was actually 100%, which meant that as long as the seeds were not spoiled, planting them in the space would guarantee a survival rate of 100%. Qiming suppressed her excitement. She couldn't stay in the space too long, not only because it would raise suspicion, but also because she was worried about her parents outside. By the time they arrived in W City, it was already the afternoon, 3 days later. They had traveled along provincial roads and encountered no major troubles, just a few minor inconveniences, which were all resolved by Heat Team's people. Throughout the journey, aside from everyone being so hungry that they looked pale and thin, there wasn't much else going on. Fortunately, there were fewer zombies on the provincial road. Otherwise, if they encountered a larger horde, they wouldn't even have the strength to run. They hadn't scavenged much food along the way, considering there were about 30 to 40 people in the bus. Even with rationing, the food for 3 or 4 people a day added up to quite a bit. Moreover, the scavenging was done by Heat Team members, and they had to send people to guard the area, so those sent out couldn't find much. Those people only complained and wailed, refusing to share even a little, claiming that it was the police's duty to protect them. Some of them had never even killed a chicken, let alone go out to search for supplies. Heat Team didn't expect much from these people, so they didn't bother to say anything further. He team stated that they would take them to a safe place and then no longer take responsibility for them. Everyone would go their separate ways. And they had done enough for them at this point. He team, W City is right ahead, Xiao Yuan said from the driver's seat, pointing at the city with its tall buildings. He team nodded and said, yes, let's avoid the city center for now. We should head to the military district in the suburbs. There should be defenses there. Once we get there, we'll be safe. Okay, Xiao Yuan nodded, started the vehicle. And after about half an hour, the bus suddenly lurched, nearly causing some unprepared passengers to topple over. Fortunately, Dad Feng was a martial artist and had enough strength to protect Mom Feng and Luo Luo, so they weren't seriously harmed, just startled, thinking something had happened. He team, the bus is out of fuel. Xiao Yuan looked at the fuel gauge. They hadn't found much fuel in the past few days, so reaching this point was considered lucky, especially with so many people on the bus. Out of fuel? This is the suburbs, and there's nowhere to refuel. How far is it to the military district? He team frowned. He team looked at the bus full of people and finally said, let's get off and walk. We can't just wait here. Dad Feng didn't know what He team thought of his family. Throughout the journey, he felt that He team was also having a hard time. In the apocalypse, who still cared about being a police officer, but they were different. They had their own principles. As a martial artist, Dad Feng admired such loyal people the most. Plus, with the apocalypse upon them, humans should help each other without pushing away. It wasn't much within their ability, but he didn't expect He team to hold his family in such high regard. Under He team's leadership, a busload of people began walking toward the military district. They had no assurance about the situation in the military district, but it was the only hope for everyone here. They had no choice. If even the military stronghold fell, they would truly not know where to go. A busload of 30 to 40 people began to walk toward the military district. Many people hadn't eaten well in the past few days, so they were exhausted. However, the Feng family, although Mom Feng and Luoluo were somewhat tired, managed to hold on. After all, Qiming gave food to the three of them every night. Although they didn't know where their daughter got the food, she said it wasn't stolen or robbed. Since their daughter said so, what was there to worry about? Dad Feng and Mom Feng knew they couldn't let the secret about the food leak out. It wasn't selfishness. It was because with so many people, if they found out, would their daughter still have a chance to survive? Moreover, they had seen the selfishness of these people along the way. Why should they give the food their daughter worked hard to get to others? Mom Feng also told Luoluo not to mention the food, and Luoluo obediently kept her mouth shut. Chapter 17. Food? I don't mind killing, can we take a break? A big ant behind Qiming's family shouted. We've been walking for almost an hour, and we have no food or water. We're about to die from exhaustion. Others echoed her sentiments, saying they wanted to rest. If we pass through this small forest, we'll be there. We can rest once we reach a safe place. We don't know the situation here. What if we encounter zombies and can't run away? Zhou Jiwei kindly reminded them, though he also knew everyone was tired. They had eaten little and slept less over the past few days. However, they were unfamiliar with the terrain here. In front was a small forest, and behind was a big road. If they did run into zombies, there would be nowhere to hide. Where are the zombies? Look, you can see clearly in front and behind. Even if there are any, aren't you all police officers? You can protect us. The big ant refused to move, insisting on resting. My mom says we need to rest, so we should rest. Why are you stopping us? The daughter behind the big ant spoke up. Looking about 25 or 26, wearing a white long-sleeve shirt with a blue coat over it. Compared to others, she was quite clean, indicating how much she valued cleanliness. However, her mother was relatively messy due to her age, not as particular as the girl. I say, how can you say that? I'm just trying to help. I'll wait, forget it. Everyone is tired. Let's rest here. It's not a problem. Just keep an eye out. If anything happens, we'll leave immediately. Everyone hasn't eaten properly for days, and they haven't had much water either. It's really tiring. He team waved his hand to Zhou Jiwei, telling him to let go, and pointed to the brothers. Zhou Jiwei looked at the brothers, understanding He team's meaning. The brothers had eaten and drunk less than these people along the way, and they did all the work. If it weren't for their police background, they probably wouldn't have been able to endure this long. So everyone began to rest at the edge of the forest. Qiming helped her mom find a piece of rotten wood to sit on, while Luoluo shook Qiming's arm, weakly saying, Sister Qiming, I'm so hungry. You're hungry, Luoluo? Qiming patted Luoluo's head, saying affectionately, and Luo nodded pitifully. How can this child not be hungry? Team and the others had already distributed all the food in the morning, and Luo hadn't eaten lunch. She had followed us for so long without complaining. Dad phone picked up Luo and patted her back. Mom, you and Dad haven't eaten either, right? Didn't I put some food in your backpack last night? Why didn't you take it out to eat? Chiming asked, picking up the backpack that was set aside. With so many people, if we took it out, it would definitely attract envy. Who knows what these people might do? Mom phone quietly took the backpack from Chiming's hands and whispered, yes, we took out food for no reason, with so many people watching. If someone comes to snatch it later, we won't be able to stop them, so it's better not to take it out. Just hold on a bit longer until we reach the military base. Dad phone nodded in agreement. Dad, Mom, I found this food. If anyone dares to come and snatch it, don't blame me for being rude. It's okay, eat up, even if you don't eat. We can't let little Luo go hungry, right? Anyway, people will find out eventually, so it's fine. Chiming comforted her parents. After saying that, she took the backpack from Mom Feng's hand. She remembered she had taken a lot of food from her space last night and put it in. Chiming pulled out a sausage from the backpack, tore open the packaging, and handed it to Luo. Luo, here is something for you to eat. Mom and Dad, you can have some biscuits. You need to eat to have strength. Chiming then took out a pack of biscuits and handed it to Mom Feng. Mom Feng had no choice but to accept it. How could they not know their daughter's intentions? So they decided not to care about what others would think and happily started eating as a family. At that moment, this scene was seen by those who were resting. They didn't expect that this family would have so much food in their backpack. Team He and the others also saw it, and In Sun and the others couldn't help but gulp. Team He, Chi Meng, and their family have food? Cough, I saw it, so what? Team He cleared his throat. Although he was also hungry, that food didn't belong to them. It was theirs. Team He looked, the brothers are all hungry. Why don't we go ask Chi Meng for some food? They're a nice family. They won't refuse. Xiao Yuan nudged Team He. Xiao Yuan, that's their stuff. How can we ask for it? Besides, their family has already helped us a lot on this journey. Let's hold on a little longer. We'll reach the military base after passing through the small woods. Team He scolded Xiao Yuan. Everyone thought it made sense. Indeed, Chi Meng's family had helped a lot along the way, and besides, it would be embarrassing for a few men to go ask for food. So they took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Team He, we still have some food in our bag. You guys have worked hard protecting us all this way. Take it and eat. At that moment, Chi Meng walked over with her backpack and handed some food from it to Team He. From a moment, she started taking out food from the backpack. She noticed that someone was watching her family, including the eyes of Team He and his group. When Chi Meng saw that Team He and the others stopped looking at her family after saying something, she knew she wasn't mistaken about them. She also quite liked Team He and his group, so she decided to give all the remaining food in her backpack to Team He. First, out of respect for them. Second, to thank them for their protection along the way. And third, in the apocalypse, it's good to make connections with more people. Of course, she wouldn't just connect with anyone, but people like Team He were quite good. She had a premonition that Team He and his group would definitely carve out a place for themselves in the apocalypse. Chiming understood what Team He meant and smiled. If it's from a friend, then I'll accept it. Consider it my thank you for your protection and care for my family along the way. Here, take it. After saying this, Chiming directly placed the backpack into Team He's hands and walked away, not allowing him to say another word. Team He looked at Chiming's unwavering figure and then at the backpack in his hands, his expression subtly shifting. Xia Yuan and the others nudged Team He's shoulder. Team He, Chiming is so kind to bring this to us. You shouldn't refuse it. Look, why don't? The brothers stared at the food inside the backpack, nearly drooling. You guys cough, go ahead and eat. It's a kind gesture from her. How could I refuse? Oh yeah, brothers, we have food. Heisey was the first to cheer, and the others immediately surrounded him. However, just as everyone's hands reached out, someone approached and mockingly said, I say, officers, haven't you seen that so many people have nothing to eat? It's a shame you still call yourselves police. The speaker was the daughter of the earlier woman, glaring at the big backpack in Team He's hands with an expression of discontent. Team He and the others paused, looking at the approaching woman. Unlike others, her face was relatively clean, and her clothes were much cleaner compared to everyone else here. She was quite tall, but her attitude was very unpleasant. Miss, What do you mean by that? Are you saying we should give you all this food? Gao Jiwei was displeased. He had already disliked this woman and her earlier threats to sue them for eating. Now she was coveting the food Qimeng had given them. She must be dreaming. It's not that we're giving it all to you, but at least we should share it with everyone, right? You are the police. Thinking about the people's needs is what you should do. There's so many old, weak women and children here. The woman pointed at the people sitting on the ground. Indeed, most of the truck was filled with women and children. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such care of everyone along the way. Oh dear, daughter, forget it. They are police and have to protect us. We women and children can just go hungry. The earlier woman who had wanted to rest chimed in, appearing unconcerned. While her words sounded pleasant, everyone understood the implication. The police could let them go hungry because they were police. Some who understood this meaning were displeased. Just because they were police, did that mean they could refuse to share food with them? They were still ordinary citizens. Aren't the police supposed to protect them? Moreover, there were so many children and women here, so they began to voice their discontent. I say, you two, mother and daughter, are you doing this on purpose? This food isn't yours. Well, why do you have to say that? If you want food, go find it yourselves. Along the way, I just want to ask, have you ever helped us even once? You just come to ask for things. How shameless. Luo Kai couldn't stand it any longer. Although he and Yin Long were not police, they had already been part of Team He's group throughout this journey. What does it have to do with you? You're not one of them. Oh, I see. You must be eyeing the food in their hands and are just trying to speak for them. The woman pointed at Luo Kai. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it true? Otherwise, why are you helping them? You all. Luo Kai was so angry he pointed at the woman and then looked at the people watching them. He knew that in their eyes. All they saw was the food in Team He's hands. I'm sorry, miss. This food was given to us by someone else. If you want food, please find it yourself. If you want to eat, my brothers also need to eat. Honestly reflect, along this journey, apart from seeking our protection and asking for food, have you ever helped even a little? I won't give you a single crumb. Teamy stood in front of Luo Kai. Initially, he still felt some sympathy for these people because he believed the police should protect the weak. But now, he no longer felt that way. These people's perceived demands, their selfishness and self-interest. His brothers had worked hard for days, so why should they? You are police. This is something you should do. Otherwise, why does the country pay you? The woman's face turned red and pale from being scolded, and feeling guilty, she prepared to snatch the food. However, with the strength of a woman who hadn't eaten well for days, she was easily pushed to the ground by Team He. The woman immediately sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. The police are hitting people. The police are hitting people. Oh dear. Daughter, are you all right? I say, how can you do this? If you don't want to give it, fine, but how can you hit people? The mother rushed over, hugging her daughter while pointing at Team He and the others, and the people around immediately gathered, siding with the mother and daughter as they began to criticize Team He and his group. Team He, what should we do? They're simply unreasonable. If we let them keep making a fuss, it might attract zombies. Xiaoyuan looked at these citizens in disbelief. At this moment, Team He and his team's last bit of sympathy for these selfish people disappeared, turning into disgust. Team He sighed. Forget it, just give them the food, otherwise, they won't let it go easily. We can't let them attract zombies. Consider this the last time. After giving it to them, let us each go our own way. Team He glanced helplessly at the food in his hands, sighed, and was about to hand it over. Are you done making a scene? If anyone else causes trouble, don't blame my knife for being rude. If you attract zombies, will you take responsibility? This food is for Team He and his group. You want tea, get even a biscuit. If anyone causes trouble again, I'll feed them to the zombies. A cold voice came through, causing Team He, who was about to distribute the food, to pause, and everyone fell silent, turning to look at the newcomer. Chimeng walked over, followed by Dad and Mom Phone, as well as Luo, who was being held by Mom Phone. Chimeng looked at everyone with a chilling gaze and approached Team He, handing the bag in Team He's hand to Xiaoyuan. Share it with your brothers to eat. Eat it now. I want to see who dares to snatch it. Chimeng's eyes turned cold as she glanced at the troublemakers nearby, especially the mother and daughter pair. The duo trembled at Chimeng's glare. They remembered the girl who seemed like a killing god. They indeed felt a bit intimidated, fearing that one wrong move might lead to the cold blade behind her separating their necks. Let me tell you, Don't make any trouble. Do you know what my brother does? He's a big official in W City. If you dare to do anything, I'll call my brother to have you arrested. Let me tell you, killing is against the law. The woman hid behind her mother, pointing at Qiming with one hand and clutching her mother's clothes with the other. Mustering her courage to say, Qiming raised her eyebrows, turned around to pull out the frost sword behind the mother and daughter, and pointed it at their necks with a wicked smile. Oh, really? Then I want to see whether your big brother arrives faster or my sword does. I don't care who your big brother is. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to kill. Don't think I won't do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Qiming brought the frost sword even closer, causing the mother and daughter to shut their eyes in fear, their bodies trembling continuously. Qiming glanced around at the crowd, and they immediately dispersed, as if they had seen something terrifying. Chapter 18. The Slap, the Despicable Mother and Daughter. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qiming cleared her throat again. Ahem. Qiming, you were so handsome just now. Haizi rushed up with admiration in his eyes, almost knocking Qiming over. Qiming, you were so cool just now. You are simply my goddess. Dongzi looked at Qiming with hearts in his eyes. Qiming awkwardly smiled and said, Hee, I was just trying to scare them. All right, don't talk about me. You all eat quickly, and we need to be on our way after we finish. After saying this, Qiming turned and walked in front of her parents. She indeed had murderous intent just now. In her previous life, she had killed before. She remembered the first time she killed someone was for Jiangqi. At that time, the apocalypse had only started for a month. She found some food in a small house, but was targeted by others who wanted to take the food from her. If it was just for herself, it wouldn't have mattered, but this was the food she had found for Jiangqi. It was then that she killed for the first time for Jiangqi. After that, during those years in the apocalypse, every time she thought about her first kill, she would have nightmares, with those people staring at her with wide eyes. That gaze was something she could never erase from her mind. Gradually, as she killed more people and zombies, she became numb to it. In this new life, that killing intent had long been rooted in her soul. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for scaring you. Qiming lowered her head. The reason she held back just now was that she was afraid of frightening her parents. Xiaoming, what you did was right. This isn't a peaceful world anymore. Your dad, and I hope you can protect yourself well. That aura you had just now is indeed my daughter. Her parents believed in her. No matter what you do, whether it's killing or dealing with zombies, you have your reasons. If a person becomes selfish and greedy, how are they any different from those zombies? Dad Feng hugged his daughter, and both he and Mom Feng believed in her. Although Luo didn't quite understand what Dad Feng was saying, she nodded along with Mom Feng and even patted Qiming's head as if to support her. The family exchanged smiles, and Qiming knew what her parents meant by believing in her, so she smiled and nodded. Zombies, help! While everyone was resting, someone suddenly shouted. As soon as everyone heard the word zombies, they immediately panicked. Qiming quickly protected her parents and looked around cautiously. Sure enough, she saw a number of zombies running out from the small woods across the road. Because the woods on the opposite side were quite dense, no one had paid much attention before, but by the time they noticed, many zombies were already close to the edge of the road. He immediately ordered everyone to put away the food and instructed the brothers to defend themselves. Quick, head towards the woods over here. Once we pass through these woods, we'll be safe. Everyone, stay calm and leave in an orderly manner. Brothers, cover us. Xiao Yuan and a few others immediately aimed their guns at the zombies' heads, taking down quite a few, but it seemed like more and more zombies were continuously rushing out from the woods. Team He, don't let everyone waste bullets. The zombies over there clearly aren't just a small wave. There are probably many of them. Let's retreat as quickly as possible. Once we get through the small woods, we'll be safe. Qiming shouted to Team He while running. Seeing so many zombies pouring out from the other side, it was clear there were numerous ones. If this continued, not only would they waste bullets, but Team He and the others would also be in danger. It was better to give up the defense and just run. Once they got through the small woods, they would reach the military base and be safe. Team He nodded and immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Dad Feng led Mom Feng in front, with Mom Feng tightly holding onto Luo. Qiming followed behind, and in the small woods, everyone scattered to escape. Even though they hadn't eaten or drunk much in the past few days, at this life and death moment, everyone was using all their strength to run. However, despite this, some people who couldn't keep up fell behind, and the zombies from behind were already catching up, with screams and cries coming from the back. The mother and daughter who had started the commotion also fell behind due to exhaustion. The young daughter urged her mother, "Mom, hurry up and run. Those monsters are about to catch up. I can't run anymore." The mother gasped for breath while running, and before she could finish her sentence, she let out a scream. The daughter, who was holding her mother, turned around to see her mother being grabbed by a zombie at her ankle, and she immediately let go in terror. "Help me, daughter. Quickly kill this monster." The mother had been knocked down by the zombie and was kicking at its head with all her might, but she couldn't kick it away. "Help, help." The daughter was also extremely frightened and took a few steps back, grabbing onto the approaching In-sun. In-sun, being grabbed by the arm by the girl, looked at the woman caught by the zombie and immediately raised his gun and shot the zombie. The daughter quickly helped her mother up, looking pitifully at In-sun. As a police officer, In-sun disliked the mother and daughter, but he couldn't just watch them die. He said to them, "Run quickly, I'll follow you." The woman and daughter nodded quickly. However, they hadn't run far when the daughter stepped on a piece of wood and fell to the ground while supporting her mother. Seeing this, In-sun immediately put his gun behind his back and went to help the mother and daughter. Just as he helped them up, both of them suddenly looked shocked and pushed In-sun away. In-sun didn't notice and was unexpectedly pushed to the ground, seeing a figure flash past in front of him. "No, Aksan. In-sun, Aksan." Team He and the others heard this scream and quickly looked back, but what they saw was In-sun with wide eyes, unable to close them, as a zombie was tearing at his neck, blood spilling everywhere. The mother and daughter retreated a few steps in terror. Seeing that the zombie hadn't noticed them, they immediately turned and ran. Xiao Yuan wanted to save In-sun, but Hui harshly pulled Xiao Yuan back. "What are you doing? I want to save our son," Xiao Yuan said with vacant eyes. Team He's expression darkened. He bit his lip and looked at Ah Sun's body. Finally making up his mind, he said, "Keep running." Everyone looked at Ah Sun's position and then lowered their heads to continue running forward. Qiming protected her parents. She saw how In-sun died just now. The moment she saw that woman push him, she wanted to shout a warning, but before she could make a sound, the zombie had already bitten through In-sun's throat. Qiming's gaze darkened as she looked at the mother and daughter running ahead. In the end, she pursed her lips and continued to protect her parents, running toward a safe place. After running for a while, suddenly, gunshots rang out. They saw the zombies behind them being continuously taken down, and everyone involuntarily slowed their pace. Suddenly, about 20 soldiers in military uniforms rushed out from the front, their faces painted with camouflage. One of the men at the front shouted to everyone, "We are from the W City Military District. Ahead is a temporary survivor base. With us here, you are safe." Hearing this, everyone immediately felt joy and ran towards the base. The sound of gunfire continued behind them. Qiming caught up with He and the others while protecting her parents. As they passed through a small grove, everyone was dazzled by the sight ahead. A military base with tall city walls, guards, barbed wire, and high walls. It looked like a solid fortress, leaving everyone in a daze, as if telling them that this was their resting harbor, a place that would protect them, a place where they could settle down. "Mom, we're safe. Let's go inside." The mother and daughter running at the front looked excitedly at the impregnable military base. However, before they could enter, a figure suddenly blocked their way with a knife, followed by a loud slap. "You! How dare you hit my daughter? I'll kill you." Everyone was drawn to the sudden sound of the slap, staring at the mother and daughter and the person who slapped. Father Feng stood in front of Qimeng, glaring at the mother and daughter, as if to say, "Try touching my daughter." The mother seemed to be intimidated by Father Feng's expression. After all, she was a woman, and if it really came to a fight, she wouldn't stand a chance. But the daughter behind the woman was fearless, covering half of her face and pointing at Qiming angrily, saying, "You, how dare you hit me?" Qiming stepped out from behind Feng Dad and coldly stared at the woman in front of her who was pointing at her, saying, "Why? Just because you have a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, you actually pushed In-sun out? He did it to save you, and you have such a cruel heart." Although her relationship with Team He and the others wasn't particularly close, they had gone through hardships together, and Team He and his men had taken special care of her family. She had long regarded In-sun and his brothers as friends. The woman in front of her not only started to snatch their food, but also, in the end, pushed In Sun out to feed the zombies to save herself. She hated people like that the most, especially since In Sun was her friend. Moreover, she had seen every move the woman made just now. Slapping her was already light punishment. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just scared and lightly pushed him. How did I know he would fall so easily and get bitten by those monsters? That's his own problem, not mine. The woman stammered, knowing she was in the wrong, but still making excuses, showing no sign of remorse. How can you say that? So, according to you, In Sun saving you means he deserved to be pushed out by you, right? I want to avenge In Sun. As soon as Xiao Yuan heard this, her previously vacant eyes immediately filled with rage. What do you want? My daughter already said it wasn't intentional. I tell you, killing is against the law. Don't come over. The woman rushed forward to shield her daughter, looking at Xiao Yuan and the others who were approaching. If we're talking about the law, it's you and your son who killed In Sun. I almost forgot. You were also involved in pushing In Sun. Qiming sneered, looking disdainfully at the mother and daughter. I'll kill you to avenge In Sun. Xiao Yuan picked up the gun from her back, and just as she aimed it at the mother and daughter, a male voice came from behind. What are you doing? Everyone turned to look at the newcomer, a man about 27 or 28 years old. Aside from a prominent black mole between his eyebrows, he had no other distinctive features and looked quite ordinary, but his expression was cunning. He was dressed neatly in a suit, and behind him were several soldiers in military uniforms, each with painted camouflage faces, all with cold expressions. This group had just come out from a nearby base. Brother? Song? The mother and daughter immediately cheered upon seeing him. Mom? Sister? I'm so glad you're okay. The man happily embraced the two. Brother, you have to take charge for me. Someone wants to kill me and Mom. After a few pleasantries, the young woman began to cry, feeling wronged. Yes, son, someone is going to shoot us. You have to protect us. The woman chimed in, looking at Xiao Yuan and Qiming. The man also noticed Xiao Yuan's raised gun, and his expression turned cold as he walked in front of them. Is it you who wants to kill my sister and my mom? He asked. Immediately, the soldiers behind him aimed their guns at Xiao Yuan and the others. And, team, he quickly stood in front of them. It was your sister and mother who pushed my brother out to block the zombies. I want to kill them to avenge my brother. Xiao Yuan shouted angrily from behind Team He. Mom, is what they said true? The man looked at his family, confused, and frowned. The woman immediately shook her head. Neither Xiaofu nor I did it on purpose. It was just an accident. Besides, that person wanted to help us himself, and he lost his balance. How can you blame me and your sister? She quickly distanced herself from the situation. An accident? Qiming laughed and retorted. If the sword in my hand was unsteady and accidentally cut you, would that also be an accident? As she spoke, she casually drew the frost sword from behind her, weighing it in her hand and looking at the mother and daughter with a half smile. What do you want? I tell you, my son is here. If you dare to make a move, I'll have him arrest you. The woman immediately hid behind her son, feeling a chill as soon as she saw the girl. Who are you? The man glanced at Qiming. Although her movements seemed casual, he felt an invisible chill and couldn't help but scrutinize her a bit longer. Brother, it's her. She slapped me first. I've never been slapped in my life. Brother, you have to avenge me. The girl named Xiaofu immediately told her brother about the slap she received from Qiming. You slapped my sister? The man questioned coldly. Qiming chuckled lightly. It was just a slip of the hand. This big brother isn't really going to cause trouble, is he? You. It was clearly you who did it on purpose. Xiaofu pointed at Qiming, her eyes filled with anger. Just because you can kill someone and claim it was an accident, I can't accidentally touch your face? How ridiculous. As soon as Qiming finished speaking, many onlookers chuckled. Indeed, why is it acceptable for you to make a mistake, but not for others to have a slip of the hand? Ahui and the others couldn't help but laugh at Qiming's words. This girl really knows how to talk, claiming it was a slip. Who accidentally slips and ends up hitting someone in the face? However, no one pursued the matter further, as those who understood knew what Qiming meant. You're clearly just talking nonsense. Who accidentally hit someone in the face? You did it on purpose. The woman named Xiaofu pointed at Qiming, and the clear handprint on her face had become even redder and more swollen. Qiming remained silent, staring directly at the woman called Xiaofu with a half smile. As if to say, I'm doing this on purpose, what are you going to do about it? Qiming was convinced that this brother of Xiaofu wouldn't dare to do anything to her. After all, Most people here had witnessed Xiao Fu and her son pushing someone. If he were to cause trouble for her by slapping her, it wouldn't be justified for his family. This brother of Xiao Fu clearly had some status, and with so many people watching, if he really did something to her, it would be hard for him to back down. After all, those in power care about their reputation, and this was right at the entrance of the base. If he truly laid a hand on them, the base personnel wouldn't allow it. Although it was the apocalypse now, and killing might not be illegal. It had only been less than 2 weeks since the onset of the apocalypse, and people still held a strong aversion to thoughts of murder. It was also not permitted within the base. Why are we all standing at the entrance? Let's go inside. At that moment, another voice came from the direction of the woods. As the figure approached, everyone noticed that it was the small team of about 20 people that had come to rescue them. The speaker was a tall and burly man whose face was painted with camouflage, making it hard to see his features. However, judging by his voice, he seemed to be in his 30s. Qiming recognized this voice. It was the one she had heard earlier in the small woods. It seemed this man was the leader of the small team. Everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent, knowing that this was not the time for idle chatter. So, they followed the people coming from the base into the base. Entering the base required an inspection, and weapons had to be surrendered for safekeeping. Additionally, everyone had to strip down for a thorough check to ensure they had not been bitten or scratched by zombies. After being disinfected, only then could they enter. Those with wounds would have to undergo a 24-hour quarantine in a designated area. And only after it was confirmed the next day that they would not turn into zombies would they be allowed to enter the base. Qiming found a deserted place, put her frostblade and other weapons into her space, and handed them over to the base personnel for safekeeping. Only then did she feel at ease. She felt secure only when everything was on her person. After doing all this, Qiming followed the team inside. The boys had their passage, and the girls had theirs. Dad Feng followed his team into one passage, while Qiming took her mother and Luoluo into another, followed closely by the pair of mother and son from earlier. Qiming reassured Feng's mom and Luoluo that this was just a check and there was nothing to worry about. In her previous life, entering the base required a meticulous inspection, so she was already used to it. Although Feng's mom and Luoluo were a bit uncomfortable under Qiming's suggestion, they cooperated with the inspection. The 3 of them remained quiet and compliant. The inspection was conducted by a female military doctor in her 40s. Originally assigned to this place to check so many people daily, she had lost her patience long ago, especially since most newcomers were uncooperative. She was impatiently waiting for Qiming and the others to be checked, expecting them to cry and fuss like others. To her surprise, the 2 adults and the child were very cooperative, not speaking or causing a scene. The female doctor looked at this mother-daughter pair with new respect and spoke a bit more gently. Name? Feng Qiming. Age? 20. Qiming and her mother's cooperation was quick, and they finished the inspection with Luoluo while getting dressed nearby. What are you doing? Why do I have to take off our clothes? This is too insulting. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my brother is? After Qiming and the others got dressed, they heard the pair of mother and son shouting angrily, refusing to cooperate with the inspection. Ma Xiaofu pointed at the female doctor and yelled, full of reluctance. She had never been asked to undress for a check before. Why should she? She simply refused to cooperate, thinking about how the female doctor could do anything to her, not even considering who her brother was. Hearing their complaints and lack of cooperation, the female doctor felt her suppressed impatience rising again. I don't care who your brother is. Entering the base requires inspection. That's the rule. If you don't want to enter, then go out. Don't waste my time checking others. Even if the base commander comes, they have to be checked. Who do you think you are? The female doctor's words were sharp. She thought she had encountered a few cooperative people today, but it turned out to be the same as before. If everyone were as cooperative as that mother and daughter pair, it would be much easier. You. Ma Xiaofu pointed at the female doctor, left speechless. Xiaofu, it's important to go in. Just let it be. Her mother tugged at her daughter's clothes. Ma Xiaofu thought about it and agreed, deciding to wait until she was out to deal with the female doctor and have her brother dock her pay. The female doctor looked impatiently at the 2. Why didn't you cooperate earlier? Hurry up, there are others waiting. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance without speaking, got dressed, and walked out from the disinfection tent. They hadn't taken a few steps when they heard a sharp voice behind them. Why were we locked up for a whole night? We only have scrapes. We just accidentally fell while running. We weren't caught by those monsters. This voice continued for a long time, and in the end, they were brought out under the support of several soldiers and taken to the isolation area for a 24-hour quarantine. Qiming chuckled lightly and walked towards the iron gate ahead with her mother. On the other side, Dad Feng and several members of team he had already come out. The base was secured by 2 gates. The first gate was for isolating newcomers who needed to be checked. Only after passing the inspection could they enter inside. The second gate led into the interior of the base. Qiming had never been to the W City base in her previous life and didn't know if it was the same military base. She only remembered that the W City base was established 3 months after the apocalypse, existed for over a year, and was later attacked by a zombie tide, which the base couldn't withstand, resulting in the death of everyone inside. No one came out alive. It seemed that this military district base in W City was the prototype of the W City base 3 months later, which only expanded after that time to become a real survivor base. Qiming also recalled that in her previous life, she seemed to have heard of the base leader of the W City base, whose name was something like Wu something Gang, but she couldn't remember the specifics. Never mind. She didn't plan to stay here long anyway. Once her parents rested well, they would head to the Beijing base. As the base's main gate slowly opened, the lively sounds gradually leaked through the crack. When the gate was fully opened, everyone could see the scene inside. There were soldiers guarding both sides of the gate, about 10 on each side. Once inside, there were a dense crowd of people, and many tents were set up on the ground. Looking around, the entire open area was mostly filled with tents, and some people without tents were casually sleeping on the ground. Although it was dirty and chaotic, it could still be considered orderly. After entering the base, someone led their group to register. The registration area was a small, open platform, and the person in charge of registration was a woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed quite ordinarily, with curly hair that gave her a somewhat fashionable vibe. She must have been someone who understood fashion before the apocalypse. My name is Dong Lan, and everyone calls me Sister Lan. All newcomers need to register. Here are the registration forms. Please fill them out and hand them back to me. Dong Lan took out several registration forms and distributed them to everyone. Qiming glanced at the form, which was nothing more than registering names and ages, or what they could do. She had filled out similar forms several times in her previous life and filled it out skillfully. After a few people finished, they handed the forms to Sister Lan. Sister Lan looked at the forms and then at the men from Team He. Are you all police officers? The men nodded. Sister Lan continued, the military needs personnel now. You can join the ranks, and after joining, you will receive a certain amount of food every day, and you can also get tents. However, once you join, you will have to go out to search for supplies and kill zombies. Of course, if you don't want to join, that's fine too, but the base only provides 2 meals a day, and the portions aren't much. For accommodation, with so many of you, you can only get 2 tents. The men exchanged glances, and Ah Hui said, Team He, 2 tents aren't enough for the brothers, and we are all grown men. 2 meals a day won't fill us up. Living in the base like this every day is worse than going out to kill zombies. Although we are not soldiers, we are also police officers. I don't want to just stay in the base. Team He, I also don't want to. Asun is dead, no matter what. He was bitten to death by zombies. I don't want to just stay in the base and let it go on like this. Xiao Yuan also nodded. Yes, Team He. I don't want to. Hey Z, Dong Z, and Awei also said one after another. They all came from police academies. Although they weren't military personnel, they were of similar nature. If they were to stay comfortably at the base, they wouldn't be able to stand it. Moreover, there were 6 of them, all grown men, and 2 tents simply weren't enough. When they entered earlier, they saw that those tents were only big enough for 2 people to squeeze together. It was better to go out and move around, kill some zombies, and they had to wait for Team Song here, not knowing how long it would take. They didn't want to live their days at the base with just those 2 meals. Haha, all right, let's do it together. Team He actually had the same intention, so he told Sister Lan that they wanted to join. Sister Lan nodded, and then looked at Luo Kai and Yin Long college students. Not much you can do. You can go over there to get tents. This is your number tag. You can get 2 meals a day. There's a task board over there. Besides the food provided by the base, you can also take on tasks. Completing tasks will earn you certain supplies. Luo Kai and Yin Long nodded. They were already very happy to have a place to stay. Chapter 20. Chit-chat. Long-term planning after setting up the tents. They went to the food distribution area to get a meal. Since there were specific times to collect food every day, if they missed the time, they couldn't collect it again. So today, everyone only got one meal, which consisted of a bowl of porridge and 2 meat buns. Everyone had the same, sitting in front of the tent, Hey Z and the other side. There's not a bit of oil or water. Sigh. There's even meat. Don't be picky. Oh, we also came over. Hey, where's Xiao Yuan? After getting the food, he disappeared. Hey Z suddenly remembered Xiao Yuan and looked around, but there was no one. Zhou Jue walked out of the tent and pointed not far away. Over there. It turned out that Xiao Yuan was hiding a little behind the tent. No wonder they didn't see him. They had to lean over to see. They saw Xiao Yuan placing the bowl of porridge and 2 steam buns on the ground, taking out an old photo from his pocket. The photo was of their group, all dressed in police uniforms, with Team Song, Team He, Hey Z, and the others. In Sun was standing at the edge, smiling the brightest. Ahui and the others walked over, understanding what Xiao Yuan was doing, and couldn't help but feel sad. The brothers who were together in the morning were now separated forever. No one was doing well. The photo in Xiao Yuan's hand was taken shortly after they joined the police force when they solved a major case. A group photo taken for commemoration. Each of them had one, kept in their wallets, but with the apocalypse coming and the chaos, who still cared about their wallets? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan had kept a photo. Holding the photo, Xiao Yuan's eyes were red. Ahui patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Xiao Yuan, among us brothers, you had the best relationship with Ah Sun. Now that Ah Sun is gone, we know you will be the most affected. He has already left us. We have to live well for Ah Sun. Yes, we're all very sad. Don't worry, we won't let Ah Sun die without reason. We will definitely avenge him. Hazy also came over and squatted down to speak. Xiao Yuan, rest assured, we will definitely avenge Ah Sun. Tomorrow we will go to the quarantine area and drag that mother and son out to avenge Ah Sun. That's right, revenge. The others also gathered around, and the brothers hugged each other for comfort. Xiao Yuan, you can't be so impulsive. Luo Kai also came over, with Yin Long following. Yes, you can't be so impulsive. Just now, when I went to get food with Luo Kai, I casually inquired about some situations in the base. Do you know who that woman we encountered when we came in is related to? She's a younger sister of the second-in-command in the base, named Ma Yuankui. Before the apocalypse, he was said to be some secretary in W City. I don't know what he was before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, no one in the base dares to provoke him because most of the food and supplies in the base were brought by him. In the base, besides the base leader Wu Yigong, no one dares to mess with him. Even Wu Yigong gives him some face. Ma Yuankui has done a lot of bad things in the base, and the people there just turn a blind eye. You can imagine how much power he has in the base. If you go looking for that mother and daughter like this, Ma Yuankui will definitely not let you go. Yin Long also nodded and recounted what they had just learned. So we won't take revenge for Ah Sun, even if it costs me my life. I will avenge Ah Sun, Xiao Yuan said coldly, in pain. We're just telling you what we found out to prevent you from being impulsive. My and Yin Long's lives were saved by Team Song. Brother Ah Sun was Team Song's subordinate. Along the way, he treated us like brothers. We also want to avenge Brother Ah Sun, but we can't be impulsive. If Brother Ah Sun knew you were willing to risk your lives for him, he wouldn't be at peace either. Luo Kai comforted Xiao Yuan. Luo Kai and Yin Long are right. I know you want to avenge Ah Sun, but you can't be so reckless. Let's not think about this for now. We need to take things slowly. Eat up, and tomorrow we will join the ranks. There's no rush for revenge, all right? Team He, who had been listening from the tent, also walked out. He had heard everything they said. He also wanted to avenge Ah Sun, but they had nothing in the base. How could they possibly fight against them? Perhaps they would lose their lives before they could even take revenge. These were all people he had brought out. Not one could be in danger. Team He. When they saw Team He, they were a bit confused about what he meant. What Team He said is right. Revenge needs to be planned carefully. If you go straightforwardly, you will probably be kicked out of the base before you even see the person. Right now, the only thing you need to do is to establish a foothold in the base. Besides, avenging doesn't necessarily have to be done openly. It can be done secretly too. Qiming's voice came from the side, dressed in leather clothes and pants. Her tall figure was graceful. A few strands of hair fell by her ear. Her eyes sparkled like stars, with a sly smile at the corner of her mouth, and a primitive long sword on her back, like a chivalrous figure coming from afar. with a touch of agility and coldness. Chiming? Ahui and the others called out. Chiming smiled and nodded, no longer mentioning the matter, but mischievously smiled at everyone. I brought you also good stuff. Want to eat? After saying that, she reached behind her and pulled out several cans of fish, waving them in front of everyone. Because of Chiming's generosity, the group suddenly scrambled for the cans, forgetting the serious atmosphere from before, and started eating with great enthusiasm. As for where the cans came from, they didn't care. Having meat to eat was the most important thing. By the way, Chiming, what about your uncle and aunt? Luo Kai asked while eating. My parents are resting with Luo in the tent. They've been running for so long today, so they must be a bit tired. Chiming replied. Sitting with so many boys, she didn't show any signs of shyness as a girl. Chiming, you said at the base gate that you wouldn't be staying here for long? Are you really not planning to settle down here? It's so dangerous outside, Haizi asked, taking a bite of a steamed bun. Although they knew that Chiming's family was only resting here for a few days, they couldn't help but ask. Chiming nodded. Yes. Once my parents have rested, I'll take them away from here to the capital. The capital is the capital of Huaxia, and the security there is better than in the outside bases. If you want to settle down, the capital is the best choice. The capital base is different. It has remained safe and sound throughout the 5 years of the apocalypse, which is why I want to take my parents there. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, at least in these 5 years that I know of, my parents can live safely in the capital base. As for what comes next, we'll see. Anyway, no matter what, I will protect my parents. Chiming, why do you always want to go to the capital? And how can you be so sure that the capital hasn't fallen? Communication is completely cut off now. Even neighboring provinces don't know what's going on, let alone the distant capital. Isn't it good here? Ahui suddenly asked, and everyone turned to Chiming. Yes. They all knew that Chiming had been wanting to go to the capital all along, but isn't anywhere a place to settle down? Why must it be the capital? And they still didn't know if the capital had fallen. Team He and the others watched Chiming leave, exchanging confused glances, and in the end, everyone shook their heads and went to talk about other things, assuming Chiming was just worried about them and not thinking too much about it. Chapter 21. Teasing. Come and get it the next day. Team He and the 6 others got up early because they were going to join the military. Chiming was also used to light sleeping, so she woke up early too. Phone Dad and Phone Mom had also gotten used to getting up early these past few days. Since the apocalypse began, they had been sleeping lightly, and even after arriving at the base, they didn't sleep deeply. Perhaps the noise from Team He waking up reached them, so they only woke up a little later than Chiming, while Luo was still sleeping in the tent. Luo Kai and Yin Long got up earlier than Team He because they wanted to earn more supplies at the base. After all, they were 2 boys, and 2 meals of porridge and buns a day weren't enough to fill them up, so they went to the task distribution area to pick up tasks. Just as Team He was about to leave, they saw Chiming coming out of the tent. They greeted each other, and Team He took Xiaoyuan and the others to the military recruitment area. Chiming and Phone Dad and Phone Mom had something to eat, and after saying goodbye to her parents, Chiming put on a backpack and prepared to explore the base and gather some information. As for where the food they ate in the morning came from, the 2 elders tacitly chose not to ask. During these days of the apocalypse, they had sensed that their daughter had some things she didn't want to tell them. Since their daughter was unwilling to speak, they didn't ask and supported her in everything she did. Chiming walked through the base. Her black leather outfit, jacket, pants, and boots caught the attention of many. Coupled with the icy aura that Chiming exuded effortlessly, it made people curious yet hesitant to approach her. She had her hair styled in a bun, with stray strands falling across her forehead, and her fair skin appeared even more radiant against the black leather. However, more people noticed the bulging black backpack she carried, which surely contained something, perhaps even food. This temporary base in City W was originally one of the 3 major military districts of Huaxia. Compared to City Y, there were far more survivors in City W, largely because it housed a military base. When the virus outbreak occurred, the people of City W quickly received aid, and it became a temporary shelter for survivors, with only a few having escaped from other places. The military base was simply structured, with high walls surrounding it, topped with electric fencing, although the power was now out, rendering the fencing useless. Upon entering the base, there was a large open area filled with survivors, where tents were set up everywhere. Further inside were the soldiers' barracks, which served as the resting area for all military personnel. Deeper still were several six-story buildings, gated and guarded by soldiers, which served as living quarters for high-ranking officials' relatives or influential military officers and government personnel from City W. Surrounding the military district were some scattered houses, but these were managed by the military. Those wishing to reside there had to exchange supplies for accommodation. With so many people wanting to live there, the military had to come up with this method, which not only addressed some of their supply issues, but also helped mitigate disputes over housing among the residents. Chiming is currently in a place where the common people live, with a path left in the middle for walking or setting up stalls. Some people brought out items that turned out to be useless, so they exchanged them for things they wanted. However, the most common items for exchange were food and water, as it was difficult to fill up on just the 2 meals provided by the base. "Miss, do you want a diamond ring? It's 2 carats. Cost tens of thousands when I bought it, and it's beautiful. I only want 5 packs of biscuits. Anyone want a computer? I'll trade it for a bottle of mineral water. I have a watch and a new bag that just came out this year. Anyone interested? Just 3 packs of biscuits." The continuous calls filled the air, and Chiming glanced over these items, feeling a deep sense of emotion. After the apocalypse, these things became worthless. They could neither be eaten nor provide warmth. Only a fool would trade for such items. Of course, most people now have no concept of the apocalypse, believing that soon the country will develop a vaccine or send someone to rescue them, and the world will eventually return to how it was before. But she knows that it won't return to its former state for at least the next 5 years. As for the future beyond those 5 years, she doesn't know. In her previous life, she only lived for 5 years after the apocalypse. Perhaps after 5 years, a vaccine will be developed or some solution will be found. Hopefully. Miss, do you want some gems? I have many beautiful gems here, and this one is worth at least hundreds of thousands. A middle-aged man stood in front of Chiming, trying his best to sell the gems in his hands. Chiming glanced at it. The texture was good, crystal clear, but she had no intention of taking it. "Sorry, please excuse me, I don't need it." "Miss, you don't want his gem? I have beautiful clothes for girls here. Do you want them? I have cosmetics too." The voices calling out came one after another, as many people tried to sell to Chiming. They thought, since Chiming was a girl, she would definitely like these pretty things. Her backpack was so bulging, she must have a lot of stuff in it. Maybe she could trade for something. But who knew this girl didn't want anything at all? They originally wanted to push their sales further, but her cold gaze made them shrink back and hesitate to continue. It was heard that these thugs had beaten a family half to death while robbing them at their base a few days ago. When the military district found out, they detained them for less than a day before releasing them again. Moreover, these thugs not only robbed people, but also wouldn't spare pretty girls, having already harmed quite a few. Yet no one dared to speak up or cause trouble because everyone knew it was useless. These people would be out again in no time. Many sighed in their hearts. Perhaps the world had really changed. "Hey, little girl, carrying such a big bag all by yourself? Do you want your big brother to help you carry it?" One of the blonde-haired men teased. Chiming looked at the approaching group of 5 people, all dressed in a scruffy manner, their eyes fixated on the backpack behind her, revealing greedy glances. One of the thugs leaned in toward his leader and said, "Boss, this girl isn't bad-looking, she's quite pretty." Their leader was a one-eyed man, not yet 30, with a black eye patch covering his blind eye. His remaining eye was staring at Chiming, not only with greed, but also with lewd intent, giving him a sneaky, rat-like appearance. "Little girl, just give them what's in your backpack and leave. These people are not to be trifled with. They're all from Ma Yuan Kuei's gang." A kind-hearted woman behind Chiming warned her. After saying this, she dared not say another word and quickly hid into the crowd. Chiming raised her eyebrows. "Ma Yuan Kuei? I think I heard Luo Kai and the others mention him yesterday. Right? ISNT Ma Yuan Kuei, a relative of the mother and daughter who caused In Sun's death? I heard he is the second in command at the military district base, and most of the supplies in the military district were brought in by Ma Yuan Kuei, so he managed to become the second in command of the base. Instead of going after that mother and daughter, it seems that Ma Yuan Kuei's henchmen found her first. You want something from my backpack?" Chiming said, pretending to be surprised, her lowered gaze seeming to show a hint of fear. The one-eyed thug at the front smirked, thinking that Chiming was scared when he saw her expression. He thought to himself that the little girl was just a little girl. She got scared when there were more people around. If you're afraid, just hand over your backpack. Chiming lowered her eyes and pretended to hesitate and fearfully said, "If I give you my backpack, will you let me go?" The thugs laughed at Chiming's fearful demeanor. The blonde thug, with a smile, replied, "Yes, little girl. If you give us your backpack, we'll let you go." "Well, okay, I'll give you the backpack," Chiming said, pretending to hesitate. She then took the backpack off her back, held it out in her hands, as if waiting for them to take it. The thugs didn't expect the girl to cooperate so readily. They looked at each other and laughed, and at the signal from the one-eyed thug, the blonde thug moved towards Chiming to take her backpack. While he was supposed to be grabbing the backpack, his hand was actually reaching for Chiming's wrist with a lewd look in his eyes. Just when everyone thought the girl was in trouble, she suddenly lifted her head. A glint of ruthlessness and coldness flashed at her eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on her lips. She relaxed her grip on the backpack, and it began to fall. The blonde thug, caught off guard by the sudden drop, instinctively reached to grab it. Just as the backpack hit the ground, a black boot stretched out and caught it, then flicked it to the side, causing the backpack to fall behind the girl. Before the blonde thug could react, he felt a shadow flash by, and then a small, pink fist loomed larger in his vision. The blonde thug cried out in pain, covering his left eye and howling in agony. When he lowered his hand, everyone saw that his left eye had turned into a black eye. "You bastard! How dare you hit my people?" The one-eyed thug, shocked that this seemingly delicate girl would fight back, especially with such force, immediately glared angrily at Chiming. Chiming raised her eyes to look at the several thugs in front of her, completely devoid of the fear she had moments ago. At this moment, there was a hint of sharpness and ruthlessness in her eyes, and a cold, frosty aura emanated from within. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, carrying a faint smile, making the thugs in front of her feel a bit numb. The one-eyed thug bit his tongue hard to calm himself down. Damn it, why did he feel afraid? Shouldn't this little girl be the one afraid of them? She's just a girl, what is there to be scared of? Didn't you hear me? How dare you hit me? The one-eyed thug said fiercely, "You stole my things. Shouldn't I defend myself?" Chiming blinked her eyes, her beautiful gaze shifting, as if innocently saying, Your things? I think you don't understand the situation, do you? Just look at what is happening now. If we see the stuff, it belongs to us. Hand it over." Another thug shouted. Chiming pretended not to understand, lightly exhaling a prolonged, "Oh, is that so? If you see something, it's yours? What kind of logic is that? You want what's in my backpack? Sure, if you can take it, it's yours." Chiming smiled indifferently, with a hint of disdain. The several thugs were clearly provoked by Chiming's contempt and challenge, and the onlookers kept murmuring, it's over, this girl is probably going to be done for here. You guys come at me." The one-eyed thug snorted coldly and let his subordinates go first, as the yellow-haired thug from earlier was still in agony from the blow Chiming had dealt to his eye, so he stood aside. The other three surrounded Chiming, cracking their knuckles and preparing to deal with her. They just couldn't believe that three of them couldn't subdue a single girl. Chapter 22. Fighting. Long time no see. Chiming lifted her eyes and raised an eyebrow provocatively at one of the thugs. The thug, seeing a girl daring to provoke him, swung 2 punches towards Chiming. Everyone involuntarily covered their eyes, afraid to witness the beautiful girl being beaten to a pulp. However, instead of the expected pained cries, what came was the thug's wailing. Everyone cautiously opened their eyes to see the thug who had just attacked, now rolling on the ground in pain while clutching his groin, while the girl they thought would be beaten was instead looking at the other two with a faint smile, beckoning them. "You two, come at me together." The 2 thugs exchanged glances, one throwing a punch while the other kicked towards Chiming. Chiming swiftly dodged the kick and didn't stop there. As the punch came in, she leaned sideways, allowing the punch to graze past her cheek. At that moment, Chiming pulled the thug's arm forward, kicked with her boot, and sent him crashing to the ground, stepping on his back as she looked at the other thug. Seeing this, the remaining thug lunged at Chiming, but she quickly sidestepped, causing him to land on top of the one on the ground who cried out in pain. Chiming turned around, lifted her right foot, and brought it down hard on both thugs' backs. With a dominating look, she addressed the yellow-haired thug and the one-eyed thug. Not even challenge. "So who's next? You or you?" She pointed a finger at the one-eyed thug, then slid it over to the yellow-haired thug. The yellow-haired thug, covering one eye, immediately shook his head. "He's the boss. Go for him, go for him." He then pointed at the one-eyed thug. The one-eyed thug shot a fierce glare at the yellow-haired thug, making him instantly shut his mouth in fear. The one-eyed thug then turned to Chimeng, making several intimidating gestures, each accompanied by a cracking sound from his bones, which was somewhat terrifying. Seeing that his punch had failed, the one-eyed thug swept his leg towards Chimeng. She tilted her body, caught his leg with both hands, and pushed him back a few steps. His eyes darkened. He didn't expect this little girl to be able to catch his leg. It seemed she was skilled, but still, she was just a girl. He didn't believe he couldn't beat her. With that thought, the one-eyed thug glared at Chimeng, saying, "I was going to say a girl who looks so delicate. I could just play around with you, but if you get hurt, that wouldn't be fun. I didn't expect to underestimate you. You're quite skilled, so don't blame me for being rude." Chimeng snorted coldly. Playing around? That kick and punch just now were no joke. They could cause internal injuries. Since you said we're just playing, I'll play along with you. Chimeng looked at the one-eyed dragon with a cold smile. One-eyed dragon, since you said we're just playing, then let's play. Who are you calling one-eyed dragon? He hated being called it the most. Damn it. You despicable. The one-eyed dragon cursed angrily and swung a hook punch at Chimeng. Chimeng did not resist, only dodged repeatedly. Each time the one-eyed dragon was about to hit her, Chimeng managed to evade by a hair's breadth. In the end, the one-eyed dragon realized, "You dare to play with me. I'm just standing here taking hits, and you're always dodging. What kind of game is this?" Chimeng steadied herself and said with a laugh, "How funny. You can hit people, but you don't allow me to dodge? You want me, a mere woman, to stand here and take the hits. Are you shameless? Oh, I almost forgot. You lot bully women too. Hitting a woman wouldn't make you feel embarrassed, would it?" The crowd only heard some broken sounds, and the boys couldn't help but cover their groins, looking at the one-eyed dragon with pity. Just by looking at him, they could feel that fierce kick. And it seemed that the one-eyed dragon's manhood was about to be ruined. The one-eyed dragon bent over in pain, clutching his groin, and said in agony, You actually resorted to sneaky tactics. How despicable. If you have the ability, just kill me. Otherwise, I will make you know what it feels like to be tortured. Don't think I'm afraid to kill. Being in this precious place, killing is still impolite. However, this is only for this time. If they're essaying next time, no matter who it is, don't say it's killing. Even if it's a god, I won't hesitate to kill. Before the one-eyed dragon could finish his words, Chimeng kicked again, directly hitting him in the chest and sending him flying far away. No one expected that such a slender body contained such great power that could send a person flying. After Chimeng finished speaking, she slung her backpack over one shoulder and walked away, glancing at the yellow-haired guy standing nearby with a smirk. In the eyes of the yellow-haired guy, Chimeng's smile seemed like that of a demon from hell, and with a simple sound, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The crowd watched her departing figure, feeling an indescribable sense of elegance and coldness, especially with her earlier remark that not even a god would be spared from being killed. It made everyone feel a heavy sense of murderous intent, as if they had fallen into an icy pond. Some quickly realized that although they were pleased to see a few troublemakers dealt with, there was more pity for those thugs, as they were under Ma Yuan Kuei's influence. Those who had harmed him probably wouldn't last long in this base. No matter how capable she was still just one person, and a girl at that. Ma Yuan Kuei was the second in command of the base. He could easily call a few subordinates to deal with her discreetly. Many sighed and dispersed. However, among the crowd, several gazes were fixed on the direction Chimeng had taken, filled with shock, surprise, fervor, and a hint of curiosity. As Chimeng's figure disappeared, those gazes faded away as well. Chimeng walked halfway, her raised foot paused slightly, then she stopped, her gaze lifted without turning around, and said, "You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time to show yourself?" The air froze for a moment, and then a figure stepped out from a hiding place nearby. Chimeng. Among the people Jiangqi knew, he was the most handsome. In school, he wasn't exactly the top heartthrob, but he was certainly among the best. Otherwise, back in high school, she wouldn't have been captivated by his handsome basketball-playing style. It wasn't that she was the type to swoon over every good-looking person. Everyone loves beauty, and she was no exception. However, she wasn't the kind to foolishly crush on every handsome boy she saw. When she first met Jiangqi, she didn't know why she was so taken by him. All she could say was that when love came, it was unstoppable. Chiming raised her eyes to look at Jiang Qi. The originally snow-white shirt was no longer there, and his clear and elegant face showed signs of fatigue. His once decent figure now appeared somewhat emaciated, with faint dark circles under his eyes, both of which were looking at her. It had only been 2 weeks since the apocalypse, yet he looked so disheveled. In her previous life, after the apocalypse, Chiming had never seen Jiang Qi like this. She glanced at Jiang Qi's shirt sleeve, where there was a small logo. Chiming squinted. This shirt was one she had bought for him. He had said he liked wearing white shirts, and she had told him she loved seeing him in white shirts. So she had bought many different styles of white shirts for him. This shirt was one of them, and to her surprise, he was still wearing it. Should she feel happy, or should she smile wryly? Chiming, is that really you? Jiang Qi, seeing Chiming call his name, stepped closer with joy. Chiming took a step back without leaving a trace. It's me. I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time. It has been a long time. How come you're here? Jiang Qi noticed that Chiming was clearly distancing herself from him, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Yeah, it's the end of the world. Coming here is just for refuge. How you been these days? I'm Fine. You. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Chiming directly interrupted Jiang Qi's words, preparing to turn and leave. Just as she lifted her foot, she heard Jiang Qi's concerned voice from behind. Xiaoming, I just wanted to remind you that the people you fought today are not to be trifled with. You need to be careful. Chiming paused slightly, without turning her head, just furrowing her brows slightly. Thank you. Her tone was calm, as if it were the most ordinary expression of gratitude. After speaking, Chiming left, leaving Jiang Qi standing alone there. After Chiming left, another figure stepped out from the side. The newcomer took Jiang Qi's hand and affectionately called out, Qi, how is it? Did you get Xiaoming's backpack? Jiang Qi shook his head. I didn't ask for it. Qi, how could you not ask? Xiaoming's backpack is so full. There must be food in it. She likes you so much. If you ask her, she definitely won't refuse. Shui Lily pouted in a slightly spoiled manner. Lily, I can't take it. That's Xiaoming's stuff, and besides, Xiaoming and I are no longer related. What's wrong with her stuff? We're friends. It wouldn't hurt to give a little. Besides, she got into trouble with those people. Do you think she has any way out? If you give me those things, we might be saved, Shui Lily said discontentedly. Lily, stop it, Jiang Qi said irritably. Jiang Qi didn't think too much about the words exchanged. Seeing Shui Lily looking so wronged, his irritation eased a bit. He gently wrapped his arm around Shui Lily's shoulders and said softly, All right, I was wrong just now. I was a bit upset. Let's think of another way, okay? Let's go. Shui Lily weakly nodded in Jiang Qi's embrace, but he didn't notice the hint of unwillingness and ruthlessness that flashed in her downcast eyes, which quickly disappeared from view. Chapter 23. Leaving. Those who hit me, team leader, he and the others nodded when they saw Qingyue. Team leader, he turned around and said, Yes, tomorrow we can officially go on a mission with the military. Chiming nodded. Congratulations. By the way, I plan to leave here today. So soon? Ah Hui and the others were taken aback. You just rested here for one night, and you're planning to leave? Yes, there are some unexpected circumstances. Chiming nodded and told everyone about the encounter with the group of hooligans. After hearing this, he and the others furrowed their brows. My Yuan Gui, he is related to that mother and daughter, and he is not any better, allowing his subordinates to act so wickedly. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists tightly. If he dares to touch Chiming, we will fight with my Yuan Kuei's people. Xiao Yuan said angrily, shaking his fist. Yes, if he really dares to make a move, we will fight. The others nodded as well. In their hearts, they had long regarded Chiming as their sister. Moreover, Chiming had gotten into trouble with that mother and daughter because of them, and they all remembered the bond they had formed along the way. Chiming felt a bit moved. To be honest, she had already regarded he and his team as friends. She was very happy that they would say such things, and besides, they didn't need to risk their lives for her. By saying this, it meant that they also considered her a friend. Thank you all, but you can't do this. You still need to wait for Captain Song here. There's no need to offend my Yuan Kuei for my sake. Anyway, I have to leave, and it doesn't make much difference whether I leave early or late. Don't worry. In the future, if fate allows, we will meet again. Remember what I said. You must not stay here for more than a year. You must leave within a year. Chiming finally reminded them. He and his team insisted on sending Qiming and her family off, so Qiming did not refuse and let them accompany her. When they reached the gate of the base, they exchanged the items issued by the base with the personnel there and were ready to leave. However, during this time, apart from those who went out on missions, no one had ever expressed a desire to leave the base. The guards at the base had never seen anyone voluntarily leave, so they couldn't help but take a few more glances at the family of four. Isn't this courting death? The guards shook their heads. Oh well, it's none of my business. Just do my own job. Father Fang's broken cloud roller was handed in, so they needed to wait a little longer for the base personnel to bring the weapons. However, instead of waiting for the weapons, they encountered Ma's mother and daughter, who had been isolated yesterday. Originally, they were supposed to be released in the afternoon, but Ma Yuan Kuei had used connections to get them out a few hours early. As soon as they came out, they coincidentally ran into Qiming and her group. How come it's you again? You're really like a haunting spirit, Ma Xiaofu said with a sarcastic tone upon seeing them. Qiming ignored Ma Xiaofu's words. After all, she was going to leave anyway, so there was no need to say too much to someone who was unrelated. Not speaking became mute. I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Ma Xiaofu said angrily as she stepped forward. Qiming shot a glance at Ma Xiaofu and then looked at A Hui and the others, pretending to be curious as she said, I hear a dog barking nonstop. Did you guys hear it too? A Hui and the others chuckled lightly. We heard it too. It sounds like a female dog. Yeah, we all heard it. A filthy female dog barking wildly. The group held back their laughter, but the twitching at the corners of their eyes betrayed their desire to burst out laughing. Qiming really had a way with metaphors, comparing Ma Xiaofu to a dog. You guys, how dare you say I'm a dog? I'm going to call my brother to kill you. Ma Xiaofu was clearly infuriated by their remarks. We didn't say anything. You said it yourself. Qiming shrugged, indicating her innocence. Those who hit me, think you can just leave? Just as the group was saying their goodbyes, a gritted teeth voice came from behind them, and then a dozen soldiers in military uniforms armed with guns surrounded Qiming and her companions, aiming their guns directly at Qiming and Team He. A Hui and the others immediately took a defensive stance, surrounding Qiming's family to protect them. A person walked out from behind the soldiers. It was none other than Ma Yuan Kuei. The Ma family women were instantly overjoyed to see him, with Zhou Chunlan calling out son, and Ma Xiaofu happily exclaiming, Big brother. Ma Yuan Kuei nodded. You got out? Ma Xiaofu nodded pitifully. Yes, brother. Why didn't you get me and Mom out sooner? It was filthy and stinky in there. Brother, are you going to arrest these people? Brother, arrest them all. They just insulted me, calling me a female dog. Ma Xiaofu fiercely pointed at Qiming and her group. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan Kuei's eyes deepened, and he nodded. Looking at Qiming's group, you dared to hit me and insult my sister. You have quite the audacity. Lulu hid in Feng Ma's arms, shrinking back and burying her head in Feng Ma's embrace. Auntie, I'm scared. Feng Ma patted Lulu's back, comforting her. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Auntie is here. Qiming glanced at the falling Luo in her mother's arms, then looked at He Dui and the others, narrowing her eyes. She stepped out of the protective circle formed by He Dui and the others, staring expressionlessly at Ma Yuan-Kuei. I fought your people alone. It has nothing to do with everyone here. I'll go with you. Let them go. Qiming, Xiaoming, He Dui and the others, along with Feng Dad and Feng Mom, exclaimed in shock. Qiming waved her hand, indicating that it was nothing. Ma Yuan-Kuei, however, looked at Qiming with great interest, sizing her up. He remembered that this girl was the one from yesterday at the base entrance, who had hit his sister. Today, she had struck one of his subordinates. He didn't believe that he wouldn't teach her a lesson today. Hey, it's you again. You hit my sister yesterday, and said it was a slip of the hand. Today you hit my man. Let's see how you will argue your way out of this. Ma Yuan-Kuei looked at Qiming and let out a cold laugh. Qiming crossed her arms and appeared indifferent, curling her lips. Why should I argue? Those thugs were indeed beaten by me. They stole my things. Can I fight back? Your things? Once you enter this base, there are no more your things. Besides, who knows if those things are really yours? Maybe you stole them from others. Hee, how laughable. So, once you enter this base, it's all your stuff? By that logic, this base must also belong to you? Qiming sneered. It's good that you know. Oh, now I understand. This base belongs to you, Yuan Kuei. But I heard that the base leader is Wu Yi-gang? Huh, just relying on that letter from Wu. Isn't it just because he controls the armory of the base? Hee, without my supplies, what use is the armory? Sooner or later, he'll starve to death. Most of the supplies in this base are with me. Ma Yuan Kuei sneered disdainfully a few times. Humph. The arms in Wu Yi-gang's hands will eventually become his spoils. Oh, so that's how it is. But outside, they all say you are just the second in command of this base, and Wu is the actual leader. If you really are that capable, why not take the lead yourself? Why settle for being second? Wait, are you trying to sow discord and trap me with your words? Hee, little girl. I've underestimated you. Don't give me all that nonsense. You hit my people, that's a fact. Since you've admitted it, and it's you who did it alone, that's even better. Capture her for me. Ma Yuan Kuei suddenly realized. Wasn't he talking about the beating? How did this little girl lead him to another topic? He truly underestimated her. Qiming gave everyone a reassuring glance, then looked at Ma Yuan Kuei. I'll go with you. Let them go. A brave little girl, don't worry. As long as you come with me, your friends and your parents will be safe. After Ma Yuan Kuei finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the soldiers began to restrain Qiming. Qiming cast a cold glance at the soldiers, waved her hand to indicate she would go. And the soldiers looked back at Ma Yuan Kuei. With a cold expression, he nodded, and the group took Qiming away, leaving he Dui and a few others, along with friend.It and friend.Mom. They could only anxiously watch as Qiming was taken away, without any means to help. The soldiers had guns, and taking care of them would be a matter of minutes. Moreover, Qiming took everything upon herself to protect them. They couldn't act rashly, or it would undermine all of Qiming's efforts. friend.It and friend.Mom said nothing, merely nodding slightly. They had noticed that their daughter was different from before. They had seen it in the past few days, but they still couldn't help but worry. After all, ordinary people shouldn't confront the authorities, especially at a time when human life was as cheap as grass. Their anxiety only deepened. Chapter 24. Instant kill, self-inflicted consequences in the military district building. Qiming was being taken inside by soldiers. Passing through the heavily guarded iron gate, they entered the inner courtyard of the military district building. Just as they entered the gate, a military vehicle drove out of the courtyard. As the vehicle passed by Qiming, she inadvertently caught a glimpse inside. The driver was a young man in his early 20s, and through the half-open window, Qiming could faintly see a stern face sliding past her, though she couldn't clearly make out the person's features. Ma Yuan Kuei glanced at Qiming and told his subordinates, "Lock her up and keep a close watch on her. I'll be back soon." "Yes, Captain." Several soldiers nodded and took Qiming toward the detention area. The place where they locked her up was a small room. Apart from a bed, there was nothing else in the room. After locking Qiming inside, the soldiers exited, and she heard the sound of the door being locked. She raised an eyebrow. It seemed they were afraid she would escape, so they locked her in. Qiming looked around. Aside from the hard bed, there was nothing else. However, there was a window, though it was barred with iron, making escape impossible. Even if she could get out, she noted that this was the 3rd floor. And unless she climbed down the drain pipe next to the window, she would end up behind the military district building, where there were patrolling soldiers. To escape, she would need a plan that wouldn't alert those patrolling soldiers. However, before she could figure out a way to escape, she heard voices and the sound of a lock being opened. The door to the room opened, and in walked Ma Xiaofu along with 2 soldiers. At that moment, Ma Xiaofu had already changed into a clean outfit. Her hair and makeup were tidied up, and she looked quite pretty. However, the glint of malice in her eyes did not escape Qiming's notice. "It's you?" Qiming looked at Ma Xiaofu indifferently. What was she doing here? Was she here to take her anger out on her? Just as she was thinking about how to get out, this was a perfect opportunity. Qiming pretended to be scared and took a step back. "What do you want to do?" "What do you want to do?" "You'll find out soon." Seeing Qiming retreat a few steps in fear, Ma Xiaofu felt better, and the smile on her face made Qiming feel a bit uncomfortable. She took out a bottle of something resembling medicine from her pocket and waved her hand at the door. 3 scruffy-looking men walked in, looking at Ma Xiaofu with respect. But when they glanced at Qiming, they wore lewd smiles, their eyes filled with lascivious intent, staring at him. As the group entered, the iron door slammed shut with a bang, locked by Ma Xiaofu from the inside. She handed the medicine to one of the men and signaled to him, and he immediately understood. Qiming looked at the person who came in, then glanced at the medicine in the man's hand, frowned slightly, and then looked at Ma Xiaofu with a sinister smile on her face. She immediately understood what Ma Xiaofu was planning. Ma Xiaofu waved her hand at the few people and said, "Her, I'll leave her to you. Do whatever you want." After that, the three men turned their gaze to Qiming, rubbing their fists and approaching her step by step. Qiming took a step back, her lowered eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. With her hands behind her back, she took out the blood blade from her space. She didn't expect that Ma Xiaofu was so vicious, actually trying to find someone to insult her. Just by guessing, she knew that the drug Ma Xiaofu gave to that man was definitely not a good thing. How detestable. "Hey, little girl, don't hide. Don't worry. Us brothers will take good care of you," one of the men teased, while another added, "Yeah, relax, we promise to make you feel good." One of the men reached out to grab Qiming, but her eyes darkened. She sidestepped, and the blood blade in her hand slashed toward the man's hand. With a splatter, blood gushed out as the man's palm and wrist separated. In that moment, he didn't even feel pain, but the next second, he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Immediately after, Qiming flipped over, and the blood blade had already sliced towards the man's throat. The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground followed. A man twice her size was taken down by Qiming, and the other two companions hadn't reacted yet. By the time they did, Qiming was already standing in front of them, her eyes in the corners of her mouth carrying a bloodthirsty smile. The blood blade in Qiming's hand emitted a sinister cold light, causing the two men to weaken in their legs and kneel on the ground. "Spare us. Spare us. Heroine, spare us. We were only following her orders. It's not our fault. Spare us, heroine." The two trembled on the ground, constantly begging for mercy, pointing at Ma Xiaofu and stammering. Ma Xiaofu was clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. She thought she could take revenge for the slap, feeling quite pleased. But who knew that as soon as she turned around, she would hear the half-finished screams and the sound of a heavy body falling. Turning back, the sight of the blood-soaked ground and the fallen person, along with the severed hand, left her mind blank. Hearing the two men on the ground pointing at her for their lives made her heart tighten, and she took a few steps back, wanting to escape. Just as she was about to call for help, a dagger with a cold gleam pressed against her neck. If she took another step forward, her head would be severed. "Why aren't you leaving?" Qiming lightly laughed as the dagger pressed against her neck. "Why you we want? Don't do anything reckless. I tell you, this is my brother's territory. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape." Ma Xiaofu trembled, looking at the dagger against her neck with fear. "Don't worry. Killing you would dirty my dagger. Whatever you do to me, I will do to you. Do you know what it means to use someone's own methods against them? You will find out soon." Qiming held Ma Xiaofu's neck with one hand and pointed to a man lying limp on the ground. "You come here." The man shivered as he stood up from the ground, looking at Qiming with fear, as if he was staring at a demon. Indeed, killing someone twice her size with a single move. Wasn't he that demonic? They were just a few small hoodlums. Even before the apocalypse, they only robbed those weaker than them. They rarely fought, let alone killed, so witnessing such a bloody scene was enough to scare them to the point of trembling. "Pick up that bottle of medicine. You two take one each, and give the rest to her." Qiming pointed at the bottle of medicine on the ground, indicating for him and his companion to take it. What do you want? You can't do this to me. I don't want to eat it. I don't want to." Ma Xiaofu screamed in terror, trying to escape from Qiming's grasp. But Qiming would not let her escape. The dagger pressed closer, drawing a line of blood on her neck. Ma Xiaofu winced in pain and dared not run anymore, but she kept saying things like, "I don't want to eat." Qiming, irritated, coldly shouted, "Shut up." Then she told the man, "Why are you still standing there? Do as I say, or your fate will be the same as his." She pointed at the lifeless body on the ground. The man immediately picked up the medicine from the ground, his hands stained with blood, under Qiming's watchful gaze. He trembled as he poured out the medicine, taking one for himself and his companion, and under Qiming's threatening stare, he forcefully shoved the remaining pills into Ma Xiaofu's mouth. Since his hands were still covered in blood from earlier, the medicine mixed with blood was force-fed to Ma Xiaofu. Qiming finally put down the dagger in her hand. Ma Xiaofu, covering her neck, started to cough from choking and wanted to vomit out the medicine, desperately gagging at her throat. However, the medicine had already reached her stomach, and no matter how hard she tried to throw up, all that came out was a mouthful of saliva. Qiming smirked, thinking they were trying to scheme against her. Haha, let them know what it means to reap what they sow. Qiming quickly slipped out of the room and locked the door from the outside. She looked around. There was no one, so she rushed towards the exit. That Ma Xiaofu really did her a big favor by sending away the guards meant to watch over her, allowing her to escape smoothly. Did she think she could call for help and find none? Not only did she give her a chance to escape, but she also put herself in danger. Qiming had never been a kind-hearted person. She had suffered enough in her past life, and in this life, she was determined to live only for herself and her family. How others treated her, she would definitely repay it double. Being soft-hearted was just digging her own grave. After Qiming left, the room was filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood that lingered around the noses of the three people. Ma Xiaofu felt her body starting to heat up, and her mind began to feel dizzy and swollen. It was so hot. She was really so hot. Ma Xiaofu kept tugging at her clothes. Just taking one of those pills had a significant effect, let alone the fact that she had taken so many more. The onset was quicker and more intense. Now, her awareness was already becoming hazy, and all she wanted was to vent this overwhelming heat. The two thugs she had brought along had also taken the drug. The effects were already kicking in, and with Ma Xiaofu's reaction being faster than theirs, their clothes had long been torn off without them realizing it. They still had some awareness at first, but due to the drug, their consciousness gradually faded away, and they began to lose control of themselves. In this bloody room, the three figures entangled with each other, creating a scene of indulgence. A room full of filth. Chapter 25. The Deal. I can help you. After Qiming came out of the room, she walked towards the hallway to exit. She was locked on the 3rd floor, and to get out, she needed to walk through 3 hallways to reach the 1st floor. Each floor had soldiers stationed, and even if she managed to get down, there were so many soldiers patrolling the yard and someone guarding the gate. Unless she had wings to fly away, she had no choice but to go against the current and not go down. She wanted to go up, to find the base commander and make a deal with him. Below the 3rd floor, there were layers of guards, but above the 3rd floor, there were hardly any people. After all, there were already layers of guards outside. And once inside, there was no need for so many people to watch over, plus some confidential things shouldn't be seen by others. So the higher she went, the fewer the guards. By the time she reached the 5th floor, there were no guards in the hallway. Qiming stepped out of the hallway and was about to take a step when she heard a door open and voices speaking. She quickly hid in an empty room, cracked the door open, and listened intently. The footsteps were gradually getting closer. Captain Wu, I'll provide the supplies, but you must give me 30% of the weapons. Qiming hid behind the door, feeling that the voice sounded familiar. Ah, right, it was my Yuan Kuei. At that moment, another voice sounded, also a male voice, likely from a man in his 30s. Hearing Ma Yuan Kuei just mention Captain Wu, could this voice belong to Wu Yigang? 30%. I only need 1 ton of supplies, and you want 30% of the weapons. Isn't that asking too much? Captain Wu said angrily. Captain Wu, you know the current situation. Zombies are rampant outside, and these supplies are hard-earned by my men. 1 ton of supplies for 30% of the gunpowder isn't too much, right? After all, people need to eat, and this gunpowder is just dead matter. Why must you be so stingy, Captain Wu? It's just 30%. Just 30%. Dead matter. Haha, good one, my Yuan Kuei. If it's just dead matter, why do you ask for 30% from me? You should know that 30% of the weapons is enough for 2 companies. Wu Yigang's eyes darkened. Although he was angry, he only showed a slightly displeased expression without losing his temper. He was enduring it. Yes, he had to endure. Not for any other reason, but because he only had weapons and soldiers, but no supplies. Not to mention so many people in the base. Even his soldiers needed supplies to survive, but unfortunately, he had no supplies. If it weren't for the fact that only he knew where the supplies were, they wouldn't have to bother negotiating with him like this. Ma Yuan Kuei was impervious to threats and refused to reveal the location of the supplies. They were afraid that if they killed Ma Yuan Kuei, that batch of supplies would be lost forever. So they had to protect him and give him some privileges in the base. This led to him secretly recruiting soldiers, gathering quite a few under him, and stabilizing his position as the second in command of the base. If he were to get weapons, the base would likely fall into Ma Yuan Kuei's hands. He knew very well what kind of people those under Ma Yuan Kuei were. They were all ruthless and pillaging. If the base really fell into his hands, everyone in the base could be doomed. However, with more and more people being sheltered in the base, the supplies were increasingly insufficient for these people, which is why he would negotiate with Ma Yuan Kuei again. Each time, he had to give them an extra ton of supplies, but unexpectedly, Ma Yuan Kuei was asking for 30% of his weapons. If he gave it to him, his men would become even more reckless. But if he didn't trade, the people in the base might revolt due to starvation, and it wouldn't just be a matter of 1 or 2 deaths. Captain Wu pondered for a moment, looking at Ma Yuan Kuei with a somewhat restrained expression. I can't agree to this request immediately. Give me a day, and I'll give you a response. Huh, then it's settled. 1 day's time. If it exceeds 1 day, the price of these supplies will go up. Ma Yuan Kuei laughed a few times, and after saying that, he went downstairs. Qi Ming, hiding behind the door, heard someone going downstairs, likely Ma Yuan Kuei. There was another set of footsteps that lingered in the hallway for a while before moving towards another room, and only then did it quiet down outside. In Wu Yigang's room, 2 young men in military uniforms were waiting for him. As soon as Captain Wu entered, they immediately approached him. One tall and thin man quickly asked, "Captain, how did it go?" Wu Yigang sighed and shook his head. He wants 30% of the weapons in exchange for supplies. 30%? He really dares to ask for that. Damn, doesn't he know whose territory this is? I'm going to find someone to take him out. The other burly soldier slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a dent, showing how strong he was. Atai, you can't be so impulsive. The supplies are all in his hands. If he dies, what will happen to everyone in the base? The other man stopped the one called Atai. I don't believe it. In this vast W city, I can't find food. I don't believe it. Has he Ma Yuan Kuei taken everything from W city? Atai clenched his fists, looking like he could rush out and kill Ma Yuan Kuei at any moment. We've searched most of W city, and there are hardly any signs of supplies. We have to follow his demands. Wu Yigang's resolute gaze looked out the window. If he killed Ma Yuan Kuei, he wasn't sure he could find those supplies or any other supplies. He couldn't gamble with the lives of the brothers in several companies. He couldn't afford to lose. How about we make a deal? Just as the 3 of them were silent with anger in the room, a clear voice came from the doorway. The 3 of them turned to look at the door at the same time. A woman in a black leather jacket, looking to be in her 20s, appeared. How did she end up here? Who are you? How did you get in? Wu Yigang looked at the suddenly appearing girl, cautiously staring at Qi Ming. His place was heavily guarded, and if someone could come in without alarming anyone, it definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Bruce. He could feel the coldness emanating from the girl. Her clear and sharp eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. Qi Ming walked into the room, closing the door behind her. Seeing the 3 people inside, she shyly smiled and said, excuse me, may I ask which of you 3 is Captain Wu? Feeling awkward, Qi Ming scratched her head. She had only heard voices outside the door and had no way of knowing who Wu Yigang was among them. The 3 looked at the girl who had just entered, exchanging glances until Wu Yigang narrowed his eyes and said, I am. Who are you? How did you get in? Let me introduce myself first. Feng Kumink. Nice to meet you, Captain Wu. I just heard your conversation outside, and I thought I could help you, Qi Ming said, extending her right hand as a gesture of goodwill. Wu Yigang looked at Qi Ming's outstretched hand, squinting his eyes before finally reaching out to shake her hand. Why should we trust you? You haven't even told us who you really are or how you got in. Miss, you can't just walk in like this and claim you can help us. No one would believe you. If you want us to trust you, you'll have to give us a reason to believe you. What if we trust you recklessly and you end up deceiving us? Said a tall, thin man next to Atai. Indeed, if there was another way, they might consider it. But could a young girl really have a solution? Yet looking into her eyes, it didn't seem like she was joking. Qi Ming looked at the man who was speaking and asked in confusion, Who are you? Wang Jimu, Lieutenant Wu's subordinate. Wang Jimu replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Qi Ming then looked at another taller person, and Taishan introduced himself. Taishan. Wu Yigang exchanged glances with his subordinates. They were indeed tempted. Although they told themselves that a little girl couldn't possibly have a way to deal with Ma Yuan Kuei, they felt they had to give it a try. As she just said, trying wouldn't cost them anything. At most, they would just have to take their men on a few more trips. Atai Jimu, what do you think? Wu Yigong looked at his two subordinates. This matter was significant, and he couldn't make the decision alone. I think we can give it a try. After all, it won't hurt. Wang Jimu nodded. I don't want to see that little man, Ma Yuan Kuei, getting ahead anymore. If there is another way, that would be best. Taishan agreed. Hearing that both of his trusted subordinates were on board, Wu Yigong felt he had made a decision. Miss Qiming, all right, although our cooperation is a bit abrupt, we choose to take a gamble. Are you sure you can lead us to Ma Yuan Kuei's supplies? Qiming curled her lips, having anticipated that you would agree. Only a fool would refuse a deal that doesn't incur a loss. However, since this is a transaction, there are certainly things that need to be exchanged. I know that what you soldiers value most is trust. Rest assured, I keep my word. If you still don't trust me, I can make a military pledge. If I fail to deliver, you can deal with me as you see fit. But as I said, this is a transaction. I can help you with such a big task because you have something I want. Wu Yi and the others exchanged glances and asked, what is it? Don't worry, it's nothing significant for you. There are 3 requests. First, I am helping you because the Ma Yuan Kuei family has enmity with me and my friends. After I help you obtain the supplies from Ma Yuan Kuei, I hope your base will no longer shelter the Ma Yuan Kuei family. Second, after I help you, I will leave with my family. I have a few friends who will stay at your base. I don't ask for you to treat them well. Just hope you can look after them a bit more. At least help them if they run into trouble. The third request is arms. I want 10% of your arms. How about that? Qiming raised 3 fingers and stated her requests one by one. The first 2 requests are not a problem, but 10% of the arms is not a small amount. Wang Jimu drawled. Qiming anticipated they would say this and smiled faintly. Indeed, it's not a small amount, but compared to the 30% from Ma Yuan Kuei, it's not much at all. I can help you acquire resources and also help you bring down Ma Yuan Kuei. 10% isn't too much, right? All right, I can agree to this. Wu Yi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Captain Wu, boss. Wang Jimu and Taishan looked at their leader. Wu Yi waved his hand at them. Miss Qiming is right. 10% for what she mentioned is indeed not expensive. However, 10% of the arms is not a small amount. How do you plan to transport it? 10% of the arms would require at least 2 large trucks. As a girl, how are you going to transport and protect these arms and weapons in the apocalypse? Qiming's mysterious smile. You don't need to worry about this. Just give it to me, and I have my own ways. Don't worry, I won't misuse these weapons. In the apocalypse, a girl like me needs something to protect herself, right? As long as others don't provoke me, I won't use these weapons against them, because I can deal with them without weapons. Qiming silently added in her heart. However, what she said was true. In the apocalypse, having weapons is definitely better than just swords and knives. Sometimes it's necessary to use weapons to resolve certain issues. She wanted these weapons just for emergencies. Since she had to survive well in the apocalypse, having more life-saving items is naturally better. Chapter 26, The Plan. The weak little girl, he saw something unbelievable. 3 meticulous individuals in the room performing difficult maneuvers amidst luxury, and the female protagonist among them was his sister. Moreover, the blood on the floor and the person lying on the ground contrasted sharply with the scene on the bed. The people he had imprisoned here had long since disappeared, and none of the guards knew anything. How could he not be angry? And this embarrassing scene wasn't just witnessed by him. His subordinates who followed him also saw it. Later, they learned that his foolish sister had failed to harm others and instead had been harmed herself. It was one thing to be harmed by others, but to let so many people see, it was simply disgraceful for him. However, the military district building was heavily guarded, and he figured she couldn't have run far. Anyone daring to act against him on his territory would not be spared. So, while Qiming was discussing the evening's actions in Captain Wu's office upstairs, Ma Yuan Kuei was almost turning the entire military district building upside down, but he hadn't even seen Qiming's shadow. Just as his anger had nowhere to go, he thought of the only place he hadn't searched in the military district building, the floor where Captain Wu was. Just as he was about to take people upstairs to search, the people upstairs came down. Besides Captain Wu and his 2 trusted subordinates, the woman he was looking for was also among them. You are indeed here, Captain Wu. This woman is the one I'm looking for. So I trouble you not to interfere. After Ma Yuan Kuei finished speaking, he intended to grab Qiming, but before he could reach her, he was blocked by Captain Wu's 2 subordinates. Captain Wu waved his hand, and Wang Jiamu and Taishan finally lowered their blocking hands. Captain Wu stood beside Qiming. Ma Yuan Kuei, I haven't even asked you what you mean by this. I've heard all about your matters from my sister. What do you mean by bringing my sister here? Ma Yuan Kuei suspiciously looked at Captain Wu and then at Qiming. Your sister? Yes, my sister. A distant relative of mine. I've heard about the misunderstanding between you two from my sister. Since it's a misunderstanding, Captain Ma, you should be magnanimous and not hold it against my sister. I want to pursue the matter of you bringing her here today. Let us consider it as not knowing each other. Ma Yuan Kuei clenched his fist. Damn it. A distant relative, sister? Who the hell believes that? What do you mean by misunderstanding? What do you mean by not pursuing? I haven't even decided whether to pursue it or not. Captain Wu, I haven't heard you mention having a distant relative's sister. Captain Wu coldly shot him a glance. Whether I have a sister or not doesn't require your report, right? Are you doubting my words, Captain Ma? Captain Wu stared dangerously at Ma Yuan Kuei. Captain Wu, you're joking. Since it's Captain Wu's sister, then I want to mention the earlier misunderstanding. However, there is one thing that I must pursue. Your sister not only killed my people, but also plotted against my sister. How should we settle this account? Ma Yuan Kuei sneered. Don't think that just because you have Captain Wu protecting you, I want to be able to do anything. I don't care whether she is your real sister or not. Qiming innocently shrugged and said with a puzzled expression, I don't even know what Captain Ma is talking about. Why don't you tell me? What happened to Captain Ma's sister? Qiming pretended to be puzzled for a moment, tilting her head and suddenly seeming to realize something. Oh, so the girl who came to see me is Captain Ma's sister. I really didn't know that. You've already admitted it. What else is there to say? Ma Yuan Kuei pointed at Qiming and was ready to call someone to arrest her. Qiming, however, changed her tone and said, I haven't finished speaking. I have seen your sister, but she only glanced at me and left. When she left, the door wasn't closed, and there was no one outside guarding it, so I came out. I thought your sister was Captain Ma's sister, and you had her come to release me. After that, I don't know what happened. Once I went out, I ran into Uncle Wu, and then I chatted with Uncle Wu and his two subordinates, never going out again. How can you blame me for what happened to Captain Ma's sister? I'm an adult. Who could harm her? That's right, Miss Qiming has been with us all along. Wang Jimu nodded, agreeing that they had indeed been together. However, what had happened before? As long as Qiming didn't admit it, who could do anything? Those two rascals who had caused trouble for Ma Xiaofu had probably already been dealt with by Ma Yuan Kuei. After all, keeping such people around is a disgrace. As for Ma Xiaofu, she probably hasn't even woken up yet. Who can testify? You are lying. Ma Yuan Kuei didn't expect Qiming to deny it completely and push all the blame away. The last sentence clearly implied that his sister was a promiscuous person. As an adult, who could force her to take drugs? Moreover, with so many guards in the military district building, even if someone forced her, she could have screamed. But what do these events indicate? They indicate that his sister willingly engaged in relations with someone. What does that have to do with her? Feng Qiming. You little girl. Captain Ma, you say I'm lying, but is there any witness? Or physical evidence? Qiming asked with a smile. That's right. She knew he had no evidence. Ma Xiaofu had taken so many drugs that the effects couldn't have worn off so quickly. Even if she turned black into white now, no one would say anything. Ma Yuan Gui pointed at Qiming. He indeed had no evidence. Those two rascals had already been dealt with by him. His foolish sister was still under the influence of the drugs, alternating between being unconscious and claiming she wanted a man. How could he let her come out to testify? Damn it. Fine, let's not talk about my sister for now, but what about the fact that my sister's people were killed? What do you have to say about that? Ma Yuan Gui Saidangridi. Qiming chuckled a few times. Captain Ma, what you said is even funnier. I've been an Uncle Wu S all along. So how could I have killed your sister S person? Oh, right. Since it was your sister S person, you should ask your sister instead. Maybe your sister has a big appetite and needs several people to satisfy her desires, or perhaps the other two thugs were unhappy and killed another one. It's possible too. You were just blaming it all on me, a little girl. Do you see me as such a delicate little girl? Can I overpower a big boy, let alone kill someone? Qiming innocently blinked her eyes, appearing extremely fragile. Although she was tall, her figure was quite slim, and she restrained her cold aura, pretending to be weak, looking pitiful. When they returned, it was just time for dinner. Xiao Romeng was crying in the tent, while Luo quietly sat beside Aunt Feng, wiping her tears. Feng Wenbin was pacing back and forth outside the tent, and Captain He and others were anxiously waiting outside, as if for some news. Yanlong nodded. Yes, Qiming should be fine. She should have run out. Xiaoming ran out? Thank heavens. May the heavens bless my daughter to be safe. Upon hearing about her daughter, Xiao Rumling immediately walked out of the tent, clasping her hands in prayer. Just then, several soldiers appeared in front of everyone. When everyone thought there were trouble sent by Ma Yuanjue, a person came out from behind the soldiers. It was none other than the one they were worried about, Qiming. Xiaoming. Feng Dad immediately went over, grabbing his daughter and checking her up and down for injuries. Are you hurt? Tell Dad, and I'll go find them. Even in the apocalypse, you can't just grab people. Qiming shook her head. Dad, look, I'm fine. Mom, why are you crying? I'm sorry for making you worry. Tonight, just as we discussed, I will meet up with you on time. Qiming nodded, knowing what he meant. Chapter 27. Tracking. Hiding the supplies as night fell, the entire military district base had fallen into a deep sleep, with only patrolling personnel checking the surroundings. A group of figures quickly exited the base gate into the darkness, heading towards W City. After these 10 or so figures disappeared into the distance, another figure emerged from the shadows, glanced at the direction the previous group had left, and then made a mark on the ground beside him. After finishing, he followed the group ahead. The group in front was none other than Ma Yuan Kuei and his subordinates, while the figure following them was Qiming. That night, Ma Yuan Kuei was supposed to be resting at home, but his subordinates sent word that Wu Yigong had just dispatched people to search for supplies and found a large batch in W City. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan Kuei couldn't sit still. He had already purchased all the supplies in W City. It was impossible for there to be such a large batch left. Even if there were, it would only be a small, scattered portion. However, the person reporting to him said that after Wu Yigong received this news, he immediately sealed it off. If it weren't for the informant he had placed among those searching for supplies, he would never have known about it. Since Wu Yigong had sealed this information, it must be quite credible. No wonder that sneaky guy said he would give him news at night during their trade discussion in the afternoon. He waited for so long. Yet Wu Yigong did not come to trade with him. It seemed that Wu Yigong had indeed found a large batch of supplies. However, there clearly weren't many supplies left in W City. It was impossible to find such a large batch. If this news were true, then the supplies found were very likely his. How could he not be anxious? But he was the only one who knew about his batch of supplies, and he was the only one with the key. The hiding place was so secretive. How could anyone find it? He was somewhat doubtful, but also uneasy. So he quietly left the base at night with a few trusted subordinates to check if his supplies were still safe. Ma Yuan Kuei arrived at the outskirts of W City with over a dozen subordinates. This area was on the outskirts of W City, a bit away from the city center, mostly consisting of factories. There should be a considerable number of infected people around here, but along the way, aside from a few scattered zombies, there were no large groups of them. Ma Yuan Kuei entered a large scrap processing plant, while his other subordinates stood guard outside. Ma Yuan Kuei entered the plant alone, and Qiming hid behind a nearby building, observing the guards around. There were about 11 or 12 of them. Qiming squinted and looked towards the roof of the factory. If she wanted to enter without alerting anyone, she could only go from above. Without thinking too much, Qiming bent down, carefully avoiding the patrolling guards, and headed towards the corner of the factory, which happened to be a blind spot for patrols. There is also a small mound made of discarded items nearby, just enough for her to climb to the roof. Qiming carefully climbed up the pile of abandoned items, scaled the eaves, and successfully reached the roof. Fortunately, the roofs of these factories were mostly flat and long, connected to each other. Qiming quickly searched for Ma Yuan Kuei's figure, and after passing 3 or 4 buildings, she finally spotted him. Under the night sky, Qiming's lips curled up slightly as she looked cautiously at Ma Yuan Kuei's back, thinking, "Gotcha, you can't hide from me." Qiming carefully followed behind Ma Yuan Kuei after sneaking down from the roof. After twisting and turning through numerous bends, they finally arrived in front of a large factory. The factory's door was a massive iron gate, secured with a large iron lock. Without a key, the only way to open it would be with a fire-cutting machine. No wonder Captain Wu had sent so many people to the city to find supplies, but couldn't he locate anything. It turned out that all the supplies had been bought up by Ma Yuan Kuei. Moreover, they weren't hidden in the city, but in this industrial area not far from the city, specifically in an abandoned waste processing factory, essentially a junkyard. Who would have thought there would be supplies here? Even if someone searched diligently, they would never find their way in, especially with so many factories that all looked the same, and after twisting through so many turns, it would be a miracle if anyone could find it. But how strange it was. W City was at least a city. How did Ma Yuan Kuei manage to store all the supplies of W City here before or after the apocalypse? Such a massive storage couldn't have been done in a short time. It must have been premeditated. Did Ma Yuan Kuei know that this day would come? Which is why he had stored so many supplies in advance. No, she only knew what would happen later because of her rebirth. But what about Ma Yuan Kuei? Could he be like her? Qiming's heart suddenly jolted. It couldn't be. But why not? If she could be reborn, why couldn't others? There was another puzzling point. This was a factory, yet there wasn't a single zombie inside. Had no one worked here before the apocalypse? Yet she could vaguely smell a rotting odor. Was it the smell of the discarded garbage? Qiming squinted. This place was too strange, and the longer she stayed, the more she sensed a dangerous atmosphere. She saw Ma Yuan Kuei unlock the large lock. The sound of the iron clinking echoed loudly in the quiet factory. However, he quickly steadied the lock to avoid it clashing with the door, cautiously opening the big door and pushing it ajar before stepping inside. Once he was in, Qiming emerged from her hiding spot, glanced around, marked the spot outside the door, and followed him in. Once inside, she discovered that the entire factory was filled with boxes of all sizes, all covered with tarps, making it impossible to see what was inside. Hiding behind a box, Qiming stretched her head out and saw Ma Yuan Kuei lifting a covered tarp, revealing the contents inside. Uniform cardboard boxes. She watched as he cut open one of the boxes and took out a package to inspect. Due to the distance, Qiming couldn't see what he was holding, but she noticed that after looking at the items, he let out a long sigh, seemingly relieved, put the items back, sealed it up again, covered it with the tarp, and turned to leave. When he got close to where Qiming was hiding, the flashlight he held suddenly shone on the ground as if he had spotted something. He immediately pulled out his gun from behind. Alert! Who's there? Come out! Qiming raised her eyebrows. Was she discovered? She looked towards the place where Ma Yuanxiu had just been looking and found that he had seen the footprints. The factory had been abandoned for too long, so a lot of dust had accumulated. If someone came in, there would be traces of footprints. It seemed that Ma Yuanxiu had unintentionally seen her footprints just now. Unexpectedly, Ma Yuanxiu wasn't so foolish after all. Come out, who is it? Stop hiding, I can see you. If you don't come out, I'll shoot. Ma Yuanxiu followed the footprints, walking step by step towards the place where Qiming was hiding. Qiming took out the blood dagger from his space, watching the corner ahead with vigilance. As long as Ma Yuan Kuei turned the corner, he would discover her. The moment he showed even a hint, she would throw the dagger in her hand. At this tense moment, when she could hear Ma Yuan Kuei's breathing around the corner, the iron door was suddenly opened, and the dazzling headlights of a large vehicle illuminated the entire factory. Ma Yuan Kuei was momentarily blinded by the sudden light, and at that moment, Qiming darted out. She leaped, and her right hand threw the dagger towards Ma Yuan Kuei's gun-wielding hand. Ma Yuan Kuei felt a sharp pain, and the handgun fell to the ground. Startled, he immediately reached out with his other hand to pick up the fallen handgun, but before his hand could touch it, another dagger pierced through his palm, and the excruciating pain in both hands made him scream. Qiming rolled on the ground and steadied her figure. At that moment, the people from outside also came in, led by Wang Jiamu and Taishan, who were Wu Yigong's trusted subordinates. Behind them was the troop they brought. Wu Yigong, as the base leader, needed to stay at the base, so only Wang Jiamu and Taishan came. They followed the marks left by Qiming as agreed upon earlier. Brother Wang, Brother Taishan. Qiming greeted them as soon as she saw them. The two men, dressed in military uniforms and each holding a rifle, walked towards her against the light. Taishan glanced at Ma Yuan Kuei, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and kicked him again before saying to Qiming, "Sister, your marks really helped us find you." It was quite a detour. Qiming helplessly shrugged. "This is not the place I chose." She pointed at Ma Yuan Kuei lying on the ground. "You, how'd you all find your way here? Damn it, Ma Yuan Kuei awkwardly lifted his head to look at the three, his hand covered in blood, looking somewhat terrifying. How do we get here? Of course, we followed you. After saying this, Taishan looked around the factory in surprise and said, Are these all supplies? Qiming said uncertainly, It should be. After speaking, she lifted one of the covered tarps and opened one of the boxes. She continued to open several boxes, all of which were filled with food. It really was food. Damn it. The news about the supplies was released by you. You tricked me. Ma Yuan Kuei shouted in frustration on the ground, seemingly unwilling to accept it. Wang Jiamu smiled and said, You're not stupid. But you should thank yourself for coming up with this method. If it weren't for you bringing Qimeng to the military district building, we wouldn't have met her, and she wouldn't have thought of such a method. So thank you. You guys, I will kill you. Kill us? You should think about yourself. Your subordinates outside were already dealt with by us when we came in. How can you kill anyone alone? Taishan looked at Ma Yuan Kuei with disdain. After hearing this, Ma Yuan Kuei's eyes gradually darkened, his heart feeling dead. He never expected this outcome, to be trapped like this. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A trace of sinister light flashed in his lowered eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 28. Supplies. Secret Laboratory. Wang Jiamu and Taishan, along with their subordinates, loaded the boxes of supplies onto the truck. Although they had guessed that Ma Yuan Kuei had a lot of supplies, they did not expect there to be so many. They had brought over 20 military cargo trucks, yet they had only managed to load less than half of the supplies. Looking at the endless supplies, Taishan spat and said, Damn it, with so many supplies, this guy Ma Yuan Kuei must have moved all the supplies from W City here. How'd he manage to get all this here? Wang Jimu sighed as he looked at the warehouse full of supplies. No wonder so many of our people couldn't find much. Ah, Doi. Tell the brothers to fill up the trucks and get on board. Leave most of the brothers here to guard this place. It can't be discovered by others. We must leave some people here. Even though this place is remote and there are few zombies, I still feel uneasy without anyone watching over it. Taishan nodded and went to direct his brothers to hurry up and load the supplies. Qimeng, however, was not interested in these supplies, as she already had plenty in her space, enough for her family to eat for decades. These were life-saving supplies, but she wouldn't take them. She just wanted to understand her initial question. Qimeng crouched down, pressing the bloodstained blade against Ma Yuan Kuei's neck. I have no enmity with you. If you want to blame someone, blame your foolish sister. Not only did she harm my friend, but she also tried to attack me. But you're not a good person either. Someone who can raise those thugs under him can't be too decent. I can only say your wits are low, and you've met me. Let me ask you, where did all these supplies come from? How could you prepare so many supplies? Ma Yuan Kuei lay on the ground, propping himself up on one arm, pursing his lips and remaining silent. Qimeng sneered. Not talking? Let's see if you're stubborn or if my knife is sharper. With that, she stabbed towards Ma Yuan Kuei's left shoulder. Ma Yuan Kuei screamed in pain, curling up his body. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't speak, this dagger won't just be piercing your shoulder. I can make you wish you were dead. It's best if you're honest. Qimeng moved the blood-stained blade closer to his neck. The coldness of the dagger pressed against Ma Yuan Kuei's carotid artery with a slight cut. His life could be ended. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he trembled, stuttering. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. All these supplies were bought by me. Why did you buy so many supplies? These supplies definitely weren't placed here after the apocalypse. Be honest. The coldness in Qimeng's eyes deepened, and the knife drew a line of blood on Ma Yuan Kuei's neck. Ma Yuan Kuei starkenet. And he gritted his teeth. I'll tell you, a month ago. It turned out that a month ago, before the virus outbreak, Ma Yuan Kuei was a minor official in W City, similar to a deputy secretary. Compared to ordinary citizens, officials always knew things a bit earlier or more. At that time, the virus had not yet broken out. There were only a few cases of flu that didn't attract public attention. However, being an official, Ma Yuan Kuei inadvertently overheard some confidential information when the flu appeared. The zombie virus did not appear suddenly. Initially, it was very similar to the flu, with varying incubation periods. Once the incubation period passed and a person became a zombie, anyone bitten or scratched by that zombie would be directly infected. This is why the zombie virus spread so quickly, and the source of this catastrophe was a secret experimental base. Long ago, there was a secret experiment in the capital, the address and content of which only a few people in the capital knew. As early as 3 months ago, a large number of flu cases appeared near the capital. But later, for some reason, these people mysteriously disappeared, and due to pressure from above, no one dared to report it, so not many people knew about it, and it was left unresolved. Just when it seemed this matter was over, a month ago, Ma Yuan Kuei's superior received news that, for some unknown reason, the virus from the secret laboratory had leaked out and even spread nationwide. This virus had extremely strong infectivity, and its initial symptoms were flu-like. More seriously, the people in the laboratory had all died, and the only antibody developed was nowhere to be found. By the time people in the capital learned of this, the pathogen had already spread across the country. Once the incubation period passed for those infected, the speed of transmission would not take a month before the virus fully erupted. The high-ranking officials who knew about this were secretly stockpiling supplies, and after Ma Yuan Kuei learned about this, he also began to secretly store supplies, resulting in a large portion of W City's supplies being quickly acquired. This is why Ma Yuan Kuei had so many supplies. He thought he could live worry-free in the apocalypse with these supplies. But he forgot to stockpile weapons. In the apocalypse, having food alone is not enough. One must have weapons for self-defense. So he made a deal with Wu Yigong, initially just to ensure his safety and have Wu Yigong send people to protect him. However, later, he became increasingly unwilling to accept this. Clearly, he was the one providing the supplies, yet Wu Yigong was the leader of the base, and he could only rely on a few dozen soldiers for protection. He felt increasingly resentful, and when more and more people were taken in by the base and food became scarcer, Ma Yuan Kuei thought of trading for weapons. He knew that if he traded a lot, Wu Yigong would definitely not agree, so he set a fixed price of 30% for the weapons. Once he had these weapons, he would have enough food and enough weapons to arm several squads, and, at that point, would he still need Wu Yigong to send people to protect him? He could then take the opportunity to slip away and live off these supplies. As for trading, to hell with that. But he never expected it would turn out like this. It was all because of his foolish sister. Why did she have to come to find him at such a critical moment, causing him trouble? If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have met Feng Qimeng, and perhaps so much wouldn't have happened. Ma Yuan Kuei now hated his sister to death in his heart. The pain in his shoulder and hand, making him feel an unprecedented danger and fear. He didn't T1 die. He still had so many supplies, he couldn't die. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Ma Yuan Kuei's eyes, but because he was looking down, Qi Ming didn't notice. So you mean to say you started stockpiling these supplies after overhearing this news? Qi Ming looked coldly at Ma Yuan Kuei. Ma Yuan Kuei nodded painfully. What I'm saying is the truth. Otherwise, why would I store so many supplies? It was just in case. No, with so many supplies, given your financial capacity and influence, it's impossible for you to gather them. You're lying. Qi Ming pressed the knife closer. Ma Yuan Kuei was just a minor official, and the supplies here accounted for a large portion of W City's resources. Given Ma Yuan Kuei's abilities, it was impossible for him to achieve this. He was definitely hiding something from her. I really am not lying. Some of these supplies are mine, and some are for my superior. After the apocalypse hit, he got infected. I lied to him that I had medicine to cure him, and that's how he told me where he hid the supplies, right here. So I'm not really lying to you. Ma Yuan Kuei shrank his neck, fearing Qi Ming might accidentally slice his throat. Qi Ming fixed her gaze on Ma Yuan Kuei for a moment. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Seeing how scared Ma Yuan Kuei was, he likely wouldn't dare to lie. Qi Ming let out a breath. She had thought that Ma Yuan Kuei was someone like her who had been reborn, but it seemed that was just her imagination. There couldn't be that many people who had been reborn. She just didn't expect that the virus had come about this way, and that people had already been infected 3 months ago. The secret laboratory in the capital? If what Ma Yuan Kuei said is true, then the capital must be a place full of troubles. Perhaps the pathogen of the virus originated from there. As for why the capital seemed fine, it was certainly because the people there had already made preparations. So should she take her parents to that troubled place in the capital or not? But if they didn't go, where else could they go? In her memories from her previous life, after the apocalypse, the capital base was the safest place. Forget it. No matter what kind of troubled place it was, as long as she kept a low profile and stayed safe with her parents, that would be enough. As for the experiments and all that, it had nothing to do with her. As long as her parents were safe, that was what mattered. What about him? Taishan walked over and pointed at Ma Yuan Kuei on the ground. Qiming nodded. She didn't care. Her goal had already been achieved, and she had learned what she wanted to know. How Ma Yuan Kuei dealt with it was up to Captain Wu and the others. The subsequent matters were no longer her concern. After obtaining the arms from her transaction with Captain Wu, she planned to leave here with her parents. They still needed to go to the capital base, as it was still the safest place. Qiming and Wang Jiamu's group got into the car, and several soldiers were also preparing to capture Ma Yuanxiu. Just as the soldiers were about to grab Ma Yuanxiu, his previously listless body suddenly sprang up and collided with the two soldiers who were trying to catch him. The two soldiers were caught off guard by the injured Ma Yuanxiu's sudden attack, and one of them was knocked down to the ground. Ma Yuanxiu, not knowing where he got the strength, seized a gun from one of the soldiers and, with 2 gunshots, killed both soldiers. He then turned and ran towards the other side of the factory. Qimeng and the others were startled and immediately ran over upon hearing the gunshots, only to see the 2 soldiers lying in a pool of blood, while Ma Yuanxiu's fleeing figure was still faintly visible not far away. Chase! Wang Jiamu shouted loudly, urging all his subordinates to pursue. Qimeng held on to Wang Jiamu. We need to keep someone here, Brother Wang. You take a part of the team to guard this place while Taishan and I, along with a few others, go after him. He is injured and shouldn't be able to run far. Wang Jiamu nodded. Qimeng was right. Someone had to stay. Ma Yuan Kuei was injured and Wu Ti have gone far. Even if only Taishan went, they could catch him. They divided the tasks, with Brother Wang taking part of the team to guard, while Qimeng and Taishan took a few people to pursue. Chapter 29. Danger. I can still hold on and dare to run from me. You think I can't catch you, huh? Taishan spat, leading his men towards the direction Ma Yuan Kuei had fled. Qimeng followed closely behind. They chased Ma Yuan Kuei to the back of the factory, only to find there was a small door. By the time they arrived, Ma Yuan Kuei had already opened the door and escaped. They hurriedly followed, discovering that it led to a waste processing plant filled with various machines for handling scrap. If he hid here, it would take some effort to find him. The group entered the dark space with flashlights, but the light barely reached 3 steps ahead, making it very dark inside. Once inside, Qimeng caught a whiff of a decaying smell. It wasn't strong, and if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't notice it. Having lived for 4 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she was all too familiar with the scent of decay. So, she sensed it immediately. Even if it was faint, something was rotting. Split up. You guys go that way, and you guys over here. Sister, just stick with me. Atai directed his men to act separately. Qimeng responded and carefully followed behind Atai. After walking for a few minutes, they still hadn't seen Ma Yuan Kuei's shadow. Qimeng's unease grew stronger. Ever since they followed Ma Yuan Kuei into the waste processing plant, she had felt something was off. Now, in this enclosed space, her discomfort intensified. She couldn't help but remind Atai, Brother Atai, be careful. It's too quiet here. I feel something is wrong. Sister, this is an abandoned factory. Do you expect to find people here? Quiet is normal. Don't worry. Atai thought Qimeng was just afraid of the dark and reassured her. But it's too quiet. I felt something was off since we came in. Brother Atai, don't you think it's unusually quiet? There are no zombies here at all. Logically, there should have been workers here before the apocalypse. Yet there isn't a single zombie. Qimeng insisted something was wrong. What is so strange about that? Isn't this where Ma Yuan Kuei stored supplies? Maybe he cleaned it out beforehand. It's nothing unusual. Think about it. If there were many zombies here, he wouldn't have kept his supplies here, right? Maybe I'm overthinking it, Qimeng thought, realizing Atai might be right. Perhaps she was just being too sensitive. Just then, a shadow flashed in front of them. The light didn't reach far enough to see who it was. Everyone had flashlights, so it shouldn't be one of their own. It must be Ma Yuan Kuei. Without hesitation, Qimeng and Atai chased after the shadow. You little brat, don't run. Just wait until I catch you. I'll see how I deal with you. Atai grumbled, chasing the figure until it stopped. The person turned around. It was the injured Ma Yuan Kuei. And then, keep running, huh? Nowhere to run. Atai shone his flashlight at Ma Yuan Kuei, who shielded his eyes with his hand. Atai handed the flashlight to Chimeng and raised his gun. Stepping closer. Put your hands up. Don't shoot. Ma Yuankue trembled as he slowly raised his hands. Gently placing the gun, he had just grabbed on the ground before standing up. Chimeng shone the flashlight at Ma Yuankue, whose nose ly detected a stronger smell of decay. As Atai approached, a sinister smile slowly crept onto the corner of Ma Yuankue's mouth. Chimeng was taken aback and shouted at Atai, "Don't go over!" But it was already too late. With Chimeng's exclamation, Atai also noticed that Ma Yuankue was staring at him with ill intentions. With a bang, he fired a shot at Ma Yuankue. However, it seemed that Ma Yuankue had anticipated this, as he crouched down and rolled away before Atai could pull the trigger. He grabbed the gun on the ground and shot at Atai's calf, hitting him squarely in the calf muscle. Atai cried out in pain, but did not pay attention to his leg injury. He picked up his gun and swung it towards Ma Yuankue, also lunging in that direction. At that moment, Ma Yuankue dodged, and behind him, a one-person-wide hole appeared on the ground. With Atai's lunge, his body was directly heading towards the hole. Chimeng exclaimed in alarm and immediately ran towards Atai's direction. She grabbed Atai's hand that had fallen into the hole, but she also fell to the ground. As Atai continued to drop, Chimeng was pulled towards the mouth of the hole by the force of his descent. Realizing she was about to fall in herself, she quickly let go of the flashlight with her left hand and grabbed onto a nearby machine frame. Atai! Chimeng looked down from the hole and saw that she was tightly holding onto one of Taishan's hands, which was now suspended in midair, while below was pitch black, and nothing was visible. However, the rotten smell near the hole rushed into Chimeng's nose, and she also heard the shuffling sounds made by zombies. There were zombies down there, and, judging by the sound, there were quite a few of them. Atai, don't speak. There might be zombies below you. Grab my hand and don't let go. I'll pull you up. Chimeng struggled to move her arm, but with her physique, just holding on to Taishan had already exhausted her strength, let alone pulling him up. Just then, Ma Yuanka picked up the flashlight from the ground and walked over, covered in blood. In the dim light, he looked like a ghost, eerie and terrifying. He slowly squatted next to Chimeng, shining the flashlight on her face, making her squint as the light dazzled her. Little girl, you think you can last against me? Hee hee. Do you want to know what's down there? TSK. You're so clever. You must have guessed it already. Ma Yuanka shone the flashlight downwards. Below the hole was a large underground warehouse for processing scrap, and this hole was merely a ventilation opening. At that moment, under the light of the flashlight, Chimeng and Taishan looked down and saw the warehouse filled with countless human heads, sending chills down their spines. Most of these heads were already decayed. Some had only half a face left, while others were rotting and infested with maggots. They all heard the sounds coming from above and were lifting their heads, reaching out their hands towards Atai. Atai's leg wound was also dripping blood, and the smell of blood further stimulated the zombies below, causing them to surge towards this direction. Reaching up, Taishan was less than an arm's length away from these zombies, and if Chimeng couldn't hold on and slip down even a little, Taishan would be caught by them. Chimeng realized that the rotting smell she sensed as soon as she entered came from the underground warehouse where the zombies in this factory were locked up. She said, "Where does this rotten smell come from? The source is right here." Without a second thought, she knew that these zombies were locked up here, definitely by Ma Yuankue. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with the location of the ventilation ducts. Chimeng let out a soft grunt, loosening her grip on Taishan's hand in pain. Taishan's body started to fall down, but Chimeng gritted her teeth and, despite the pain, tightened her hold on his hand, refusing to let him drop. However, the blood from her bitten lip was a clear sign that she was already trying her hardest to hold on. Hee hee, little girl. I meant to say you have some backbone, or should I say you're stubborn? You've gone silent, which is somewhat admirable. Ma Yuanchuan clicked his tongue. Sister, let go of me quickly. If this goes on, we'll both die. Taishan's voice came from below, as the blood from the wound on Chimeng's shoulder flowed down her arm to his hand. He knew that if they both died, it would be better for him to die alone. Little girl, still trying to be tough? I wonder how long you can keep this up. After saying this, Ma Yuanchuan raised his gun again, preparing to shoot Chimeng in the left shoulder. Chimeng's eyes darkened. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't show its power. Does he really think she's Hello Kitty? Just as Ma Yuan Kuei raised his pistol, Qiming gritted her teeth, lifted her left foot, and kicked towards Ma Yuan Kuei's ankle. Caught off guard, Ma Yuan Kuei was knocked to the ground by the sudden kick. What a good opportunity. With a surge of energy, Qiming seized the moment. Her left hand fiercely gripping the machine, using all her strength to lift Taishan upwards. Qiming only heard a crack from her right hand, the sound of her right shoulder dislocating. This made her break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Brother Atai, your name is truly not for nothing. Now I understand what it means to be as heavy as Mount Tai. Despite the pain, Qiming couldn't help but make a joke. Just then, Ma Yuanke had already raised his gun toward her again. Damn it, how dare he kick him? Just as Qiming thought she would definitely be shot, she heard a gunshot followed by the sound of a bullet piercing flesh. She only saw Ma Yuanke's hand, which was about to shoot her, tremble, and then he looked down in disbelief at his chest that had been shot through by the bullet. Following, there was the heavy thud of his body falling to the ground. Atai Qiming. Then came Wang Jimu's anxious voice as he rushed over. On the way back to the base, Wang Jimu fixed Qiming's dislocated shoulder, and due to the limited conditions in the car, her shoulder wound could only be treated simply. The injury at the foot of Mount Tai was also treated in a straightforward manner. Qiming was gasping for breath in the car, thankful that Brother Wang and the others arrived in time. Otherwise, she couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. She had almost died again just now. Brother Wang, weren't you in front? How did you end up in the back? Qiming asked, trying to shift her focus from the pain, feeling a bit surprised as well. Qiming let out a soft "oh," realizing it was like this. Taishan sat to the side, his head lowered, not saying a word, seemingly lost in thought. Qiming nudged Taishan. Taiko, what's wrong with you? Wang Jimu also looked at Taishan with some confusion. He had been brothers with Taishan for many years and had never seen him like this. He couldn't understand why Taishan had been like he had something on his mind since they got in the car, keeping his head down and silent. Taishan raised his head and suddenly looked at Qiming, causing her to freeze for a moment. Do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 30. Injured. Taishan's thoughts the next day. Qiming's right hand was in a sling, with some bandages wrapped around her shoulder. The military doctor said that her hand was dislocated and her right shoulder had been shot. Besides needing to treat the gunshot wound, she should keep the dislocated shoulder as still as possible. Under the intimidating gaze of her mother, Xiao Rumeng, Qiming reluctantly wrapped her hand in a bandage and hung it in front of her chest. Who could blame her? Her mother's gaze could kill. Qiming hung her hand and arrived at Wu Yigong's office. Just then, Wang Jimu and Taishan were also there. Taishan leaned on his cane with one hand, but with his large frame propped up on the cane, it looked oddly harmonious, giving off a cute vibe instead. When the three saw Qiming coming, Lieutenant Wu and Wang Jimu immediately approached her. Lieutenant Wu pulled Qiming to sit down, saying, "Hey, why are you here? You're still injured. Quickly sit down." "Thank you. No need to be so polite. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. I came to find Uncle Wu because I found the supplies for my Yuan Kuei. I'm here to collect my 10% of the military supplies. Uncle Wu wouldn't he forget, right?" Hee hee. Qiming joked. "You girl, what do you take me for? Don't worry. I prepared your 10% of the supplies." "But, girl, with so many supplies, how are you going to carry them?" Lieutenant Wu said, concerned for Qiming. "Uncle Wu, actually I have one more thing to trouble you with. I would like a military armored vehicle," Qiming said shyly. The military armored vehicle has the best safety features. It's bulletproof and crash-resistant. A small car or a bus would likely shatter its windshield after a few crashes with zombies. But an armored vehicle is different. It's bulletproof, so it doesn't matter how it crashes. Plus, it's spacious enough for her family to sleep in. She can't keep taking things out from her space every time, as that would easily expose her. Having an armored vehicle would not only help conceal her movements, but also intimidate those with ill intentions. Most importantly, she needed a vehicle to take her parents to the capital, and it had to be durable and easy to drive. A military armored vehicle was her best choice. Moreover, she heard that Qiming had also saved Taishan, who was quite fond of the little girl. Not only was she courageous and resourceful, but she also had a sense of loyalty. As a soldier, he valued such traits greatly. Qiming was truly a surprise to him. Taishan lowered his head and fell silent for a while. In the quiet office, Wu Yigong and Wang Jimu actually heard Taishan crying. The two were stunned. They had known each other for so long and had never seen any of them cry, let alone Taishan, who had a big build, an honest personality, and a bit of a temper. His family had passed away early, and he entered the army at 17. Although he was a bit slow-witted, he was hard-working and had endured the harsh conditions and training of the army without shedding a tear. What was going on today? Wu Yigong and Wang Jiamu didn't speak, just silently waiting for Taishan to finish crying. Taishan sniffed, wiped his tears, and said hoarsely, "I'm fine. It's just that when I saw Qimeng, I felt a bit guilty." Guilty? Wang Jiamu was somewhat confused. Taishan nodded, "Yeah, not just guilty. You guys don't know what happened yesterday when we were looking for Ma Yuan Kuei. Do you have any idea how many zombies were down in the underground warehouse? When the flashlight shone down, all you could see were heads. If Qimeng hadn't risked her life to hold me back, I would have fallen down long ago. Ma Yuan Kuei even shot at her shoulder, and she didn't even make a sound. Does anyone know what it feels like to be shot? Don't I know? I deal with guns every day. This girl not only didn't make a sound, but she also didn't let go of me. In my life, apart from you two brothers, no one has ever treated me like this, especially a little girl. When I told her to let go, do you know what she said? She said she could still hold on. Even when Ma Yuan Kuei was preparing to shoot again or kill her, she still didn't let go of me. I've never admired anyone in my life, but Qimeng is the first person I truly admire. Jimu, you don't know the feeling when I came out and saw the blood on Qimeng and her dislocated hand pulling me. I just felt terrible." After saying this, Taishan leaned heavily into the sofa, his face expressing an indescribable emotion. Atai's eyes darkened, and he didn't speak. He truly didn't know how to repay Qimeng. Because of helping Lieutenant Wu find supplies, Qimeng's family was living better than most in the base. At least they had enough food to fill their stomachs. And Lieutenant Wu had arranged a room for them to live in, so they didn't have to set up a tent, which was much more comfortable. Recently, Dui Xiayuan and his team had performed well on missions, gaining some fame in the military. Plus, since Qimeng had traded with Lieutenant Wu, Dui's team was doing quite well. When Qimeng threw out that mother and daughter, she remembered their cries for mercy. However, she just gave him a bitter smile and left. If they wanted her to spare them, then how could they have spared In Sun and herself? In Sun was dead because of that mother and daughter, and at the military headquarters, Ma Qiaofu had no intention of sparing her either. Everything was self-inflicted, and not killing them was already a mercy. Whether they could survive outside the base depended on themselves. In these days, Wang Jimu would occasionally come to see her, while Lieutenant Wu was busy with base matters and hadn't come much. However, he asked Wang Jimu to bring a lot of things every time he came. As for Taishan, she hadn't seen him since they left Wu Yigong's office. Qimeng asked Wang Jimu about Taishan, who smiled but said nothing, leaving Qimeng feeling somewhat confused. At night, Qimeng couldn't sleep and walked around the base. She planned to set off for the capital base tomorrow, and her parents agreed. However, when it really came time to leave, Qimeng felt a bit reluctant. After all, this was the first base she had stayed in, and she had made friends here after the apocalypse. Leaving was indeed a bit hard. Chapter 31. Turning around and leaving Xiaoming. Long time no see. How have you been? Shuai Lily approached and affectionately hugged Qimeng's right arm, which was injured. The hug tugged at her shoulder wound, causing Qimeng to frown slightly and pull her hand away from Shuai Lily's grasp. "No, you're overthinking it. I have no reason to be angry over two strangers. Do you have something to say? If not, I'll be leaving." Qimeng interrupted Shuai Lily. She could not forgive her best friend from her past life who wanted to kill her, but she couldn't say she hated her either. In this new life, as long as Shuai Lily didn't provoke her again, she could pretend they didn't know each other. "Xiaoming, what do you mean? Strangers?" "Xiaoming, I'm your best friend." Shuai Lily was taken aback by Qimeng's words. She remembered that in the past, Xiaoming would listen to her. Regarding the matter of her taking Jiangqi away, as long as she acted pitiful and said some good words, Xiaoming would forgive her. But now, Xiaoming was saying they were strangers? "What do you want from me?" Qimeng didn't want to get entangled with her any longer. Seeing that Qimeng seemed unwilling to talk to her and was growing impatient, Shuai Lily lowered her head, seemingly feeling wronged. With a tone of regret, she said, "Xiaoming, I know you're still angry because I took Jiangqi from you. I'm sorry about that, but Jiangqi and I truly love each other. We've been good friends since childhood. You should bless us, right?" Do you think I would be kind enough to bless you after my best friend got together with my boyfriend? I still remember what I said to you last time at school. I said that I would help you, but once we part, we would be strangers. So now, you're just strangers to me. If you're really fine, I'm sorry, but I'll be leaving now. I don't really like talking to strangers. Qiming's resolute attitude surprised Shuelili. Seeing Qiming about to leave, she immediately stopped her. Xiaoming, I know you have food. Can you lend me some? Jiangqi is sick and needs something to recover, but I don't know how to get food for him. I saw you living in a small house, and you seem to have a good relationship with the soldiers at the base. I know you have food. Can you lend me some? I will return it to you later. Usually, she and Jiangqi relied on the 2 meals provided by the base and with their parents. Jiangqi occasionally went out to take on tasks to earn some food. However, the weather in April was still a bit cool, and since Jiangqi had never done hard labor, he had become exhausted over the past few days. Now, their 2 families could not get enough to eat just from the 2 meals at the base. She had seen Qiming's family living in a house and having a good relationship with the people at the base, so they must have extra food. I have food, but it's only enough for my family. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Xiaoming, how have you changed like this? I just want to borrow some food, even if you're still angry with me, but Jiangqi is someone you have liked for so long, right? Even if you wouldn't lend it to me, you wouldn't refuse Jiangqi, would you? Hearing that Qiming wouldn't lend her any, Shuelili's tone clearly rose. But suddenly, Shuelili caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye, as if she saw something, and her tone immediately became aggrieved and ashamed as she grabbed Qiming's right hand, as if admitting her mistake. Qiming frowned, the pain from her right shoulder making her increasingly impatient. She yanked her right hand away, and because Shuelili was holding on tightly, Qiming used some force. However, Shuelili was thrown to the ground as if Qiming had used great strength. Qiming didn't expect Shuelili to be so fragile. She merely pulled her hand slightly, and Lily fell. Just as Qiming was about to ask if she was okay, another figure rushed over, pushing Qiming aside and landing right on her right shoulder. Qiming winced in pain and looked at the newcomer. Jiangqi? Jiangqi helped Shuelili up from the ground. Lily, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Shuelili shook her head. I'm fine. Qiming didn't mean it. I just lost my balance. Qi, your body isn't fully recovered yet. Why are you out here? Shuelili looked at Jiangqi with concern, while her peripheral vision subtly glanced at Qiming. That glance caught Qiming's eye, and she realized why Shuelili had seemed so fragile earlier. It was because of this. Shuelili, you should really consider acting. You're too good at it. Hearing Shuelili defend Qiming after falling, Jiangqi became even more convinced that Qiming had pushed her on purpose. He had followed Shuelili out of concern when he saw her leave so late, not expecting to witness Qiming pushing Shuelili. He never imagined that the usually carefree girl, who looked so cute when she smiled and was somewhat skilled in martial arts, would treat Shuelili this way, especially since they had been good friends since childhood. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Qiming, Lily is your good friend. How could you do this to her? Even if you're angry, you shouldn't have pushed Lily. I like Lily first. It's not her fault. If you're upset, you can take it out on me. You've really disappointed me. Jiangqi scolded Qiming while supporting Shuelili. Qiming let go of her left hand that was covering her right shoulder. Hearing this, she found it amusing. Jiangqi, Feng Qiming must have been blind. Not to mention in the last life, just in this life, they have been together for so long, yet they directly attributed the blame to me without any distinction. It turns out that in your heart, Jiangqi, there's not an ounce of trust for me. Feng Qiming. How funny. Jiangqi, do you know? I don't oppose you being with Shuelili. In fact, as long as you're honest with me, I would bless you both. The mistake lies in me. Feng Qiming, misjudging people. It turns out that in your heart, I'm just someone who cannot tell right from wrong. I feel my feelings for you over the years are not worth it. Also, Shuelili, don't pretend in front of me. Jiangqi is a treasure to you. But to me, he has long been in the past. Now, in my heart, he is just a stranger. In the future, please don't get too close to me. I'm afraid next time I might accidentally push you down. Qiming's eyes were cold as she took a few steps closer. After finishing her words, she walked away directly. In that moment of turning around, Qiming truly let go. Whether it was her feelings for Jiangqi or her long-standing friendship with Shuelili, she had let it all go. Such 2 people were not worth her concern, and this was the last time she would tolerate them. Compared to Shuel Lily's fragility, Qiming's actions today were quite unpleasant. Jiangqi pressed his pale lips together, and after a moment of silence, he hoarsely said, "Someone like her is not worth my pursuit. Since she has said that, we don't need to keep putting our warm faces against her cold backside. Lily, let us go." The next day, Qiming's family woke up very early. Today was the day they were leaving. When they departed, Dui and the others came to see them off, along with Wang Jimu. Lieutenant Wu had asked Wang Jimu to bring some things he wanted to send, so he didn't come over. There were just too many matters at the base. "Brother Wang, you're here? Just you alone? Where's Brother Tai?" Qiming asked curiously. Since the last time they left, she had seen Taishan and felt like he had been intentionally avoiding her these days. It was strange. He should be here soon. He has had some worries these days, but he'll all be fine once he sorts it out. Don't blame him for not coming to see you these days, Wang Jimu explained. Qiming shook her head. How could that be? He got hurt too, and he's probably been recovering these past few days. I'm just curious why he's been acting strange lately. As long as you don't blame him, that's good. This is something Captain Wu asked me to bring for you all. It's better to have more food prepared when you're outside. After Wang Jimu finished speaking, he called a few soldiers to carry several boxes of food onto the truck. With a press on the accelerator, a brand new green armored vehicle hit the road. The family sat in the front, while the back of the vehicle was filled with the batch of arms that Captain Wu had traded with her, along with several boxes of supplies sent by Wang Jimu. The vehicle gradually disappeared into the morning light under the gaze of Dui and Wang Jimu's group, shrinking to a small dot until it was no longer visible. The few exchanged glances and walked towards the base gate, which slowly closed. This gate separated two worlds, one safe but highly limited, and the other filled with unknown dangers yet free and unrestrained. At noon, Wang Jimu hurriedly ran into Captain Wu's office. "No, it's bad. Taishan is missing. This morning, when Qiming left, he didn't come to see her off. Later, I went to look for him, searched for him all morning, but I couldn't find that guy Taishan." Captain Wu slowly turned around from the window, but Wang Jimu suddenly paused because of what he saw on Captain Wu's desk. He looked at the items on the desk, and then at Captain Wu, as if asking, "What does this mean?" Captain Wu walked over with a smile, lifting the neatly folded military uniform and cap from the desk and handing them to Wang Jimu. "As you can see, he can't be." "That's right. He left with Qiming's vehicle." "Captain, why didn't you stop him? You just let him go like that?" Captain Wu patted Wang Jimu's shoulder and said earnestly. Wang Jimu stared blankly at the military uniform and cap in his hands, speechless, but he had already cursed Taishan in his heart. "Taishan, good job. You leave without saying goodbye to your brothers. I even spoke well of you in front of Qiming. Turns out you already planned to leave. Don't let me see you. That's really not brotherly." Chapter 32. Shock Mom and Dad. Let's take a break here. I'll go to the back to get some food. Although it's April, it's still a bit cold. Luo is still small. I'll cook something warm for her. Qiming patted Luo's head. The little girl was rosy and very cute, and she was quite obedient. After saying that, Qiming jumped out of the vehicle to get food and also stored the weapons in the back into her space. Although Qiming didn't mention the space, she knew her parents must have guessed a lot. She understood that her parents just hadn't asked her about it. This is what a family is like, not needing to ask everything clearly because they understand and trust each other. Qiming opened the compartment, where various weapons were stored. Aside from the large weapons, there were basically all kinds of handheld ones, including several boxes of grenades, various sniper rifles, assault rifles, handguns, and ammunition for each type of firearm. Besides a large armory, it's likely that not many people have such a vast amount of weaponry. Qiming looked at the entire truck filled with military supplies, her heart filled with joy. She closed the truck door and stored the weapons one by one in her space, leaving some on the vehicle for emergencies. She also took out some blankets and daily necessities from her space. In no time, the entire armored vehicle's compartment had transformed into a warm and cozy little home. The compartment was spacious enough for their family to sleep horizontally or vertically without any problem. After doing all this, Qiming turned her attention to the boxes of supplies sent by Wang Jimu and opened them one by one. The first box contained food. The second box had clothing, all prepared according to their family sizes, and the third box contained bottled water. Qiming raised an eyebrow, surprised at how thorough Uncle Wu had been. As she approached the fourth box and opened it, she was stunned. Can someone explain to her what was happening? Taishan? Qiming exclaimed. Taishan, who had been sound asleep in the box, was suddenly startled awake by her shout. Taishan, how come you are here? Taishan had been here all along. Oh no, did he see your actions just now? Taishan rubbed his eyes, looking at Qiming in a daze. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes widened. Sister, did I scare you? You've been here the whole time? Qiming asked in disbelief. Hiv. I was shaking around in the box all the way and fell asleep without realizing it. I was planning to give you a surprise, but it seems like I scared you instead. Taishan scratched his head with an innocent look. You slept for the whole morning? You didn't see anything just now? Qiming probed. Taishan looked at her with confusion. See what? I fell asleep as soon as I got on the truck. Did I scare you? Qiming let out a breath quietly, relieved that she didn't see Taishan's confused expression, which didn't seem like he was lying. However, she was indeed startled. It's okay. It's okay, brother Taishan. You haven't said how you ended up here. Weren't you at the base? Well, to be honest with you, the last time you saved me at the scrap warehouse, I wanted to repay you, but I don't really have anything to give, and I don't know how to repay you. I heard you're going to the capital, and there are too many dangers on the way. So I plan to escort you safely to the capital. Consider it my way of repaying you. Taishan scratched his head and said shyly. Seeing such a big guy make such a cute gesture, Qiming thought he was quite adorable. Repay? Brother Taishan, you don't have to go out of your way to repay me. I didn't save you for that. Girl, do you not want me to follow you? If you don't want me to, I can't think of another way to repay you. Taishan thought Qiming was unwilling and lowered his head, looking somewhat disappointed. That's not what I meant. It's just that you coming all this way to repay me makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Besides, with you around, I'll have to be more careful when using my space abilities in the future. So, does that mean you agree? Taishan suddenly raised his head, looking at Qiming with bright eyes, filled with anticipation. Under the gaze of Taishan, Qiming finally nodded. Well, she thought, as long as she is careful when using the space in the future, it would be fine. Taishan is an honest person, genuinely wanting to repay her. If she really refused, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, having an extra man on the road would make things a bit safer. Plus, Taishan is a soldier with decent skills, which would allow her to relax a bit during the journey. Her parents and Luo would also have a bit more security. Thus, the four of them turned into 5 in the car. After Qiming talked to her parents, they had no objections and looked to her for the decision. They were indifferent, but they did mention that having a big man in the car would make it much safer. And they didn't think there was anything wrong with Taishan's honest and simple character. So, they set off toward the capital with 5 people. The car drove for 5 days and finally bypassed W City, heading toward a city. Along the way, they encountered scattered zombies, which Qiming and the others simply drove over. The military armored vehicle had good performance. It was bulletproof, not to mention it could run over a few zombies. If they encountered a larger group of zombies, they would just detour. Every time they reached a small village, they would go in and scavenge. After 5 days, the car was filled with quite a lot of supplies, and several bags were hanging on the roof, since they needed to be careful with the use of space. Qiming decided to scavenge more supplies in the car to avoid drawing attention. Luo also quite liked Taishan. During free time, she enjoyed having Taishan hold her, and would occasionally poke Taishan's muscular arms with her little hands, treating him like her toy. Taishan also enjoyed playing with Luo, and the two of them, one big and one small, would sometimes play like crazy, adding a lot of fun to the journey. To get to the capital, they had to cross several provinces and cities. Some urban areas could be bypassed, but a city could not. They had to go straight through. A city had no roads around it, so they had no choice but to cross it. Fortunately, they were driving an armored vehicle, and as long as they didn't encounter a particularly large zombie horde, crashing through wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the gasoline in the car was running low after several days of driving, and there were no gas stations nearby, so they had to go through a city regardless. In the space, there was actually still quite a bit of gasoline, but with Taishan around, Qiming felt it wasn't appropriate to take it out just like that. No matter what, they needed to find something to cover it up. Besides, gasoline was a scarce resource now, so it was better to store a bit more for emergencies. Dad, the road ahead is blocked. Taishan and I will get out to push the car. You drive. Mom, you stay here with Luo. Qiming frowned as she looked at the road blocked by several small cars, realizing they would have to get out to push. Fortunately, this wasn't the city center of a city, and there weren't many zombies. "Be careful, you two," Dad Feng reminded his daughter as he took the driver's seat. Qiming and Tai Shan got off the vehicle, nodded, and walked towards the blocked area. A few scattered zombies approached them, but they were all dealt with by Tai Shan. With Tai Shan around, most of the zombies they encountered were taken care of, and Qiming hardly had to draw the knife on her back. Tai Shan twirled the military dagger in his palm and then stabbed it at a zombie coming towards them, taking it down in one strike. Before long, all the zombies in the vicinity were eliminated by Tai Shan. Tai Shan shook his head. "The main road on the left is blocked. We can't pass through, but I found a map of City A." He unfolded the map, and Qiming looked at it, pointing to their current location. "We are here now. The east is blocked, so we should go west. I just checked. The road is clear, and aside from a few zombies, there shouldn't be any major issues. It's too late today. We can't travel at night to cross through. So, it's best if we rest here for the night and set off tomorrow. We're a bit far from the city center, so there shouldn't be too many zombies around." Qiming pointed out several locations on the map, and after discussing with Tai Shan, they decided to rest at the indicated spot and cross City A early the next morning. The resting point they found was in a small independent building not far from the city center, with intact doors and windows. Inside, everything was fine except for some clutter. They took some food and self-defense weapons from the vehicle, parked it in the garage, and covered it. If the armored vehicle didn't have the keys, it couldn't be opened no matter how they pried it. Even if they managed to open it, it wouldn't go anywhere without the keys. This was why Qiming felt at ease leaving the armored vehicle outside, covered up. It was so dark at night that it wouldn't be noticed. The group entered the house and locked the doors and windows. It had 3 rooms and a living room. Feng Dad and Feng Mom took the big bed in the living room with Luo, while Tai Shan and Qiming each took a room, taking turns to keep watch. Qiming for the first half of the night, and Tai Shan for the second half. After dinner, they chatted for a while until night fell. Luo went to bed early, and Feng Dad and Feng Mom took her to rest early as well. Since Qiming had to keep watch for the second half of the night, she told Tai Shan to go to sleep. It was close to midnight. Qiming was sitting in the living room with her eyes closed when suddenly she opened them. She heard gunshots, although the sound was not loud. After surviving in the apocalypse for so long, she had become extremely sensitive to sounds from outside. At that moment, Tai Shan also came out of the room. As a soldier, his hearing was no worse than Qiming's, and coupled with his familiarity with gunfire, he recognized that the sound of gunshots was coming from not far away. They exchanged glances, and Tai Shan said from the sound, "The gunfire is likely less than 3 kilometers away from here. It shouldn't affect us." Qiming nodded. "Tai Shan, you stay here. I'm going to check the situation." Although it was still a distance away, the gunfire might attract a lot of zombies. Since they were not far from the city, it would be bad if zombies were drawn here. So for safety's sake, it was better for her to take a look. "No, it's too dangerous, especially at night." "I'll go." Tai Shan shook his head. As a man, this was something he should handle. "Tai Shan, it's better for you to stay here. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. I'll be careful." Qiming nodded at Tai Shan, showing him a reassuring look, and then she took her frost sword to scout the situation. Chapter 33. Saving 2 lives following the gunshots, Qiming, under the cover of night, found the source of the gunfire. The source was about 2,000 meters from where they were staying. Hiding around a corner, Qiming cautiously peeked out and saw 2 groups of people fighting in the street. However, it was too dark to see their faces clearly. Under the moonlight, she could only make out vague shadows. Among the 2 groups, one was clearly cornered while the other pursued relentlessly. Qiming's expression darkened as she saw the cornered group escaping towards her hiding spot. This was bad. If she was discovered, she might get into trouble. She decided to hide for now. "Jun Maobai, what do you think you're running? Today is your day to die." While Qiming was listening carefully to the commotion outside, she heard someone speaking. She held her breath and carefully leaned against the door to avoid being exposed. Outside, the speaker raised his gun, pointing it at someone named Jun Maobai, speaking triumphantly. Jun Maobai, on the other hand, was surrounded by several subordinates, and because of the moonlight, everyone could only see their vague forms. In the darkness, Jun Maobai's icy cold eyes fixed on the person aiming a gun at him, remaining silent. "Jun Maobai, hand over the item. Maybe I can let you go." The man in black continued, gun still aimed. Jun Mabai stepped out from behind his subordinates, who were worried and tried to block him. Young Master Jun. Jun Mabai waved them off, indicating it was fine, and walked up to the gunman, speaking coldly. Who sent you? You don't need to know that. Just hand over the item, the man scoffed. Jun Mabai chuckled. Ha, even if you don't say it. I know. You've been following me for 5 or 6 days now. To hold off until now to make a move, you've got some patience. But I still have to tell you, the item is not in my possession. Not in your possession? You think you can fool me? Who doesn't know that item is the treasure of the Jun family? If it's not with you, then where is it? The man aiming at Jun Mabai clearly didn't believe him. Trying to trick me? No way. Jun Mabai shrugged helplessly, speaking in a tone that suggested he couldn't care less. You ask me? I want to ask you. You're talking nonsense. You don't know who does. If you don't speak up, do you believe I'll kill you? Really? Are you sure you can kill me? Jun Mabai laughed lightly, and as soon as his words fell, he quickly grabbed the hand of the person holding the gun. With a bang, the gun fired into the air, and then Jun Mabai twisted the man's hand, causing the gun to fall to the ground, and both sides simultaneously launched their attacks. Jun Mabai's side was outnumbered, and their ammunition was running low. Although they had the upper hand with that surprise attack, it wouldn't hold for long, so they all sought cover. Young Master, be careful, one of Jun Mabai's subordinates exclaimed. On the other side, someone was firing a gun in Jun Mabai's direction. The one who had just warned him immediately rushed forward. Standing in front of Jun Mabai, a sound pierced the air. It was the sound of a bullet hitting flesh. Qingfeng, Jun Mabai exclaimed in shock, supporting his subordinate who was about to collapse. He looked around and coincidentally spotted Qiming's hiding place. He kicked open a not-so-sturdy door and took Qingfeng to hide. Jun Mabai barricaded the door, but unexpectedly, as he turned around, a dagger was pressed against his neck. A faint, refreshing scent belonging to a girl wafted into Jun Mabai's nose. He followed the dagger to see its owner, but in the darkness, he couldn't make out her appearance, only seeing a pair of ice-cold eyes. She was not particularly petite, but still shorter than him. He heard a cold voice warning him, don't move. If you move again, you know the consequences. Hearing the voice, Jun Mabai thought, a girl? A cold girl? This was the first time a woman had held a knife to his neck. Jun Mabai raised his hands. I won't move, I won't move. I mean no harm. My friend is injured. I just brought him here to hide. I didn't know there were people here. Qiming Ly stared at the man in front of her, whose face she couldn't make out, then glanced at the injured man behind him. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, Jun Mabai grabbed her hand, pulled her back, and rolled with her to the side. At that moment, a bullet whizzed past the spot where Qiming had just stood, grazing Jun Mabai's arm. Following that, there were several gunshots. Qiming was protected by Jun Mabai and rolled several times before coming to a stop, finding a place to take cover. Qiming's hand, which was originally about to resist, stopped at the moment the bullet passed by. This guy is saving him? Before Qiming could think it through, she was already taken by this unfamiliar man and hidden behind a counter. At that moment, Qiming was held in Jun Mabai's arms, close enough to smell the pleasant fragrance on him, which was nice like the scent of fresh grass. Jun Mabai also noticed their current position and felt a bit awkward, so he immediately let go. Sorry, it was an emergency just now. Qiming didn't say anything, just brushed off the dust on her clothes. Damn it. She had only intended to scout the situation, but unexpectedly ended up getting involved herself. Now, how could she get out? If she went out now, she would definitely be seen as an accomplice of that guy. Jun Mabai noticed that the girl beside him was silent and didn't ask further, instead looking at the companion lying on the ground outside the counter. Just then, he saw someone outside walk in with a gun, heading straight for Qingfeng. This was bad. They would definitely discover Qingfeng. Jun Mabai's eyes flickered as he planned to rush out, but unexpectedly, he was grabbed by the arm. Turning his head, he saw it was the same girl from earlier. If you go out like this, you won't be able to save your companion. If you trust me, let me handle it. Qiming held on to Jun Mabai's arm, huffing. If it weren't for the fact that he had saved her life, she wouldn't care about anyone else's fate. Jun Mabai nodded. In the darkness, for some reason, he couldn't help but trust her when he saw those clear eyes. Qiming peeked out to assess the situation, looked around, and finally turned to Jun Mabai, tugging at his coat. Take it off. Huh? Jun Mabai exclaimed in confusion and surprise. What huh? I told you to take off your coat. Qiming said impatiently. Oh, Jun Mubai obediently took off his trench coat and handed it to Chiming. She held the coat, glanced at the situation outside, and finally waited for the right moment to throw Jun Mubai's coat outside. The moment those who had entered saw the coat, they immediately raised their guns and started shooting at it. Now, Chiming's eyes flickered as she rolled to the side and dashed out from behind the counter, throwing 2 blood blades at the 2 closest people, hitting them right in the chest. They fell down immediately, while the other incoming companions realized it was just a ruse and quickly aimed their guns at Chiming. With a few gunshots, Chiming swiftly moved, flipping to the nearest corpse, picking up the man's handgun and firing several shots at the other intruders, each shot hitting its target. As the last gunshot rang out, the last person fell to the ground. Only then did Chiming stand up, blowing lightly at the gun barrel. Done. All right, you can come out now. It's all taken care of. Jun Mubai walked out from behind the counter, looking at the slender figure. TSK, he hadn't expected a girl to have such skills. In fact, he could have handled those people too, but he might have gotten hurt. He didn't expect her to resolve everything without a scratch. She was truly an interesting woman. Chiming patted her own hand. All right, you just saved me, so we're even now. As for the rest, I can't help you anymore. Farewell and goodbye. Chiming waved her hand and was about to turn around. At that moment, Jun Mubai seemed to see something and immediately pulled Chiming back. Chiming only felt her right hand being forcefully yanked back, and her right shoulder, which still hadn't fully healed from the gunshot wound, had been strained when she had used all her strength to deal with those people earlier. Now, with this sudden pull, the wound on her right shoulder had completely reopened. Before Chiming could exclaim in surprise, she was brought into a warm embrace. Then, with a soft sound, she looked up in astonishment at the person who had grabbed her. And it was indeed the same boy from earlier. He had been shot. She saw Jun Mubai protecting her with his right hand while his left arm was hit by a bullet. In the darkness, Chiming smelled the metallic scent of blood mixed with the grassy fragrance that came from the man. Ignoring the pain in her right shoulder, she raised her gun and rushed outside to shoot at the person who had attacked them. But by the time she got out, the person had already disappeared. Damn it, they got away. Back inside, Chiming said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry, I let him escape. Jun Mubai covered his left arm and replied, It's fine, let him go. Are you okay? Thank you for saving me again. Chiming looked at Jun Mubai covering his arm, her concern evident as she asked, Are you sure you're all right? Jun Mubai shook his head. It's nothing, just a minor injury. There might still be danger here. The gunfire will definitely attract a lot of zombies. You should leave quickly. Chapter 34. Family. It turns out to be him, her. Once inside the room, Jun Mubai finally got a clear look at Chiming. A few small candles were lit, illuminating the entire guest room under their soft glow. Because the curtains were drawn, no one outside could see what was happening inside. Upon seeing Chiming's appearance, the calmness in Jun Mubai's eyes flickered with a hint of light, and a trace of confusion crossed his face as if he was pondering something. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and raised his gaze to stare at Chiming, realizing, it's her. He recalled that before the apocalypse, he had once seen a girl in City Y saving a child who was about to be hit by a car. He had been in a hurry and hadn't stayed long, but he clearly remembered her appearance. She was a very delicate girl, her small face radiating a gentle glow, and her cold eyes resembled a clear spring. What left the deepest impression on him was her skills. He never expected it would be her. At this moment, Chiming also looked up at Jun Mubai. Under the candlelight, Jun Mubai's complexion appeared somewhat pale, possibly due to blood loss from his injuries. Beneath the pallor, his face revealed sharp, handsome features. A few strands of hair fell over his forehead, partially obscuring his clear, cold eyes that resembled a tranquil pool. In the candlelight, a hint of surprise flickered in those eyes, but it quickly vanished. The light blue sweater he wore added a touch of unruly charm to him. What a graceful figure. Handsome and dignified, beautiful as jade, impeccably dressed. No, wait, that's too much. Anyway, just one word. Handsome. At this time, Phone Dad and Phone Mom were also awakened by the sound of the door opening and closing. Ever since the apocalypse began, they had been sleeping lightly. Hearing noises outside made them somewhat worried, so they came out to check. As soon as they opened the door, they saw 2 unfamiliar people in the living room, both covered in blood. Then they looked at their daughter, who was not much cleaner herself. Phone Dad and Phone Mom immediately rushed to their daughter's side. Phone Mom anxiously asked, "What happened? Where have you been? How did you end up like this? Who are these two?" Phone Mom said worriedly, "I'm just worried about Xiaoming. I was anxious. Look at what you've done to yourself." She patted the dust off Qi Ming, accidentally touching her right shoulder. Qi Ming cried out in pain, and Phone Mom immediately asked anxiously, "What happened? Did your shoulder wound reopen?" I might have bumped it accidentally just now. "Mom, I'm fine." Qi Ming covered her right shoulder, suppressing the pain and trying to reassure her parents. Qi Ming stuck out her tongue and said, "Okay, got it. Duh, I'll leave these two people to you." After saying this, Qi Ming went into the room with her mom to tend to her shoulder wound. In the living room, Tai brought some medicine and first checked the wound of the unconscious person. The bullet had hit right at the waist, but fortunately didn't damage any vital organs. It was just a temporary shock from excessive blood loss. Once the wound was treated, there shouldn't be any lasting issues. Meanwhile, Phone Dad was treating Jun Mo Bai's arm wound. As a martial artist, he understood some medical knowledge. He tore open Jun Mo Bai's sleeve, revealing a gruesome gunshot wound on his arm. When Phone Dad removed the bullet, Jun Mo Bai didn't make a sound, not even blinking. Phone Dad nodded in admiration and said, "Doesn't hurt?" It's like chatting casually. Jun Mo Bai was surprised that Phone Dad would chat with him. He paused for a moment and then smiled. "I'm used to it. It's just a minor injury. Are you from City A?" After taking out the bullet, Phone Dad applied some medicine to Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai shook his head. "I'm not from City A. My hometown is Beijing. I ran into some trouble on the way and then met your daughter. Thanks to her, she saved me and my brother. That girl, her skills are average. I usually don't see her showing off. How did she think of saving people this time?" Phone Dad muttered quietly, but it happened to fall into Jun Mo Bai's ears. "Uncle, your daughter is quite skilled. From your aura, you should also be a martial artist. Just call me Mo Bai. My surname is Jun Mo Bai." Jun Mo Bai smiled and introduced himself, but he was thinking about how he didn't expect that woman to have an injury when she saved him. He remembered that when he pulled her earlier, he had just grabbed her right hand. Her injury should be okay, right? Phone Dad hadn't said anything yet when Taishan, who was still wrapping the bandages, heard Jun Mo Bai's words and immediately ran to him, his surprised eyes looking up and down at Jun Mo Bai as he exclaimed, "You're Jun Mo Bai?" Jun Mo Bai looked at Taishan in confusion, nodded, and asked, "Do you know me?" "How could I not know?" "Commander Jun, greetings. I'm Taishan, squad leader of the 1st Platoon of the 3rd Company of the W Military District, under Captain Wu Igong." After speaking, Taishan gave a standard military salute, exclaiming, "Mamma mia, this is Commander Jun, the youngest commander in history. He's my idol. I can't believe I would meet Jun Mo Bai here." Jun Mo Bai nodded. "This isn't the military district. There's no need for salutes. I know Wu Igong. I saw him at your W Military District base about 8 or 9 days ago. Are you one of Captain Wu's soldiers? How did you end up here?" Taishan scratched his head awkwardly. Hee, that's a long story. "All right, I still haven't wrapped the bandages for Commander Jun's brother." Taishan suddenly remembered the bandages in his hand and immediately reacted. His startled reaction made Jun Mo Bai break into a sweat. The next day, everyone woke up early because they had to pass through the center of City A before Qi Ming even stepped out of her room. She heard voices and laughter in the living room. When she opened the door, she saw her dad sitting opposite Jun Mo Bai, Taishan sitting nearby, and Qing Feng lying on the sofa, still unconscious. Jun Mo Bai was holding Lolo in one arm, and the group was laughing heartily, not able to contain their joy. When they saw Qi Ming come out, Lolo immediately got down from Jun Mo Bai's lap, ran over, hugged Qi Ming's legs, looked up, and said, "Sister Xiaoming, you're up?" Qi Ming squatted down and pinched the cute little face of Luoluo. "Yes, did Luoluo sleep well yesterday?" Last night, I dreamed about Sister Xiaoming." "Did my laughter wake Sister Xiaoming up?" "No, not at all. Sister Xiaoming loves to see Luoluo smile. If Luoluo is happy every day, then Sister is happy too." Qi Ming patted Luoluo's head. "This little one is very understanding." "Xiaoming, I was planning to let you sleep a little longer. Why did you get up?" Aunt Feng came over and pulled Qi Ming to sit down in the living room. Qi Ming said a bit unhappily, "You all got up and didn't call me. If it weren't for my biological clock being on time, I would have probably overslept. It's because I asked Uncle and Aunt not to wake you." You were injured, so I wanted you to rest a bit longer, said June Mo Bai, who was sitting diagonally across from her before Phone Dad and Phone Mom could respond. Last night, she hadn't remembered who June Mo Bai was, but after hearing him chat with her dad and Taishan, she recalled that she had heard this name in her previous life. June Mo Bai, a member of the June family from the capital, was under 23 years old and already held the rank of a commander, making him the youngest commander in history. In her last life, there were many rumors about him during the apocalypse. When talking about June Mo Bai, one must mention the June family in the capital, which is one of the three major families in the city. The first is the June family, followed by the Liu family, and then the Xiao family. The June family has produced military personnel for generations, thus holding a significant position in the military district, especially with the emergence of such a young June Mo Bai. The June family status in the capital became unmatched. The Liu family, on the other hand, is well known in politics. They are considered a military political family. Although the Liu family may not compare to the June family, they are undoubtedly the second family in the capital. And the June and Liu families have had many marital ties. Therefore, their relationship outside is also quite good, making for a strong alliance. However, according to Qi Meng's memories from her last life, while the June and Liu families appeared to have a good relationship on the surface, their actual relationship was not very good behind the scenes. But this was just something she had heard. She didn't know the specifics. Finally, there was the Xiao family, which was not strong in military or political matters, but unmatched in business. Before the apocalypse, the Xiao family had the largest commercial network, with wealth that could rival nations. After the apocalypse, the Xiao family leveraged their strengths, maintaining their position in the capital during a time when survival was brutal. The reason was simple. The Xiao family had resources, and in the apocalypse, what was most lacking? Food, of course. Thus, during the apocalypse, the three major families in the capital were in a stalemate, each with their strengths balancing each other out. The reason the capital could stand for 5 years, or even longer during the apocalypse, was not just because of the military district, but also due to the presence of these three families. This allowed the capital to establish a base quickly, which became the most significant base after 5 years of the apocalypse. Among the three families, the June family had the most power, which made them the representatives of the capital's base. Even national leaders had to give the June family some face, as they had produced military personnel for generations, and with the youngest commander in history, June Mo Bai. The military district of the entire capital was mostly under the June family's control, wielding countless arms. How could they not be given respect? After realizing that this June Mo Bai was the one she had heard about in her previous life, Qi Meng took a long time to calm down that night. He had looks, stature, family background, and connections. Such a perfect man made her wonder if he was created by heaven to trouble the world. Chapter 35. Saving People. Let's call her Meng. After a few people had something to eat, they drove towards the city center. The city was not large, and to get through the city, there was only one road through the city center. If they didn't take this route, they would have to go through the mountainous area where armored vehicles could not pass, and it would take a much longer detour. So, the quickest and most direct way was to go through a city's urban area. Fortunately, a city's population is relatively small among city-level cities, and they hoped not to encounter large hordes of zombies while passing through. This was something they could only leave to fate, as even with fewer people in the urban area, it was still an urban area, and there wouldn't be that few people. After the apocalypse, the city center was the most densely populated area with zombies. Invited by Phone Dad, June Mo Bai did not agree immediately, but looked at Qi Meng beside him. Qi Meng actually didn't plan to join them, but since her dad had invited them, and they had saved her twice and were carrying an unconscious injured person, she eventually nodded in agreement. After all, it was just 2 more people on the journey, and they already had Taishan with them. Adding 2 more wasn't a big deal. Thus, the car with 5 people became a car with 7. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was large enough, so 7 people wouldn't feel cramped. They could find another vehicle later on the road. The unconscious person was named Qing Feng, a subordinate and brother of June Mo Bai. In her previous life, Qi Meng had also heard this name. He was June Mo Bai's most capable subordinate, about the same age as June Mo Bai, and held a considerable rank in the military district. After the apocalypse, he also gained a notable reputation following June Mo Bai. These were all things Qi Ming had heard in her last life. She had never encountered such legendary figures. She hadn't even seen their shadows. So it was quite a surprise to meet two of them this time. Taishan was driving, and the front passenger seat could accommodate two people. So Feng Dad and Feng Mom sat there. Qi Ming and Jun Mo Bai were both injured, so Feng Dad and Feng Mom naturally pushed them to the back compartment. The back compartment was arranged very comfortably, and they hardly felt the bumps, which is why Feng Dad and Feng Mom suggested that they rest more in the back compartment while also taking care of the unconscious Qing Feng. Luo quietly sat beside Qi Ming, leaning against her and dozing off, her little hand hugging Qi Ming's arm, looking adorable. Jun Mo Bai sat opposite Qi Ming, next to Qing Feng, watching over him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the vehicle was very quiet, with an added touch of awkwardness. Qi Ming held the drowsy Luo in her arms, trying to make her sleep as comfortably as possible. Sitting opposite, Jun Mabe looked at Qi Ming's caring demeanor, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and couldn't help but speak up. "I heard from Uncle Feng that Luo is the one you saved?" Qi Ming slightly raised her head and met Jun Mabai's eyes. After looking for a while, she glanced at Luo and nodded slightly. "I heard from Taishan that you found a large batch of supplies from Ma Yuan Hui all by yourself, and you even saved him." Jun Mabai continued. Qi Ming nodded again. "Tai, you really tell your idol everything, huh?" "Well, it was just a coincidence," he replied. "I have met Ma Yuan Hui before about 8 or 9 days ago, at the military base in City W. Ma Yuan Hui is very alert and sensitive. Wu Yi just told me that he doesn't respond to both soft and hard approaches. The fact that he was defeated by you doesn't mean it was just a coincidence. It only shows that you are smarter than him." Jun Mabai said leisurely, and as he finished, his tone slightly lifted as he looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming's hand, originally resting on Luo's head, paused slightly before she looked up at Jun Mabai. Meeting his gaze, which carried a hint of chill, she asked, "What do you want to say?" Was he trying to pry her for information? "I'm just speaking the truth. Nothing more. I'm just curious. Don't look at me with that kind of expression. I know I'm handsome." Jun Mabai smirked wickedly. "Hee, a sensitive woman. Could it be that you have some secret?" Qi Ming was originally vigilant, watching Jun Mabai, but his last sentence broke her guard. Her cold eyes trembled slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "What narcissistic guy. I know you have the capital to be narcissistic, but is it really okay to be so blatant about it? Ahem, being narcissistic doesn't fill your stomach. You better not have any other intentions. I'm only temporarily allowing you to travel with us because you saved me. If it weren't for the fact that you brought along an injured person, I wouldn't have agreed to my dad's suggestion to take you with us. Once your friend's injury is healed, we part ways. Don't think you can stay in my car." Qi Ming pointed at the unconscious Qing Feng, humphed, and said, "Once he is better, you can leave." In her previous life, she had heard that Jun Mabai was shrewd and that nothing escaped his eyes. If she really let him follow them to the capital, he might discover something, right? She absolutely couldn't let Jun Mabai go with them to the capital. Once his friend's injury was healed, they would go their separate ways, which would also count as repaying his life-saving grace for the second time. Jun Mabai watched Qi Ming's changing expressions and couldn't help but curve his lips, thinking she was so cute. "Ming, you're too cute. I know I'm cute. No need for you to say it." Qi Ming rolled her eyes at Jun Mabai, but suddenly realized something was off. She raised her gaze to Jun Mabai and said, Ming, can you be any more nauseating? Besides, we're not that familiar yet. We haven't reached the point of calling each other so affectionately. I really can't handle you calling me Ming. Just call me Qi Ming." "Huh? Nauseating? Ming is a nice name. A nice name, but it sounds bad when you say it. Meng. Don't call me that. Ming, if you call me that again, I'll throw you out of the car. I've heard that Jun Mabai is the youngest army commander. I believe you have some exceptional skills. If I leave you in this city, I think you should be able to find your way out, right?" Qi Ming circled lightly, looking provocatively at Jun Mabai. "If you call me that again, I'll throw you out. I said you can call me Qi Ming." "No way. I'm your lifesaver. I deserve a special name. A name is meant to be called. You have no reason to argue. I remember Uncle Feng said to take good care of my lifesaver. You. How despicable to use her dad to threaten her." Qi Ming gritted her teeth and glared at Jun Mabai. "That's more like it. Then call me a Ming. You can also call me Mabai. And Ameng is a name only I can call you. It's a special name for your lifesaver. If I hear that name from someone else, I'll tell Uncle Phone that you. All right, you call me. Is that enough? Kiemen interrupted Yun Mobai, annoyed. He just keeps using her dad to threaten her. Once her injuries are healed, I'll throw you guys out. I've seen shameless people, but never this shameless. Wanting a special name, like some young master of the Jun family. Commander Jun, once you're healed, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chimeng pouted and turned her head away. At that moment, the car suddenly braked hard, and Chimeng, holding Luoluo, almost hit her head due to the sudden stop. Fortunately, Chimeng reacted quickly and steadied herself. Luoluo also woke up at that moment, looking at Chimeng with slightly dazed eyes. Sister Meng, what happened? Chimeng patted Luoluo's head and said, Good, it's fine. After saying that, she ran to the front and opened a small window connecting the front and the cabin, saying, Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Dad Feng turned his head and pointed outside, saying, It's nothing, just someone suddenly appeared. Chimeng looked out through the small window at the front of the car, where a girl was lying motionless on their hood. Chimeng's eyes moved. Mom and Dad, you stay here, I'll go check it out. Girl, let me go instead, Taishan said as he prepared to open the driver's side door, but Chimeng stopped him. No, you stay in the driver's seat. If anything unexpected happens, you could drive away immediately. We're already in the city, so it's better to be cautious. After saying that, Chimeng closed the small window and was about to open the trunk to get out when she was pulled back by Jun Maobai. I'll go with you. A girl with long hair was lying on the engine hood, her hair spread out, making it impossible to see her face. Chimeng gently poked the girl with a dagger, but there was no reaction. After poking several times and still getting no response, she finally used her hands to flip the girl over. A dirty face appeared in front of Chimeng. It was hard to see her features clearly, but it was evident that her facial features were quite well defined. Chimeng probed the girl's breath. She was still alive. How strange. How could a person suddenly appear in the city center? And it was a woman? Suddenly, the girl, who had been unconscious, woke up and grabbed Chimeng's hand tightly. Help me. Chimeng was also startled by her sudden reaction. She saw the girl finish speaking and then faint again. Chimeng frowned as she looked at the girl who was tightly gripping her wrist, but in the end, she still brought her to the car. The vehicle continued to drive, and for some unknown reason, they encountered no zombies along the way. Occasionally, they came across a small group, but they either crashed through them or took a detour to avoid them. After all, this was a city, and they managed to pass through safely. Strange. After about half a day of driving, they left City A and got onto the highway out of the province. The road was smooth, and after leaving City A, they saw quite a few survivors on the road. It was noon, and many survivors had parked their cars by the roadside to set up camp and rest. Taishan drove a bit further, looking for a place with fewer people, and parked the car. After driving all morning, they needed a break, especially with an unconscious injured person on board. A few of them got out of the car, leaving 2 unconscious injured people inside. They set up a cooking pot and took some rice and meat from the car to make steamed meat rice. The meat was pre-packaged for steaming, so it could be stored for a long time without issue. Dad Feng and Taishan were playing with Luoluo on one side, while Chimeng helped her mom cook. Jun Maobai followed closely behind Chimeng, assisting her, but Chimeng found him a bit annoying, wondering if he was just bored and getting in her way. As Chimeng turned around, she almost bumped into Jun Maobai's chest. A bit annoyed, she said, Jun Maobai, are you so bored that you have to follow me around all the time? Jun Maobai looked at her innocently and replied, I'm the only one here with nothing to do. If I don't follow you, who should I follow? I'm just here to help you. Thanks, but no need. But I want to help you. You really seem to be bored. Chimeng grabbed some rice in her hand and threw a handful at Jun Maobai. What a waste. Jun Maobai looked at the rice that had been thrown on him. I don't mind. Go away. Chimeng walked around Jun Maobai and went to her mother. Jun Maobai smiled and continued to follow her. Chapter 36, Bald Head. Poor Jiang Yun before long. The aroma of rice and meat wafted from the pot. Most of the people taking a break here were eating cold food or compressed meals. When they smelled the delicious aroma of rice, they couldn't help but glance over. Some with envy, others with greed. However, upon seeing the armored vehicles behind them, they all dared not entertain any ideas. After all, military armored vehicles are not so easily obtained, and there might even be weapons inside. If they rashly approached, who knows what they might encounter? Therefore, Most people just watched without making any plans. A few people were serving food when the girl in the car woke up. She got out of the car, still a bit disoriented, standing by the door, looking left and right. Aunt Fong was the first to notice the girl standing by the door, immediately putting down her food and walking over to pull the girl closer. Even while unconscious, it was clear that the girl was quite pretty, delicate, and charming. After waking up, her pair of lively eyes darted around anxiously. Seeing so many people, she shrank back a little, appearing weak and timid, which made her look quite pitiful. "You're awake? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere?" Aunt Fong asked. The girl slowly shook her head, looked up at Aunt Fong, and with a somewhat hoarse yet pleasant voice said, "Was it you who saved me?" Aunt Fong smiled. "It was my daughter who saved you. You suddenly ran out onto the road and almost got hit by our car. My daughter saw that you were still breathing, so she took you out of city, eh? How did a girl like you end up in the city all alone? It's really a blessing from heaven that you're alive." Aunt Fong pointed at Chimeng and sighed. The girl looked in Chimeng's direction, momentarily stunned by her cold gaze. Then she glanced at Uncle Fong, Taishan, and Luoluo, before finally resting her eyes on Jun Maobai, her face flushing with a hint of red. He was such a handsome boy. The girl discreetly pushed her thoughts aside, deeply bowed to the group, and softly said, "Thank you for saving me. This child is quite polite. You must be hungry. Eat something first, and we can talk after," Aunt Fong urged, pulling the girl to sit down and serving her a bowl of rice. The girl held the bowl, tears streaming down her face as she began to cry softly. Later, with Aunt Feng's comfort, they chatted and learned why the girl had run out onto the road all alone. The girl that Chimeng saved is named Jiang Yunyun from City A. She studies medicine, just like Chimeng. When the apocalypse came, she was at home, and her parents were bitten to death by zombies while trying to protect her. Later, she hid in a supermarket, which wasn't empty. There were more than 10 people in total, including men, women, and children. "So why did you suddenly run out this morning and almost get hit by our car?" Dad Feng asked. "Who knows?" When this was brought up, Jiang Yunyun started crying even harder. "Hey girl, please don't cry." Taishan, seeing the girl cry, didn't know what to do and kept trying to comfort her. Jun Maobai poked Chimeng's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "What are you laughing at?" Chimeng pouted. "What is it to you what I laugh about?" Their small exchange happened to catch Jiang Yunyun's eye. Jiang Yunyun's expression dimmed slightly as she continued. "I've been toying with her for many days, and only today did I find a chance to run out. Then, while I was running, I dashed out onto the road. I didn't know there would be a car passing by. Anyway, you all saved me. Thank you." Jiang Yunyun politely thanked them again. Seeing that Jiang Yunyun was so polite and also quite charming, along with her pitiful little eyes and the story she told, Aunt Fong felt a bit of sympathy for her. "What a poor girl. So what do you plan to do now?" Jiang Yunyun shook her head. "I don't have any relatives at home, but I do have an uncle in H City. So I want to go to H City to find him." "Auntie, don't worry. I won't trouble you. I can go by myself." Suddenly, Taishan thought of something. "We are going to the capital. It seems like we will pass through H City, right?" Dad Fong, who was sitting next to Taishan, subtly nudged him, signaling him to not say too much. Although Taishan could be a bit oblivious at times, after spending time with Chimeng's family, he had developed some understanding of their dynamics and knew what Dad Fong meant. He glanced at Chimeng. Indeed, they were all fleeing now, and taking a little girl with them would be somewhat inconvenient. The car was just this big. If they encountered someone in need, would they help one after another? What would they become? Chimeng had told him long ago that she was not some kind-hearted person, and that Taishan was a soldier. If in the future they encountered someone in trouble on the road, if he casually agreed to help, then he shouldn't travel with them anymore, and he wouldn't need to repay any kindness. Taishan thought for a long time and eventually understood that indeed, helping others should depend on one's own ability. If he only acted like a do-gooder, it would be dangerous for them. He promised Chimeng that he would never be a do-gooder, and that was why Chimeng allowed him to stay to repay the kindness. Mr. Fong and Mrs. Fong also looked at Chimeng. They always listened to their daughter. Whatever she said was what it was. Chimeng looked at everyone somewhat speechless. "Why are you all looking at me? I did say I wouldn't casually help others. But since I saved this person, I can't just leave them by the roadside. Since it's on the way, we should help them all the way. You can come with us to H City, but I have to say, if you hold us back on the way, don't blame me." Chimeng looked at Jiang Yunyun and stated the rules for staying. They could take her along as long as she didn't hold them back. Otherwise, She would have to get off and walk. As soon as Jiang Yunyan heard this, she immediately nodded happily and promised, "Yes, yes. I will be obedient and won't hold you back." Thank you, Qiming's sister." Cough. Just call me Qiming. Calling me sister feels weird. I'm not yet 20, and you should be about the same age as me, so just call me by my name. Qiming couldn't stand that overly sweet sister and quickly interrupted. Jiang Yunyan laughed awkwardly. Hee, I was too forward. I am already 20, so I'm indeed a bit older than you. Then I'll just call you Qiming. Qiming raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and continued eating her meal. As she ate, a piece of meat appeared in her bowl. She looked up at the person who had put it there. Jun Maobai, what are you doing? You look so thin, so I'm giving you more meat. Jun Maobai replied as he picked up the meat from his bowl and gave it to Qiming. Watching Qiming serve meat to Luo Luo, Jun Maobai's lips curled slightly, and he raised an eyebrow, looking down at his own food. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard Jiang Yunyan's voice. Can I sit here? Jiang Yunyan pointed to the spot where Qiming had just been sitting, her voice sweet and slightly expectant as she looked at Jun Maobai. Jun Maobai frowned slightly but nodded. It wasn't his place to dictate where others could sit. Thank you, you're so nice. I still don't know your name. I'm Jiang Yunyan. You should have heard that just now. Jiang Yunyan sat beside Jun Maobai, smiling. Jun Maobai didn't look up, continuing to eat his food as he said, Jun Maobai. Jun Maobai? Nice name. Can I call you Maobai-ge? Jun Maobai remained silent. Jiang Yunyan glanced at him, interpreting his silence as consent, and immediately smiled like a child. If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes, Maobai-ge. Just as Jun Maobai raised his head, ready to say something to Jiang Yunyan, she continued, Maobai-ge, does Qiming not like me walking with her? She seems a bit unhappy about me staying. Do you have any way to tell me how to make her dislike me less? Jun Maobai paused, then changed his words. You're overthinking it. She's just cold by nature. She's the same with everyone. As long as you don't cause trouble, she won't be unhappy. Jiang Yunyan nodded. Okay, I won't make Qiming unhappy. Maobai Yi, you seem to know her well. Have you known each other for a long time? Jiang Yunyan said, somewhat probing. Jun Maobai turned to look at Jiang Yunyan. When their eyes met, Jiang Yunyan blushed, shyly lowering her head. Jun Maobai looked at her and said, what does how long we know each other have to do with you? If you want to stay, it's best to talk less and do more. Don't pry into things that don't concern you. After saying this, Jun Maobai stood up and walked over to Qiming and Luo Luo. Jiang Yunyan, who had been a bit shy, was taken aback, looking at Jun Maobai with a somewhat aggrieved expression. But to her surprise, he walked over to Qiming and Luo Luo. Watching the three of them playfully laugh together, Jiang Yunyan's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit unwilling as she poked at the rice and meat in her bowl. Leading the group was a bald man, accompanied by 4 others, each with a fierce look, as if they were about to eat someone. The bald man approached Jiang Yunyan with a smirk and said, Oh, isn't this Jiang Yunyan? I was wondering where you disappeared to this morning. Turns out you came here. Jiang Yunyan, you made it hard for me to find you. Do you know how many brothers I sacrificed to find you? Come, follow me. After saying that, he reached out to grab Jiang Yunyan. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yunyan dropped her bowl with a crash, fearfully looking at him. Hearing the bald man's words, she immediately broke free from his grip and ran towards Qiming and the others, hiding behind Jun Maobai and tugging at his clothes. I don't want to go with you. You are all devils. I don't want to go with you. Qiming looked at Jiang Yunyan and then at Jun Maobai. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before turning their attention to the bald man approaching them. The bald man, accompanied by his subordinates, walked up to Jun Maobai and Qiming. Seeing Jiang Yunyan hiding behind Jun Maobai, he smiled and said, not willing to come with me. I see you found new backing. Huh? Oh, and he's a handsome guy, and there's a beautiful girl too. After saying that, he reached out to touch Qiming's face. Before his hand could make contact, Mr. Phone blocked it. What are you doing? Don't touch my daughter. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yunyan immediately shrank back behind Jun Maobai. I don't want to go with you. Maobai, save me. They are bad people, demons. The people from the supermarket I mentioned are them. They want to. She started to sob as she spoke. Jun Maobai hadn't even said anything yet when the bald man looked at him, sizing him up, and said fiercely, so you want to be the hero saving the beauty? Huh? If you don't want to die, step aside. After that, he drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Jun Maobai's forehead. The 4 subordinates behind him also immediately drew their guns, pointing them at the others. The onlookers resting by the roadside saw this scene and realized a fight was about to break out, and with guns involved, they hoped not to get caught up in it. One by one, they moved far away, some even hiding in their cars to watch the excitement, while the more timid ones drove off directly. Chapter 37. Standoff. No one believes anyone. Jun Mabai glanced at the gun pressed against his forehead and then at the bald man. I don't want to be the hero saving the beauty, but it's the first time someone's pointed a gun at me. Oh, so what if I am? If you don't want to be the hero saving the beauty, then get out of the way and don't interfere. The bald man pressed the gun against Jun Mabai while reaching out to grab Jiang Yunyan. Jiang Yunyan refused and kept resisting. I don't want to go with you. Mabai, save me. Annie, save me. Seeing that Jun Mabai seemed indifferent, she looked at Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng, noticing the fierce demeanor of these people and recalling Jiang Yunyan's warnings about them not being good people, felt anxious. If Jiang Yunyan fell into their hands, there would be no good outcome. In a moment of urgency, she stepped forward. What are you doing? Do you think you can kidnap someone in broad daylight? Didn't you hear this young lady say she doesn't want to go with you? Who do you think you are to her? Aunt Feng stood in front of Jiang Yunyan, who was scared and hid behind her. Qi Meng and Dad Feng immediately stood by Mom Feng's side. Qi Meng glared at Jiang Yunyan, who lowered her head and said nothing. Qi Meng ignored her and focused on protecting her mother while looking at the bald man. The bald man sneered a few times. What am I to her? Why don't you ask her what she did? If it weren't for me, could she, a girl, survive in a city full of zombies until now? She told me herself that as long as I protect her life, she would be mine. For these past few days, I provided her food and drink without touching her at all. But now, she not only seduces my brothers to let her out, but also attracts a whole wave of zombies. If it weren't for my quick reaction and leading my brothers to fight our way out, I would have been killed by this little girl, and my brothers would have been bitten to death by zombies. Out of dozens of brothers, only 5 of us made it out. Do you think I should not capture her to avenge my brothers? I'm not the kind of person who forces others. I hope this woman would willingly follow me. However, she doesn't know what is good for her and wants those zombies to kill me and my brothers. Killing her would be a pity. She is not bad looking, and my brothers are just looking for a toy to have some fun with. Letting her live is already generous. You guys better not meddle. Move aside. After saying that, he prepared to push Mom Feng and grab Jiang Yunyan. Jiang Yunyan hid behind Mom Feng, shaking her head continuously, tears in her eyes as she said, "Don't believe him. It's clearly him who wants to." I had no choice but to compromise and say that to you. If I hadn't said so, would you have let your guard down? Would I have had a chance to escape? I only did that to try to escape. Hey, you little girl, you really can talk. You were the one who came over on your own. Fine, I won't say much to you. Listen, even the King of Heaven can't save you today. The bald man moved to push Mom Feng. Before his hand could touch Mom Feng, Qi Meng blocked him, saying, "If you dare to come any closer, don't blame me for being rude." Qi Meng drew her frost blade from behind and pointed it directly at the bald man's throat. The bald man paused, and his gun was aimed at Qi Meng. Seeing this, Jun Mo Bai and Taishan immediately stood by Qi Meng's side for protection. Dad Feng held on to Luo and embraced Mom Feng to protect them, while Jiang Yunyan hid behind several people and said nothing. The bald man sneered, "Little girl, I see you have some looks, so I want to make it difficult for you. But if you don't know when to stop, don't blame me. Let us see if your sword is faster or my gun is faster." After saying that, he pulled the trigger. Before the bald man could fully pull the trigger, Qi Meng quickly drew a silver pistol from behind her waist and shot at the bald man's gun hand. The bald man winced in pain, causing his gun to fall to the ground. Before he could bend down to pick it up, Qi Meng's sword was already pressed against his neck, and the bald man's subordinates immediately aimed their guns at Qi Meng. Qi Meng brought the sword even closer and asked, "Do you think your gun is faster? Or is my sword faster? Huh? Do you think you're the only ones with guns?" As soon as Qi Meng finished speaking, Taishan and Jun Mabai drew their handguns from behind their waists, aiming at the several subordinates of the bald man. The change happened so quickly that the surroundings fell silent, allowing everyone to hear each other's breathing. The onlookers couldn't help but sweat nervously, thinking, "Wow, that little girl is really fierce. I thought she was just pretending to carry a sword, but she actually has a gun and dares to use it. One imposing presence. It's quite terrifying." Fortunately, They didn't have any intentions of robbing those people, or else it might have been them under her guns. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing how close they had come to danger. Indeed, driving an armored military vehicle, they were definitely not ordinary people. Little girl, no, I mean female hero, I didn't recognize you. My apologies, my apologies. You guys put down your guns. The bald man, enduring the pain in his hands while looking at the sword against his neck, quickly signaled his 4 subordinates to lower their weapons, and with a flattering smile towards Chimeng, Jun Maobai, and Taishan, he said, "It's a misunderstanding. We just wanted that woman. We didn't really want to shoot." Chimeng looked at Jiang Yunyan, then turned to the bald man and said coldly, "I don't want to hurt anyone either. We're all survivors. There's no need to act so aggressively, right?" Right. No need for that." The bald man immediately nodded. "In that case, let's leave this matter here. As for Jiang Yunyan, let's just forget it, okay?" Chimeng said in a challenging tone. "And miss this. My brothers can't just die for nothing. If it weren't for her wanting to put me to death, I wouldn't have lost so many brothers. This won't do. Even if you kill me, I must avenge my brothers." The bald man shook his head, feeling troubled, as it meant his brothers died unjustly. Chimeng and Jun Maobai exchanged glances with Taishan. Chimeng couldn't help but look at the bald man with new respect. He was quite a loyal leader. Even when he couldn't protect himself, he was still thinking about avenging his brothers. Chimeng pondered for a moment and said, "You can't blame Jiang Yunyan entirely for this. If it weren't for your greed and your fixation on Jiang Yunyan's looks, you wouldn't have lost your brothers. Jiang Yunyan was just trying to protect herself. Who told you to want to? Heroine, I swear on my conscience. I admit I was attracted to her looks, but I'm not the kind of bald guy who takes advantage of people. She willingly chose to follow us for protection, and I didn't do anything without her consent. Even if I just held her hand, that was her choice. If she didn't agree, I would never have touched her. I may not be a good person, but my brothers know that before the apocalypse, we only collected protection fees at most. This is the apocalypse now. My brothers may be a bit bold, but we still have our principles." The bald man pointed to the brothers behind him, and the other 4 subordinates nodded in agreement. "You're talking nonsense. You clearly wanted to do something improper to me and are slandering me." Jiang Yunyan jumped out, pointing at the bald man. But as soon as she met his gaze, she hid behind Feng Ma. "Little girl, you need to be careful with your words. All right, I don't want to know about your past matters. Here's the deal. Jiang Yunyan is someone I saved. Since I saved her, I can't let her fall back into danger. I promised her that I would take her to City H. So, before we go to City H, you can't touch her. But after we reach City H, she will have nothing to do with us, and you can do whatever you want." Chimeng interrupted the bald man. "Xiaoming." Feng Ma felt uneasy and wanted to say something, but was held back by Feng Ba. In the end, Feng Ma just glanced at Feng Ba and said nothing. The bald man, after hearing this, looked troubled as he turned to Chimeng and then to Jiang Yunyan hiding behind Feng Ma. After thinking for a moment and saying something to his brothers, he finally said, "All right, we won't touch her for now. After all, it's not far from City H. We can let her go for a few days." "Oh, there are zombies. Run." At that moment, screams erupted not far away. Chimeng and the others immediately looked toward the source of the sound. On the other side of the road, a large wave of zombies had appeared from the small woods, attacking anyone they saw. In an instant, the people resting on the highway began to panic, running around in search of shelter. Some didn't even wait for their family and friends to get in the car before speeding away. Chimeng thought for a moment and finally shook her head. "No need. They've been following us just because of Jiang Yunyan. Once we reach H City, they won't follow us anymore." Taishan looked a bit confused. "So we just let them follow us all the way? It's still a 2 or 3 day journey to H City. What if they cause us trouble? They won't. Their only target is Jiang Yunyan. And after what just happened, they wouldn't dare to cause me trouble. A Meng just scared them off. They wouldn't have the courage anymore." Jun Maobai finished speaking and then smiled broadly at Chimeng. "Am I right, a Meng?" Chimeng shot a glance at Jun Maobai, thinking, is this guy really a commander? With this appearance, he looks nothing like a soldier, let alone a commander. Chimeng nodded slightly. Yes, not wrong. Those bald men do look fierce, but I still feel that what they said shouldn't be false. They probably just want to avenge their brothers. Chimeng, so you mean you believe those people and not Jiang Yunyan? Taishan whispered, afraid that Jiang Yunyan in the back compartment would hear him. Chimeng shook her head and said, "No, I don't intend to trust anyone. Anyway, along this way, whether it's Jiang Yunyun or the people following us, just be careful. I don't want to deal with other matters. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yunyun is just a stranger we saved. Her matters have nothing to do with me. As long as she doesn't cause us trouble, it's fine. Once we get to H City, it will have nothing to do with us. After finishing her words, Chiming closed her eyes to rest and added, "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest." Taishan responded with a hum and didn't say anything. Jun Mabe supported Chiming's head on his shoulder, and she instantly opened her eyes, staring at him. Jun Mabe smiled innocently and said, "I just want you to be more comfortable while sleeping. I mean no other harm." He patted his shoulder and encouraged Chiming to lean against him again. Chiming looked at Jun Mabe with some confusion, but in the end, she said nothing and leaned against him to fall asleep. Indeed, it was much more comfortable to sleep on Jun Mabe's shoulder than against the car window. Unconsciously, Chiming fell asleep. Jun Mabe watched her sleeping face, the corners of his mouth curling up in a satisfied smile, as if his scheme had succeeded, and then he also closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 38. Entering the village, Chiming, who loves fish the car, had been driving for an unknown amount of time. When Chiming opened her eyes, it was completely dark outside, and the car had stopped. She leaned against the car window to look around and realized she was the only one in the car. Taishan and her parents were already busy outside. Chiming rubbed her eyes and got out of the car, wondering why she had slept so soundly. She hadn't even noticed the car had stopped. She remembered falling asleep against Jun Mabe. Could it really be that the softness of his shoulder made her sleep so deeply? That shouldn't be the case. "You're awake?" Yun Mabe woke to, leaning against the car door and looking at Chiming as he asked. Chiming stared at Jun Mabe for a long time, feeling a bit strange. This guy was really good looking. He was clearly a soldier, so he should have a weathered look from the wind and sun, yet his skin was even better than hers, a girless. Plus, he looked great, with eyes like deep pools that seemed to see through everything about her. In front of him, it felt like she had nowhere to hide. This guy was too strange. She needed to keep her distance. She didn't wake him up because he looked so peaceful while sleeping, and dinner would be ready soon. Thank you, I'll take a look around and do a patrol," she said. Chiming glanced around. Their vehicle was parked by the roadside, with a few small houses nearby. They would be staying in these houses tonight. She was used to looking around for potential dangers before settling down. Just a few steps in, Chiming's wrist was grabbed by Jun Mabe. He smiled at her and said, "No need to patrol anymore. Taishan and I have checked the area. There's a small patch of woods ahead, and there's a pond behind the houses. Taishan and I caught some fish, and both sides are quite open. We haven't found any dangers for now, and even if there were, we would notice them quickly." Just as Chiming was about to say something, before she could speak, Jun Mabe pulled her to the front of the fire. When Luoluo saw Chiming, she immediately ran over for a hug. Chiming smiled and picked up Luoluo, sitting in front of the fire. Since Jun Mabe and Taishan had already checked the surroundings, it saved her some trouble. She didn't know Jun Mabe's abilities, but she trusted Taishan. Since no dangers had been found, it should be safe. "Xiaoming, the food will be ready soon. You must be hungry," Aunt Feng said, stirring the dinner in the pot and adding some vegetables. This is your favorite fish soup. There is a pond behind us, and Taishan and Mabe caught some fish. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to catch one in no time. I've also marinated several fish, so you'll have fish to eat in the future." Aunt Feng lifted the lid, and a wave of fish aroma wafted over. Chiming indeed felt a bit hungry at the smell. "Of course, Aunt Feng, you don't know, but we soldiers can do anything. When conditions were tough in the past, we had to learn all kinds of skills to survive. Catching fish is easy, right, Commander Jun?" Taishan said with some pride. Jun Mabe nodded with a smile. "What Atai said is correct. I just didn't know that a Meng liked fish. If I had known, I would have caught a few more." After saying that, he looked at Chiming with a smile. "Dad, I'm not a cat," Chiming awkwardly said, causing everyone to laugh for a long time. Chiming felt a bit helpless and looked around, curiously saying, "Hey, where's Jiang Yunyun? I haven't seen her since we got off the car." "She's still in the car. She said she was a bit carsick and is resting for a while." Aunt Feng pointed to the back of the car and said. Chiming nodded slightly. "I'll go take a look." After saying that, she walked towards the carriage. As she entered the back compartment, she saw Jiang Yunyun sitting in the corner with her head down, her shoulders shaking as if she was crying. When she noticed Qiming coming over, she immediately wiped her tears. Qiming. Qiming pointed at her, walked over to Qing Feng, who was still unconscious, with a bottle of water, and moistened his lips while saying, "Why don't you go down?" Jiang Yunyun knew that Qiming was speaking to her. After a long silence, she finally said, I don't know how to face those people. They're so scary. Qiming, you believe what I said, right? You won't believe those few thugs, will you? Jiang Yunyun looked at Qiming and asked tentatively. Qiming naturally knew what she was referring to. The bald men had chosen to settle in the house next to them. And when Qiming came over earlier, she saw that Guan Tu and the others had also built a fire, likely having caught some fish from the pond behind. Whether I believe it or not is not important. I don't want to know what you were like before. If you didn't do anything, you don't need to be afraid of them. I have only one requirement of you. If you want to safely reach H City, then just be honest with me. I don't want my family and friends to face any trouble because of you, understand? After Qiming finished speaking, she prepared to get out of the car. She had said everything she needed to say. You believe them, don't you? Qiming, you have to believe me. I really didn't do anything. They want to harm me. They're slandering me. Qiming, if you don't believe me, then why did you tell that bald man that once we reach H City, you won't care about me anymore? Aren't you pushing me into the fire? Jiang Yunyun called out to Qiming, her tone filled with reluctance. Qiming was originally about to get out of the car when she paused for a moment after hearing Jiang Yunyun's words. She slowly turned around and gave Jiang Yunyun a cold smile. I told you, your matters have nothing to do with me. Moreover, I hope you understand one thing. I saved you simply because you happened to run into my car. It was my responsibility to help you since my car hit you. But that doesn't mean I have to be responsible for your safety forever. After all, you said it yourself, you ran out on your own. I have already done my utmost by safely bringing you to H City. What? Do you want to stay with me and have me protect you for a lifetime? Remember, we are strangers. You are only in my car because my car accidentally hit you. Don't think about getting any ideas from me. You'd better behave and not cause trouble, or else the consequences will only be one. You can figure that out yourself. After saying this, Qiming turned around and got out of the car, walking towards the campfire. Jiang Yunyun in the car gritted her teeth tightly. What did Feng Qiming mean? Was she saying that Jiang Yunyun was clinging to her? What did she mean by saying she only saved her because she hit her? Feng Qiming. Jiang Yunyun silently battled with her thoughts, and finally, as if she thought of something, she revealed a calculating smile and walked out as if nothing had happened. After spending a night in a small house by the roadside, they set off early the next morning. On the road, Jiang Yunyun appeared quite lively, chatting happily with Feng Dad and Feng Mom in the back of the car. They were all enjoying themselves, and Feng Mom, who felt pity for Jiang Yunyun, liked her lively personality even more. Seeing his wife so happy, Feng Dad was also pleased. Luo insisted on sitting with Qiming, so she sat in the front, held in Qiming's arms, while Jun Mabe sat beside her, playing with Luo. Qiming glanced through the small window at the situation in the back of the car and furrowed her brows in confusion. How could Jiang Yunyun still be so happy chatting with her parents after being reprimanded like that? Did she truly understand Qiming's words? Or had she misjudged her? Jun Mabe noticed Qiming's frowning expression and followed her gaze to look at the back, then asked, What are you thinking? Hey, there's a village up ahead. Do you want to stop and rest? Taishan pointed to the small village ahead. When the car reached the village entrance, they all got out and set up to cook outside the village. After they stopped, another vehicle also pulled up not far from them. It was the group of bald men who planned to follow them all the way to H City. Qiming glanced at the bald men and happened to meet the gaze of one of them. Seeing that Qiming was looking at them, he immediately smiled and nodded at her. And Qiming nodded back. Feng Mom prepared some food, and after they finished eating, Qiming planned to go into the village to take a look. Jun Mabe insisted on going with her, and Qiming had no choice but to agree. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunyun wanted to join as well, saying she couldn't just take advantage of them and wanted to help. Qiming didn't refuse. First, she wanted to see what Jiang Yunyun was up to, and second, as she said, she didn't want to refuse the offer to help. So Taishan gave Jiang Yunyun his military dagger for self-defense, since there were guns in the car, and he would stay back to protect Feng Mom and the others, not needing the dagger. Before they could leave, the bald man approached them. bringing two of his subordinates and greeting Chiming. Heroine, are you planning to go into the village too? Chiming looked at the bald man strangely and nodded. Go search for supplies. What, do you mean you guys are also planning to go in a search for supplies? The bald man smiled awkwardly. Yes, our stock in the truck is almost gone, so I'm bringing along two brothers to look for some things. Why don't we team up and go together? We can split whatever we find, half for each. Chiming unexpectedly looked at Jiang Yunyan, only to see her smiling sincerely and making a reasonable point. But wasn't Jiang Yunyan very afraid of Baldy and the others? Baldy and the others were also surprised that Jiang Yunyan would say such a thing and looked at her in astonishment. It's better to go together. At least there is someone to look out for each other. The usually silent Jun Mabe finally spoke up in agreement. Chiming looked at Jun Mabe with even more curiosity, thinking, did this guy take the wrong medicine? When Jiang Yunyan saw Jun Mabe say this, her face flushed with a hint of red. Was Jun Mabe speaking up for her, which meant he didn't dislike her? Did that mean she had a chance? Thus, the six of them headed towards the village, 3 on each side, while the others stayed outside the village to keep watch. Chapter 39, Greenhouse Plant Zombies. Chiming pulled Jun Mabai aside and said, Jun Mabai, who told you to agree? She glared at him fiercely and whispered. Jun Mabai raised an eyebrow and replied, Jiang Yunyan is right. The more people, the more help we have. In the apocalypse, it's dangerous to go solo. Besides, we don't know what the situation is in this village. They have to go in anyway. So having an extra companion is better than having an extra opponent. Do you think they're my opponents? If you want to help Jiang Yunyan, just say so. Chiming said, casting a glance. Jun Mabai shook his head. You know that's not what I mean. Chiming walked to the front. I don't know. After saying that, she ignored Jun Mabai and walked away. Jun Mabai smiled as he looked at Chiming's back, chuckling, you know. As Chiming walked, she muttered to herself, damn Jun Mabai. Do you really need to say more? Seriously. However, she understood Jun Mabai's intention. They could use him as a shield, and in turn, they could use him to fend off disasters. Moreover, she was curious about Jiang Yunyan's motives and wanted to see through them. The village was small, with only a dozen or so households, each growing a fair amount of vegetables behind their homes. However, upon entering the village, it was a mess. Most of the vegetable fields had dried up. After the apocalypse, people had fled, leaving the fields unattended and with no rain since the end of the world. Most of the drought-sensitive vegetables had turned into dried goods. There weren't many zombies wandering the streets, just a few scattered ones, and before Chiming could take action, they were dealt with by the bald man subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunyan followed closely behind Jun Mabai. Wherever he went, she followed. However, Jun Mabai was always trailing behind Chiming, so he and Jiang Yunyan were always behind her. Every time a zombie lunged at them, Jiang Yunyan would scream in fear, which only irritated Chiming more. Jun Mabai frowned, and just as he was about to tell Jiang Yunyan to be quiet, the bald man shouted, Quick, look over here. He waved vigorously towards Chiming and the others, as if he had discovered something. A few people, including Chiming, quickly walked over to the bald man and looked in the direction he pointed. It turned out to be a vegetable greenhouse, about 2 to 3 meters high, covered with a white film. Through the white film, they could see the greenery inside, vibrant and full of life. The vegetables in the greenhouse could survive without watering because through photosynthesis, dew would form inside the greenhouse. Therefore, the vegetables in the greenhouse would survive longer and grow more lush than those outside in the open air. The further they walked in, the more abundant the vegetables and fruits became. By the time they reached the back, various vines of fruits and vegetables had spread out, blocking the way completely. They couldn't get in at all. If they wanted to enter, they would have to clear away the vines. However, they had no intention of going inside. The vegetables outside were already plentiful enough to fill their cart. Without further ado, they found some burlap sacks and baskets in the village. Hard vegetables like radishes were packed into burlap sacks, while leafy greens went into the baskets. Chiming pulled out a carrot from the soil, but took a lot of effort to pull it out. Looking at the carrot she had pulled out, Chiming was taken aback. This carrot was the size of a white radish. Strange, aren't carrots usually small? Could it be because the soil here is well fertilized, allowing it to grow so large? Jun Mabe walked over holding a white radish and poked Chiming. She turned around and, seeing the white radish in Jun Mabe's hand, couldn't help but gasp. Is this a white radish? The white radish was about 1 to 2 times larger than a normal radish. Qiming looked at the carrot in her hand and then back at Junmabe. Junmabe nodded. Yes. The vegetables and fruits here seem to be several times larger than ordinary ones. It's quite peculiar. Qiming frowned as she looked at the carrot in her hand. While at that moment, Baldy walked over holding a tomato the size of 2 apples. What are you guys thinking? The fruits here are so big. We don't have to worry about food now. Huh? Don't you think these fruits are much bigger than normal? It's strange, right? Qiming said, looking at Baldy. Baldy furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought, and finally, as if he had come to a realization, he said while holding the tomato, "What's so strange about it? Maybe the soil here is fertile, and it's well fertilized, so it's not surprising that they grow large. We have such vegetables back in my hometown, and they're also big and delicious." Jun Mo, Bai, and Baldy also squinted their eyes in curiosity. Just then, a sharp scream suddenly came from deeper inside, startling the 3 of them. They immediately dropped the vegetables in their hands and ran towards the direction of the scream, and what they saw made their faces change dramatically. They saw the vines of the fruits and vegetables on the ground, in the air, or on the greenhouse, constantly writhing. The vines were laden with various fruits and vegetables, and these were even larger than the ones outside. A pumpkin was 2 to 3 times the size of a normal pumpkin, and persimmons and cucumbers were also 2 to 3 times their normal size. In the center of the vines, a zombie covered in vines and dirt was slowly crawling up from the ground. Its body was covered in moss, looking greenish, and in some areas, it was half decayed. Its eyes, glowing green, stared blankly in the direction of the 3, and even its mouth was occupied by plants, making it look extremely disgusting. One of Baldy's subordinates, who had followed him in, didn't he even have time to scream for help before being ensnared by a vine. The vine tightly constricted his body, and his face turned purple due to lack of blood flow, with his features twisted and blood oozing from his orifices, indicating that he had suffered greatly before dying. The vine wrapped around him and brought him closer to the plant zombie's mouth, which then began to bite down, blood seeping into the ground. And within a short time, it was absorbed by the soil. Jiang Yunyun stood there, frozen in shock, only able to scream. Jun Mo Bai discreetly took a few steps back, allowing Jiang Yunyun to lean into empty space, nearly causing her to fall. Jiang Yunyun, however, was good at pretending and immediately feigned fainting, leaning towards Jun Mo Bai. He directly pulled Baldy over, and Jiang Yunyun ended up falling on a Baldy. Upon realizing it was Baldy, she jumped up immediately, no longer pretending to faint, and stood aside in silence. "Plant zombie?" Qiming exclaimed in surprise. Jun Mo Bai looked at Qiming in confusion. "Do you know what this is?" Qiming watched the plant zombie, still feeding. Her eyes darkened as she shook her head at Jun Mo Bai. "I just suddenly thought of this word, so I called it out." She then whispered to the others, "We should leave quickly while it hasn't noticed us." Qiming said cautiously, not expecting to encounter a plant zombie here. It seemed that the thick vines had blocked her view earlier, so she hadn't realized there was such a thing inside. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have come in. In her previous life, she had encountered a plant zombie while on a mission outside the base, searching for supplies at a small agricultural base. At that time, their team had 10 members, each armed with heavy weapons, including pistols and grenades. During that mission, they encountered a plant zombie, just like this one. When a person died, before turning into a zombie, they already carried the zombie virus. Later, the virus seeped into the ground, causing the vegetables and fruits to mutate, intertwining their roots with the zombie's corpse, becoming inseparable. Due to the virus, the fruits and vegetables growing on the zombie's body were exceptionally large. These vegetables were inedible because they carried the virus. Qiming remembered that during that encounter with the plant zombie, only 3 out of their 10-member team survived, and she was one of them. The plant zombies were not very mobile. Their legs were usually rooted to the ground. Only the parts above the legs could move, but they were slow. However, they could control the vines growing on their bodies to attack humans, with extremely strong attack power and quick speed, making it difficult for bullets to hit them. The only way to deal with them was to use grenades. Only by blowing up the plant zombie's main body could the vines lose their attacking power. The difficulty lay in how troublesome they were, and with only 4 of them now, not to mention that her and Jun Mabai's injuries hadn't fully healed. Bringing along Jiang Yunyun made it impossible for them to confront this plant zombie. The bald man was probably not much help either, so they could only take advantage of the fact that the zombie hadn't noticed them yet and leave quickly. It was all her fault for being too careless. Upon seeing these abnormal fruits, she should have thought that there might be a plant zombie here. However, the transformation rate for such zombies was very low, and it was really bad luck to encounter such a misfortune. In her previous life, she had only encountered it once, so it was normal that she couldn't remember it right away. The group quickly retreated carefully, fearing that they might accidentally alert the plant zombie. Qiming and Jun Mabai ran in the front, while the bald man and Jiang Yunyun followed behind. Jiang Yunyun, running in the back, kept her eyes on Qiming's back. Finally, gritting her teeth, she accidentally fell to the ground. It was unclear whether it was intentional or truly an accident. As she fell, the dagger that Taishan had given her for self-defense dropped out. Jiang Yunyun, seizing the opportunity, immediately threw the dagger at the plant zombie while the three in front hadn't noticed yet. Ouch! Jiang Yunyun cried out in pain. Sitting on the ground and holding her foot, I think I twisted it. The bald man, who was in front of Jiang Yunyun, was the first to approach her, not noticing that the plant zombie had already discovered them. Countless vines silently closed in on them. The bald man helped Jiang Yunyun up. Don't die here. If you get killed by a zombie, how can I take revenge for my brothers? The bald man supported Jiang Yunyun as they headed outside. Meanwhile, Qiming and Jun Mabai had already exited the greenhouse. When they looked back inside, they were immediately shocked to see countless vines silently approaching the bald man and Jiang Yunyun, who seemed unaware that the plant zombie had already spotted them. The bald man's subordinate outside immediately shouted to his boss, "Boss, hurry, behind you!" The bald man was somewhat confused, but with Jiang Yunyun, he turned around to look. Countless vines were already less than 5 steps away from them, and the bald man was so scared that he couldn't move, while Jiang Yunyun also seemed frightened, screaming in fear. Somehow, she pushed the bald man away and limped toward the exit. The bald man, pushed by Jiang Yunyun, stumbled toward the vines. Though Jiang Yunyun's action appeared to be a reflexive reaction to fear, a flash of malice crossed her lowered eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on her lips. However, at the moment she lifted her head, her expression turned to one of fear and panic as she ran toward the exit. Chapter 40. Aming, you absolutely cannot die, boss. The bald man's subordinate outside exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Yunyun as she ran out. It's you again. You harmed my brother and now my boss. I'm going to fight you. Jiang Yunyun was immediately startled by this accusation as she came out, becoming even more frightened. She quickly hid behind Jun Mabai, tugging at his clothes and whispering, I didn't mean to. I was scared and wanted to run out. I didn't mean to push him. He did it on purpose. The subordinate coldly retorted, Boss, I'm coming to save you. With that, he intended to rush back inside. Boss, don't go in. The bald man shouted again. At that moment, a vine swiftly swept toward the bald man, wrapping around his waist and pulling him inside. The bald man drew his gun and fired several shots at the vine, which momentarily rendered it unable to retaliate. However, a handgun doesn't have many bullets, and after firing, the bald man was once again ensnared by the vine and pulled inside. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free, and all he had was the gun without any other weapon. Seeing that the bald man was about to be dragged in deep, making it impossible to save him later, Qiming narrowed her eyes and glanced at Jiang Yunyun. Jiang Yunyun flinched at Qiming's cold gaze. Qiming immediately said to the others, You all go first. I'll go in to save the bald man. After saying that, she rushed into the greenhouse to rescue him. Although she wasn't familiar with the bald man, she could tell that he had a good heart. From Jiang Yunyun's earlier conversation with him, she believed him because Jiang Yunyun gave her the impression of being deceitful. A person who lies can usually be seen through easily, and she knew that Jiang Yunyun was definitely not as innocent as she seemed. She sensed a lot of darkness within her. Qiming believed her intuition. After 5 years in the apocalypse, she had seen all kinds of people. She had encountered many who used their appearance to deceive others. So when Jiang Yunyun told her the first lie, she noticed it but chose not to say anything. If the bald man were truly the kind of person Jiang Yunyun described, with ill intentions toward her, could Jiang Yunyun have escaped? Moreover, when she rescued Jiang Yunyun, she noticed that aside from her clothes being a bit dirty, she had no other injuries. except for a scrape on her face from when she hit her car. If the bald man were truly the kind of person Jiang Yunyun claimed, then Jiang Yunyun would definitely not just have dirty clothes. In her previous life, there were many women who relied on their bodies to survive, and many men who forcibly took women. Which woman who had been violated could remain as clean as Jiang Yunyun? None. And which woman who had been taken could stay so clean? If there was one, it would mean that this woman was definitely not simple. However, Jiang Yunyun didn't seem to possess any skills beyond her decent appearance, and the bald man hadn't touched her, which indicated that he wasn't that kind of bad person. The bald man was interested in Jiang Yunyun, but didn't force her, having his own boundaries, which meant he had a good heart. It would be one thing if a bad person died in front of her, but she felt that the bald man was not bad. Instead, she appreciated his principles and his sense of loyalty to avenge his brothers. Such a person had courage, and she couldn't just watch him die in front of her. Jiang Yunyun looked at Jun Mabe pitifully and said, "Don't go, I'm scared." Jun Mabe coldly stared at Jiang Yunyun's pitiful little face and said in a cold voice, "Let go." Jiang Yunyun was startled by Jun Mabe's sudden coldness, causing her to flinch, but she didn't immediately let go of Jun Mabe's hand. Instead, she mustered her courage and continued to plead, "Can't you stay and protect me? I'm really scared." After saying this, Jiang Yunyun leaned her whole body towards Jun Mabe. Jun Mabe, somewhat impatient, glared at Jiang Yunyun and said, "Get lost." He directly pushed Jiang Yunyun, who had leaned over, away. Jiang Yunyun didn't expect Jun Mabe to treat her this way, and she lost her balance and fell to the ground. After pushing Jiang Yunyun away, Jun Mabe immediately slipped into the greenhouse. Jiang Yunyun watched as Jun Mabe entered the greenhouse, biting her lip in frustration and looking longingly at the place where Jun Mabe had disappeared. Qiming immediately covered her nose. The vines growing on the plant zombie had a rapid, offensive capability, and the sap of the vines was also corrosive. The smoke produced after corrosion was toxic as well. In her previous life, when she encountered plant zombies, that team of 10, each armed with a weapon, only had 3 survivors. This was not only due to the speed of the plant zombies' vines, but also because many were affected by the sap that flowed from the broken vines and the toxic gas generated after corrosion. Many people fell victim unknowingly. If she hadn't been at the back of the team at that time, she probably wouldn't have survived more than 5 years in the apocalypse in her previous life. Qiming tore her clothes, soaked them in water, and covered her nose. The toxicity of this gas was not high, lower than that of venom, so simple protection was enough to resist these toxic gases. However, just as Qiming covered her nose, Jun Mabe's voice came from behind. "What are you doing here?" Qiming glanced at Jun Mabe, thinking that this guy should stay outside instead of coming in. Jun Mabe looked at the way Qiming was covering her nose and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I'm here to help you." "What kind of look is this?" Qiming touched the cloth tied around her face and immediately thought of something. She tore off a piece of the remaining cloth, soaked it, and handed it to Jun Mabe. "If you want to help, cover your face. The sap from these vines is corrosive, and the smoke produced after corrosion is toxic. Block it." Jun Mabe took it, covered his face, and the two said nothing more as they moved inside. They saw a bald man struggling desperately, but without any weapons. He couldn't break free. A vine was tightly wrapped around his neck, and 2 more vines bound his hands, leaving only his legs free to move, but they could only kick in the air. The bald man's face was still a deep purple, clearly showing extreme hypoxia and nearing asphyxiation, his eyes almost bulging out. Qiming pulled out a blood blade from her right calf and handed it to Jun Mabe. "Against this mutated zombie, guns aren't very effective. Conserve your shots. It's best to use a knife. Hold this, and don't hold me back." After instructing Jun Mabe, she pulled out another blood blade from her left leg and threw it directly at the vine wrapped around the bald man's neck. With a swoosh, the vine snapped, and the bald man could breathe fresh air again, gasping heavily. However, his hands were still bound, and he couldn't move. Qiming grabbed one of the vines swinging towards her, using its strength to swing in front of the bald man, quickly cutting the 2 vines that bound his hands, and tossed the last piece of soaked cloth to him. "Cover your nose and mouth. The smoke from the sap of these vines is toxic." The bald man immediately covered his face without saying a word. Qiming handed him another blood blade. "Hold this for self-defense and hurry outside." The bald man looked at Qiming in confusion. What about you? This thing is a menace, to prevent more people from getting hurt in the future. I have to deal with it, Qiming said as she cut through several vines. This plant zombie was indeed a menace, and since she was here, it was better to eliminate it. She had dealt with this kind of plant zombie before, and she was half confident. Moreover, even if she really couldn't handle it, she still had the ability to escape. After seeing the bald man make his move, Qiming realized that she had underestimated him. She didn't expect that the bald man actually had some skills. With a dagger in hand, those vines couldn't even get close to him. It turned out that this bald man was indeed a practiced fighter. As for Jun Bai, Qiming didn't pay much attention to him. It wasn't that she wasn't worried, but rather because she knew Jun Bai didn't need her concern. In her previous life, she had heard too many stories about him. At that time, in people's hearts, he was already a transcendent existence. Of course, this comparison was somewhat exaggerated, but it was roughly the same meaning. So she believed that these little things were trivial for Jun Bai. If he couldn't even handle these vines, then he wouldn't be Jun Bai. It wasn't because she wasn't worried, but because she had faith. Every time a vine came at her, Qiming's frost sword would sever a large area, carving out a path through the densely packed vines. Just as Qiming was cutting through the vines in front of her, an inconspicuous little vine slowly crept up behind her. When Qiming sensed something was off and tried to turn around, that vine seemed to sense something as well and quickly slithered towards her neck. Qiming's neck was immediately entangled by the vines, which kept tightening, making it harder for her to breathe. Holding the frost sword, she prepared to slash at the vines, only to be ensnared by another vine that appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around her right wrist. Pain shot through her as she trembled, causing the frost sword to drop to the ground. The sound of the sword hitting the ground caught the attention of Jun Bai and the bald man, who witnessed the scene. Jun Bai's expression tightened, Meng. As he moved his wrist, several vines were dealt with. He immediately pulled away, wanting to rescue Qiming, but before he could reach her, several more vines blocked his path. The bald man also wanted to quickly deal with the vines in front of him to reach Qiming, but no matter how many he chopped down, the vines seemed endless. Growing anxious, he began to sustain injuries, the strong scent of blood stimulating the plant zombies, making their attacks increasingly fierce. Qiming is now entangled in vines, unable to move at all. Without oxygen, her head begins to swell and feel dizzy, and her consciousness starts to blur. Around her, there is only one voice. Who is calling her? In her dazed vision, she vaguely sees a figure rushing towards her. Aming. Who is it calling her? Aming, wake up, don't sleep. What an annoying voice, disturbing her sleep. Aming. Who is calling her Aming? It's Yumu Bei. It's Jun Bai's voice. Only he would call her Aming. She can't die, absolutely can't die. Chapter 41. Devoting herself. Qiming suddenly opened her eyes. Although her head still felt dizzy, her consciousness had already cleared. The strong desire to survive made her struggle with her bound hands. That's right, she had space. There were grenades in the space, and as long as she focused her consciousness, a grenade would appear in her hand. However, if she used the space now, Jun Bai would definitely notice something unusual and might even see her actions. But this was the only method available to her at the moment. Her hands and feet were entangled by vines, leaving her with no other options. Fine, let's take a gamble. It didn't matter if Jun Bai could see. She was facing away from him, so it shouldn't be too easy for him to spot her. Taking a chance, Qiming summoned a grenade from her space. This grenade was from the batch of arms that Wu Yi had just given her. Concealed by the vines, a grenade appeared in Qiming's right hand. She had the grenade, but her hands were still bound by the vines, fixed in a large letter T shape in midair. Now, there was another important question. How could she pull the pin? Just as her body stabilized, Qiming bit down on the grenade in her hand and threw it towards the center of the vines, which was the core of the plant zombie. Qiming immediately shouted at the bald man, "Get down," after saying that her body was protected under Jun Bai. He quickly took off his coat and covered both of them. With a loud bang, the shockwave from the explosion caused the shattered branches to scatter everywhere, and some corrosive liquid splattered onto both of them. Fortunately, Jun Bai had prepared, using his coat to shield himself and Qiming. Otherwise, The liquid would have surely corroded a large hole in their bodies. The bald man was far enough away that no liquid fell on him. At the village entrance, Taishan and Feng Dad were chatting beside the car when a sudden loud bang shocked everyone. Luo, frightened, ran into Feng Mom's arms. Feng Mom tightly hugged Luo and, looking at the thick smoke rising in the distance, worriedly asked, "Will Xiaoming be all right?" Feng Dad looked at the billowing smoke and comforted Feng Mom, "Don't worry. Xiaoming will be fine. I'll go check inside. Uncle, let me go instead. You stay here and take care of Aunt Xiao." Taishan immediately pulled Feng Dad back and turned to enter the village. Meanwhile, on Qiming's side, after everything fell silent, the bald man got up from the ground and looked around. The area was littered with withered vines and corrosive venom. Jun Maobai threw off the clothes that had been covering them, which were now too corroded to be seen. He helped Qiming up from the ground. "Thank you," Qiming said to Jun Maobai, then looked at him and added, "You've saved me once again." Qiming awkwardly cleared her throat, not daring to meet Jun Maobai's gaze. This guy really couldn't change his slick demeanor. "How did you become a commander like this?" Qiming smacked her lips and said, "All right, I'll repay you, but not with my body. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Let's go, we can't stay here. That explosion noise might attract the zombies around us." Jun Maobai's gaze darkened slightly, but it quickly passed, and he returned to his charming and gentle demeanor, saying, "You want to offer yourself to me? I might not even agree to that. I'm quite in demand." Qiming turned around. "Yes, you are in demand. Isn't there a beautiful lady outside waiting for you? You should go." Qiming's words suddenly paused. Jun Maobai was still waiting for Qiming to continue, but he noticed her stop and looked in the direction she was gazing at. Qiming walked to the innermost part and saw a silver glowing dagger quietly lying on the ground among the vines. She picked up the dagger and recalled the one that Taishan had given Jiang Yunyun before entering the village. Wasn't it this one? How could Jiang Yunyun's dagger appear here? Could it be that Jiang Yunyun had left it behind while trying to save someone? But that didn't make sense. This dagger was clearly in the center of the plant zombies' territory, and Jiang Yunyun couldn't have left it there. There was only one possibility. Jiang Yunyun had intentionally placed this dagger here. But why? Did she want to use it to provoke the plant zombies? No wonder the plant zombies discovered them and chased after them. They had already run so far that they shouldn't have been noticed. The only possibility was that someone had deliberately let the plant zombies find them. Qiming tightened her grip on the dagger, and Jun Maobai noticed the dagger in her hand. Realizing something, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, but he ultimately pulled Qiming along and said, "Let's get out of here first." Qim nodded at Jun Maobai, and the three of them walked out. As soon as they emerged, they saw Jiang Yunyun and the bald man's subordinates waiting there. As soon as the bald man's subordinate saw him, he rushed over to support him, repeatedly calling out, "Boss, boss." Qiming looked at Jiang Yunyun, who first lowered her head and then raised her eyes, filled with concern. "Qiming, are you okay? With all that noise inside just now, I thought something had happened to you. Do you think something would happen to me?" Qiming retorted. Qiming lightly shifted her gaze away from Jiang Yunyun, no longer saying a word, and walked past Jiang Yunyun. The group headed towards the village exit, and halfway there, they ran into Taishan. Qiming immediately called out, "Brother Taishan." The girl said, "It's good to find you. Are you all okay? We heard an explosion at the village entrance just now and thought something had happened." Taishan looked at the group, noticing that they all appeared somewhat disheveled, and asked, "What happened to you all?" Qiming and Taishan talked about some things they encountered inside as they walked out of the village. This time, their visit to the village was not without gains. On their way out, they found some vegetables and fruits that had not been infected, picking 2 baskets. Qiming and the bald man each took 1 basket. To thank Qiming for saving his life, the bald man gave half of his fruits and vegetables to her, which Qiming gladly accepted. After all, it was food she deserved. The group got into the car, knowing they couldn't stay at the village in trance any longer. The explosion earlier must have attracted nearby zombies. The car drove forward, finally leaving the small village behind. Qiming returned Taishan's dagger to him, and while driving, Taishan accepted it, asking, "How did this dagger end up with you?" "I thought I gave it to Jiang Yunyun for protection." Qiming squinted her eyes and said, "This dagger is yours. Don't lend it to anyone else in the future. Also, pay more attention to Jiang Yunyun." Qiming spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Taishan responded with an and didn't ask further questions. It must be that something happened during their trip to the village. Anyway, he would just listen to whatever Qiming said. At this moment, Jun Maobai also returned the blood blade that Qiming had lent him. Here, the dagger, as good as new. Qiming looked at the dagger, then at Jun Maobai, and didn't say anything. Instead, she put the dagger away and placed it in her little short boot. Jun Maobai noticed that Qiming had a similar dagger on her other leg and casually asked, "This dagger is well made and very sharp. Does it have a name?" Qiming nodded. "Yes, it's called Bloodblade. There are two of them. I just gave one to you and one to the bald guy." Bloodblade? The name is quite fitting, as it means the blade stained with blood, and blood is bound to be shed when it is drawn. Jun Maobai said after thinking for a moment. Qiming nodded in agreement, but suddenly stared at Jun Maobai's right hand for a long time. Jun Maobai also looked at his right hand and realized that the sleeve of his right arm had been stained red with blood, and there was a large hole corroded in the sleeve. Jun Maobai immediately covered it with his left hand and turned to the side, saying, "If you keep staring at me like this, I'll feel very embarrassed." Qiming looked deeply at Jun Maobai, still deeply impressed by his words, but replied, "You're injured? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Jun Maobai clicked his tongue. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Minor injury? That liquid is toxic and highly corrosive. It would have completely corroded your arm if it were a serious injury, right? I really don't know how you managed to become the commander. Not only are you slick with your words, but you also don't take care of yourself. The only reason you're still alive is probably your looks. Qiming said as she pulled Jun Maobai's hand and had her mom pass the first aid kit from the back of the car to bandage Jun Maobai's wound. "Bear with it a bit. We need to remove the dead flesh or the poison will spread, and luckily, it's just vine sap, not enough to turn you into a zombie. Otherwise, I'd have to give you a stab right away," Qiming said while treating Jun Maobai's wound. "Yun Maobai Tsiokut. Would you really stab me? After all, I am your lifesaver. I got injured to save you, and you're cursing me like this." "Yes, precisely because you are my lifesaver. If you really got infected and I had to stab you, that would be the ultimate kindness. Do you want to turn into one of those man-eating monsters? Also, me bandaging your wound is already my way of repaying you. If you keep whining, do you believe I'll throw you out of the car?" Qiming shot Jun Maobai a glance and continued bandaging. Jun Maobai quietly closed his mouth, while Taishan, who was driving, struggled to suppress his laughter. Seeing Taishan's suppressed amusement, Qiming said, "Taishan, are you cramping? Why do you look like you want to laugh, but can't?" "Haha, no, it's nothing. I just find it funny watching you two bicker." "Commander Jun, you've always been my idol. I thought you were the serious, righteous, and cold-hearted type. I didn't expect you to be like this, getting the short end of the stick from my sister. Where's your commanding presence gone? Are you really Commander Jun?" Taishan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jun Maobai awkwardly cleared his throat, and Qiming also laughed. "Brother Taishan, you're absolutely right. With him like this, how does he look like a commander? Did you hear that? Even your fan says you're a phony." "Sister, also, it's not that I'm criticizing you. No matter what, Commander Jun is still your lifesaver. Saving you so many times. Saying that about him is wrong. After saving you so many times, how about you repay him with your body? Look, Commander Jun is your lifesaver, and you also said he looks good, plus he's a commander. Such a good man is hard to find in the apocalypse. If you offer yourself, you'd be getting a great deal," Taishan added after thinking for a moment. Now, it was Qiming's turn to be at a loss for words, and Jun Maobai was finally able to boast, laughing and nodding. "Taishan, you're absolutely right. Did you hear that? Taishan is my fan too." Even Taishan said that offering yourself is not too much. "Why are you still nagging me? Is this how you treat your lifesaver?" Qiming carefully wrapped bandages around Jun Maobai, and in the end, she didn't forget to tie them tightly. Jun Maobai gritted his teeth in pain and said, "Are you trying to murder your own husband?" Qiming shot a glance at Jun Maobai and then looked at Taishan, saying, "Taishan, from what you're saying, does that mean that if someone saves you, you have to repay them with your body? I'm also your lifesaver, so why don't you repay me with your body? And what do you mean I hit the jackpot? Am I that bad? I'm still a 21 flower. Who knows who is at a loss?" After saying that, she shot another glare at Jun Maobai. Taishan pouted and said, "Hey, I was just joking. You saved me, and I wanted to repay you with my body too. But I know a girl like you wouldn't look at a rough guy like me. I wouldn't want to delay you from finding a good husband. So I'll just be your brother. That works well, haha. Besides, Commander June really has good conditions. Have you really not considered it? Along the way, the group was filled with laughter and banter, moving forward without knowing what awaited them at the next destination. However, they knew that no matter what it was, it wouldn't hinder their progress. Chapter 42, H City. Entering the Guangming base, the car drove towards the capital city, with H City being the next stop. After 3 days of traveling along the provincial highway, they were less than an hour away from H City. The number of survivors they encountered on the road was increasing, all driving towards H City, where a temporary base had reportedly been established. Through broadcasts, many people living not far from H City were heading there. So the closer they got to H City, the more survivors they encountered. During these 3 days, Qing Feng gradually woke up. By yesterday, he was completely awake. After lying in the car for so long, his gunshot wounds had mostly healed, but he hadn't eaten anything during his days of unconsciousness, so he was very weak. However, after a night's rest, he felt much better. Being a soldier, he had good physical fitness, so his recovery was quick. Jun Mabai roughly told Qing Feng about their rescue and the events along the way. Qing Feng understood that he and Jun Mabai had been saved by Qiming's family, and their other subordinates had been killed by those sent to assassinate them. Their group of over a dozen comrades had now dwindled down to just the two of them. Jun Mabai and Qiming were still sitting in the passenger seat while Taishan was driving. Ahead on the road, several small vehicles could be seen, and there were also many vehicles behind them, including the bald guy's car. Over the past few days, the bald guy had been following closely behind Qiming's group, coming over to chat during breaks, and their relationship was quite good. However, his expression changed drastically whenever he saw Jiang Yinyan. Qiming had thought about whether to keep Jiang Yinyan in the car, but every time she was about to say something, Jiang Yinyan would be happily chatting with her mother, which prevented Qiming from speaking up several times. After these few days, she decided to let it go. After all, they were not far from H City, and once they arrived, it would no longer be her concern. Fortunately, Jiang Yinyan had been well-behaved these days and hadn't caused any trouble. After about half an hour of driving, they could already see the entrance to the H City base. The base was called Guangming Base and was built on the site of a prison. Since prisons are places for holding criminals, they had high defenses. After reinforcement and expansion, it became Guangming Base. However, the large gate outside the base was tightly shut, and both vehicles and people were blocked on the road, clearly indicating that the base personnel were not allowing anyone to enter. Uncle Feng looked at the base gate and said, "Why are these people like this? We are all fellow countrymen, and we still have to pay in supplies to enter the base. Are they just going to watch these people suffer outside if they can't afford to pay? Young master, do they really think the world has gone chaotic, and they could just seize power?" Qing Feng clenched his fists, the veins on his hands bulging, indicating his current anger. Jun Mabai remained silent, his gaze sharp and cold, while Qiming casually replied, "The world is already chaotic. Some things are even more cruel and ruthless than this. It's just that you haven't seen it. Those of you in power, sitting in high positions, naturally don't know the real situation down here. This phenomenon is quite normal. In this chaotic world, taking care of oneself is the most important thing. Taishan, have you found out how much supplies are needed to get in?" After finishing, Qiming turned to Taishan and asked. Taishan nodded. "I found out that regardless of age or gender, each person needs 2 pounds of supplies. If we want to drive in with a vehicle like ours, it would probably require 10 pounds of supplies." Qiming nodded. "Let's go. We need to get inside. We've been on the road for 3 days, and we must find a base to rest properly, or else no one will be able to handle it." After saying that, Qiming got into the car first, followed by Taishan and Feng Dad and Mom, who didn't ask why. Qing Feng, however, was still somewhat puzzled by Qiming. He stared blankly as she got into the car, then looked at his boss, Jun Xiao this. Jun Mabai patted Qing Feng's shoulder. Hee, let's go." Qing Feng got into the car in a daze. Although he knew that Qiming was in charge of everything in the car, there were 8 people in this vehicle, and with the supplies, that totaled 26 pounds. That's quite a lot of supplies. It's not too little, but it's also not too much. Did she just hand it over like that? This woman has a lot of supplies in the car, but it can't be used like this, right? At most, they could find a safe place outside to rest for a few days. So why do they have to enter this base? He didn't understand, really didn't understand, and his boss wasn't explaining anything either. Taishan signaled the vehicles blocking the front, and the surrounding cars quickly made way. They couldn't afford to offend this military armored vehicle. Those who could use it were definitely not ordinary people. Under everyone's gaze, the car reached the entrance of the base, and the guard on the city wall immediately said, "Who are the people in the car? Don't you know the rules for entering the base?" Chiming jumped down from the car, and everyone was taken aback, not expecting that it was a girl who got out. Chiming shouted, "We need to go in. Open the door." After Chiming finished speaking, the people on the city wall exchanged glances, and eventually a few individuals came out from a small side door, each carrying a gun. The first to lead was a middle-aged man with a beard and narrow eyes, giving an uncomfortable impression at first glance. He walked up to Chiming and said, "You can come in, but each person must bring 2 pounds of supplies, and for your vehicle, at least 10 pounds of supplies." Chiming had June MO by bring the supplies out from behind. 26 Jean, 8 people in 1 cart. The man looked at the half basket of pickled cabbage, frowned, but finally nodded and waved at the person on the city wall. The person on the wall nodded, and only then did they open the city gate. However, before Chiming and the others could enter, a voice from behind came. "Heroine, heroine, wait for me." It was the bald man, looking a bit embarrassed as he said to her and his remaining 3 subordinates, "That heroine, could I borrow a jean of supplies from you? You see, I'm short by a jean with all my supplies combined, and I can't leave my brothers outside. We've known each other for quite some time on this journey." Chiming looked at the embarrassed expression of the bald man and couldn't help but laugh. "It's not impossible for me to lend you this 1 pound of supplies, but it needs to be returned." "All right, you tell me how you'll repay it." The bald man immediately agreed without hesitation. "I haven't thought it through yet. I'll let you know once I do." "I believe you're not someone who goes back on your word," Chiming said with a light laugh. After saying that, she provided the bald man with the 1 pound of supplies and entered the base. The first thing to do upon entering the base was to undergo inspections, with men and women separated. Only after the inspections could one truly enter the base. It was similar to the military district base in W City, but this wasn't a military base, so no tents were distributed or anything, besides 2 meals of thin porridge and 2 meat buns each day. Everything else had to be managed on one's own. The square of the entire base was crowded with people, various tents set up, intermingling crowds, and patrols. The first sight upon entering the base was the people waiting at the entrance, calling out or trading items in their hands. A little to the left was the information board, with postings about tasks, people looking for relatives, property rentals, and all sorts of information available. If someone was interested in a particular piece of information, they could tear it off and register or inquire at the small table beside the information board. After entering the base, the bald man and Chiming's group separated. She had no idea where the bald man and his companions went, and she didn't go looking for them. She wasn't worried that the bald man would run away. After all, it was only 1 pound of supplies. If he ran, so be it. She just thought of it as a chance to see if she could make a trustworthy friend. She wouldn't be at a loss. Several people parked their vehicle in the designated parking area, which was military armored, so they didn't have to worry about theft or break-ins. They felt very at ease leaving their vehicle there. Aunt Feng looked at the crowd and couldn't help but say, "Xiaoming, where are we staying? There are so many people here, but no one seems to be in charge of anything." Chiming smiled and said, "Mom, this place is not under military control, so it's impossible to distribute everything like at a military base. Here, if you want something, you have to exchange something for it or take on tasks to get what you need. Isn't there an information board over there? Let's go take a look and find a place to stay first." The group walked over to the information board, where Chiming found a notice about someone renting out a house. She tore off the information and handed it to a young man sitting at a table, who was drowsily nodding off. She slapped the table, startling the young man awake. He was in his early 20s and looked quite proper. Once he collected himself, he turned to Chiming and the others, glancing at the information she had handed over, and asked, "Do you want to rent a house?" Chiming nodded, "Yes." "How many people will be staying, and what kind of room do you need?" She looked at the people behind her, and when her gaze landed on Jiang Yunyun, she paused for a moment, then continued, 8 people, a clean and quiet place will do. There are indeed such rooms available, 4 double rooms, with a living room and a bathroom. The rent is 20 Jean of supplies per day, with a 3-day minimum. So expensive? Are you a black market dealer? Taishan couldn't help but click his tongue. 20 Jean could feed them for several days. The young man shrugged. "This is still the cheapest around. If you don't believe me, You can ask elsewhere, but I can't guarantee there will still be rooms like this available later. They are in high demand. The young man said nonchalantly, Rent if you want. Taishan wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Qimeng. 15 jin of supplies per day. Qimeng bargained with the young man. The young man waved his hands. Do you think this is a vegetable market? You want to bargain? You're just a middleman. I bet others come here to post tasks, and you mark up the prices, probably doubling what they put out for the task. 15 jin per day is enough for you to earn your commission. You won't lose out. Qimeng stared at the young man and said calmly. The young man was taken aback, looking at the girl in front of him as if she could see through everything. He lowered his head and pouted, ultimately not refusing. Fine, 15 it is. How many days will you stay? Pay for 3 days first. After 3 days, we can decide whether to stay or not. Once the transaction was settled, the young man took them to see the room. It was a small building with 3 floors, and they would stay on the second floor, which had 4 rooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom. However, it was evident that 2 of the rooms were separated by a partition, with a double bed in one, leaving little space for anything else. The other 2 rooms were much more spacious, with clean sheets and blankets ready. The kitchen was fully equipped, but there was no electricity, gas, or water, so it could only serve as decoration. There weren't many usable items. The living room had a few single sofas and a long sofa that could sleep 1 person. Overall, it was decent and worth the price in supplies. The room arrangements were quickly made. Jun Mabai and Qing Feng would sleep together. Feng Dad and Taishan would share a room. The boys would sleep in the separated room, and the girls would occupy the 2 larger rooms. Feng Mom would sleep with Luo, while Jiang Yunyun would share a bed with Qimeng. However, Qimeng wasn't used to sleeping in the same bed with someone, so she stated she would sleep on the living room sofa. Initially, everyone disagreed, but Qimeng insisted that even in the base, someone needed to keep watch at night, and sleeping in the living room would allow her to do just that. Eventually, the others relented, so Jiang Yunyun ended up sleeping alone in a room. Chapter 43. Driving people away. Goodbye, fat boss. During dinner, Qimeng said, Jiang Yunyun, we've arrived in H City. If you want to find your uncle, I can help you post a task on the information board. We will stay here at most for 5 days, so after 5 days, regardless of whether you find your uncle or not, we will have fulfilled our promise to you. And from then on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Everyone at the table was taken aback. Jiang Yunyun, holding her food, poked at it and nodded with tearful eyes. I understand. I won't trouble you anymore. Thank you for everything on this journey. Jiang Yunyun's pitiful expression made some people feel sad as well. Although everyone knew Qimeng was just stating facts, saying it in front of so many people felt like they were trying to drive her away, and Jiang Yunyun's sorrowful look made it even harder to bear. Feng Mom, feeling a bit reluctant, said, Qimeng, Yunyun is also a poor child. What if she can't find her uncle? A girl in a place like this might. Mom, she hasn't even started looking yet. How do we know she won't find him? We agreed from the beginning to take her to H City, that's all. We can't do anything about the rest, Qimeng said seriously, putting down her chopsticks. Feng Mom felt that her daughter was right, but Jiang Yunyun had been with them for quite some time. If she couldn't find her uncle and was left alone here, it was hard not to worry. Qimeng, you're right, but... Mom, enough of this. Don't worry, I will help Jiang Yunyun find her uncle, but if I can't find him, there's nothing I can do. I'm done eating. I'm going out for a walk. After saying that, Qimeng put down her chopsticks and walked out. The others at the table fell silent, and only Jiang Yunyun, with her head down, occasionally cast a pitiful glance at Jun Mabai. Feng Dad nudged his wife. Look what you've done. You've upset Qimeng. Feng Mom didn't know what to say and could only respond. I meant no harm. I just feel sorry for Yunyun. Qimeng has done everything for us on this journey. She has her reasons for acting this way. Feng Dad sighed, shaking his head while picking up food. After stepping outside for a walk, Qimeng arrived at the information posting area. It was still the same young man sitting there. She posted Jiang Yunyun's information and was about to turn to leave when someone grabbed her. Qimeng turned around and saw a big fat man standing in front of her, but he looked somewhat familiar. Before Qimeng could say anything, the fat man spoke up. Little girl, it's really you. If it weren't for the sword on your back, I would have thought I recognized the wrong person. The fat man greeted her skillfully. Qimeng suddenly remembered that this fat man was the owner of the weapon shop she bought weapons from before the apocalypse. The erotic lingerie still left a deep impression on her. However, Wasn't this fat man also from Y City like herself? How'd he end up in H City? Could it be that he, like her, had fled here? Fat boss? Chi Ming exclaimed in surprise, but then suddenly realized that calling him fat boss seemed inappropriate. She didn't know his name, so it slipped out. Chi Ming smiled awkwardly at the fat man. I'm sorry, I didn't know your name, so I just called out like that. The fat man smiled, and his face seemed to squish together. It's fine, it's fine. My surname is Tao, and my name is Tao Chin. My friends call me Fatty. I remember your surname is Fong, right? If Miss Fong doesn't mind, you could just call me Fatty. You remember me? Chi Ming was a bit surprised and pointed at herself. Tao Chin chuckled and nodded. There aren't many people who buy weapons from me. Most of them are men. It's rare for a girl like you to come to my shop, so I have a deep impression of you. Moreover, I still remember what you said to me when you left that day. Actually, I have to thank you. Thank you for your words. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't have made it out of Y City. Tao Chin said seriously. Chi Ming smiled, squinting her eyes without saying anything. What did this fat guy mean? Was he doubting her? It was true that back then, before the apocalypse came, she had warned him to be careful, and now that the apocalypse was here, her words had been validated. It was normal for him to be suspicious. Chi Ming Henti expected to encounter the fat guy here. She thought it was unlikely in such a vast crowd. She had bought weapons at his place and kindly reminded him, but unexpectedly, her reminder had been remembered. She hoped he wouldn't really doubt her. I was just saying that casually. I usually like to read horror novels and such, so don't take it seriously. Chi Ming pretended to know nothing and said with a laugh. Anyway, your words really did save my life. Since we've met here, it shows we're fated. Have you eaten? How about I treat you to something good? The fat guy said politely. That's not good, is it? Chi Ming wanted to refuse, but didn't know how to start. However, just as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. The fat guy smiled knowingly, and Chi Ming awkwardly chuckled. Stomach. Oh, stomach. Can you not embarrass me at a crucial moment? She thought. Oh, well, thank you. I just happen to have not eaten. Stomach. Who told you to come out without eating? Blame me. Just as she was about to leave, another voice came over. You're here. Jun Mabai waved at Chi Ming and ran over. Chi Ming felt like turning around and leaving. Why was Jun Mabai here? This guy never came to play, but he chose this moment to show up. Here to find you. Chi Ming was extremely speechless at the moment. What's this? The fat guy asked first, noticing Jun Mabai's scrutinizing gaze. Jun Mabai, being a gentleman, extended his hand. Jun Mabai, friend. Jun Mabai? You're called Jun Mabai? You can't be the youngest commander from the capital, Jun Mabai, right? Tao Chin's eyes lit up upon hearing Jun Mabai's name. Jun Mabai asked curiously, do you know me? No, I don't know you. I've just heard of your great name. Who doesn't know the youngest military district commander in the capital? After the apocalypse came, I heard you quickly stabilized the zombie chaos in the capital and built the base walls in record time. Many people are heading to the capital now. Not only that, but I'm also your loyal fan. I heard your shooting skills are spot on, and you're the fastest at loading and unloading firearms in the army. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Tao Chin, and everyone calls me Fatty. I've always wanted to compete with you on gun loading and shooting skills. I didn't expect to run into you here today. It's truly an honor. The fat guy immediately transformed into Jun Mabai's loyal supporter, looking starstruck, even more so than a girl would. Chi Ming couldn't help but click her tongue. Why were there loyal fans of Jun Mabai everywhere? Nice to meet you. Jun Mabai nodded friendly. All right, I invited Miss Fong to dinner to thank her. Commander Jun, why don't you join us? After all, you're friends. The fat guy warmly invited him. His excitement as a fan of his idol was evident. Just as Chi Ming was thinking of refusing, she was interrupted by Jun Mabai. Sure, I just came out to find Ameng and haven't eaten much. Ameng, you don't mind, right? After speaking, Jun Mabai looked at Chi Ming with anticipation. Chi Ming chuckled coldly in her heart, thinking, you've already agreed. What else can I say? Let's make it lively together then. After saying that, the corners of her mouth twitched. The chubby guy led them to his place, a series of small single rooms that weren't big, but were very clean, with kitchens and bathrooms included. He poured 2 glasses of water for them and said, you two go ahead. I'll make something to eat in the kitchen. With that, he headed to the kitchen. Jun Mo Bai and Chi Ming sat in the room, staring at each other, and finally, it was Chi Ming who broke the silence. Jun Mo Bai, why are you following me? June Mo sat in a nearby chair, looking at Chiming with an innocent expression. I'm just worried about you. Chiming replied irritably. I'm a grown person. What is there to worry about? Do you even need to worry about me? What you said hurts my feelings, June Mo said, pouting. Did you make all this? Not bad. It's full of color, aroma, and flavor. Chiming couldn't help but pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The delicious taste made her exclaim, so tasty. Not bad, huh? The chubby guy, don't have many hobbies, but I love two things. First, of course, is the weapon that every man loves the most. The second is cooking, which most men don't like at all. If it were before the apocalypse, I could cook even better. Now, I just make do with whatever I have. My skills have gotten rusty, and the ingredients are incomplete, so the taste is a bit off, the chubby guy boasted without shame. Not bad, not bad. Besides my mom's cooking, yours is the first that makes me unable to stop eating. Ha ha. Chiming picked up a vegetable and put it in her mouth. The three of them started eating with 4 dishes and a soup, chatting all the way, and they became much more familiar. Chiming also learned how the chubby guy ended up in City H. It turned out that after Chiming left that day, the chubby guy didn't take her words seriously. Then, on the day of the apocalypse, he woke up in the morning and opened the store door, only to see that the outside had changed completely. People eating people, chaos. Running, which left him dumbfounded, his mind blank. Later, when a zombie lunged at him, he finally reacted. Luckily, he liked to handle guns, so he always had a gun on him at the store. At that moment, he was also scared silly and directly pulled out the gun and shot the zombie in the head, thus escaping the disaster and quickly closed the door, hiding in the basement. Later, he suddenly remembered what Chiming had said about the apocalypse and storing more food, and something about 6 days later. The chubby guy calculated the time Chiming came to the store, and it turned out today was exactly the 6th day. Even if he didn't want to believe Chiming's words, he had no choice but to accept them. So he took his gun and went to the nearby convenience store to grab a lot of food, storing it in the shop. He hid there until 10 days later. Chapter 44. Jiangli, there are a few things I'm curious about. On the way back, June Mo walked in front, and Chiming followed behind, not speaking along the way. Chiming lowered her head, lost in thought, and didn't even notice when June Mo stopped. Not paying attention, she bumped into June Mo's back, covering her head and saying somewhat unhappily, "Why did you stop suddenly?" June Mo turned around, looking at Chiming, who was rubbing her head and pouting adorably, and said, "Why do you keep walking behind?" "None of your business," Chiming replied, then rushed to the front. June Mo smiled helplessly and followed her. "Why are you in such a hurry to get Jiang Yunyan away?" June Mo asked as he walked beside Chiming. Chiming stopped and turned to face June Mo. "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with her?" Hearing June Mo's concern for Jiang Yunyan, Chiming felt a bit inexplicably displeased. But she did not show it, and instead asked in a lukewarm manner. June Mo smiled. "I never said that. No one would be reluctant to part with her." "Then what do you mean? I'm just curious why you're so eager to send Jiang Yunyan away. Isn't that just hurrying? I already said before that I would only send her to H City. I'm just reminding her." Chiming said somewhat helplessly. She really wasn't trying to rush her away. It was normal to say she would send her to H City. Haha, I was just joking. Look at you. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I understand your point. We both know what kind of person Jiang Yunyan is. Regarding the plant zombie incident, Jiang Yunyan wanted to use the plant zombies to deal with Baldy. But why does she want to deal with Baldy? It's because she is afraid that Baldy will really kill her when he gets to H City. A person with a clear conscience fears no accusations. If she wants to kill Baldy, it means what Baldy said is true. If that's the case, leaving such a person in the car is very dangerous. I know you want Jiang Yunyan to leave for the sake of your parents. So I agree with you saying that in front of so many people, Jiang Yunyan has no reason not to leave. June Mabai expressed his thoughts, analyzing the situation thoroughly. Chiming crossed her arms and watched as June Mabai analyzed everything so thoroughly, feeling a bit more admiration for him. This guy truly lived up to his reputation as the young commander. He wasn't as mindless as he seemed. However, it also showed that June Mabai was not someone easy to fool, so she had to be more careful in front of him in the future. Since you've analyzed it so clearly, what does that statement mean? I understand, but that doesn't mean others do. Do you understand what I'm saying? June Mabai said, looking at Chiming. Chiming was slightly taken aback. Others? June Mabai must be talking about her mother. Yes, Both she and Jun Mabai knew, but others were not aware. Her mother had already been sympathetic towards Jiang Yunyun along the way, and by saying it this way, her mother and the others wouldn't understand the situation. It was not surprising that her mother and the others would have their own speculations. So Jun Mabai came to find her just to discuss this matter. Qiming looked up at Jun Mabai, who was also looking down at her, their eyes meeting. Qiming was momentarily stunned, feeling as if a bolt of lightning had struck her at Jun Mabai's words. She realized that with Jun Mabai's keen observation and cunning nature, he had likely noticed all those unusual little things long ago. He just hadn't said anything. It was really a pity that he wasn't putting on an act. Just a moment ago, when she was with the fat guy, she thought he hadn't sensed anything unusual. It turned out he was just pretending. She had just thought Jun Mabai was a good person, but in an instant, she felt he was incredibly scheming. Yes, even with his hands tied, he could still pull a grenade from his body. That was quite a skill. Jun Mabai, do you really want to argue with me? I only took that before I was tied up. Don't think that just because you're Jun Mabai, I can't do anything about it. Do you really want to fight me? Every time Jun Mabai spoke, he almost left her without a reason to retort. Fine, if I can't argue with you. I can throw a tantrum, right? Even if I doubt you, what is wrong with that? You refuse to admit it. Let us see where you can go to complain. I really need to stay away from this guy in the future. Jun Mabai looked at Qiming, who was both angry and annoyed, and couldn't help but want to tease her. Seeing her flustered expression made him happy. Why are you so excited? I didn't say anything. I was just reasonably curious. Since you've already explained, I'll reluctantly believe you. Jun Mabai, who do you think you are? Reluctantly believe? If you don't believe it, then forget it. Qiming waved her hand and angrily walked ahead. Just kidding. Are you really angry? Jun Mabai caught up, cautiously asking. Angry? Why would I be angry? And I wouldn't dare be angry with you, Commander Xiao Jun. You're such a big shot. I'm just trying to curry favor with you. You are angry. I'm not. You are. I already said I'm not. The next morning, after staying up late the night before, Qiming had planned to sleep in that morning. However, someone came to her place early, forcing her to get up, and it was none other than Jiang Yunyun's uncle, Jiang Li. Jiang Li was not tall, only about 1.6 meters, with slicked back hair and a face covered in acne scars, giving him a rather sleazy first impression. The moment Qiming saw Jiang Li, her anger flared up. She hadn't expected Jiang Yunyun's uncle to be Jiang Li. Her impression of Jiang Li was quite deep in her previous life. She had been to the Guangming base, where Jiang Li was the base leader. In this life, it was still Jiang Li. But she hadn't heard Jiang Yunyun mention her uncle's name along the way, so she didn't know Jiang Li was Jiang Yunyun's uncle. Jiang Li was a businessman who had dealt in grain trading before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, those grains naturally became his foundation. He united prisoners who were originally held in jail to make a deal, which led to the establishment of the Guangming base. He was responsible for supplying food, and those prisoners became his subordinates, turning the prison into the Guangming base. Jiang Li was very ambitious, having obtained those grains. He was not satisfied and wanted to be a king of the mountain. So he established the Guangming base under the pretense of building a base to shelter survivors. But it was really just for himself, wanting to be a king in this apocalypse. Moreover, those who entered the base had to pay with food. And after entering the base, aside from 2 meals of porridge and buns, there was nothing else for the survivors. To manage their daily needs, they had to fend for themselves. But how could they support themselves and their families in this apocalypse? That meant working and completing tasks. Therefore, the people in the base became Jiang Li's laborers. If you ask why they didn't leave, they wanted to. But many of them couldn't adapt to the outside world. Going out meant death. Inside the base, although it was tough and tiring, at least they could ensure their safety with no zombies around. In her previous life, Qiming had come to the Guangming base with Jiang Qi, Shui Lily's family, and her own father. After escaping from City Y, they headed straight to the capital, not going to City W, but to the Guangming base. At that time, there were so many of them, cold and tired, and to find a place to rest, she and her father fought hard to gather enough supplies to enter the base. They finally got in. She had thought that it would be much better after entering the base, but at that time, she didn't realize that not all bases were like Base W. After entering the base, each person received just a little food, which was hardly enough to fill them up. Among the 3 families, only she and her father had some skills. While the Jiang family kept complaining about not having enough to eat. At that time, she was infatuated with Jiang Qi and disregarded her father's objections to go out on tasks. The reason she chose to rest at the Guangming base was primarily because they truly needed a place to rest, and second, to help Jiang Yunyan find her uncle. She didn't want Jiang Yunyan to stay on her vehicle. As for the third reason, maybe in this new life, she wouldn't encounter Jiang Li again. Even if she did, she had thought about how to deal with him. But she hadn't expected to run into him in this situation. So when she saw that Jiang Yunyan's uncle was Jiang Li, she felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for the presence of others, she would have vented her anger on Jiang Li. Even though she was living a new life, she didn't want to deal with old grievances. But seeing someone who had bullied her and her father appear in front of her was still hard to bear. Yunyan, you're really here. When I saw your information in the message bar, I thought I was seeing things. Jiang Li happily pulled Jiang Yunyan over. Uncle. Jiang Yunyan also happily called out. Although she had not liked this uncle much before the apocalypse, now he was her only remaining family member, and he was the leader of the Guangming base. She couldn't be happier. If that is the case, Feng Qiming, let us see what you can use to compete with me for Jun Maobai. You only know how to fight zombies. Now the entire Guangming base belongs to my uncle, and Jun Maobai will definitely look at me differently. These must be the people who saved Yunyan, right? I saw the message when I was inspecting the base today, and I thought I had read it wrong. Thank you very much for taking care of Yunyan along the way. Jiang Li smiled and thanked everyone, then continued to express my gratitude. Why don't you all come to my place for dinner tonight? No need for dinner. You're the base leader and must be very busy. We won't disturb you. Qiming stood up from the sofa and walked to the door, making a gesture of seeing them off to Jiang Li and his subordinates. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Li understood that Qiming was trying to rush them. Jiang Li had noticed this lively girl the moment he entered, but it seemed like she had been hostile towards him since he arrived, her eyes looking at him like he was an enemy. However, he remembered such a woman. As they were being sent off, both of them awkwardly smiled, and Jiang Yunyan said goodbye to everyone before following Jiang Li out. As soon as they left, Qiming slammed the door shut with a bang, the sound startling the two who had just exited. Jiang Yunyan looked at the tightly closed door and bit her lip, while Jiang Li looked at the signboard, revealing a somewhat ambiguous smile, making his already sleazy face look even more so. When Qiming closed the door, she raised her head and saw everyone in the room staring at her. She clapped her hands, sat on the sofa, and said, Ahem. Who told him to come at such an inconvenient time? He disturbed my sleep, and I'm in a really bad mood this morning, don't you know? Several people shook their heads in unison. Qiming shrugged, lay back down, and continued to sleep. Chapter 45. Discussion and being provoked having already been awakened by the noise. Qiming had no desire to sleep anymore. With Jiang Li's arrival, she was even less inclined to sleep and thought about going out for a walk. Before she could step out, she ran into Tao Qin, who had come to find her. Oh right, she had forgotten that she had agreed to meet Tao Qin today. If it weren't for Tao Qin's visit, she probably wouldn't have remembered. Fatty, come in and sit. Qiming immediately invited Fatty in. Everyone was present, so she introduced him to the group. Qiming didn't mention that they met through buying weapons. She only said they knew each other before the apocalypse. After all, no one would dig deeper. Fatty had a good personality and was interesting to talk to, so he spent the whole morning chatting with everyone, becoming familiar with them. As they chatted, it was soon time for lunch. Aunt Feng invited Fatty to stay for a meal. Fatty declined a few times, but eventually, at Qiming's urging, he decided to stay and eat without further politeness. While eating, Fatty praised Aunt Feng's cooking, saying even he, a chef who specialized in culinary arts, couldn't help but admire it. Aunt Feng was overjoyed to hear this and kept serving him dishes. Throughout the meal, everyone laughed and chatted, a rare moment of happiness since the apocalypse. In the afternoon, Fatty mysteriously pulled Qiming to a secluded spot. Qiming was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What are you being so mysterious for?" Fatty looked around to make sure no one was watching before he turned to Qiming and said, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Qiming crossed her arms and looked at Fatty. When are you all going to Beijing?" Fatty said somewhat shyly, "You want to go to Beijing with us?" Qiming looked Fatty up and down, guessing what he wanted to say. Hee, I just want you to give me a ride. Don't judge me by my size. I can fight pretty well, and my shooting skills are good too. Besides, I might eat a bit more, but having me along will definitely not be a loss for you. Fatty patted his chest and said. Chiming thought for a moment and did not immediately agree, instead asking, "Why do you have to go to the capital with us?" Although there was Fat, he was quick-witted and had decent marksmanship. He had kept some weapons for himself, so he could just follow any convoy heading to the capital. Why do you have to follow her? When Chiming asked this, the suddenly became serious. He leaned against the wall nearby, pulled out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a smoke ring, saying, "Maybe you won't believe me if I tell you. If you don't say anything, how will I know whether I will believe you?" Chiming retorted, "I don't know either. After I was rescued by the troops that day and followed them, my mind was still in chaos. Your reminders kept echoing in my head. Then, there was this thought that kept telling me that if I ever met you again, I must follow you. It was an instinct. I can't explain why. Maybe it was because of what you said to me when you left my shop. My instinct told me to follow you," he said, looking directly into Chiming's eyes, emphasizing each word. Chiming was taken aback by the fat man's words. What kind of reason is that? Intuition? However, seeing the fat man so serious, she didn't know whether to refuse or not. Having one more person in the car undoubtedly meant more trouble, and one more person discovering her secret space. So she couldn't agree. Just as Chiming was about to refuse, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Miss Feng, what a coincidence." Chiming turned around to see Jiang Li's face, which was covered in pimples and oily, looking lewd. Two burly men followed behind him, creating a stark contrast with his height. "Director Jiang?" Chiming said irritably. She really didn't want to see Jiang Li. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't lose her temper and hit him. "I didn't expect Miss Feng to remember me," Jiang Li said with a smile. Chiming shot Jiang Li a glance. "What you said is a bit fake, isn't it? We only met this morning, so how could it be a matter of remembering or not? Besides, with a face as distinctive as yours, it's hard not to remember. Moreover, there's still the account from the last life to settle. Is there something you need?" Chiming glanced at Jiang Li indifferently. "It seems Miss Feng doesn't like me very much. I remember that I only met her once, so it shouldn't be a crime against you, right?" Jiang Li was aware that Chiming was unwilling to talk to him, so he directly asked, "We haven't met before, but isn't there a saying about eye affinity? Sometimes, when you see someone for the first time, you just can't stand them. But there are some people who are the opposite. I'm saying this, Director Jiang, you should understand, right? Yes, I hate you. Just go away. I disliked you the moment I saw you." Jiang Li understood the implication of Chiming's words. She was indeed saying she hated him. She had disliked him from the first glance. Damn it. He had never been publicly insulted like this before. Although there were only his two subordinates and the fat guy behind her nearby, it still felt like an insult. Jiang Li's smile froze awkwardly on his face. He felt that neither smiling nor not smiling was appropriate, so he finally forced himself to suppress his anger. "Miss Feng is right. It seems I am not to Miss Feng's liking. I'll take my leave and not disturb you any longer." After saying that, he turned to leave. However, beneath his clothing, Jiang Li's fingers had already clenched into fists, the veins bulging, clearly suppressing his anger. After Jiang Li left, the fat guy couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. "Chiming, your words are quite clever. Haha, I'm about to burst from holding it in. Go ahead and laugh. Why hold it in? I was just speaking the truth. I felt he wasn't a good person the first time I saw him." Chiming shot the fat guy a glance. "Haha, I want to laugh. But did you see his restrained expression? If I laugh out loud, he might explode on the spot." "Chiming, your judgment is really good. You can tell whether someone is good or bad. That Jiang Li, although he is the base leader, is indeed not a good person. They say he's sheltering refugees, but you don't know the truth. I know, that's why I hate him." Chiming interrupted the fat guy, too lazy to listen to him preach. She had already experienced what kind of person Jiang Li was in her last life. You know? Well, everyone in the base knows. Sigh, but what does it matter that everyone knows? Once they leave the base and lose its protection, they'll die even faster. At least here, they still have 2 meals of porridge a day and a guarantee against zombie attacks, the fat guy sighed. A base like this won't last more than half a year in the apocalypse. With people's hearts not aligned and such oppression, even if zombies don't come, a riot will happen here sooner or later, Chiming said, lowering her head and looking serious, as if she were contemplating something. Her words sounded like a prophecy and made the fat guy unconsciously believe her. The fat guy stared blankly at Chiming. "It's like you know what will happen here in the future," Sister, sister, wake up. It's bad, don't sleep anymore. Someone's paying attention to our car. Uncle Feng and the others are resisting them. Taishan's words made Qiming sit up from bed in a start. Without saying another word, she immediately rushed over with Taishan, who explained the situation along the way. It turned out that when they got up in the morning to get food from the car, a few big guys surrounded them, all of them burly and with fierce looks. They said they had set their sights on their car and demanded the car keys. Taishan and the others certainly refused, leading to a fight. These people were actually Jiang Li's men, the ones Jiang Li had released from prison, each of them capable of killing without a second thought. If it weren't for Jiang Li providing food, they wouldn't follow him. They looked down on everyone, let alone just a few of Taishan's group. Not to mention, there was also a woman and a child. They had noticed Qiming's group when they entered and had been hesitant to act, wanted to figure out who these people were and whether they had any heavy weapons and if they could provoke them. Until yesterday, they were approached by Jiang Li's niece, who seemed to be named Jiang Yunyan. She told them to rob this car and informed them about the number of people and weapons in the car. 2 women, 1 child, and 4 men who knew some martial arts, although 2 of them seemed injured and not fully recovered, while one was a middle-aged man whose skills weren't that great, and the other was a soldier. However, even so, with so many of them, they weren't worried about being unable to deal with one person. They had been eyeing that car for a long time, and the only reason they hadn't acted was uncertainty about how many people were inside and whether they could provoke them. Since Jiang Yunyan had said that there wasn't anyone they couldn't provoke and there were no heavy weapons in the car, they felt even less fear. After all, it was the apocalypse, and killing someone wasn't a crime. Moreover, before the apocalypse, they were all murderers. Jun Mo, Bai, and Qing Feng came out of the room when Taishan entered, and upon hearing Taishan's words, they quickly followed him. When the 4 arrived, they saw Feng's father standing protectively in front of his wife and Luoluo, with their armored vehicle behind him. Feng's father knew some martial arts, but the people in front of him were all murderers, ruthless and strong. He could hold them off for a moment, but couldn't withstand the joint assault of so many. After several exchanges, he also started to feel overwhelmed. His right foot was sneakily attacked and was aching slightly. Holding the broken cloud stick in front of him, with his wife and Luoluo behind him, he shouted, in broad daylight, "Do you have no law at all?" Robbing openly. One of the burly men who surrounded him laughed upon hearing Feng's father's words, and the others around him laughed too. Law? Old man, even the king of heaven can't control me now. You're talking about law? You should see what kind of world this is. If you're sensible, just get out of the way. Otherwise, if you lose an arm or a leg, or even your life, don't blame me. You guys aren't afraid that the base leader will kick you out? Feng's father pointed at them, furious. Haha, kick us out? Old man, the base leader of this bright base still needs us to protect him. This bright base isn't just his alone. I have a share too. The burly man laughed heartily, then signaled his brothers to go and rob. Feng's mother tightly hugged Luoluo, gripping the keys to the armored vehicle tightly. Get away. This car belongs to my daughter. She got it for me. I can't give it to you. It's my daughter's thing. Stupid woman. Are you letting go or not? If you don't blame me. One of the big men went over to snatch the keys from Feng's mother. However, as soon as his words fell, he let out a painful scream. Ah, damn it. You little brat, dare to bite me? I'll kill you. Luoluo glared at the big man angrily. You can't bully my aunt. The big man raised his hand to slap Luoluo, but before he could bring it down, a force grabbed his hand, rendering him unable to move. The big man turned his head to see a girl with a bun hairstyle and wearing a leather jacket, gripping his wrist with one hand. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Let go of me. How dare you stop me? Before she could finish her words, the girl pulled back her hand and twisted the big man's wrist, causing him to scream in pain as she held his hand in an extremely contorted position. The other hand of the big man tried to retaliate against the girl, but before he could even touch the corner of her clothes, he was thrown out and crashed against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 46. Leaving, we won the bet, didn't we? Mom, Luoluo, are you okay? Qiming squatted down and picked up Luoluo, feeling relieved after seeing that they were both fine. We're fine. Foma hugged Luoluo and shook her head. Both she and Luoluo were okay, but her husband seemed to be injured. Looking at her husband, Qiming walked over to her dad, who was being supported by Taishan and Junma Bai. Qing Feng stood in front of them, facing off against the fierce-looking men. The big man who had spoken first pushed through the crowd and approached Chiming and the others, saying, "Umph. A few kids who haven't even grown hair yet think they can rebel. In this base, apart from Jiangli, it's me, Tianling, who calls the shots. If I want a car, then it belongs to me. Big brother." The group of Tianlong's subordinates quickly bowed respectfully and nodded. Chiming looked at the Tianlang, who stepped forward and frowned. In her previous life, she had heard the name Tianlang. Tianlang was the most vicious criminal in H City's prison, killing people as easily as one would kill chickens. It was said that capturing him had cost a lot of police resources, and in the end, they could only barely lock him up in H City's prison. In the prison, he was even more notorious for his brutality, fiercer than a wolf. So the inmates gave him the nickname Tianlang. After the apocalypse, Zhongli made a deal with the people in the prison for his own power, and the leader among the prisoners was Tianlang. In the Guangming base, anything he set his eyes on, regardless of what it was, he would directly take it by force. If he couldn't take it, he would simply destroy it. Therefore, the people in the base dared not provoke Tianlang, and even Zhongli would turn a blind eye as long as it didn't involve him. However, after the Guangming base experienced a riot, there had been no news of Tianlong's whereabouts, and he was likely killed in that riot. In her previous life, she had never encountered this Tianlang, but unexpectedly, in this life, she crossed paths with him. This guy was not someone to be trifled with. His attacks were vicious and his strength unmatched. If she faced him, she had no confidence. "Is this car yours?" Tianlang looked at Chiming and the others, scanning them fiercely. "It is ours." Chiming stepped forward to meet Tianlong's fierce gaze. Tianlang looked Chiming up and down. He had clearly seen the move she used against his subordinate earlier. This girl had some skills, but he wouldn't take it to heart. In his eyes, those moves were just child's play. "Ha, a little girl with quite a bit of courage. That woman just said this car belongs to her daughter." "Are you her daughter?" "I'm not." "Are you?" Chiming retorted, causing those around to burst into laughter. Young Master Jun, this Feng Chiming actually dares to challenge Tianlang. Her courage is extraordinary. Qing Feng whispered to Jun Mabai, who had heard of Tianlang in the military and had some impression of him. He naturally knew what kind of person Tianlang was, and hearing Chiming challenge him made Qing Feng feel nervous for her. Her courage is indeed remarkable. "Just watch. If a fight breaks out, make sure to protect them." Jun Mabai smiled at Chiming, then glanced at Feng's parents, signaling Qing Feng to protect them. Qing Feng nodded. "You're looking for a fight. Dare to say that to me." Tianlang stepped forward and threw a punch at Chiming. Just as everyone thought that punch was going to hit the girl, Chiming bent backward, deftly dodging to the side, and said with a contemptuous tone, "Tianlang, is that all you've got? Turns out you're just someone who can hit women." "You." Tianlang angrily pointed at Chiming. What did this woman mean? Was she saying he only bullied women? "What do you mean what? Isn't that the case?" "Just trying to make you mad. I never hit women." "Then what were you doing just now? You despicable." "Tianlang, I respect you as a man who doesn't hit women. How about this? If you want my car, fine. As long as your subordinate can beat me, I'll gladly hand over the car. But if your subordinate can't beat me, then you can't have any ideas about my car." Chiming's words flattered Tianlang and forced him to make a decision because she knew that Tianlang could not stand being provoked. Moreover, for someone like Tianlang, who lived by the rules of the street, the concepts of promises and honor were paramount. The idea that the victor is king and the loser is a bandit was something Chiming learned from her previous life. "You're negotiating terms with me? Hee. Even if you win, so what? Do you really think I'll keep my promise? You dare to say that to someone like me?" Tianlang looked at Chiming with amusement, finding it laughable that she thought she could make a killer like him keep a promise. "I'm not negotiating terms. You know what kind of car this is? Military armored. You can imagine that anyone who can obtain such a vehicle, leaving aside identity, just the weapons on this car are enough for us to break out of here. Since it's the apocalypse, killing people and killing zombies are no different, right?" Chiming said with an implied threat. Tianlang looked at the calm girl in front of him, his expression slightly changing. Yes, this was a military armored vehicle, and there could be countless weapons on it. Breaking out was certainly not impossible. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and laughed a few times. "Hee, girl, what you're saying almost tricked me. But I'm not that easy to fool. Let me tell you, I know exactly how many weapons are on your vehicle. I've had my eyes on this car for a long time, but only decided to act today. Do you know why? At first, I couldn't figure out how many heavy weapons were on your car, but since I've acted, I must have figured it out first. Do you think a few words from you can fool me? You're still too naive, haha. If that's the case, then how did he know? Did someone tell him? Who? It couldn't be her parents, nor Tai Shan. And Jun Mabai and Qing Feng were unlikely too. She thought about it and realized it could only be one person, Jiang Yunyan. Jiang Yunyan had been in her car for so long. It wouldn't be surprising if she knew how many weapons were inside. It was her. Oh, is that so? Then let me tell you, the person who informed you about the situation on the car definitely didn't tell you how many weapons each of us is carrying, right? After saying that, Qiming took out 2 grenades from behind her waist. These were the last 2 she had bought from the fatty store, and she could only use them now to bluff them. The moment she took out the grenades, the onlookers immediately scattered, fearing for their safety. Tianlang and his subordinates took a step back upon seeing the grenades in Qiming's hands. Damn, who carries grenades at their waist? Such dangerous things shouldn't be kept on a person. They should be in the car at most. This girl was too reckless. You, don't scare me with a fake one. Who do you think you're fooling? Tianlang said cautiously, eyeing the grenades in Qiming's hands. Qiming smiled and said, Do you think I'm trying to fool you? All right, do you want to give it a try? After saying that, she prepared to pull the fuse. Wait, what are you trying to do by pulling it here? Aren't you skeptical? I'm just trying to make you believe. Qiming paused her hand that was about to pull the fuse, but then she intended to pull it again. I believe, just don't pull it. Tianlang immediately stopped Qiming, thinking that no matter how powerful she was, in the face of the grenade's power, she was just a mortal body, and could be blown to pieces in an instant. Qiming stopped her hand, immediately transforming from a smiling face to an extremely cold expression, and said sharply, Open the main gate and let us go, otherwise these 2 grenades will explode here, and you know the consequences. After saying that, she looked towards Zhu Mabai and the others. Zhu Mabai, Qing Feng, immediately take my parents and Luoluo to the car, Taishan drive. The group exchanged glances, quickly got into the car, and Taishan started the engine. Qiming held the 2 grenades and retreated to the side of the car. Jun Mabai reached out his hand. Qiming glanced at him, grabbed his hand, and got into the car. Tianlang shot a fierce look at Qiming, but he was helpless against the grenades in her hands. A slight mistake could blow a hole in the base's wall, which could lead to casualties, but worse, it could attract nearby zombies. And then the entire base would be ruined. Tianlang helplessly waved at the guards, signaling them to open the door. The base's gate slowly opened, and just as Taishan was about to slam the accelerator, a voice came from the crowd. Hey, wait for me. Wait for me. Girl, I'm the fatty. Take me with you. Here. The fatty waved his hands vigorously in the crowd, finally squeezing out, and luckily being fat helped him avoid being crushed by the crowd. Taishan glanced at Qiming, who nodded, allowing Qing Feng to pull the fatty into the back of the car. After the fatty got in, Taishan finally slammed the accelerator down and sped out of the base. The car drove further and further away, the shadow of the bright base becoming smaller and smaller until it disappeared from sight. After driving for half a day, they stopped at an open area. They had rushed out of the base so quickly that it was all temporary, and some daily necessities were still left in the house. Fortunately, they weren't particularly valuable, so they could make up for them when passing through small villages and towns in the future. The group sat on the grass, started a fire, and Foma took some food from the car to prepare lunch for everyone. They hadn't had breakfast, and the sudden changes left everyone too busy to think about whether they were hungry or not. Now that they had stopped and smelled the food, they began to feel a bit hungry. Taishan punched the ground in frustration, seemingly still angry. Damn it, what kind of people are these? Robbing openly. The fatty sat to the side, chewing on a piece of grass, and said, Do you still expect this to be a civilized society? Robbing openly is just the beginning. Those people are murderers who kill without blinking. If it really comes to a fight on their territory, we would only be asking for death. Luckily, the girl is clever and knows how to intimidate those people. Leaving first is the best option. Qiming was applying medicine to her father's wounds while saying, I was just betting. If they really aren't afraid, I might really pull the fuse and perish with them. Her words were light, as if she were discussing something very ordinary. Everyone fell silent, not speaking. After binding her father's wounds, Qiming smiled at everyone. We won the bet, didn't we? Sometimes, when you're in a desperate situation, you can only take a gamble. This is the apocalypse. Ming's tone was light, but that last sentence, "This is the apocalypse," seemed like a lament, or perhaps a warning to others, leaving people puzzled. Changing the topic, Ming looked at everyone and coldly said, "There is something I want to make clear to everyone, especially you, Fatty. Since you got on my car, you must abide by my rules. My only bottom line is that I will not accept betrayal or harm to my family. If anyone crosses that line, get off my car. But anyone who gets on my car is my family and friend, understand?" Fatty was taken aback for a moment, then immediately nodded. "Sister, don't worry. Although I, Fatty, am not a good person, I absolutely want to do anything that harms everyone." Today, those people from the wolf pack came too strangely. How did they know we had no weapons on the car? Did they check the car? Ching Feng frowned and voiced his confusion. "Impossible. Who besides us knows the situation in the car? It's not possible for Uncle Feng and Aunt Feng to know, and Luo is too young to know. Sister is my lifesaver in Taishan, and I have no reason not to trust her. As for Commander Jun and you, Ching Feng, I trust you even more. Besides, Commander Jun is my idol. There's one more person." Jun Mo by interrupted Tai Shan's words, and everyone turned to look at him, simultaneously saying a name. Jiang Yun. Aunt Feng seemed somewhat reluctant to believe it. But why would she do that? There's no reason, right? Yeah. What reason does Jiang Yun have to do that? Everyone fell silent. Jun Mo Bai and Qi Meng exchanged glances. Others might not know, but they guessed a thing or two. It was due to Jiang Yun's inner imbalance, Qi Meng's attitude toward her during the journey, and her feelings for Jun Mo Bai. All these could easily provoke a woman's malicious thoughts. Moreover, Jiang Yun was not a good person. At least she was quite scheming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the bald guy's subordinates die in the zombies' mouths. Others might not understand or see through it. But Jun Mo Bai and Feng Qi Meng had noticed. Last time, the plant zombies incident was also caused by Jiang Yun's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. It was no surprise that such a woman would betray them, but the two didn't intend to delve too deeply. After discussing, everyone nodded and decided not to think about it anymore. From now on, they would just be more cautious. Although no one spoke of it, they all knew the outcome in their hearts. Even Aunt Feng, who was reluctant to believe, had a hint of doubt. Indeed, after the apocalypse, the human heart is terrifying. Chapter 47. Experiment. A pair of enemies in a secret underground laboratory. The white experimental room was bustling with researchers in white coats and masks, moving in and out of the corridors or rooms in an orderly manner, holding stacks of data. Before entering each laboratory, they had to disinfect themselves. In each laboratory, there were people who had already been infected and turned into zombies, or those who had been infected but had not yet turned. Their limbs were fixed to the walls, with various instruments and tubes attached to their bodies. Their skin had turned black and was beginning to rot, with only a small dark dot visible in their eyeballs, the rest having turned white. Although their limbs were restrained, their mouths could still move freely. Each zombie gaped, drooling a foul liquid, making gurgling sounds from their throats. Their bodies continuously struggling to bite the researchers passing by, but they were helplessly fixed in place. In one of the many laboratories, a researcher noticed something unusual about the experimental subject he was studying and immediately instructed someone to call over a specific person. Soon, a middle-aged man in a white coat, mask, and glasses entered the laboratory, followed by several subordinates. The newly arrived middle-aged man immediately began to ask the other researchers in the room, "What's going on?" After saying this, he walked to the glass window to observe the experimental subject inside. Subject 207 has shown a reaction. It has been infected for a day and has not completely transformed, but there are signs of change. After injecting the drug for 1 day, the subject stopped transforming, and its breathing became stable. After 1.5 days, it began to exhibit convulsions, and brain waves began to fluctuate, indicating a response to the experimental drug, said the researcher who first noticed the anomaly. The brainwave fluctuations are normal, and the subject is also showing signs of life recovery. Another researcher began to operate the instruments. Increase the dosage of the drug, the middle-aged man with glasses said while watching the subject through the glass. "Professor, won't this?" One of the accompanying researchers hesitated. "I'll bear any consequences." "Increase the dosage." The person called Professor frowned and continued. The other researchers exchanged glances, but ultimately followed the professor's orders and increased the dosage of the drug. As the drug was injected into the subject, everyone held their breath, watching for the final experimental results. Seeing this scene, everyone jumped up in excitement. "Professor, we did it! We succeeded!" The middle-aged professor was also thrilled by the result, feeling faint from joy, but fortunately, a nearby researcher helped him, preventing him from collapsing. "Yes, we succeeded," reported immediately, saying the research results are a success. Bang! Bang! Just as the professor finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed in the laboratory, shaking the entire room. This was followed by the panicked shouts of fleeing researchers, plunging the laboratory into chaos. No one knew what had happened. The professor immediately shouted, "Quick, protect the subject! The serum! Hurry, extract the serum!" The other researchers quickly reacted, frantically starting to unbind the subject. They extracted a syringe of serum from the subject, and the professor, holding the temperature control box with the serum, rushed out with several researchers providing protection. As they approached the elevator, 4 or 5 individuals dressed in black, wearing masks and wielding heavy weapons, blocked the professor and the researchers. The professor protected the box in his hands. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Wong, professor, hand over the antibody," one of the leaders said to the professor in a mechanical voice. "Who are you?" Professor Wong took a step back, guarding the serum. "If you hand over the antibody, we will tell you everything you want to know." "Never. I won't give it to you." "Then don't blame me for being rude." "Wong professor wants to live, but the others won't." The masked leader ordered his subordinates, who mechanically aimed their weapons at the rest. "Professor, take the antibody and run." The other researchers seemed to realize that they might not survive and rushed toward the black-clad individuals, grappling with them in a chaotic fight. "Professor, hurry." A researcher hugged a man in black, but was punched by him, spitting blood. Professor Wong, under the cover of everyone else, stepped into the elevator. At the moment the elevator doors closed, the men in black picked up their weapons and shot at the researchers they had entangled. The sound of gunfire mixed with screams, and the scene was filled with blood. As the elevator doors closed, everything was cut off from the outside, and the elevator ascended layer by layer. Professor Wong's glasses were already blurred by tears. Inside the elevator, he wiped his glasses clean and put them back on. When the elevator doors opened, the hall was already flooded with blood, bodies lying everywhere. He staggered outside, eyes filled with terror. Once he stepped into the outside world, where the sunlight was blinding, he adjusted to the brightness and looked again. The outside had completely changed. Except for the unchanged afternoon sunlight, the world he saw had undergone earth-shattering changes. A gentle breeze swept through the street, lifting scattered paper and garbage from the ground. Everywhere was a sea of red, dismembered limbs, and people resembling the experimental subjects in the lab were running around. They were mindless bodies, driven only by the desire for blood and flesh, biting anyone they saw. Professor Wong looked at everything before him, then glanced at the sky. The bright afternoon sun and the scene on the street formed a stark contrast, suddenly making him feel the arrival of the apocalypse and the environment in which humanity would survive. An era filled only with blood and slaughter. "Fatty, this is all your fault. What do we do now?" Taishan said to Fatty, who was back to back with him, looking at the continuously approaching zombies. Fatty held the gun in his hand and shot at a female zombie that was about to grab him, blowing her head off. However, another one followed, and they kept coming. Fatty spat, "Is it my fault? How was I supposed to know there were so many zombies here? I was just trying to give everyone a feast. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to you. Now what do we do? With so many zombies. How do we get out?" Taishan raised his gun and shot down a few zombies. The gunshots were muffled by the silencer, making little noise. "What else can we do?" "Kill." After saying that, the two raised their guns and started sweeping through the horde of zombies, knocking them down one after another. But their bullets were gradually running out. "Fatty, I'm out of bullets." "You ask me? I'm out of bullets too." Just as the two were about to run out of ammunition and be surrounded by zombies, they heard a series of whizzing sounds as bullets struck several zombies that were about to pounce on them. They looked up and saw 2 figures on the rooftop across from them. Just a glance told them who was helping them. It was Ching Fong. Fatty recognized the person. And Commander Jun. Taishan also recognized who was next to Ching Fong. "What Commander Jun? You should call him idle." Fatty said with a smirk. Idol or not, he's still my commander. Only those who are starstruck call him idol. I refuse to do that. Calling him Commander June is correct, Tyshawn replied, displeased with Fatty's words. Fine, your commander, my idol, whatever. Fatty didn't want to argue with Tyshawn. In the minute they were talking, a bloody path had already been carved out from one side, and a slender figure came slicing through the horde of zombies. With a wave of the long sword in hand, every strike found the vital points of the zombies. And as they fought their way in, they somehow remained unscathed. Dressed in a white tank top and a thin black leather jacket, with black three-quarter leather pants, the previous leather boots had been replaced with simple leather shoes. Each slash carried a sword aura, and every move was executed flawlessly. As they came through, their clothes remained clean, with their hair tied in a bun, and a few strands of hair falling over their forehead. Their snow-white skin shimmered in the afternoon sunlight. Tyshawn and Fatty immediately shouted in unison upon seeing the newcomer. Sister! Under the calls of the two, Chimung lifted her head, her cold little face without makeup showing a hint of anger. Upon seeing Chimung's expression, the fat man and Tyshawn immediately lowered their heads. Chimung couldn't help but say to the two, What are you standing there for? Come over. Are you waiting to be fed to zombies? As soon as the two heard this, they immediately lifted their heads and walked over with smiling faces. With the three of them fighting their way through, they finally managed to kill their way out of the horde of zombies. However, the one who exerted the most effort was still Chimung at the front. The three of them ran all the way and finally shook off the group of zombies, reaching a small alley where they stopped, panting for breath. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the alley, and the three immediately stood alert against the wall. Chimung tightened her grip on the dagger at her waist, and the footsteps grew closer. Just then, Chimung drew the dagger from her waist and slashed at the person around the corner, but fortunately, the person was quick and caught her wrist. It's me. Chimung's wrist was slightly stunned when it was grabbed. Upon seeing the person, it turned out to be Jun Mabai and Ching Feng. Why didn't you speak? You almost got hurt. I was afraid of attracting the zombies, so I didn't make a sound. Jun Mabai explained as he released Chimung's hand. Chimung nodded, looked at Jun Mabai and Ching Feng, and then turned to the fat guy and Tyshawn. You two, are you going to give me an explanation? Tyshawn and the fat guy exchanged glances, pushing each other back and forth, and in the end, it was Tyshawn who stepped forward and said, It's not my fault, it's all this damn fat guy's fault. He insisted that beef needs cumin to taste good. And with all those seasonings from 7 miles away, we had none in the car, and he had to drag me here to find some. Big guy, what are you talking about? How is it that I dragged you here? You wanted to come along. The fat guy retorted, and calling me fat is fine. But can you stop adding damn before it? Are you cursing me by always calling me damn fat guy? Upon hearing Tyshawn's words, the fat guy couldn't hold back. I was just worried about you being so fat. If something happens, you won't be able to react alone. I came with you because I care, okay? You think I wanted to? Besides, you're a damn fat guy, damn fat guy. Stop calling me big guy. I have a name, it's Tyshawn. I'm a human gorilla now, huh? Just big guy. I like it. What are you going to do about it? Damn fat guy. Today's incident wasn't entirely their fault. Ever since the fat guy joined their car and cooked once, he took over the food arrangements every day, becoming their designated chef and spoiling their taste buds. Even his own mother kept saying that the fat guy's cooking was good, leaving all the cooking work to him. Chimung didn't mind. It was well known that the fat guy's food was delicious, and her mother got to relax, doing things like mending clothes for them. Along the way, everyone had clear roles, mostly Tyshawn driving, while Chimung, Jun Mabai, and Ching Feng were the main force. Generally, when something happened, they resolved it, but Chimung found that she rarely needed to get involved, as Jun Mabai would lead Ching Feng to handle it. Dad Feng would occasionally teach everyone a few moves or spar with them. The most important thing was to protect Mom Feng and Luo Luo, so Chimung ended up being the most relaxed person in the car. Sometimes she would help Tyshawn drive, and when no one was around, she would stroll in her space to check on her wheat field. Chapter 48. Robbery, yes, but not entirely correct. They were currently settled temporarily on the outskirts of the city, not far from the capital. If everything went smoothly, they would arrive in about 10 more days. Just thinking about reaching the capital soon and that her parents wouldn't have to run around anymore made Chimung happy. Once they got to the capital, she planned to live a low-key life with her parents. Anyway, the food and the space was enough for their family for a long time. She saw 5 or 6 men surrounding Dad Fong. Mom Fong was holding Luo and had hidden in the car, the doors tightly shut, anxiously watching Dad Fong outside. Dad Fong held a broken cloud stick across his chest. Despite the apocalypse lasting so long, he hadn't killed anyone, but he had killed many zombies. Under his frowning brows, there was a hint of desolation. The 5 or 6 men surrounding Dad Fong were mostly skin and bones, each holding iron rods or machetes as weapons. However, seeing them trembling with their weapons and hesitating to advance, it was likely their first time attempting a robbery. Just by looking at them, it was clear they were probably starving. Someone is robbing the car. I'm going to help. Seeing this, Taishan intended to go help Dad Fong, but Qiming stopped him with her hand. Qiming glanced at those people and said softly, "No need. Just a few scrawny ones like these. My dad can handle them, just watch. Dad hasn't really fought with people apart from killing zombies. And it won't do to keep going like this in the apocalypse. Besides dealing with zombies, we also need to deal with people." The few surrounding Dad saw the leader exchange glances with the others, and they all rushed towards Dad with their weapons. Dad's martial arts training wasn't for nothing. Dealing with these weaklings was more than enough. He blocked their attacks with his broken cloud stick, and with a twist of his hand, he kept them at bay. One of the men swung an iron rod at Dad's back, but just as it was about to hit, Dad swiftly reversed the broken cloud stick with one hand, and the rod struck with a thud against the stick, easily blocked by Dad. With a quick turn, Dad flipped the broken cloud stick, and with a jab, the iron rod was knocked to the ground. Dad executed a smooth roll and struck the man's calf with the stick, causing the man to cry out in pain and roll on the ground, clutching his leg. The other two, seeing this, attacked Dad in pairs. Dad moved swiftly, knocking them both down in just a few moves, making the ones on the ground cry out in pain. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, wanting to attack, but daring not to, just looking at each other in hesitation. Qiming noticed that it was almost time and walked over with a few people. Dad, you're being so gentle." She looked at the few people on the ground who were howling in pain and said slowly, "Indeed." She was aware of her father's style of handling things. He always aimed for non-lethal spots, causing just enough pain to make the other party suffer a bit more. They were all unfortunate people. Why be so harsh? Dad Fong, however, didn't think much of it. He understood his daughter's intention, but felt that these were people forced by the current state of the world, and they were pitiable too. Qiming knew her father had a soft heart. She smiled and stepped towards the 6 men. When the 6 men saw so many people suddenly appear, they were a bit flustered. They had only seen a couple and a little girl in the car earlier, which was why they had acted. If they had known there were so many people, they would never have dared to target them. Moreover, even if there weren't many people, that big uncle alone was enough to overpower them. Now that so many had come, were they here to seek revenge? The 6 men immediately began to beg for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, the leading man spoke first. "Spare us, please. Good heroes, we truly can't take it anymore. We have elderly and young ones at home. My child hasn't eaten for 3 days. Please let us go. We won't dare to do this again. Yes, we won't dare again. Spare us. We did this for our children and the elderly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have resorted to hurting others," said the first man who had been hit on the calf. The others quickly joined in begging, "Good heroes, spare us. Have mercy on us. We really won't dare again. We truly won't dare again." The pleas echoed one after another. The onlookers, including Taishan, Qing Feng, and Feng Dad and Mom, felt a mix of emotions. Although they knew these men had attempted to rob them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of compassion. After all, they were all human, and judging by their appearances, they didn't seem to be lying. Sometimes, when people make mistakes, it can be understandable. If they hadn't truly been desperate, they wouldn't have thought of robbing others. However, once they had the intention to harm, it was already too late. If they succeeded once, they would likely do it again. How would those who were robbed continue their lives? Fatty and Junmabai didn't show any emotions, neither compassion nor much sympathy. Perhaps they had already anticipated such a situation would arise, so they were not particularly moved. Qimeng frowned slightly, showing indifference to the situation, although she felt a bit sorry for them. Indeed, in her previous life, she had seen many such situations. Once, when she was at her wit's end, she too had thoughts of robbing others. Fortunately, in the end, heaven took pity on her and allowed her to find some food preventing her from becoming like these people. Some of them were indeed somewhat excusable, but it was none of her business. They could target anyone they wanted, but if they came after her or those around her, no matter how justifiable it might seem, it was unforgivable in her eyes. I don't care if you have elderly parents or young children. If your thoughts fall upon us, it's your misfortune. However, since my father didn't deal harshly with you, it means he is letting you off this time. If you cross paths with us again, I won't be so easy to talk to, Chi Meng said coldly, looking at the few people kneeling on the ground. Thank you, heroes, for sparing our lives. Thank you, thank you. Let's go, hurry. The group thanked them one by one, scrambling to their feet in a panic, fearing that Chi Meng and the others would regret letting them go. Ignoring their injuries, they helped each other and left in a fluster. Mom Feng hugged Luo Luo as they got out of the car and sighed. What kind of world is this? All right, let's go. Once we pass through the city area, the road ahead should be much smoother, Chi Meng said, not wanting to dwell on the matter any further. The world was already like this. The only thing she could do was protect her family and friends. As for everything else, she was powerless to change it, so she could only say, everyone should fend for themselves. The others also sighed and got into their cars. The small incident did not dampen their spirits, as they had encountered several similar situations along the way. In the apocalypse, when one couldn't even take care of oneself, who would bother about others? Only Tai Shan and Qing Feng, being soldiers, had a bit more compassion. Dad Feng and Mom Feng were both somewhat sentimental people. They felt a bit moved upon seeing such situations. However, they all knew that Chi Meng's rules and the rules of the apocalypse could be managed according to their capabilities, but they couldn't be blindly followed. The car drove towards the city area, when Chi Meng had gone to find Tai Shan and Fatty earlier. She had also taken a look at the nearby roads and found a map, analyzing where the zombies were likely to be concentrated the most and identifying a few paths where zombies might be fewer. Of course, she was relying on her instincts and the distribution on the map. She didn't know the specifics, as she had never been to the capital in her previous life. In her past life, she had survived outside with her dad, Jiang Qi, and Shuo Lily for 6 months, living rough. Later, after her dad was gone, they were rescued and taken to the Shuyang Military District base. The Shuyang Military District was one of the 3 major military districts, alongside the Capital Military District and the W City Military District, and it was also a main military district of Huaxia. After the apocalypse, the W City Military District base was the one that existed the least amount of time among the 3 major bases. It lasted only a year before a riot occurred and was overrun by zombies, turning the entire base into a ghost town. As for the capital base, it was the largest and most fortified first base in the apocalypse. The Shuyang base also began to get on track 2 months after the apocalypse. So during the 5 years Chi Meng lived in her previous life, the only bases that existed the longest besides the capital base were the Shuyang base. In her past life, she lived in the Shuyang base for 5 years. With her parents gone, she didn't care about whether she went to the capital or anywhere else. If it weren't for her feelings for Jiang Qi, it wouldn't have mattered to her if she was drifting alone in the outside world. Fortunately, after spending a long time in the apocalypse and having some skills, she managed to get by fairly well in the Shuyang base in her previous life. If it weren't for Jiang Qi and Shuo Lily being by her side, she was sure she could have done even better. However, that was all in her past life. The trajectory of this life was different. At this moment in her past life, he should be searching for food somewhere with Jiang Qi, Shuo Lily, and her dad. While in this life, her beloved parents were both present, and she had made so many friends, including Jun Mo Bai. In her previous life, she and Jun Mo Bai were 2 extremes. She had heard his name, but he didn't know that she existed somewhere in the world. In this life, she could be friends with such a top-tier man. Everything today was the luck that rebirth brought her, and it was her second chance given by the old man. How to live in the apocalypse. Of course, it was to live according to her own ideas, and she hoped those scumbags and white lotus flowers would keep their distance. Chi Meng turned her head to look at Jun Mo Bai, who was sitting nearby. Jun Mo Bai was originally looking outside, but when he saw Chi Meng gazing at him, he also turned to look at her. Chi Meng didn't expect Jun Mo Bai to suddenly turn his head, and her expression froze for a moment. Jun Mo Bai leaned in closer. Do you have something to say? After thinking for a moment, Jun Mo seemed to understand what Chi Ming's sudden question was about. He supported his hands behind his head and leaned back in the car seat. I am a soldier, but not a saint. I pity them, but that doesn't mean I have to show it on my face. I have always been helping them, but for those who choose their own path, I am powerless. Helping them doesn't just mean giving them food or supplies. That only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly help them, we need to find a fundamental solution. Have you found it? Chi Ming asked, staring at Jun Mo. Not yet. To address the root cause, we must find the source of the virus and the treatment method. I have identified the source, but I haven't figured out the method yet. The research institutions in the capital are working hard on developing antibodies, but there hasn't been a significant breakthrough, Jun Mo said, taking a deep breath. Antibodies? I remember when I was at the W military district base, Ma Yuan Kuei told me that this virus was due to a secret experiment in the capital, which went wrong and led to the virus spreading and causing paralysis worldwide. The only antibody developed was lost because of the destruction and chaos at the research base, right? Chi Ming recalled what Ma Yuan Kuei had said to her in the warehouse. Jun Mo nodded. Yes, but not entirely. It's true that the antibody is missing, but the outbreak of the virus was not the fault of the research base in the capital. What do you mean? Chi Ming was somewhat confused. Was the virus not released from the capital base? It's a military secret. It's better that you don't know. The less you know, the safer you are. Jun Mo smiled gently, unwilling to elaborate further. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Chi Ming decided not to ask any more questions. After all, she was just curious. Chapter 49, Mother and Son. Those people in the hospital of the car continued to drive towards the city center. Due to the numerous obstacles on the road, they were moving slowly. After half an hour, they had not passed more than 3 streets. The streets were either filled with abandoned cars or other objects blocking the way. They were not residents of Q City and were unfamiliar with the roads, relying on maps to navigate through the less crowded streets. Since they didn't know which alternative routes to take, they had to stick to the fastest route they had studied on the map. Fortunately, the cars blocking the road were scattered and not piled together. Otherwise, they would have had to change routes. Jun Mo, the fatty, Ching Feng, and Dad Feng were below, clearing the obstructing cars, while Chi Ming followed beside them, responsible for dealing with the scattered zombies that approached. Every time they pushed a car away, they moved a bit further. At this pace, it was indeed a bit slow. Chi Ming swung the frost sword, effortlessly dispatching a female zombie that had no intact flesh left on her body. Just as a few people were pushing another small cart, 2 figures suddenly burst out from a nearby alley. A woman was pulling a 5 or 6-year-old boy, running while looking back and shouting, "Help! Help!" The woman, perhaps too frantic in her escape, didn't notice the people in front of her. When she looked ahead, she almost collided with Chi Ming. Fortunately, Chi Ming reacted quickly, but the woman stepped on something and lost her balance, falling to the ground while still protecting her child. After falling, she immediately got up, holding the child, and without saying anything, she looked back toward where she had come from, her eyes filled with fear and panic. The child in the woman's arms kept trying to burrow closer to the adult. Chi Ming and the others looked toward the alley and realized that a number of zombies were chasing the mother and son, probably dozens of them, all rushing in this direction, which explained the terror of the mother and child. Chi Ming raised her eyebrows and swung the frost sword at the approaching zombies. Mr. Feng and the others also took care of a few, and soon the zombies that had chased after them were dealt with by Chi Ming and her group. Chi Ming looked at the woman and child, and in the end, she walked over. "You're safe now. Those zombies are all dead." The woman lifted her head, her hair messy and her face not much better. She glanced at the zombies lying on the ground and then at Chi Ming's group. Finally, she gently hugged her child and politely nodded. "Thank you. Thank you. You are really good people. Thank you." Chi Ming was about to say something, but her sleeves were being tugged at. She looked down and saw a little boy pulling at her clothes. "Sister, I'm so hungry. Can you give me something to eat?" The little boy looked up at Chi Ming with his innocent big eyes, still showing the fear from just moments ago, and he gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Seeing this, the woman immediately pulled her son's hand away, picked him up, and apologized to Chi Ming, saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for dirtying your clothes. He hasn't eaten for several days. Please don't take offense. Thank you for saving us. Thank you." The woman kept apologizing, not daring to lift her head, holding the little boy as she stood to the side. Chiming looked at the mother and daughter for a while, then turned and walked to the car. After a short while, she got back out of the car, holding a bag of cookies, a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread. Chiming walked up to the mother and daughter and handed them over. Here, eat. The mother looked at the food Chiming offered in surprise, then glanced at her son. The little boy was also looking longingly at the food, but did not reach out immediately. Instead, he looked at his mother. The mother did not take it either and said, "You saved us, and now you're giving us food. How can we accept this? We can't take it. Take it. If you don't eat, he needs to eat," Chiming said, looking at the little boy. In the end, the mother and son accepted Chiming's food and sat down on the steps to eat. From their appearance, it seemed they hadn't eaten for several days. After giving them the food, Chiming didn't bother them anymore. Fong Dad and the others exchanged smiles with Chiming, but didn't say anything and continued with their tasks. Just as they were about to continue pushing the cart, the woman approached with her child. "Are you trying to get through Q City?" The woman asked cautiously, holding her child. Jun Mabai and the others stopped, looking at the suddenly approaching woman. Chiming exchanged glances with them and then looked at the mother and son. "Yes," the woman said, holding her child. "You can't get through by car. The roads in Q City are either blocked or occupied by zombies. The road behind us is blocked. You can't go through." "Sister, are you from Q City?" The others' expressions changed, and the chubby one spoke up first, asking with a smile, "How do you know the roads are blocked?" Chiming frowned and asked, "Why don't you go this way since the roads, they're impassable?" The chubby one pointed to the route they had come from. "Sai, it's not that we don't want to go, but we can't. Most of the survivors in the hospital are children, the elderly, and women. Even if we want to leave, we can't move. Our loved ones are in the hospital. Our parents. Although the world has changed, we can't just abandon our closest ones and leave. The elderly and children can't move. Where can we go?" The mother said helplessly, holding her child. "Mom, let us save these for Dad and Grandma to eat. Lingling is full now." The little boy took the half-eaten bread and handed it to his mother, saying with a soft voice. Lingling's mother patted Lingling's head. "Good child, okay. Save it for Dad and Grandma." After saying that, she tucked the half-piece of bread into her embrace. Watching this scene, everyone felt inexplicably moved, realizing how sensible the child was, yet feeling pity for him. Such a young child understands so much. They didn't know whether to be happy or heartbroken. "What should we do if there's no way to get through?" The chubby one asked Chiming. "Let us find a place to rest for the night first. If we keep this up, it will soon be dark. We should take a break and explore the situation regarding the route later," Jun Mabai said, looking towards Chiming. Chiming nodded, agreeing with Jun Mabai's words. It was getting dark, and since there was no road, it was best to find a place to rest for now. They could set out again once they found a way. "Yes, let's find a place to rest first. We could divide the task of finding the way tonight," she said. "If you don't mind, I can take you to the hospital to rest. There's not much danger from zombies nearby, so you can sleep a little more peacefully at night," Lingling's mother said kindly. After a discussion, Chi Ming and the others ultimately decided to temporarily take refuge in a hospital. Throughout the journey, Chi Ming remained vigilant, as one must always be cautious of others. Although she felt pity for the mother and child, she had encountered many people in her previous life who sought others' sympathy in similar ways. The car circled around 2 streets, and across the street stood a hospital building. The main entrance was a tightly locked iron gate, with only a small side door open, effectively blocking the invasion of zombies. Several people, including Chiming, parked their vehicle outside. There were few zombies in this area. According to Lingling's mother, there weren't many residents nearby since this street was slated for demolition, which led most of the locals to move away. The hospital was also set to be torn down, so it had been empty for quite some time, allowing them to settle here. There were about 200 or 300 survivors in the hospital, mostly women, children, and the elderly. The food available was limited, and some elderly people and children without relatives lacked the ability to go out and find food, leading many to starve to death or become mere skin and bones. The hospital originally housed 600 to 700 people. Some died of starvation, while others perished outside while searching for food and a way out. They had already searched all the nearby places for food, and now the only place with food was in the city, which was overrun by zombies. Entering the city to find food was essentially a death wish, So many people dare not go in. Entering through a small door, they found a small square that was completely empty. Crossing the square led to the hospital's main entrance. Once inside, they saw people lying or sitting on the floor and in the hospital rooms. Everyone appeared gaunt and sickly, with deep-set eyes and a look of despair, exhaustion, and helplessness filled each gaze. This was the scene that Qiming and her group encountered upon entering the hospital, a strong visual impact that struck everyone as hearts. Taishan and Qingfeng clenched their fists upon witnessing this sight. Just as they entered, a man rushed towards them, heading straight for the mother and daughter. "Wife, Lingling, where have you been? I've been so worried. Didn't I tell you not to go out?" The man embraced the woman and child tightly. "How did you get this food? Are you and the child hurt?" "Neither of us is hurt. This food was given to us by kind-hearted people. If they hadn't rescued me and Lingling, you wouldn't have seen us." Lingling's mother pointed at Qiming's group. When a man looked up and saw the group behind his wife, his expression changed, and Qiming's group also noticed that he was one of the 6 men who had robbed them that morning. The man's face turned awkward and fearful as he held his wife and child, his mouth twitching as he stammered, Thank you, I. He struggled to find the right words. "No need to thank us. We need to stay here for a night. Is that okay?" Qiming interrupted him, not mentioning the morning incident. "Why, yes, of course. Let me find a few empty rooms for you," he replied, leading Qiming and her group to the second floor, where there were fewer people and more vacant rooms. They chose 3 adjacent rooms without being picky. Through conversation, they learned that the man was named Lu Shun, and his wife was Lu Fong. After arranging the rooms, Lu Shun took his wife downstairs, repeatedly thanking Qiming's group for the food and not mentioning the robbery incident in front of his wife. He had secretly gone to rob them that morning because he and his group were desperate for food, particularly for their wives and children, and he never expected to run into Qiming's group again. "Haha, I didn't expect those robbers were telling the truth. They really did it for their wives and children," the fat man said as he plopped down on the bed, causing it to creak under his weight, and Qiming worried whether it could withstand him. They're all pitiful people," said Father Feng, sitting down with his wife and holding their child, falling into a sigh. "They are pitiful, but they ultimately took a wrong step. In this world, who can we blame?" the fat man said, leaning back with his eyes closed. "Sis, can we?" Taishan suddenly looked up at Qiming. "No," she interrupted him midway, knowing what he was about to say. Taishan's military nature made him feel pity for the elderly, sick, and children. Taishan fell silent, tightly clenching his fists while Mother Feng bandaged him. The fat man opened his eyes and sighed. "Big guy, who are you angry with? Sis is doing this for everyone's good. With so many people, even if we save them, our food isn't enough for everyone. If we give them food, what will happen to us? You need to rein in your military instincts." Taishan remained silent, knowing he shouldn't feel this way. It was one thing when there were 1 or 2 people, but now, with so many in front of him, he felt helpless as a soldier. Qingfeng looked at Taishan, wanting to say something, but Zhu Mabai stopped him, shaking his head. In the end, Qingfeng said nothing, clenching his fists and sitting down in a corner. He was also a soldier, feeling pity for these people, but feeling powerless. However, he didn't understand why Qiming could be so cold-hearted. In the past, it would have been 1 or 2 people, but now, with so many in need, didn't she feel any sympathy? They had food. Why couldn't they spare a little to help them? These people were incapable, but they were capable. If their food ran out, they could find more. Why was she so indifferent to their suffering? Was her heart made of iron? Shouldn't people help each other in times of need? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward and quiet. After a while, Qiming finally spoke. "Someone needs to watch the car, and we need someone to keep watch outside. I'll sleep in the car and keep watch. You all rest here." With that, she walked out. After she left, the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. Chapter 50. Injured, a little warmth in the car after leaving the hospital, Qiming didn't go directly to the car, but took a map from the vehicle, studied it for a while, and then left in a certain direction with the map in hand. As night fell, before it was completely dark, her figure appeared on the street, albeit with some injuries and bloodstains, looking somewhat disheveled. Qiming changed into a clean set of clothes from the trunk, cleaned off the dirt on her body, and locked the trunk door from the inside. In a flash, Qiming arrived in her space. Inside, one side was neatly stacked with various supplies, while the other side had fully grown golden wheat and rice, as well as lush green vegetables. These were all seeds she had planted in the space. She didn't expect that after such a long time without visiting, they would have matured. Moreover, each type of crop was preserved in the most lush and fresh state. Even though they hadn't been harvested, they hadn't spoiled either. Chiming looked at these extremely lush crops and couldn't help but wonder how she would harvest so much by herself. Did she have to collect them little by little? How long would that take? Moreover, how could she turn this wheat and rice into edible grains? They were still in the ear stage, and rice was usually processed by machines. Did she really need to install a rice milling machine in her space? But even if she had a machine, it would be useless without electricity. Where would the power come from in her space? Chiming was at a loss for how to solve the problem, but she was too lazy to think about it now. She needed to harvest the rice first. Looking at the several acres of rice fields, Chiming let out a slight sigh, drew the frost blade from her back, and swung it into the rice field. With one strike, a patch of rice ears fell down. After finishing 1 acre, Chiming felt that she wasn't very tired. On the contrary, she felt her sword skills had become much more agile. Hee. It's not bad to treat this as sword practice. Looking at the remaining acres of rice fields, Chiming murmured to herself and then began to harvest the 2nd acre. Chiming swung the frost blade to harvest the rice ears while contemplating new techniques. After several acres of rice fields, the harvest was completed, and she felt that her swordsmanship had become much more agile. She even thought that after a set of sword moves, she felt no fatigue at all, and her sensitivity to the usage and familiarity with the sword had increased. Chiming put away her sword, walked to the well, and scooped up a mouthful of water to drink. After drinking the well water, the fatigue and soreness in her body disappeared completely. Now, she felt very comfortable all over. Chiming stayed in the space for a while, organized some things, and then flashed out of the space. The moment she opened the trunk door, she saw a figure standing not far from the car door. After the door opened, the figure walked a few steps closer. With the sky not yet completely dark, Chiming could see clearly that it was June Mo Bai. Chiming jumped out of the trunk, closed the car door, and sat down in the front passenger seat. Just as she was about to close the door, June Ma Bai grabbed the edge of the door and got in as well. Normally, the front passenger seat didn't feel cramped, but for some reason today, Chiming felt the space was particularly small and tight. Chiming steadied her mind and leaned a bit to the side, seemingly wanting to distance herself from June Ma Bai. Why are you out here? June Ma Bai was wearing a V-neck white t-shirt with a black and white outer jacket. Through the V-neck, Chiming could vaguely see his chest, and with the confined space of the car and the dim light from the interior, it added an invisible charm and allure. June Ma Bai leaned back against the seat with his hands behind his head. With his stunning profile, Chiming noticed a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth as he closed his eyes and lazily said, "Because you're here." What? What do you mean? Are you saying you came out because I'm here? Chiming looked at June Ma Bai in disbelief. Throughout the journey, she had seen what kind of person June Ma Bai was, and he was completely different from the June Ma Bai she had known in her previous life. She had thought the young commander would be calm and composed, serious and unsmiling. But unexpectedly, he was smooth-talking and full of nonsensical remarks, with a personality similar to a little hoodlum. So sometimes, she would automatically ignore some of his baffling comments. June Ma Bai, I really doubt you're the real deal. Chiming shook her head and leaned back in her seat. Why do you think I'm fake? Because in my impression, your personality is way too different. What do you think my personality is like? Calm and composed, something like that. Anyway, it's not like this. It doesn't match your identity. After Chiming finished speaking, June Ma Bai suddenly flipped over, propping his hands on the back of the seat, looking down at her. Chiming was startled by June Ma Bai's sudden confinement. You seem to know me well? June Ma Bai's breath brushed against Chiming's face, making her feel ticklish but unable to move. June Ma Bai's deep-set eyes locked onto hers, as if trying to glean something from her gaze. At the moment Chiming turned her head, June Ma Bai noticed a scar on her neck, a scratch that wasn't too serious. Are you hurt? How did that happen? After he spoke, he realized Chiming had changed her clothes and added, Did you change in the back of the car? Did you go out? Chiming also noticed the scar on her neck, which she had accidentally gotten while exploring outside when she encountered a zombie and fought with it. It was just a shallow scratch that she hadn't even noticed herself. Chiming covered her neck, pushed June Ma Bai away, and sat up straight. I decided while exploring outside. It's just a scratch. It's nothing. Let go. Huh? What? Let go of my hand. Huh? Before Chimeng could react, June Mabai had already taken her hand away from her neck. Come here. June Mabai beckoned Chimeng with his hand. Huh? Oh. Chimeng was stunned for a moment, then slowly moved towards June Mabai bit by bit. Little did she know, June Mabai wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her directly into his embrace. Chimeng fell into June Mabai's arms, and she quickly sat up from his embrace. Before Chimeng could react, June Mabai's hand was already on her neck. The warm touch against the back of her neck made her freeze in place, allowing June Mabai to tend to her wound. The cold medicine was applied to her injured neck, and a slight sting made Chimeng frown. June Mabai glanced at her furrowed brow and gently raised the corner of his mouth. I thought you weren't afraid of pain. Chimeng shot June Mo by a glance. I'm not made of iron. How could I not be afraid of pain? Hee. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I just think you're really cute like this, June Mo said, tilting his head. Chimeng was left speechless. After treating the wound on Chimeng's neck, June Mo looked at her and said, take off your jacket. What are you going to do? Chimeng leaned back, crossing her arms protectively in front of her, looking surprised. June Mo couldn't help but laugh at how Chimeng looked at him as if he were a bad person. What are you thinking? I just want to treat your wounds. You should have more wounds on your arm, right? If we don't treat them, it could get infected and inflamed. June Mo pointed to Chimeng's arm, explaining that it was hard to treat because she was wearing a jacket, which was why he asked her to take it off. Chimeng's face flushed, and she smiled awkwardly, realizing her thoughts had wandered off. Sigh. June Mo was a bit annoying with his words and a bit of a rogue, but she still believed he was a gentleman. Even if he wasn't, she was confident she could make him completely avoid women from now on. After thinking for a moment, she took off her coat, and sure enough, there were some scratches on her arms and shoulders. Since she was only wearing a tank top underneath, the wounds were clearly visible. June Mo looked at the wounds on Chimeng's body, and his eyes shifted slightly. Chimeng felt as if the temperature in the car had suddenly dropped, giving her a slight chill. June Mo's expression turned cold as he took out antiseptic and cotton swabs to treat her wounds. Chimeng clearly sensed his proximity and the cold aura emanating from him. Was he angry? Why? June Mo, what's wrong with you? Chimeng asked cautiously, looking at him. June Mo, why are you putting so many band-aids on me? These are just minor injuries. They'll be fine after disinfecting. Do you need to use so many band-aids? They don't come for free, you know? Before Chimeng could finish her sentence, June Mo suddenly hugged her tightly. Chimeng was stunned for a moment. June Mo, what's wrong with you? You can't get hurt again next time. June Mo's cold tone carried a hint of concern as he tightly hugged Chimeng and said, June Mo, are you concerned about me? Yes. June Mo suddenly released Chimeng and gave her forehead a hard tap. What did you say? His tone slightly raised as if to say, try saying that again if you dare. What I mean is, how can I not get hurt? The virus is rampant, and there's zombies everywhere. How can I not get hurt, right? Yes, that's what I mean, Chimeng quickly explained for herself. Given the current situation, how could she not get hurt at all? Try to get hurt less in the future. June Mo said, holding Chimeng's shoulders and looking into her eyes. Chimeng was momentarily taken aback and eventually nodded as if compelled. Got it. June Mabai then satisfiedly released his hand while tidying up the medicine. He said, next time you go exploring like this, you can call me. It's better to go together than alone. We can look out for each other. Yeah, okay. Chimeng nodded, then thought of something and looked around, finally finding the original map. She pointed to a certain place on the map and said, by the way, when I went out to explore, I happened to see this place. It's a large supermarket, and it's located in a bustling area. There are quite a few zombies around, but if we really want to go in, it's not impossible. There's a small path where we can drive a small car in. This is the back door of the supermarket, so there should be fewer zombies. We can go to the supermarket tomorrow during the day and bring back some food. After saying this, Chimeng looked up at June Mabai and found him looking at her as well. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me? You happen to see this place? You even figured out where the back door is. Is that just by chance? We have enough food in the car. You're looking for supplies, aren't you, for those people in the hospital? June Mabai smiled at Qiming. Really? Isn't it because you already planned to help them? June Mabai countered, looking at Qiming. Qiming turned her head and said, cough, I didn't do anything special, just helping out a bit. Besides, I've said before that helping others is only when I have the ability to do so. Since I have the ability and they are so pitiful, it's not unreasonable to lend a hand. After saying this, she noticed June Mabai was looking at her with a smile, and she realized he was teasing her. She immediately pouted and said, June Mabai, you did that on purpose. After that, she threw a punch at him. Yes, she didn't want to help those elderly and children. She didn't agree to let Taishan use her food to help them. But that didn't mean she wouldn't help them find other food. How could June Mabai not see through her thoughts? This guy was so cunning and observant. If he couldn't see it, he wouldn't be June Mabai. He was just deliberately trying to tease her. Chapter 51, Apologies. The two with a hidden agenda the next day. Qiming woke up on June Mabai's shoulder. Last night, she had talked with him until very late and didn't even know when she fell asleep. Sometimes on the road, Qiming would occasionally doze off in the car, and every time she woke up, it was from June Mabai's shoulder. She didn't know when she had become so unguarded. But as long as she was next to June Mabai, she could sleep peacefully. Moreover, she always slept without knowing the time. She remembered she had never experienced such a situation before, but ever since June Mabai arrived, it had happened more and more, so much that she hadn't even noticed it herself. When she woke up, the sky was already bright. Through the car window, she could see a few scattered zombies wandering on the street ahead. Qiming rubbed her eyes and looked at the still sleeping June Mabai. His perfect profile, high nose, and eyelashes longer than a woman's. A few rays of sunlight fell on his eyes, causing him to furrow his brows even in his sleep. Qiming leaned down and used her hand to shield him from the sun. However, just as her hand blocked the sunlight for a moment, June Mabai opened his eyes, their gazes meeting. June Mabai straightened up, making way for Qiming to exit. Qiming lowered her head and hurriedly got out of the car, walking towards the hospital. What was wrong with her? Why did she feel breathless just looking into June Mabai's eyes? He was just a bit handsome, right? Could it be that she liked him? As she walked and thought, Qiming shook her head. No, it couldn't be. How could she have such thoughts about June Mabai? Besides, she wasn't allowed to date right now, and who knows if he would even like her. It must be that June Mabai was just too nice to her, making her overthink. Perhaps he treated everyone this way. Yes, it had to be that way. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Phone Qiming. You can't think about this anymore. Yes, stop thinking. Qiming suppressed her impossible thoughts and buried them deep in her heart as she walked towards the hospital. In the car, June Mabai, who had been a bit drowsy, suddenly became clear-eyed the moment Qiming got out and ran away. The corners of June Mabai's mouth curled up. He hadn't fallen asleep, ha. As soon as she entered the hospital, a small figure quickly ran towards her and bumped into her, falling to the ground. Qiming squatted down to help the child who had collided with her. Did you hurt yourself? Lingling? It's you, get up quickly. Only then did Qiming see that the child who had bumped into her was Lingling, the little boy from yesterday. Sister, Lingling is not hurt. Lingling is a man now. Mom said that a man shouldn't be afraid of pain when he falls and should get up by himself. Lingling raised a small face and gave Qiming a bright smile. Very good. Is your dad around? Qiming asked, patting Lingling's head. Dad is in the room. I'll take you to him. After saying that, Lingling took Qiming's hand and led her to find his dad. Following Lingling, they arrived at a hospital room at the end of the first-floor corridor. As soon as they entered, they saw Lu Shun and Lu Fong, along with an elderly person, probably Lingling's grandmother. Lu Fong was holding a somewhat yellowed, small bowl, feeding the elderly woman some crushed biscuits mixed with water, which was quite runny. The old woman, with a hunched back, was nothing but skin and bones, her eye sockets deep set, taking small bites weakly. When Lu Shun and Lu Fong saw Qiming, they immediately offered her a place to sit. Qiming waved her hand and smiled at Lu Fong, saying, No need, Fongjia. I'm here to see Shunj and discuss something with him. You go ahead with what you're doing. After saying that, she walked out. Before long, Lu Shun also came out. Qiming asked Lu Shun to find an empty room and shared her thoughts with him, saying that her people could take his people to the supermarket to look for supplies. This supermarket, someone went there first, but there were too many zombies around, and we couldn't fight them off, so we gave up on it. Are you saying you can take us in? Is that true? Lu Shun looked at Qimeng, pointing to the location on the map, and asked excitedly. Qimeng nodded. I can take you inside, call your people, choose 10 who have better stamina and are quicker, and then get 2 small cars to load the supplies. Only small cars can fit into the alley behind the supermarket. Really? Thank you, thank you. We really met a benefactor. Thank you. Lu Shun kept expressing his gratitude, excited and not knowing what to say. I'll help you just this once. I'm only doing it because Sister Fong let us stay for a night. After this, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Qimeng pouted, sighing. Well, doing good deeds always needs an excuse, right? If it weren't for Sister Fong letting them stay for a night, and Ling Ling being so understanding, she wouldn't have thought of helping them with so many elderly and children around. Since God gave her a second chance at life, she should do some good deeds to repay him, right? Although it is said that with great power comes great responsibility, she doesn't have much ability. At most, she has a space to store supplies or grow plants. If this is considered a kind of ability, then she can only accept her fate. After all, they are all human beings, and within her capabilities, she can help those who are pitiful. As soon as she entered the door, she saw everyone in the room, as if they were waiting for Qimeng to arrive. Just like the awkwardness yesterday, today, as she entered, it was still just as awkward. But what was different? Qimeng glanced at her parents sitting on the bed, then at Taishan and Fatty standing to the side, and Jun Mabai and Qing Feng standing by the window. Except for Jun Mabai, who had his back to her looking outside. Everyone else turned to look at Qimeng the moment she stepped in. Qimeng touched her face. Why is everyone looking at me? Is there something on my face? She asked curiously, touching her face again. But it seemed like there was nothing there. The chubby guy nudged Taishan, making exaggerated gestures and winking at him. Taishan awkwardly glanced at Qimeng, then lowered his head, looking shy to speak. In the end, the chubby guy couldn't hold back anymore and pushed Taishan. Come on, it's just an apology. What is there to be embarrassed about for a grown man? Hey, Qimeng, Taishan made you angry last night. He said he wanted to apologize to you. I mentioned it to him yesterday, too. We all know you're looking out for everyone and don't want to cause trouble. You set the rules when we got on the bus, and it was his oversight. He is apologizing for his attitude yesterday. Come on, big guy, say you're sorry. Or do I have to say it for you? The chubby guy pushed Taishan again. Taishan, pushed by the chubby guy, stumbled forward. He stammered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and saluted Qimeng, saying loudly, Hey, I'm sorry. My attitude was wrong yesterday. Please forgive me. After he finished, everyone turned to look at Qimeng. Qimeng was slightly taken aback, clearly still processing the situation. Everyone thought she was still angry. Dad Feng was the first to approach her and said, Xiaoming, even Taishan has apologized. Besides, yesterday wasn't really Taishan's fault. He's been in the army and seeing so many unfortunate people, it's inevitable that he feels a bit troubled. We all know you were thinking about those people, and everyone has decided that from now on, whatever you say goes. Cough, wait, Dad. What are you talking about? Angry? I'm not angry at all. I didn't blame Brother Taishan for what happened yesterday. Besides, nothing really happened yesterday. I also know that sometimes I can be very direct and decisive, and my attitude might have been a bit off. As a soldier, I can understand Taishan's thoughts and feelings. Although I said we shouldn't use our food to help them, I never said we couldn't help in other ways. Do you really think I'm heartless? Do I have no compassion at all? Come on, is that how you see me? Qimeng said, pretending to be hurt. Was she really that heartless? I knew it. How could our sister be that kind of petty person, right? The chubby guy patted Taishan on the shoulder and said with a grin. The others laughed at Qimeng's words too. Thanks, sister. But what did you mean earlier when you said we could help them in other ways? Are you planning to help them? Taishan looked at Qimeng with surprise and excitement, as if he had thought of something. Qimeng nodded, looking curiously in the direction of Jun Mabai. Jun Mabai, didn't you discuss it with everyone last night? The two of them were discussing today's matters in the car last night, and it was agreed that Jun Mabai would tell Taishan, and she would notify Lu Shun to call people. What, didn't Jun Mabai say anything? Everyone turned to look at Jun Mabai in unison. Only then did Jun Mabai turn away from the window, slightly tilting his head in embarrassment. I was going to say it, but you came up. The sunlight fell on him, casting a layer of halo, and in Qimeng's eyes, he looked like a shy young boy bathed in sunlight. With a hint of an awkward smile, once again impacting Qimeng's heart. What kind of person is Jun Xiao? He knows it best. Although they are in a superior subordinate relationship, they are still friends privately. Jun Mabai is always serious in front of his brothers. He treats everyone the same way. However, ever since he woke up, he noticed that Jun Xiao seemed to have changed his demeanor. The always cold-faced Jun Xiao was gone, and the current Jun Xiao seemed to have the personality of a big boy. Of course, as Jun Mabai's friend and subordinate, he could tell the reason behind this change. It was all because of the girl named Feng Qimeng. He couldn't understand this girl. Sometimes she was cold and ruthless. Her eyes seemed filled with bloodlust, while other times she was like a little girl, chatting and laughing with everyone. Aside from his headache-inducing younger sister, there had never been any other girls around Jun Xiao. Suddenly, a girl who piqued Jun Xiao's interest appeared, and, as a friend, he was naturally happy and supportive. If the people in the capital knew that Jun Xiao had fallen for a girl, they would probably be shocked to faint. Chapter 52, Supermarket. The lollipop for her an hour later. In a vacant room of the hospital, about 10 people were standing, led by Lu Shan. Behind him stood a dozen somewhat thin men, each with their heads down and looking listless. Qiming noticed that the other 5 who had robbed them together with Lu Shan were also present. When they saw Qiming, they all trembled slightly, their necks shrinking shorter than a turtle's, hiding at the back, too afraid to look up. Qiming only glanced at them and didn't say anything. She walked in front of everyone, stood before them, and stared at everyone as she spoke. "Do you know why I called you here?" Some people nodded, while others shook their heads. Qiming pointed at Lu Shan. "You speak." Lu Shan addressed everyone. "Listen to me, we haven't tried. How do we know it won't work? We've searched everywhere for food nearby, but we really can't find anything to eat. We can't just eat tree bark, can we? Even if we can eat it, the elderly can't. There's strength in numbers. Maybe together we can actually get something from the supermarket. Let not be like this." Seeing that some people were unwilling to go, Lu Shan quickly tried to persuade them and reason with them. "But Lu Shan, people have been to that supermarket before, and there are many zombies around. If we go there, aren't we just going to our deaths? It's not that we don't want to go, but how can we go based on what you said? We have no weapons and no skills. Even a few people can't pull away those strong zombies. How can we go?" Someone else said. Lu Shan stammered for a long time, unsure of what to say. He knew they were right, not to mention their current state. They had been hungry for several days. Where would they find the strength to fight zombies? Even if they had strength, it would take several of them to deal with those incredibly strong zombies. Without weapons and skills, how could they even enter the supermarket? Lu Shan also looked at Qiming, indicating that he was at a loss. Qiming waved her hand, signaling that she wanted to speak. "I'll say just one thing. Those who want to leave can go, and those who want to stay can stay. It's up to you to choose whether to find a way to live or wait to die here." Qiming was too lazy to say more. She never intended to help these people. If it weren't for the pity she felt for the elderly and children here, she wouldn't even take a glance at them. The elderly and children were one thing, but they were all grown men with hands, feet, and strength. If they didn't even dare to try when given an opportunity, then such people didn't deserve to live. In today's world, any chance of survival should be tested, and it was clear that some of them lacked that awareness. The room fell silent for a few minutes, and finally, the first person took the lead to leave, followed by a second. After a while, in a room that originally had just over 10 people, only 7 remained. 6 had left, 4 of whom were the ones who had robbed Qimeng, and the others along with Lu Shan. Among the remaining 3, 2 were middle-aged men, and 1 was relatively young, probably only in his teens. Together with Lu Shan, 8 people were staring eagerly at Qiming. Qiming looked at the 8 people and nodded. "Well, since we all want to survive, let's work hard to live." 2 hours later, Jun Mabai brought 2 small cars that Taishan had somehow found, which looked like new vehicles. The cars accommodated the 8 of them, while Qimeng, Jun Mabai, and Taishan led the way in front. Taishan was the first to rush ahead, taking down a zombie whenever he encountered one, while Jun Mabai and Qiming occasionally dealt with a few extras. Lu Shan and his group, sitting in the car, watched the 3 outside kill zombies as easily as eating. With swift movements, they dispatched the zombies effortlessly, making them swallow hard. Lu Shan exchanged glances with a few others, relieved that these people hadn't been ruthless during the robbery yesterday. Otherwise, their fate would have been the same as those zombies. But these individuals were indeed formidable. The zombies were so strong, yet they were able to take one down in an instant. Who were these people? Bro, who are they? A man in the car swallowed hard and asked Lu Shun. Lu Shun nodded. Yeah, just like cutting apples. They might actually be able to take us into the supermarket. Brother Shun, why are they so good at killing zombies? How would I know? Lu Shun patted the man's head. These people clearly had a lot of experience killing zombies. Most of the people in the hospital had never killed a zombie, so when faced with one, they only felt fear and screamed. Lu Shun silently vowed that if he could get out of the supermarket this time, he would also become that strong. At the very least, he shouldn't be the kind to run away in fear at the sight of a zombie. Under Qiming's guidance, they encountered scattered zombies along the way, but they were all swiftly dealt with by the trio. The back entrance of the supermarket was located in a small alley, and the cars could only be parked about 50 meters from the corner of the alley, as it was impossible to drive further in. This 50-meter distance would require them to run, but silently, as the front street was full of zombies. If they made any noise, they would be surrounded. Qiming and the other two were confident they could escape, but the others couldn't, so they had to be very careful when entering through the back door. They left 2 people to guard the car. At the first sign of trouble, they could start the vehicle and leave immediately. The rest followed Qiming into the supermarket through the back door. The 2 left in the car were middle-aged men who seemed reliable. The others carefully avoided zombies and obstacles, making their way around the corner of the car and into the alley. The back door of the supermarket was a small iron gate, slightly ajar, which could be opened with a gentle pull. It seemed someone had opened it when escaping, or perhaps others had come through here. Taishan walked in front, with Jun Maobai and Qiming behind him, while the rest followed closely. Taishan cautiously opened the iron gate, which creaked and made a noise, causing everyone to hold their breath and look around. No zombies were attracted, and Qiming made a cautious gesture to Taishan, who nodded. A few of them entered through the back door. The supermarket was relatively dark, but since it was daytime, they could still see fairly well. They turned on their flashlights, and Qiming found a backup power room. With a creak, she pulled the switch, and the fluorescent lights flickered before illuminating the entire supermarket with a loud snap. Taishan stepped forward, grabbing a zombie that was fighting with Lu Shun. It was a female zombie with skin that had turned dark and rotten. Taishan grabbed her hair and yanked it back, but her skin was so decayed that with his strength, he ended up pulling both the hair and the scalp off. Looking at the hair in his hand, he disgustedly threw it to the ground and took another big step, directly grabbing the zombie's shoulder and stabbing her in the back of the head with his dagger. After a few swift moves, the other zombies were also taken care of by Taishan. Lu Shun and his group sat down on the ground, gasping for breath and still feeling scared. But only Lu Shun looked at Taishan with a different expression. They had so many people and couldn't deal with even one zombie. Yet here was someone who had taken care of them all alone. If they continued like this, they would eventually be eaten by zombies. Lu Shun tightened his grip on his weapon, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Qiming had intended to come to the supermarket alone to get something. Coincidentally, the clothes in her space were worn out. It was time to replenish them. After all, none of them washed their clothes. Once they got dirty, they would just throw them away. It wasn't that they didn't want to wash them, but in this apocalypse, aside from food, the most scarce resource was water. People didn't even have enough to drink, let alone to wash clothes. Although they hadn't lacked water on their journey, it didn't mean they had the resources to wash clothes. Along the way, everyone understood the preciousness of water. Qiming found the clothing section in the supermarket. Fortunately, this is a large supermarket that sells everything. Qiming picked out some clothes for her parents and browsed through some clothes for herself. Although dressing up doesn't matter much after the apocalypse, at least she has the option to choose what she likes, right? It's April now, and May is just around the corner, so the weather will be getting hotter, which means she needs to pick out some summer clothes. After choosing clothes for herself and her parents, she went to the children's section to pick out many cute outfits for Luo Luo. Children's clothes are just so adorable that there's no need to be picky. She also picked out some clothes for Taishan and Pongzi, but she didn't need to worry about Jun Maobai and Qing Feng. At least they hadn't repeated outfits for a long time. She didn't know where those 2 got their clothes, but Qing Feng always had a way. After picking out the clothes, Qiming headed to the food section. In the food section, she happened to run into Jun Maobai and Lu Shun. The 2 seemed to be a team, with Jun Maobai leaning against one of the food shelves while Lu Shun was pushing a cart, trying to load as much food as possible. Lu Shun was smart, grabbing mostly snacks and water. When he saw Qiming approaching, June Mabai immediately walked over, pulling out a lollipop from somewhere, unwrapping it, and handing it to Chiming. She looked at the lollipop in his hand and gently took it. It was orange-flavored, sweet and sour. Where did you get this lollipop? Chiming looked up at June Mabai. June Mabai grinned. I knew you would like it. I got you a lot. After saying that, he unexpectedly pushed out a cart filled with lollipops of all flavors and brands. Chiming was a bit shocked, staring with her mouth agape at the cart full of lollipops. This guy didn't just bring the entire shelf of lollipops, did he? What is all this? I got all of them for you. Do you like it? Chiming nodded blankly. She had always liked eating lollipops, but that was all before the apocalypse. In her previous life, after the apocalypse, who would think about whether there were lollipops to eat? In this life, she hadn't paid attention to that issue either. The food prepared in the space before the apocalypse was all filling stuff. She had never thought of lollipops. Seeing this truck full of lollipops, Chiming was actually a bit stunned. Perhaps June Mo Bai just thought that most girls like sweet things, so he took these candies. But he didn't expect to bring so many. What touched Chiming the most was that in her previous life, apart from her thinking of others, no one had ever thought of her. In this life, although June Mo Bai stumbled upon it by accident, he truly considered her. Chiming stood there in a daze, her eyes slightly reddening. Chapter 53, Doubts. Passing through Q City, Lu Shun looked at the rotting, blackened zombies, his eyes narrowing. Finally, he didn't know where he found the strength, raised the stick in his hand, and struck it down on a charging zombie. The zombie's head was split in two, and its body instinctively lunged forward before collapsing straight to the ground. Lu Shun stared at the zombie he had killed, somewhat stunned, tightly gripping the stick in his hand, even unaware that another zombie was rushing towards him. Chiming saw the situation, directly drew the sword from her back, dealt with the front zombie, and said to Lu Shun, "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and get in the car." On the car, Lu Shun's companions were panting heavily, and the whole group looked at Lu Shun simultaneously. Lu Shun actually killed a zombie. They had been in the hospital together for so long, and very few dared to kill zombies. It wasn't that they were afraid, but those creatures were too strong, and many of them had died at the mouths of zombies. Over time, no one dared to face these monsters anymore, and no one dared to kill zombies again. Lu Shun sat in the car, also staring blankly at his hand and the stick, which still had the brain matter and black blood left by the zombie. Lu Shun raised his head, looked at everyone in the car, clenched his fists, remained silent, but his gaze had changed slightly, and his whole aura seemed different. After returning to the hospital, Lu Shun distributed the supplies to everyone. When they saw the food and water, everyone smiled broadly, more out of disbelief. They actually got supplies from a supermarket, and not a single person was missing. This was unbelievable in everyone's eyes, and the people from the hospital kept thanking Chiming and her group. When Chiming and her group were leaving, everyone in the hospital came out to see them off. Lingling held Luo's hand, feeling a bit reluctant. Children tend to bond easily, and over the past 5 days, Luo and Lingling had often played together, their little hands clasped. Luo, I will come and find you. Luo nodded. Lingling, Sister Xiaoming, said, she will take us to the capital. You have to come to the capital to play with me. Okay. Lingling nodded seriously. Aren't you planning to go to the capital? Chiming asked Lu Shun and Lu Fong. Staying here isn't a good idea. The zombies will find this place sooner or later. Be careful, Chiming reminded them. Yes, we will be more careful. Thank you for everything these days. If it weren't for you, we in this hospital would be. Lu Shun said gratefully, if you hadn't taught us how to kill zombies, we wouldn't have been able to get this far. Chiming smiled and said nothing. Helping them was indeed unintentional, but from now on, it would be up to them. Qing Feng spoke to everyone beside him. We're not far from the capital. The capital has already prepared various defenses against zombies and viruses. Once you're all ready, you must go to the capital. Some people were reluctant to part with Chiming and the others, and they talked a lot. In the end, Chiming's group still said goodbye to the people in the hospital. Although they had only spent 5 or 6 days together, the elderly and children, as well as everyone in the hospital, were those they had rescued, creating a unique bond. And there was still some reluctance when they left. The vehicle drove towards the city center. They couldn't avoid the zombies, so they simply crashed into them. As the car moved down the road, the zombies behind began to chase after them. Before long, nearly all the zombies in the city center were following the car. which was what Chiming was most worried about. Setting up explosives required time, and if they couldn't finish before the zombies surrounded them, they would all be trapped in the vehicle. Tyshawn slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched loudly, the harsh sound echoing on the streets of Q City, attracting even more zombies from the surroundings. Jun Mabai and Ching Feng got out of the car with the explosives they had prepared earlier and quickly set them up in the streets blocked by various small vehicles. The cars piled up on the road formed a small mountain, indicating the chaos that had erupted after the apocalypse. After Jun Mabai and Ching Feng finished setting up the last explosive, they exchanged nods and returned to the car. Once inside, Jun Mabai signaled Tyshawn to drive, and upon receiving the instruction, Tyshawn shifted into reverse, pressing down on the accelerator. The car quickly began to back up, and at the same time, Jun Mabai pressed the switch in his hand. With a loud bang, a massive explosion shook everyone's eardrums. Looking out through the glass, a mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky, flames shooting into the air. The chubby man in the back of the car tapped on the front window and said, "The zombies are catching up." Chiming glanced at the side mirror of the car and indeed saw a dense horde of zombies rushing towards them. Looking around, she noticed that quite a few zombies had started banging on their vehicle and doors. She looked ahead at the area engulfed in flames from explosions, then narrowed her eyes and said to Tyshawn, "Drive, charge through." Tyshawn was puzzled for a moment, but then shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Since many zombies were clinging to the vehicle, it shook violently as it started tilting to one side, causing everyone inside to lean as well. Chiming instinctively reached for something to hold on to, but found nothing, and just a second later, she was cradled in the arms of Jun Mabai. Tyshawn gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to prevent the car from veering off course. He knew that if the car tilted at that moment, they would truly be waiting to die inside, surrounded by a sea of zombies. Fortunately, the car only swayed slightly before stabilizing, and everyone inside let out a deep breath as they charged out towards the flames, driving towards the sunny direction. Behind them, the fire gradually disappeared, leaving only thick black smoke rising into the air. As night fell, after leaving Q City, the car traveled smoothly without any obstacles. After passing Q City, they were not far from the capital. If all went well, they would probably arrive in about 10 days. After a day of driving, they occasionally encountered other survivors on the road, likely all heading to the capital as well. That night, the car stopped in an open area where there were no places to settle down, so they had to rest in the car for the night. "I can't sleep," Jun Mabai said softly, leaning against Chiming. "Can't sleep? Are you worried?" Chiming asked, puzzled. Jun Mabai shook his head. "No, I can't sleep because I can't see you." Chiming's mouth twitched slightly. What reason is that? What do you mean you can't sleep if you can't see me? Does Jun Mabai like me?" As Chiming thought of this idea, her heart suddenly thudded, and she began to think wildly. Her face suddenly flushed, feeling a bit uneasy. Jun Mabai seemed to notice Chiming's change, and leaned in to ask, "What's wrong?" Chiming was startled when Jun Mabai suddenly leaned in closer. She leaned back slightly, flustered and avoiding his gaze, her eyes darting elsewhere as she said, "It's nothing. You could talk, just don't get so close." Jun Mabai glanced at him, as if he had discovered something, and smiled lightly. "Are you afraid of me?" "Huh." Chiming looked up and met Jun Mabai's eyes, her face instantly flushing again. "Afraid of you? You're thinking too much. I'm just not used to having people too close to me." Chiming pretended to be unbothered, pouting her lips, and finally lay back, gazing at the stars, pretending to admire them. After a while, Jun Mabai also lay down beside her. "We're almost to the capital," he suddenly said out of the blue. Chiming lightly hummed in agreement. "Yeah, we're almost in the capital. Finally, my parents can end their bumpy life. Why do you want to go to the capital?" Jun Mabai turned to look at Chiming and asked. Chiming tilted her head while looking at the night sky. "Because only the capital can provide stability for my family." Jun Mabai examined Chiming for a while, and when Chiming noticed that Jun Mabai was silent, she turned to him and asked, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you speaking? Sometimes I feel like you are very certain about something, as if you know what the best course of action is. And, sometimes what you do is quite perplexing." Jun Mabai leaned a little closer to Chiming and said. Chiming was taken aback. Could this guy have discovered the secret of her space? Was it that she hadn't concealed it well enough? Chapter 54. Support. Storm's approaching. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Chiming said with a laugh. Jun Mabai chuckled lightly, turned his head, closed his eyes, and said, whenever you want to talk, you can find me anytime. What does he mean by that? Could it be that he really discovered something? Chiming thought to herself, and after pondering for a while, she didn't know how to ask, so she decided not to bring it up anymore and instead talked about Jun Mabai when we get to the capital. You have to take care of me. Jun Mabai replied, lightly with his eyes closed. Chiming gently poked Jun Mabai. What does it mean? Hey, Yun Mabai. We've known each other for almost a month, and we've been through life and death together. You can't be that heartless, right? I just need you to look out for me in the capital. To be honest, I really don't dare. With your personality, do I still need to protect you? I might end up living an unstable life. Jun Mabai, I'm still your lifesaver. Is there anyone who says such things to their lifesaver? I've saved you too. And actually, I've saved you one more time than you saved me. Can you not be so calculative? To be honest, Jun Mabai, I refuse to believe that you can't find a backing in the capital. Are you sure you can find someone more powerful than me in the capital? In the capital, at the Jun family, an elderly man over 50 sat in the main seat of the family head, slamming his hand down and angrily saying, has that brat Mabai not been found yet? In front of him stood several middle-aged men in military uniforms, all with their heads lowered, not daring to look at the elderly man in the high seat. The elderly man glanced at everyone and finally waved his hand, dismissing them, until a man in his 40s brought a cup of hot tea and placed it in front of the old man. Elder, that kid Mabai might have encountered some trouble and hasn't contacted the family. Don't worry, you know his abilities. Aquin, do you know what Mabai went out for? The elderly man put down the tea in his hand and asked the middle-aged man named Aquin. Aquin shook his head. The young master hasn't told me, and you know, nobody can understand how the young master works. In a district of a city, a high-rise building with over 30 floors stood, surrounded by millions of zombies. Densely packed, the building stood out among the horde, looking particularly incongruous. Inside the building was pitch black, desolate, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. But in a certain passage of the building, there was a small door. Opening the small door revealed a somewhat dilapidated elevator, resembling the old-fashioned elevators from over a decade ago, going straight down to the basement of the building. Below the building was entirely different from above. There was an underground laboratory 8 stories high, with alternating white lights, where people in lab coats came and went, seemingly conducting experiments. Various small glass rooms for experiments were filled with all sorts of instruments, each glass room holding some entities, humans, zombies, and monsters that were neither human nor ghost, probably hybrid creations from various experiments. Through the glass, one could see the things locked inside the small laboratories. In one patch of dirt, a zombie covered in moss was wrapped in countless vines, only its head exposed, its mouth opening and closing as if it were roaring. Green liquid oozing out of its mouth, extremely disgusting. In this small laboratory, countless vines crawled up the walls, resembling a green garden, full of vibrant life. But beneath this vitality lurked danger and evil. If Chimung were here, she would surely exclaim in shock, discovering that it was a plant zombie, and it was artificially cultivated, or rather, a product of experiments. In other rooms were various mutated zombies from different experiments. The entire underground laboratory, 8 stories high, had 5 floors filled with such monsters. Each floor had at least 40 to 50 rooms for these experiments. The remaining 3 floors housed humans, with many having mutated due to experiments. The last floor, however, was a beautifully decorated room, where 2 rows of people in black clothing stood, all wearing masks and holding heavy weapons, while a man sat in front of them, facing away. Has Professor Wong been found? The man asked. The black-clad individuals lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. One of them tremblingly raised his head. Report. Master, he has not been found yet, but we have received news that Professor Wong should be in the capital. Yes, Master. However, the mission is still uncompleted. You all go down and accept punishment. After the man finished speaking, everyone below trembled, as if they had heard something terrifying. Everyone was afraid, but none dared to refuse, all nodding in trepidation. The leading black-clad man then said, Master, I have another piece of news regarding Jun Maobai. It is said that Jun Maobai has not appeared in the capital for almost a month, and even the Jun family is looking for him. Jun Maobai is missing? The man's hoarse voice lifted slightly in surprise. Yes. Did he leave the capital? Went to W City? I'm afraid someone won't be able to hold back. The things in the Jun family's hands are not something those people can covet. You don't need to worry about Jun Maobai. I'll handle his matters myself. Just find Professor Wang. You all can leave. Yes. The black-clad individuals withdrew, leaving only the man sitting in the chair. His pale hand picked up the red wine he had set aside, downing it in one gulp. Then, with a snap, he crushed the entire wine glass in his hand. Bright red blood dripping down to the ground, drop by drop. Yet the man seemed to feel no pain at all, staring at the screens in front of him. Finally, he relaxed his grip, the glass shards falling to the ground, and his hand was already in terrible condition. A green armored vehicle sped along the road to the capital, having left Q City 3 days earlier, with about 7 or 8 days left to reach the capital. On the road, the number of survivors was increasing. There are more and more people on this road. Are they all heading to the capital? Aunt Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, sitting in the back compartment. Qing Feng, what's the capital like? Aunt Feng chatted with Qing Feng. Beside them, the chubby guy suddenly sat up with a start. Aunt Xiao. If you want to know what the capital is like, just ask me. I've been to the capital too, although only a few times. But let me tell you, it's bustling with skyscrapers that are far bigger than those in our Y city. Qing Feng patted the chubby guy and said to Aunt Feng, Aunt Xiao, don't listen to what the chubby guy says. The capital is actually quite similar to other cities. It's not as exaggerated as he says. However, the capital is the capital of China and the location of the largest military district. So it is quite prosperous, but that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, those prosperous areas have been occupied by people, but it still has its unique scenery. I say, Aunt Ming, since we're almost there, why are you so anxious? You'll know what the capital looks like soon enough. Uncle Feng joked from the side. Oh, I'm just curious. After so long of unstable days, we're about to settle down. So I'm excited. In the past, my mom often talked about the capital. Although I haven't been there, I became curious after hearing her talk about it so much. Now that we're almost at the capital, I just want to ask more. Aunt Feng said with a smile, holding on to Luo Luo, who was playing with a cloth doll in her arms. Has Grandma Xiao been to the capital too? Qing Feng asked casually. Aunt Feng nodded. Yes, I don't know either. Since I can remember, I've heard my mom mention the capital, so she must have been there, but it's been so long that I can't remember clearly. When we get there, I'll treat you all to a nice tour of the capital. Qing Feng patted his chest. All right, I've heard for a long time that the roast duck in the capital is delicious. Don't forget to take us to eat roast duck when the time comes. I'm talking about taking Uncle Feng and Aunt Zhao's family, not you. Besides, didn't you say you've been to the capital? How come you haven't had the roast duck there? Qing Feng joked with a grin. The fatty pouted, well, it's been a long time since I had it, and I owe my mouth some. Besides, bringing one more person is still bringing someone. Look at our relationship on this trip. We're all brothers. Aren't you being stingy? All right, this brotherhood should go to Taishan then. I wouldn't dare to take his place. You two are definitely closer than I am. Sigh. Who told me I'm just a stingy person? I said, Qing Feng, can a big guy like you compare with him? We're all brothers. What is the difference between iron or not, right? Fatty, are you talking bad about me again? Taishan, who was driving, suddenly sneezed and yelled at the fatty in the back of the car. As soon as the fatty's words fell, he heard Taishan's voice, and the chubby corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He awkwardly chuckled at Qing Feng and shouted back at Taishan, Big guy, do you have super hearing? You can hear what is going on in the back. I told you not to call me fatty. Then why do you still call me big guy? Fatty, big guy, focus on driving. Before the fatty's words finished, the car suddenly braked hard, causing everyone to lurch forward. Everything happened too suddenly, nearly making the people in the back tumble over. The fatty steadied himself and said, Big guy, that sudden brake, were you trying to kill us? After a while, there was no sound from the front. The fatty and Qing Feng exchanged a glance and immediately sensed something was wrong. They quickly opened the back door and stepped out, with Uncle Feng and Aunt Feng also holding Luo Luo and following behind. In front of them, Taishan, Qimeng, and Jun Maobai had also gotten out of the car, and everyone stared at the scene before them. Mao Sagape. Chapter 55. Clearing the way. octopus zombie in front of everyone was a massive suspension bridge. To get to the capital, this was one of the nearest routes and also one of the safest, as the surroundings were dense forest, making the chance of encountering large-scale zombies very low. Once they crossed the suspension bridge, they would be closest to Z Province, which reportedly had the capital's military station there, specifically to assist survivors coming to the capital. As long as they crossed the bridge, getting to the capital would be much easier. What's going on? An octopus zombie? Taishan looked at the zombie climbing up and down the car roof and smacked his lips. Of course it's different. Qimeng looked at the situation on the suspension bridge, her eyes darkening as she felt uncertain about what to do. She glanced up at Junimo Bai, who pressed his lips together and said, "This is the closest route to the capital. The outskirts of Z Province are surrounded by rivers, and to reach the capital, we have to go through Z Province. Most of the routes to Z Province involve crossing bridges, so we will inevitably encounter water. There's a land route, but it would take nearly a week to go around, assuming nothing unexpected happens along the way." Thinking of this, Qimeng's heart trembled. If her rebirth really changed something, would the general direction of this life still be the same as the last? Would the capital be able to survive 5 years, or even longer in the apocalyptic world? Was it a good decision to bring her family to the capital base? Or would there be unforeseen changes? Would her parents' life trajectories be altered? Or would they remain the same as in the last life? Suddenly, countless thoughts flooded Qimeng's mind, weighing heavily on her heart. Her mind was in chaos, unsure of what to do. She had confidently insisted on going to the capital base to settle down with her parents and live a simple life. But was it the right choice or the wrong one? If the trajectory has changed, could the capital base really exist for more than 5 years in the apocalypse? If not, why would she take her parents to the capital? It might be safer to settle down directly in the mountains. Should she still take her parents to the capital base? Junimo Bai noticed the fluctuation in Qimeng's eyes, from dimness to confusion, then to worry, and shook her shoulder, asking, "What's wrong?" Seeing her eyes darken again, he furrowed his brows, wondering what she was thinking. This feeling of not knowing anything was really frustrating for him. He flicked Qimeng's forehead and said, "Now is not the time to daze off. The road ahead is blocked, and we can only find a way to get through." He pointed to the road behind them, which was blocked by the survivors who had come through one after another. They truly had no choice but to move forward and not backward. Qimeng's dim eyes instantly regained their brightness. After coming to a realization, she no longer struggled with whether the trajectory had changed. The most important thing now was to cross the bridge. "Taishan, you drive with my parents and Luo. I'll clear the path." "Fatty, Qing Feng, Junimo Bai, you all get in the car." Qimeng drew the frost sword from her back and held it tightly in her hand. "Sister, you get in the car. I'll clear the path." "How can I let you do that?" Fatty, he shook his head. "I'll stay behind to cover you. You can't handle this alone." Qing Feng also refused to get in the car, saying that as a second lieutenant from the military district in the capital, he couldn't hide in the car while a girl protected him. If his subordinates found out, it would be embarrassing. "You and me, you shouldn't refuse. We are all a team. How can we let you face these zombies alone?" Qing Feng, Fatty, cover the rear, and I'll clear the path with a Meng. "Everyone, be careful." Junimo Bai interrupted Qimeng, speaking to her in an authoritative tone that left no room for argument. Fatty and Qing Feng nodded. Qimeng felt a slight stirring in her heart, a wave of unnamed emotion flooding in. She focused her gaze and smiled, nodding at the others. "All right, let us charge through together. The weak point of these creatures is the same as that of regular zombies, in the head. If possible, aim for a headshot." The group exchanged glances and nodded. Taishan drove, and Feng Dad and Feng Mom got in the car with Luo. Originally, Feng Dad also intended to help, but Qimeng said that someone needed to stay in the car, so he didn't go with them. Qimeng and Junimo Bai led the way, while Qing Feng and Fatty covered the rear. These mutated zombies were devoid of sensation. Aside from being stronger than regular zombies, they were just like ordinary zombies, lacking pain, touch, and thought. All they had was an endless craving for blood and flesh. Qimeng severed one tentacle, and another tentacle struck towards her back. Qimeng's eyes flickered, her feet turned, and she raised her sword in front of her. The incoming tentacle slid across the sword, severing in the middle and splattering Qiming with a foul-smelling liquid. The displeasure in her eyes turned into anger. Damn it, a sneak attack. This filthy blood all over me. If I don't deal with you, I won't believe in Feng. Some people, seeing the few individuals fighting fiercely on the bridge, hesitated for a moment and began to run towards the bridge. Was someone taking care of the zombies for them? When else would they run if not now? Thus, while Qiming and her companions were clearing a path through the zombies, those below the bridge had the same idea. In an instant, Qiming's vehicle was blocked in the middle of the bridge, unable to move. Chapter 56. Saving People. The people on the bridge, Annie, it hurts, Luo hurts. Luo. Luo cried out a few times, tears streaming down her face. The two opposing forces pulling at her made her feel as if her body was about to be torn in half. Xiaoming. Fema exclaimed. Mom, you all go first. I'll handle it here. Taishan drive. Qiming said to Taishan. Taishan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, pressing the gas pedal and rushing out. Qing Feng and the fatty also ran over at that moment. Qiming nodded at them. Are you all right? The fatty and Qing Feng shook their heads. Just minor injuries. It's nothing. The four of them from Qiming were much faster than the average person and quickly reached the shore. Taishan, along with Feng Dad and Feng Mom, had already driven to the shore, got out of the car, and were waiting by the water, holding on to Luo. When they saw the others coming, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all okay? Qiming asked everyone, and they all shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. Jun Maobei furrowed his brows, and Qing Feng added, there are still at least 1,000 or 2,000 people on the bridge who haven't made it over. Yun Maobei understood King Feng is mini. They were soldiers and couldn't just watch 1,000 or 2,000 people perish at the bottom of the river. Frowning, Jun Maobei said, let's go save them. You all go first. He said to Qing Feng, then glanced at Qiming. You want to go save people? They exclaimed. We can't just watch so many people lose their lives. There's still time. If we can save them, we must. Yun Maobei nodded. Qing Feng also nodded in agreement, and the two of them headed straight for the bridge. However, in the next second, Jun Maobei's hand was grabbed by another hand. He turned to see it was Qiming. Xiaoming. Feng Mom wanted to stop Xiaoming. It was too dangerous. And what if something happened to her daughter? Xiaoming, be careful. Your safety is the most important. Feng Dad nodded. He knew that once his daughter made a decision, it was hard to persuade her otherwise, and he also believed in her. Qiming nodded with a smile and went to the bridge with Jun Maobei and Qing Feng to rescue people. Taishan and the chubby guy protected Dad Feng, Mom Feng, and Luo, keeping a distance from the shore and the bridge, but they could still see the situation on the bridge. This won't work, Jun Xiao. Qing Feng frowned and said to Jun Maobei, who also noticed the situation. But what could they do? Just as Jun Maobei was frowning, a loudspeaker appeared in front of him. Following the hand holding the loudspeaker, he saw it was Qiming. She had found a loudspeaker in a car, tested it, and thankfully it worked. So she handed it to Jun Maobei. Jun Maobei smiled as he looked at the loudspeaker and took it from Qiming's hand. The two exchanged a knowing smile. And Jun Maobei stood on the highest car roof, turned on the loudspeaker, and said, everyone, don't panic, don't push. I am Jun Maobei from the Beijing Military District, and I am here to rescue you. Please leave the bridge in an orderly manner and do not panic. Jun Maobei's voice, transmitted through the small loudspeaker, was not very loud, but it stood out amidst the screams and shouts. After saying it once without effect, he repeated it several times. The people on the bridge began to hear Jun Maobei's voice, but they seemed unconvinced because they had no idea who he was. Before the apocalypse, Jun Maobei was only known in the military. With over 1 billion people in China, not everyone knew him. After the apocalypse, his reputation hadn't yet spread. Qiming remembered that it took 5 months after the apocalypse for Jun Maobei's name to gradually reach the ears of the Chinese people, eventually becoming a well-known name. But now it seemed no one was willing to listen to him. At that moment, Qiming's voice rang out. Listen up. If anyone dares to push and shove again, only caring about their own escape and disregarding others' lives, none of you will survive to cross the bridge. The only way is for everyone to unite. These monsters are not that scary. Listen to me. Leave the bridge in an orderly manner. Only by helping each other and uniting can humanity defeat these monsters. If you want to survive, stop thinking only of yourselves. We are from the Beijing Military District, and this is Commander Jun from the Military District. We are here to rescue you. The troops are about to arrive. Please leave in an orderly manner, okay? Chiming's voice was slightly hoarse, and in the chaos of the bridge, it was not very noticeable. However, Chiming knew how to seize the moment, inserting her words during a brief silence. Her hoarse voice carried an irresistible power. Although the chaos and shouting continued, it was clear that the volume had decreased significantly. Chiming repeated her earlier words a few times, and only then did the people on the bridge vaguely hear what the girl was saying. The insistence in her tone and her alluring words resonated in their hearts, prompting them to take action. The cries were still present, but they were not as chaotic as before. Many people had stopped pushing and shoving. The bridge was not orderly, but it was much better than before. Seeing this, Chiming exchanged nods with the others, and Jun Mabai and Qing Feng went down to rescue people. Seizing this moment, Chiming continued, "These monsters are not terrifying. Remember, their weakness is in the head. Those who want to survive, those who want to avenge their loved ones, overcome your fears, pick up something useful from the ground. And don't be afraid." After finishing her words, Chiming tossed aside the megaphone and joined the fight. Thank you, baby, are you okay?" The girl's mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude while holding her daughter tightly. "Hurry up," Chiming urged. The girl's mother thanked her again and quickly left with her daughter. Although there were still casualties on the bridge, it was clear that the numbers had decreased significantly, with many already reaching the shore. Now, there were only a few hundred people left on the bridge, but the number of zombies was still increasing, completely occupying the bridge. The suspension bridge shook violently, causing several people to fall into the river, becoming food for the zombies. Qing Feng, Chapter 57, Falling into the River. Battle with the octopus zombie. Jun Mabai aimed his gun at the tentacles wrapping around Qing Feng and fired several shots. However, the bullets had little effect on these sensationless, soft-bodied creatures, merely slowing them down. Chiming tossed Jun Mabai a blood blade. "Use the knife. Guns don't work well on these things. This guy's tentacles are too large, blocking the head, making it impossible to shoot." The tentacle wrapping around Chiming slammed into a bridge pillar with a loud bang, hitting her back. Chiming cried out in pain, biting her lip, trying to reach for the long sword embedded in the tentacle, but she couldn't reach it and could only let the creature swing her up and down, causing her to see stars. On the other side, Jun Mabai dodged an attacking tentacle and jumped in front of the one wrapping around Qing Feng. He raised the blood blade and swung it down, hearing a sizzling sound as the knife sliced through flesh. With a strong effort, he severed that segment of the tentacle, and Qing Feng fell to the ground. "Go first," Jun Mabai told Qing Feng before sprinting toward Chiming. Chiming was anxiously wondering how to escape, feeling nauseous from the impact. This situation wasn't a solution, and she felt helpless being swept along, unable to do anything. She contemplated whether to take a grenade out of her space, like she did with the plant zombies, but before she could take action, a figure rushed in front of her and saved her in a few swift moves. "Jun Mabai, be careful." Chiming was puzzled as to how Jun Mabai had arrived, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a tentacle swinging towards him. Without thinking, she instinctively moved to block him, only to be struck by a massive whip. This must be what it feels like, Chiming thought, as her entire back went numb. "Ameng," Jun Mabai exclaimed, supporting Chiming as they hurried towards the shore. Just as they were about to reach the bank, the entire bridge suddenly shook. With Jun Mabai holding her up, they nearly fell into the river. Fortunately, after a moment of violent shaking, it gradually stabilized. Although it still swayed a bit, they were able to move. However, what lay ahead startled both of them. "Ameng, what's wrong? Hurry." Jun Mabai looked at Chiming with confusion. Chiming seemed to be unaware of the pain she was enduring as she walked towards the source of the sound. It was a baby boy, less than 10 months old, in a small cart that had been crushed. On the cart, 2 adults, their appearances unrecognizable due to the pressure, had protected the baby with their bodies, thus saving the infant's life. Chiming brought the baby out, and the baby, perhaps frightened, kept crying loudly, which indicated that he had been well protected by his family. Chiming smiled happily at Jun Mabai, who was on the roof of the car, and Jun Mabai smiled back knowingly. Chiming was walking towards Jun Mabai while holding the baby, but before she could take a few steps, the entire suspension bridge began to sway even more violently than before. Suddenly, There was a loud rumble, and Chiming looked back to see the whole bridge starting to collapse, rapidly falling towards them. Aming, come here quickly. Jun Mabai, holding the baby in one arm, reached out towards Chiming. You go first. I can handle this. Take the baby to a safe place and come back to save me. Chiming shouted to Jun Mabai. Jun Mabai glanced at Chiming, then at the crying baby in his arms, hesitating. Seeing that he was still dazed, Chiming shouted loudly, Go. Wait for me. Finally, Jun Mabai and Chiming exchanged a glance and jumped down with the baby, running towards the shore. Who was that person? So impressive. That looks like the girl who was shouting with a loudspeaker on the bridge earlier. So amazing. On the bridge, Chiming was already panting and had no strength left to fight. Her back was drenched in bright red blood, and her white tank top was unrecognizable, covered in numerous abrasions and bruises. Chiming tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand, cursing, Damn it, am I really going to die here today? Jun Mabai saw a slender figure being knocked away, crashing hard onto the trembling bridge, and his heart sank. Aming, Xiaoming, sister. Several shouts echoed from the shore, each face filled with shock and fear. Jun Mabai looked at the motionless figure lying not far away. His heart instantly turned cold. Just as he was about to go over, the entire suspension bridge shook again, and cracks began to appear where Chiming was lying, threatening to collapse at any moment. Aming, no! Jun Mabai leaped forward with all his strength, throwing himself over the edge of the collapsing bridge. For the third time, he reached out his hand but still couldn't catch Chiming, watching her figure disappear into the rushing river, along with the debris, sinking to the riverbed. Aming. Others rushed over as well. Fengma looked at the raging river, feeling a sharp pain in her heart, and fainted, supported by Fengba. Child's mother, Xiaoming. Fengba also cried out a few times, staggering a bit. If it weren't for Taishan and Fatty supporting him, he might have fallen to the ground. Everyone stared at the river, silent, surrounded by stillness and sorrow. Just then, there was a commotion from the shore. The military from the capital city had arrived. The troops stationed in Z province to rescue survivors were here. Chapter 58. Waking up, alive or dead. Plop, the sound of falling into the water. Chiming felt like she had fallen into the water and wanted to open her eyes, wanted to breathe, but it hurt. It hurt so much. Chiming felt like her whole body was falling apart. Yet no matter how she struggled, she couldn't open her eyes or move, and the suffocating feeling was becoming more unbearable. It seemed like her body was continuously sinking. If anyone were in the river, they would see a slender figure continually descending into the water. This person was Chiming. Her eyes closed as if she were asleep. Behind her, a prominent wound was bleeding profusely, mingling with the river water. On the back of Chiming's right hand, a water droplet-shaped pattern suddenly appeared. If Chiming were to open her eyes at that moment, she would see that this water droplet shape was exactly like the jade pendant her grandmother had given her, the same one that had disappeared, now appearing on her hand, emitting a shimmering glow. 2 months later, inside the capital city base, in a relatively remote small house, a plump figure was busy in the kitchen. After about half an hour, food that would not have been considered good in this apocalypse was transformed into a fragrant dish by the fatty. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Fatty called a few times, and several figures emerged from the room. Fengba, Fengma, and Big Guy. What did that dead fatty make? It smells so good. Taishan leaned over to look at the table of dishes, which, although not as good as what Chiming used to make, was still much better than what an average family would have outside. Of course, don't you see what kind of standards I have? How could what I make not be good? If the sister were here, who knows? Why are you pushing me? Fatty's words were cut short as Taishan nudged him twice, signaling him to look at Fengba and Fengma, and Fatty finally shut up, realizing he had misspoken. Uncle, Aunt, don't blame Fatty. He just speaks without thinking, Taishan said comfortingly to the two. Fengma smiled bitterly, serving some food to Luo. It's all right, it's all right. It's been 2 months. We and the child's father have moved on. We believe that Xiaoming, that girl, has her own fate and won't be in trouble. Perhaps she's been swept away by the current to somewhere else on the way to the capital. It's fine, let us eat. Yeah, let us eat. Life goes on. Xiaoming worked hard to bring us to the capital for a stable life. The child is gone, but we must carry on with the hope we have for the child. We need to live well. You all have worked hard these past 2 months. if it weren't for you looking after us. Fengba also lifted his head and smiled bitterly. Jun Maobai and Qing Feng had also come to the capital base with them. If it weren't for Jun Maobai back then, they might not have been able to enter the capital base, and they certainly wouldn't be living in such a standalone little house now. This was all thanks to Jun Maobai's help. Occasionally, Jun Maobai and Qing Feng would bring things to check on Fengba and Fengma. Without Jun Maobai's care, they wouldn't be living better than average people. After dinner, Taishan and Fatty went to the task distribution area to pick up tasks. The capital city base was divided into 3 zones. The innermost area was where influential people like Jun Maobai lived, which could be considered a wealthy area, home to famous individuals in the capital. The 3 major families lived in the central area. The second district was the outer layer of the central area, where ordinary people lived. After 3 months of the apocalypse, the capital city base had already developed into a large city. The innermost area had tall buildings, while the middle area had somewhat lesser buildings, all requiring registration and rent to live in. The outermost area was where the poorest people resided. Some people fled to the capital, but the capital was only so big and couldn't accommodate so many people. So a designated area was set up on the outskirts of the capital for these individuals to live. The military provided them with tents and blankets, and meals were served twice a day at designated places. The rice was white and plentiful, much better than some other bases, not the watery gruel type. As for other matters, they didn't fall under the jurisdiction of the capital city base, so the outermost area was also the most chaotic. If extra supplies were needed, people had to look for them outside or take on tasks. After completing tasks, they would receive corresponding supplies. There were 3 task distribution points in the capital city, 1 in each zone. Tasks typically involved teaming up to find food or other resources. There were various kinds of tasks, with the most common being to search for supplies. Looking for someone, who did he want to find? According to the soldiers looking for people, the young master wanted them to find a woman. Yes, call Qing Feng to come see me. You bring some food inside to see the young master. Yes. Where's this place? When Qiming opened her eyes, she found herself in a body of water, and surprisingly, she could breathe freely underwater. What is this place? Qiming looked around curiously, and, aside from water, there was nothing else. Oh, what is that? Qiming noticed something glowing at the bottom of the water and swam over to grab it. It was a jade box, and the light was emanating from the box itself. After taking the box in her hands, Qiming noticed that there seemed to be a translucent spot on it. Is that the exit? Qiming swam upwards with all her might, ignoring her body's exhaustion. She just knew that if she got out, she might find out where this was. With a splash, Qiming broke through the water surface. She exerted all her strength, reached up, and climbed out. When Qiming finally lifted her head above the surface, she realized she was actually in the well of her own space. Struggling to climb out of the well, Qiming leaned against the edge, gasping for air. Although she could breathe underwater, the air above ground felt much smoother to breathe. How strange! How did she end up at the bottom of the space well? What is this? There's actually something at the bottom of the space well? Qiming opened the 2 palm-sized jade boxes she took from the bottom of the well. The boxes were square and had no patterns on them. If it hadn't been for the shimmering light they emitted from the water, Qiming wouldn't have noticed them. After thinking for a moment, she decided to open the boxes. A flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the space, and Qiming instinctively squinted her eyes. Once the golden light faded, she could see what was inside the boxes, an ancient parchment book. Qiming opened the sheepskin book and saw a flash of golden light. The words in the sheepskin book transformed into small golden characters, flooding into Qiming's mind. She felt a sharp pain in her head, and just when she couldn't bear the pain any longer, suddenly the pain vanished, replaced by a sense of relief throughout her body. Even the fatigue she had felt when waking up underwater disappeared. In her mind, a line of small characters appeared, glowing faintly in gold. It turned out that the words from the book had entered Qiming's body. As she read the lines, she realized what the sheepskin book was about. Chapter 59. The Origin of a Jade Box and the Space. It turned out that the sheepskin book was about the origin and function of this space. Qiming's grandmother had given her this jade pendant, which had a history. This jade pendant had been in Huaxia for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, a meteor fell from the sky and split into 2. One piece was completely black, while the other was as pure as a clear sky. Later, these two meteorites were discovered by an immortal who found them intriguing and brought them home. Over time, she realized that the black meteorite was strange and could drive people mad, while the other meteorite seemed to counter the power of the black one. To prevent any mishap, the immortal buried these two meteorites in her tomb to stop anyone from obtaining the black meteorite and causing harm to the world. When the immortal passed away, she discovered that both meteorites could identify their master by blood, and they contained a world within them. Therefore, she placed both spatial meteorites in identical jade boxes and wrote these warnings to caution people about the powers of the meteorites. The immortal also wrote that the jade meteorite could restrain the black meteorite's power, and should it fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions. She hoped that this person would use the jade meteorite's power to destroy the black one. However, the method of how to use the jade meteorite's power to destroy the other was not clearly written. It only hastily mentioned that the two powers could cancel each other out, but it did not explain how to achieve that. The immortal also documented how to utilize the power of the jade meteorite. She mentioned that there was a spring of spiritual water in this space. Qimeng looked at the well, which must have been referring to the water inside. She continued reading, discovering that this spiritual spring was incredibly miraculous, possessing the ability to dispel evil and toxins and to heal itself, allowing wounds to heal quickly. At that time, the immortal also used the spiritual spring in this space to benefit many people. As for the land in this space, the immortal said it was originally there and possessed spiritual energy. The food produced from this land could nourish the body and enhance one's constitution, advising the future owner of the meteorite to make good use of it. There wasn't much explanation about the black meteorite, likely written in another box, probably inside that black meteorite. Upon reading this, Qimeng realized that there were indeed two such meteorites. This meant that besides herself, perhaps another person also possessed one. These two meteorites had been buried underground for so long, and now that hers had emerged and was crafted into a jade pendant. The other black meteorite must have also been discovered and perhaps fashioned into something. Maybe no one had yet uncovered this secret, or perhaps someone else had found it just like her, but these were not things she needed to think about right now. According to the immortal's notes, once the black meteorite was claimed by someone, the user was highly likely to be controlled by it, leading to harm. Qimeng suddenly had a bold idea. Could the outbreak of the virus be related to that black meteorite? After all, the notes mentioned that the black meteorite could drive people mad and make them unrecognizable to their kin, which had similarities to the zombie virus. Furthermore, since she was able to obtain this spatial meteorite, it was possible that others could obtain the other one. There couldn't be such coincidences in the world. Rebirth, space, virus, outbreak. Everything was too coincidental, and she couldn't help but connect them all. If what the note said was true, that the black meteorite could lead to humanity's destruction while the peace within her could suppress the other, did her rebirth have any connection? Was it the power of the meteorite that allowed her to be reborn? However, she remembered that in her previous life, this jade pendant disappeared shortly after the apocalypse. So it couldn't have been the power of the meteorite that caused her rebirth. What then was the significance of her rebirth? Qimeng's mind felt overwhelmed, as if something was tugging at her thoughts. Qimeng shook her messy head, feeling a bit better after a while. She looked at the instructions left by the immortal on how to use the power of the meteorite. Once the meteorite is recognized by its master, it will enter the master's body, and its power will naturally integrate into the master's body. However, Qimeng initially thought this space was merely a storage area for supplies or a place to plant things, and she didn't feel anything different. In fact, this power only manifests when the master consciously uses it. At first, Qimeng was completely unaware of this power, so she never felt it. After being prompted by the immortal's notes, Qimeng began to sense the power within her body. At first, she felt nothing, but eventually, she seemed to touch a bit of the essence. In the darkness, she vaguely noticed a small light point at her heart, and when she got closer, she saw that this light point resembled the jade pendant she had first encountered, shaped like a raindrop, emitting a faint glow. With Qimeng's conscious manipulation, the light gradually flowed towards her right hand. She shouted and punched out, and with a loud bang, the neatly stacked supplies not far away were sent scattering in disarray. some flying far away as if they had been hit. Qiming stared at her right hand in astonishment. Was she really that powerful? However, the next second, she felt as if her strength had been drained away. When she tried to use that power again, she found she could no longer access it, and even her own strength felt depleted. It was then that Qiming noticed a line of small text at the back of her mind, revealing that this power needed to be refined slowly. Once she could manipulate this power freely, her body wouldn't feel as if it had been emptied out like this. Because this power was too strong, one had to be cautious in using it. Only after thoroughly refining this power could she wield it effortlessly and control its magnitude at will. After Qimeng finished reading the text in her mind, the golden letters transformed into golden dots of light, fully merging into her body. Although she hadn't fully regained her strength, Qimeng began to feel her body gradually recovering. She even sensed that something about her body was different, as if it had become more flexible and lighter, likely due to the golden light that had integrated into her. In the space, Qimeng practiced using her power for a while, feeling like she had touched a bit of the essence. This power felt like an invisible energy, similar to the internal energy described in martial arts novels. A person with profound internal energy could condense it into a sword or a shield, able to attack or defend, killing without a trace. However, since Qimeng had just started, she wasn't very skilled in using it and could only unleash it all at once, resulting in the after effects of her strength being drained. Qimeng decided to test how long it would take to fully recover after unleashing all her power again. Thinking of this, Qimeng also thought of her parents. After her sudden fall into the river, she wondered how they were doing. Would the chubby guy from Taishan take good care of her parents? But crossing from Z province to the capital city, that guy Jun Mabai shouldn't ignore her parents, right? He had said he would look after them once they reached the capital. Now that she was gone, she wondered if Jun Mabai would keep his promise. After all, they had been through so much together and had formed a deep friendship along the way. A commander of a young army shouldn't be that petty and neglectful. Qimeng cleaned up the scattered supplies in the space and changed into a clean set of clothes. The most important thing now was to go to the capital to find her parents. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she found herself outside the space. However, as soon as she emerged, she felt something was wrong. She was still in the water. She almost choked and couldn't catch her breath. Luckily, Qimeng reacted quickly and swam hard toward the shore, just as she was about to run out of breath. She finally reached the shore. Looking at her wet clothes, she sighed helplessly. She had just changed, and now she had to change again. After changing her clothes, Qimeng looked around. In front of her was a clear stream, much smaller than the river she had fallen into. It seemed that after entering the space, she had been washed here by the river. Aside from stones and trees, there was nothing else around. So, she had been washed into a ravine? Finally, relying on her instincts, Qimeng walked in a random direction. After a week of walking, she finally saw a road. During this week, Qimeng didn't slack off while traveling. She also practiced using the power of the meteorite within her. After a week, she had made considerable progress in harnessing this power, as she could now manipulate a small portion of it without gasping for breath or exhausting herself. Moreover, she was able to condense this small amount of power into sword energy. Although it was very short, just the length of a dagger, it was a significant breakthrough, wasn't it? She believed that soon, she would be able to condense it into sword energy as long as a sword. The frost sword was missing, and the blood blade seemed to have been lent to Jun Mabai. Now, apart from the pile of firearms in the space, she had no weapons for self-defense. Fortunately, being able to condense sword energy the length of a dagger meant she wouldn't be completely unarmed. However, she was hesitant about whether she could use this power in front of others. After all, sword energy and internal power were only seen in martial arts novels. The condensed sword energy would appear to others as just a mass of air, invisible to the naked eye. Once on the road, she found a vehicle for transportation. Thankfully, there was still gasoline in the space. After struggling to start the engine for a long time, it finally ignited. Qimeng's top priority now was to find a place to see if there was a map or to ask someone for directions. After driving for most of the day, she finally arrived at a small town in the afternoon. It seemed to be a tourist spot, with ancient-style buildings and a charming layout of bridges and flowing water. looking particularly beautiful under the bright sun. Qiming also noticed that after she came out of the space, the weather became very hot. If the weather is not abnormal, then it can only be said that she had been in a coma in the space for a long time, long enough for it to have turned into summer. When she fell into the river, it was only April, so it shouldn't be this hot. However, after coming out of the space, the scorching sun made her feel like it was summer. Qiming felt that she had been in a coma for 2 months in the space, and it was already the hot month of June. It's just that after walking in the forest for a week, she couldn't find anyone to confirm it. Qiming drove the car into the small town and parked it on the street, looking for any living people. If there were none, it would be good to search for usable supplies. After all, there's no harm in having too much of them. The more the better, as she had plenty of space to store them. The sound of the car's engine was particularly jarring in the quiet town, and the zombies that had been aimlessly wandering with vacant expressions suddenly perked up, all rushing towards the source of the noise. Qiming quickly got out of the car and slipped into a narrow alley before the zombies could spot her. It was a quaint stone path, with ancient-style houses on both sides, all made of wood, and every door was wide open. Each room was in utter disarray, having been destroyed to the extreme. It's not hard to see that such a place, before the apocalypse, must have been a beautiful tourist destination. However, after the end of the world, it has become so dilapidated. Nevertheless, even in its ruin, Qiming can still recognize the original beauty of this small town. Chapter 60. Jerry. Two fists cannot compete with 4 hands. The town is built around a lake, so the center of the town is an artificial lake. It's not very large, but it's also not small. Qiming estimated that if one were to jog around the lake, it would take at least an hour to complete. The water is not very clear and emits a foul odor. After all, who would take care of this artificial lake after the apocalypse? The water is murky, and it's unlikely to be clean. Qiming dreamed of getting closer to the lake to take a look. As she bent down to see, she heard someone shouting for help, a male voice, and, judging by the accent, it seemed he was not from Huaxia, but had a foreign tone. Following the source of the sound, Qiming walked into a nearby alley and saw about 10 zombies surrounding a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. The man was protecting a small bag in his arms with one hand while wielding an iron rod with the other, swinging it wildly at the zombies. However, it seemed to have little effect, and instead, the group of zombies was closing in on him even more. Qiming furrowed her brow, torn between whether to save or not. She had no weapons on her, and the only potential weapon was the power of the meteorite within her body, which could be solidified into a weapon. However, she wasn't sure yet if she could use that power in front of others. Looking around, her gaze finally landed on a wooden stick on the ground. Although it wasn't the most suitable weapon, it could still be used with some effort. Qiming picked up a wooden stick from the ground and, without saying a word, charged directly at the dozen or so zombies. She thrust the stick toward the nearest zombie. Hearing the commotion, some of the other zombies began to surround her. Qiming kicked away the lifeless zombie and went straight for another one, using the stick to wrap around its neck. With a strong pull, the zombie's head separated from its body. While she was fighting the zombies, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man stood nearby, mouth agape, as if he were witnessing something terrifying. With a crack, the wooden stick in Qiming's hand struck the head of a male zombie, causing it to lose its life. However, the stick also broke in the process. Qiming glanced at the broken stick on the ground, raised an eyebrow, and thought, what now? Suddenly, her gaze narrowed as she spotted a foreign young man curled up nearby. She jumped over and snatched the iron rod from his hands, saying, I'll borrow your stick. She didn't care whether the foreign young man could understand her or not. The young man tightly shut his mouth and began to tremble a bit in front of the woman, stammering out a few words in broken Chinese. Thank you. Qiming nodded and directly handed the iron rod to the young man. Here, it's yours. The young man was clearly startled, thinking he was going to be hit, so he shrank his neck in fear. When he saw that Qiming was just returning the rod to him, he glanced at the girl in front of him, whose murderous aura had not yet dissipated, and eventually took the iron rod, still looking a bit scared as he said hesitantly, Thank you for saving me. His Chinese was quite fluent. Qiming looked at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man and commented, You look a bit thin, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. His clothes were clean, and her first impression was of a slender young man who seemed quite young, probably around 17 or 18 years old, with striking blue eyes. The young man shyly smiled. Before I came to Huaxia, I'll learn some Chinese. Hello, my name is Jerry. Jerry shyly extended his right hand, revealing two small canine teeth when he smiled, looking quite adorable. Qiming looked at her hands. She wanted to shake hands, but after just dealing with those zombies, her hands were covered in blood. Qiming raised her hand and said, maybe not. I'm Feng Qiming. Nice to meet you. You just now were so cool. You dealt with those zombies in just a few moves. Those things are really strong. It takes several people from here to handle one, Jerry said in broken Chinese. His tone a bit strange, but Qiming could understand him. People from here? Are there other survivors? Qiming noticed Jerry's choice of words and was surprised to find out there were others. Jerry nodded. Since Qiming saved him, she shouldn't be a bad person, so he thought about whether to take her to their place. But then he seemed to remember something, and his expression dimmed. It's very dangerous here at night. You should leave quickly and not stay here. After saying that, Jerry glanced at Qiming anxiously and hurriedly turned to leave. Qiming followed behind Jerry and found that he had gone to a small shopping mall. However, the buildings here were all designed in a traditional style, so the exteriors looked similar. Qiming only realized it was a small shopping mall when she saw the sign above. The main entrance of the mall was tightly closed, and there were quite a few zombies wandering outside. Qiming watched as Jerry carefully circled around the front door and walked to the back door. He knocked on the back door, and, after a few minutes, someone inside finally opened it. After Jerry entered, the back door was securely shut. Qiming looked around and circled the mall. As a stranger, there was no way others would open the door for her. The only way for her to get in was to check if there were any other entrances. Sure enough, after circling the mall, she found a back window behind the mall. Large malls are usually designed with ventilation ducts, but in a mall of this size, such ducts are less common. Typically, there's just a ventilation opening at the very top for air circulation. However, this ventilation window was about 2 people high. How was she supposed to get up there? In the end, Qiming found some things to help her climb, and with her current skills, getting up was not a problem. She pried open the ventilation window and managed to enter the small mall. The mall only had 2 floors, and Qiming was now in the storage room on the 2nd floor, where various cans were stored, not very neatly arranged. From the looks of it, these items were likely gathered together by the survivors here. Qiming raised her eyebrows. So much food? Wouldn't it be embarrassing not to take any? But after all, this is someone else's life-saving food. It wouldn't be right to take it for herself, would it? Forget it. Let's let them off this time. I'll leave this food alone for now. Qiming opened the storage room door and cautiously peeked inside. No one was there, so she could leave. Stepping out of the storage room, she found herself in a small corridor. Passing through the corridor led her to the larger hallway outside. Qiming hid behind a large potted plant that had already wilted, looking down the hallway. The first floor was a small hall filled with people, and around them stood 4 armed men, seemingly guarding the crowd. The people in the hall were very quiet, but their faces were all filled with fear. They huddled together, looking terrified of the armed men, not daring to lift their heads. Is that all you found after such a long time? Did you hide some away? Do you want to get beaten? At that moment, an angry voice came from a nearby room. Encounter zombies? Are you kidding me? With your skills, you think you could escape from zombies? A man sitting in a chair had 1 foot propped up on the table, slamming it down with a bang that startled the young foreign man, making him flinch. The 4 people opposite the young man laughed when they saw his reaction. One of the men standing behind said, "Ha, with you like this? You could get scared just by a loud noise, and you think you could escape from the zombies? I didn't lie to you. I really was chased by zombies, but I ran fast, so they couldn't catch me. That's why I was able to escape. I'm telling the truth. I searched all outside and only found this food. I didn't dare go to places with many zombies." Jerry stammered, and Qiming watched from outside, furrowing her brows. "Please don't hurt my sister. I'll find you more supplies. I beg you." Jerry stepped forward anxiously, his eyes filled with worry for his sister and fear of the men in front of him. As long as you behave, we guarantee we won't make things difficult for your sister. All right, you can leave now." The man in the chair waved his hand at Jerry and then spoke to one of his subordinates behind him. "I haven't had any fun in a while. Go bring that girl we brought last time. I need to relieve some stress today." "Yes, boss." The man behind nodded and took Jerry down. After a while, he returned with a woman whose clothes were torn and tattered. She was dragged in, her expression blank, not even struggling as the man brought her into the room. Soon after, everyone else in the room exited, leaving only the boss and the woman. Before long, the sounds of heavy breathing and moving furniture could be heard from inside the room. Qiming hid outside, and without needing to look, she already knew what was happening inside. Her gaze was cold as she observed the scene, feeling angry that these people lacked humanity, yet she had no intention of intervening. In her previous life, she had seen many people like this and encountered such situations frequently. After witnessing so much, her anger had naturally dulled. It was none of her business, and she had never liked to meddle or play the savior. If there were truly a savior in this world, they should come and save her too, as she needed saving as well. Moreover, there were so many of them, 4 in the room and 4 in the hall downstairs, totaling 8 people, not to mention if there were others. All of them had guns, and she wasn't foolish enough to try and save them alone. One wrong move could cost her own life. Although she had weapons in her space, she knew that one against many was futile. It was better for her to take care of herself, find someone to ask for directions, and leave. Chapter 61. Jessie and her brother, as those who had left disappeared down the stairs. Qiming stepped out from behind a flower pot near the window. She had noted the direction in which Jerry was taken, which led to a corridor ahead. After looking around and finding no one, she quickly made her way to the corridor. There were doors on both sides, with a total of 5 rooms. Qiming first pressed her ear against the door of the first room to listen, but there was no sound. She moved on to the second, and still heard nothing. It wasn't until the last room that she caught faint voices. "Jessie, how are you?" Inside the room, on a small bed, a frail girl lay weakly, her complexion pale and appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, a typical foreign beauty, though her face bore a sickly charm. Jerry sat on the edge of the bed, one hand supporting the little girl, holding her close to him, his eyes filled with worry and tenderness. The little girl weakly lifted her eyes. "Brother, you went out again?" She noticed the still damp bloodstains on Jerry, remnants from when Qiming had saved him, blood from a zombie. "Brother, doesn't tea allow you to say silly things? When I was out looking for supplies, I already ate. This is for you, eat it. You eat it, I want to eat." With a creak, just as the siblings were pushing each other, the door suddenly opened a crack. Jerry and Jessie looked fearfully toward the entrance, and Jerry hurriedly tucked the broken cookies away under the blanket. It seemed the siblings were afraid of whoever was coming in. "It's you? The benefactor." After hiding the cookie crumbs, Jerry realized that the person entering was the girl who had saved him outside earlier. After Qiming entered, she casually closed and locked the door, leaning against it and waving to Jessie, who was on the bed. "Hi there." Jerry gently leaned Jessie against the edge of the bed and adjusted her blanket before standing up, looking at Qiming with a puzzled expression. "How did you get in?" "I crawled in through the ventilation window." Qiming shrugged and replied, "What are you doing here? This isn't a good place. You should leave quickly before they find you." Jerry said, worried for Qiming. This girl had saved him, and he couldn't let her fall into the hands of those heartless people. Qiming put her hands down and walked over from the door, stopping in front of Jerry and Jessie. "Since I can come in, I can also go out. As for you, I am your lifesaver, and I haven't even allowed you to thank me before you left. You just walked out, leaving me with no one to talk to." Jerry scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be ungrateful. It's just that this isn't a good place, which is why I didn't bring you here. This place. I understand what you mean. I'm not blaming you. I know what you want to say. I just took a walk outside and realized you actually didn't want those people outside to find me. Thank you. It's just that I finally met a living person. So I wanted to ask some questions, but I didn't expect you to leave so quickly, which is why I followed you here." Qiming knew that Jerry had good intentions. He understood what kind of people were in here, so he didn't bring her. The kind-hearted foreign young man didn't mind helping him. "Brother." Jessie, who was on the bed, gently tugged at her brother's hand, looking at Qiming with a mix of fear and curiosity, her azure eyes sparkling. Qiming also saw the little girl on the bed. She was too thin and clearly malnourished. It seemed she also had a bit of a cold. Her face wasn't looking well. Qiming smiled at Jessie and said, "Hello, my name is Feng Qiming." Qiming waved at the little girl, who was surprised that Qiming was greeting her. She shyly grabbed her brother's hand and lowered her head. At the same time, Qiming learned some basic information about Jerry and Jessie. They were siblings who had always wanted to visit Huaxia, so they found a time to come just before the apocalypse. To prepare for their trip, they had self-studied a lot of Chinese, which was why they could both speak it. However, They didn't expect to encounter a virus outbreak after arriving in M province. They happened to be visiting a tourist town when the outbreak occurred, and soon the entire town was locked down. They couldn't get out, and no one could get in. After 5 or 6 days, the people who had sealed off the area withdrew, and the town was free again, but it had already become a land of zombies, with only a few survivors. The zombies were strong, and many people were filled with fear, unwilling to confront the monsters. As a result, many stayed in the mall, including Jerry and Jesse. At first, everyone coexisted harmoniously, but after a month, food began to run out, and many started to fight over basic necessities, leading to more deaths. About half a month later, a group of armed individuals arrived, which was when Qiming saw those with guns. The leader, known as Boss Hong, had been a small-time thug before the apocalypse. Having served time for assault, after his release, he loitered around the town, where many disliked him. After the apocalypse, he gathered a group of followers, the ones behind him and those downstairs with guns, which they acquired from the town's police station. Upon arriving at the mall, they took control by virtue of their firearms. In the beginning, things were relatively calm, but as time went on, they started to exhibit tyrannical behavior, controlling everyone. They captured children and the elderly, forcing the remaining people to scavenge for supplies. If they couldn't find anything, they would threaten their loved ones. Those who resisted were directly threatened with guns, and they maintained this control until now. Their inhumanity grew, and they began to target the women there. The woman brought to Boss Hong's room today was only 17 or 18 and had been abused by those men a month ago. They had tried to resist, but what could they do against armed men? They had thought about escaping, but outside were hordes of zombies. Their food supply was low, and where could they run to? Although it was tough, at least they had something to eat, allowing them to survive somehow. Therefore, those confined here, though fearful of Boss Hong and his men, dared not disobey. Jesse had been captured by Boss Hong, who threatened Jerry. Jesse hadn't had a full meal in months, and as a result, her already thin body had become nothing but skin and bones. The weather had been chilly, and with insufficient food and warmth. She caught a cold and had not found any medicine, so her condition worsened. Every time Jerry went out to scavenge, he secretly saved a little for his sister, but even that had little effect. At Jesse's age, she was supposed to be growing, and with her illness, no amount of food would be enough. After chatting with Jerry, Qiming tilted her head, unsure of what she was thinking. After a while, she took the backpack from behind her, which she had found outside. One should always carry something, right? At least it could help her conceal her actions when she needed to use her space. The backpack wasn't much, just a small amount of food and a few pieces of clothing. Qiming reached into the backpack, but she was actually looking for medicine in her space. She pretended to search for a while before taking out some cold medicine from the backpack and handing it to Jerry. I have some cold medicine and some food. Give it to your sister. It should help her feel better. Jerry looked at the medicine and food in his hands and was surprised as he looked at Qiming. Seeing this, Jerry didn't hold back. He really needed the cold medicine. He repeatedly said thank you in both English and Chinese and fed the medicine to his sister. Noticing they had no water, Qiming took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and gave it to them, deciding to help them out since they were foreign friends and seemed kind-hearted. Thank you, sister, Jesse said politely after finishing the medicine. Qiming smiled and said to Jerry, I can take you out. She calmly stated that indeed she could take them out, and she was confident in not alarming anyone while bringing the two of them out, but it could only be 2 at most. Hearing Qiming say this, both Jerry and Jesse shuddered. The siblings exchanged a glance, and finally, Jesse, with sparkling eyes, said, Sister, can you really take us out? Yes, I can, but only the 2 of you. Qiming nodded at Jesse's sparkling eyes. Sister, can you take everyone locked up below out? You want to take them with us? Qiming asked in confusion. Jesse nodded. They are so pitiful. As she spoke, she lowered her head. Those girls were about the same age as her. If it weren't for her brother always protecting her, she might have ended up like that too. If given the chance, she hoped that all these people could escape. Qiming frowned slightly. She didn't want to take those people with her to escape. With so many people on the first floor, if she really wanted to save them, it would be necessary to alert Hong Laoda's people, and she didn't want to take that risk for them. Moreover, those people might not be willing to escape with her. I can only take the 2 of you. There are too many people, and it's too big of a target. I don't want to cause trouble. Qiming thought for a moment and still refused. She had said before that she was not a savior. Her first criterion for saving someone was fate, and the second was to do her best. If she didn't dislike a person and it was within her ability, she wouldn't mind helping. Jerry wasn't a bad person, which was why she said she could help them escape. And with just 2 people, the target was small enough for her to be confident. However, a group of people was different. "I'm sorry, I've troubled you too much, sister. It's already very difficult for you to take me and my brother out alone." Jessie also understood that she was asking for something very difficult. Chiming didn't mind. After all, she didn't intend to be a savior. Jessie was only about 14 or 15, and seeing those girls inevitably made her feel sympathy, since they were around the same age as her. However, she would come to realize later that not everyone deserving of sympathy has the ability to help, and doing her best is the best approach. Moreover, some people might not necessarily need her help. Chapter 62. Escape. Everything came too suddenly as night fell. The moonlight was like water, and the evening breeze blew over the lotus pond, causing ripples on the water surface. The moonlight reflected in the water swayed gently. When the wind stopped, the ripples in the water did not cease. Instead, they began to intensify. Suddenly, with a splash, a colossal creature appeared on the lake's surface, then swiftly dove underwater, disappearing from sight. The lake's surface gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. In the town's shopping mall, Jerry carried his sister on his back. The door creaked softly as it opened from the outside. Chiming waved to the 2 people inside the room, signaling that they could leave. Chiming had been waiting here until nightfall. Only at night, when everyone in the mall was sound asleep, was it easiest to sneak out without being noticed. After checking outside and confirming that everyone inside the mall was asleep, she called Jerry and Jessie. She wondered how Boss Hong managed things. He actually didn't arrange for anyone to keep watch at night. Was he so sure that these people wouldn't run away? In fact, Boss Hong did arrange for people to keep watch, but those guards were very drowsy. In the past, they would keep their eyes open until dawn, but over time, nothing significant had happened, and they stopped taking their night watch duty seriously. They would only stay alert until midnight before dozing off, which gave Jerry and Jessie a great opportunity to escape. Jerry carried his sister on his back and followed closely behind Chiming as the 3 of them cautiously made their way through the corridor to the storage room where Chiming had entered earlier, which was used for storing food. When they opened the storage room door, it creaked loudly, echoing in the quiet mall. The 3 of them immediately froze, alertly watching their surroundings. After a while, realizing that no one had heard them, they carefully pulled the door open and entered the storage room. Chiming pointed to the window above. "Jerry, you go up first." Jerry nodded, put down Jessie, and climbed out of the window. Chiming moved a prop from the side and said to Jessie, "How is it? No problem, right?" Jessie looked at the window, nodded, stepped on the prop that Chiming had set up, and with Chiming's help, successfully reached the windowsill. However, before she could jump down, Chiming and Jessie heard something fall to the ground. They turned to see a person standing at the door, who had somehow arrived there, and the thing that had fallen was apparently his pants. "What are you doing? Trying to escape?" "Someone is trying to escape." The man reacted and shouted for help. A few seconds later, everyone in the mall woke up, and many footsteps were coming toward them. Chiming frowned. Damn it, no matter how she calculated. She never expected someone would get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. Damn it, how could she forget to close the door? Chiming quickly said to Jessie, "You and your brother go first." "Sister, you." Jessie leaned against the window, hesitating, seemingly worried about Chiming. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys go first." Chiming knew what Jessie wanted to say and immediately reassured her. After saying that, she pushed Jessie down and shouted outside the window, "Jerry, catch your sister." Since she had already been discovered, she didn't mind making her voice a little louder. After pushing Jessie down, Chiming originally thought she still had time to climb up herself, but the man who had been standing outside the door quickly pulled up his pants and rushed towards Chiming. Standing on the platform, Chiming glanced at the can below her feet and kicked it out directly. The can hit the man's face with a loud bang, causing him to sway left and right before crashing to the ground, unconscious. After the man fainted, 3 more people appeared at the door, each holding a gun. They looked at their fallen comrade and then at the person standing on the platform in the room. Once they realized what was happening, they immediately fired several shots at Chiming. Chiming was startled. There was nothing around her to shield herself, and no place to hide. What should she do? The power of the meteorite? But she could only use a little bit now. She couldn't protect herself on a large scale. If she unleashed that power directly, she wouldn't even have the strength to walk when more people came. In the split second, as the bullets were flying towards her, Qiming's mind quickly flashed through these thoughts. But in the end, she realized that none of those options would work. The only feasible way was to enter the space. Just as Qiming was contemplating whether to reveal her space, her gaze swept across the bullets, and suddenly, she realized she could see the trajectory of the bullets clearly, as if they had slowed down right in front of her eyes. In that moment, Qiming miraculously dodged the bullets based on the trajectory she saw. With several bangs, the bullets all shot into the wall behind her. Qiming was taken aback and tilted her body slightly to look at the wall behind her, where several bullets were firmly embedded. The three people who had fired the shots were equally astonished as they stared at the girl in front of them. Could it be that they were seeing things? How could someone dodge bullets, especially in such a small room? They only saw the girl move her body gently a few times and managed to avoid those bullets. How is that possible? Qiming was actually just as surprised as they were. She didn't even know when she had become so powerful. The bullets whizzing past her ears felt like watching a slow-motion film. Could it be the power of a meteorite? That was the only explanation she could think of. Suddenly, she became very curious about what other surprises the meteorite's power could bring her. It seemed she would need to make better use of that power in the future to unlock more abilities. Just then, the three astonished individuals moved. They couldn't believe it. How could someone avoid bullets in such a small space? The earlier incident must have been a coincidence. Immediately after, the gunfire erupted again, and Qiming was startled, quickly dodging out of the way. This time, she truly felt that the bullets were slowing down right in front of her. She suppressed her inner excitement, reminding herself that she needed to deal with the situation first. Although she could evade the bullets, she still had to be cautious of the danger. Qiming approached the three people with a strange gait, and before they could react in surprise, she swung 2 cans of fish and smashed them down on the 2 people on either side. They elegantly fainted, while the person in the middle, still holding the handgun, looked around at his companions, then saw the enlarged face before him. With his eyes closed, he also fainted. He was scared unconscious. Qiming saw him faint and took the opportunity to kick him again. It was only after the person truly passed out that Qiming stopped her violent actions. More footsteps were approaching from the corridor, and Qiming's eyes flashed as if she thought of something. She glanced at the food in the entire room, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. When Qiming emerged from the storage room, she was carrying 2 baskets filled with food. When she reached the corridor, both sides were already blocked by people. However, Qiming didn't go left or right. Instead, she dashed forward, letting the contents of the 2 baskets spill onto the ground. As she leaped into the air, she turned around and threw one of the baskets forward, grabbing onto a strap midair, and with a gentle jump, she landed steadily on the first floor. The people downstairs, seeing the food falling from the sky, rushed to pick it up. They had never had a full meal, and seeing so much food raining down, they could hardly contain themselves as they scrambled to collect it. Qiming made a gesture to the people on the second floor, indicating they didn't need to be polite, then revealed a mischievous smile and turned to run towards the door. The supermarket door was a glass door, followed by a wooden door, which Qiming kicked open. Moonlight streamed in through the glass door, revealing an empty street outside, devoid of any zombies, completely desolate. Qiming raised the solid dagger in her hand and swiftly slashed down several times at the glass door, which was easily cut open by her. She shouted to the people behind her, "You are free." Those who had been picking up food on the ground looked at the open doorway, where a slender girl stood silhouetted against the moonlight, like an angel sent from heaven. Although they couldn't see her face clearly, they knew that this girl was sent by the heavens to save them. Though they were afraid of the monsters outside, they had long wanted to escape this oppressive place. At first, they thought it was better to endure the brutality of these people than to face the monsters outside. However, over time, they realized that these people were even more terrifying than the monsters outside. By the time they figured this out, they were already so hungry that they didn't even have the strength to escape. But then, suddenly, a savior appeared, and everything came too suddenly for them to react. When they saw the food falling from the sky, they thought they were dreaming, but when they saw the open door, they knew they were not dreaming. Someone had truly come to save them, no matter what mood they were in or what they were thinking at that moment. Chiming's decision to help them was sudden. Accompanied by Jerry and Jesse, she felt completely helpless. Initially, she thought she could just save two people she found pleasing to the eye and leave it at that, but they were unexpectedly discovered. Jerry and Jesse were just sent out by her, and it was difficult to rescue those people with the two of them. However, it was different when she was alone. Alone, she could come and go as she pleased. She originally lacked confidence, but suddenly realized she could dodge bullets. What was there to be unsure about? Thus, she thought saving a life was worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Since she had this ability, why not try to save these people? After all, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. If she had inherited the power of the meteorite and could easily see the trajectory of the bullets, then the immortal who wrote the notes also said to use the power of the meteorite to do good deeds whenever possible. This could be considered a good deed, right? In the corridor, Boss Hong had not yet reacted to the sudden change. Who was that woman who appeared out of nowhere? At that moment, a lackey approached, stuttering, "B-boss. Our food. It's all gone." "What? Say that again." Boss Hong thought he must have misheard. "B-boss, the food. It's all disappeared." Upon hearing this, Boss Hong immediately rushed to the food storage room. The scene before him made him feel that not only was his hearing faulty, but his eyesight must also be failing. How could this be? The room that was originally filled with food was now completely empty. Not a single can or cookie was left. Only the clean shelves remained. Boss Hong's men looked at each other, unsure of how to chase after them. They had all gone out the front door. With a loud bang, Boss Hong punched the shelf. His lackeys immediately rushed outside, not knowing if they were really going after Chiming or if they were just taking the opportunity to escape. Chapter 63. Poisoned, the woman in the water grass at night. The entire town was very quiet. From a high vantage point, it looked ancient and elegant, like an ink wash painting. The zombies that had once roamed the streets were nowhere to be seen. The street was silent except for the sound of insects, and not a single shadow of a zombie could be found. Chiming, who had just run out of the mall, seemed to sense something was off. It was too quiet. When she had entered the town during the day, there had been many zombies wandering the streets. How could there be none at night? Did zombies need to sleep too? Chiming took out a handgun from her space and also pulled out 2 grenades to tuck behind her waist. The situation was too strange, so she needed to be cautious. After she got those people out, she didn't follow the crowd, but instead headed to the place she had agreed upon with Jerry and Jesse, the center of the town, the Central Lake. They had agreed that if they got separated for any reason, they would meet by the Central Lake. Although she didn't know if Jerry and the others would come, or if they would just leave, since she had made a promise. She felt she had to go and check it out. Before reaching the center of the lake, Chiming heard a few screams coming from nearby, and that direction was exactly where the center of the lake was. Chiming was startled. The voice sounded like Jesse S. Was something wrong? She immediately ran towards the center of the lake. What she saw shocked her. Countless strands of water plants were rising from the center of the lake, completely covering the surface. The strands seemed to be controlled by something as they attacked Jesse and Jerry. Jesse was already tangled around her waist by one of the strands, being slowly pulled into the water. Jerry was tightly holding onto his sister's hand, but he couldn't withstand the strength of the water plants, and his feet were gradually being pulled forward. Half of Jesse's body was already submerged in the water, and more water plants began to frantically wrap around the lower half of Jesse's body in the water. It looked like both of them were about to fall into the water. When Chiming saw the situation, she immediately rushed over in a few quick steps, not caring whether she would expose her meteorite powers. She tucked her handgun behind her waist and solidified a blade in her right hand, slashing towards one end of the water plants. Only then did Jerry pull Jess up. Jess was already in poor health and had fainted from fear. Jerry had no choice but to hold his sister and step back a bit, watching the water plants that emerged from the center of the lake. He said, "I don't know. We came here to wait for you, but we didn't expect so many of these water plants to suddenly appear, and they can attack people. We didn't have time to run and got tangled up. Luckily you came," Jerry said, looking at the water plants. Chiming frowned as she looked at the surface of the lake. Attack plants? Could it be another mutant formed by zombies and some kind of plant? Don't mutants usually start to appear about half a year to a year into the apocalypse? Why did she feel like these zombie mutants were showing up earlier and earlier? Could it really be related to her rebirth? What is that? It seems like there are people. Just as Qiming was filled with doubts, Jerry seemed to see something and pointed behind Qiming. Both of them were dressed in black and wore masks, standing by the lake for a while, and to Qiming's surprise, the water plants didn't attack them. Jerry noticed this too and wanted to tell Qiming, but Qiming quickly made a shushing gesture to him, signaling him to keep watching. To their astonishment, not only did the water plants not attack the two, but they also seemed to be quite afraid of them, retreating far away. That was until one of the individuals took out a bottle from their pocket and poured something into the water. As soon as the liquid touched the water, the previously retreating water plants immediately swarmed back like fish going for food, thrashing about for a while. After the two black-clad individuals completed their task and looked around, confirming no one was nearby, they left. Just as Jerry was about to speak, Qiming pulled him back, pointing ahead. For more people were coming, and these were none other than the subordinates sent by Boss Hong to find Qiming. They were unaware that the water plants could attack people, and as they walked along the lakeside, they searched for Qiming and the survivors who had escaped. What they didn't know was that beneath their feet, the water plants slithered silently like snakes, creeping up to their ankles. One of them felt like they had stepped on something and looked down, only to see that their feet were surrounded by water plants. In the next moment, the four of them were suddenly ensnared by the water plants, dragged into the water with a splash. There was no time for cries for help or even a hint of struggle. They were pulled under. The speed of these water plants seemed to be much faster than when they attacked me and Jesse. Those people didn't even have a chance to fight back. Who were those two? What was in a bottle? Jerry gasped, alternating between English and Chinese in surprise, realizing how deadly this thing was. Luckily, Qiming had arrived early. Otherwise, he and his sister would surely have ended up like those four, unable to even struggle before being dragged in. Qiming nodded slightly as if indicating something. No matter what it is, it's definitely not a good thing. So let's leave here first. Qiming said with a serious expression. No matter what it is, it's best to leave here. And besides, what does this have to do with her? Qiming and Jerry both felt it would be better to leave this place first. Just at that moment when they turned around, they were startled by the scene behind them. There was a narrow alley filled with countless zombies. Likely the entire town's horde had gathered there. If they hadn't turned around at that moment, they would have been buried in that sea of zombies. Both were taken aback. Jerry stepped back a few paces while holding the unconscious Jesse. The three of them retreated to the lakeside, but thinking of the aggressive water plants, they quickly moved further away from the lake. Now, they were caught between a rock and a hard place, with one person unconscious. Qiming glanced at Jerry and said, "You take your sister and go first." "What about you?" Jerry asked with concern. "I'll be right behind you. Staying here will only slow me down." Jerry paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Although he knew this was true, it still felt humiliating to hear it said so plainly. However, he didn't care about that. It was already great that someone was willing to save them both. What more could he say? Jerry nodded and ran off to the left with Jessie in his arms. In her hand, Qiming once again condensed a weapon. The zombies in front had already surrounded her. If she had the frost sword back then, she could have fought her way out, but now, she could only use the power of the meteorite to form a dagger-sized weapon. Against so many zombies, it felt somewhat inadequate. Although she had a gun, no matter how good her shooting skills were, she couldn't take on so many by herself. Using grenades would only create a loud noise, attracting even more zombies. Moreover, she didn't know what kind of mutated zombies were in the central lake behind her. If she disturbed the mutated zombies in the lake and couldn't handle them, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Qiming looked around, planning to find an easy way to break out. She spotted a small gap to the right and headed towards it. However, before she could step out, a long, thin water plant wrapped around her ankle, sending a sharp pain through her. The slender water plant was covered in barbs, and once it ensnared someone, these barbs would pierce their skin. Moreover, Qiming sensed that there was poison on these barbs. Qiming was startled and immediately used her dagger to cut off the water plants that were entangling her. She felt a wave of dizziness and cursed, fearing she might be poisoned. She didn't know if this poison was like the zombie virus and whether it would turn her into a zombie. Suddenly feeling poisoned made Qiming anxious. She had never been so scared, even when she fell into the river. She was afraid of what would happen if she really turned into a zombie, just like those monsters. Qiming endured the pain in her right foot and the dizziness in her head as she dealt with several zombies that lunged at her. She staggered a few steps before managing to steady herself. Qiming bit her tongue hard, and a faint metallic taste and sharp pain stimulated her nerves, bringing her a brief moment of clarity. Just then, 2 strands of aquatic plants swept toward her. Qiming blocked them with her dagger, severing the plants, which fell to the ground and withered instantly. With the attack from the aquatic plants gone, the zombies behind her charged at her one after another. Qiming gritted her teeth and took out the grenade she had initially pulled from behind her waist, throwing it towards the mass of corpses. A massive explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky, and countless severed limbs scattered across the ground. In the instant of the explosion, Qiming managed to dodge to the side, but her right arm was still severely burned. Enduring the intense pain, she stood up from the ground, her right arm numb and temporarily unable to exert any strength. At that moment, Qiming noticed a ripple in the lake's water, and a large object appeared before her in the moonlight. It was a massive sphere, entangled with countless water plants. Something seemed to be inside it. Qiming took a few steps back, her intuition warning her that whatever was inside was dangerous and she should not approach. Just as she stepped back, the sphere opened, and the water plants seemed to retreat of their own accord. A figure gradually emerged before her eyes, a woman wrapped in green water plants that conveniently covered her critical areas. Her figure was curvaceous, and under the moonlight, her skin appeared exceptionally pale. To Qiming's astonishment, the woman's hair was actually made of these water plants. The girl looked to be about Qiming's age, her eyes tightly shut as if she were asleep, with the water plants connected to her scalp, or rather, growing from it, floating on the lake's surface. Was this entire lake of water plants actually the girl's hair? What kind of mutated zombie was this? Qiming furrowed her brow in confusion. In her memories of her previous life, such a mutated zombie had never appeared. Moreover, aside from her head full of water plants, the girl looked remarkably alive, her skin smooth and flawless, without a hint of decay or darkness. In her recollection, there seemed to be no such zombie that resembled a living person, especially a mutated one. It was impossible for the body to be preserved so well. What on earth was this? Just as Qiming was lost in thought, the pain in her leg surged again, her head began to spin, and her vision blurred, as if countless phantoms danced before her eyes, making her entire head feel dizzy. In the moment before she lost consciousness, Qiming felt she wasn't collapsing onto the cold ground, but rather into a warm embrace. The next second, she plunged into darkness. Chapter 64. Rescued and meeting an old friend brother. Why hasn't Qiming's sister woken up yet? Should be quiet. 2 voices faintly echoed in Qiming's ears. She let out a soft moan, and Jerry and Jesse, looking at Qiming lying on the bed, noticed her eyes fluttering slightly. They immediately realized she was about to wake up. Before long, Qiming's trembling eyelids opened, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Jerry and Jesse staring at her intently. Qiming rubbed her forehead and tried to sit up, but found that her right hand hurt a lot when she exerted it, and there was also a slight stabbing pain in her ankle. It was only then that Qiming remembered what happened before she fainted. She had detonated a grenade, injuring her right hand, and it seemed she had also been poisoned. How did she end up here? Where was this place? Even if he was not very smart, he knew that the girl was not an ordinary human. Her hair resembled the aggressive aquatic plants. As a result, Jesse immediately caught the fainting Qiming before the girl could open her eyes, carefully holding her and fleeing from that place. Fortunately, the car he found could still drive and had a bit of gas, so Jerry took the 2 unconscious girls out of the small town. However, that little gas wouldn't last long, and the car was already in poor condition. So after driving for more than 10 minutes along the national road out of town, the car broke down. Jerry had no choice but to stay in the car with the 2 girls, so he kept watching the car all night. This morning, they happened to encounter passing vehicles, 3 cars that were likely traveling together. After talking to them for a while, they finally decided to give them a ride. They drove all day, looking for a place to stay, and Qiming and the others temporarily ended up at this place. Jesse woke up a few hours earlier than Qiming, and the siblings stayed by Qiming's side, never leaving her. Qiming appreciated the foreign siblings. Not only did Jerry not abandon her, the sick person, but he also came to save her. Qiming recognized the character of the two siblings, and it was worth her effort to rescue them from that small town. However, upon waking up, Qiming thought of something. Wasn't she poisoned? The thorn on the water plant was toxic, so why was she fine now, with only some superficial bruises? She also remembered that her right hand was severely injured, but it didn't seem as serious now. Why was that? And Jessie should have been poisoned too. How come she was fine? Could it be that the toxicity of that water plant wasn't significant? Thank you. I would like some water. Is there any? Qiming said to the two siblings, expressing her gratitude, but also feeling helpless due to her body pain, so she could only speak to Jerry and Jessie. Jerry nodded and immediately took out a bottle of water from Qiming's backpack. This is the water that was already in your backpack. I'm sorry. There is only half a bottle left. You and Jessie were unconscious and both felt terrible, so I took your water without your permission. Jerry said apologetically while holding the half bottle of water. He knew it was wrong to use someone else's water without permission, but he didn't have any other options at the time. He could only wait for Qiming to wake up to apologize. Fortunately, after the two of them had some water, they didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. Qiming smiled, thinking that this foreign young man was indeed honest. It was just half a bottle of water. She didn't mind, as she had plenty in her spiritual jade space. Moreover, this water was drawn from a well, which was noted in the Immortal's notebook to have healing properties. After learning this, Qiming had stopped drinking bottled water and only consumed water from the well, sometimes even filling mineral water bottles with it to disguise its source. As she thought about this, the hand holding the water bottle paused slightly. Could it be that this well water had cured the poison between her and Jessie? It seemed wise to carry a bottle of well water at all times. It could save lives in critical moments. In the future, she would let her parents and Taishan drink this well water too. Furthermore, the rice grown in her space should be shared with them as well, which could improve their health. If they encountered such situations again, they might even become immune to the toxins from those mutated beings. Although she was certain about this idea, encouraging them to drink more well water and eat more rice wouldn't be a bad thing. After drinking some water, Qiming felt her hoarse and dry throat improve a bit. Moreover, after taking that sip, she noticed her aching body felt somewhat better, although there was still some pain. It wasn't as unbearable as before. After eating some food and resting for a while, Qiming moved her body and discovered that slight movements were no longer problematic, as long as she didn't exert herself too much. Through chatting with the siblings Jerry and Jessie, Qiming learned that the convoy taking them in was headed to the capital. There were 3 vehicles, 1 RV and 2 small vans, each carrying 10 people, totaling a small survivor group of 30. With the addition of the 3 of them, there were now 33 people. Jerry mentioned that they only asked for a ride to the capital and wouldn't require food or drink from them. He could help with physical labor as well. The leader of the group in the vehicle was a man named Li Qian, Brother Li. Among the 30 people, there were 19 men and 11 women. According to Jerry, Brother Li was in his 30s, looked somewhat fierce, and was very muscular, reputed to be quite strong. Initially, they were reluctant to take the 3 of them, but then a woman beside Brother Li whispered something in his ear, and he agreed to let them on board. Jerry hadn't thought much of it at the time. He just wanted someone to take them part of the way, and since he and his sister had been living in a small town after the apocalypse, they had no idea what the outside world had become. Thus, they didn't consider the notions of good or bad people and got on the bus. After boarding, Brother Li and his group didn't bother them much, so Jerry had no ill feelings towards them. After Qiming understood all of this, she silently nodded. Brother Li? Brother Li's woman? She wasn't as naive as Jerry, thinking that they would encounter good people, although those people had given them a ride and saved their lives. After all, in a place where there were mutated zombies in a small town with no village nearby, they wouldn't survive for long. However, that was one thing, and trusting Brother Li and his people was another matter. After resting for a night, Qiming was awakened early in the morning by noises outside. She was a light sleeper, and once she woke up, she couldn't fall back asleep. Jerry and Jessie also gradually got up. They were sleeping in a small room, and outside was where Brother Li and his people were. It was too late yesterday, and since her body wasn't fully recovered, moving was uncomfortable, so she didn't go out to see Brother Lee's group. However, upon waking up this morning, she found that the pains from yesterday were gone. All that remained were some soreness, and her arm and ankle injuries were almost healed. Since they were wrapped in bandages, outsiders couldn't tell how well her injuries had healed. But Qiming knew that her wounds were a bit itchy, indicating that they were scabbing over. The quick healing could only be attributed to the well water. But healing too quickly was also a concern. If outsiders found out, they would definitely see her as a monster. Fortunately, the bandages concealed everything, so she just needed to be more careful. In the morning, the three of them had some food and drank some water in the small room. Qiming felt revitalized, and Jerry and Jesse also felt more energetic. Although they found it strange that they suddenly felt so refreshed, they didn't think too much about it. They just figured that Qiming had woken up happy yesterday, and they had gone to bed early, so they felt especially good this morning. Qiming gently pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Of course, she wouldn't reveal this secret. Once outside, Qiming noticed that there were about 20 or 30 men and women outside, each gathering their belongings and moving them to the car. However, for some reason, Qiming felt that the atmosphere among these people was very silent. She also noticed that the silent ones were mostly women while the men were talking, and it was the women who were doing the packing. Upon seeing this, Qiming seemed to understand something, her eyes darkening as she looked at a few people approaching. However, when she saw who was coming, Qiming was momentarily taken aback. It was Ma Xiaofu, the sister of Ma Yuankui, who had caused Insun's death along with her mother, Zhou Lanchun, back at the military base in W City. At that time, she had a good relationship with Dui and Hui, so she had always been at odds with Ma Xiaofu. She remembered that Ma Xiaofu had even drugged her, but she had returned the favor without change. After Ma Yuankui's death, the mother and daughter of the Ma family were driven out by Wu Yigong, of course, under her instruction. Since they had caused Insun's death and drugged her, she wasn't the kind of person who would let a grudge go unpunished. She just didn't expect to encounter Ma Xiaofu here. What a narrow road for enemies. It seemed that the woman Jerry mentioned yesterday, Li Ji's woman, was Ma Xiaofu. She had let Li Ge keep the three of them behind, probably with some ulterior motive, and she didn't believe that Ma Xiaofu hadn't recognized her. Ma Xiaofu didn't speak, and neither did Qiming. Qiming merely glanced at Ma Xiaofu indifferently, and then looked away. Ma Xiaofu didn't expect Qiming to ignore her outright. Her face darkened, and the look she cast at Qiming was filled with more resentment. Ma Xiaofu also didn't expect to see Feng Qiming on the road. She remembered that when they were driven out of the W base, she and her mother had no one to help them. The two of them knew nothing and had no idea whether their elder brother was alive or dead. They had never been so helpless while being chased by zombies. After wandering outside for half a month, they didn't even know how they survived, eating bugs and tree roots. Later, when they encountered a wave of zombies, she wanted to run with her mother, but her mother twisted her ankle. Seeing the zombies closing in, she ultimately had to abandon her mother to save herself. She really didn't want to, but what could she do? If she didn't leave, neither of them would survive. Leaving her mother there might buy her some time to escape. She believed her mother would understand. After all, she was her mother. After her mother died, she wandered alone, encountering many people along the way, but no one was willing to take her in or let her join them because she was dirty and smelly. Who would want to take such a person along? Moreover, she was an unarmed woman. Bringing her along would only be a burden. Later, she understood that in the apocalypse, survival was the most important thing. So, she began to sell her looks, cleaning herself up a bit. Before the apocalypse, she was already quite good-looking, and she had information that made those men, who were like wolves in the apocalypse, unable to resist her. And indeed, along the way, she constantly traded her looks for safety and food. By the time she was at the W base, she was no longer innocent. The women in the car were all captured. They were all young and beautiful women. Ma Xiaofu was among them when they were captured. She knew how to read people and talk, and having slept with so many men, her skills were naturally good. She quickly became Li Ji's woman. Ma Xiaofu believed that as long as she followed such a person, no one would dare to bully her in the future during the apocalypse. On their way to the capital, they encountered Jerry seeking help, and Ma Xiaofu just happened to see the unconscious Qiming. She initially thought she was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, it really was Feng Qiming. This woman not only caused her humiliation, but also drove her and her mother out of the base. Chapter 65. Li Qian, the city in ruins. This is your friend who is unconscious, right? She is awake. Congratulations. Li Gu, who was walking over, looked at Jerry and asked, then glanced toward Qiming. This is Li Gu. Jerry nudged Qiming with his elbow and whispered in her ear. Qiming looked at Li Gu and gently nodded at him as a greeting. Li Gu was quite tall, probably around 1.8 meters, and it was evident that he was a practice fighter. His muscular arms and bronze skin, along with his slender eyes that held a hint of sharpness, were fixed on Qiming, as if he were evaluating her, almost like prey. This made Qiming furrow her brows slightly. She raised an eyebrow and met Li Ji's gaze, staring back at him without any sign of fear or trepidation. Seeing that Qiming was not afraid of him at all, the calmness in her eyes piqued Li Ji's curiosity. He chuckled, finding it interesting. He had never encountered a girl who wasn't afraid of him and even dared to look him in the eye. That gaze even made him feel a bit intimidated. Little girl, didn't your mother tell you that it's not right to stare directly at your savior? Li Gu said to Qiming with interest. He was momentarily taken aback by Qiming's words and found himself speechless. Then he burst into laughter. I must say, you're the first woman I've met like this. Not bad, very good. Let us get along well on the road. Gradually, li germanis sumila fada. And he suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Stop. Did you not hear me when I said to stop? Machiaofu, grabid Qiming sirist. But in the next moment, Qiming quickly reversed the hold and caught her. Let go, it hurts. I don't like being touched, especially by unclean people, Qiming said, holding Ma Xiaofu's hand with a tone that was both disdainful and unquestionable. You despicable. Li Gu, help me teach her a lesson. She hurt me. Ma Xiaofu exclaimed in pain, huffing as she claimed that Qiming's behavior was all due to her. Phone Qiming. Qiming pushed Ma Xiaofu aside with one hand, gently shook her hand, and her injury, which hadn't fully healed yet, was aggravated by that movement. Ma Xiaofu touched her wrist and glared at Qiming, then walked over to Li Gu and leaned on his arm. Li Gu, look at her. You have to help me. Qiming gently raised her eyes to look at Li Gu, her gaze carrying a hint of coldness. If this Li Gu wanted to deal with her, she wouldn't mind exposing her space to take out weapons. She was confident she could handle these people. After all, they were just a few grenades. However, she felt that their lives were not worth the grenades. By getting rid of them, the secret of her space would naturally be preserved. Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Qiming. Then he lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms. I don't need useless people around me. This meant that he wanted to deal with those he wanted to eliminate himself. And if he couldn't handle it, they didn't deserve to stay by his side. Qiming raised an eyebrow slightly, chuckling to herself. What a good way to use others to do his bidding. This was meant to let her know she wouldn't be harmed, while inciting Ma Xiaofu to deal with her. Li Qian. It seemed she had to be cautious on this journey. Ma Xiaofu stomped her foot and bit her lip, huffing if she could handle it herself. It wouldn't be like this now. Since no one was helping her, fine, she would do it herself. Phone Qiming. Just wait for her on this journey. 3 cars drove along the highway, and the car with Qiming and her 2 companions was at the back. There were already 10 people in the van, which was not spacious to begin with. And with the addition of Qiming and her 2 companions, it became even smaller, barely allowing them to stretch their legs. The driver was one of Li Ji's men, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and there were 2 other men sitting in the vehicle. Aside from Qiming and her companions, the rest were women, all probably under 27 or 28 years old, with the youngest seeming to be only 16 or 17. Qiming looked at the group of people in the car and coldly smiled to herself, thinking they really know how to choose people. All young women, and they all look pretty good. With so many women, can they really handle it? Qiming sighed slightly in her heart. The 2 people sitting in the car were also behaving improperly, touching the women next to them without regard for the many people around. The women didn't resist at all. They just gritted their teeth and endured the humiliation, as if everyone in the car had become accustomed to such things. Jerry was holding his younger sister, Jessie, who was only 14. Seeing all this, her face naturally didn't look good. She hid in her brother's arms, pale. Jerry, protecting his sister, furrowed his brows tightly at this scene. He looked at Qiming, but found that she seemed indifferent, sitting quietly to the side with no expression on her face at all. Qiming noticed Jerry's gaze, met his eyes, and gave a slight nod. She then looked at Jessie in Jerry's arms, who had her head down and didn't dare to lift it. Chiming said lightly, "You shouldn't protect Jessie. You should let her face these things. You can't shield her for a lifetime. In this kind of world, you should let her confront it sooner. Otherwise, one day, she will either die in the mouth of a zombie or live in humiliation like these people." Chiming's voice was not loud, but in such a suffocating carriage. Everyone could hear it. Some girls looked at Chiming with confusion, their expressions slightly changing as if they were contemplating her words, while others remained indifferent and didn't take it to heart. Jerry was also slightly taken aback. Jessie gently lifted her head. She understood Chiming's meaning. She had learned Chinese with her brother and was even better at it than him, so understanding these words was not difficult. Jessie's eyes, which she raised, were still somewhat uncomfortable and shy, and she slightly lowered her gaze as if thinking about Chiming's words. The men in the car who were originally holding women were stunned by Chiming's words, stopping their actions. Among the two men, one wanted to make a move, but was stopped by the other, who whispered the boss specifically instructed that this woman cannot be touched for now. The other man could only frown and sit down, losing all interest in the woman beside him. After driving for a while, the car suddenly stopped, and the men inside got out. Chiming and the others followed suit. What happened? Jerry protected his sister as he walked to Chiming's side, looking toward the distance. In front of them stood a city, but this city was somewhat different from the ones they had encountered before. Their car was parked on a high slope, and from above, they could see the entire city. Below, the city no longer resembled a city. Some tall buildings were leaning in various directions, with steel and concrete protruding. The whole city looked as if it had been struck or hit by an earthquake, with broken walls and remnants everywhere. Logically speaking, it had only been a little over 4 months since the apocalypse began, and a prosperous city shouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. "This is..." One of Li Ji's subordinates couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Not just him, everyone was astonished. What happened to this city? Did it get hit by a meteor? One of Li Ji's subordinates managed to say. Li Ge frowned and asked one of his subordinates, "What city is this?" "Get the map." After speaking, he reached out his hand, and one subordinate immediately handed him a map. "Here, big brother, I've looked it over. This is City J, and this is the map of City J. If we want to go to the capital, we have to pass through City J. If we take a detour, it will take 4 to 5 days, and the road is not easy to travel." The subordinate who handed over the map said. Li Ge took the map, frowned again, and looked down at the city, seemingly hesitating whether to pass through City J or take a detour. Jerry quietly asked Chiming in her ear, "How did this city become like this?" Chiming glanced at Jerry with a slight frown, as she had never been here before. How could she possibly know? Seeing Chiming looking at him speechlessly, Jerry realized he had asked the wrong question and smiled awkwardly. Chiming turned her head to look at the city below, pondering softly. "This place cannot be entered." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Besides Jerry and his sibling, Ma Xiaofu nearby also heard her. Brother Li's other subordinates nodded in agreement. They also disliked taking detours, finding it too troublesome. The place was in such a state of disrepair, and any zombies inside were likely buried. It should be fine to pass through. Brother Li furrowed his brow in confusion for a while, seemingly hesitating. Seeing him hesitate, Ma Xiaofu subtly said a few things, and in the end, Brother Li decided to go through. Chiming listened to Li Qian's decision, her eyes darkening slightly as she glanced at Ma Xiaofu, who was smiling back at her. Chiming directly ignored her and turned to Jerry and Jessie, whispering in their ears, "Stay close to me." The two siblings nodded seriously. They had seen Chiming's abilities, and their instincts told them that following her was the best choice. After Li Qian's group made their decision, they all got into the car, and Chiming and her companions also got in. The car slowly headed towards Jay City. This city, resembling a wasteland, had no signs of life except for the crows that occasionally flew across the sky, and there were hardly any zombies in sight. It was very quiet. Chapter 66. The uncle hiding in the cupboard of the car gradually entered the city, where the houses and buildings were unrecognizable from their original forms. Some buildings were even broken in half, lying across the roads, exposing a tunnel-like space in between. The car could barely pass through, with rubble and glass scattered everywhere, along with parts of collapsed structures, creating a scene of complete ruin. As the car drove along the road, It occasionally startled the crows by the roadside. After the crows flew away, it became evident that the places they had occupied were now left with only bleached bones exposed. Some crows, unafraid of humans, continued to peck at their food in the same spot. Some women in the car, witnessing this scene, felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Although they had seen more disgusting things on their journey, some still hadn't gotten used to it. The feeling of unease grew heavier in Chiming's heart. Jessie tugged at her brother's shirt, saying, "Brother, that's so disgusting." Jerry comfortingly patted Jessie's head. Chiming directly said, "Since the apocalypse, you have been in the small town. Once you leave the town, you will see things even more disgusting and terrifying than in the town. You need to learn to adapt in order to survive in such a world." After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Jessie. Jessie bit her lip and silently nodded. She had always been well protected by her brother, and she could tell that he was also tired. She didn't want to be someone who held her brother back anymore. She wanted to learn to adapt and face these challenges together with him. Jessie quietly squeezed Jerry's hand. Jerry saw a light in his sister's eyes that he had never seen before. He gently smiled at her, and the two siblings shared a silent understanding. "Big brother, it looks like it's going to rain." One of the subordinates sitting in the car with Li Qian looked at the overcast sky and said, "Big brother, should we find a place to take shelter first? If it really starts to rain heavily later, we won't be able to drive, and it will be too dangerous." Another subordinate in the driver's seat looked at the worsening weather outside and said, "The sky was getting darker, and strong winds were picking up. The weather, which had just entered June, was surprisingly cooling down. It was too abnormal." Li Qian, holding Makiaofu, looked at the wild weather outside the car with a furrowed brow. "Let's find a place to take shelter first. This building should have been an office building before the apocalypse." The space inside was large and simple, but somewhat chaotic, with things scattered everywhere. There were dark stains on the walls and floor, and Chiming furrowed her brow, watching her surroundings warily. She knew that these black stains were dry blood, and some of the stains hadn't completely turned black, indicating that someone had died here not long ago. "Be alert and don't act alone," Chiming softly told Jessie and Jerry, and the two nodded gently. A large group of people did not venture further inside, but instead settled in the lobby, finding some burnable items and starting a fire. Some women took out food and cooking utensils to prepare meals. The three of them sat in a quiet corner not far from the fire, away from disturbances, mainly because they weren't familiar with others. Li Qian had greeted his subordinates, and they had said something along the lines of leaving the three of them alone for now. However, thanks to the firelight, several people occasionally glanced at Chiming and Jessie. Chiming had been exuding a cold aura throughout the journey and showed little expression or emotion, but this aloofness intrigued several people. Among all the women present, none had been as cold as she was. Everyone else was either frightened or terrified, losing interest after a while. Jessie, being a foreigner, attracted even more attention, with several people openly staring at her. Jessie noticed that someone was looking at her, so she stayed closely by Jerry's side throughout the journey. "I'm going to check further inside. You two stay alert," Chiming told Jerry and Jessie before getting up and walking deeper into the building. She was used to scouting the area before resting, and given how unusual this city was, entering the downtown area without encountering a single zombie, it was too strange and frighteningly quiet. She needed to pay extra attention to her surroundings. She didn't want to risk her life here. The deeper she went, the darker it became. Chiming took out a flashlight from her backpack, which she always carried with her. The backpack was discreet, allowing her to take things from her space without exposing its contents. The flashlight was retrieved from her space, and since no one knew what she had in her backpack, it kept her hidden. The beam of the flashlight didn't reach far, and the darkness ahead seemed to hold potential dangers, making her remain vigilant. At the end of the corridor were many small rooms, all with slightly ajar doors. Chiming opened one door and walked in, scanning the area. It was empty, except for dust and disorder. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression hardened. She quickly spun around and kicked backward, hearing a pained grunt as she shone the flashlight on the person she had kicked. That person, clutching their chest, slowly stood up while shielding their eyes from the flashlight. Chiming then recognized that it was one of Li Qian's subordinates. "Get lost!" Chiming coldly shouted at the person. The individual rubbed their chest, adjusted to the brightness of the flashlight, and smiled lewdly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as they approached Chiming. You little girl have quite a high sense of vigilance. But I advise you not to struggle. Otherwise, my knife might end up cutting you somewhere unexpected. The person had drawn a small knife from somewhere on their body and waved it in front of Qiming. Qiming looked coldly at the person, sneering but not speaking. The person seemed to be irritated by Qiming's indifferent attitude and stepped closer. Little girl, if you're smart, come over here obediently. I promise you'll enjoy it. I haven't encountered a virgin in a long time. Those women, if it weren't for not being able to find good ones, I wouldn't even bother. I don't know what the boss means by not letting us touch you. Haha, I don't believe it. I can't handle just one woman. Qiming's eyes slightly lowered, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in her cold gaze. She approached the person step by step. The person thought Qiming had come to her senses and was frightened. So he smiled and lowered the knife in his hand, watching Qiming walk closer. However, the smile froze on his face the next second. He raised his hand in disbelief to cover his neck, and red blood seeped through his fingers, the smell of blood spreading throughout the room. The dream was just 2 steps away from him. With a gentle wave of her right hand, the disbelief in his eyes remained until he fell, unable to comprehend how his throat had been slit. The woman in front of him had merely lifted her hand, and yet there was clearly nothing in it. Qiming lightly tilted the corner of her mouth. There was no need to say much to such a person. Directly dealing with him would be considered a contribution to maintaining order in the apocalypse. With one less scumbag who doesn't treat women as human beings. Who knows how many women could be saved? Qiming stepped directly over the corpse and walked out, leaving the gradually cooling body behind in the darkness. Not long after Qiming left, in the dark, it seemed like something was rubbing against the ground, making a hissing sound. And there was also a faint sound like something dragging a heavy object. The sound was very soft, and in such a large building, it was not prominent. Qiming, who had already walked far away, did not hear it. Qiming continued to walk forward, glancing into each room without finding anything. She should have tried to dispel her unease. But the more she found nothing, the stronger her anxiety became. Her sixth sense since her rebirth had always been accurate, and she had to remain vigilant. When she reached the last room, Qiming thought for a moment and decided to go in and take a look. After checking so many rooms, it wouldn't hurt to check this one too. Logically, if nothing had been found in all the other rooms, the last one shouldn't yield anything either. But her unease compelled her to investigate. The layout of the rooms was the same, but upon entering the last room, Qiming was genuinely surprised. The beam of her flashlight illuminated several tables covered with numerous containers, all of which were experimental test tubes and measuring cups. Qiming carefully stepped inside, and the more she looked, the more it felt like a place for conducting experiments, albeit rather rudimentary. Moreover, the tables were impeccably clean, with not a speck of dust, indicating that someone frequented this place regularly. And that person was still here. The flashlight in Qiming's hand illuminated the ground, revealing 2 wet footprints. Following the prints, Qiming stood in front of a cabinet, where the footprints vanished. She directed the beam of her flashlight at the cabinet door and coldly said, "Come out." There was no sound from inside the cabinet. If it weren't for the wet footprints, no one would suspect that someone was inside. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude with my gun. Qiming pulled a handgun from her backpack and aimed it at the cabinet door. Still, there was no movement from inside. Qiming held the gun up for a while, and just as her finger was resting on the trigger, a faint voice of pleading came from within the cabinet. "I'll come out, don't shoot." Qiming's finger on the trigger did not lower, but she did not pull it, waiting for the person inside to emerge. The cabinet door opened, and a middle-aged man appeared before Qiming. However, in the sudden light, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Once he gradually adjusted, he slowly lowered his hand and opened his eyes to look at Qiming. Qiming frowned as she looked at the middle-aged man in the cupboard. Just as she was about to say something, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Qiming's gun-wielding hand, pulled her into the cupboard, and shut the door behind them. Just as Qiming was preparing to resist, the middle-aged man immediately made a shushing gesture, and in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, he said, "Shoo, don't make a sound, or they will find you." Qiming's movements to resist paused slightly. Although she did not resist any further, she remained alert against the middle-aged man. At that moment, a rustling sound came from outside the cabinet, like something scraping against the floor or like something being dragged. Qiming heard a sound and was slightly taken aback. Was there something outside? She actually didn't notice it. Qiming looked at the uncle across from her with questions in her eyes. The flashlight was still on, making the small cabinet particularly bright. The uncle was dressed in a mismatched outfit, as if he had thrown it on haphazardly. His hair was somewhat long, and he hadn't shaved for several months. Aside from his sharp yet somewhat kind eyes, there was nothing else to discern about him. Chapter 67. Encirclement, new type of mutated zombie. She wasn't mistaken. It was kindness in his eyes. Qiming looked at the uncle strangely, but he continued to make a shushing gesture and pointed outside. The drizzling sound from outside the cabinet continued for a while before slowly stopping. After the sound completely disappeared, the uncle slowly opened the cabinet door, creating a small gap to peek outside. Although it was very dark and nothing could be seen, he remained vigilant for quite some time before exhaling and fully opening the cabinet door. "What is that?" Qiming shone the flashlight on the uncle's face, but her gun no longer pointed at him. The stubbled uncle's eyes shifted as he walked over to the experimental equipment. "Those are all monsters." "Monsters? Are you talking about zombies?" "No, those are things even more terrifying than zombies." "Mutated zombies?" Qiming thought for a moment, slightly furrowing her brows as she asked, "You know about mutated zombies?" The uncle seemed surprised, looking at Qiming with astonished eyes. Qiming nodded slightly. "There are many mutated zombies outside now, not just here, but in other places as well." "Other places as well." The uncle lowered his eyes and murmured, then suddenly seemed to realize something terrifying. Could it be those people? "Damn it, what are you talking about? Those people?" Qiming heard a few unclear words and looked at the uncle with confusion, wondering if he was crazy. She sized him up and awkwardly pulled the corners of her mouth upwards. The uncle's gaze shifted, but he didn't speak or pay attention to Qiming anymore. Instead, he busied himself with his experimental equipment. Qiming didn't plan to say anything further. After all, he had just saved her, and they intended to hide from this terrible weather and leave anyway. So she decided to act as if she hadn't seen the uncle. She put away her gun and was about to walk outside, but before she could exit the door, both Qiming and the uncle heard a series of screams coming from outside, as if someone was being attacked. Qiming let out a silent cry of alarm. The monster from earlier must have gotten outside, putting Jerry and Jesse in danger. Without hesitation, Qiming opened the door and ran outside. Once outside, she realized the situation. Everyone was gathered around a campfire, and surrounding them was a type of soft, sludgy monster that looked like a pile of mushy meat. They were dark, and each one was as big as two adults, with a head seemingly embedded on top of each blob, resembling typical zombie heads. These creatures wriggled like caterpillars. They didn't appear to move quickly, but they were not slow either. Every time they moved, they left behind a dark trail, and there were so many of them. When Qiming looked up, she saw that the walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire building, as well as the outside walls, were densely packed with these monsters. What were these? Qiming searched her memories from her previous life, but couldn't recall what they were. She was certain she had never encountered or heard of these mutated zombies in her past life. At that moment, while Qiming was rummaging through her memories, Brother Li and his group, surrounded by these mutated zombies, came under attack. The jumping ability of these creatures was astonishing. They could leap 2 to 3 meters high, and when they landed, they did so silently without a sound. Moreover, these blobs of rotten flesh could attack people by extending 2 tentacles, reaching about 1 meter long. And these fleshy creatures seemed to be covered in a lot of slime. Once they stuck to someone's skin, they adhered tightly, making it impossible to break free. In that brief moment, many people had already been caught by these tentacles, and those who were grabbed were pulled into the blobs of meat, completely buried and out of sight, with even their clothes not being spat out. Seeing this, the others immediately followed the 2 siblings' lead, each grabbing a torch. Remarkably, these monsters couldn't move against them for the time being, but it seemed like the creatures had some level of intelligence. Instead of attacking, they surrounded the people, preventing them from escaping. Qiming's eyes flickered. She wondered why she felt that these monsters were waiting for the flames in their hands to burn out. Did these monsters really possess intelligence? After a while, these monsters indeed confirmed Qiming's thoughts. They were waiting for the flames to extinguish. The people surrounded by the non-mutated zombies seemed to realize this as well. Brother Li glanced at the dying fire in his hand, and then at the restless mutated zombies. a sudden look of surprise appearing in his eyes. He immediately said to the others, "While the fire hasn't completely gone out yet, let's rush out. Quick!" Upon hearing Brother Lee's words, everyone sprang into action, forming a circle in perfect unison and slowly moving toward the exit. Everyone's hearts instantly tensed. There were only 3 fire sticks left. If those 3 fire sticks went out, they would truly be trapped. Everyone quickly moved toward the door. The dark clouds outside were beginning to dissipate, and the strong wind was gradually dying down. Originally, they thought it would rain, but it didn't. Just as everyone reached the door, a sudden gust of fresh wind blew in, followed by 3 loud snaps, and the flames were completely extinguished. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and they all had only one thought: to rush out, and they did just that. Everyone ran out frantically, but those monsters were faster. Some people hadn't even made it out before being crushed into meat patties or dragged into the monsters' bodies. Jerry and Jesse were pushed forward by someone, and they stumbled directly toward a nearby mutated zombie. Jerry, who had been holding Jesse, saw they were about to fall into the monsters and quickly pushed his sister away. But he himself fell toward the monster. Just then, Jerry's right hand was suddenly pulled away by a force, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground, while a figure stood in front of the monster. The figure raised its right hand, and the monster was split in half. Sister Chi-Ming. Jesse quickly helped the fallen Jerry toward Chi-Ming. Chi-Ming nodded at the two of them, took out 2 handguns and 2 military knives from her backpack, and handed each of them a grenade. "Take these and take care of yourselves." After saying that, she ran to the other side to save others. But she didn't save Brother Lee's people. She was saving the women they had imprisoned. Jerry and Jesse stared blankly at the items in their hands, not expecting that Chi-Ming's backpack contained these things. They had never noticed it before, but could that small backpack really hold so much? The two were only dazed for a few seconds before being attacked by a mutated zombie. They had no time to think further and could only barely protect themselves as they dodged to a safe place. The mutated zombies were characterized by their high jumps, silent movements, and extremely strong adhesion of their slime, but they were also manageable. As long as they didn't touch the bodies of these mutated zombies, there wouldn't be too much trouble. However, after Chi-Ming dealt with 2 of them, she realized she had underestimated the situation. No matter how many pieces the monster's flesh was split into within a few minutes, it would fuse back together. Chi-Ming also realized that to defeat these creatures, she had to aim for the head. The head was the vital point. Chi-Ming slightly raised the corner of her eye, and indeed, all mutated zombies, like regular zombies, had the same immutable weakness. The head was the source of all nerves. Once the source was destroyed, no matter how powerful the virus was, it couldn't resurrect these monsters. Meanwhile, on Li Qian's side, Ma Xiaofu was hiding behind Li Qian, constantly screaming. Li Qian, being capable, saw Chi-Ming kill a few mutated zombies and figure out the way. He understood that the weakness of these creatures was in their heads. So he signaled his subordinates to shoot at the monsters' heads. Soon, many of these monsters were knocked down. However, the number of monsters was increasing, and they were about to surround the entire building. While dealing with these monsters, Chi-Ming also noticed something strange. It seemed as if these mutated zombies couldn't see her. She stood right in front of them, yet they directly attacked the people behind her, bypassing her entirely. Chi-Ming conducted experiments in front of several mutated zombies again, and in the end, she confirmed that, for some reason, these mutated zombies truly did not pay attention to her, even seeming unable to see her. Chi-Ming did not know why this was the case, and the current situation did not allow her to think too much. Here, Chi-Ming moved as if in a no-man's land, slaughtering enemies left and right, while over there, Li Qian's group was in a dire situation, being chased and killed by the mutated zombies. Ma Xiaofu hid behind Li Qian, continuously screaming and tugging at his clothes. Li Qian shot a disgusted glance at Ma Xiaofu behind him, then looked at the girl who was slaughtering her way through not far away, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with the woman behind him. Both were women, yet the difference was so stark. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaofu remained oblivious to the fact that she had already been disliked by the man in front of her. "Big brother, there are too many of these things. What should we do? At this rate, the brothers will lose their lives," one of Li Qian's subordinates said. Li Qian frowned. looking at the growing number of mutated zombies around him, feeling a wave of irritation. He could only tell his subordinates to hold on as long as they could, but as the encirclement tightened and casualties increased, the once 30-member team had dwindled to less than a dozen. Qiming's eyes darkened. She originally intended to save people, but there were more and more of these things, and she couldn't save them all by herself. After thinking for a while, Qiming decided to take care of herself first. She searched around and found Jerry and his sister, urging them to follow her as the three ran into the corridor of the building. Ma Xiaofu noticed the departure of Qiming and the others and immediately pulled Li Qian, saying, "Follow them. Follow Feng Qiming. She knows the way out." Li Qian looked in the direction Ma Xiaofu pointed and saw Qiming leading the two siblings toward the inside. Why were they running deeper? Wouldn't that block their own escape route? Did she really know the way out? Li Qian hesitated, wondering if he should follow them too. Chapter 68. The Way Out. Strange Uncle Sister Qiming, why aren't we running outside? There's no way out inside, Jerry asked breathlessly while running. It's right here, Qiming said as she pushed open a door. Inside, the uncle was startled by the sudden entrance of Qiming and the others, holding several experimental cups, staring blankly at the unexpected visitors. He hadn't expected Qiming to return. And with so many people, while they were in a daze, another group of people burst in. It was none other than Li Qian and his group. There were originally 30 of them, but now fewer than 10 remained, 6 men and 3 women. The others had already fallen to the mutated zombies. Li Qian and the others quickly shut the door, and the room fell silent except for the sound of their breathing. Everyone looked at each other, then turned to face the uncle. "Who are you?" The uncle exclaimed, putting down what he was holding and glaring at the sudden group, his gaze eventually locking onto Qiming. "What do you want?" "Old man, that question should be for us to ask you. Who are you? What are you doing here? Are those monsters outside under your command?" Ma Xiaofu stepped forward, pointing at the uncle boldly. "What did you call me? Old man?" The uncle pointed at himself and then at Ma Xiaofu, fuming. "How dare she call him old man? So what if I did? You should take a look at yourself." Ma Xiaofu arrogantly glanced at the uncle. "You, enough. If you want to argue, take it outside. Don't you think you've attracted enough mutated zombies already?" Li Qian stepped forward, his face showing anger as he interrupted them. "He didn't come here to let this woman argue with others. And who are you? That should be my question. If anyone's leaving, it's you. This is my place. I've lived here for several months. I haven't said anything about you trespassing on my territory." The uncle was displeased. He hadn't even mentioned that they had intruded on his space. "Old man, what did you just say? How dare you insult our boss?" One of Li Qian's subordinates pointed a gun at the uncle's forehead. Seeing the gun pointed at him, the uncle immediately shut his mouth, stepped back, and hid behind Qiming. Qiming felt a bit embarrassed. Were they that familiar? Hiding behind her? Everyone looked at the uncle's action and then turned to Qiming. "Do you know him, Sister Qiming?" Jerry asked curiously. Just as he finished speaking, Jerry covered Jesse's mouth, shaking his head to signal her not to say anything more. Jessie didn't understand what she had said wrong, so she stuck out her tongue and hid in her brother's embrace. "Feng Qiming, do you know this old man? I knew you couldn't stand me. Did you lead us here? Did you bring these mutated zombies here too? You're all in cahoots." Ma Xiaofu pointed directly at Qiming's nose without waiting for her to respond. "You, what did you say? Who has no brains? You, don't frame me. Feng Qiming, you are the one in league with these monsters. It's you." Ma Xiaofu explained, a bit flustered and angry. Qiming couldn't be bothered to deal with Ma Xiaofu and directly turned to the uncle. "Uncle, we're surrounded by those mutated zombies outside. You've lived here for so long, so you must have a way to get out, right?" The uncle, hiding behind Qiming, smacked his lips, stood up straight, and walked to the side to fiddle with his things. "There is a way, but why should I tell you? You better not be ungrateful, old man. Do you believe we—" Li Qian waved his hand at the younger brother talking behind him. "Sir, what do we need to do for you to tell us the way out? As long as we can do it. Can you do it? Hee. I'm afraid you won't dare. If you want to know the way out, it's simple. First, correct your way of addressing me. Do I look very old? Old man, sir?" The uncle angrily pointed at himself. Everyone couldn't help but silently think, isn't he an old man? With this outfit, he looks like, well, with these shabby clothes and unkempt hair and beard, at first glance, he does look like a man in his 50s or 60s. A few people exchanged glances, and Li Qian spoke first, somewhat awkwardly calling out, Then let's call you uncle? That's more like it. The old man nodded. Then, Uncle, are you going to tell us the way out? Ma Xiaofu said impatiently. The uncle rolled his eyes at Ma Xiaofu, ignored her, and walked to a pile of reagents, picking out 2 vials and shaking them in front of everyone. The second thing is, you two need to come out and help me test these reagents, and then I'll tell you the way out. Damn, are you messing with us? We're these disgusting liquids that smell and look terrible. If we try this and die, well, we do, Li Qian warned, with a subordinate raising a gun at the uncle. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to try the reagents. They thought it would be too unworthy to die from these mysterious liquids rather than being killed by zombies. At least when facing zombies, they could fight back. But who knows what these things are? I'll drink. A voice rang out in the room, and everyone turned to see Jerry. Brother. Jessie grabbed her brother and looked at him intently. Jerry patted Jessie's hand. I'll drink so you can go out. One of us siblings has to survive. Don't worry. Brother will be fine. After saying this, Jerry took the vial and drank it. The next second, the other vial in the uncle's hand was taken by someone. And that person was Jessie, who tilted her head back and drank as well. Sister. Jerry was startled and immediately tried to stop Jessie, but it was too late. The reagent had already been consumed. Jessie placed the empty test tube aside. You're my brother, my only family. We have to stick together. Jessie revealed a heartfelt smile, and the siblings exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Old man, now that the reagents are drunk, can you tell us the way out? Ma Xiaofu impatiently stepped forward to ask. The uncle shrugged, but remained silent, walking to the back. Everyone followed him in, and the uncle pointed up. They looked up to see a ventilation duct. This is the only way. You want us to crawl through the ventilation duct? Is this the way out you mentioned? Ma Xiaofu pointed at the duct. The uncle shrugged again. That's right, it's the only way. You. Ma Xiaofu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Qian. You go first, Li Qian said to the uncle. The uncle pouted. I just roughly told you the way out. I didn't say I would lead you. I'm not planning to go out. If you want to leave, do it yourselves. Before the uncle could finish his sentence, he was pressed against the forehead by a gun from Li Qian's subordinate. The uncle elongated his last few words while staring at Li Qian and the others, who looked coldly at him, signaling with their eyes that if he didn't leave, they would shoot. The uncle looked displeased for a while, but had no choice but to lead the way. Just as the uncle stepped onto the stairs, he was pulled back by Qiming, who held onto his shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. I'll follow you. The uncle's expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing, smiled faintly at Qiming, nodded, and climbed up. Qiming was second, followed by Jerry and his sister, and then the group led by Li Qian. The ventilation duct could only fit one person, and everyone lined up to climb forward. The uncle at the front said to Qiming behind him, it might take about 10 minutes to climb. After climbing for a few more minutes, the uncle spoke again. Why don't you ask me what I made your 2 companions drink? If I ask, will you tell me? Then what did you give them to drink? Qiming asked another question. It's for saving people. Qiming was slightly taken aback, but didn't speak further. Chapter 69. Coming Out, Ma Xiaofu's Death. The uncle in front paused slightly, stopped for a moment, and, after a few seconds, continued to climb forward. Those mutated zombies came up from below. Below? Qiming asked in confusion. It doesn't hurt to tell you. J City before the apocalypse. Besides the city above ground, there is also an underground city. In fact, the term underground city is a nice way of putting it. To put it bluntly, it's a secret research base. A secret research base. Qimeng murmured, suddenly recalling what Ma Yuankue had said in M City. He mentioned a secret research base near the capital, but he didn't know what it was researching. However, he had heard that 3 months before the apocalypse, the first batch of people infected with the virus appeared near the capital, but it was suppressed later. Until 3 months later, the virus flowed out of that secret laboratory, leading to the current apocalypse. Could that secret research base be the one the uncle referred to in J City? That's right, a secret research base. Directly under the capital's management, also doing work for the country. The base gathered the most authoritative researchers in China, specializing in researching unknown viruses or mutated viruses, creating antibodies to benefit the Chinese people. But 3 months before the apocalypse, the infected people ran out. How do you know? The uncle asked, somewhat surprised. This matter had been suppressed, and ordinarily, only high-level officials who understood this would know. Common people couldn't possibly know. I heard from others. Perhaps only high-ranking officials know about this, but you can't guarantee that some of them won't leak anything. After all, only dead mouths are the most secure. Qiming said nonchalantly, not wanting to explain how she knew, since she had merely heard it from others. Qiming had actually guessed some of this, and she was surprised that this uncle she had just met on the first day would share such confidential information with her. You used live subjects for experiments. That's right, we conducted experiments on animals before moving on to human subjects, but those people were all volunteers, willing to become test subjects. And we also provide significant compensation to the families of the test subjects, the uncle said seriously. But after all, it's live experimentation. Don't you think that's too cruel? Qiming frowned and asked, cruel? If you knew the reason behind it, you wouldn't say that. Our live experiments are all voluntary, and they are not for personal gain. We're doing this for all the Huaxia people. Only rigorous and meticulous experiments can truly lead to success and produce real antibodies. But the virus originated from you. If it weren't for your experiments, the world wouldn't have turned into this. No, you're mistaken. The virus did not spread from here. It was those people. What do you mean? Qiming was somewhat taken aback. Our job is to study virus antibodies to ensure they do not threaten humanity. Do you know why there is a secret experimental base in J City? This base was specifically built to research the zombie virus antibodies. Over 50 years ago, our country unearthed an ancient tomb, which shocked the world when it was discovered because it was the legendary tomb of an immortal. It is said that this tomb contains the secrets to immortality. When the tomb was excavated, 2 meteorites were found. Ancient tomb, meteorites. Qiming murmured to herself, and she began to understand. She suddenly thought of the letter contained in the jade box in her spiritual jade space. The writer of the letter was indeed an immortal, and the letter mentioned that when he passed away, he brought the 2 meteorites he discovered into his tomb. The meteorites, an ancient tomb the uncle spoke of must refer to the immortal's tomb, and those 2 meteorites. Is this fate or destiny? 1,000 years later, the ancient tomb was unearthed, and the 2 meteorites reappeared. Is there something predestined in all of this? And then, Qiming continued to ask, now curious about how her spiritual jade space was connected to the zombie virus. What further twists and turns were hidden within? And then, we arrived? Huh? Qiming looked up in confusion, only to realize that they had already reached the end of the ventilation duct and were about to exit. The uncle smiled at Qiming's reaction, stepped out first, followed by Qiming, and then others crawled out one by one. The exit was in a ruin. The city's ventilation ducts were mostly interconnected, so by the time they crawled out, they had already distanced themselves from the building where they started. As long as they didn't make too much noise, the mutated zombies wouldn't discover them. Once outside, the overcast sky began to dissipate, revealing patches of sunlight that scattered across the ruins. A nameless little grass swayed in the sunlight, exuding vitality and hope. The uncle looked at the sky and sighed. The sun is coming out. You're safe now. After the uncle finished speaking, he looked at the others. Brother Li and his group were watching the nearby building, which was densely surrounded by those monsters. In the areas illuminated by sunlight, the mutated zombies scrambled to avoid it, and those who couldn't escape in time let out howls, emitting wisps of green smoke from their bodies. Finally, under the intense sunlight, they turned into pools of blood. Once the sun fully emerged, those mutated zombies also scurried back into the darkness. Those things are afraid of light and fire, one of Brother Li's subordinates exclaimed. The others quickly realized that they were temporarily safe, and they wanted nothing more than to leave this place. A place that had devoured the lives of their companions in just a few hours. Those monsters were too terrifying, and even though it was summer and broad daylight, the sky had suddenly changed. They swore they would never return here. Brother Li, let's get out of here quickly. This place is too scary. Ma Xiaofu clung to Brother Li's arm and said softly, it's all your fault. If you hadn't encouraged the boss to come here, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers and women. Boss, this woman is a disaster. Kill her to avenge our brothers. One of Brother Li's subordinates pointed at Ma Xiaofu. Yeah, boss, kill her. Boss, this woman is no good. The remaining few of Brother Li's subordinates echoed, believing that Ma Xiaofu was to blame for their misfortunes. If she hadn't suggested coming here, they wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. However, they forgot that while Ma Xiaofu had her own selfish motives, wanting to deal with Qiming. She had not yet taken action before this disaster occurred. Yet they too wanted to take shortcuts. It was just that Ma Xiaofu's presence reminded them of her earlier suggestion to come here. What are you saying? How can you blame me? How would I know there were these monsters here? Ma Xiaofu retorted. If there is a disaster, she is it. It was her who brought this upon you after getting into your vehicle. It was her. Brotherly, believe me, she is not a good woman. She caused my brother's death and harmed me, driving me out of W base. She is a wicked person. Brotherly, you should kill her, kill this wicked woman. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaofu became anxious. How was this related to her? It was obviously that wretched woman, Feng Qiming. You're talking nonsense. You can't say that about Sister Qiming. Jessie defended Qiming. I'm not talking nonsense. She is a disaster, a wicked woman. You, Jessie, don't waste your breath arguing with a dying woman. Qiming interrupted Jessie, casting a cold glance at Ma Xiaofu, her gaze as if looking at a dying person. Ma Xiaofu felt a chill from Qiming's stare and, steeling herself, said to Qiming, "What did you say? You are the one who is going to die." Ma Xiaofu's words faltered, and blood slowly oozed from the corner of her mouth as she looked down in disbelief at the steel bar piercing through her chest. You. Ma Xiaofu looked at the steel bar that had pierced her chest, then at the person holding it. As she tried to speak, blood gushed uncontrollably from her mouth. I said, I won't keep useless people by my side. While you're not useless, you are more than useless. You are too foolish to keep around. I can have useless people around me, but I absolutely cannot have foolish ones. Brotherly loosened his grip on the steel bar, and Ma Xiaofu collapsed to the ground, bubbles of blood still emerging from her mouth. She never understood until her last moment why she met such an end. As they were leaving, Qiming took one last look at Ma Xiaofu. Although she found her detestable and annoying, she also felt pity and sadness. When Qiming left, she cast a glance filled with pity at Ma Xiaofu. If one were to count it, Ma Xiaofu had indeed saved her life. Although when she had asked Brotherly and the others to save her, she had ulterior motives, she had still saved Qiming's life. However, Qiming would not feel soft-hearted because of this. After all, this was someone who wished for her death. She wasn't that magnanimous. What she felt pity for was that she had followed a ruthless man. Ma Xiaofu didn't know that when she told Li Gu to kill Qiming, Li Gu had already harbored intentions of murder against her. That fleeting murderous intent, although brief, was sensed by Qiming. Ma Xiaofu was unaware that inside the building, Qiming's ruthless actions against the mutated zombies and her seamless movements, along with her formidable killing intent, had already conveyed to Li Qian's group that she was not someone to be trifled with. Li Qian was not foolish enough to provoke Feng Qiming just because of Ma Xiaofu's words. Even when they were helpless among the hordes of zombies, Feng Qiming, a woman, seemed to move as if she were in an uninhabited realm. Li Qian, a death row inmate, could discern that Feng Qiming was not to be underestimated and recognized her capabilities. This foolish woman even suggested that he kill her. Did she want him to die? It was one thing for her to be foolish enough not to see the gap between herself and Feng Qiming, but wanting to die and dragging him down with her was another. Since she wanted to die, he could fulfill her wish, which would not only help him repay a favor to Feng Qiming, but also avenge his deceased brothers while winning the hearts of his current companions. 3 benefits in one. A harmonious situation. Chapter 70. Organization. These are confidential matters. The vehicles they had driven and were already abandoned on the road. So now they could only look for other cars to use. After about 10 minutes of searching, they were lucky enough to find 2 vehicles, a van and a small car. Li Qian's group had 8 people, so they naturally took the van, while Qiming, along with the Jerry siblings and the uncle, made up 4 people, which was just right for the small car. Originally, the uncle did not plan to leave with them. But since Jesse and Jerry had consumed the uncle's experimental drug again, he naturally followed along, claiming it was to observe the subject's conditions. Qiming didn't mind. She actually wanted the uncle to accompany them, as she had many questions to ask him about the spiritual jade space and the relationship between the meteorite and the virus. With the 2 cars on the road, the Jerry siblings felt drowsy. The uncle said it was the effect of the drug, and that after a nap, they would feel better. At that time, they would draw a little blood from each of them to analyze the results with instruments. The Jerry siblings fell asleep along the way, while Qiming and the uncle chatted. Qiming was driving, with the uncle in the passenger seat, while Li Qian's vehicle was in front. Through their conversation, Qiming learned the uncle's surname was Wang, so she called him Uncle Wang directly. Before the apocalypse, Uncle Wang was an authoritative virus research expert, conducting research at a secret base in City J. He didn't elaborate much on his specific role in the base, only providing a brief overview, and Qiming didn't delve deeper. So, the underground laboratory in City J was specifically for researching the zombie virus? Qiming asked while driving. That's right. The underground lab in City J is specifically for studying the zombie virus. The mutated zombies you encounter today escaped from the lab. After they turned into zombies, they were injected with various research viruses in an attempt to find an antibody to combat the zombie virus. However, unexpectedly, the injected viruses not only failed to eliminate the zombie virus, but instead caused significant mutations, turning ordinary zombies into these mutated ones. Uncle Wang sighed and said slowly, "So, City J became like this because of those mutated zombies?" Qiming continued to ask. "Not really. City J became like this because of those people." Uncle Wang paused for a while before speaking. "Those people? I've heard you mention them several times. Who exactly are they? Do you remember me telling you about the ancient tomb in the ventilation duct?" Uncle Wang said, turning to look at Qiming. Qiming nodded slightly. She certainly remembered and wanted to know just that. It is said that it is the ancient tomb of an immortal recording the secret of eternal youth, and that the two meteorites hold the key to this secret. However, more than 50 years ago, technology was not as advanced as it is now, and many instruments were unavailable, so the secrets of the two meteorites remained undiscovered until now. Yet another strange phenomenon was observed at that time. What phenomenon? After testing, it was found that there was a mysterious energy fluctuation at the very center of the two meteorites. After a final decision, the organization responsible for the artifacts decided to open the two meteorites, and they indeed did so. Upon opening, they discovered two pieces of jade at the very center of the meteorites. One was blue, and the other was black. Later, these two pieces of jade were crafted into two jade pendants and sent to the National Exhibition Center. Qiming's right hand suddenly tightened into a fist. The ancient jade that had disappeared had already merged with her. So what does this have to do with the virus? Qiming relaxed her tense hand and continued to ask. Qiming was taken aback, not expecting the virus to come from this. What happened next? Later, it turned into this. At that time, a researcher accidentally got scratched by a container holding the virus, and then he had a fever, a cough, which was not much different from regular flu. But in less than 24 hours, that researcher transformed into what we now recognize as the initial zombie form. After that, the people in the laboratory became more certain that this bacterium was not beneficial, but a malignant bacterium, so they defined it as a virus, the zombie virus. Later, the researchers shifted their focus from studying immortality to finding an antibody for this virus, which led to the later J City secret experimental base. Due to the sudden disappearance of the ancient jade, which was stolen by someone, it became a concern for the researchers at that time. If this ancient jade was stolen by criminals or other countries, and they discovered this secret, using it to initiate a bacterial war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the utmost priority at that time was to research antibodies against the virus. As I mentioned to you later, the escape of the experimental subject indirectly triggered this apocalypse for humanity. Uncle Wang sighed again. I don't quite understand. What does all this have to do with those people? After hearing so much, Qiming felt that the question she began with still had not been answered. Who were those people? What was their connection to the virus? 6 months after the ancient jade was stolen, an organization appeared in many parts of the world. They continuously gathered various people under the banner of immortality. After investigation, it was confirmed that the leader of this organization was the one who initially stole the ancient jade. Although there was no evidence, various signs indicated it was them. What organization? The organization is called the Immortality Organization. The escape of the experimental subject in J City was orchestrated by them. Although they later tried to remedy the situation, it still led to the current events. And J City became like this because of the Immortality Organization. Immortality Organization? Qiming murmured as she looked at the road. In her previous life's memory, she had never heard of the Immortality Organization. Was it that she was too ignorant in her last life? Or was it that her status at the time did not allow her to hear such confidential information? Indeed, in her last life, she was just a small character, needing to be saved by others. However, in this life, her trajectory was completely different from her last life. By chance, she obtained the Spirit Jade space and met Uncle Wong. Since Uncle Wong knew so much, she would naively think he was just a small character in the J City secret experimental base. He was probably a central figure. Otherwise, how could he know so much? But why are you telling me all these secrets? These should be confidential. Chiming glanced at Uncle Wong with narrowed eyes and then turned to look at the road ahead. Ancient tombs, meteorites, immortality, zombie viruses, secret experiments. These are not things that ordinary people can know. These are all secrets of Huaxia, and they even involve many countries. She thought they had only just met today, and their relationship was not close enough to discuss such matters openly. Uncle Wong's eyes flickered, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he joked. You're overthinking it. I have no ulterior motive. What could I possibly want from a young girl like you? I just feel a connection with you. So I said a bit more. I'm just a small figure in a research lab, and all of this is just what I've heard. Just treat it as a story. A small figure, is it really like that? Chiming's lips curled up slightly, as if questioning or muttering to herself. Uncle Wong awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Hee, a small figure, just listen to it as a story. By the way, you drive. Chiming raised her eyebrows, and her smile widened. What exactly did you inject into those two? If you don't speak, get out of the car. I said, it's the antibody I researched to combat the virus. I've tested it on animals. It's not lethal. It just makes them sleep for a while. Suddenly, there was a screech of brakes, and the whole car came to a stop. Uncle Wong looked at Chiming, who had suddenly slammed on the brakes. With a confused expression, what are you doing? So, this is your first time doing human trials? Chiming turned to Uncle Wong and asked seriously. Uncle Wong's mouth twitched again. Ahem, that's not wrong, but believe me, it really just makes them sleep for a bit, and they both volunteered. I didn't force them. Chiming shot a look at Uncle Wong, as sharp as two knives, and said, how can you say it was voluntary? It's clearly a threat. After Uncle Wong repeatedly assured her that there would be no danger to her life, Chiming drove the car again. Chapter 71. Entering the capital. Life hanging by a thread. Wow. Is this the capital of Huaxia? Brother, we finally arrived in the capital. The two cars stopped in front of a heavily guarded city gate. Looking at the towering buildings and the tightly secured gate, Jessie hugged her brother and let out a surprised sigh. Look at how happy you are. Jerry patted Jessie's head and said indulgently, Sister Chiming, look, we're in the capital. Jessie stuck out her tongue at Jerry, then ran in front of Chiming, hugged her arm, and excitedly pointed at the capital base not far away. Chiming nodded. Yes, the capital city. She finally arrived. After leaving J City, they had been on their way to the capital. It had been 2.5 months, almost 3 months, since she fell into the water. She finally made it to the capital, and she didn't know how her parents and Taishan were doing, and also, June and Mobai. She has come, Mom and Dad. Wait for me. You must be well. Li Qian and his 4 subordinates glanced lightly at Chiming and the other 3. Although they had come to the capital together, there had not been much communication along the way, except for the matter of killing. According to Chiming, if it weren't for the fact that he had saved her, Jerry, and Jessie, she might have directly vented her anger on him, Li Qian, and the other few. A few people in Chiming noticed Li Qian looking towards them, but Chiming had no intention of speaking to them, and instead directly ignored them, heading towards the Beijing base with Jerry, his sister, and Uncle Wong. Big brother, look at them. They actually ignored you. One of Li Qian's subordinates said angrily, pointing at the backs of Chiming and the others. They had followed her before, but each time they got halfway, they were shaken off. So, for a woman like this, he had observed her all the way and guarded against her, but he had not observed anything at all. The more he watched, the more he felt she was powerful and mysterious. He also noticed that her goal seemed to be solely Beijing. Coming to Beijing was her only purpose, and he was curious about what made her so eager to arrive there. He suddenly wanted to get to know her. He felt that she was someone like him. Uncle Wong's full name is Wang Jinming, and before the apocalypse, he was an expert in virus research. This was what Chiming had learned about him in the past few days. Uncle Wong was a nice person, but when it came to research, he seemed to become a completely different person, treating research as if it were his life. He could go days and nights without sleep as long as it was related to research. Throughout the journey, he followed Jerry and Jesse closely to better understand the effects of the drugs they were carrying. At first, the siblings were not used to it, but over time, they got accustomed to it. Once Uncle Wong recorded the information he wanted to know and drew 2 vials of blood, he stopped keeping such a close watch on them, which allowed the siblings much more freedom. Uncle Wong shaved his beard and tidied his hair, looking quite normal, at least not as frightening as when they first met. The 4 of them walked towards the base, and the Beijing base truly lived up to its reputation as the largest base in the apocalypse. Not only was it well defended, but the architecture was also extraordinarily grand. The guards at the Beijing gate were different from those at other bases. When Qimeng and his group entered, the soldiers politely stopped them and kindly reminded them to register where they were going. Their attitude was better than any base Qimeng had encountered in his previous life. Since others treated her politely, Qimeng naturally responded in kind. She smiled at the kind soldier who had reminded them, saying, "Thank you." After Qimeng left, Little Tiger 2 soldier was still in a daze, not reacting until a companion nudged him. "What are you looking at? Why are you grinning like an idiot?" "Hee hee. It's nothing, I just think that girl was really cute," Little Tiger 2 soldier said foolishly while looking at Qimeng's back. His companion pushed his head. "You idiot. You're on duty and you're daydreaming. Be careful. The captain will see and punish you. Why are you interested in that girl? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in her. What are you 2 doing?" A sharp voice came from behind them, and the 2 soldiers immediately stood up straight. A figure approached. "It's duty time. Focus on your job. No chatting." Qing Feng was out on patrol and saw the 2 soldiers chatting while on duty, so he came over to remind them. Just as he turned to leave, a soldier ran over and whispered something in Qing Feng's ear. After hearing it, Qing Feng's expression suddenly changed, becoming serious, and he immediately followed the soldier back to the base, as if something very important had happened. More than 10 minutes later, Qing Feng arrived in front of a large mansion, where soldiers were stationed on both sides. As Qing Feng entered, the 2 soldiers saluted him, and Qing Feng nodded in response. Hurriedly walking inside, he reached a room with the door open, where besides 2 soldiers, there was also an old man, a middle-aged uncle, and a doctor, with someone lying on the bed. Yun Xiao. As soon as Qing Feng entered, he saw Jun Maobai lying on the bed with a pale face, eyes closed, and a look of pain, while the doctor was bandaging his wounds. A bullet had pierced through the area near his heart, and he had multiple injuries on his body, sweat beading on his forehead, as if he were murmuring something. An hour later, "Doctor, how is Maobai?" The old man, leaning on his cane, asked with concern, while a middle-aged uncle was supporting him, fearing he might collapse from distress. The doctor, having finished bandaging Jun Maobai's wounds, sighed deeply. "Old commander, I think you should be prepared at any moment. Although I have removed the bullet, it was too close to the heart. If Commander Jun cannot survive the next 3 nights, I'm afraid." "Prepared? What kind of preparation? What happens if he can't survive 3 nights?" "No, he won't." The old man staggered, almost fainting. If it weren't for the person supporting him, he would have fallen. "Old sir, please take care of yourself. Young master has always been in good health. He will definitely get through this," the old butler said, supporting the old man comfortingly. "Qimeng, Ameng." A few clear murmurs escaped from Jun Maobai's lips. The old man staggered over and grasped Jun Maobai's hand. "Ameng, you must get better. Has the person you were looking for been found?" The old man suddenly asked the 2 soldiers beside him. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, and one stepped forward and shook his head. "Old commander, we have been searching for the person Commander Jun wanted for the past few months, but there has been no news. Useless. You can't even find one person. What good are you? Get out." The old man suddenly became angry and scolded them a few times. Qing Feng gestured for the 2 soldiers to wait outside, and they hurriedly retreated. Although they were worried about Commander Jun's injury, they were also afraid of the old commander. When the old commander got angry, who would dare to provoke him? Unless they were not afraid of death. "You 2 should go out too. I'll stay with Ameng." The old man called the old butler and Qing Feng, who exchanged a glance but ultimately decided to leave, leaving just the grandfather and grandson together. In the corridor, Qing Feng called the 2 soldiers. "Wasn't Commander Jun taking your team on a mission? How'd you end up like this?" "A phone. Uncle Quan. Uncle Quan." The 2 soldiers called out simultaneously, and Uncle Quan nodded at them, waving his hand to indicate they could leave. Uncle Quan looked at Ching Feng and patted him on the shoulder. With the young master in this state, you must keep a close watch over the capital. Yes, Dad. Ching Feng nodded. Just a lifesaver? Yes, that should be correct. Ching Feng awkwardly pulled at the corner of his mouth and left, leaving Uncle Quan standing in the corridor for a while before departing, with a mysterious smile on his lips, as if he understood something. Chapter 72. Looking for someone. Liu family in the capital. The four dreamers entered the capital city, which was larger than they had imagined, and its management was very well organized. Most areas of the capital had restored electricity, so at least they wouldn't have to rely on candles and torches for light at night. The central area and the second district were almost fully electrified, while only the outermost areas remained without power, which could be considered relatively barren. Each area had visible boundaries. Although not obvious, they were still somewhat discernible. The four of them entered the first area, which, although the most impoverished in the capital, was not as chaotic as other bases. There was still a semblance of order. Most people on the outskirts were sleeping in tents, while some without tents had built makeshift shelters using branches and straw, which could barely shield them from the wind and rain. When they reached the second level, everyone had to receive an identification tag. The tag contained the holder's information, and only those with an identification tag could enter the second level. Of course, not everyone could enter. It required the payment of a certain amount of food or drinking water. Chimeng provided enough food for the four of them, and each person received an identification tag. The second level mostly consisted of small houses, and there were also tents. But it was clear that the second level was much cleaner, safer, and wealthier than the first level outside. Once they entered the second level, people came over shouting, asking if they needed housing or a guide, among other services. Chimeng decided to give up on those people and first planned to go to the task release area to see if there were any messages about finding herself. She believed that her parents would definitely be looking for her. However, when she arrived at the task release area, she felt a bit disappointed as there were no messages about searching for her on the information platform. Sister Chimeng, what are you looking for? Jessie asked, noticing the disappointment in Chimeng's eyes. Nothing. Let's find a place to stay first. Chimeng waved her hand. Perhaps they weren't on this level. Or maybe they'd gone deeper inside. She believed that Taishan, the fatty, and Jun Mo wouldn't abandon her parents. Although she felt a bit anxious and uncertain inside, she still had faith in them. After saying that, Chimeng rented a small 2-bedroom apartment, sharing one room with Jessie while Jerry and Uncle Wong took the other. It was just a temporary stay anyway. Once she found her parents, she would settle down in a small corner of the capital and live a stable life. Chimeng had prepared food before entering the capital, packing a backpack for each person filled with food and water. She thought ahead, knowing that there would be many places to trade food in the capital, so it was better to be prepared. Otherwise, suddenly producing too much food would raise suspicion. She had also lied to them, saying the food was from outside, when in fact, she had secretly taken it from her space and packed it into the backpacks before handing them to Jerry and the others. With the 2 backpacks of food and 2 more, it would be enough for the 4 of them for several days. After arranging their accommodations, Chimeng planned to head to the central area to see if there were any messages about her parents. Jerry and the others stayed in the room since entering the central area required a lot of food, and it wouldn't be useful for them to go in. If her parents were indeed inside, they could bring them in later. After greeting Uncle Wong and the others, Chimeng went to the central area. On her way, she posted a message at the task station in the second district, looking for her parents as well as Taishan and the fatty, asking anyone with information to wait for her at their temporary rental house. Just as Chimeng left, someone arrived at the task station. After posting the message, Chimeng headed towards the registration point in the central area. Entering the central area required even stricter checks than outside, and the information on the identity badge needed to be recorded comprehensively. Chimeng didn't mind the trouble. After registering and paying a certain amount of supplies, she was allowed to enter. The central area resembled a well-organized small city, with various convenience stores and closely packed high-rise buildings, a miniature version of a huge city. Chimeng was taken aback, silently exclaiming, "No wonder it's the capital. Country bumpkin." Just as Chimeng was marveling at the prosperity of the capital, a contemptuous voice rang in her ear. Chimeng frowned and turned to see the source of the voice, a beautifully dressed girl with wavy hair cascading down her back, seemingly wearing light makeup. She was indeed a beauty, rolling her eyes at Chimeng, and the term country bumpkin was directed precisely at her. Chimeng wore a light blue pair of jeans and a pure white t-shirt. In just 2 months, her hair had grown a lot. Her bun was no longer easy to tie, so she simply put it in a ponytail with a strand covering her forehead and blocking part of her eye. Compared to the girl next to her, her outfit did seem a bit out of style. However, saying it in front of others conveyed a different meaning. It was clearly looking down on her. Behind the woman was a man and a woman who looked identical, likely a pair of twins. Both wore cold expressions and seemed unapproachable. They were probably the woman's subordinates or bodyguards. When the woman noticed Chimeng looking at her, she glared at her unhappily and said, "What are you staring at, country bumpkin? Keep staring, and I'll pluck your eyes out." Chimeng only glanced at the woman lightly before turning to leave. She couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like her. Besides, her arguments weren't just for show. After all, it was her first time in the capital, and it was in the central area. If she could endure it, she would. Just saying a few words to herself wouldn't cost her anything. How infuriating. How dare she ignore me? Do you know who I am? What does that look in your eyes mean? Are you ignoring me? Seeing that Chimeng ignored her completely, the woman's face suddenly darkened. She felt a bit humiliated and immediately called her 2 subordinates to block Chimeng's path. "Get out of the way." Chimeng frowned and raised her eyes, speaking coldly. "Country bumpkin, who are you telling to get out of the way? Do you know where this is? This is the territory of the Liu family. How dare you tell my Liu Man's people to get out of the way?" Liu Man pushed aside her subordinates and stood in front of Chimeng, pointing at her. Liu Man's voice attracted more onlookers. And since this was the entrance of a 2-story building, there were even more people. "It's someone from the Liu family. This little girl is probably going to suffer." "The Liu family? Who are they? You must be new to the capital base, right? You don't even know the Liu family? You know the 3 major families in the capital, right? The warlord Jun family, the political Liu family, and the business Xiao family. These are the 3 giant families in the capital. Liu Man is the eldest daughter of the current head of the Liu family. Who dares to provoke someone from the 3 major families in the capital? Especially Liu Man. The Liu family protects her very well. Do you see those 2 bodyguards? They are a pair of twins and are said to be very formidable. The brother can punch through a zombie's head, and the sister is even more skilled than him. It's said that those who have seen her in action are already dead. Impressive, right? Now that you mention it, I know. Who doesn't know about the 3 major families in the capital? That's why I said this little girl is going to suffer. Liu Man is notoriously temperamental. If anyone displeases her or provokes her, that person will either die or be crippled. Hey, why do I feel like this little girl looks somewhat familiar? It feels like I've seen her somewhere. No way, you know her? I don't know her, just find her familiar, like I've seen her before. Shoo! Be careful she hears you. Just watch the show. Be careful not to be heard. She might think you're in cahoots with that little girl and come after you too. The crowd grew larger, and more people began to discuss it. But they all had a spectator's attitude, and no one intended to stand up for the little girl, because she was Liu Man from the Liu family. Chiming's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. She really didn't want to cause trouble. So why did trouble always find her? Sigh. She was just marveling at the prosperity of the capital city, surprised for just a moment. They called her a bumpkin, and she tolerated it. After all, she was from a small city. But if she didn't say anything, why was trouble still coming her way? She really hated it when someone pointed at her. The Liu family from the capital? She had only heard of the 3 major families in her past life, and unexpectedly in this new life, she had already encountered 2 of the major families. The Liu family. Should she provoke them or not? Maybe it was better not to. She needed to find her parents and settle down in the capital. What if the Liu family kept bothering her? All right, she would endure it a bit longer. What do you want? Chiming suppressed the urge to hit someone and frowned as she looked at Liu Man. Consider yourself smart. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I might let you go. Liu Man proudly lifted her head and looked at Chiming with an air of superiority. Chiming's originally relaxed fists tightened again, her eyes growing darker. It seemed that the Liu family was determined to create enmity today. Wanting her to kneel? Could Liu Man endure that? Forget it. Since she couldn't take the low-key route, then being high-profile would do. After all, she would be living in the capital in the future. Being too low-key wasn't good either, as it made one vulnerable to bullying. Since she had to be high profile, then let it start with the Liu family. The same words she would return to you. Qimeng raised her eyes, coldly staring at Liu Man, and said, "You, refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink. Ada, get me?" Ada was the older twin, average-looking, at least not unattractive in Qimeng's eyes. When he heard Liu Man call him, he knew it was time to teach someone a lesson. They had become accustomed to such situations. Before the apocalypse, the siblings were assassins, and after the apocalypse, in order to survive, they had taken up the profession of bodyguards, specifically hired by the Liu family to work for Liu Man, primarily to ensure her safety. Although the siblings sometimes disapproved of Liu Man's style, they had their own professional ethics as assassins. However, to survive, they could only follow Liu Man's orders. Ada noticed Qimeng's frowning brows and hesitated. He had never hit a woman, but now it seemed that not hitting her wasn't an option. Forget it. He would go easy on her and resolve this quickly. Ada thought the girl in front of him was a delicate little woman, so he only used a little force and threw a punch at Qimeng's shoulder. He believed that hitting the shoulder was the lightest touch possible, not fatal, especially since the opponent seemed like a weak girl. As Ada's fist approached, Qimeng's lips curled into a faint smile, and her aura suddenly shifted, causing Ada, who had already launched his attack, to feel a jolt of danger surge in his heart. At that moment, Qimeng slightly tilted her left shoulder, evading Ada's strike. With the momentum, Ada stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself, preventing a fall. He had not expected that this seemingly delicate girl could dodge his attack, although he had only put in less than 2 points of force. The sudden change in her aura made him sense something familiar, a killing intent he hadn't felt in a long time. This girl actually had a murderous aura. Chapter 73, Meeting. Is there a misunderstanding? The onlookers around gasped in surprise. This little girl actually dodged. Were they mistaken? Or was Liu Man's bodyguard letting her off easy? It could be said that he was. After all, Ada had only used less than 2 points of force. However, 2 points of force from a professional assassin are hard for an ordinary person to evade, let alone a little girl. "Ada, what are you doing?" Liu Man shouted angrily. Aside from having made mistakes under the hands of Brother Ma Bei and Brother Qing Feng, Ada had never failed before. Now, even a little girl could evade him. What was going on? It must be her illusion or just an accident. Qimeng smiled gently at Ada, as if saying, "Bring it on." Ada, however, understood the meaning in Qimeng's eyes and raised his hand again, this time using 5 parts of his strength. To the onlookers, it looked as swift as the wind. The two exchanged blows back and forth, and, after more than a dozen moves, Ada surprisingly hadn't touched a single hair on Qimeng, which left him astonished and even more frightened. Even his sister, who was watching from the side, showed a slight shift in her gaze. "Too slow," Qimeng said while dodging, causing everyone around to be momentarily stunned. What did this girl mean by too slow? Not only the onlookers were taken aback, Ada also felt a jolt in his heart. However, he knew that this girl wasn't joking with him, as she had evaded or neutralized every one of his moves, and there was an implicit trend of her overpowering him. If this continued, he feared he would lose to this girl. Ada couldn't help but quicken his pace again, increasing his strength from 5 parts to 7 or 8. To ordinary people, their exchanges appeared as mere afterimages, making it impossible to see clearly. The spectators' eyes followed the afterimages back and forth until finally, both figures came to a halt, each standing on opposite sides, creating an eerie silence centered around them. It was Ada who slowly spoke up. "I lost. Useless. Can't even defeat a woman." Ada exclaimed. "Sister, you go." Liu Man shot a fierce glare at Ada and angrily addressed the girl behind her, who slightly nodded and took a step forward, only to be stopped by Ada. "Sister, be careful. She's very powerful," Ada warned his sister. Although Qimeng had only been dodging his moves earlier without attacking, he could sense that this girl's skills were not to be underestimated. Anyone who could evade his moves with 8 or 9 parts of strength and speed couldn't be weak. When did such a formidable person appear? Why hadn't he heard of her before the apocalypse or after? How could someone with such skills remain nameless? Sister nodded. Anyone who could impress her brother must be extraordinary, and she couldn't afford to be careless. "What are you doing?" Don't you know you can't fight in the base? Just as Sister was about to make her move, a voice interrupted everyone from a distance. Parting the crowd as a group of people in military uniforms approached, led by a major in his 20s, whose tough physique and expression radiated military charm. Brother Lou. Lou Man immediately flashed a sweet smile upon seeing the newcomer and greeted him. Miss Lou? So it's Miss Lou here. Major Lou nodded at Lou Man, acknowledging her with a smile. Brother Lou, what brings you here? I heard someone causing trouble, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Miss Lou's people. What's going on? Major Lou glanced around, his gaze landing on Chimeng, pausing slightly with a hint of surprise and scrutiny upon seeing her. Brother Lou, it's just a small matter. Why did those little soldiers call you here? You must teach this bumpkin a lesson for ignoring me and hitting my people. Lou Man pouted while clinging to Major Lou's arm and pointing at Chimeng. Chimeng found it truly funny to hear Lou Man's words. She hit someone? Clearly, it was you who asked others to strike first. Besides, she didn't even retaliate. She was just trying to avoid it. Saying she hit someone is really laughable. Miss, may I ask if your surname is Foam? Major Lou did not pick on Chimeng because of Lou Man's words, but instead examined Chimeng for a while before asking. Chimeng was slightly taken aback. How did this person know her surname was Foam? Did they know each other? But she didn't remember knowing someone like this. Chimeng straightened up and looked at Major Lou, also sizing him up before speaking. Do you know me? Who are you? Hello, my name is Liu Yufei, a comrade and friend of Qingfeng. Liu Yufei mentioned Qingfeng indirectly instead of Jun Tian Mo Bai. Chimeng's eyes flickered slightly as she understood his meaning and realized why he knew her. It turned out to be because of Jun Tian Mo Bai and Qingfeng. After all, this was the capital city, which could be considered the Jun family's territory. It was impossible not to know each other. However, Jun Tian Mo Bai and Qingfeng had probably only mentioned her in passing. But how did he know her surname was Feng? He had never seen her before. Brother Lou, do you know her? Lou Man pouted, looking a bit unhappy as she pointed at Chimeng. For the second time, Chimeng glared at Lou Man, her brows furrowed as she coldly said, What do you mean? Lou Man didn't understand what Chimeng meant, and with such an absurd remark, her expression grew darker. Chimeng only coldly snorted and turned her head to look at Liu Yufei. Take me to find Qingfeng. Liu Yufei smiled and made a gesture inviting her to go ahead, but Lou Man was unhappy. Clearly, she was just a bumpkin, nothing to be put on a pedestal. So why was Brother Lou so respectful to Chimeng? Moreover, from Brother Lou's words, it seemed this woman knew Brother Qingfeng. Brother Lou, what are you doing? She just hit my person, and you're just letting her go like this? Unable to hold back her anger, Lou Man raised her hand for the third time, pointing at Chimeng. It hurts. Before she could even lower her hand, Lou Man cried out in pain, her right index finger pointing at Chimeng in an extremely twisted shape. For the third time, I will take action directly. Pointing at someone is very impolite. Didn't your mother teach you? Chimeng released Lou Man's finger and leisurely walked aside, saying to Liu Yufei, Let's go. Huh? Go this way. Liu Yufei was surprised. His mouth agape. This woman was too violent, breaking someone's finger like that. Cough, cough. This woman was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he knew she was the person Commander Jun was looking for, so he didn't provoke her. However, this woman had offended someone from the Liu family. She was likely to face unrest in the capital in the future. It wasn't just Liu Yufei. The surrounding crowd also gasped in shock. They had seen blood before, and people bitten by zombies were bloodier than this. But this kind of bloody scene, without blood, was the real blow to the heart's defenses. She actually broke someone's finger. And that person was the young lady of the Liu family, the willful and arrogant Liu Man. Did this woman not value her life? Even if Liu Man started it. This was the capital, home to the 3 prominent families. She was provoking the local bullies. But what did it mean that this woman was walking with Colonel Liu Yufei? It seemed that Colonel Liu was quite polite to her. Could she be some big shot? On the other side, Liu Yufei was leading Chimeng towards the Jun family's mansion. The atmosphere was unusually quiet along the way. Even the 2 rows of soldiers following behind were exceptionally silent, not daring to make sound. Have you seen me before? Chimeng broke the silence. Or should I ask them? Chimeng turned her head, pointing at the row of soldiers following behind. Seeing Chimeng turn her head, those who had been curiously watching her quickly lowered their heads. Chimeng found their reaction a bit strange. She thought, why did these people seem so odd? She could only smile awkwardly. There were too many people back there, so we couldn't mention the commander's name, which is why we brought up Qing Feng. We hope Miss Feng doesn't mind. Lu Yufei politely smiled at Qiming. Not at all. It's just that Miss Lu was there, so it was inconvenient to say. What's wrong? You all seem very afraid of Miss Lu. Does Miss Lu have something to do with your commander? Qiming asked curiously, genuinely just curious. Miss Feng, please don't misunderstand. Our commander has nothing to do with Miss Lu. Although both are from prominent families and often consider marriage alliances. Not that. Although there are marriage alliance considerations, our commander is not interested in the young lady of the Lu family. Please don't misunderstand. It's just that Miss Lu has unilaterally shown interest in our commander, so whenever she hears something about him, she tends to act differently. You really don't need to explain so much to me. I was just asking out of curiosity. Please don't misunderstand. Qiming interrupted Lu Yufei's words, feeling a bit embarrassed. She thought this Colonel Lu seemed to have misunderstood something. No misunderstanding. I talk too much. Miss Feng, actually, not just me. Many of our brothers know Miss Feng, Lu Yufei said with a polite yet awkward smile. Qiming was even more confused. What did this mean? Just as Qiming was about to ask further, they arrived at the Jun family mansion. Qiming blinked as she looked at the grand mansion before her. As expected of the #1 family in the capital, this house was impressively grand, and there were soldiers guarding the entrance. 2 soldiers saluted Lu Yufei, who instructed the other soldiers to wait outside while he led Qiming inside. Upon entering the hall, they saw several people standing there. One was Qing Feng, whom Qiming recognized, and 2 others she didn't know, one in a white coat and one in ordinary clothes but exuding a strong, veteran-like aura. Qiming. The moment Qing Feng saw Qiming, he was both surprised and shocked. He never expected to see Qiming at such a moment. Commander Jun had been looking for Feng Qiming for over 2 months, and suddenly she appeared before him. How could he not be astonished? Qiming smiled and said, "Are you surprised to see me? Do you know that we've been looking for you since you fell into the river, but we haven't heard anything about you? We didn't expect you to suddenly appear the Jun family. We all thought you." Qing Feng was still in shock and hadn't responded yet. "I'm not that easy to kill. By the way, where's Jun Maobai? Why isn't he here?" Hearing Qing Feng say that they had been searching for her made her feel touched, and she asked about Jun Maobai. Qiming's originally smiling face suddenly tensed up. What did Qing Feng mean? What does it mean to be in a coma and severely injured? Without saying a word, Qiming followed Qing Feng upstairs and arrived at Jun Maobai's room. Inside, Jun Maobai had a pale face, his upper body bare, and many places were wrapped in bandages. By the bedside, an elderly man was looking at Jun Maobai with a worried expression. "Old chief," Qing Feng called out as soon as he entered. "Who is this?" The old man asked, somewhat puzzled, seeing Qiming beside Qing Feng. "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Feng Qiming, and I am a friend of Jun Maobai." "Commander Jun." Qiming politely bowed to the old man, and then looked at Jun Maobai. Qiming furrowed her brows tightly and said to the old man, "Can I stay alone with Jun Maobai for a while? I want to see his injuries. Perhaps I have a way to save him." Chapter 74. Saving a person. Being captured, you have a way to save AMO. The old man, upon hearing this, raised his head in surprise, his gaze fixed on Qiming, leaning on his cane as if he might fall at any moment. Qiming looked at the old man and nodded slightly. "I'll give it a try, but I need to see his injuries first. I can't be disturbed, so I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment. But you can just look, I won't disturb you." The old man didn't want to leave. After thinking for a moment, he said to Qiming. Qiming gazed with her eyes fixed and said somewhat awkwardly, "Old man, if you want Jun Maobai to get better, it's best for you to go outside and wait. You should know Jun Maobai's condition. If you miss the best opportunity, you'll regret it later." "You." The old man was choked by Qiming's words and couldn't say a word. Indeed, if he missed the best chance to save his grandson because of such a small matter, he would regret it to death. But could such a young girl really save IMO? Or she meant harm to IMO? For a moment, the old man didn't know what to say. Qiming glanced at Qing Feng, who nodded in understanding. In the end, he still politely escorted the old leader out. The reason he used please was because this was the old commander, after all. If he didn't invite him out, would he have to drag him? The old commander's strictness was well known. Aside from Jun Maobai, the legitimate grandson of the Jun family, who else would dare? If one had to mention someone, it would only be Qiming, who had just argued with the old leader. It really made one feel a bit anxious for her. After Qiming closed the door, she slowly walked to Jun Mo Bai's bedside. The face that was once radiant and extraordinarily handsome now appeared lifeless. Upon seeing him again, Qiming did not expect it to be like this. After all, he was Jun Mo Bai. How could he be injured like this? Qiming raised her hand and gently caressed Jun Mo Bai's profile. Since her rebirth, she had not cried, but at this moment, tears streamed down her face. She did not know why, but seeing Jun Mo Bai lying on the bed like this suddenly made her feel that she also had a part in it. A feeling, a woman's intuition. Qiming just vented her emotions a little, and in the next moment, wiped away her tears. The most important thing for her now is to save Jun Mo Bai. How to save him? Naturally, by using the well water from her space. That well water has healing and restorative properties. She had already understood the effects of the well water very clearly from her last injury. And it was also mentioned in that as long as one hasn't lost their breath, the well water can gradually repair the damaged areas of a person, though the recovery time varies depending on the severity of the injury. Qiming took out some well water. First, she used it to clean Jun Mo Bai's wounds. After re-bandaging them, she took some more well water to give to him. However, after many attempts, she couldn't get him to drink. Feeling helpless, Qiming took a sip herself and then leaned close to Jun Mo Bai's lips to pass it to him. The softness of his lips made Qiming shiver slightly, and she found herself momentarily distracted, feeling as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly pulled away, and after calming herself down, she continued to give him several sips of water before finally patting her slightly flushed cheeks. Cough! She was saving someone, so why feel shy? After calming her emotions again, she opened the door. The old man and Qing Feng walked in, and the old man shot a glare at Qiming, surprised that this little girl dared to chase him out. Qiming directly ignored the old man's gaze and said to Qing Feng, "Don't worry, Jun Mo Bai will be fine. I'll come every day to bring him medicine, and within a week, he will wake up. I'm leaving now. Qing Feng, can you see me off?" Although Qiming was speaking to Qing Feng, she was also addressing the old man. By saying that Jun Mo Bai would be fine, she was trying to reassure the old man and also telling him that his grandson's life was in her hands. If he wanted to save his grandson, he had to listen to her. Qing Feng nodded and saw Qiming out. Asking Qing Feng to see her off was actually to inquire about her parents' news. Qing Feng gave Qiming the address. He had originally wanted to accompany her, but with Jun Mo Bai still unconscious and many matters to handle, he really couldn't leave. Qiming didn't mind. As long as her parents were safe, it was fine. Besides, she had the address and could find them. After agreeing to come back tomorrow afternoon, Qiming left, eager to see her parents as soon as possible. Back at the rented house, only Uncle Wong was there, pacing anxiously in the room. "Uncle Wong, what's wrong? What about Jerry and the others?" Qiming was taken aback. Could it be that Taishan and the others saw her missing person notice and brought her parents along? The Liu family? Liu Man. Qiming's eyes suddenly became sharp. How long have they been gone? They just left? They shouldn't have gone far. Girl, do you know people from the Liu family? Haha, not just know. She had underestimated the Liu family. They found this place so quickly, just as her parents arrived as well. Liu Man, this grudge has been formed. She could be dealt with, but her family and friends are her bottom line. A cold glint flashed in Qiming's eyes, accompanied by a faint killing intent. It was clear that she was genuinely contemplating murder now. Qiming immediately turned around and chased after them. Uncle Wong couldn't keep up with Qiming and was left behind, calling out, "Girl, wait for me." But all he could see was her small figure disappearing into the distance. Was it that the old steward of the Liu family? Who did the Liu family capture? Even child? It must be someone who offended that young lady of the Liu family. Alas, these people are bound to suffer. I remember those two people R&T from our district's mercenary group, right? What were they called? Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Yes, that's it. Aren't those two the leaders of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group? How did they offend the Liu family? Who knows? It's a pity. The Iron Blood Mercenary Group is quite famous in our district, and I had high hopes for this team. But unexpectedly, they offended the Liu family. In the crowd, discussions continued, mostly sighs or regrets. Captain, Vice Captain, a few voices emerged from the crowd, rushing to stand in front of the Liu family's people. It was two young men and a girl who didn't look very old. The three stood in front of the Liu family members, facing Taishan and the fatty. Who are you? How dare you block the Liu family's people? Get out of the way. The steward at the front glared angrily at the three who suddenly blocked their path and pointed at them. Why did you capture our captain and vice captain? The boy in the middle questioned. The Liu family doesn't need to explain anything to you when we capture people. Get out of the way. The Liu family's steward said disdainfully, pointing at the boy who spoke. We won't move without a reason for the capture. The girl on the far right firmly refused to budge. She was tall, even a few inches taller than Chiming, with a ponytail, wearing a vest with a tank top and dark jeans, exuding a unique charm and looking quite heroic. We heard that you captured your people. Captain, how did you get involved with the Liu family? The girl named Ulung looked at Taishan and asked. Captain, the three called out in unison. Listen, we will be fine. The fatty also gave them a reassuring look. Vice Captain, the group looked at the fatty, a bit hesitant. What are you dawdling for? Get out of the way. The Liu family's old steward seemed to be getting impatient. Yeah, there should be a reason for capturing people. Exactly a reason. A reason. We just found out that the capital has become your Liu family's territory. I wonder if the Jun family and Xiao family know that the Liu family has such intentions. However, we have known for a long time about the Liu family's young lady's arrogance. A bespectacled man said with a cold smile. So it turns out the capital belongs to your Liu family. Yes, we have known for a long time about the fame of the Liu family's young lady. I just heard today that the Liu family's young lady had a finger broken. Could it be that she has no place to vent her anger? So she randomly captured some people to relieve her feelings? I heard about this too. I heard it was a girl. I really admire her. I heard it too. But I don't know which heroine taught the Liu family's young lady a lesson. You are looking for death. How dare you spread rumors and curse our young lady? You few, come here, capture all three of them, and then find those who are gossiping. The old steward's face turned from black to white upon hearing these words, almost choking with anger. Once he regained his composure, he immediately ordered his subordinates to capture people, seemingly enraged. In an instant, the Liu family's subordinates clashed with the three who had blocked their way. The bespectacled boy didn't know how to fight, but was quite agile, narrowly dodging every attack, though he looked a bit awkward doing so. He seemed to be good at using the surrounding environment to evade these attacks. The other boy appeared to have practiced combat skills and seemed quite capable, easily handling two opponents. The tall girl could fight too. She looked like she had trained in Taekwondo, delivering a kick that sent one of the attackers flying, dragging him a good distance and creating a gust of wind. Looking very impressive. One of the Liu family subordinates, seeing he couldn't win, drew a gun from his waist and aimed it directly at the girl. Bang. Ulung, Xiaolan, Taishan, the fatty, and the other two companions exclaimed, rushing towards Ulung's direction. But the bullet flew past them, and they couldn't reach the girl in time. Ulung was startled by the sudden gunfire and the shouts, frozen in place as she watched the bullet come toward her. When one is close to death, everything seems slow. The bullet's trajectory moved slowly before their eyes. Whoosh! Bang! The sound of the bullet cutting through the air and hitting something. This is... The crowd gasped, staring at the incredible scene before them. Someone actually dodged a bullet? Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the person who suddenly appeared. Was it a girl? She looked to be in her early 20s, tall and slender, with a ponytail, and as the summer breeze blew, a few strands of hair across her forehead. The sunlight fell perfectly on her, making her shine brilliantly. Her skin was snow white, but her gaze contrasted sharply with the summer warmth, her eyes glinting with cold light, exuding an imposing aura that made everyone fall silent. Daughter, Xiaoming. Sister, Chiming's sister. The girl seemed frozen, as if she hadn't yet reacted to the moment of life and death just now, or perhaps she was startled by the sudden appearance of Chiming. She hadn't expected to survive under the gun, and after a while, she numbly shook her head. Chiming saw that she was fine, so she didn't pay much attention to her, and instead looked to the other side. Dad? Mom? Brother Taishan, Fatty? Luo. Chiming called out with a bit of choke in her voice. The moment she saw her parents, tears welled up in her eyes. Thankfully, they were all okay. Olfine, who are you? The old butler looked at the suddenly appearing Chiming with a frown and coldly asked her. Father and Mother Feng immediately ran to the side, anxiously watching Chiming surrounded by the Liu family. Qiming moved her hands, feet, and neck, tossing her backpack toward Jessie, who caught it steadily and didn't forget to say, "Qiming's sister, good luck." Qiming smiled and raised an eyebrow. Qiming glanced lightly at the people surrounding her and said, "Your young lady is quite generous. Over a dozen skilled fighters? Just to catch me? Come on, I want to see what level the Liu family is at." With a cold smile, Qiming beckoned to them. The people around exchanged glances and rushed towards Qiming, but the onlookers only saw blur. In less than a minute, Qiming appeared outside the encirclement, while the Liu family members were still wildly swinging at the empty air inside. When they realized Qiming was not in the circle, everyone froze. In that moment of shock, with a series of tearing sounds, everyone's clothes were ripped apart, or their pants fell down, covering the top but unable to hold up the pants. However, since they were all men, exposing their upper bodies was a big deal, so everyone hurriedly tried to hold up their pants to avoid embarrassment. "Huh, your pants fell off. Such speed," someone exclaimed. "Did anyone see how she did that?" So fast. Who could see it? But she clearly didn't have a knife in her hand, right? What kind of skill is this? I want to learn it too. Get a rest. In an instant, the mocking and sarcastic voices grew louder. The fat man stood aside, calling out to Qiming, "Sister, where did you learn this move? Teach me, teach me. Want to learn? The tuition isn't cheap." Qiming raised an eyebrow. "If you're not around, I've invented a lot of new dishes, guaranteed to let you eat your fill." The fat man trotted over to Qiming's side, grinning. "Deal." Qiming smiled and looked again at the Liu family members, her demeanor changing, with lingering killing intent in her eyes. "Are you leaving on your own? Or should I send you on your way?" Qiming said lightly. "Well, we'll leave right away." The old housekeeper of the Liu family, already terrified, quickly urged everyone to leave, but just a few steps later, he was stopped by Qiming. "Wait, miss, you said you would let us go." The crowd gasped. How bold must one be to say such a thing? To openly challenge the second largest family in the capital, the Liu family. Who exactly is this girl? Although her skills are impressive, after all, it is the entire Liu family. Isn't her bravado a bit too much? The Liu family's housekeeper wanted to say something, but was frightened back a few steps by Qiming's glare, only able to shout from a distance, "If you have the ability, don't run." The Liu family won't let you go. Qiming gently caressed her parents' temples, unable to hold back her tears any longer. "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, for worrying you. Child, as long as you're okay. It's been a few months since we last saw you, and you've lost weight. Haven't you been eating well outside?" Feng Ma hugged Qiming, her daughter, always the first to notice something different. "Yeah, I couldn't eat enough, I've lost weight. These past few months, I've missed you so much." Qiming joked, trying to lighten the sad atmosphere. Qiming poked the fat guy's shoulder and said, "All right, tonight, anything you want is on me." She spoke generously. "Girl, you're running too fast. I can barely keep up." The laughter hadn't died down when Uncle Wang's voice came from not far away. He was panting heavily. "This girl runs too fast." That evening, at the Feng family home where Dad and Mom Feng lived, a large group of people surrounded a big round table, nearly filling the house. Since Qiming rented a temporary place that was too small and hadn't been tidied up, everyone decided to celebrate Qiming's return and her new friends at their original residence. On the table, various delicious dishes were neatly arranged, with the aroma of the food wafting far away. People around were sniffing the fragrant food and looking toward the brightly lit house. Although they had often smelled it before, today it seemed especially fragrant. Which family could still cook such appetizing meals after the apocalypse? After all, most people just made do with whatever they had. Who still bothered to fry dishes? At most, they would just toss something in a pot, as long as it was edible. Moreover, no one would go outside looking for spices. After all, if food was scarce, who would care about these things? Qiming, Dad Feng, and Mom Feng sat in turn, with Luo being held by Qiming. Next were Taishan, the fatty, Jerry, and Jessie, followed by Uncle Wang. After them was the girl Qiming saved, who seemed to be called Xiaolan, but her real name was Maolan. The surname Mao is indeed rare, so this name is easy to remember. The boy sitting next to Maolan was called Chun Yi, a martial arts expert, but an easily blushing young man, 5 years older than Qiming. The last one was a boy wearing glasses, 3 years older than Qiming, named Long Kai. Before the apocalypse, He was a top student with a high IQ and remarkable observation skills. He looked like a delicate scholar and couldn't fight, but he had exceptional skills in escaping. And he was also a master of sarcasm, capable of infuriating a whole boat of people with his words. After the apocalypse, various mercenary groups began to emerge, specializing in taking on tasks for others. This phenomenon became particularly evident after arriving in the capital city, making mercenary groups quite popular in the post-apocalyptic world. Essentially, they're just a team of people with various skills coming together. To form a mercenary group, at least 5 people are needed. After registering at a designated location, their information is sent to various bases. After so much time in the apocalypse, many solar and wind-powered electronic products have been released at different bases, allowing communication and information gathering through devices. Now, there's also a mercenary ranking list. Each base has its own ranking to rate mercenary groups based on the number and difficulty of tasks taken, among other comprehensive factors. Taishan's Iron Blood Mercenary Group ISNT particularly famous in the capital base, but at ISNT completely unknown either. Among the hundreds of mercenary groups in the capital, it ranks in the middle, around the 80th or 90th place, with daily fluctuations in ranking due to many uncertain factors. At the dinner table, everyone became acquainted and enjoyed lively conversations. During the 2 months Chiming was unconscious in the space, she summarized her experience in one sentence, simply stating that she fell into the water and was unconscious for a long time, later being rescued by a kind person. But she didn't know where she was or have any means of transport, being in the deep mountains and forests, and she had been gone for over a month. After various reasons on the road, she ended up in the capital city after more than 2 months. Chiming spoke very simply, but everyone knew that her past 2 months were not simple at all. How could someone walk alone for so long and appear so carefree? In fact, what everyone didn't know was that those 2 months for Chiming had truly passed in the blink of an eye. She was severely injured and recuperating in the space. And when she opened her eyes, it was already 2 months later. Chapter 76. Reunion, the suddenly appearing woman, if only we had some wine. The fatty looked at the rich dinner he prepared and smacked his lips. Dead fatty, why do you ask for so much? Taishan patted the fatty's shoulder and said speechlessly, what this little fatty said is not wrong. How can we have such a good time without wine? Uncle Wong agreed with the fatty, but unfortunately, where can they find wine now? Look, the professor knows how to enjoy. What do you know, you big guy? The fatty rolled his eyes at Taishan. Chiming didn't say much about Uncle Wong's identity, only mentioning that he was from a research institute before the apocalypse. As for what kind of research institute and what they studied, she didn't clarify, but everyone naturally associated the term professor with Uncle Wong upon hearing he was involved in research, so they all uniformly referred to him as Professor Wong. But where can we get wine? Jessie looked at everyone and asked. Taishan and the fatty immediately looked at Chiming, and soon everyone else turned to her as well. Seeing everyone staring at her, Chiming blinked. I don't have any either. Don't look at me. Do you really think I'm like Doraemon, able to pull out anything you want? How about I go get you a bottle tomorrow? Chiming smiled brightly at everyone. Maolon spoke passionately, sincerely expressing her thoughts. Although it was their first meeting, having heard Chiming's name countless times in the capital, she felt familiar with it. Today, seeing the real person who saved her in front of her only increased her sense of familiarity and admiration. When Chiming heard these words, her face turned slightly red. It was the first time someone regarded her as an idol. What should she say? Ahem. Chiming, are you embarrassed? Jessie asked curiously upon seeing Chiming blush. Chiming awkwardly smiled. She was indeed embarrassed. With everyone looking at her, her face became even redder. Jerry gently tapped Jessie's head, and Jessie stuck out her tongue, causing everyone to laugh again. Alung, I just found out your idol is Commander June. Is your idol not me? Long Kai pretended to push up his glasses coolly and joked. Alung rolled her eyes at Long Kai. Get lost. You can't compare to Commander June. He is the idol of all the young girls in the capital. No, the entire country. Someone like you is more like a throw-up target. Ha, Alakai, don't insult the word idol. Chen you laugh at heartily. Long Kai raised an eyebrow, and the group joked for a while longer. They didn't finish their meal until midnight, but everyone seemed reluctant to leave. It took a while for them to finally sleep. That night, Chiming slept with Mom Phone, holding her mother, she felt that no matter how much hardship she faced, it was worth it. She must protect her family and friends and would never let them worry again. The next day, Chiming prepared the medicine to visit Jun Mabai. She couldn't go empty-handed. Otherwise, people would find it strange how she could heal Jun Mabai without anything. So, the medicine was just a facade. The well water from her space was the real spiritual medicine. Humming, I made this food early in the morning for you to take to Mabai. This child has been taking care of us while you were away and has never given up on finding you. Mom can only do this to thank him. I heard he was injured, so take these to him to help him recover. Mom Fong handed Chiming a thermos filled with chicken soup she had made. Mom, I understand. I'll take it over right away. Don't worry. He has fine, just some minor injuries. I'll find a chance to thank him for all he has done for you. You don't have to worry. After all, he is a commander. He can have whatever he wants. It's not like you made chicken soup just for me. As Chiming spoke, she pouted playfully, looking unhappy. Mom Fong tapped Chiming on the head. You child, this is for the patient. You're fine now. Why drink chicken soup? If you want some, I'll make it for you tomorrow. But this pot is for Mabai. You can't sneak any. Just sneak some. Just sneak some. Chiming stuck out her tongue and ran out, leaving Mom Fong both amused and helpless, allowing her daughter to leave. Chiming held a thermos in her left hand and a packet of supplements in her right, heading towards the Jun family mansion. Upon reaching the entrance of the central area, Ching Fong had already sent a soldier to wait for Chiming, fearing someone might not recognize her when she arrived at the Jun mansion. This made it convenient for Chiming, who followed the soldier straight to the mansion. However, as soon as she stepped into the hall, she saw an unexpected person. Wasn't he that Lu Man, whose finger she had broken? Why was she at the Jun family instead of recuperating at home? Chiming frowned slightly, but then remembered what she had heard from Lu Yufei on the road yesterday, which made sense. The Jun family and the Lu family had a long-standing friendship, and it was normal for the two families to have dealings. Moreover, it seemed there were plans for a military-political marriage between the two families, which explained why Lu Man was here. According to Lu Yufei, Lu Man particularly liked Jun Mabai, so she might have come to see him after hearing he was injured. The Lu family was well informed, yet the news of Jun Mabai's injury and coma was tightly sealed by the Jun family and hadn't spread at all. It was unclear how Lu Man found out, but whether she was here out of genuine concern for Jun Mabai or for other reasons, no one knew. After all, the Lu family was no simple matter, and with the Jun family's immense power, who wouldn't want a piece of the pie? Jun Mabai, being in a coma, was the best opportunity. Chiming only told Taishan and the others that Jun Mabai had some superficial wounds and would be fine after a few days of rest. After all, if the news of Jun Mabai's coma leaked, some ill-intentioned individuals might start to stir. In the hall, besides Lu Man, there was also the old man of the Jun family, the same elderly gentleman Chiming had seen yesterday, along with Qingfeng's father, the Jun family's old steward, Uncle Quan. Chiming learned from her chat with Ching Fong yesterday that Uncle Quan was Ching Feng's father. This clarified why Ching Feng and Jun Mabai had such a good relationship. When he first met Jun Mabai, he went to save Ching Feng without a second thought. It turned out the two had grown up together, as Uncle Quan had arranged for Ching Feng to be by Jun Mabai's side since childhood to protect him. As soon as Chiming entered, she was spotted by Lu Man. For a sworn enemy, she recognized even in death. How could Lu Man not recognize Chiming? It's you. What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? Lu Man pointed at Chiming and said angrily. However, because old Master Jun was present, she refrained from saying anything more excessive, but Chiming could tell that she was suppressing her anger. Chiming looked at her delicate little face while pointing to her own hand. No wonder you're from the Lu family. Your right hand is healed so quickly? Shouldn't we treat the left hand as well? I remember I mentioned that I really dislike being pointed at. Chiming said, lightly, while staring at Lu Man. Old Master, look at my hand. It was harmed by this woman. Old Master, you have no idea how dreadful this woman is. Now she's even threatening me. Just because I said one thing she didn't like yesterday, she broke my hand. You love me the most. You must stand up for me. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Lu Man immediately changed her expression, sat beside the old master, and pitifully raised her right hand wrapped in bandages, saying with a sad tone, before glaring at Chiming. Chiming looked at Lu Man acting with some speechlessness. Not acting is truly a waste of her talent. But she's not stupid. She knows how to call for help. The old man, however, raised his eyes to Chimeng and asked, "Is what she said true?" Chimeng did not deny it and said, "It was my hand that was broken. However, there is much more that she hasn't said, such as the fact that she was the one who spoke ill of me first. I originally didn't plan to pay her any attention, but she insisted that I was ignoring her and even had her people teach me a lesson. I'm just a small fry who has just arrived in the capital. How would I know she is the eldest daughter of the Liu family? If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have ignored her. But that doesn't matter. After all, I was just defending myself. Your subordinates are incompetent and still come to blame me. If I hadn't defeated your subordinate, my consequences would probably be more than just a broken finger, right, Miss Liu? Am I wrong? You're lying? Old master, look at her. She broke my hand and then slandered me. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one who got hurt, and you have nothing wrong. It's all your fault. Old master, Liu Man said, grasping the old master's arm with grievance, tears almost welling up in her eyes. Chimeng sighed softly. She didn't want to delay any longer and looked at the old man, saying, "You are Jun Mo Bai's grandfather, and I respect you, so I will call you Jun Laoyi. However, I still have to say that I am not here to argue with Miss Liu about this matter. I think if we keep delaying, don't you want your grandson to wake up?" Chimeng raised the medicine in her hand, indicating that she wouldn't play along with Miss Liu anymore, and that your grandson's life is still in my hands. Whether you want your grandson's life or want to uphold justice for Miss Liu depends on your choice, old man. Cough, cough, man, can we talk about this later? Miss Feng is here to treat AMO, so let her see AMO first. The old man cleared his throat and said, but in his heart, he was grumbling that he was actually being threatened by a little girl. Old man, how can such a woman come to see Mo Bai's injury? She doesn't look like someone who can treat illnesses at all. Don't be fooled by her. Liu Man didn't know why Chimeng was here, but she knew that this woman was a fraud. Miss Liu, may I ask how I don't look like someone who can treat illnesses? If you want, I can break one of your left-hand fingers to show you how I can treat illnesses. Are you saying that the old man can't see people clearly? Chimeng chuckled lightly. If I were to deceive anyone, it would be someone as easily deceived as you, Miss Liu. You don't talk nonsense. Liu Man quickly explained. Old man, I didn't mean that. I'm just concerned about Mo Bai. With so many doctors in the capital, how could a little girl like her understand how to treat illnesses? I'm just afraid you might be deceived by her. Old man, Liu Man was somewhat unwilling. She had come to see Mo Bai too, but she had been sitting here for a whole morning without seeing Mo Bai's shadow. They said Mo Bai was resting in his room and didn't allow anyone to disturb him. Why should a country bumpkin like her be able to see Mo Bai? She felt dissatisfied. The old man didn't say anything but shot a glance at Liu Man, which startled her into silence. She no longer dared to say anything and eventually left the Jun family. She knew that although the old man liked her, it wasn't from the bottom of his heart. The Jun family and the Liu family were originally at odds, but she had hopelessly fallen for Jun Mo Bai. Perhaps a marriage between the two families could improve their relationship, so she had told her father about it, and her father agreed. When her father discussed this matter with the old man, he didn't say much, neither explicitly agreeing nor declining. Did this mean that the Jun family also had this idea? That's why she came to the Jun family every day to chat with the old man and see Mo Bai. She believed that Mo Bai would come to like her. But who was this suddenly appearing woman? Why could she go see Mo Bai? She suddenly felt a very dangerous sense. Chapter 77, Weakness. In the conversation with the old man, Chimeng entered Jun Ma Bai's room, changed his dressing, and gave him some well water. She noticed that Jun Ma Bai's complexion was indeed much better than when she first saw him yesterday. At least he had some color in his face. It seemed that her well water was having an effect. Moreover, when she changed his dressing today, the wounds seemed to have healed a lot as well. She believed that within a week, Jun Ma Bai would recover. But when would he wake up? Chimeng sat at the head of the bed, her eyes fixed on Jun Ma Bai's sleeping face, unable to look away. The longer she stared, the more she felt her cheeks flush. Finally realizing this, Chimeng turned her gaze away. Indeed, beauty could attract people to commit crimes. Fortunately, she managed to hold herself back. Chimeng left Jun Ma Bai's room and went downstairs, only to find the old man still in the living room. She intended to leave quietly without disturbing him, but it seemed the old man was waiting for her. Just as she reached the door, she was called by the old man. Are you Feng Chimeng? His authoritative voice rang out. Qiming's steps came to a halt as she realized she couldn't leave. She wasn't sure what the old man wanted by calling her back. Qiming turned around, politely bowed to the old man, and raised a demure smile. Yes. The old man stared at Qiming for a long time, and she didn't rush to speak, allowing him to look at her. However, his gaze was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Qiming stood there, bewildered by the old man's inexplicable stare. Just so she could no longer hold back, the old man finally spoke. No need to be so unusual. It's not suitable for you. Just sit. Qiming felt a faint sadness. What did he mean by not suitable? She could be quite demure too. Qiming awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth, but ultimately said nothing and quietly sat down, waiting for the old man to speak. I heard from Qing Feng that you saved him, and AMO? Old man, just say what you need to say directly. No need for hints. I don't like beating around the bush. Qiming looked at the old man staring at her, sensing there was more to his words. She preferred to be straightforward. Beating around the bush wasn't her style. Besides, the old man had just said she was unusual and not suitable, so she decided to ask directly. The old man didn't expect Qiming to be so upfront. Indeed, he had something to say to her. You are very smart. Thank you for the compliment, old man. Then I'll speak frankly. Qiming nodded and made a gesture for you to speak. I know you are the savior of Qing Feng and AMO, and I also know that you must have gone through life and death together, and your friendship is very deep. Otherwise, AMO wouldn't have been looking for you all these months. However, I hope that after AMO wakes up this time, you can leave his side. AMO has grown up under my watch. This child is very sentimental. This is Amo's strength, but also his weakness. He is a member of the Jun family, bearing too much for the Jun family, and cannot afford to have his weaknesses exposed. But I can see that you are about to become Amo's weakness. I believe you understand without me explaining. I know you have family and friends in the capital. I can arrange for someone to take you to another base, ensuring you a worry-free life for the rest of your days. The only request is that I hope you can disappear. The old man spoke slowly, but very directly. After finishing, he kept staring at Qiming. The entire living room was silent for a few minutes, with no one speaking. At this moment, Butler Quan brought a cup of tea over and placed it in front of Qiming, then retreated to stand respectfully beside the old man. Qiming picked up the tea and took a gentle sip, then placed the cup on the table and raised her eyes to old Master Jun. If I can't say it. Qiming raised her eyebrows. Threatening her? Is the old man threatening me, a young girl? If you leave, then it wouldn't be a threat. The atmosphere became even more silent than before, and Uncle Quan at the back felt as if he could already smell gunpowder. Good, really good. I didn't expect that the dignified old leader of the Jun family would now threaten a little girl. Old man, I cannot agree to your request. Where I go and who I befriend is my business. I think if Jun Mo Bai wakes up, he would definitely not agree with you either. I don't know what you were worried about. Jun Mo Bai and I are just ordinary friends, even less than my relationship with Qing Feng. If you say I am Jun Mo Bai's weakness, then Qing Feng is the same. As you said, Jun Mo Bai values loyalty and emotions. And this should not only apply to me because I believe that the bond between Qing Feng and Jun Mo Bai is even deeper. If that is the only reason, then I think you should tell Jun Mo Bai that as a member of the Jun family, he cannot develop feelings for anyone because that would become his weakness. But old man, if Jun Mo Bai really becomes that kind of person, would you really be satisfied? Or do you think Jun Mo Bai is still Jun Mo Bai? And I believe Jun Mo Bai will not let anyone become his weakness, because he is Jun Mo Bai. So, old man, I cannot agree to your request. And you don't need to worry about me becoming Jun Mo Bai's weakness. I and here just friends, that's all. And I believe I will not be a weakness. Qiming spoke frankly, staring at the old man without backing down. In an instant, the entire atmosphere dropped another degree, and the old man's face seemed to show slight anger. This little girl is quite arrogant. It seems you really are not afraid of the Jun family. No matter what, you are not going to leave Beijing, right? I am afraid, but I have my principles. Besides, old man, you are mistaken. It's not that I want to leave Beijing. It's that I want to leave Jun Mo Bai. After saying this, Qiming crossed her legs, raised her eyebrows, her momentum not losing to the old man, staring at him, and said, You. The old man tapped his cane, seemingly angered by Qiming. Besides Yun Mu Bei, No one has ever stood up to him like this. Others who see him usually lose some of their momentum, or they don't dare to look him in the eye. Yet now, this girl actually dares to confront him directly. If the old man has nothing else, I will take my leave. Tomorrow, I will continue to bring medicine for Junimo by. After saying this, Qi Ming stood up, intending to leave, completely giving the old man no chance to speak. The old man indeed didn't know how to respond. When Qi Ming reached the door, she paused but didn't turn around. In a flash of white light, only her black silhouette could be seen. I have a principle. You can move me, but my family and friends are my bottom line. If anyone touches my bottom line, I will make them feel 10 times the pain. I have said the same to the Liu family, but I believe you, old man, are not as foolish as the Liu family, right? After saying these words, Qi Ming left directly. The old man's face turned pale with anger. No one had ever spoken to him like this. Ah Quan, did you see that? Someone actually dared to speak to me like this. It makes me furious. The old man's white beard shook with anger, which was somewhat amusing. Old man, being angry isn't good for your health. Have a sip of water to calm down. Uncle Quan handed a glass of water to the old man, comforting him. The old man took a sip of water, but it just wouldn't go down, and he placed the cup back on the table. How can I calm down? Besides that brat Mo, no one has ever made me this angry. Where did this girl come from, daring to challenge me? Cough, cough, old man, and I say something? Don't you think this girl is quite similar to young Master Mo? I actually think this girl is very bold. Nowadays, besides young Master Mo, there are few who dare to speak frankly to you. At such a young age, she can face you without changing her expression and understands how to draw inferences from one instance. Such young people are rare nowadays. You should be at ease knowing she can be friends with young Master, and Mo. Uncle Quan spoke well of Qi Ming, but it wasn't exactly flattery. He had felt something from the first moment he saw this girl in the Jun family mansion. From her words earlier, he felt that this girl's character and temperament were quite good, especially her aura. At such a young age, she could be as steady as a mountain, which is rare. He thought she matched well with young Master Mo. Moreover, after Qi Ming left, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen this girl somewhere before. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. It turned out that before the apocalypse, both he and the young master had encountered this girl, the one who saved a little girl from under the wheels. At such a young age, her skills seemed quite good. He remembered that he had praised this girl to the young master back then. One could only say that everything is fate. Ah, Quan, why are you helping her speak? The old man gave Uncle Quan a strange look. I'm not helping her. I'm just saying what I truly think. Are you worried about the Liu family? Uncle Quan had been with the old man for decades, so how could he not understand the old man's thoughts? The old man nodded, remaining silent for a while before speaking. That's right. Liu Yao has always wanted to insert himself into the military and has been eyeing our Jun family. His use of marriage with his daughter to unite with our Jun family seems amicable, but he is not the kind of person who would let go easily. The Liu family and the Jun family have been covert enemies for so long. It cannot be resolved with just one marriage. He just wants to use the pretense of marriage to deal with our Jun family, hoping to make us lower our guard. Mo is still young, and he handles things very well. It's not that I don't trust Mo, but sometimes, once a person has a weakness, they can change, becoming indecisive and hesitant. And I am his grandfather. I've raised him since he was little. How can I not know him? He has never cared for a girl like this before. But you've seen it for the past 2 or 3 months. This is his weakness. The old man sighed. But that girl said she only considers the young master a friend. But Mo doesn't feel the same way. Moreover, I can see that this girl has feelings for Mo that go beyond mere friendship. Maybe she hasn't realized it yet. Or perhaps she's intentionally hiding it. But I can see it in her eyes. I'm not senile. It doesn't matter what family background or status she has. But the current situation of our Jun family does not allow for it. With the Liu family watching us closely and the Changsheng organization constantly provoking us. The entire Huaxia is tied to our Jun family. Once Mo falls deeper for this girl, it won't be good for either Mo or this girl, nor for all of Huaxia. Uncle Quan also understood the old man's meaning. He was afraid someone would use this girl to blackmail the young master, which is why he spoke to her that way. What he did was for everyone's good. Only if the young master has no weaknesses would the enemies outside have no opportunities to exploit. And for the past few months, they could all see that the young master has feelings for this girl. Once a person develops feelings for someone, especially between men and women. They can become reckless. But old man, you are also the young masteress. I will not become Mo's weakness. If that day really comes, I will take matters into my own hands. The old man interrupted Uncle Quan, knowing what he was about to say. Chapter 78. Waking Up. It's good that you're okay. For several consecutive days, Chi Ming appeared at the Jun family on time, and the guards seemed to recognize her. Additionally, the old man of the Jun family would sit in the living room every day when Chi Ming arrived, as if he was deliberately waiting for her. However, Chi Ming completely ignored him. A few days ago, they exchanged a few words which were similar to what they had said on the first day. Chi Ming admired the old man's persistence, but as the days went by, she became too lazy to engage with him. The old man spoke less as well, but he would always watch her when she entered or exited, making Chi Ming feel a bit uncomfortable, so she could only quickly pass through the living room every day. Today was the 5th day, and Jun Mo Bai's injuries had healed. The only issue was that he was still in a coma. The doctor checked and said there was no major problem. They just indicated that Jun Mo Bai was severely injured and extremely fatigued, which was why he remained unconscious. Essentially, it meant he would wake up naturally once he had enough rest. Today, Chi Ming was planning to go to the Jun family. The Fatty and Taishan were also preparing to go to the place where they would meet Alon and the others for a mission. They had received a task yesterday, which involved transporting rice from a large rice processing factory located several dozen kilometers away from the capital. Many people were participating in this mission, including numerous mercenary groups, the capital's military, and members of the Shao family. The factory belonged to the Shao family, and only they knew the password to open the warehouse. Moreover, only the Shao family knew the most accurate route. Thus, the Shao family would also send a few people to accompany them, led by a colonel, although Taishan and the others did not know who it was. In any case, the capital placed great importance on this mission, as food resources were becoming increasingly scarce throughout Huaxia. Although food cultivation had already begun, the population of survivors needed to eat every day, ultimately leading to a supply shortage. Moreover, a large portion of the resources was monopolized by the Shao family, so they had no choice but to trade with them to meet their respective needs. Be careful on the road and pay attention to safety, Chi Ming said to Taishan and Fatty, who were getting ready to leave. Fatty placed a hand on Taishan's shoulder. Don't worry. We've taken on this kind of mission many times. You're right, sister, but we still need to be careful. Don't take it lightly, Taishan said, swatting Fatty's hand away as he put on his shoes. All right, we're off. Fatty pulled Taishan and they left. Chi Ming had also tidied up, and before she could go out, she was hugged by Luo Luo. Sister Chi Ming, take Luo Luo out to play. Luo Luo lifted her little face and said while hugging Chi Ming's legs. Chi Ming gently touched Luo's little head and asked, where does Luo Luo want to go play? Luo Luo, Brother Mabai, doesn't dislike you. He's just sick and not feeling well, which is why he hasn't come to see you. If Luo Luo wants to see Brother Mabai, then Sister Chi Ming will take you to see him. Okay? Chi Ming picked up Luo Luo and comforted her, saying goodbye to her parents before taking Luo Luo to the Jun family home. At the Jun family mansion, Miss Feng, the guards at the entrance already recognized Chi Ming, and both Boss Qing Feng and Butler Quan had greeted her. So now, whenever Miss Feng came over, they would let her in directly without any announcement. They realized she was the person their young master had been looking for over the past 2 to 3 months. They were curious about this person who could make their commander search for a woman for so long. Through the days they spent together, they learned that Miss Feng was not only kind, but also greeted them every time she came in. Moreover, they heard that the commander's recovery was also thanks to Miss Feng, and they had also heard that she was the one who dared to confront Lu Man at the entrance of the central area, even breaking one of Lu Man's fingers. These brothers had long looked down on the Lu family and the eldest daughter, Lu Man, but since the Lu family was powerful, they had to endure. Miss Feng had avenged them, which made them admire her even more, and they developed a good impression of her out of curiosity. Hello, Chi Ming, holding Luo Luo, nodded at the guards. The guards at the entrance were not fixed. They changed each time, but it seemed like they all knew her. At first, Chi Ming was puzzled, but later learned that Qing Feng had given them a heads up, so she smiled at them and went inside. What Chi Ming didn't know was that the guards actually changed shifts weekly, But these soldiers wanted to see what kind of person this Miss Phone was, so they ended up changing every day. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, the old man was still sitting in the hall. Chiming put Luoluo down and took her hand, saying, "This is Brother Mabai's grandfather. Call him Grandpa." "Grandpa," Luoluo called out obediently. The old man trembled with joy upon hearing it. He was initially curious about why this girl had brought a little girl, but her calling him Grandpa delighted him. The old man loved children, especially such a cute little girl like Luoluo. "Why you?" "Hello," the old man said somewhat awkwardly. Luoluo let go of Chiming's hand and ran in front of the old man, cutely asking, "Grandpa, can I touch your white beard?" Luoluo stared at the old man's white beard for a long time. Just as Chiming was about to stop Luoluo, the old man's voice rang out. "Of course." After saying that, he leaned down to let Luoluo touch his beard. Chiming was a bit surprised. She thought the old man would refuse. In her eyes, the old man probably wouldn't like children, but unexpectedly, he actually agreed. She really misjudged him. Luoluo touched the old man's beard and giggled. It's so fun. After that, the old man chuckled as well, and Butler Quan stood by, watching this scene with a half smile and no words. "Luoluo, you play with Grandpa here, and Sister will go upstairs to change the medicine for Brother Mo Bai. After I finish, you can come to see Brother Mo Bai, okay?" Chiming instructed Luoluo, who nodded. She then said to Butler Quan, "Luoluo will trouble you to watch over her." After saying that, she politely bowed. "Miss Fong, don't worry." Seeing Butler Quan nod in agreement, Chiming went upstairs. Upon arriving at Jun Mo Bai's room, she found that his complexion was already normal, and the wounds on his chest had scabbed over during the dressing. As long as he didn't make any big movements, the wounds would heal completely in a few days. However, considering that Jun Mo Bai was currently unconscious, it was impossible for him to make any big movements. After bandaging Jun Mo Bai and giving him a few sips of water, Chiming sat at the head of the bed and began to stare at his sleeping face in a daze. "Jun Mo Bai, why haven't you woken up yet?" Chiming sighed. "Jun Mo Bai, please wake up quickly. If you wake up, I will tell you a secret." "Sigh, am I being silly? How could you possibly hear my words?" "Jun Mo Bai, I won't chat with you today. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Chiming muttered a lot to Jun Mo Bai. She would say some words to him every day, hoping he would wake up soon. However, after so many days, it seemed to have no effect. Chiming tucked him in and was just about to turn around to leave when her wrist was tightly grabbed by a force. Chiming was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. She turned around and looked incredulously at the person who had grabbed her wrist. Jun Mo Bai's hand was tightly gripping her wrist, and although he'd been unconscious just moments ago, he now had his eyes wide open, though he appeared somewhat weak and frail. The glimmer and depth in his gaze were fixed firmly on her. "Jun Mo Bai, you're awake. Oh, that's great. Jun Mo Bai, you woke up." Chiming exclaimed joyfully, a bit flustered. Her voice wasn't too loud or too soft, but it was just enough for the people downstairs to hear. A quarter of an hour later, Chiming looked at the elderly man in the room, as well as Butler Quan and Luoluo. She glanced at Jun Mo Bai lying on the bed, who seemed to be looking at her as well. Holding Luoluo at the foot of the bed, Chiming saw the elderly man sitting by the bed, holding Jun Mo Bai's hand, while Butler Quan stood nearby with red eyes, seemingly on the verge of tears from excitement. "Grandpa, Uncle Quan," Jun Mo Bai rasped, having been unconscious for almost a week. His voice naturally a bit hoarse. "Young master, it's really great that you woke up. You have no idea how worried the old master has been these past few days." Uncle Quan said excitedly. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, for making you worry," Jun Mo Bai said apologetically, grasping the elderly man's hand. "You brat. Did you think you could just leave me all alone? You actually played dead. The Jun family has only you as a seedling. If anything happened to you, what would I do? What would happen to the Jun family? What about your brothers?" The elderly man unexpectedly gave Jun Mo Bai a hard knock on the head, appearing to scold him, but filled with concern. Jun Mo Bai rubbed his head and said, "Grandpa, I'm already grown up. Why are you still hitting my head? I'm not a child anymore. Can you give me some face?" He spoke helplessly, feeling both respect and helplessness towards his grandfather. The elderly man glanced at Chiming and then back at his grandson. "You brat, now that you've grown up, I can't hit you anymore, right? Who told you to be in a coma for so long?" "Grandpa, all right, you're awake now. I'll let you off this time." You need to rest more. I'll go get someone to make you something to eat." After the elderly man finished speaking, he left with Butler Quan, leaving only Chiming and Luoluo. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, but Luoluo didn't feel it at all. She jumped down from Chiming's arms and ran to Jun Mabai's bedside. "Brother Mabai, Chiming's sister said you were sick. Are you feeling better now?" Luoluo asked with a worried expression on her little face. Jun Mabai patted Luoluo's head. "I'm much better now. Have you missed Brother Mabai these past few days?" He said indulgently. "Yes. Uncle Feng and Brother Taishan have missed you too," Luoluo said happily, her little face lighting up. "Really? Brother misses Luoluo too. Once I'm better, how about I take you out to play?" Okay. Chiming's sister can come too." "All right. We'll go together then." Jun Mabai pinched Luoluo's little face. Luoluo giggled and then went out to play with the old man, having developed a fondness for his white beard. Chiming reminded her to be careful and let her go, as she could tell the old man seemed to like children, so Luoluo should be fine. But once Luoluo left, Chiming realized that it seemed to be just the two of them left in the room. The atmosphere became a bit awkward and uncomfortable. However, rather than being uncomfortable, it felt somewhat flirtatious. You. They both spoke the same two words simultaneously, slightly taken aback. Chiming awkwardly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a deep red. "You go first." Jun Mabai wanted to reach for the water on the bedside, but as he moved, it tugged at his wound. Seeing this, Chiming immediately walked over and handed the water to Jun Mabai, helping him drink it. After he finished, Jun Mabai suddenly grabbed Chiming's wrist, causing her to stiffen. "Ew, it's good that you're fine." "Huh? What?" Chiming was momentarily stunned, not fully grasping the situation, but the next second, she understood what Jun Mabai meant. He was referring to her falling into the river. "Thank you. Kim Nux a Jun Mabai, seriously expressing her gratitude." "Thank me for what?" Jun Mabai chuckled, responding with a question. "Thank you for not giving up on finding me. I heard from Taishan and the others that you were always looking for me. And thank you for taking care of my parents and Luoluo. If it weren't for you, they might not be living so well now." Chiming raised her eyes to look at Jun Mabai. "So, don't you think you should repay me? What do you want as a reward?" Chiming was slightly taken aback, looking puzzled. "How about the usual, pledging yourself to me?" "Jun Mabai, do you think you're a patient and that I won't do anything to you?" Chiming's face turned red, unsure if she was shy or annoyed by Jun Mabai's words. "Am I not excellent enough for you to consider? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Jun Mabai said jokingly, but with a serious gaze fixed on Chiming. Chiming felt a bit shy under Jun Mabai's gaze, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. The atmosphere had indeed become somewhat ambiguous. "I was just joking. You're not really considering it, are you?" Jun Mabai broke the awkwardness, chuckling as he looked at Chiming, whose face was getting redder. He knew she was embarrassed, and he didn't want to push her, so he deliberately changed the topic. Anyway, she couldn't escape his grasp. A little more time wouldn't hurt. "Jun Mabai, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're the patient, right?" Chiming said, blushing, giving him a playful glare. "That's great." "Huh? What?" Chiming looked at Jun Mabai in confusion, not understanding what he meant by "that's great." It turned out that when he said "that's great," he meant this. Chiming realized this and stared at Jun Mabai for a long time. "Jun Mabai, Chiming called his name, but didn't know what else to say. What did she want to say? It seemed she didn't really want to say anything, just wanted to call out to him. In that moment when their eyes met, the sunlight was just right. "Jun Mabai, I have a question I want to ask you," Chiming slowly began. Your subordinates seem to know me, but I've never met them. How do they know me?" Chiming asked curiously. "Want to know? MMHM. Not telling you." Jun Mabai, Jerry and Jesse, the siblings, along with Professor Wong, had always lived in the house that Chiming started renting. In recent days, the siblings had adapted to life in the capital, occasionally taking on small tasks to avoid bothering Chiming. She didn't mind, but she certainly hoped the siblings could survive independently in the apocalypse. As for Professor Wong, he was only good at experiments and research. Chiming wanted him to go to the research institute in the capital, but Professor Wong didn't plan to go, so he was currently relying on the Feng family for food and shelter. Chiming always felt that Professor Wong was hiding something or had something he wasn't saying, but since he didn't want to talk now, she didn't push him. Moreover, she needed his help with some things. The virus was extracted from the ancient jade in the black meteorite. So was there a way to crack it with another piece of ancient jade? She planned to have Professor Wong research this for her. The ancient jade had already merged with her body, and it was impossible to take out the piece inside her. So the only way was to have Professor Wong study the well water in the space. She believed that the well water must be related to the virus, and perhaps this well water could resist the viruses. Therefore, Chimeng planned to buy a bigger house in the capital, located in the central area, because the central area was the safest. This house also had to have a basement, as she needed it for experiments with Professor Wong. She also planned to have Taishan, the fatty, Jerry, Jessie, her parents, and Luoluo all live together. This way, it would be much livelier and they could look out for each other. It was still early, so she decided to visit Jun Mabai first and then look at houses. Feng Ma handed Chimeng a jar of chicken soup. This is for that kid Mabai. Take it. Mom, he's already fine. Why send him chicken soup? Chimeng pouted. You child. He's got better. Of course he needs some chicken soup to replenish his strength. Hurry and take it over. Feng Ma tapped Chimeng on the head. Dad, Mom hit me on the head again. Chimeng immediately acted cute towards Feng Dad as he came out of the room. Ahem, your mom is right. Since he just recovered, he needs to replenish. Feng Dad, seeing his wife give him a fierce look, instantly turned into a model husband. Dad, I knew you were unreliable. All right, I'm leaving. Chimeng waved her hand and left for the Jun family. At the Jun family, in Jun Mabai's room, Chimeng held the chicken soup she brought over, feeding Jun Mabai one spoonful at a time, occasionally rolling her eyes at him. You're hurt in the chest, not like your hand is broken, and you still need me to feed you. I'm the patient. Be a little gentler with me. Jun Mabai leaned back against the headboard, a wicked smile on his face as he drank the soup Chimeng scooped for him, occasionally pretending to be weak, leaving Chimeng at a loss for what to do with him. Jun Mabai, I change your bandages every day. How could I not know if you're getting better? After drinking my well water for more than a week, you're just dealing with some superficial injuries now. Come on, stop pretending. Changing your bandages every day? Who do you think it is if not me? You're lucky to be alive. With such serious injuries, you can't even drink water. If it weren't for me. Chimeng suddenly paused, her face quickly turning red, not continuing her sentence, but instead scooping another spoonful of soup to bring to Jun Mabai's lips. Drink the soup. However, Jun Mabai didn't drink it right away. Instead, he leaned in a bit closer and looked at Chimeng with a puzzled expression, asking, if it weren't for you. What? Chimeng quickly lowered her head. It's nothing. Just drink your soup. Really nothing? But it seems like I've vaguely heard someone whispering a lot in my ear. And it happens every day, chattering. Jun Mabai leaned against the head of the bed, seemingly lost in thought. You can hear it all? Chimeng was taken aback and instantly lifted her head to look at Jun Mabai. This guy, wasn't he in a coma? How would he still hear? When I was feeding him water with my mouth. He wouldn't have known that too, would he? Well, I can hear it intermittently, and I can feel it too. Jun Mabai gave Chimeng a meaningful glance. Chimeng suddenly felt a sense of petrification. If he could hear, then why say I can feel it? Was he referring to the fact that she had been feeding him water with her mouth every day? Chimeng's expression instantly turned into a myriad of colors, like a rainbow, and she noticed Jun Mabai's smile growing wider. Although he had been in a coma for the past few days, his consciousness was clear. He didn't know why he couldn't wake up, but he could feel everything that Chimeng had done and said to him during this time. Just as Chimeng was awkwardly trying to escape the room, her savior arrived. Mabai. It was Qing Feng. After knocking on the door, Qing Feng entered and didn't notice the subtle change in the room's atmosphere. Instead, he seemed a bit surprised to see Chimeng. Chimeng, you're here too? Chimeng looked at Qing Feng with gratitude, and finally, she could breathe deeply. Yes, I came to see him and also to handle some matters. Chimeng nodded slightly. Jun Mabai raised his eyes to look at Qing Feng, somewhat displeased with Qing Feng's sudden appearance. What's the matter? Qing Feng was taken aback. Why did he feel that the boss seemed unhappy? Did he offend him in some way? But this wasn't the time to discuss that. He had important news. However, Qing Feng glanced at Chimeng, who understood that it might be something confidential. She was just about to tidy up and go out when Jun Mabai said, We're all on the same side, just say it. Qing Feng seemed to have anticipated Jun Mabai's response, so he wasn't too surprised. Mabai, Yu Fei and the people he took to find supplies are trapped. I received the news this morning. The rice processing plant? Qimeng was shocked. Isn't that where Fatty and the others went? What happened? Qingfeng was puzzled by Qimeng's surprise. It's nothing, you guys continue. Qimeng shook her head, intending to listen further. After all, Jun Maobai had said they were all on the same side, and she really wanted to know if Fatty and the others were trapped. Who else is trapped? Jun Maobai frowned. In addition to our people, there are also members of the Xiao family, the current eldest son Xiao Qiao, and some mercenaries, totaling around several hundred people. Mercenaries? This is bad. Upon hearing about the mercenaries, Qimeng's heart sank. She feared it was indeed the rice processing plant that Fatty and the others had gone to. With the military, the Xiao family, and mercenaries involved, it was likely the same rice processing plant she knew. What's wrong? Jun Maobai asked, noticing Qimeng's shock. Taishan and Fatty's team are also inside, Qimeng said, steadying herself. Qingfeng and Jun Maobai frowned at each other, and Jun Maobai asked again. Didn't you check the situation before going? How could they suddenly be trapped? The road was blocked. It had only been one night. How could the road suddenly be blocked? Do you know the reason? We checked. The road is flanked by mountains, and it should be a landslide. However, we don't know what caused the landslide. Qingfeng nodded. I remember our people had surveyed City U. How could a horde of over 100,000 zombies suddenly appear? Did you not detect anything in the past few days? City U is so close to us, just half a day away. If it's not resolved quickly, our capital will be overrun by zombies. Jun Maobai's frown deepened, and his expression turned slightly grim. Chapter 80. Zombie Horde. I trust your detectors can only scan a radius of 50 kilometers around the capital. City U is half a day's distance away, several hundred kilometers, so it cannot be detected. However, we activated the cloud-based detectors, and the data shows that our cloud-based detectors detected nothing. They only picked up a few tens of thousands of zombies, not the hundreds of thousands, Qingfeng said in confusion. Their cloud-based detectors were the latest invention and have been tested multiple times. The cloud-based detector could scan a radius of 1,000 kilometers. But since these detectors were extremely difficult to manufacture, they were generally not used and were disposable. The detectors around the capital could only scan 10 kilometers, making them easier to produce and not disposable. After these detectors were developed, the capital distributed them to all bases to prevent attacks from zombie hordes or sudden assaults by mutated zombies. A 10-kilometer radius at least gives people time to escape, while the cloud-based detectors are only available in the capital and are scarce. He knew Jun Maobai had just woken up and didn't know what kind of medicine Qimeng had used to make Jun Maobai recover from an injury that was supposed to take a month to heal in just over a week. Although he wasn't fully healed, he had seen the wound had scabbed over. Even Hua Tua wouldn't have healed so quickly, and he always felt that Qimeng had some mysterious qualities that he couldn't pinpoint. It was only just now that he realized that whatever Qimeng does or whatever passes through her hands, bad things ultimately turn good. For example, in City Q, those people rescued by the hospital had lost all hope, but she helped them find hope. And on the bridge, everyone thought she had drowned. Yet she appeared unscathed at the Jun family mansion. And this time, when Jun Maobai was injured, the doctors had said there was no hope. But Qimeng had him healed in just a week. There were many small details that revealed her uniqueness, and he had come to tell him about this matter only after seeing that Jun Maobai was truly okay. After all, this matter was quite significant. Well, what do you think? Jun Maobai frowned and was silent for a while before turning to Qimeng to ask, regardless of whether this matter is true or not. Someone needs to go. However, sending a large team would take too long, and we still don't know the situation. First, send 2 people to scout, keep communication open, and prepare for defense and retreat. It's best to broadcast to everyone to get ready, whether for defense or retreat. You have helicopters, right? Half a day's journey by helicopter takes at most a few minutes. Once it's confirmed that there are indeed a large number of zombies, immediately notify everyone to retreat. But you are the professionals. I'm just sharing my thoughts. Qimeng thought for a moment and said, then looked at Jun Maobai and Qingfeng, waiting for their responses. Your thoughts are quite similar to mine, good. Qingfeng, broadcast immediately and inform everyone that we will ensure everyone's safe evacuation and that no one will be left behind. If anyone causes a riot, they can leave first, but you must tell them that once they leave the capital base, they cannot re-enter. We are a sanctuary, but we want to keep those who don't trust us. We need unity to fight against the zombies, not those who riot at the first sign of danger. If they are not willing to trust us even for a few minutes, such people are not worthy of our protection. Jun Mabai said coldly, his eyes steady. Chima was a bit surprised by Jun Mabai's words. She didn't expect him to make such a decision. It seemed like the first time she had seen him work and give orders. The decision was cruel, yet very realistic and cool. Yes, if the people they were trying to protect wouldn't believe them even for a few minutes, why should they continue to protect those who didn't trust them? If they forcibly kept these rioters around, it would only incite and provoke more people to riot, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even just these increasingly numerous riots could throw the Jingcheng base into chaos. Jun Mabai's actions minimized the potential harm and protected more people. However, one misstep could lead to his own downfall, leaving him with a reputation for being ruthless and heartless. Yes, Qing Feng and Jun Mabai had grown up wearing the same pants. He understood Jun Mabai's thoughts even if others didn't, so he believed in him. After speaking, he intended to turn and leave. Wait a minute. Jun Mabai called out to Qing Feng, prepare a helicopter. You and I are going. Qing Feng nodded. Wait a minute. Just as Qing Feng was about to turn and leave, Qimin called out to him again. Can you all please say everything at once? Qing Feng said helplessly. Cough, cough, that's not important. Jun Mabai, your injury hasn't healed yet, and we need someone to hold down the fort here. Qing Feng and I will go, you stay. Qiming said to Jun Mabai. Qiming is right. Mabai, you should stay in Jingxing. Qing Feng thought of Jun Mabai's well-being. He knew Qiming's abilities were not inferior to his own. Although it wasn't ideal for Qiming to go, there were currently no suitable candidates. No way. Jun Mabai's expression darkened, and he became instantly displeased. Qiming and Qing Feng were both stunned. Is this the best way? Are you going to let your wounds split open and then drag Qing Feng down with you? Qiming was even more opposed, while Qing Feng was nodding vigorously beside her. Jun Mabai swept a glance at them, and Qing Feng immediately froze. After all, he couldn't afford to offend his commander. I'm not at ease with you going alone. So how about this? I'll go with you, and Qing Feng will stay in the capital. I trust him. You're not at ease with me and Qing Feng going, but you're at ease with going with this injured person? You can rest assured, but I can't. I'll keep an eye on you, so don't worry. Jun Mabai smirked mischievously, his lips curling to reveal his cunning white teeth. Qing Feng and Qiming were both speechless, and after some deliberation, they ultimately decided to listen to Jun Mabai. Qiming and Jun Mabai would go. In fact, Jun Mabai's injuries were almost healed. Just some fatigue, and his wounds hadn't fully recovered. As long as he didn't engage in overly strenuous activities, it would be a big problem. However, if there were indeed hundreds of thousands of zombies, how could they rescue those people without making significant movements? But Jun Mabai was adamant. No matter what, he had to go. Qing Feng and Liu Yufei were his friends, and he could not go. As for Qiming, it was even less likely she would agree to not go. However, if they had to go, Qiming would rather go with Jun Mabai herself, because she felt more at ease by his side. She had the spiritual spring and could heal Jun Mabai at any time. And besides, Jun Mabai really wasn't in serious trouble anymore. Furthermore, Taishan and Fatty were still there. No matter what, she wouldn't just leave them behind. When they set off, Qiming specifically asked Qing Feng to take good care of them. The helicopter was parked on the roof of the highest building in the capital base, and only Jun Mabai and Qiming would board the plane, which could only accommodate 2 people. After Jun Mabai gave Qing Feng some instructions, he immediately boarded the helicopter. The dream is quite safe. Quietly, she asked, "Can you really fly a plane?" She had been on a passenger plane a few times, but she had never been on a military helicopter, and she was uncertain about Jun Mabai's flying skills. Jun Mabai prepared everything and showed an innocent expression to Qiming. No. Yun Mabai. Qiming shouted, but before she could finish, the plane suddenly shot straight up and took off, startling Qiming into continuous screams. After knowing that the plane was flying steadily in the air for a few minutes, Qiming slowly opened her eyes. Jun Mabai, you're teasing me again. Ha! You actually believe this? If I can't fly a plane, why would I come up here? I might be willing to die myself, but I can't bear for you to die. Jun Mabai said half-jokingly. Under the helmet, Jun Mabai wore a smile that Qiming couldn't see. He didn't want to die either because... Chapter 81. Blow up the bridge. No retreat, look down. In less than 20 minutes of flying, Qiming was shocked and covered her mouth, pointing to the area below in City U. It was astonishing to her. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were slowly advancing towards the capital city, with City U as the boundary. Behind City U, there was a dense mass of zombies, and City U was already occupied by the advancing zombie army. If Yu Fei and Fatty were really here and had survived until now, it would definitely be luck. And if those two wanted to go down to save people, it would be impossible. People must be saved, but the most important thing now is to divert the zombie army to avoid disaster in the capital city. Only by diverting the zombie army would their chances of entering to save people increase. There really are that many. The cloud detector didn't detect any of this. Jun Mabai was also shocked to see the dense crowd of zombies below. If the situation wasn't due to a malfunction in the detector, then someone must have tampered with this zombie army. Qiming frowned, thought for a moment, and said. Jun Mabai also furrowed his brows deeply. The most important thing now is to notify Qingfeng. After saying that, he opened the communication device on the plane and called Qingfeng at the capital base. He called several times before the communication finally connected. Commander. During work, Qingfeng always directly addressed him as Commander, but after the call connected, the voice on Qingfeng's side seemed a bit noisy. What happened? Jun Mabai asked, frowning. After the notification was sent out, the situation became somewhat uncontrollable, but we managed to suppress it. However, some people still have opinions about the base and are currently protesting. Our people are trying their best to suppress it. Qingfeng almost shouted this out. It was unavoidable, as the noise on the other end was too loud. If you can't suppress it, do as I say, let them go out. We can see the situation here. It is indeed the same as what Yu Fei said. Jun Mabai calmed down for a moment. What? It's actually true, but the detector didn't. Qingfeng was also surprised. Commander. Qingfeng sensed the helplessness and unwillingness in Jun Mabai's tone. The capital base had been built bit by their commander, with the sweat and blood of their brothers. They had spent so much time together in this apocalyptic world, and only they knew how much it cost. But now they were being forced to give it up, and it was absolutely unavoidable. Qiming listened to the tone of the two people beside her, frowning slightly. However, what she was really thinking about was something else. In her previous life, the capital base had existed for at least 5 years, but now it had been less than 6 months. Why was the direction of the capital so completely different from her previous life? Could it really be because of her rebirth? That she was not following the trajectory of her past life, thus creating a butterfly effect? No, there must be a way. There has to be. In her mind filled with dreams, Qiming searched for ideas to block the army of hundreds of thousands of zombies. But this was an army of hundreds of thousands, not just a few hundred or thousand. A solution. Qiming's gaze turned to the airplane below, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Wait a minute, Qiming suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Jun Mabai and Qingfeng's conversation. Just as Qingfeng was about to hang up and retreat the survivors, Qiming called out to him. What idea did you come up with? Jun Mabai looked at Qiming. She must have thought of something when she said, wait a minute. Jun Mabai's originally confused expression suddenly lit up. You mean, is that feasible? Qingfeng asked doubtfully on the other end of the line. The feasibility is very high. Although some zombies will still flow into the sea, I believe in the magic of the ocean and the power of nature to obliterate these monsters. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, the seawater is already polluted. In the future, we can create an antibody for the virus and release it into the sea on a large scale. By then, the sea will still be blue, and right now, this is our only option, Qiming said with a frown. This is the only way to protect the capital. Beijing is the capital of Huaxia, and the most advanced virus research in the entire Huaxia is currently in Beijing. After the apocalypse, Beijing has been continuously researching virus antibodies. If we lose Beijing and those experts, it will not just be a matter of the ocean, but rather a question of human survival and extinction. She remembered that later experts would develop a separator that could turn virus-contaminated water into non-toxic water, isolating the viruses. So, the issue of water in the future wouldn't be a major problem. Therefore, she wasn't worried that these zombies flowing into the sea would contaminate all water sources. Because the water sources were already polluted, It was just that the virus's incubation period for drinking water directly from the river was very high, which is why humans had not discovered it until 6 months later. And a year later, the separator was invented to isolate the viruses from water. What do you all think? After Qiming finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Qiming looked at Jun Maobai and asked both Qing Feng and Jun Maobai, "Commander, I'll listen to you," Qing Feng said. Jun Maobai thought for a moment, then looked at the large river below, which directly divided the area into two sides. "All right, we'll do it, as Aming suggested. Qing Feng, you first calm everyone down and explain the situation. I'll go with Aming to blow up the bridges, but be prepared for both scenarios." After thinking it over, Jun Maobai agreed with Qiming's plan. "Hold on tight," Jun Maobai reminded Qiming, and the airplane descended straight down. Qiming's little heart suddenly raced with fear, but thankfully, this feeling of falling didn't last long. In just a few seconds, the plane steadily stopped in the air not far from the bridge. Following this method, they destroyed 3 bridges directly. Just as they were preparing to blow up the 4th bridge, Jun Maobai became puzzled. He pressed the launch button, but the button turned red, indicating insufficient missiles and that they could not be launched. "What is wrong?" Qiming asked curiously. "We're out of bombs," Jun Maobai replied helplessly. "Out of bombs? But there is still one suspension bridge," Qiming said, looking at the last suspension bridge below. Jun Maobai fell silent. "There is only one way left. We'll have to crash the plane and parachute down." Jun Maobai thought for a moment before finally saying. Qiming fell silent for a while, then looked at Jun Maobai. "No need to parachute. Do you have a plan?" "Yes," Qiming nodded. She still had many bomb packages in her space. Destroying a bridge would be enough. However, doing so would expose her space. "Do you trust me?" Qiming asked Jun Maobai. Jun Maobai was taken aback, but nodded decisively. "Use the rope to lower me down. I have a way," Qiming said seriously. "Do you really have a plan?" Jun Maobai wasn't doubting Qiming, just a bit puzzled and uncertain. They had nothing to destroy the bridge with. "Yes, trust me." Qiming nodded, stood up, and began to prepare for the descending rope. Seeing Qiming so confident, Jun Maobai said nothing more. She must have a way. As the plane descended to a certain height, Jun Maobai slowly lowered the rope, and Qiming followed suit, gradually descending. When she got close to the bridge surface, Qiming waved to Jun Maobai and jumped down, landing steadily on the bridge. Qiming quickly took out the bomb packages from her space and filled the cross-section of the bridge with them. She didn't know how much explosives were needed to destroy a bridge, but she took out all the explosives from her space, hoping it would be enough to blow up the bridge. After preparing everything, Qiming pulled the fuse long enough to escape, lit it, and then ran as fast as she could to the rope below. Jun Maobai understood and immediately flew the helicopter away, hanging halfway on the rope. Qiming watched as flames and explosions erupted on the bridge surface. The explosion was even stronger than the initial blast. With a loud rumble, the entire bridge collapsed into the water. After a while, Jun Maobai saw Qiming climbing back up. Once she was steady, the plane headed towards the center of City U. Jun Maobai immediately dialed the communication in the capital, contacting Qing Feng to share the good news that they no longer needed to evacuate. They had already resolved the situation. Qing Feng was initially stunned and then asked in disbelief, "But weren't there only 3 bombs on the plane? How did you manage the 4th bridge?" Qiming coughed awkwardly a few times. Chapter 82. A gift? Is it considered confession? The plane landed on the rooftop of a tall building. They had pinpointed their last communication location to this building, so they could only start from here. It had only been a few hours since the communication, and they believed the others wouldn't have gone far, especially with the dense zombie hordes outside. "Thank you, you kept it?" Qiming took the 2 blood blades and tucked them behind her waist. She felt that these 2 blades were more comfortable to use. "Your things, I've always kept them." Jun Maobai smiled, turned around, and took out something else from the plane, which surprised Qiming even more. "Thank you, really thank you. But the fat guy said that the material for that sword is very rare. It should be hard to find now. How did you?" It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved, but all Qiming could say now was thank you. "Yes, so I didn't use the original material. This sword is made from meteorite. The meteorite used to forge this sword was found a long time ago in an ancient tomb. There were 2 pieces, one was black, and the other was a glowing green. However, many years later, the things discovered from these 2 meteorites were of greater value than the meteorites themselves, so they were discarded but they were kept by my family. During the days you were missing, I accidentally saw in my family and thought that if this green meteorite could be forged into a sword, it would suit you perfectly. So, I asked the fat guy to use a piece of that meteorite to forge this frostblade for you, which also incorporated a part of the broken sword. I thought I might never have a chance to give you this sword, but thank you for allowing me to finally stop missing someone when I see it. If what Junmabai said before didn't count as revealing his feelings, then what he said now was truly telling Qiming that he felt differently about her. After searching for her for over 2 months, caring for her family and friends, and crafting this unique frostblade for her, everything he said at the end, reminiscing about the past, all conveyed that he saw her not as a friend, but as someone he loved. Qiming tightly gripped the frost sword in her hand, already surprised enough by the sword's origins, but she was even more astonished by Junmabei's words. She wasn't foolish and could certainly understand the implications behind his words. She had admitted long ago that she had feelings for Junmabei, but she also knew she had many concerns and wasn't brave enough. So she had always avoided confronting her own heart. However, after falling into the river, she realized that she could let go of her concerns and fears. After her rebirth, why should she care about such things? Now, she had enough ability to protect herself and her family, and she never felt unworthy of Junmabei. She knew he had feelings for her too. It was once a guess, but now she was certain. But Junmabei, was that a confession? Could you at least choose a better time for it? Should she pretend she didn't understand? Ahem, thank you, it seems we've been delayed for a long time. Let's go find Fatty and the others, shall we? Qiming cleared her throat. Yes, she had to pretend she didn't understand and change the topic. Besides, this wasn't really the right moment to say things like I'm willing or I like you. Junmabei watched Qiming's back as she walked away first, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This girl clearly understood, but was pretending not to. All right, I'll let you off the hook this time. Junmabei quickened his pace to catch up with Qiming. The two made their way down from the rooftop. The entire building was in disarray, covered in dust. They stood back to back, descending together, effortlessly dealing with a few ordinary zombies they encountered along the way. It seemed like the path was clear. The building was quite tall, probably over 20 stories. After descending more than 10 floors, the number of zombies seemed to increase. And Junmabei noticed signs of a struggle starting from about the 10th floor, with traces of gunfire and recently dried blood on the ground. The bloodstains led down the stairs, and there were quite a few corpses along the way, including several military personnel. Junmabei pointed to a few bodies in military uniforms and casual clothes, frowning. These are my people. Those must be the mercenaries. So, we came to the right place. Your people and Taishan have been here? Qiming asked. There was only one possibility. Something up there terrified them. Qiming could only think of this one possibility. Mutated zombies. Mutated zombies. They both exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it was mutated zombies. Only mutated zombies could cause such significant casualties. And not just any mutated zombies. There were more and more dead as they walked down. If they weren't particularly powerful zombies, there were simply too many of them. After reaching this conclusion, both of them turned serious. Regardless of the possibility, it was impossible for just the two of them to rescue everyone. If they were lucky enough to find them, with so many people, their current weapons might not be enough to fight their way out. Let's find them first. Junmabei said with a reassuring smile to Qiming. She nodded. Indeed, they could only do that now, with no other options. Since they were already here, they had to find them first. The two continued downward, not knowing which floor they had reached, but this level was the most disgusting for Qiming and Junmabei. There were traces of dragging everywhere, severed limbs, splattered blood, on the walls, on the ceiling, wherever it was visible. Furthermore, the bloodstains hadn't dried yet, indicating that the events had occurred not long ago. Be careful. They might still be here, Junmabei reminded. Qiming said, you go that way, I'll go this way. If anything happens, call out to each other. By the way, take this bottle of water with you. If you pull your wound or get injured, take a sip. Qiming took a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to Junmabei. He didn't say anything, just nodded and accepted it. Although he didn't know what the water was for, it was definitely helpful since Qiming gave it to him. The two split up, one going left and the other right toward the sides of the building. There were traces of dragging everywhere, and it was impossible to tell where the mutated zombie had gone. Moreover, Judging by the marks, it was likely that there were even more of these creatures around. Qiming followed one of the blood trails forward, and at the innermost part of the corridor, she found an office space. The computers and chairs inside were covered with dust. Following the blood and drag marks, Qiming reached the center of the office area, where the entire trail vanished, leaving only a large puddle of bright red blood on the floor. The blood had not yet dried. Qiming searched around the area, but found nothing. Just as she was about to leave, a tick sound made her stop in her tracks, followed by another tick. Qiming suddenly turned around, but there was nothing there, only the puddle of wet blood behind her and blood dripping from the ceiling. Qiming looked up and saw a black hole in the ceiling, which was originally meant to be a ventilation duct, but the cover was missing. Blood dripped from the edges of the duct, one drop at a time. Qiming tightly gripped the frost sword and stepped closer to the duct. Just as she raised the sword to stab upwards, the sound of fight suddenly erupted from the direction of Junmabai. Frowning, Qiming had no choice but to put down her sword and head towards Junmabai. Bang! A chair wrapped in 2 electric wires was hurled towards Junmabai. He rolled on the ground to evade it, and the chair crashed violently against the wall, shattering into pieces. Junmabai barely managed to stand up, holding a dark black dagger. Upon closer inspection, this dagger was similar in color to Qiming's frost sword, though her sword was a bit brighter. The dagger in Junmabai's hand had a dark hue with a hint of green light, which became especially prominent every time it struck cleanly. Damn it! A sneak attack! Junmabai's eyes narrowed as he glared at the 2 electric wires, which seemed to have come to life, silently creeping up behind him from the corner of the wall. If he hadn't sensed the danger and spotted the shadow on the wall, that chair would have surely smashed down on him. The 2 wires, having failed in their first attack, launched a second strike simultaneously at Junmabai. He flipped over to dodge, grabbing one wire with one hand and stepping on the other with his foot. However, within 3 seconds, he quickly let go and retreated a few steps. Junmabai's expression was calm as he turned his palm over, revealing a charred black mark, clearly a result of being electrocuted. This thing actually had electricity. If he had held on for a few more seconds, his hand would probably have been ruined. Junmabai. As Qiming approached, she saw Junmabai staring at his palm. She walked over and noticed the charred mark, immediately taking out a bottle of water from her backpack to wash his wound. Junmabai felt a cool sensation on the wound, and the burning pain suddenly eased. This water? He was somewhat surprised. Forget about the water for now. How did this happen? Is the water the main concern right now? Qiming frowned as she looked at Junmabai. There's something strange here. These wires can attack people, and they carry electricity. Be careful. I was just accidentally shocked. Junmabai warned Qiming, glancing at the wires still dancing in midair. His brow furrowed in concern. Qiming then saw that there were actually 2 wires, moving in midair like snakes, ready to launch the next round of attack. Wires? Qiming stared blankly at the 2 wires. What was going on? Wires could attack people now. Chapter 83. Wires, the magical water, just as Qiming was still puzzled. The 2 wires moved and lunged towards them. The 2 of them quickly dodged to the side, and the wires split up to attack them, as if they sensed their movements, tightly following them. Did this thing fear her sword? Seeing that the wires seemed a bit wary of her sword, Qiming immediately swung her sword at them. The wires also rushed forward to meet her attack, wrapping around Qiming's sword. However, in less than a second, the wires quickly released their grip and recoiled. In that instant, Qiming sensed that the frost sword in her hand felt somewhat different, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. But that didn't matter now. What was important was that she knew this thing truly feared her sword. Qiming attacked the electric wire several times until it was chopped into countless pieces, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Junmabai seemed to have found a way to deal with this guy. If there was electricity, it would be easy to separate it with an insulator. Junmabai suddenly had 2 plastic-like items strapped to his hands. He grabbed the electric wire with one hand and wielded his black dagger with the other, striking down hard and solving the problem in one blow. Are you okay? Qiming immediately walked over and checked Junmabai's hands. Aside from the burn from earlier, he didn't seem to have any other injuries. It seemed that using the insulator was the right choice. The wounds that had been bleeding a bit before had already scabbed over. Junmabai also noticed his hand. After washing it with water earlier, he felt very comfortable, but then it became itchy. He didn't expect it to scab over so quickly, and he looked at Qiming in surprise. Ahem, just a small wound. It's normal for it to scab. Let's find someone first. Qiming didn't know how to explain and could only change the subject. Jun Mabe didn't mind. He knew Qiming had many secrets, and he believed that one day she would tell him everything. After the two handled the situation here, they continued searching room by room. They found nothing on this floor, so they went to the next one. The further down they went, the more bloodstains and corpses they encountered. They also saw electric wires on these corpses. At first, they hadn't paid attention, but now they were increasingly certain that these people's deaths were the result of those strange electric wires. What exactly were these wires? Could they also be mutated zombies? But where was the main body? It was able to control the electric wires throughout the entire building. No wonder so many people died with Liu Yufei and the others. These things were everywhere, attacking people silently and electrocuting them, making it impossible for them to be prepared. The two finally reached the second floor, which was a large shopping mall, but there was nothing left in the mall. It must have been looted. They dealt with a few wandering zombies along the way, and whenever they encountered attacking electric wires, they resolved them as well, as long as they were careful not to be ambushed or electrocuted. These weren't too hard to deal with. Do these things fear your sword? As they walked further inside, Qiming asked. Jun Mabe, hearing her, curiously responded, Do you want one? Can you give me one? I have use for it, and I can trade something for it. If you want it, of course, I'll give it to you. Jun Mabe tapped Qiming's head lightly, and she stuck out her tongue as they continued walking. Captain, a call reached the two of them. They exchanged glances and ran towards the sound. In a corner of a row of shelves, a girl was surrounded by electric wires that were emerging from all sides, and behind her lay a man who appeared to be unconscious. Maolon? Qiming exclaimed, recognizing her. The man lying on the ground was Taishan. Qiming recognized him at a glance. Maolon also noticed Qiming and Jun Mabe, recognizing Qiming. Qiming. Jun Mabe didn't look at her, but took the opportunity to help Taishan up and pulled Maolon to a safe place. Once they reached an open area, he set Taishan down carefully. Maolon looked at Qiming, who was surrounded by electric wires, and said worriedly, Qiming, she has a way out. What's wrong with him? Jun Mabe squatted down to examine Taishan. His waist was charred from electrocution, and there was a hole that was bleeding profusely. Jun Mabe immediately thought of the water Qiming had given him, and he used it to clean Taishan's wound and bandage it. Meanwhile, Qiming had already dealt with the entangling electric wires and came over to see the wound on Taishan's waist, frowning. Maolon reproached herself, saying, It's all my fault. Akai got hurt. I wanted to find him some medicine, and the captain was worried about me, so he came with me. Just now, he got hurt protecting me from those vile things. It's not your fault. Taishan will be fine. Where are the others? Qiming patted Alan's shoulder, reassuring her not to blame herself, and asked about the whereabouts of the others. They're all in the underground garage. That's the only place with fewer electronic devices, and it's safer. Maolon replied. After bandaging Taishan, the three of them helped him to the underground garage. It wasn't a place to talk, as those strange electric wires could emerge from anywhere. When they arrived at the underground garage, Qiming and Jun Mabe finally found the people they were looking for. Commander. Jun Commander. The underground garage, which had been silent due to heavy losses, became lively upon Jun Mabe's arrival, especially Liu Yufei and his subordinates, who saluted him upon seeing him. Out of more than 100 brothers, only half are left. Liu Yufei lowered his head sadly, and the others followed suit, not speaking. The atmosphere was heavy. Girl, what are you doing here? I must be dreaming, right? The fatty thought he was dreaming when he saw Qiming. Just a moment ago, he was still muttering that he was afraid he would never see Qiming again, and unexpectedly, she appeared before him the next second. You're not dreaming. I came to find you. Are you okay? Qiming checked Fatty and, after confirming he was unharmed, noticed the unconscious Long Kai behind him, being cared for by Chun-Yi. What happened to him? He was hurt on the shoulder by those vile electric wires. Chun-Yi looked at Long Kai, pressing hard on his wound, but no matter how much he pressed, the blood wouldn't stop flowing. After being injured by those things, the wounds will bleed profusely. It was originally a minor injury, but ultimately, excessive blood loss caused him to faint. Akai is in this state because of that, and the blood on his shoulder won't stop. I'm afraid, Kai. Taishan looked at Long Kai with a heavy expression. I'll take a look. Qiming squatted down to examine Kai's injury. His shoulder was charred from the electrocution, and while the bleeding area wasn't deep, the blood just wouldn't coagulate. Qiming took out some water from her backpack to clean Kai's wound. Once the wound was clean, the bleeding suddenly stopped. It stopped. Chun-Yi looked at Kai's shoulder in surprise. Just a moment ago, it was bleeding profusely. They had washed it with water earlier, but it hadn't helped. Why was it different now? Fatty and Mao Lan also looked on in disbelief. Fatty had always known that Qiming was capable, but he didn't know she had this ability too. How'd she do it? Girl, I knew that as long as you were here, nothing could stump you. Fatty exclaimed in amazement. Fatty sighed and told Qiming what had happened to them. After listening, Qiming also vaguely understood, but everything seemed too coincidental. Why had the road been blocked? When did those hundreds of thousands of zombies appear? Why couldn't the detector pick them up? And had they really coincidentally fled to this building while being chased by mutated zombies? What exactly were the electric wires in this building that attacked people? Meng. While Qiming was lost in thought about these strange matters, Jun Mabei's voice came from behind her. Jun Mabei was followed by Lu Yufei. Qiming greeted Lu Yufei and then looked at Jun Mabei. What's wrong? Do you still have that water? Jun Mabei asked directly. Between him and Qiming, if they were to beat around the bush, it would feel too distant. Qiming understood after hearing Mo Bai's words that many of his subordinates must have been injured. She nodded, handed her backpack to Lu Yufei, and reminded him to use it sparingly. It wasn't that she was being stingy, it was just that in the current situation, once it was used up, she couldn't just conjure up a bottle of water out of thin air, as that would expose her space. Chapter 84. Excruciating Pain, Look Up. After Qiming handed the backpack to Lu Yufei, she chatted with the fat guy about the situation here. After gaining a rough understanding, she learned that before they arrived, Lu Yufei had already sent someone to search this place, but found nothing. All exits were blocked. The only way out was the rooftop they came from, but there was only one plane up there, which was not enough for so many people to escape. Moreover, on the way to the rooftop, there were those attacking wires that appeared out of nowhere. Therefore, they had to find another way out. Are all the surrounding roads blocked? Qiming frowned and asked the fat guy. The fat guy nodded. Just as they were discussing this issue, the previously unconscious Long Kai woke up. Weakly, he said, "We can go out through the sewer." Cough, cough. Akai, you're awake. Are you feeling better? Alan asked with concern upon seeing him wake up. Long Kai weakly nodded. I still can't muster much strength, but I'm much better. Let me give you a pat and see. I've lost so much blood, of course I'm weak. If you don't believe me, just lose some blood yourself. Long Kai covered his shoulder, looking both pained and helplessly at Chun-Yi. I'm not stupid. Chun-Yi pouted, which made everyone laugh. Qiming felt a bit troubled after hearing that. To get out, she could only go to a place without zombies surrounding it, and that place was the sewer. However, to reach the sewer, she had to pass through the center of this building to get to the south gate, and then enter the sewer from the south gate. But what were those strange and deadly wires? After thinking for a long time, Qiming decided to talk to Jun Mo Bai to see if they could come up with a solution. Just then, Jun Mo Bai seemed to have something to say to her as he walked over. Meng, he called out to Qiming. What's up? How are your soldiers doing? Qiming looked at Jun Mo Bai, gesturing towards the subordinates behind him. Jun Mo Bai glanced at them and said, Thanks to you. After cleaning their wounds with the water you provided, most of the bleeding has stopped. Just now I discussed with Yufei, and he said there's only one way out. What way? Through the sewer, but... Jun Mo Bai frowned with some concern. But we have to go through the building to the south gate, right? I just heard Fatty and the others say they understood a bit about that, and I was also planning to talk to you about it. So our only option now is to deal with that electric wire that attacks people. It seems quite afraid of the sword you gave me. I'll go, you stay back and calm him down. Qiming thought for a moment and ultimately decided to go herself. There was no doubt that the thing was afraid of the sword in her hand. So it was the best option for her to go. Moreover, she had space and the power of the meteorite, giving her a better chance of success than anyone else. I can't let you go alone. If there's a way out, Yufei should be here. I'll go with you. Jun Mo Bai didn't want Qiming to take the risk alone. Although the thing seemed to fear the sword, its appearance was silent and very dangerous. Don't forget, you're still injured. Stay here, they need you. Qiming still refused Jun Mo Bai. It was already pushing his limits for him to come here, and she was afraid that if he made any more big movements, his injury would reopen. Besides, she had noticed that his movements during the fight earlier were somewhat strained, even though he tried hard to hide it. You alone. I'll accompany the girl. Jun Mo Bai was about to say something, but was interrupted by Fatty. Fatty stepped forward and said, I'll go with the girl. I've scouted that area before, so I might be more familiar with the route. I'll help too. Chun-Yi stood up, wanting to go as well. You stay to take care of them. Alon can't handle it alone, so it's better if just Fatty and I go. Jun Mo Bai, you stay too. That's settled. Chi-Ming refused Chun-Yi, as there were 2 injured people here, and leaving only Alon would be too much for her to handle. Jun Mo Bai initially wanted to go along, but was ultimately rejected by Chi-Ming. When Chi-Ming and Fatty left, Jun Mo Bai could only keep reminding Chi-Ming to be careful. Yu Fei and the subordinates looked on in surprise. When did their commander become so fussy? Ming, thank you, Fatty said as he walked with Chi-Ming, keeping a vigilant lookout, fearing that they might be attacked by the suddenly appearing electric wires. Huh? What? Chi-Ming found Fatty's words a bit strange. Thank you for coming here. In this situation, you still came to save me and Taishan, Fatty said seriously while scanning the surroundings. Oh, you're talking about that? You and Taishan are not just friends, but family. During the months I was missing, didn't you both still care for my parents? Compared to that, this is nothing. I believe that if I were in this situation, you and Taishan would do everything to save me, Chi-Ming said with a smile, dismissively. Of course, if you were in this situation, not only would we do everything, but we'd also go through fire and water without blinking an eye. Fatty patted his chest and declared. Chi-Ming naturally wouldn't tell the fat man, perhaps because this thing was afraid of her sword. After fighting with it a few times, it seemed that these wires could sense the sword in her hand, so they didn't encounter any ambushes from the wires along the way. Chi-Ming looked up at the sign posted on the wall, which read, Authorized personnel only, no entry for unauthorized persons. Before the apocalypse, this passage should have led to the area where the staff of this building worked. The 2 walked in back-to-back, and the fat man didn't know where Chi-Ming had pulled out the flashlight from. It seemed to be tucked behind her waist. In any case, it was naturally taken out by Chi-Ming, and the fat man didn't think much of it as he took the flashlight she handed over. Chi-Ming signaled to the fat man, and the 2 of them set off to search separately, one going left and the other going right. At the moment they turned around, they didn't notice that the door they had opened was quietly closing behind them. The entire room was very dark and silent, so they didn't realize it. Sister, is this an electric meter room? So many instruments, the fat man said while searching, his back to Chi-Ming. Sister, I'm up here, look up. Up there. The fat man's heart was in extreme pain, constantly urging Chi-Ming to look up, but she couldn't hear his thoughts at all. This couldn't go on. He was afraid there would be danger. Chi-Ming stood in place, starting to feel anxious. Right? Wasn't this thing afraid of her sword? If she put the sword away, those things would come out. Upon thinking this, Chi-Ming immediately put the frost blade into her space. The moment the frost blade entered her space, Chi-Ming felt a sudden buzzing in her head, and a wave of intense pain hit her, causing the world to spin and her to feel unsteady. With a thud, Chi-Ming fell to the ground, and in that instant, she saw the fat man above, who was already starting to roll his eyes from being choked. Chi-Ming wanted to stand up, but it felt like something suddenly increased in her mind, and the pressure made her curl up. Around her, the moment she put the frost blade away, those dark electric wires surged out, wrapping around her and turning her into a cocoon. Chapter 85. Explosion. Body heating and transformation. The fat man, tightly constricted by the wires, felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He was at a loss for words, feeling like he was about to suffocate. He could see Chi-Ming right below him, but she didn't notice him at all, and he was nearly in despair. But the next second brought even more despair. He didn't know what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Chi-Ming appeared to be in great pain, wrapped up like a zongzi by those wires. He could only watch helplessly as the wires continued to wrap around her, with both of them on the verge of being suffocated by the wires, with no way to help. Just as the fat man was about to despair, the wires that had entangled Chi-Ming suddenly retreated, as if avoiding something terrible. In a daze, the fat man saw a figure slowly standing up, and the wires moved far away from Chi-Ming. Just as he was about to suffocate, he felt his neck loosen suddenly, and the air rushing into his nostrils made him choke, leading him to cough violently. In the next second, he realized that the constricting sensation was gone. He instinctively looked around, and those wires that had restrained him were also retreating. He was fine now, but he realized an important problem. Without those wires to hold him, wasn't he? Bang! Before the fat man could finish his thought, he fell from the roof and landed on the ground. Ouch, my back. He had known it would end up like this. He felt like he was going to be killed by the fall. Are you okay? Qiming hurriedly helped the fat man up. The fat man didn't ask much, but brushed off the dust from his clothes, grabbed his weapon, and followed Qiming inside. Qiming walked along the direction of the wires. Wherever she went, the wires retreated. The fat man was amazed and closely followed behind Qiming, afraid of falling behind and suffering again. What is that? The fat man aimed his flashlight at a shelf, beside which there was a black shadow. When the flashlight shone on it, it turned out to be a bunch of wires. No, there should be something inside the wires. It looked like something was wrapped up inside, as if someone was breathing, with a whole bundle of wires gently undulating. The bundle was cocoon-shaped, with several wires about 3 fingers wide extending from it to a shelf behind. Be careful, it probably isn't anything good. Qiming frowned as she approached the man-high cocoon. The flashlight followed the few extending wires to illuminate the shelf they were connected to, which seemed to be an electrical rack with many switches, likely power switches. The fat man curiously circled the cocoon, but found nothing unusual. Perhaps because Qiming was nearby, those wires didn't dare to approach. The fat man walked to the other side of the electrical rack, waved a flashlight over the switches, and reached out to push one of them. With a crack, the entire room suddenly lit up. There's actually power? The fat man exclaimed in surprise while looking at the switch. He reached out to turn on another switch, and with several more cracks, more switches turned on, but it seemed there was no change in the room, likely just the outside switches. In the underground parking lot, the people who were resting were suddenly startled by the lights turning on. All the lights in the parking lot had turned on, making everyone alert. However, aside from the lights being on, nothing else seemed to be happening. Jun Mabai thought for a moment and finally shook his head. No need. It should be Ameng and the fat man. Qiming didn't say a word, but stared straight at the humanoid cocoon in front of her, which gave her a very dangerous feeling. As Qiming approached, the cocoon seemed to move slightly, prompting her to jump aside and shout, "Fatty, get away." Fatty reacted quickly and immediately moved 3 feet away from the cocoon. What is this? It can actually move? Fatty stared intently at the cocoon, ready to deal with it. If she guessed correctly, this should be a mutated zombie, Qiming speculated. A mutated zombie? We should take care of it while it hasn't woken up. After saying that, Fatty raised his gun and fired a few shots at the cocoon, but to his surprise, the bullets couldn't penetrate and instead lodged in the surface. Oh my goodness, this thing can't be shot through. As soon as Fatty finished speaking, the cocoon began to move even more vigorously, swaying from side to side. Qiming and the fat man immediately dodged a few steps back, while the wires that had originally retreated began to stir again. With a series of rustling sounds, the thing that had been wrapped like a cocoon began to shed its shell layer by layer. The lights in the room started to flicker erratically, alternating between darkness and brightness, like a scene from a horror movie. What kind of monster is this? Finally, as the lights stabilized in brightness, the fat man gasped at the mutated zombie that had fully emerged from its shell in front of him. Once the cocoon was shed, a mutated zombie appeared before the two. Its clothes were tattered and torn, and it was interwoven with numerous thin wires. Electric currents flickered between the wires, and Qiming and the fat man could see fine purple currents coursing over the mutated zombie's body. One side of its face was a purplish blue, likely due to an electric shock before it became a zombie, while the other side had rotted away, leaving no skin. It looked terrifying, with its white eyes staring at the two of them. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and then a deafening roar erupted as the mutated zombie lunged at Qiming and the fat man, while the surrounding wires also began to attack them. In the underground garage, everyone heard the violent roar, causing everyone in the garage to tremble. What was that sound? Alung stood up, feeling a sense of dread upon hearing the roar. It must be a mutated zombie. It's likely that the fat man and Qiming have encountered it. Chun-Yi frowned slightly and said. Jun Mabai also remained calm. his deep gaze fixed on the entrance of the underground garage, yet he did not move for a long time, his fists tightening and loosening repeatedly. On the other side, the fat man and Chiming had already confronted the mutated zombie. The fat man was entangled tightly with the wires, while Chiming faced off against the mutated zombie. The moment it woke up, the mutated zombie seemed very interested in Chiming, immediately targeting her. Unlike the wires it controlled, it did not seem to fear Chiming. Rather, Chiming felt that this mutated zombie was very interested in her, specifically in the power she possessed. This power, fused with the frost sword, made the wires it controlled fear her, yet it also ignited a desire within the zombie to possess it, akin to a zombie's craving for fresh flesh. Thus, the scene unfolded where Chiming dodged the mutated zombie's attacks, which relentlessly pursued her. However, every time it nearly caught her, she managed to evade it. The mutated zombie seemed to grow angry and let out a roar, causing numerous wires to surge from its back, attacking Chiming in unison. With a loud crash, Chiming was slammed against the wall, her body tightly bound by those wires, rendering her immobile. The mutated zombie, surrounded by the wires, drew closer to Chiming, so close that she could smell its rotting scent. Seeing Chiming injured and restrained by the mutated zombie, the fat man wanted to rush to her aid, but found that the wires entangling him wouldn't allow him to move at all. Distracted, the fat man accidentally got hit by a wire, causing a sharp pain that made him gasp, nearly dropping his gun to the ground. Chiming struggled to break free from the wall, but no matter how she fought, she couldn't escape. The mutated zombie got closer, its two white eyes fixated on her. For a moment, Chiming felt that the mutated zombie seemed to possess thought and intelligence. Although its eyes remained lifeless, the more she looked, the more she felt that there was a hint of focus in its gaze. This thing had actually evolved intelligence. This made Chiming recall the numerous mutated zombies she encountered in J City, which had also developed thought and intelligence. This growing concern weighed heavily on her heart, as this situation was completely different from her previous life. In her last life, for 5 years, mutated zombies had not evolved intelligence or thought. Yet in this life, less than a year had passed, and such changes had occurred. What could this be related to? Not enough, still not enough. Chiming felt a craving for the electric current surge within her body. She sensed that she needed more electricity to break free from her cocoon. So she needed more. Chiming let out a low shout, grabbing a 3-finger-thick wire from the mutated zombie's back and inserting it into herself. One wire pierced through her left shoulder and another through her right shoulder blade, causing more electric current to rush into her body. The mutated zombie, which had been roaring, began to weaken as the current flowed rapidly into Chiming, its movements and momentum diminishing. Chiming felt that the thing in her mind was absorbing electricity, making it uncontrollable, and she could only wait for that thing to slowly approach saturation. However, the power of the current made Chiming feel increasingly that it exceeded her tolerance, as if her body was about to burst. "Sister, stop!" The wires that were originally entangled with the fat guy began to lose their fighting power due to the flow of electricity, turning into a regular bundle of wires. The fat guy shouted loudly, looking at Chiming's increasingly purple face, not understanding why she was doing this, but he knew that if this continued, Chiming would surely die from electrocution. He wanted to get closer, but after stepping 5 paces away from Chiming, he could no longer advance, as if some invisible force was blocking him. Bang! A sudden explosion sent the fat guy flying far away. When he got up again, the entire room had fallen into darkness. "Sister, where are you?" The fat guy groped around on the ground and found a flashlight. With a click, he turned it on, and a faint light illuminated the darkness. The fat guy limped toward Chiming's direction, the ground littered with debris from the explosion, shattered flesh, and splattered blood. "Sister." The fat guy rushed over, and among a pile of wires, he found Chiming with a pale face, devoid of color, with 2 wires still stuck in her shoulders. Chapter 86. Food shortage. This requires planning, doctor. Why hasn't my daughter woken up yet? She's been in a coma for 3 days. Mother Feng sat by Chiming's bed, holding her hand with a worried expression as she looked at the doctor in front of her. "Secret recipe? What secret recipe? Our family has never had any secret recipes." Mother Feng glanced at her husband beside her and then looked at the doctor. None. But last time, the doctor looked at Mother Feng strangely, as if he wanted to say something but was suddenly interrupted. Cough, cough. Thank you, doctor, we understand. Let me see you out. Since Xiaoming is not in serious trouble, it's a hassle for the doctor to make a trip. Father Feng interrupted the doctor, changing the subject, and, after sending the doctor away, he turned to Mother Feng and said, Don't deny everything outright. You know that Xiaoming has her secrets. Last time she treated Jun Maobai, she must have used some method that the doctor doesn't know about to deal with that doctor. If we deny everything about Xiaoming, it might bring her trouble. However, when they arrived, they saw Jun Commander getting out of the car, holding a girl covered in blood. They had never seen their Jun Commander look so grim and cold. In his eyes, it seemed like nothing mattered except the girl in his arms. As Father and Mother Feng came out of their daughter's room, they found the living room filled with people. The fat guy, Taishan, Maolan, Chen Yi, Long Kai, and the Jerry siblings, as well as Professor Wang. When they saw the two come out, everyone looked at Father and Mother Feng. They wanted to go in to see Qimeng, but the doctor said she needed to rest. So they stayed in the living room every day, waiting for Qimeng to wake up. The fat guy, Taishan, and Long Kai still had injuries from the last time in Yi City. Although they were almost healed, their bandages had not yet been removed. However, they didn't care about their own injuries. They were worried about Qimeng in the room. Annie, what did the doctor say? Long Kai asked first. It's fine, don't worry. The doctor said Xiaoming is fine, just has lost too much blood and is still in a coma. She will wake up in the next couple of days. You don't need to stay here every day. Go about your business. Father Feng reassured everyone, helping his wife to sit down. But she's been in a coma for 3 days. Maolan said worriedly. Everyone fell silent. Yes, 3 days, neither long nor short. Why hasn't Qimeng woken up yet? In the Jun family mansion, in Jun Maobai's study, he was focused on handling urgent documents. The walls of the study were covered with portraits of a person. It was not hard to see that all the portraits were of Qimeng. Each movement, each smile, each frown bore a striking resemblance. These portraits were painted by Jun Maobai during the months Qimeng was missing. For those months, Jun Maobai had been painting her portraits, giving each completed one to his subordinates to go search for her. This was why Lu Yufei recognized Qimeng at first sight. They had seen portraits of the same person with different expressions and actions for months. It would be impossible not to recognize her. Lu Yufei and his subordinates knew that Jun Maobai was so anxious because of the girl named Feng Qimeng in his arms. This girl was the one their commander had been searching for months. The relationship between them was certainly not ordinary. But what they admired was how their commander could quickly calm down and lead them out in such a situation. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, Commander. Jun Maobai looked up. Yufei, Qingfeng, what's the matter? He looked at the two who entered together. I think what I have to say is worse. AMU. Because of the zombie tide, the road from the south to the capital has been cut off, and our food is all transported from the south. Now we have become an isolated island. Nothing can come in or go out. Even if the zombie tide passes and we get rice from Yi City, it will only last for more than 10 days. However, to repair the bridges between the rivers and create a passage, it will take at least half a month to a month. Although we are not at the point of running out of ammunition, we have reached the point of food shortage. Qingfeng delivered even worse news. The road from the south to the capital had to pass through the bridges that Jun Maobai and Qimeng had blown up. However, to protect the capital, those bridges had been destroyed, which also cut off the passage between the capital and the south. Even if food arrived, it couldn't get through. Jun Maobai's already deep and somber eyes darkened further. When they blew up the bridges, they only considered how to prevent the zombie tide from reaching the capital. But they forgot that those bridges were the only closest passage between the capital and the south. If they took mountain roads, the trucks transporting food wouldn't be able to travel at all. So now they had become an isolated island lacking supplies, with no food. But even if he had to choose again, he would still choose to blow up the bridges, because if he hadn't, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, the entire capital would likely have become a zombie kingdom, while they were still safe here. That alone was a glimmer of hope. He wouldn't give up until the last moment. As long as there were people, there was hope, and he would definitely find a solution. What about the Shao family? Jun Maobai raised his eyes to look at Qingfeng. I've already negotiated with the Shao family. They said they don't have any surplus supplies to spare. Most of their supplies are also in the south. The Xiao family is also anxious like ants on a hot pan, worrying about food. They have over 100 people in the Xiao family and so many subordinates needing supplies, and they're also gathering resources. Qing Feng recounted the news he had received today. Yufei, how long can the food in the granary last if we ration it? Jun Maobai remained silent for a while before saying, "All right, let's do this. Divide all the food of the soldiers in the capital's military district in half. We'll endure a bit and let the survivors eat their fill first. Then we'll send half of our subordinates out. Since the road to the south is cut off, they'll head north to search for food. Turn over every possible place for food. Let no grain go unturned. Gather as much as we can and make it last as long as possible. But Mobai, if we search north, that's the territory of the Eternal Life Organization, and there will be more mutated zombies as we go north, which puts our people in danger." Qing Feng suddenly thought of a question. How could Junimo by not have considered this? The Eternal Life Organization has always been entrenched in the north. The last time he was injured and fell into a coma was due to a surprise attack from the Eternal Life Organization. He had sent troops to eradicate them before, but the mutated zombies in the north seemed to be even stronger than those in the south, and there were more of them. The Eternal Life Organization appeared suddenly, and their purpose is to seek immortality. The outbreak of the apocalypse is also closely related to them. He has been investigating the behind-the-scenes figures and clues of the Eternal Life Organization. Although he has found some, they are not substantial leads. However, he has already locked onto one person, but lacks evidence. Even if he found evidence, he couldn't arrest him because the law no longer applies in this post-apocalyptic world. To eradicate the Eternal Life Organization, they would have to be completely uprooted, which requires a plan. Chapter 87. Annoying. Qiming's secret: we should try to avoid confrontation with the Eternal Life Organization. If we encounter them, we'll retreat. Now is not the time to face them head-on, and the current conditions do not allow it. Let us hold on for now. Jun Mo Bai said calmly. There is no other way, no matter how capable he is. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Without food, there is no strength, and without strength, how can one confront others? All right, I understand. I will pass the message down and tell the brothers to be cautious. Lu Yufei nodded. Jun Mo Bai's eyes moved slightly. I wasn't awake when I came out, but I believe she should be fine. You all go down first. I still have unfinished business. Jun Mo Bai pointed to the documents in his hands. Once he finishes a few more documents, he can go see a Ming. Mo Bai Gij. Just as Jun Mo Bai finished speaking, a sweet voice came from outside the door, and a red figure walked in. The three people in the room didn't even need to look to know who it was. The only one who calls him Mo Bai like that is Lu Man. Yufei Gu and Qing Feng Gu are here too. Lu Man greeted the two when she saw them. Miss Lu. The two nodded and said in unison. Although Lu Man also called them Gu, they knew that the title was something they could not bear. This was just because of Mo Bai. Montak Bai Giga. I heard you were in the study. I thought those subordinates were lying to me. I couldn't find you for 3 days. Where have you been? You made me search for you. Mo Bai Gij. I heard you rescued Yufei Gu and the others from the zombie tide of hundreds of thousands and prevented the capital from falling. Mo Bai Gij, you are indeed amazing. Lu Man looked at her Mo Bai Gij with admiration and infatuation, not hiding her feelings at all. Ahem. Well, Mo Bai, Qing Feng and I will take our leave. You two chat. Lu Yufei and Qing Feng said to Jun Mo Bai. With the young lady of the Lu family here, there's no better time to leave. Jun Mo Bai didn't respond, just nodded. The two immediately closed the door and left, leaving only Lu Man and Jun Mo Bai in the room. Jun Mo Bai kept his head down, looking at the documents in his hands, writing something, completely ignoring Lu Man's presence as if she were air. Ahem. Mo Bai Gij, you've been looking at those for a whole day. Do you want to take a break? I brought you some soup. Lu Man raised the soup she had brought from the beginning and placed it on Jun Mo Bai's desk. As soon as she set the thermos down, she noticed the portrait of Qimeng on the desk. It was only then that she realized that not only on the desk, but also on the walls around, there were portraits of the same person, vividly depicting every expression and emotion. Mo Bai Gij, how do you have this shameless woman's portrait? Lu Man did not hide her disgust towards Qimeng and pointed at one of the portraits. Put it down. When Jun Mo Bai saw Lu Man grabbing the portrait he drew and heard her disrespectful words about Chiming, he furrowed his brows tightly and said to her in a low voice, Mo Bai Gij, you don't know what this shameless woman did to me. She openly bullied me, broke my finger, and even said she would deal with my Lu family. Mo Bai Gij, can you do something about this shameless woman? Put it down, go out. Jun Mo Bai interrupted Lu Man. He had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards her. If it weren't for his grandfather saying they couldn't tear their faces with the Lu family yet, and that he should endure a bit, there was no way Lu Man could enter the Jun family mansion. He could endure, but if anyone spoke ill of a Meng in front of him, he couldn't tolerate it. You, Mo Bai Gij, you actually scolded me for this shameless woman. You've never scolded me before. I asked you to scold me. ISNT she just a shameless woman? Lu Man was infuriated by Jun Mo Bai. It was because of this shameless woman that Mo Bai Gij scolded her. Just watch me tear you apart. Lu Man tore down the portrait she was holding, completely oblivious to the fact that Jun Mo Bai's expression had completely changed. Halfway through tearing it, she suddenly sensed a change in the atmosphere around her and stopped to look at Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai had never scolded her, but he had also never shown her any affection or given her any words or actions that could be misinterpreted. He had always been indifferent and lukewarm. But this time, she was scared. Jun Mo Bai's face showed unprecedented anger. Lu Man realized that she had angered Jun Mo Bai, and if she stayed any longer, she might have to crawl out of the Jun family mansion. She didn't understand why her Mo Bai Gij was suddenly so angry. Was it just because she tore the portrait of that shameless woman? It's just a portrait. Fine, I'll let you go for now. But this shameless woman dared to seduce my Mo Bai Gij, so don't blame me for being rude. As soon as Lu Man left, Jun Mo Bai's originally cold eyes moved slightly. He could guarantee that if Lu Man hadn't left, he would have personally thrown her out, though he couldn't guarantee whether she would go out horizontally or otherwise. Looking at the torn portrait on the floor, Jun Mo Bai frowned coldly, picking up the pieces one by one and putting them into the drawer. He then resumed the unfinished work. After finishing a few more documents, he could go see his Meng. The next day, the happy news was that Chiming had woken up. She woke up in the morning and saw her mom and dad right away. Early in the morning, Taishan and the others gathered at the Feng family, so they were the first to know the news of Chiming waking up. After lying in bed for 3 or 4 days, Chiming felt her whole body was almost stiff. And since her body was better than normal people's, her injuries from 3 days ago had long healed. It was just that lying down for so long made her body a bit stiff and sore. I'm sorry for making you worry again. Chiming hugged her mom and dad, showing an apologetic smile to Taishan and the others. You child, it's good that you know. Next time, I want to let you do anything dangerous again. You said you wouldn't get into trouble, so you stay home and don't go anywhere. Aunt Feng pinched Chiming's nose. Okay, I won't go anywhere, just accompany you. Hee hee. Chiming snuggled in her mom's arms, making everyone smile happily. Sister, we were so worried about you these days. It's good that you're awake. Taishan scratched his head and said, Haha, I'm invincible. Your injury is okay now, right? And Long Kai's shoulder injury should be healed too, right? Chiming smiled and asked about everyone's injuries. It's good that you're fine. Chiming showed a relieved smile. Chiming, what kind of miraculous medicine did you give to the captain and the others? This time, besides the captain, Akai, and the injured subordinates of Commander Jun, no one else survived. The cause of death for all was excessive blood loss. What method did you use to stop their bleeding? Alan asked curiously, but as soon as she finished speaking, the entire atmosphere fell silent, creating a moment of awkwardness. Alan realized she might have asked an inappropriate question and stepped back without saying anything further. Fatty, don't go to the kitchen yet. Actually, I should tell everyone about this. Maolan, Chun-Yi, Long Kai, and Professor Jerry, you might not be aware, but Taishan, Fatty, and I have known each other the longest since we traveled to Beijing together. You all must have guessed that I have some secrets. I really appreciate that you've all been tacitly trusting me without asking, because you believe in me, and I know it's unconditional trust. After this incident, I feel it's necessary to share this secret with all of you, Chiming said as she called Fatty and stood up seriously to address everyone. Sister, you. Fatty wanted to say something. Sister, we all trust you. No matter what secret you have, you are still our sister. You don't need to explain to us because of a Lon-S words. We believe in you. Taishan interrupted Fatty, looking at Chiming earnestly. Sorry. I think I might have asked the wrong thing. However, Chiming, you are the leader of the captain and the vice captain, our leader, and you saved me, Malon. I also trust you unconditionally because I think you're a good person. Since it's a secret, then you don't have to tell us. Sometimes I can't control my mouth and am afraid I might accidentally let it slip. Malon said somewhat shyly, realizing she had asked an inappropriate question, and tried to lighten the awkwardness with half-joking remarks. Sister Chiming, both my brother and I were saved by you. Your secret is our secret. In fact, my brother and I aren't that curious. Hee, Jessie said, linking arms with her brother Jerry, and the two siblings smiled at Chiming. Ahem. Don't you all want to hear? Can I just say that I really want to hear it? Girl, do you still have that miraculous medicine? Let me study it. Maybe I can research an antibody to combat the virus. Professor. As soon as Professor Wong finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him in unison. Their voices so loud that Professor Wong had to clear his ears. All right. If you don't want to know, you don't want to know, okay? But girl, you can secretly tell me. Professor Wong added quietly, earning a round of eye rolls from everyone. All right. Thank you all for trusting me so much. You will eventually find out this secret anyway, and I trust you too. Actually, Fatty and Taishan should already have some guesses I have. Chiming's next words left everyone with their mouths agape, except for Feng Dad and Feng Mom, who knew a bit earlier. Everyone else looked at Chiming in shock. In fact, Chiming said simply that she has a personal space, which contains a well and a piece of land where she can grow things and store items, but cannot store living things. She discovered that the water from this well has healing properties, and that's all. As for the secrets of rebirth and meteorites, the amount of information is too vast. If she told them, they would probably find it hard to accept, and it might even bring them difficulties. However, just the secret of the space was enough to shock everyone. Fatty and Taishan finally understood why their food and water had been uninterrupted along the way. It turned out to be like this. Maolon and the others also realized that it was indeed their good fortune to know Feng Chiming. Jerry and Jessie, being foreigners, might have accepted this information slightly better. Although they were shocked, they quickly reacted. Professor Wong, apart from being shocked, felt more joy. If what Chiming said was true, that well water could heal wounds, then doesn't that mean it could also combat the zombie virus? Perhaps they could really research an antibody to fight the virus. So among everyone, Professor Wong was the first to accept it. Girl, you are truly sent by heaven to save me. I need water. The water in your space might help us research an antibody against the virus. Geo, kujiu. Professor Wong said with a smile to Chiming. Chiming's lips curled slightly. Indeed, she had underestimated Professor Wong's obsession with experiments. Professor Wong, actually, I've had this idea for a long time. If that water can really save everyone, I'm willing to let you use it for research. I already have a plan for it, but until we find the antibody, I hope everyone can keep this secret. Of course, I trust you all. After Chiming finished speaking, she looked at everyone. They were shocked, but nodded vigorously. Chiming had saved them and treated them like family and friends. So how could they let it slip? They just needed time to digest this secret first. Chapter 88. Innocence. Moving to a new house, everyone eventually processed Chiming's words and decided to keep her secret. Chiming also trusted them. After she woke up, the fatty prepared a big feast again. Knowing about Chiming's space ability, he was even more unrestrained, asking her for a lot of meat and fish to prepare a sumptuous lunch. When Jun Mabai learned that Chiming was awake, he also came over and stayed for lunch. Chiming and Jun Mabai were arranged to sit together, and the small living room was filled with people. Look at the new dishes I made. Try them and see if they taste good. Fatty pointed to the several meat dishes on the table, all of which he had asked Chiming for. Vice Captain, your cooking skills seem to have improved again. Long Kai took a bite and praised him continuously. Haha, if it's good, eat more. Sister, you should eat more. Fatty picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Chiming's bowl. You've just recovered from a serious illness. Eat more meat to replenish your strength. Look how thin you are. You need some weight. Vice Captain, you don't know anything. Girls look beautiful this way. Do you want to be as fat as you are? Maolan di sago. What's wrong with being like this? I feel great. More meat gives a sense of security. Fatty pouted. Yeah, a sense of security. When zombies come, the first one to be eaten will be you. You have more meat. You're the best shield. Tyshawn added some vegetables to Fatty's plate, indicating he should eat more veggies and less meat. Tyshawn's remark caused everyone to burst into laughter, and Fatty returned the vegetables to Tyshawn. You should eat more vegetables. I'm here for the meat. What's wrong? Are you troubled? Chiming looked at June Mabai sitting next to her and noticed he seemed a bit off, as if he had something on his mind. Her words made everyone stop and look at the two. June Mabai shook his head. It's nothing, just thinking about something. Don't worry. Commander June, is it because Chiming woke up that you're too happy? Maolan joked, glancing between Chiming and June Mabai. I think so. Fatty nodded, causing everyone to look at Chiming and June Mabai with some mischievous intent. Alan, I think you're the one who's too happy. Your two idols are here. Don't you want autographs or something? Chun, he said with a grin. Hey, you don't have to say it out loud. Maolan laughed, her face nearly blooming with joy. Sister Chiming, Commander June, is he your boyfriend? Jessie suddenly blurted out, leaving everyone stunned. However, the most bewildered was Chiming herself. Foreigners tend to be more open-minded and direct in their speech. After Jessie asked, Jerry knocked on his sister's head. Kids should ask kid questions. Ahem. Puffed. When everyone heard Jessie's words, it was fine at first, but the last sentence made everyone laugh and cry. Professor Wong patted Jessie's head. Little girl, you shouldn't be so rude. You're still a child, and you haven't even reached adulthood yet. In our place, 16 is considered an adult. This year, I'm 15, and next year, I will be an adult. Right, brother? Jessie said. Ahem, you're still too young. It's not appropriate to discuss this topic. Jerry said, awkwardly adding some meat to Jessie's plate. Chiming really wanted to facepalm. This little girl really hasn't forgotten about her. In fact, it wasn't just Jessie who was curious. Everyone in the house was curious because they could all see that June Mo Bai treated Chiming differently. Chiming awkwardly glanced at everyone and then looked at June Mo Bai, giving him a subtle look. It's all your fault. What should we do? Chiming was quite speechless and took a deep breath. Well, today seems to be a celebration of our survival. Why is everyone talking about me? Let's eat, let's eat. TCH. Chiming, you're being quite unreasonable. Don't deliberately change the subject. Can I say something? Everyone was stunned and looked at June Mo Bai, and Chiming was also taken aback, staring at June Mo Bai, seemingly warning him not to speak nonsense. June Mo Bai cleared his throat. Ming and I are both innocent. What? Commander June, what do you mean by innocent? Does being innocent mean I have a chance after I come of age, brother? Upon hearing this, everyone started talking at once. In the end, it was the fatty who waved his hand at everyone. Stop talking. Let Commander June finish. Hearing Fatty's words, a few people quieted down, and June Mo Bai continued. Ming said she only considers me a friend. June Mo Bai threw the source of the problem back to Chiming. Chiming was stunned. What do you mean I should say? Sister Chiming, so you only see Commander June as a friend? Huh? Then brother. When I come of age, I want Commander June to be my boyfriend. Jessie raised her head and said loudly, don't talk nonsense. Jerry knocked on his little sister's head. Ha, Chiming, isn't it a waste to just be friends with such a great person like Commander June? If he were my idol, I'd definitely pursue him. Maolan joked. Maolan, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by if he weren't an idol, you would pursue him? Chun, he couldn't comprehend Maolan's words. You guys don't get it, do you? An idol is meant to be admired. A target of admiration that can only be looked at from afar, not to be toyed with. If you can actually pursue them, then they aren't an idol anymore. Maolan et lai savio sili. Oh, I understand now. What you mean is that you think the gap between you and Commander June is too big, and you feel unworthy of him. You say it so nicely, you could just say it plainly. Long Kai chuckled and teased. You brat, what are you saying? Watch out, or I'll hit you. Maolan pretended to make a move. Long Kai, are you looking for trouble? Alan waved her fist and chased after Kai. Because of their playful scuffle, this matter was not brought up again. Chiming quietly let out a breath, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster. Glancing at June Mo Bai, she noticed he was smiling at her. Chiming realized that June Mo Bai had done it on purpose, deliberately throwing the question back to her. The next day was the big day for the Feng family's move. Chiming had bought a big house in the central area. After dinner yesterday, she shared this good news with everyone. Before going to U-City, Chiming had looked at a villa in the central area. The house was very large and even had a basement, perfectly meeting Chiming's requirements. After seeing it, she happily bought the house, intending for everyone to move in. However, Mao Lan, Chun Yi, Long Kai, and the Jerry siblings all declined. Their reasons for refusal were similar. They all wanted to be independent, and they now had the ability to support themselves, so they did not plan to live together with Chiming's family. They thanked Chiming for her kindness and politely declined. Chiming did not insist. She nodded in agreement, but also mentioned that in the future, they could come over any time for meals, and they could also come to find her whenever there was something. Moreover, she brought up Juma Bai, who had said before that he would look out for her in the capital. Everyone had no objections to the idea of food. They all agreed. Firstly, the fat guy's cooking was indeed delicious. Secondly, everyone knew that Chiming had a space and wouldn't lack food. And thirdly, they all understood that Chiming sincerely considered them as family and friends. Although they hadn't known each other for long, there was an inexplicable mutual trust among them. Perhaps that was fate. Therefore, no one declined the offer. To refuse would have seemed overly distant. So apart from Chiming's family, the only ones living in the villa were Taishan, the fat guy, and Professor Wong, who lived in the basement by his own request. The laboratory was his life, and sometimes Chiming thought that when Professor Wong was experimenting, he was like a madman. However, she let him be, as she planned to reinforce the underground laboratory anyway, since the things to be researched were not ordinary. Moreover, she intended to reinforce the entire house, as it was a place where her family lived, and safety was the most important thing. They had quite a few belongings in the old house, but knowing that Chiming had a space, she no longer hid her abilities. Instead, in front of everyone, she collected all the items to be moved into her space, and everyone was amazed. Chiming, you're simply a mobile warehouse, the fat guy exclaimed, circling around Chiming, trying to see where the space was, but he couldn't find anything. Okay, it's time to go to the new house. Chiming smiled, and the group headed towards their new home. If one didn't know better, they would think they were just out shopping together. Who would believe they were moving when they had no burdens at all? Chiming was the first to enter the house and took out all the furniture. By the time Lu Yufei and the others came in, the house was already filled with furniture. Chiming could only explain that the furniture had been moved in before today. Lu Yufei thought it was not a big deal, so he didn't dwell on the issue and let his subordinates help tidy up the new house. Feng Dad and Feng Mom, along with Lu Luo, found some peace and quiet as everyone was helping out and not allowing the two elders to do any work. Therefore, the two elders could only watch with Lu Luo by the side or help with pouring water and such. Chiming and Lu Yufei were chatting, and Chiming said, "Thank you for bringing someone to help today." Lu Yufei waved his hand, saying, "If you want to thank someone, thank Mo Bai. It was Mo Bai who asked me to help. If he could have come himself, he probably would have wanted to." He coughed and added, "Well, he is the commander, so he should be busy. By the way, I noticed he seemed to have something on his mind yesterday. Is there something bothering you all lately?" He left the dinner in a hurry. Chiming smiled awkwardly and suddenly thought of something, then asked, "You don't know?" Lu Yufei looked at Chiming with curiosity. Chiming also looked at Lu Yufei strangely, with a puzzled expression. "What do you know? Has something happened?" Well, Lu Yufei hesitated. It seemed that the commander hadn't told Miss Feng about the food shortage, so did he accidentally let it slip? Should he say it or not? Is it something I'm not supposed to know? Chiming frowned, looking at Lu Yufei. Sigh, forget it, it can't be hidden anyway. If I die, I die. After all, Mo Bai didn't say I couldn't tell you. I thought that with your relationship with Mo Bai, he would have told you about this matter long ago. But it seems Mo Bai has indeed been quite overwhelmed these days. In fact, he has been troubled by the issue of supplies these past few days. Last time in U-City, Lu Yufei explained the food shortage to Chiming in detail. The more she listened, the deeper her frown became. She didn't expect the situation to be this serious. "So how are you going to manage your food these days?" Chiming asked in confusion. "What are you going to do after lunch today?" "We have no choice. We can only manage for the moment. If the citizens of the capital find out that there is a food shortage, the consequences would be even more unpredictable. A riot would ensue, and the entire capital would fall into chaos. But after lunch today, you won't have food. The citizens of the capital will still find out, right? What is the point of stalling for a moment? Telling the citizens early might make things much better. Chiming didn't understand why they were doing this. You can stall for a moment, but not for a lifetime. After lunch today, if the capital base can't distribute food, what will happen? If the citizens know the truth suddenly, it might lead to even more riots. Chapter 89. Threats cannot be solved with just a few tons. Mo Bai is thinking of a solution. I heard that the Liu family has been secretly stockpiling food. Today, Mo Bai has arranged to meet with someone from the Liu family at the Jun family estate. If we can get the Liu family to provide this stockpile for emergency use, it might buy us some time. But what if the Liu family refuses to help this time? Even if they agree, they might ask for a high price. Liu Yufei sighed, feeling quite helpless. A high price? Isn't the relationship between the Liu family and the Jun family quite good? Qiming asked, although she had heard that the relationship between the Jun family and the Liu family was only superficial. Hearing it from those around her felt more real. So she still asked Liu Yufei this question. That's just on the surface for others to see. They are both prominent families in the capital, and one is military while the other is political. Behind the scenes, how good could their relationship really be? Outsiders don't know this, so don't let it slip. The Liu family has always hoped to gain the Jun family's power, so they might take advantage of this situation to force Mo Bai into signing an unequal treaty. The Liu family has long wanted to use marriage to connect with the Jun family's military, and this is such a good opportunity. How could they possibly let it go? You know Mo Bai's character. For the sake of the survivors in the capital and those brothers in the military district, he might agree to anything. They are probably discussing it at the Jun family estate right now. As soon as Liu Yufei finished speaking, Qiming put down what she was holding and went out. Where is Xiaoming going? Feng's mother asked Liu Yufei. Noticing that Qiming seemed in a hurry, Liu Yufei smiled lightly. She should be going to find Jun Mo Bai. Mo Bai, as your brother, I can only help you this far. At the Jun family estate, Jun Mo Bai was sitting on the sofa, Qing Feng standing straight behind him. There were also people from the Liu family present, including Liu Mangan and the current head of the Liu family, Liu Li, who was Liu Mangan's father, along with several subordinates from the Liu family. My little nephew called me over today. It can't be just for tea, right? Liu Li took a sip of tea and gently set it down. After speaking, he leaned back on the sofa, his sharp gaze fixed on Jun Mo Bai, exuding a certain imposing aura, as expected from a prominent family involved in politics. Jun Mo Bai sat to the side, one hand casually resting on the sofa while the other lightly tapped on his thigh. Even such a casual gesture gave off a kingly aura emanating from within. Jun Mo Bai lightly licked his lips and looked at Liu Li. Since Uncle Liu has spoken directly, I won't beat around the bush. There is indeed something I would like to ask for your help with. Is there anything that you, Jun Mo Bai, cannot handle? Liu Li seemed to be mocking him. Jun Mo Bai was not angry. Instead, he stated directly, Uncle Liu, you think too highly of me. I won't beat around the bush. You must have already received news about the food shortage in the capital. I heard that you have a private food storage in the suburbs of the capital, and I would like to borrow some food from you. Uncle Liu, your words hurt my feelings. Is the relationship between the Jun family and the Liu family not enough for you to trust me? Your words really disappoint me. Do you look down on me? Jun Mo Bai, just because my grandfather is not here? Jun Mo Bai was not polite. He understood Liu Li's meaning perfectly. After saying this, he glanced at Liu Mangan, who blushed and lowered her head shyly. My little nephew, you are overreacting. If I really looked down on you, Jun Mo Bai, I wouldn't be here. Whatever abilities you have, Liu Li would not dare to underestimate you. Who in the entire capital does not know Jun Mo Bai? What I mean is just to hope that our families can become even closer. After all, that food is not a small amount. You care for everyone in the capital, and so does my Liu family. However, my Liu family has many people to support. If we lend all those supplies to you, what will my Liu family do? People would say, I favor outsiders. But if you were from my Liu family, it would be a different story. No one would say I favor outsiders. Do you understand what I mean? Jun Mo Bai picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, but remained silent, his eyes growing colder. He certainly understood. In plain terms, it was about marriage. But he couldn't agree to that. Jun Mo Bai set down the tea. Uncle Liu, you can be clearer. What does Miss Liu think? Liu Mangan immediately raised her head, her face startled and flushed. She thought Jun Mo Bai was asking for her consent. Nervously, she said, Mangan has always wanted to be Brother Mo Bai's bride. My feelings, Brother Mo Bai, should be known. Why ask me again? After speaking, she shyly lowered her head again. This shy demeanor would likely make any man hesitant to refuse. If he didn't know the feelings of Miss Liu, just as Liu Mangan finished speaking, a cold female voice came from the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked surprised towards the door, where a slender figure stepped out from the backlight. Amon? Chiming? Is that you? Several surprised voices echoed. Lu Li looked at the newcomer, frowned, and said to Chiming, "Who are you? This place is not somewhere just anyone can enter. Mo Bai, you should change the guards at your Jun family estate." Jun Mo Bai frowned coldly, about to say something, but Chiming spoke first. "I'm just a small person. If you ask me who I am, then who are you?" "Oh, so you are the daughter of the Liu family, the head of the Liu family. I really didn't recognize a great mountain," Chiming said, pretending to be surprised. As long as you know, Brother Mo Bai, how can someone like her come to your Jun family estate? Hurry and kick her out. I don't like her." Lu Man raised her head arrogantly and said sarcastically. She then walked over to Jun Ma Bai, wanting to take his hand, but was subtly avoided by him. Chiming turned her head to look at Jun Mo Bai and asked, "Are you trying to drive me away?" Yun Mo Bai shrugged, indicating that he had no such intention, but did not say a word. Ching Feng, standing behind, was sweating for Lu Man, thinking to himself, well, good luck to you. Chiming turned to look at Lu Man and said regretfully, "If Commander Jun doesn't say anything, does that mean I won't be chased away?" After saying this, Chiming smiled lightly at Lu Man. Lu Man stomped her foot, snorted coldly, glanced at Chiming, and then sat down next to her father with a look of grievance. "Who is she?" Lu Li asked his daughter. "She's the cheap woman I told you about. It's her." Lu Man glared fiercely at Chiming as she spoke. "The one who broke your finger is this woman?" Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Li understood who this woman suddenly appearing at the Jun family was. The one who broke his daughter's finger and made her sulk was actually her. He had long wanted to deal with the person who bullied his daughter. Hearing his daughter say that she even dared to claim she wouldn't let the Liu family off the hook. A country bumpkin who didn't know where she came from dared to challenge the Liu family. Truly ignorant. That's right. The one who broke your daughter's finger is right in front of you. So, do you want to take revenge for your daughter? But you should think carefully. Last time your daughter's 2 bodyguards couldn't even defeat me. Are you sure these few weaklings, who are neither good-looking nor useful, can beat me?" Chiming said disdainfully, sitting on the sofa next to Jun Ma Bai with her arms crossed. "Ma Bai, do you know this country girl?" Lu Li directly asked Jun Ma Bai. In fact, Lu Li didn't really plan to leave, but wanted to test Jun Ma Bai. He was confident that Jun Ma Bai would never let him leave, because the supplies he had were urgently needed by Jun Ma Bai. Even for those supplies, Jun Ma Bai would ask him to stay. However, he thought wrong. Jun Ma Bai not only didn't he ask him to stay, but also didn't he say a word and remained sitting there quietly, as if waiting for him to leave. Jun Ma Bai's attitude made him even angrier, and in the end, he really left in anger. When he left, Lu Man was still very unwilling and stomped her foot hard. When the Liu family left, Ching Feng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jun Ma Bai. Until the Liu family left the Jun family mansion, Ching Feng finally looked at his friend in confusion and said, "Ma Bai, why didn't you? Why didn't you keep them? Do you want to marry Lu Man?" Jun Ma Bai said lightly, "That's not what I meant." "Then you want to marry Lu Man? Don't say random things. Who would dare to want that young lady?" "Ah, wait. Why are you bringing me into this? You know that's not what I meant. Now the entire Beijing is in a food crisis, and only the Liu family has food reserves. Even the Xiao family can't handle it. If you offend Lu Li and let them leave like this, have you thought about what to do next?" Ching Feng almost got tangled up in Jun Ma Bai's words, but fortunately, he managed to pull himself out. Staring at his friend, he said seriously, "Jun Ma Bai is indeed a big trouble. Chiming, it's not that I'm saying you, but today." Ching Feng was just about to say that Chiming had come at the wrong time, when the next second, he widened his eyes in shock. What did he see? A pile of things appearing out of nowhere. Rice. Big rice. Vegetables. Canned food. Was he seeing things? Ching Feng rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he had made a mistake. But that pile of things really appeared out of nowhere. Ching Feng opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Chiming. "You're not seeing things. It's fine to tell you this secret, These foods are all taken out by me from thin air. I don't know how to explain the complicated parts, but I have a space that can store a lot of food. This food is just a small part of it, Qiming said simplistically. So, you came today to help us solve the food shortage problem in Beijing? Qingfeng said in surprise. Qiming nodded and smiled at Qingfeng. So, am I still coming at the wrong time today? No, it's just the right time. Mabe, we are saved. Qingfeng hurriedly denied what he had just said and spoke to Jun Mabe. But he noticed that Jun Mabe seemed to have something else to say. What's wrong, Mabe? Are you not happy? You don't have to marry Lu Man anymore. Cough, cough. I never planned to get engaged to the Lu family, okay? The grain shortage in the capital is not a trivial matter. The entire capital needs several tons of grain every day. And if we want to last until the supplies arrive, we might need enough grain for over 10 days. Jun Mabe hesitated to speak. He had actually guessed part of Qiming's spatial ability a long time ago, although he was still surprised when he found out just now. He also knew that Qiming came today to help him. However, the supplies for the entire capital cannot be solved with just 1 or 2 tons. Chapter 90, Grain. Be my girlfriend. Yes. How could I have forgotten this? The entire capital needs several tons of supplies every day, and after more than 10 days. That amounts to several 100,000 tons. Qingfeng slapped his forehead as he realized this. Qiming smiled mysteriously and said, if I didn't have absolute confidence, I wouldn't interrupt Commander Jun's good deed. That's a lifelong matter, after all. Isn't there a saying that it's better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage? I guess I've become the villain today, Qiming said somewhat jealously. Qingfeng chuckled, looked at his brother, shrugged, and went out, leaving only Jun Mo Bai and Qiming together. As he left, he quietly said, brother, I can't help you now. After Qingfeng left, Qiming sat on the sofa and poured herself a glass of water. Just as she took a sip, Jun Mo Bai's voice said, that cup is the one I drank from. Qiming was taken aback and sprayed water everywhere, awkwardly looking at the cup and then at Jun Mo Bai. Finally, she put the cup down and pretended to be calm while sitting aside. Jun Mo Bai watched and couldn't help but laugh at Qiming, and the more he laughed, the redder her face became. Finally, she glared at Jun Mo Bai and said, no laughing. Ha, okay, I won't laugh, Jun Mo Bai said, holding back his laughter. Qiming let out a light, cold snort. Aren't you moving today? Why are you here? Jun Mo Bai moved a little closer to where Qiming was sitting. Qiming shifted to the side. What's wrong? Is it my fault for coming at the wrong time, making it impossible for you to bring the beauty home? Qiming glanced sideways at Jun Mo Bai, then turned her head, crossing her arms, and said with a hint of jealousy, yes, you did say that you would rather destroy a temple than break up a marriage. Jun Mo Bai moved a little closer. Qiming looked up at Jun Mo Bai and said, Jun Mo Bai. Just as Qiming was about to get angry, Jun Mo Bai spoke again. So, shouldn't you compensate me with a marriage? What? Qiming stared at Jun Mo Bai. What do you mean? Who broke it should compensate for it. So, Ming, be my girlfriend. Jun Mo Bai directly sat down beside Qiming, leaning down closer. Qiming was startled by Jun Mo Bai's action and leaned back, her whole body resting against the side armrest of the sofa, with barely a fist distance between them. The air around them changed subtly. Kof, Yun Mu Bei. You. Qiming stammered. Are you going to refuse? After Jun Mo Bai finished speaking, his originally bright eyes dimmed immediately, and he looked a bit dejected. I didn't mean that. Seeing the dimness in Jun Mo Bai's eyes, Qiming became anxious. So you agree? Upon hearing Qiming's words, Jun Mo Bai's dim eyes regained their brightness, staring straight at Qiming. To him, Qiming not refusing was equivalent to agreeing, and besides, could Qiming run away? She came over herself, so he wasn't to blame. The distance that was only a fist apart between the two was further shortened by Jun Mo Bai's closeness. Qiming felt a softness on her lips. Jun Mo Bai's handsome face made her stunned. What was happening? Yun Mo Bei actually kissed her. Should she push him away and slap him? Or she thought she should follow her heart. Luli comforted his daughter. Good girl, you know what? Right now, only my Lu family has food in the capital. Not even the Xiao family has any. Do you think Jun Mo Bai won't come to ask me? Don't worry. Jun Mo Bai will be yours, and the head of the Jun family will only be you. But that despicable woman. Lu Man bit her lip and said with a fierce gaze, "Just a trivial country girl. Remember, you are the eldest daughter of the Liu family, so you must have the demeanor of the eldest daughter. Don't be like your useless brother. He only brings shame to our Liu family." Liu Li patted Liu Manman's shoulder, and when he mentioned the second son of the Liu family, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Got it, Dad." Liu Manman bit her lip, a trace of fierceness flashing in her eyes. Liu Li and Liu Manman both frowned at the same time, with Liu Li showing more disdain, until a figure walked in from outside the door, followed by two subordinates who looked quite formidable. The second young master of the Liu family coughed a few times as soon as he entered, seeming not to be in good health. He was tall and thin, looking somewhat frail, coughing 3 times with every step he took, and his face was very pale, showing no trace of blood, as if he would collapse at any moment. What a pity for such a handsome young man, yet he was a sickly one. "Dad, big sister." As soon as Lu Qi entered, he called out softly, as if speaking required half of his energy. Liu Man frowned in disgust. "If you know you're sick, then don't run outside. If it weren't for Dad finding you 2 bodyguards, you probably wouldn't even know where you died. If you're gonna die, just do it outside. Don't die in the Liu family." Liu Man coldly said with a frown, "How unlucky." Her tone of disdain was as if this person was not her own brother. After Lu Qi approached, Liu Li called over the old butler and whispered a few words in his ear, then instructed the old butler to leave. Liu Man looked at her father in confusion. "Dad, what did you call the butler for?" You'll find out tonight." Lu Li smilat kuningli, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. The new house of the Feng family was quickly set up in a villa area in the center of the capital. Although it was called a villa area, it was actually just a bit larger than ordinary houses with better surroundings. Before the apocalypse, it could at most be considered a mid-high-end area, but the prices after the apocalypse were different from those before, and the area was limited. Therefore, such houses were already considered places for the wealthy. The villa had 3 floors, each with 3 rooms and a living room, with the kitchen on the first floor. Adding the basement, it had 4 levels. The basement was Professor Wang's personal space. Qi Ming installed the strongest door available for Professor Wang, which she had asked Qing Feng to find someone to install. It was said that this door was hard to break, even with grenades. However, this was just what Qi Ming heard. But having such a door made her feel much more secure, as the things in the basement were far more important than anything on the other floors. The Qiming family, along with Taishan and Pongzi, live on the 2nd floor. The parents have 1 room. Qiming has her own room, and Taishan and Pongzi share a room. The rooms are quite spacious, at least enough for 2 large men to not feel cramped. Everyone feels that living on the 1st floor would be better in case of any emergencies, while the 3rd floor is reserved for guest rooms or storage. A large standalone villa like this would take at least a day to tidy up, but fortunately, there are many helping hands. Taishan and his group, as well as Liu Yufei and his crew, helped out, so it was all sorted in just a few hours. By the time Qiming and Jun Mo Bai arrived at the new house, only 3 hours had passed, and the house already looked brand new. "Commander!" Jun Mo Bai's subordinates saw their boss arrive and immediately put down their food, standing up to greet him. After Feng Ma and the others finished their tasks, they prepared some delicious food to treat them. Liu Yufei and his subordinates had a good impression of the Feng family and were polite to them, especially with the good food, knowing they hadn't eaten well in a long time. Recently, food had been scarce, and they had only been getting 5 or 6 out of 10 fills for each meal. They didn't expect the Feng family to be so generous in the apocalypse. Food is a precious commodity. Jun Mo Bai nodded, signaling them to help themselves. Mo Bai, weren't you not coming? Liu Yufei said, half smiling, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Thank you, Aunt." Jun Mo Bai smiled as he accepted the food, politely expressing his gratitude. "Mom, you're so biased." Qiming pouted, clinging to her mother's arm and acting cute. "I really don't know who your real child is. Mo Bai is a guest and brought so many little brothers to help. It's only right to be polite," Feng Ma said, tapping Qiming's head. Okay, I'll be polite." Qiming stuck out her tongue. Sister Xiaoming hugged. Luo ran over, leaping into Qiming's arms and clinging to her leg. "Okay, sister hugs." Qiming picked up Luo and started playing with her. "Aunt Feng, I think you should let Qiming marry Commander Jun. We'll be one family in the future, so there's no need to be so polite, right?" Pongzi said while holding a plate of snacks, munching away. After speaking, he He made a knowing expression to everyone. The deputy captain is right. Commander Jun is a rare good man you won't find even with a lantern. Chiming, if you miss this chance, there won't be another. Maolan Zhouke. Exactly. Others chimed in. But isn't Chiming and Commander Jun just friends? Commander Jun is going to be my boyfriend. Jesse ran over, looking up seriously, causing everyone to burst into laughter. In the end, Jerry tapped his younger sister's head and let her sit down. Ahem. Chiming and Jun Mo by exchanged a knowing glance, awkwardly clearing their throats. Chiming and Jun Mo by actually planned to announce their relationship. But just as Chiming was about to say something, Qingfeng rushed in with a few people. Mo Bai, it's bad. It seems everyone knows about that incident. And things are getting chaotic, Qingfeng said with a frown as soon as he entered. Everyone was stunned, although they didn't know what it was about. They could tell from Qingfeng's tone that it wasn't good news. The only ones who knew about this matter were Jun Mo Bai's people and Chiming. Chiming probably guessed that Qingfeng was talking about the food shortage. If she was right, it must have leaked out. Qingfeng looked around the room, unsure whether to speak here. But Jun Mo Bai said, it's already leaked. There's no need to hide it. Just say it. Qingfeng nodded. I just received a lot of messages. I don't know who leaked the food shortage issue, but now all the survivors in the capital know that our base is out of food. Many people are causing trouble, and there have even been many robbery incidents. The entire capital base is in chaos, and many of our brothers have been injured by the citizens. They said. Qingfeng hesitated, glancing at Jun Mo Bai. What did they say? Jun Mo Bai asked coldly. They said that our military in the capital deliberately hid this matter from them, preventing them from knowing in advance and leaving. It's intentional. The capital is about to become a dead city because of you. If you hadn't blown up the southern passage, the food from the outside wouldn't be unable to come in. After Qingfeng finished speaking, he looked at Jun Mo Bai, and not just Qingfeng. Everyone turned to Jun Mo Bai. How can they say such things without distinguishing right from wrong? If we hadn't blown up the passage, they would have been living in fear of zombies by now. Lu Yufei slammed his fist on the chair angrily. This isn't the time to discuss that. Mo Bai, what do you plan to do? Qiming interrupted Lu Yufei, holding Luo and looking at Jun Mo Bai. It was pointless to talk about this now. Chapter 91. Rumors. It seems everyone understands something. Jun Mo Bai's expression was cold, and he didn't speak immediately. Instead, it was Qingfeng who spoke up. Mo Bai, about the food situation, you guys. After speaking, he looked at Qiming. Qiming nodded. I can solve it. That's great. I was just worried that you didn't have enough food. If it can be resolved. Then Mo Bai just needs to go out and clarify that the capital city is not as desperate for food as they say, Qingfeng said excitedly. We'll talk about this later. Anyway, there's a way to solve it. The most important thing now is to calm the survivors. It's already chaos outside. Montak Bai, what do you plan to do? Qingfeng changed the topic. There were still many subordinates here, and discussing matters of space was not appropriate. So it would be better to wait until this issue was resolved to talk to Lu Yufei. First, they needed to settle this matter. Jun Mo Bai had already thought of a solution, stood up, and prepared to resolve the issue with Qingfeng and Lu Yufei. I want to go too. I think this matter might need my help, Qiming said, holding Jun Mo Bai's hand. Jun Mo Bai nodded, and the two walked out hand in hand. The situation was urgent, and everyone's attention was focused on this matter, so no one noticed the interaction between Jun Mo Bai and Qiming. After Jun Mo Bai and the others left, Taishan and the others also worried about the situation. From the earlier conversation, they understood that there was a food shortage in the capital city. Jun Mo Bai had suppressed this issue, but they didn't know how some survivors found out about it, which triggered the chaos. They also knew how serious food shortages could be. So after Jun Mo Bai and the others left, everyone followed, thinking they might be able to help. We want to see Commander Jun. Let us see Commander Jun. Give us an explanation. Why are you deceiving us? The discontented voices echoed throughout the capital base. Within less than an hour of the news spreading, people had already begun to protest, gathering around the central area, holding various protest signs, and some openly looted supplies, causing considerable chaos. The entire capital base was thrown into disorder, with many shouting to be let out, demanding to leave the base. Be quiet. Be quiet. Those are all rumors. They are not credible. The soldiers' voices were drowned out by the protests. and no one paid attention to what the soldiers were saying or explaining. They just kept shouting for June Mo Bai to come out and give them an explanation. What should we do? If this continues, the brothers won't be able to hold on. We can't suppress them by force, several soldier leaders said anxiously, thinking about how to resolve the riot. Why has Lieutenant Qingfeng been gone for so long? He should have called the commander, just when the soldiers felt hopeless. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Look, Commander June is here." Everyone immediately fell silent and turned to look at the newcomer. As soon as June Mo Bai appeared, he exuded a powerful aura, as if no matter the situation, his presence would naturally instill a sense of calm and respect in everyone, making them hesitant to act rashly. June Mo Bai walked straight to the high platform, and on the largest electronic screen, his figure appeared. His stern face and composed demeanor made everyone quiet down. Staring at the highest point, watching the person on the screen, those closer directly looked at June Mo Bai on the platform, waiting for him to speak. In the Liu family's courtyard, Liu Li and Liu Man watched June Mo Bai on the screen. Liu Li sneered at the screen. Rumors. June Mo Bai, the news you've suppressed has leaked out. I want to see how you resolve this. Without our Liu family's food supply, let's see how you break this rumor that isn't a rumor. Dad, did you leak this matter? How could you let Brother Mo Bai? It was I who had the housekeeper leak it, man. Don't worry. Dad has his ways. Since June Mo Bai looks down on our Liu family's food, let's see where he gets so much food from. Don't worry. June Mo Bai will come to beg you soon. Liu Li said with a sinister smile, looking at June Mo Bai on the screen, displaying a proud expression. Liu Man fell silent after hearing her father's words. Her dad was right. Only by doing this would her brother Mo Bai realize that she, Liu Man, could help him, and he would understand how important she was. On the second floor of the Liu family, in a dark room, a window was open, allowing a view of the large screen outside and Liu Li and Liu Man in the courtyard. A pale, slender hand tapped on the table, facing the large screen outside. Since Commander June says this is a rumor, can he show us all whether this is really a rumor? Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, and as the words came out, the surrounding people echoed, urging June Mo Bai to prove his words. I can prove it, but not now. June Mo Bai's words sparked even more heated discussions. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to stall for time? Exactly. Why can't you prove it now? You're just deceiving us. We don't believe you. We want proof right now. As the opposing voices grew louder, the crowd became increasingly agitated. June Mo Bai's expression darkened. He pulled out a handgun from behind his waist and fired 3 shots into the sky. The sound of gunfire instantly silenced the restless citizens. June Mo Bai's method was undoubtedly the most direct and effective way. I think you won't believe anything I say right now, but I hope you can give me one day. The rumor says that there is a food shortage in the capital city, and the most effective way to debunk it is to wait until the evening when food is distributed. If you can't give us even this little time, and you want to leave, the gates of the capital base are always open. But I will say this, once you leave, the capital base will no longer be your sanctuary. June Mo Bai straightforwardly told everyone that the capital base was not a place one could come and go as they pleased. Although it was a sanctuary, they had no obligation to protect those who did not believe in them. June Mo Bai's words indeed silenced everyone. They knew that he could back up what he said. The last time the base was on the verge of collapse, many didn't believe the base was leaving and were blocked outside when they tried to come back in. Even though people outside claimed June Mo Bai was heartless, he used this method to tell everyone that they only protected those who believed in them. For a base to stabilize in a post-apocalyptic world, it couldn't simply cater to what the citizens said. The base's authority had to be established in the hearts of the survivors. Seeing that everyone was silent, June Mo Bai knew it was a good time to reassure everyone again. He continued, I can clearly and definitively tell everyone with my title as Commander June that if I, June Mo Bai, tell a lie, and if the food is not distributed as scheduled tonight, I am willing to accept any punishment from you here. Everyone below hesitated. In fact, they believed in June Mo Bai. It was just that after the apocalypse, they had seen too much coldness and warmth in human relationships, making them inevitably cautious. Especially after the rumors spread and someone fanned the flames in the crowd, causing everyone to believe it. Rumors are often spread by people. When many people say them, even the falsehoods can begin to seem true. We believe in Commander June. Yes, since Commander June has guaranteed it, it doesn't hurt to wait for this day. Trust the commander. Once a person spoke up, more people would echo him, and they already believed in the base and Jun Mabe. Seeing that everyone had no objections to his words, Jun Mabe sighed in relief, came down from the stage, walked to the side, whispered something in Qing Feng and Lu Yufei's ears, and pointed to the crowd. The two looked into the crowd, nodded, and went down with some subordinates, not knowing what they were going to do. After saying this, Jun Mabe walked over to Qiming's side. Qiming smiled at Jun Mabe. Without needing to say anything, she already knew what Jun Mabe had discussed with Qing Feng and the others. The issue of food shortages had definitely been leaked by someone, and within just a few hours, the entire capital base was already aware of it. There were protests and even riots and looting. Everything happened too quickly and too coincidentally. If it weren't for human intervention, they wouldn't believe it. That's why Jun Mabe pointed to the crowd earlier. He had noticed a few instigators while speaking on stage. Since he had identified them, he naturally couldn't let them go. Aren't you worried about catching the wrong person? Qiming said half jokingly and half seriously. Jun Mabe raised an eyebrow. Even if you don't trust Qing Feng and Yu Fei's abilities, you should trust my judgment as your boyfriend. Don't worry, Qing Feng and the others won't catch the wrong people. Is this you showing off? Qiming said, feeling speechless. Jun Mabe's level of narcissism was off the charts. They say men look best when they're working, and indeed. He seemed like a completely different person off the stage, acting like a rogue when talking to her. I'm just stating the facts. The two laughed and turned to leave. That night, when it was time for the base to distribute food, everyone was waiting for this moment, and it did not disappoint. The food was distributed on schedule. Normally, it was steamed buns or porridge, but that night, it was bowls of white rice. The moment everyone received their rice, the rumors of food shortages were immediately dispelled. This bowl of white rice not only broke the rumors, but also conveyed to everyone that the base had an ample supply of food, and there was no such thing as a shortage. At the Feng family's residence, with the rumors debunked and the family moving into a new house, the double joy brought everyone together. The dining table of the Feng family was filled with people, with large fish, meat, rice, and vegetables laid out, making everyone's mouths water. After everyone raised their glasses in a toast, they began to feast. Qing Feng lifted a cup of tea and toasted Qiming alone. Qiming, I raised this cup of tea to you. If it weren't for you, the rumors wouldn't have been dispelled so easily. And if it weren't for you, Mabai would probably be threatened by the Lu family to become their son-in-law right now. So I toast you. Thank you. Qiming smiled and was just about to drink when Lu Yufei stopped her. Qing Feng, what you're saying is not right. You can thank Miss Feng for helping us, but it's not up to you to thank Mo Bai for not having to be the son-in-law of the Lu family. The person in question hasn't said anything. After saying this, he glanced at Jun Mo Bai with a meaningful look. Jun Mo Bai, however, said, "We're family. No need to say thank you." Just as Qiming was about to take a sip of tea, she nearly spat it out. Cough, cough. Is Jun Mo Bai planning to announce their relationship here? I seem to have heard something. You guys? Mao Lan said as he dug into his ear. I think I understand something too. Chen Yi nodded it, and everyone's eyes lingered between the two. Ma Bai, shouldn't you clarify this a bit more? We're all a bit confused. Yu Fei laughed, placing a hand on Jun Ma Bai's shoulder. I never say things twice. Ameng, eat your vegetables. Jun Ma Bai was a bit flushed, but still maintained his cool and handsome demeanor, serving Qiming some dishes she liked, which was quite clear. This time, even if everyone was still confused, they understood. Everyone tacitly exclaimed, "Oh," and the dinner ended amidst laughter and joy. Chapter 92, Lu Qi, the Savior. A few days later, at the Lu family, a teacup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lu Man, not satisfied with just breaking one cup, started throwing things around her room. As Lu Li entered, he saw a messy room and his daughter in a fit of rage. Man, what are you doing? I'm puzzled too. The information I received clearly stated a grain shortage. Jun Mabai clearly had no food left, so how could he suddenly have some? Lu Li furrowed his brows in confusion. Dad, could it be that the subordinate got it wrong? Impossible. There must be no mistake in this matter. The common people may not know, but our information is reliable. Moreover, Jun Mabai indeed asked us to discuss the grain issue at the Jun family's mansion. And before he contacted us, he had already approached the Shao family, who truly couldn't provide any more grain. That's why Jun Maobai turned to us, knowing that our Lu family has a stockpile of grain outside the capital. Something must have gone wrong here. Lu Li also couldn't figure out why this had happened. But why did so much grain suddenly appear? Lu Man was even more perplexed. Who is it, Dad? Who is stopping Brother Maobai from marrying me? Lu Man excitedly grabbed her father's arm again. That girl, the one from the Jun family. Dad, are you talking about Feng Qimeng? Lu Man asked in confusion, not believing that such a woman from the countryside could gather so much grain in such a short time without alerting anyone. That was impossible. Yes, that girl. Her name is Feng Qimeng. Do you know her details? Luli Nudda. Man, one mustn't judge by appearances. What we found out may not be entirely true. Although Jun Maobai said nothing at the Jun family mansion that day, he was clearly protecting that girl. Jun Maobai is not someone who would gamble the lives of everyone in the capital unless he had a solid plan, or she had a way. Otherwise, there is no way Jun Maobai wouldn't have come to our Lu family these past few days. This grain is very likely brought by that girl. Impossible, so much grain? Impossible. Lu Man refused to believe it. It really is impossible. Moreover, so much grain arrived in the capital without a trace. There must be things we don't know. Lu Li also couldn't understand how such a large amount of grain could be transported to the capital without any news. In the capital's granary, the entire granary was empty. Inside, only Jun Maobai, Qimeng, and Qing Feng were present. With a wave of Qimeng's hand, the once empty granary was now filled with rice and vegetables, and the vegetables were still dripping with water, as if they had just been picked from the garden. It wouldn't be wrong to say they had just been picked. These vegetables had indeed just been harvested by Qimeng from her space. Although Jun Maobai and Qing Feng had seen this scene many times over the past few days, they were still surprised by the sudden appearance of so many supplies. Qimeng, although I've witnessed this incredible scene many times these past few days, it still surprises me, Qing Feng exclaimed to Qimeng. Qimeng smiled. This is the supplies for the past 5 days. Qimeng, you're simply a savior. Qing Feng exclaimed again. I promised you all that I wouldn't let you down. The reason I have the confidence to let Maobai refuse the Lu family is that I naturally have a way to cope. As long as there are seeds, we can have as many as we want. However, this is not a long-term solution. The Lu family will definitely have doubts about the sudden appearance of supplies, so they will find ways to investigate. Sooner or later, they will learn about the supplies, and I'm afraid that by then, we won't be able to hide the matter of the space. Qimeng thought for a moment and said, the passage from the south to the capital will take more than 10 days to repair, but don't worry, I will deal with the Lu family. Jun Maobai patted Qimeng's head and said seriously. Qimeng nodded with a smile. With Jun Maobai around, she felt at ease. In the end, she walked over. Are you okay? Qimeng handed over a piece of paper and politely asked. Thank you, the man weakly said, taking the tissue from Qimeng's hand with a pale hand. When a man looked up, Qimeng saw a pale face devoid of color. This face was handsome, but it appeared somewhat delicate due to its paleness, adding a touch of softness and taking away some of the man's masculinity. However, this softness did not seem out of place or weak on him. Instead, it was quite harmonious. No need. Are you okay? No need. I'll be fine in a moment. Someone will come to pick me up later. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't even know your name yet. My name is Lu Qi. Lu Qi introduced himself. Lu? Qimeng was slightly taken aback. Are you from the Lu family in the capital? Lu Qi also seemed a bit surprised. Do you know someone from the Lu family? Not just knowing. Qimeng smiled slightly in her heart, although there was no expression on her face. Her tone had a hint of distance. What is Lu Man and Lu Li to you? Qimeng also clearly sensed something unusual in Lu Qi's words, but she did not ask too much, instead saying, so it's the young master of the Lu family, From the tone of the young lady, it seems she dislikes my Lu family. Lu Qi also noticed the implication in Qimeng's tone. With a bitter smile, Lu Qi replied, I think she probably dislikes me too. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice. What do you mean? Young master, you are here. Just as Qimeng was feeling curious, Lu Qi's bodyguard arrived. My bodyguard is here. Nice to meet you. I have to go now. I wonder if the beautiful young lady could tell me her name. Lu Qi extended his hand. Specific location. Lu Qi's pale right hand tapped on the chair, carrying a hint of danger. At the Feng family. Feng family? Feng Qimeng? Interesting. You know what to do next, right? Lu Chi lowered his eyes to look at his hand, speaking with a slightly raised tone. Don't touch her for now. The others, it doesn't matter. Those who can attract Jun Mabai's attention must be kept well. The corner of Lu Chi's mouth curled slightly, a smile tinged with a hint of gloom, as if he were plotting something. Lu Chi nodded lightly, signaling his bodyguard to leave. The entire room returned to silence, with only the sound of Lu Chi's hand tapping on the chair, rhythmic in the dim room. A faint smile flashed across Lu Chi's pale face, which, combined with the dark environment, appeared somewhat eerie and ominous. Chapter 93. Kidnapping. What is hidden at night? Everyone in the Feng family was asleep, except for Qiming, who had just come out of the space. She had gotten used to staying up late, and, after having her own house in the capital, she practiced controlling the power of the meteorite in the space every night. The last time she returned from City U, Jun Mabai had given her the frost sword, which suddenly merged into her body and changed the power of the meteorite within her. Especially after being electrocuted by a mutated zombie, that power seemed to have completely mutated. In fact, it would be better to say it was triggered. Once the meteorite and that power fully fused, she felt much better and sensed something different within her. That power was no longer illusory. Whenever she wanted, it could solidify into any weapon she could think of, and the solidified weapons were all formed from the meteorite, no longer appearing vague. After these days of practice, she had fully mastered this power, being able to accurately control its magnitude and usage. However, the other piece of black meteorite was still resting in her space. Every time she entered the space, she felt a sense of familiarity with this black meteorite, as if the two pieces of meteorite were inherently connected, but the other piece had already fused with her, which was why she felt familiar with this black meteorite. In the past few days, she had been trying to find out the connection between these two meteorites, comparing the old man's notes to see if she could discover their relationship. She had even chipped off a small piece of the black meteorite to give to Professor Wong, hoping he could find something from it. After all, the zombie virus was discovered from these two meteorites, but the other piece had already merged with her, making it impossible to give it to Professor Wong for experimentation. She could only see if the well water in the space could yield anything. Perhaps Professor Wong could find or discover something from these two items. After coming out of the space and lying down on the bed, a sudden thought struck her mind about the familiarity she felt when she met Lu Chi today. This realization made Qiming sit up in bed. She suddenly thought of something important. The familiarity she felt towards Lu Chi was similar to her familiarity with the black meteorite. Could it be that Lu Chi also had a piece of black meteorite? But the meteorite had always been kept in the Jun family. So Lu Chi couldn't possibly have it, unless it was the jade from the black meteorite. Could it be that Lu Chi had that piece of black jade? Did he discover the secret within the black jade? Did that piece of black jade also have a space like hers? Qiming murmured softly to herself, feeling like she had uncovered something significant. She had an impulse to go find Lu Chi and confirm it right away, but reason held her back. Not to mention, it was the middle of the night. But suddenly going to ask him for jade or such strange questions would definitely raise suspicion. She had never considered Lu Chi to be a weak or foolish person. Regardless of whether Lu Chi knew about the black jade, it was better if he didn't. But if he didn't know, then he must be extraordinary. She didn't know what role Lu Chi played in the outbreak of the virus and the theft of the black jade. But no matter what his role was, asking him directly would only alert him. Therefore, she could only approach the matter indirectly, not openly inquiring or asking. But how could she do so without arousing Lu Chi's suspicion? Ugh, how frustrating. Knowing something is worse than not knowing it at all. Alas, Qiming lay on the bed, closing her eyes in distress. However, within 3 seconds of closing her eyes, she suddenly opened them again. After completely merging with the meteorite and its power, her senses had become much more acute than usual, allowing her to hear even the faintest sounds. Just now, she had heard movement outside. A black figure flashed through the Feng family's living room, seemingly searching for something. Qiming crouched by her bedroom door, listening to the sounds outside. Fortunately, she always turned off the lights when entering the space, so the people outside did not notice that someone was still awake, especially since it was already midnight. The black figure searched around the living room, but found nothing, then moved to the second floor, checking one room after another until it reached Qiming's room. Qiming pressed herself against the door. As soon as that person opened her door, she would strike to subdue them. However, the shadow lingered a few moments outside her door before ultimately not entering and instead went back downstairs. Qiming was slightly taken aback. Could it be that she had been discovered? She leaned by the door and listened again, realizing that the person had not left but was heading towards the basement. Qiming cautiously opened the door and walked downstairs, carefully approaching the basement while suppressing her breath to the lowest level. At that moment, the basement door opened from the inside out, and Professor Wong, with bleary eyes, yawned. However, halfway through the yawn, he sensed something was wrong. It seemed that someone was standing in front of him. You, Before Professor Wong could finish a word, the shadow covered his mouth. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Professor Wong felt a sense of despair. He had only gotten up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. So why was he being kidnapped? The shadow was also slightly taken aback when it saw Professor Wong for the first time, but then quickly covered his mouth and struck the back of his neck hard. Professor Wong was knocked unconscious, and the shadow carried him out. However, as soon as it reached the living room, the lights suddenly turned on with a snap, completely exposing him. Qiming walked out from the side. Looking at the figure carrying Professor Wong, she leaned against the wall with her arms crossed and said lazily, "You think you could just take my person and leave? Shouldn't you at least say goodbye to the owner of this house?" The figure paused, knowing they had been discovered, but said nothing and ran towards the door carrying Professor Wong. Qiming shook her head lightly. Rude, trying to leave without even saying hello? After saying that, she grabbed a teacup from the side table and threw it at the person's lower leg. The person seemed to sense the teacup coming their way and dodged to the side while still carrying Professor Wong. The teacup hit the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces, and the sound of the broken cup startled the others, causing the previously dark room to be filled with lights. Qiming quickly flashed to the front of the figure. The person wore a mask, making it impossible to see their face, but the shape seemed somewhat familiar. She couldn't recall where she had seen it before, but there was no time to think about that now. She threw a punch at the man who was carrying Professor Wong on his back. The man dodged Qiming's attack while still trying to figure out how to escape. Upstairs, everyone had been awakened and opened their doors. Mr. and Mrs. Fong were holding Luo, looking in surprise at the two people fighting in their living room. Taishan and Fatty were originally half asleep, looking as if their dreams hadn't been disturbed. Fatty squinted in dissatisfaction. Who is it disturbing? Good dream. What's going on? Seeing the situation in the living room made Fatty suddenly wake up. Isn't that Professor Wong? I'll go help. Taishan also came to his senses and intended to assist Qiming. Just as he stepped outside, he was pulled back by Fatty. That guy isn't a match for the girl. Just watch. Fatty leaned against the railing and said leisurely. But Taishan wanted to say something, but then they heard a loud bang, and a figure flew out and crashed against the wall. Fatty shrugged. See, I told you she doesn't need your help. The girl can handle it on her own. He then pointed to the man lying on the ground. Taishan scratched his head while downstairs. The man who had kidnapped Professor Wong was kicked against the wall by Qiming, causing Professor Wong to fall to the ground as well. This fall made Professor Wong show some signs of waking up. The man, holding his stomach, stood up from the ground and looked at Qiming standing opposite him, instinctively retreating a few steps. Damn, how is this woman so strong? With such force, she actually kicked me against the wall. I underestimated her. Qiming stared at the masked man opposite her and asked, Who are you? Who sent you here? The man, however, remained silent. He glanced at Professor Wong, who was slowly waking up on the ground, then looked back at Qiming. Finally, he vanished in a flash, quickly escaping through the door. Qiming did not pursue him. There is a saying that you shouldn't chase a desperate enemy. If it's a trap, the loss would outweigh the gain. Since he came for Professor Wong and failed this time, he would certainly come again. Next time, he shouldn't expect to escape. It hurts so much. Professor Wong groaned as he slowly woke up, rubbing the back of his neck in pain. Professor Wong, are you okay? Taishan, Fatty, and Mr. and Mrs. Fong, who were carrying Luo, also came down from the stairs. Taishan helped Professor Wong up and asked. Professor Wong tapped Taishan on the head, saying, How would you feel if someone hit you like that? I usually hit others. Doifan murmured softly. Who was that person just now? Is Xiaoming okay? Mrs. Feng said, pulling Qiming to check her carefully. Qiming smiled and waved her hand. Mom, I'm fine. Professor Wong, did you offend someone? Or do you have any enemies in the capital? Someone came to kidnap you in the middle of the night? The fat guy also asked. Professor Wong rubbed his neck while sitting on the sofa. I don't know anyone. Who could I have offended? It's so strange. Could it be that they kidnapped the wrong person? Dad Feng also said. Qiming shook her head. It shouldn't be. He has been looking for the basement and must have known for a long time that Professor Wong lives in the basement. He is definitely coming for Professor Wong. However, this is Professor Wong's first time in the capital, and he has been conducting experiments in the basement. Who would want to kidnap Professor Wong? Professor Wong, you don't have any other identities or secrets that you're hiding from us, do you? I suddenly thought of something and looked at Professor Wong to ask. Really? Is there nothing you're hiding from us? He asked again. No, nothing. Professor Wong mumbled, lowering his head and rubbing his neck. Qiming looked at Professor Wong, a strange glimmer in her eyes. Taishan also curiously said, kidnapping someone while wearing a mask. Could it be someone we know? What? You mean the person who kidnapped me was wearing a mask? What kind of mask? Upon hearing the words mask, Professor Wong suddenly raised his head, surprised. How could I see clearly in the dark? Besides, I was quickly knocked out, and when I woke up, that person had already escaped. I couldn't see anything. Professor Wong said, then asked, really wearing a mask? Why would I lie to you? I saw it. Besides, everyone else nodded in agreement, said the fat man, pointing at the others. Professor Wong, I think you must have something that you haven't told us, right? At this moment, Qiming sat down on the sofa, staring directly at Professor Wong, and everyone looked at him curiously. Professor Wong squinted his eyes and lowered his head, hesitating at Qiming's words, as if he were considering something. Chapter 94. Secrets. Keep your distance, Professor Wong. If you really have something to hide from us, that's not right. What can you tell us? We trust you so much. Even that girl shared such an important secret with us. Don't you think we are worthy of your trust? The fat man sat down beside Professor Wong, causing the sofa to sink significantly. Yes, Professor Wong, if there's something, you can say it so we can discuss it together. We are all family. No need to speak as if we are strangers. If something happens, we can solve it together. If you don't tell us, we want to know how to help you. This time, Qiming discovered it, but who knows what other situations might arise next time. What could be more important than safety? This time it was kidnapping. Next time it might be poisoning you. Taishan said seriously. Professor Wong shot a glare at Taishan. Are you wishing for my death? That's not what I meant. I was just making an analogy. Taishan replied, somewhat aggrieved. All right, I understand your point. They won't poison me. Actually, it's not really a secret. It's fine to tell you. The reason I didn't want to tell you is that I didn't want to trouble you. I just didn't expect those people would still find me, and even find this place. Girl, do you remember I told you about the meteorite and how the virus was discovered? Actually, I mentioned that the research laboratory in City J is studying the virus, and the main professor for this research is me. Professor Wong took a deep breath. Qiming nodded, not interrupting Professor Wong. Professor Wong continued. I was the one who discovered the zombie virus in the Black Jade. After the Black Jade was stolen, I continued to experiment with the zombie virus in the remaining petri dishes. The more experiments I conducted, the more I realized that these viruses cannot benefit humanity. Furthermore, after the Black Jade was stolen, I worked hard to research antibodies that could kill these viruses. You know what happened next? Eventually, I developed the antibodies, but I had no idea that the outside world had already turned into a hell. On the first day, I developed the antibodies. The laboratory in J City was attacked by a group of masked individuals. They were after me and the antibodies I held, and my colleagues in the lab sacrificed themselves to protect me and the antibodies. It was only after I escaped that I realized the outside world had already been completely infected by the virus. After that, I kept hiding in J City. Later, the laboratory was destroyed by those people, and all the experimental subjects escaped, turning J City into the state you see now. Those people probably thought I had escaped from J City, so they didn't search for me there, unaware that I had never left J City. Why didn't you leave J City? Taishan asked, confused. Professor Wong sighed. Where could I go if I left? Besides, all my research achievements are in J City. But you've already developed the antibodies, right? Why didn't you bring them to the capital? The fat man also asked. Yes, I developed the antibodies, but there were originally 2 samples. However, One was damaged while I was evading zombies, and I injected the last one into myself. At that time, I was being chased by zombies and had been infected by the virus. I had no choice but to inject myself. If I died, the antibodies would be lost forever. But if I stayed alive, I could find a way to produce more antibodies. However, that sample was created from thousands or tens of thousands of experiments. And after it was made, much of the information was not saved. Those people came too suddenly, so that information was not preserved. That's why I stayed in J City, to retrieve the experimental data from the laboratory. I went to the lab to get the data and used that incomplete data to create 2 samples. Is that the 2 vials you injected into Jerry and his sister? Qiming squinted at Professor Wong. Professor Wong nodded. That's right, but unfortunately, I have observed both of them and conducted experiments with their blood, and the samples failed. Professor Wong lowered his head in disappointment. So that means, to experiment and produce antibodies now, we need to conduct at least thousands or tens of thousands of experiments. Fengba also asked. That is generally correct, but I found a more effective bacterium in the water that the girl gave me. I have also experimented with this bacterium, which can kill the virus. This means that as long as there is enough water from Qiming's space, I can extract a sufficient amount of bacteria from the water to produce antibodies. However, the specific samples are still in the experimental phase, and developing the antibodies will require several more experiments. After Professor Wong finished speaking, he looked at Qiming. Everyone was surprised, but more importantly, they were thrilled. What did they hear? Virus antibodies? This meant that the world overrun by zombies was about to end. As long as the antibodies were developed, the world would gradually get better. Can't we just give people that well water directly? Qiming was also excited inside. If this water was really useful, she would definitely not hesitate to share the well water she had. After all, who wouldn't want to live a stable life? She didn't want her family and friends to live in danger every day. I have experimented with it. This water can only alleviate the virus after a second infection, but it seems to lack something for the actual pathogen. It cannot completely kill the pathogen. At most, it can only suppress it. Professor Wong explained the reason. Qiming was a bit confused. Pathogen? Secondary infection? Let us put it this way. The pathogen is like the black meteorite you gave me, and the stolen piece of black jade. The virus on them is referred to as a pathogen. Those directly infected by the pathogen cannot be treated with the well water you provided. We can temporarily call them carriers of the pathogen, and they can only be suppressed. The ones infected again by the carriers of the pathogen through scratches or bites are considered secondary infections. After a secondary infection, the virus's activity is much lower than that of the first infection, and the well water can directly kill the virus. Why is that? Isn't it different? Taishan was a bit confused. I don't know either. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this, but I've indeed experimented on it. The pathogen extracted from the meteorite given to me by the girl cannot be killed by the bacteria in the well water. It can only be suppressed. However, the virus extracted from the zombies, that is, the secondary infected ones, can be directly killed. I've compared the two. Aside from the difference in activity, everything else about the viruses is the same. This means that the more active pathogens have stronger resistance and cannot be killed by those bacteria. I've also experimented with those bacteria and found that their activity is quite low, but the experiments tell me that their activity is not just that. The experimental data indicates that the activity of the bacteria in the water is not just that value, but as for why they behave that way, I haven't figured it out yet. Professor Wong also felt helpless, and the mood of everyone else also became low. Qiming lowered her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking, and after a while, she said, if antibodies could be easily studied, it wouldn't have come to this. Let us put this issue aside for now. Professor Wong, do you know who is trying to grab your antibodies? It's the people from the Eternal Life Organization. The Black Ancient Jade was stolen by them, and the outbreak of the virus is probably related to them as well. They should want me and the antibodies in my hands, but unexpectedly, there are people from the Eternal Life Organization in the capital too. Professor Wong lowered his eyes and sighed. Who cares about their eternal life? Professor Wong, don't worry. As long as I, Taishan, am here, I will never let those people get close to you. Taishan patted his chest and said. The fatty pouted. They are an organization. How can you protect Professor Wong alone? Sister, I actually have a good idea. Since Professor Wong wants to study antibodies, we have limited equipment, and we can't always protect him. Why not hand Professor Wang over to Jun Maobai? Jun Maobai is in charge of the base in the capital. Let him arrange for Professor Wang to be in the research institute of the capital base. This way, Professor Wang can do his research without restraint, and he will have military protection. It's a win-win situation. I think no matter how powerful the Eternal Life organization is, they can't infiltrate the Base's Research Institute. After all, the security of the institute is managed by Jun Maobai's people, so the rest don't need to worry about that at all. The fatty said, having thought of this idea. Qiming's eyes were deep and contemplative, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Something seemed to be stirring in her gaze. The next day, the entire Feng family was staring at two dark circles under their eyes. After the kidnapping incident yesterday, they had discussed for a long time how to accommodate Professor Wang, which left everyone unable to sleep well. However, Qiming was in good spirits. She got up early to find Jun Maobai. After thinking it over, she felt that the fatty was right. If Professor Wang was with Jun Maobai, he would be much safer and could research the antibodies more accurately. So, she went to find Jun Maobai early in the morning to discuss this matter. Jun Maobai agreed, and through this discussion, Qiming learned that he and his team had also been searching for Professor Wang. Professor Wang was an expert in virus research and was currently the only person most likely to develop a viral antibody. Moreover, he had indeed developed antibodies in the past, but the situation at that time had not allowed for proper preservation. After the apocalypse, the military had sent someone to City J to look for Professor Wang, but upon arrival, they found that City J had been destroyed. They thought Professor Wang was dead, but little did they know that their target was much closer than they imagined. It was only after Qiming mentioned this that Jun Maobai realized Professor Wang was the person they were looking for. Therefore, without hesitation, he entrusted the matter to Qingfeng, not only bringing Professor Wang to the Research Institute in the capital, but also assigning several of his most trusted subordinates to act as bodyguards for him. Additionally, he reinforced the security system outside the Research Institute several times. This was not for any other reason, but because Professor Wang was their only hope for developing antibodies. After hearing Qiming's words and knowing that Professor Wang was just one step away from successfully researching the antibodies, everyone tasked with protecting Professor Wang and the Research Institute remained on high alert 24/7. By the way, have you made any progress on the Chongqing organization? Qiming suddenly thought of the Chongqing organization and asked Jun Maobai. Jun Maobai had Qiming sit down and poured her a glass of water. Yes, a little. I'll handle this matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Oh, right, let me ask you something. Do you know Lu Qi from the Lu family? Qiming looked at Jun Maobai and asked. Jun Maobai was slightly taken aback, his expression changing when he heard the name Lu Qi. Have you met Lu Qi? Different feeling? Jun Maobai looked at Qiming with a hint of danger in his eyes. It's not what you think. It's just an indescribable sense of familiarity. And I felt something was different about him, more dangerous. That's why I didn't talk too much with him yesterday. Don't look at me like that, Qiming explained with a smile. But Jun Maobai sat down next to Qiming, wrapping an arm around her. What do you mean by that? Jun Maobai. Haha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You'd better stay away from Lu Qi. Jun Maobai suddenly said with a hint of seriousness and danger. Qiming's gaze froze, and her pupils slightly contracted. Chapter 95, Old Friends. Because it's you half a month later, the passage between the capital and the south was repaired, and the food from the south arrived as scheduled. The food crisis in the capital was finally resolved. The supplies came from City W, and coincidentally, Qiming knew the people delivering the supplies very well. The team leader was Xing Team He. When Qiming saw Team He and his group, she was both surprised and delighted. She didn't expect to see them in the capital. It had been several months since they last met, back when they were still fighting zombies together to survive. Qiming, you've made it to the capital. We were all wondering if we would get to see you here, and we didn't expect to run into you right away. We all missed you. Team He exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qiming. They had known for several months that Qiming was coming to the capital, but were worried about her situation and had hoped to see her again. I missed you all too. I didn't expect you to be the ones delivering food. Are Hui and the others with you? How long do you plan to stay in the capital after delivering the supplies? Qiming asked. You can sit down and chat. There's no need to stand. Jun Maobai pointed to the sofa nearby. Qiming could freely enter and exit the Jun family mansion without reporting, and since He was the leader of the supply delivery. It was natural for him to be received by Junma Bai. Coincidentally, just as He arrived, Chiming also came to find Junma Bai. So they met at the Jun family mansion. Chiming sat down with Captain He, smiling. It had been a few months since they last met. And Captain He seemed just like before, with no noticeable changes, though he appeared more spirited and charismatic. Hui and the others also came. They were here to deliver supplies and would probably stay for a few days. The brothers under him needed some good rest and organization. By the way, how come you never mentioned that you know Commander Jun? Captain He looked back and forth between the two with some surprise. He, they might be very surprised. After we parted, there was no news from you, and everyone was quite worried. But I think if they see you, there will probably be even more surprises. Xiao Bai and the others must be very sad, Chiming said with a hint of sadness. The first good person she encountered after the apocalypse was Captain Song and his team. She had anticipated the outcome for Captain Song. At that time, he risked everything to save more people for the sake of his child, even entering the zombie-infested urban area. As a police officer, his sacrifice was honorable. But it was also a pity that he could have lived better. Yeah, when we saw Captain Song, everyone was devastated. But thankfully, we all recovered. We found a good place to bury him. Fortunately, Heaven allowed us to meet him, so he could rest in peace, Captain He said with a wry smile. By the way, since Captain Song has been found, why are you still in W City? Why not come to the capital? Chiming changed the topic, thinking that since the outcome was unchangeable, there was no need to bring up the sadness again. We did think about coming to the capital, but after staying in W City for so long, we've gotten used to it. Moreover, Lieutenant Wu has been insisting that we stay. As Captain He spoke, Chiming gradually understood what had happened after their separation. Captain He and his companions had coordinated well and slowly integrated into W City. Additionally, they had joined Lieutenant Wu's army, and after completing several tasks successfully, they were promoted by him. They originally planned to come to the capital, but Lieutenant Wu kept them, and after much thought, they felt accustomed to being there and decided to stay in W City. Have Hui and the others been promoted too? Yes, they all have, but... Captain He started to say something, but hesitated. But what? Chiming had a bad feeling. Chiming was suddenly touched. Wei and Dongzi are dead? She didn't expect that so much had happened after they parted ways. Sigh. Yes, this is no longer a peaceful world. Zombies roam freely, cities have collapsed, and the civilization of the past no longer exists. What remains is only the struggle between life and death. In such a world, it's easy to lead people to their demise. And what about Hui and them? Chiming said with some emotion. After Dongzi and Wei died, Hui and Haizi blamed themselves for a long time, but fortunately, they both came to terms with it, wanting to carry on living for Dongzi and Haizi. It's a pity, two good kids. Team, he said regretfully. It's all in the past. Those who are alive should live well. By the way, since you've come to the capital, let's have dinner at my place tonight and invite everyone to gather. Chiming invited Team He, who agreed. After chatting for a while, Chiming left. She didn't have anything specific to discuss with Junma Bai, but it seemed he and Team He still had matters to talk about, so she didn't want to disturb them. That evening, a big feast was held at the Feng family. Team He, Xiao Yuan, Hui, and Haizi all came. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, but they talked a lot. When Dad and Mom Feng learned about the deaths of Dongzi and Wei, they also expressed their feelings, as they were all people who had escaped together, and along the way, they had formed deep friendships. It would be a lie to say they weren't sad, but the deceased have already passed. No amount of sorrow can change that. They could only comfort themselves that those who are alive should live well. From Team He, Chiming learned that Lieutenant Wu and Wang Jimu were doing well, and the base was being managed very well by Lieutenant Wu. They had also cleared the surrounding area of the base, which could be used for planting, ensuring that the food supply for the base was secure. And the entire base was thriving and developing in a positive direction. When Chiming heard this, she felt a bit uncomfortable because she knew that the W City base wouldn't last a year in the apocalypse, at most a few more months. The entire base and the area that had just been planted would be destroyed by the zombie army. She remembered that in her previous life, no one survived at the W City base. However, as she watched Captain He speak with great hope, she hesitated, wondering whether to remind them again. She was afraid that her previous warnings to Captain He and the others would be forgotten or not taken seriously, especially since there was no evidence or theory to support her claims. How did you come out? Jun Maobai asked, not knowing when he had stood behind Qiming. Qiming did not turn around, but sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. After Jun Maobai finished speaking, he sat down next to Qiming and took her hand. Qiming shook her head. It's fine, it's too hot inside. I just came out to get some fresh air. Really, nothing's wrong? Well, actually there is. Qiming turned to look at Jun Maobai, only to find him looking back at her with a warm smile, which made her hesitate about what to say next. If you can't say it, Yun Maobai begin. Qiming interrupted him, raising her head to look at him seriously. When you were unconscious, I said that if you woke up, I would tell you a secret. I think I should tell you now. Jun Maobai looked at Qiming with a gentle gaze filled with affection. I'm happy that you can share this with me. I died once, and then I came back to life. Jun Maobai looked at Qiming with some confusion, but he did not speak. Qiming lowered her head as she spoke. I knew it. No one would believe such things if I said them out loud. You must think I'm crazy. I believe you. Jun Maobai lifted Qiming's little head, and Qiming looked at him in surprise. Jun Maobai, however, stared into her eyes, seriously cradling her small head. I believe everything you say. Why? Qiming asked somewhat foolishly. Because it's you. Thank you. After saying that, she hugged Jun Maobai tightly. Jun Maobai patted Qiming's back. So now, can you tell me? Qiming smiled and nodded, slowly explaining to Jun Maobai. Actually, Qiming's words were concise, yet difficult to understand. However, since the other party was Jun Maobai, whose comprehension skills were exceptionally quick, after Qiming finished speaking, he thought for a moment and grasped the meaning behind her words. Once he understood, a trace of mild surprise flashed across his face, but quickly settled down. Noticing that Jun Maobai had remained silent, Qiming cautiously looked at him and asked, Are you scared? Do you find it hard to believe? I know this is hard to accept. It's not that I'm scared, but it is a bit hard to believe. However, I trust you. So, you're saying you have lived another life, and the soul in your current body is from your previous life, right? That means you are well aware of the situation in the 5 years following the apocalypse. And you know that the W City base will be overrun by zombies in the coming months, with no survivors left in the entire base. And you don't know how to tell Team He about this, am I right? You're troubled by this? Jun Maobai looked at Qiming and analyzed. Qiming nodded, looking troubled at Yun Maobai. Jun Maobai thought for a moment and said, if things really develop like in the last life, there are ways to solve it. So you shouldn't worry about it. I will handle it. But didn't you say that this life is different from the last in many ways? Perhaps because of your rebirth. Things haven't followed the same path as before, creating a butterfly effect. What happened in the last life may not happen in this one. However, since we know there is such a matter, we should still have some preventive measures in place. How to prevent it? Qiming tilted her head and asked Jun Maobai, if there is a problem, we will solve it. I haven't thought of a solution yet, but I will figure it out as soon as possible. So don't worry. After saying this, Jun Maobai embraced Qiming. Qiming leaned on Jun Maobai's shoulder, feeling as if with him around, everything would be easily resolved. Thank you. Do you know? In my last life, you were someone I could only look up to. I'm grateful to the heavens for giving me a second chance to meet you. I think the heavens made you live again just so you could meet me, right? Jun Maobai, why are you so narcissistic? Is that not true? Don't you want to meet me? No, I'm really glad to have met you. The two of them leaned closely against each other, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, completely unaware of the onlookers behind them. Big guy, don't squeeze me. Fatty, it's obviously you who is squeezing me. You're so fat, you should lose some weight. I've told you not to call me fatty. You can rest assured now, right? I've always been very reassured about my daughter, especially since Maobai is so good. I'm even more at ease. At first, you were always. Chapter 96, Scars, Development Trajectory Team. He left 3 days later, and when they departed, Qiming and Taishan sent them off. Qiming reminded Team He to be extra vigilant over the next few months. She didn't elaborate too much, just advised them to increase patrols around the area. After reminding Team He, Qiming felt much more at ease, and Jun Maobai assured her that he would take care of it, which also comforted her. After Team He left, life returned to normal. Dad Feng and Mom Feng stayed at home with Luluo, occasionally going out for a stroll. Taishan and Fatty continued to lead their Iron Blood Mercenary Corps on missions. Even though they knew Qiming was a mobile supply depot, they still couldn't relax. After all, those supplies belonged to Qiming. Even if she was willing to share, they felt guilty. Moreover, in the current world, if you stop, the next moment could find you as a meal in a zombie's mouth. The siblings Jerry and his sister were clever, starting a small business in the capital base with their own little wits, buying and selling everything. Of course, they received help from everyone, and initially, many items were sponsored by Qiming. Once they got on the right track, they established their own sources and channels and didn't trouble Qiming much anymore. Qiming spent her days either accompanying her parents or occasionally going on missions with Taishan. With Qiming around, the completion rate of their missions improved significantly, and the difficulty of their tasks increased as well. Their ranking, which had been stagnant, rose considerably after Qiming joined. Now, they could rank in the top 50 in the capital, and more people were aware of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, seeking them for missions. Outside, Taishan remained the captain, and Fatty stayed the vice captain, but only they knew that if any real trouble arose, they would still listen to Qiming. Malan, Chenny, and Long Kai had gone on a few missions with Qiming and genuinely admired her, because whenever Qiming was on a mission, everything could be resolved quickly, often without them needing to intervene. However, Qiming valued teamwork, which is why they always returned with successful missions. Qing Feng and Lu Yufei were perhaps the busiest, enduring Qiming and Jun Mabai's teasing daily while also working on the front lines. Jun Mabai had begun reviving the order and functions of Huaxia, and naturally, this task was assigned to the two of them, which felt like a heavy responsibility. Every time they saw Qiming, they complained, asking her to leave them a bit of time to find girlfriends. Qiming just shrugged with a smile, feeling helpless. Professor Wang was dedicated to researching antibodies, but each time it seemed he was missing something crucial, leading to repeated failures. Fortunately, he was persistent and, after discussing with Qiming, planned to first release a drug to inhibit the virus. This drug to inhibit the virus was extracted by Professor Wang from the well water provided by Qiming. The well water itself had this function, but its effect was relatively slow. After several experiments, Professor Wang was able to amplify this function, making it faster than using the well water directly, but it only worked to kill secondary infection viruses and could only inhibit the pathogens. Moreover, the drug's effect was solely to kill the virus, and the original healing properties of the well water were lost. Professor Wang had tried many times to preserve the wound healing effect while enhancing the virus-killing effect, but to no avail. Therefore, he had to sacrifice the healing effect, as their current enemy was the virus. Once the virus was suppressed, external injuries could be treated. A month later, the first batch of drugs was released, causing a stir throughout Huaxia because this meant the antibodies had arrived, which would significantly reduce humanity's mortality rate, giving everyone hope again. The first batch of drugs had its first group of voluntary testers, and the results were astonishing. Those infected with the zombie virus were isolated for 3 days and confirmed not to transform. After testing, it was confirmed that the drug did not produce side effects, indicating that the first batch of drugs had succeeded. However, this drug was not a permanent resistance to the virus. If someone was scratched by a zombie again, they would still be infected and would need another injection of antibodies. But this issue was no longer critical. The one-time antibodies had solved the key to human survival in this world. When the first batch of drugs was released, Qiming couldn't help but marvel that this time, the appearance of the first batch of drugs was much earlier than in her last life, and she felt a sense of accomplishment in it. Although no one knew, she thought that this might be the meaning of her rebirth. Everything seemed to be developing positively. The emergence of the first batch of drugs, the reconstruction of cities, the rise of civilization, and so on, all were gradually restoring order. Although this process was slow, it was indeed progressing in a good direction. However, with the outbreak of the virus, less than 30 to 40% of the world's population survived, with more zombies remaining. Moreover, Qiming noticed that as this life progressed, the evolution of zombies seemed to be accelerating rapidly. She was uncertain whether it was due to her hastening the appearance of the drugs or not following the development of her last life, leading to a series of butterfly effects that accelerated the evolution of zombies. Several times on missions, she had clearly sensed that some mutated zombies had developed intelligence. With the first batch of drugs available, there was more security during missions, But the number of mutated zombies was also increasing significantly, often surpassing humans in strength. Humanity's survival was still at a disadvantage. A month after the drug was released, the casualties among humans had significantly decreased, and each base was continuously expanding. In the capital city, during this past month, the safety zone had already been extended to nearby cities, and the range of the base was gradually increasing. The area of human activities was also growing larger. The entire base no longer resembled how it was when Chiming first arrived in the capital. Although there were still areas and disparities between the rich and the poor, this gap had noticeably narrowed. The base had changed from providing 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. In order to encourage more people to join in the construction of the base in the new world, rather than just waiting idly for their daily 3 meals. Aunt Fong, we're here. Hope we didn't disturb you, Mao Lan said with a smile. Aunt Fong jokingly replied, I look forward to you all coming to play every day. What disturbance could it be? You 3 haven't eaten yet, right? Come, let's eat together. Aunt Fong gestured for them to sit down. Thank you, Aunt Fong. We won't be polite. Chun-Yi scratched his head as they changed their shoes and entered. Hee, Deputy Captain, it's not good to speak out. Mao Lan said with a grin. Why is there so little supply? I remember this mission was supposed to have 10 bags of rice and 10 pounds of meat, right? Fatty, did you sneak some? Chiming noticed this as they entered. She remembered that their mission 2 days ago had more rewards than this. Brother Taishan, why are you always standing behind Fatty? Chiming stretched her head to take a look, but Fatty was too large, and Taishan was leaning sideways behind him, making it hard to see his face. Brother Taishan, what's wrong with your face? Do you need Luo Luo to blow on it for you? Luo Luo suddenly ran up to Taishan's ear, and upon seeing Taishan's face, she said this. As soon as Luo Luo spoke, the few people at the door were taken aback, lowering their heads or looking elsewhere, and they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Chiming directly. The few of them exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak out. Chiming then looked directly at Mao Lan. Alan, you say? Huh? Me? I? Alan stammered for a long time without saying anything, just going back and forth. Chapter 97. Familiar faces. Where have I seen them before? Taishan looked at Chiming, wanting to say something, but didn't, keeping his head down like a child who had done something wrong, feeling more aggrieved than a child. Uncle Feng also sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and came out to smooth things over. Xiaoming, don't be so fierce. Luo Luo is still here. Don't scare her. You kids, is there anything you can't just say? Taishan, did you get hurt from fighting? How'd it end up like this? Go wash up and apply some medicine. Kids' mom, go get some medicine for Taishan. Look at this kid getting hurt like this. After saying that, he let Aunt Fong take Taishan upstairs to apply medicine. When Aunt Fong came out of the kitchen and saw the injuries on Taishan's face, she was also surprised. She considered these kids as her own, especially Taishan, who was not much older than Chiming and was silly and honest. Having traveled to the capital together with them, she had long regarded him as her own son. Seeing Taishan like this, she inevitably felt a bit sad and worried. Taishan and Aunt Fong went upstairs to apply medicine, while Chiming looked angrily at the few people in front of her. In the end, she said nothing and instead walked straight to the sofa, crossing her arms, her breath somewhat cold. Luo Luo, feeling a bit scared, cautiously approached Chiming. Only then did Chiming realize that her expression seemed to have frightened Luo Luo a bit. So she softened her demeanor, though her face still showed some anger. Fatty and Mao Lan exchanged glances, their eyes darting towards Chiming. They knew that Chiming was really angry. They pushed and shoved each other, and in the end, they pushed Long Kai out, since he was the most articulate among them. Ahem, hey, don't push me. You all want me to say something. Long Kai looked at everyone, then at Chiming, finally closing his eyes as if going to face death, and quickly said, actually, we didn't mean to hide it from you. We were just afraid you'd worry. This morning, when we went to collect our reward, we ran into Lu Man Man and her 2 bodyguards. We originally planned to ignore them, but Lu Man Man deliberately picked a fight, not only knocking our rice all over the place, but also slandering you in front of us. The captain couldn't stand it and went up to reason with her, but her 2 bodyguards started fighting right away, and the captain couldn't handle it, so it ended up like this. The captain was afraid you'd worry, so he didn't let us tell you. After Long Kai finished speaking, he looked at Chiming, and the others cautiously glanced at her as well. At this moment, Uncle Fong slammed the table hard, startling Qiming. Oh, there are actually such people? Who is Lu Man Man? Why does that name sound so familiar? Did our little Ming offend her? Ahem, Uncle Lu Man Man is the one who had someone kidnap us last time, Fatty said. Uncle Feng thought for a moment and recalled what Fatty had mentioned. It was when Qiming had just arrived in the capital and hadn't reunited with her family yet. It seemed there was such an incident. A steward had come to capture them, claiming that their daughter had offended Miss Lu, which must be this Lu Man Man. How dare she slander my daughter and even resort to violence? I will go find them to settle the score. Uncle Feng said as he prepared to leave. Hey, Uncle Feng. As soon as Fatty and the others saw Uncle Feng about to get up, they rushed forward to stop him. Uncle, you can't go. Lu Man Man's 2 bodyguards are very powerful. You're no match for them. Wang Kai quickly added. Just as everyone was talking over each other, Qiming stood up and walked toward the door. The others exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Fatty who asked, Sister, where are you going? Qiming's footsteps did not stop, and she said, It's one thing to slander me, but those who have hurt me cannot just get away with it. After saying that, she had already disappeared at the door. A few people exchanged glances, immediately thought of something, and quickly followed her out. Qiming planned to go to the Lu family to find Lu Man Man. Unexpectedly, she was fortunate enough to run into Lu Man Man and her 2 bodyguards on the way. The same man and woman she had encountered last time. Lu Man Man's mood seemed to be quite good, as if something had made her happy. When she suddenly saw Qiming blocking her path, Lu Man Man was clearly startled and took a step back in fear, saying, Why you? What are you doing here? You said? The one who hit me seems to be quite happy, Qiming replied nonchalantly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Man Man pretended to know nothing, still feeling a bit afraid of Qiming. Don't understand? Then I'll make you understand. After saying that, Qiming reached out with one hand towards Lu Man Man. But before she could touch her, the bodyguard behind Lu Man Man pushed her away. Qiming glared coldly at the 2 bodyguard siblings and said, Get out of the way. Ada and Mei exchanged glances. Although they couldn't beat Qiming, they were still bodyguards of the Lu family and couldn't back down. When Qiming saw they wouldn't move, she immediately engaged in a fight with the 2. Last time it was 1-on-1, but this time it was 2-on-1. If it had been 2-on-1 last time, Qiming wouldn't have been confident in winning, but now she had fully integrated the power of the meteorite. When it came to fighting, it was uncertain who would win. As the 3 of them started fighting, more onlookers gathered around. This was the central area of the capital, so there were already many people, and the crowd kept increasing. Hey, it's the young lady of the Lu family and her 2 bodyguards. The young lady of the Lu family must be uncomfortable if she doesn't have a fight for 3 days. This morning, I saw her bullying someone with her 2 subordinates. How come just a few hours later, she's fighting again? You're talking about the incident this morning when the captain of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps was beaten by Lu Man Man's bodyguards, right? I heard about that too. You guys just heard about it. I was there at the scene. I don't know what was wrong with the young lady of the Lu family, but she spilled someone else's supplies for no reason, didn't apologize, and then started fighting. Yeah, I saw that too, but it seemed like the captain of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps couldn't beat those 2 bodyguards. After all, the Lu family's mercenary group is ranked in the top 10 in the capital, and those 2 bodyguards are experts within that group. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is only ranked in the top 50. How could they win? But I don't think I've ever seen those 2 bodyguards lose. Who says they haven't lost? I saw it once, remember a month or 2 ago. It was right here the young lady of the Lu family bullied a little girl, calling her a bumpkin, and then had her bodyguard step in. But who knew they couldn't hit her and ended up getting beaten instead? I heard that during that incident, the young lady of the Lu family even broke a finger. Did that really happen? Yes, it did. I saw it too. But that incident was later suppressed by the Lu family. They said not to talk about it. Shoo, keep it down, or it'll all be bad if they hear us. The onlookers exchanged words, unaware that Lu Man Man had already overheard them. Upon hearing their conversation, Lu Man Man was instantly filled with rage and frustration. She had already taken care of everyone who knew about this incident. How could anyone still know? It was intolerable. She absolutely would not allow such a stain in her life. You too, if you don't kill this BTCH today, don't even think about staying in the Lu family. I'll have my dad fire you. After saying that, she threatened them with a bunch of words, as if only by doing so could she feel a little better inside. Qiming let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. They want to kill her? She dodged the attacks from the two and increased her strength. When she threw a punch, it made Ada stagger back a few steps. Aim was taken aback, her eyes turning cold as she launched a heavy attack at Qiming. Qiming was not to be outdone. She dodged Aim's incoming attack as if she anticipated her next move. Back and forth they went, and Aim had already fallen to the disadvantage. In the end, Qiming struck with her elbow, hitting Aim in the back, causing Aim to lurch forward. Qiming snorted coldly and drew the blood blade from her waist, intending to deal with the two who had injured Taishan. The first time she encountered these siblings and fought them, she actually thought they were quite good. They had skill, and the one named Ada was decent too. He hadn't used lethal force against her last time, and she had high hopes for them. However, they should never have injured Taishan or harmed her companions. She would repay them 1,000-fold for that, and as Lu Man had said earlier, they had to use lethal force against her. Since they wanted to kill her, why should she leave two potential threats alive? Ada, what are you doing? Aim didn't expect Ada to stand in front of her. I can't watch you die in front of me. It's our lack of skill. If you want to kill, then come at me. Please spare Aim. After speaking to Aim, Ada turned to Qiming and spoke to her. Qiming sheathed her blood blade, glanced at the two, then turned her face away, no longer looking at them, but walked towards Lu Man. Lu Man immediately felt her heart crumble. How could this be? The two most powerful bodyguards of the Lu family couldn't even defeat a single foe, Qiming. It was one thing for her to lose alone last time, but now even two couldn't win. They were useless. Useless. Oh my God. That girl actually defeated these two bodyguards of the Lu family all by herself? That's too impressive. Who is she? I don't know, but she looks really familiar. Could she be some young lady from a prominent family? Which prominent family has such a powerful young lady? Ah, I remember now. Isn't this the girl who broke Lu Man's finger last time? It was also here. That's right, it's her. So what's going on? Same time, same place, and the same thing happening twice. What does she want to do this time? I don't know, but it seems Lu Man is in for a rough time. This Lu Man is something else. To offend the same person twice. I thought last time that this girl breaking Lu Man's hand would be dealt with by the Lu family. But look at her now. She seems completely unafraid of them. It seems she has some backing. Otherwise, the Lu family would never let her off. However, I haven't heard of such a figure in the capital. Who exactly is this girl? By the way, after that incident last time, didn't Lu Man have people kidnapped? It seems they were relatives of this girl. And I think there were even members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps among them. Could this girl be here to take revenge for the captain of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps this morning? What is her relationship with the captain? Oh, I saw this girl on a mission with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps before. She can't be a member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Can she? I saw that too. And have you noticed that the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps has been completing missions almost perfectly lately? I've heard they've taken on several tasks that other teams found difficult to finish. Could it be all thanks to this girl? She just defeated two main experts of the Lu family mercenary corps. Doesn't that mean the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is stronger than the Lu family mercenary corps? You could say that, but the Lu family mercenary corps has more people, while the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps only has 6, including this girl. No matter how powerful they are, they can't compete with sheer numbers. Who said that? I don't think so. Look, this girl defeated 2 main fighters all by herself. If it were an ordinary person, who knows how many it would take? She can totally take on 10 by herself. Yes, you're right. However, I feel like this girl looks really familiar. Didn't they say it's because we've seen her before? No, I've seen her somewhere else too. Chapter 98, Rumors. Discovery of the Longevity Organization. Where else have you seen her? You're not mistaking her for someone else, are you? Oh, now that you mention it, I have an impression too. I was there last time. There was a girl with Commander June. If it weren't for Commander June and that girl, so many people wouldn't have made it ashore safely. But that girl seemed to have drowned, right? Actually, let me tell you, after that girl drowned, Commander June has been sending people to look for her. I have a little brother in the army. He told me that Commander June has never been so heartbroken over a girl before. They all thought Commander June must have been replaced. After searching for several months, I heard from my little brother that they found her. She was in the capital. Could it be this girl? She does look a bit like her. But I couldn't see her face clearly from that far away. Does your brother have a sketch or something? By the way, I remember that during the U-City rescue, Commander June went too, and there was a girl with him who seems to be this girl. So this girl is not ordinary. No wonder she isn't afraid of the Liu family. It turns out she has a close relationship with Commander June. Yes, this girl is both brave and resourceful. She and Commander June make a good match. The discussions grew louder, and someone who was previously unknown suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Events that seemed insignificant or were completely forgotten were now recalled and brought to light. What was once a small matter had woven together into a big deal, and all the people involved were the same one. Unbeknownst to them, there was a little figure they had forgotten, and it was this little figure's existence that indirectly saved many people. Listening to the discussions, Liu Man's already boiling anger became unbearable. Why did everyone know about things she didn't? Yet when they were pieced together, she couldn't understand. Clearly, she was just a worthless woman. How did she suddenly become the most remarkable person in all these events? It must be her hallucinations. And how could her brother Mo possibly embrace such a woman? They said there was some relationship. Impossible. The only woman who could have a relationship with brother Mo must be her. It must be Liu Man. You all talk nonsense. She is just a worthless woman, and I won't allow you to say any more. Brother Mo is mine. What do you mean she and brother Mo are a good match? The one who belongs by brother Mo's side is me. It's me, Liu Man. If anyone says anything again, I'll rip out your tongues and see if you dare to speak. Liu Man's words made everyone stop their discussions. The young lady of the Liu family was someone who could back up her words. Although they didn't really like this young lady, they were just ordinary people. While the Liu family was a powerful and influential family in the capital, what could they do to resist? They might as well keep quiet. Otherwise, if this young lady truly unleashed her fury on them, it wouldn't be good. They still wanted to live for a few more years. Seeing everyone fall silent, Liu Man raised her head in satisfaction, smiled arrogantly, and looked at Qi Ming. You are just a worthless woman. Brother Mo, I won't like you. Qi Ming approached Liu Man, sneering coldly. Without waiting for Liu Man to say another word, she directly kicked Liu Man's stomach, sending her flying far away. Before Liu Man could get up, Qi Ming stepped on her right arm, and with a crack, accompanied by Liu Man's scream. It was clear that her arm had been brutally broken. When the fat guy and the others rushed over, they witnessed the scene of Qi Ming stepping on Liu Man's arm. Although they felt a sense of satisfaction, they also felt sorry for Liu Man. It seemed that her arm would likely be useless. I remember I told you, you can mess with me, but the people around me are my bottom line. This is the second warning I'm giving you. If there's a third time, not just you, but your entire Liu family will be buried with you. After saying this, Qi Ming moved her foot away from Liu Man's hand. Hey, are you okay? The fat guy walked over, knowingly asking a question. Would it be her? Qi Ming, who had a problem. The two siblings were a bit confused, wondering what it meant. Was it just a one-time chance for them to live? Or was it a warning not to let her see them dealing with her? After that, Qi Ming's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The crowd was left stunned, unable to react. They were shocked by the scene of Qi Ming brutally breaking Liu Man's hand and were astonished. Indeed, this girl had a special relationship with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Wasn't this just to take revenge for what happened in the morning? However, what truly surprised them was that this girl had really broken Liu Man's hand. Was she really not afraid of the Liu family coming after her? Qi Ming didn't know that after she left, at some point, her name had become well known, and her deeds and rumors were widely discussed. In the entire capital, the name Qi Ming was almost known by everyone. The next day, when she saw Jun Mo at the Jun family mansion, Qing Feng and Liu Yufei were also there. Upon seeing Qi Ming arrive, Qing Feng and Liu Yufei took it for granted. As soon as he saw Qi Ming, Liu Yufei smiled and said, Isn't this our Feng heroine? Here to see Mo, huh? Qi Ming looked at Qing Feng and Liu Yufei strangely, then walked over to Jun Ma and asked in confusion, What's wrong with those two? Did they take the wrong medicine? You don't know? Qing Feng, seeing Qi Ming's puzzled expression as she asked Jun Ma was the first to ask. Qi Ming shook her head. What I want to know? Didn't you discover anything today? Liu Yufei asked. Qi Ming shook her head again. No, of course, she hadn't discovered anything. For the past few days, she had been at home with her parents, not stepping out the door at all. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't stay at home any longer, she wouldn't have come out. Although there were many rumors about her outside, it was no longer the information age where exposing someone meant digging up their entire family history. Now, People could only be curious. There weren't many who had met Qiming or knew her, so even if she stood outside, there might not be many who recognized her. You really don't know? Well, have you been cut off from the world these past few days? Qing Feng said, somewhat surprised. All right, you win. When we go out later, you can ask around about your name. I bet you'll be shocked at how famous you are. Lu Yufei joked. Qiming was still a bit confused and turned to look at Jun Mabai, who shrugged at her. Qiming didn't want to think about it anymore and said, let's not talk about that. Am I coming at a bad time? I hope I'm not interrupting your work. No, you can listen. It's not a confidential matter. Just a bit tricky, Jun Mabai replied, furrowing his brows as he looked at the documents on the table. What's wrong? What could make all three of you so troubled? Qiming found it a bit strange that something could be so tricky for Jun Mabai. Recently, we obtained a hiding place of the Eternal Life Organization and sent out a small advance team. But for some reason, this team suddenly went missing after arriving at that location. A few days ago, we sent another team to find them. But while we were able to get in touch yesterday, we couldn't reach them this morning. We suspect that both teams were attacked by unknown mutated zombies or by the Eternal Life Organization, so we're trying to figure out a solution. Qing Feng handed Qiming a map, which was filled with scribbled place names, and one place was circled in red. They just disappeared suddenly, without any news. And we can't contact them at all. Lu Yufei shook his head. So what are you planning to do? Qiming looked at the three of them. Qing Feng and Lu Yufei both shook their heads and looked at Jun Mabai. After a moment of silence, Jun Mabai said, this place is only a few days away from the capital, and I'm not busy these days. Qing Feng, you handle things in the capital for now. Yufei and I will go together, and we'll take more people with us. You're going in person? Qing Feng looked at Jun Mabai in surprise. Qiming's gaze paused slightly. She understood Jun Mabai's meaning. Last time, Jun Mabai had told her to stay away from Lu Qi and also mentioned that Lu Qi was likely related to the Chongqing organization. Although it was just a suspicion without concrete evidence, it seemed Jun Mabai had already confirmed Lu Qi's identity. Even if there was a connection, he had yet to find out what role Lu Qi played in the Chongqing organization. This time, he planned to act high profile to reveal this matter and observe Lu Qi's reaction after he left. Okay, I understand, Qing Feng nodded. Can I go with you? Qiming suddenly looked at the others. You want to go too? The Chongqing organization is not easy to deal with this time, and there may be a direct confrontation. No one knows how many people or weapons the Chongqing organization has. This operation could be very dangerous. Lu Yufei looked at Qiming. He wasn't worried about Qiming being a burden. They all knew her capabilities. While she might not be exceptionally powerful, she could certainly protect herself. However, would Jun Mabai agree to let her go to such a dangerous place? With that thought, Lu Yufei and Qing Feng turned to Jun Mabai. Jun Mabai's gaze lingered for a moment before he finally nodded slightly and said one word, fine. Chapter 99. Xiao Qiao. Too enthusiastic the next day, Qiming followed Jun Mabai's team. This operation was very high profile. After the apocalypse, the Chongqing organization had been known to the public, especially in this era where zombies roamed freely. More people, upon hearing about this organization, harbored thoughts of wanting to join. After all, who wouldn't want eternal life? The Chongqing organization's team continued to expand in the apocalypse. However, at this moment, Jun Mabai suddenly emerged, forcefully cutting off the organization's growth and exposing its true nature. Under the guise of longevity, it continuously attracted people to join, using Chongqing as an excuse to make members participate in various experiments, turning living humans into their experimental subjects, transforming them into something neither human nor ghost. Moreover, it was vaguely revealed that the virus causing this apocalypse was orchestrated by the Chongqing organization. Although Jun Mabai had yet to uncover their motives for such a plan, no matter what the reason, it was unforgivable. Once everyone learned the truth, their last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. It turned out that everything about longevity and immortality was a lie. It was all a scheme of the Chongqing organization. Thus, when Jun Mabai exposed the organization's true nature, more people shifted from longing to disgust and resentment. The Chongqing organization transformed from a coveted entity into a despised rat, hunted by all. Later on, Jun Mabai became their hope. He assured everyone that this viral war would pass and that the beautiful days of the past would return. All they needed to do was unite, and he acted on this, leading everyone to protect the capital base, showing that he was not just talk, but had the ability and determination to make it happen. Consequently, the capital base rose the fastest after the apocalypse, not for any other reason, but because Jun Mabai was there. This is why everyone in the capital base believed in Jun Mabai and trusted that he would lead them back to the beautiful days they once had. The news about the operation to encircle the Chongqing organization was intentionally leaked by Jun Mabai through Qingfeng. The information quickly spread throughout the capital, reaching Lu Qi's ears. In the Lu family, in that dark and cold room, a pale hand tapped rhythmically on the mahogany table. Beside Lu Qi, a bodyguard who had always been by his side shivered, bowing his head and not daring to meet his master's gaze. As if sitting across from him was not a person, but some terrifying creature. Who leaked the information? Lu Qi's voice was dark, not lifting his head. The room was dim, making it impossible to see his expression, but one could tell from his tone that he was suppressing something. Is it the second time? Why, yes. It's the person sent by Jun Mabai who happened to catch Rosa waking up. You know, Rosa needs nutrients every time she awakens. So those people were turned into fertilizer by her. How many times has Rosa awakened? Our report, Master, this is the second time. There's another time? Why, yes. Rosa will awaken again in 4 days. By then, as long as she completely absorbs the remaining nutrients and fertilizer, she will fully awaken, bringing you one step closer to success. But I remember you just reported that Jun Mabai has already taken people there today. Lu Qi's voice slightly rose, and his gaze slowly lifted. The bodyguard's expression immediately turned ugly, and he nearly lost his balance. I have everything arranged. Jun Mabai and his group will definitely not discover Rosa. Moreover, I've also arranged for the organization to retreat. Jun Mabai and his people will end up empty-handed. I will not let my master down. The bodyguard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding earnestly. Lu Qi responded with a slight hum and asked, besides Jun Mabai, who else is going? Besides Jun Mabai, there are Lu Yufei and a team of Jun Mabai's trusted aides. Qingfeng should have been left in the capital. Also, the Xiao family sent people, including the eldest son Xiao Qiao and the girl Feng Qiming, whom you have always asked me to keep an eye on. Lu Qi frowned slightly, seeming somewhat surprised and confused that Xiao Qiao and Feng Qiming were also going. He knew Feng Qiming had some extraordinary abilities, which could be investigated, and he had a familiar feeling from her, something he sensed after their first encounter. Although he couldn't articulate what that feeling was, it undeniably existed. That chance encounter was also deliberately arranged by him. He had investigated Jun Mabai's movements thoroughly, thus discovering the girl named Feng Qiming. After realizing Jun Mabai's special regard for her, he also looked into the girl. He was aware of the resource shortage incident in the capital and knew that Jun Mabai would find the Lu family. However, what surprised him was that Jun Mabai resolved the matter effortlessly, leaving him curious about how he did it. Despite his investigations, he found nothing. But he did discover information about this girl, which was quite unexpected. The girl's background was quite ordinary. Although he didn't know how she became acquainted with Jun Mabai, that was not the main point. The key was that Jun Mabai seemed to care about her, and the previous resource resolution incident also seemed related to her. He had gathered comprehensive information, yet he couldn't figure out how she helped Jun Mabai obtain resources during that crisis, which made him feel that there might be secrets about this girl that he hadn't uncovered. Thus, he tried to get closer to her last time to see if he could discover anything. The more he focused on her, the more he felt she was somewhat different from the data he had seen. Moreover, recently rumors about this girl had been increasing, to the point where one could hear people discussing her as soon as they stepped outside, further fueling his curiosity. This unusual girl, brave and resourceful, has secrets he doesn't know about, and seems to have a deep connection with Jun Mobo. It makes sense to follow Jun Mobo, but what does Xiao Qiao have to do with this? The Xiao family has always been involved in business, and has never paid attention to military affairs or fighting zombies. So why are the Xiao family members following along at this time? Lu Qi frowned deeply at the redwood table in front of him. Are you Feng Qiming? Hello, I am Xiao Qiao. I saw you in City U last time when you came with Commander Jun. I've always wanted to meet you, but it seems like I never had the chance. I didn't expect to see you here today. Can I call you Qiming? Or a Meng? I think a Meng sounds nicer. I should be older than you, so you can call me Xiao Ge. A Meng. I feel like I've seen you before at first sight. Have you been to the capital before? Qiming could only listen in embarrassment as Xiao Qiao talked to herself. Why did she have to share a car with this person? Who on earth is this guy? Qiming looked at Jun Maobai and Lu Yufei, who were sitting in the car with her, as if seeking help. Can someone tell me where this Xiao Qiao came from? Xiao Qiao was also reminded by Lu Yufei's words, realizing that she had lost her composure. She smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. I'm just someone who gets familiar quickly and talks a lot, but I only act like this with people I'm close to. Qiming looked at Xiao Qiao with a bewildered expression, as if to say, Big brother, we don't seem to know each other well. And this seems to be our first meeting, right? At least it was her first time meeting Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao smiled and continued, although this is our first time getting to know each other, Ming, you feel like someone I've known for a long time. I've always wanted a younger sister. How about you be my sister? Could she say no? Qiming glanced at Xiao Qiao awkwardly and finally said, Xiao Qiao, you're Xiao Xiao, right? It seems like this is our first meeting, so we don't really know each other well, so. After Xiao Qiao finished speaking, both Qiming and Lu Yufei could feel the entire carriage seem to drop several degrees in temperature. It was clearly summer, yet why did it feel so cold? Cough, cough. Xiao Xiao, just call me Qiming. Qiming awkwardly broke the icy atmosphere, if she didn't find a topic to change the subject. The coldness from Jun Maobai might freeze them all. All right, Qiming, Xiao Xiao readily agreed. Cough, cough. Xiao Xiao, from your tone, it seems like you know me, but we shouldn't have met before, right? Qiming asked tentatively. I've seen you. You might not have seen me. I was in your city too, and when I saw you there, you looked so familiar. I always wanted to come over and introduce myself, but never found the opportunity. By the way, if it weren't for Miss Phone that time, I doubt we would have escaped so quickly from where we were trapped. So Miss Phone is actually my lifesaver. Moreover, these days, rumors about Miss Phone are all over the capital. It's hard not to know about you. Xiao Qiao flashed a big smile, looking very charming, like a friendly older brother next door. The awkwardness that Qiming felt began to dissipate with that smile. She could sense that this Xiao Xiao didn't have any ill intentions. Just a bit too enthusiastic. Chapter 100, Trap Surrounded. Qiming nodded, realizing that at that time, Xiao Qiao was also trapped in City U. However, she didn't know Xiao Qiao, so she had no impression of her. She didn't expect that the young master of the Xiao family actually remembered her. Qiming chatted with the young master of the Xiao family for a few more moments and found that he was different from the rumors. Outside, it was said that the young master, Xiao Qiao, had inherited the Xiao family's business talent and was a master in the commercial world, exceptionally gifted. She had always thought that businessmen were rather slick and cunning, but seeing Xiao Qiao in front of her, he seemed unlike the merchants she had imagined. Could this person, who smiled like a friendly older brother, really be the business genius of the Xiao family? Jun Maobai noticed that Qiming seemed to be looking at Xiao Qiao and was chatting with him quite well, which made him feel a bit jealous. He pouted and moved a little closer to Qiming, squeezing her hand. Qiming looked at Jun Maobai in confusion, not understanding why he was squeezing her. Jun Maobai shot a cold glance at Xiao Qiao, then turned back to Qiming, instantly changing to a pitiful expression, as if saying, I'm jealous. Qiming and Lu Yufei exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Jun Maobai looked like a child, guarding his belongings. Lu Yufei couldn't help but wonder in his heart, when did their commander show such a side? Where had that aloof, calm, and unflappable Commander Jun gone? The car drove north for 3 days and finally arrived at their destination at noon on the third day. To Qiming's surprise, she had been here before. She remembered that not far from here was an ancient, quaint little town, and Jerry and Jesse, the siblings, were rescued by her from that town. The city was less than an hour's drive from the town. Last time, she had fallen into a deep sleep in the space for 3 months. And it was exactly this route that led her to the little town. At that time, she passed through the city but did not enter, as it was the most dangerous area. The city was crowded with people, survivors, and zombies. So, she didn't take the risk to enter the city, but went straight ahead to the town, where she encountered Jesse surrounded by zombies and rescued the siblings. Moreover, she remembered that in that little town, there was a strange mutated zombie. Now that she was back, she wondered if that mutated zombie was still around. What's wrong? Jun Maobai asked, noticing Qiming dazed after getting out of the car, squeezing her hand. Liu Yufei also got out and walked over, saying that's right. The last location information was here. Everyone's communication and positioning suddenly disappeared after entering the city. According to the information we received, there have been activities of the Eternal Life organization here, so we can confirm that this is one of their old nests. Wow, such a big city. How do we find them? Xiao Qiao exclaimed with some frustration. Jun Mo Bai replied calmly, you wait in the car. Xiao Qiao jumped up and said, wait in the car alone? No way. I want to be with my little sister. What if I encounter a mutated zombie? I don't want to. After saying that, she moved closer to Qi Ming, but Jun Mo Bai stepped in front of Qi Ming first. Xiao Qiao pouted, looking at Qi Ming with a pitiful expression. Qi Ming felt a bit embarrassed. When did she become this guy's little sister? Although after spending a few days together on the road, she thought that the young master of the Shao family was quite nice, like a neighborly older brother, and he was also very enthusiastic. But when did she ever say she was his sister? Liu Yufei stepped forward and pulled Xiao Qiao. Young Master Xiao, you just wait in the car. Once we finish our business, it'll be your turn. It's too dangerous inside, and the people from the Chongqing organization are cunning and treacherous. If you go in with us, we'll have to take care of you. Don't worry, we won't leave you here alone. You two, stay here to protect young Master Xiao. And you're not allowed to leave his side. You must protect him closely. Yes, yes. Liu Yufei pointed to the two burly soldiers beside him. Xiao Qiao looked at the two soldiers, then at Qi Ming behind Jun Mo Bai, and immediately blinked his eyes pitifully. I don't want to. I want to go in with you guys. I want to stay by my little sister's side. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. With my little sister protecting me. Right? Little sister. Xiao Qiao activated his pity mode. The entire team watched in disbelief as the famous young Master Xiao was here acting pitiful in front of a little girl. Their eyes were about to pop out. Qi Ming was also quite helpless and surprised, but she quickly calmed down, glancing at Liu Yufei and then at Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai was also looking at her, his eyes seemingly saying no. Qi Ming turned her head to look at Xiao Qiao, who had a wronged expression, staring at her with wide eyes. Qi Ming was immediately caught in a dilemma, but she finally raised her head to look at Jun Mo Bai and said, take him with us. It's not safe to leave him alone in the car, and we don't know if there are any members of the Eternal Life organization nearby. Besides, it's safest for everyone to act together. Jun Mo Bai's expression turned cold as he looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming took Jun Mo Bai's hand and gave him a big smile. Only then did Jun Mo Bai's eyes soften, and he held her hand back, as if no matter how unhappy he was, as long as Qi Ming smiled, everything was fine. Liu Yufei and his subordinates were surprised to see their commander like this, their mouths agape. When did the commander become so gentle? They felt they had made the right decision by following the commander this time. Liu Yufei shrugged. Jun Mo Bai only acted this way in front of Feng Qi Ming. He and Qing Feng had long been accustomed to their public displays of affection, so it was normal that the subordinates had never seen this side of him. Xiao Qiao, on the other hand, pouted but was still very happy to be able to go in with them. He definitely did not want to be left alone here. Xiao Qiao lifted his eyes to look at the two figures walking side by side, his gaze slightly shifting and stopping on Qi Ming, his eyes seemingly flickering with something that quickly disappeared. He then put on a neighborly brother-like smile and followed them, while Liu Yufei called his brothers to catch up. This time their group, including Qi Ming and a few others, totaled 50 people. These were all trusted confidants of Jun Mo Bai and Liu Yufei, each of them a top-notch fighter, capable of taking on 10 opponents without any problem. The group entered the city and followed the last known location to find a building. Jun Mo Bai and Liu Yufei walked to the front, with Qi Ming and Xiao Qiao closely behind, while the others spread out in a fan shape, each person alert to their surroundings. Xiao Qiao followed behind Qi Ming and said, Sister, this place is really strange. Since we entered the city, there hasn't been a single zombie. Isn't it too quiet? Jun Mo Bai nodded. This is the right place. The last known location of the first batch of missing people is here. And the second batch? In the small town? Qi Ming immediately thought of that quaint little town upon hearing those words. She felt something was off. Why would the second batch of rescuers appear in the small town? If they were going to show up, shouldn't it be here? After all, the first batch went missing here, so if they were searching, they should also come here. What's wrong? Did you think of something? Jun Mo Bai asked, noticing Qi Ming seemed to be pondering something. Yes, actually I've been here before. I should know where that small town you mentioned is. It's on our way here. But don't you find it strange? The first batch of missing people disappeared here. Why would the second batch of rescuers go to the small town instead of coming here directly? Qi Ming analyzed. If that's the case, it is indeed a bit strange. But there are only two possible reasons. Either they came here, discovered something, and went to the small town, or they never came here at all. The direction of the small town is on our way here. Maybe the second team just needed a place to rest and chose the near small town. Lu Yufei nodded in agreement, analyzing the 2 points. Exactly. So no matter which clue it is, it leads to the small town. The reason you came here is simply to gather information. And since there are members of the Eternal Life organization here, you would think of coming here first because the first batch of missing people disappeared here. However, one strange thing is that it's too quiet here. If this is truly the stronghold of the Eternal Life organization, there should be their spies arranged around. There's no way they would let us in so easily. Since we entered, we haven't seen a single ordinary or mutated zombie, which only indicates one thing. This information is false, and their stronghold is not here at all. Or perhaps they have a branch here, but it's just not here right now. What do you mean by not here? Xiao Xiao asked, somewhat confused. They've already moved out. This is an empty nest. Not good. We need to retreat. Jun Mo Bai explained following Qi Ming's words. In fact, he had thought of this as soon as they entered, but there were a few points he hadn't figured out. However, after hearing Qi Ming's analysis, he completely understood and connected the dots he hadn't considered, immediately realizing that this was a trap. As soon as Jun Mo Bai spoke, everyone quickly retreated outside the building. But when they all reached the entrance, they found themselves surrounded. A dense horde of zombies, seemingly coming from nowhere, surrounded the entire building, making it impossible to escape. Where did these things come from? There was nothing just a moment ago, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, staring at the suddenly appeared horde of zombies. These zombies were ordinary ones, looking easy to deal with, but their sheer numbers made it impossible to charge out unless they had heavy weaponry. Although they had plenty of ammunition, it would be insufficient against thousands of zombies. Chapter 101. Escaping to the small town, what do we do? We're surrounded, Xiao Qiao said, staying close to the others, watching the horde of zombies closing in. Since we haven't been completely surrounded yet, we need to charge out, Jun Mo Bai said, looking at a gap not far away. Among the dense horde of zombies, the southeast side had fewer zombies in the other directions, making it the best exit if they were to charge out. What? Charge out? With so many zombies? I don't want to. Isn't that just going to our deaths? With our current ammunition, we can't possibly get through. Xiao Qiao immediately disagreed. Even though there was a gap over there, their current ammunition wouldn't be enough to get through, and even if they did, it would result in heavy casualties. Yes, Mo Bai, it's a bit difficult for us to charge out with our current ammunition. Lu Yufei looked at the weapons in his brother's hands. With so many zombies, their ammunition would not be enough. Jun Mo Bai frowned as he was aware of this. But if they didn't charge out and just ran back into the building, they would be trapped like caged beasts, and they would either be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death inside. Qi Ming's eyes moved. I have a way. After Qi Ming finished speaking, everyone turned to look at her in unison. Qi Ming's eyes flickered. She indeed had a plan. But it was somewhat risky. Most of the weapons were in the vehicle, and the distance to the vehicle wasn't too far. If they could coordinate from the inside and outside, they should be able to break out. But how to coordinate? Xiao Qiao didn't understand. Jun Mo Bai's gaze turned cold. Someone must charge out. What? Someone has to charge out? That's even more impossible. If so many people can't get out, how can one person do it? Moreover, who will be willing to go? Xiao Qiao exclaimed in surprise. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jun Mo Bai's subordinates began to step forward one by one. Commander, let me go. Commander, I'm willing to go. Commander. Xiao Qiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Okay, fine. She thought to herself that if the last sentence hadn't been said, these people really were fearless. Xiao Qiao awkwardly shrank her neck, saying, go ahead. All of you, I want to be going. You all don't need to go. I will go. Qi Ming's voice rang in everyone's ears. This was her proposed solution. And besides, she was the most suitable person to go. It was the safest and most secure option. In fact, there was another solution, She had many weapons in her space and could lead everyone out fighting, but doing so would expose her space. She couldn't guarantee whether Xiao Qiao or Jun Mo Bai subordinates would keep it secret, so she decided to take a safer route. Lu Yufei remained silent. She knew Qiming's abilities, and since she proposed it, there must be a way to get out, though facing so many zombies was still somewhat dangerous. Jun Mo Bai and Qiming exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. He trusted Qiming, and this was indeed the best plan. Jun Mo Bai squeezed Qiming's hand. Be careful. Sister, you want to go? Xiao Qiao looked at Qiming in surprise. Although she knew Qiming had some skills, could she really charge out alone with so many zombies? Qiming turned her head and looked at Xiao Qiao. It's not me. It's us, you, and me together. Huh? What, I have to go too? Girl, don't joke with me. I'm timid. Xiao Qiao widened his eyes. He definitely didn't want to go to his death. You and me together. Qiming disregarded Xiao Qiao's surprise and nodded lightly. Can I say no? Before Xiao Qiao could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by Qiming, leaving behind a long trailing sound. He was still pulled by Qiming and rushed out. Qiming glanced at Xiao Qiao. Stay close to me. After saying that, she charged towards the zombies. At first, following Qiming, Xiao Qiao was quite calm. For these dense zombies, he only felt a bit of tingling on his scalp at most, and he wasn't inexperienced in killing zombies. Although his skills had always been barely adequate, he could still protect himself. However, when he saw Qiming kill zombies, he was completely stunned. Xiao Qiao stared wide-eyed, not even noticing that a zombie was approaching from behind. Fortunately, Qiming's senses had become much sharper than before. She noticed the zombie attacking behind Xiao Qiao and swiftly struck back with a sword, stabbing from over Xiao Qiao's shoulder. Xiao Qiao was so startled that he stood frozen in place. The sword was only a few centimeters away from him. Qiming glanced coldly at Xiao Qiao and said, "If you want to die, keep daydreaming." After that, she rushed outside again. Xiao Qiao quickly reacted and followed closely behind Qiming. It took them a while to fight their way to the parking spot. Qiming directly threw the keys to Xiao Qiao and said, "You drive." Xiao Qiao nodded, opened the car door, and got in, but she didn't see Qiming getting in. "Aren't you getting in?" Qiming did not look at Xiao Qiao, but nodded lightly and walked to the front. "I'll lead the way. If we just drive through, the car won't make it." Xiao Qiao replied with a faint "oh." No longer being coy, he remembered the scenes from just a moment ago clearly. The encirclement of zombies was getting smaller, forcing Jun Mo Bai and his group to keep retreating into the building. Jun Mo Bai's communicator on his wrist lit up, and Qiming's voice came through, telling them to charge out as they were providing support. Upon hearing Qiming's words, Jun Mo Bai smiled and promptly led his subordinates to charge outside, not sparing any ammunition, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in their wake. Before long, they saw their vehicles and Qiming, who stood in front of them like a scene from a deserted world. Many soldiers were surprised and gaped at this sight, similar to how Xiao Qiao had reacted at the beginning, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, this was not the time for surprise. After regrouping, some people got into the vehicles to replenish ammunition while others stayed below to clear the way. This continuous resupply allowed them to escape without losing anyone. Once outside, everyone gasped for breath in the vehicles, which drove towards the small town. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a figure appeared on the rooftop of the building they had just left. Perhaps it had always been there, or perhaps it appeared only after Qiming and the others left. The figure stood on the rooftop, a thin silhouette facing the direction in which Qiming and the others had driven away. The summer sunlight seemed unable to touch him, as if there was a thin barrier around him, isolating the heat and light. In the car, Xiao Qiao was staring intently at Qiming, making her feel a bit embarrassed, prompting her to speak. "Why are you staring at me?" Xiao Qiao squinted slightly and looked seriously at Qiming. "Qiming, where did your knife come from?" Qiming was slightly taken aback. She had forgotten about this. She coughed lightly and looked at Lu Yufei and Jun Mo Bai. Lu Yufei understood Qiming's meaning and moved closer to Xiao Qiao, casually chatting with her to help alleviate the awkwardness for Qiming. Jun Mo Bai held Qiming's hand, rubbed it a few times, and said, "Thanks to you." Qiming smiled and said, "I believe you won't be stumped without me." She believed that even if Feng Qiming wasn't there, Jun Mo Bai would still be able to escape. June Mo by frowned and asked, "Where was it discovered?" "Over there. There's a water pool," came a reply. "By the water pool?" Chiming lightly furrowed her brows upon hearing the soldier's words. "What's wrong?" June Mo by looked at Chiming and asked, "Mutated zombies? What kind?" Liu Yufei also asked seriously. "It's hard to say. It's very strange. It's different from the mutated zombies we usually encounter. It doesn't look rotten like normal zombies. It looks like a living person, but it is indeed a zombie. It should belong to a plant-type mutated zombie," Chiming said, recalling the appearance of the mutated zombie. Suddenly, she thought of something. "Right? I remember seeing 2 people sneaking around the water pool before I encountered the mutated zombie. After that, the water pool became a bit strange, and then I encountered the mutated zombie. It seemed like it was deliberately raised there by someone. At that time, I didn't know about the Eternal Life Organization, but now that I think about it, it must be related to them. We should warn everyone to be careful and avoid getting too close to the water pool. Also, that thing has poisonous barbs, so everyone should be cautious and try not to get attacked. It's not easy to deal with." After Chiming finished speaking, Liu Yufei instructed the others to make arrangements. Since Chiming was the only one who had been here before, she volunteered to take the lead. The group followed the ancient alleyway to the edge of the water pool. Just like the last time they came, there was nothing different about the surroundings. The only change was that the aquatic plants in the pool seemed to have increased. There hadn't been this much vegetation last time, but now the entire pool appeared to be covered with lush greenery. The pool didn't smell foul like a typical water pool would if there were mutated zombies or corpses inside. Instead, there was no bad odor at all. Chiming even faintly detected a hint of fragrance, the scent of fresh grass. She frowned and immediately took out a few bottles of well water from her backpack, which she had prepared in advance just in case. She instructed everyone to take a sip. June Mabai nodded and relayed the order, ensuring everyone drank a mouthful. He didn't ask why. As he shared Chiming's concerns, the grass scent seemed suspicious. He knew the purpose of the well water Chiming provided, so he didn't need to ask further. Indeed, Chiming was cautious about the grass scent, considering that several people had died here last time, along with a mutated zombie. Although everything appeared fine now, and there was a pleasant grass fragrance, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although she didn't know if the scent was truly problematic or if the well water was effective against any toxic gas, she figured that temporarily suppressing any potential dangers should be fine. Chapter 102. Astonishment. What kind of monster is this? All of you, go search over there. You too. Check this side. Everyone be careful. Liu Yufei instructed his subordinates to split up. Before long, everyone had scattered. Chiming glanced back at Xiao Qiao, who had been following her closely. "Why do you always follow me?" Xiao Qiao chuckled twice. "To protect you." Chiming rolled her eyes. Is it really to protect her? Surely it's not to make her protect him? Chiming said nothing. Wherever Xiao Qiao went, he walked at the front with June Majuan. Chiming saw June Majuan walk to the edge of the pond, look at the water, then crouch down to take a closer look. Chiming walked over and asked, "What's going on?" June Mabai stared at the water pool for a while before speaking. "It seems like there's something in here." Chiming also looked curiously at the water pool. The two exchanged glances, and June Mabai happened to see Xiao Qiao behind Chiming crouching down, preparing to reach out and touch the water plants. He immediately stopped her, saying, "Don't move." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Qiao's hand had already pulled a water plant up from the bottom, and she stood there in a daze, looking at the water plant in her hand, and then at June Mabai, saying, "What's wrong?" Xiao Qiao covered her hand. "Why does this thing have thorns?" After saying that, she took a couple of breaths on it, confirming that it was no longer bleeding before slowly standing up. Chiming glanced silently at Xiao Qiao. The thorns of that thing were toxic, but fortunately, she had made everyone drink well water at the beginning. So Xiao Qiao should be fine. Never mind him. Thinking this, she continued discussing the things in the pond with June Mabai. Chiming shared her experiences in this place with June Mabai, who also grew a bit curious about the things in the pond. However, while the two were focused on their discussion, they didn't notice that 2 long strands of water grass were slowly moving beneath the water, covered by aquatic plants. At the spot where Xiao Qiao had cut his finger earlier, 2 drops of blood had fallen into the water. The smell of blood attracted the previously dormant water grass. and those two strands of moving water grass lingered around the blood droplets for a long time. However, all of this happened beneath the surface, and the water above seemed as calm and undisturbed as ever. More than 10 minutes later, everyone gathered by the pond. Those who had gone out to search reported that they had found nothing, not even a single zombie, let alone a living person. Liu Yufei looked at Jun Mabai and said, "Mabai, the situation here is the same as in the city. There isn't a single zombie. Could this be another trap?" Jun Mabai, with a calm gaze, shook his head. "No, it must be here. Even if the Chongqing organization's lair isn't here, they must have secret experimental subjects or bases nearby." However, Liu Yufei remarked, "But the brothers have searched everywhere and found nothing. There's still one place we haven't looked," Qiming said, standing up from the pond's edge and pointing to the pond. Everyone instinctively looked towards the pond, but there was nothing in the water except for aquatic plants and water. "The pond? What'd be in there?" "Girl, you must be mistaken," Xiao Qiao said, walking to the pond's edge and kicking a small stone, which plopped into the water, creating a ripple. At the moment the stone fell into the water, the aquatic plants suddenly stirred, scaring Xiao Qiao, who immediately ran a few meters away from the pond, stuttering. What is that? Could there really be something?" The others also immediately assumed a defensive stance, pointing their guns at the pond, while only Qiming and Jun Mabai remained calm at the pond's edge, watching the splashes of water until a massive round object appeared before everyone. It was a giant sphere, which Qiming recognized. She remembered that inside this sphere was a girl. Or more accurately, a mutated zombie. "Be careful, these aquatic plants are toxic. Don't get hurt." Qiming pulled Jun Mabai back a few steps, reminding the others. Everyone immediately spread out, aiming their weapons at the sphere. Jun Mabai leaned down and asked Qiming, "Is this the mutated zombie?" Qiming nodded. "That's right. This should be the mutated zombie I encountered last time. I underestimated it and got poisoned by this thing, almost losing my life on the way to the capital. This mutated zombie is different from the ones you have encountered before, so be careful. I feel that this thing is not an ordinary mutated zombie." As soon as Qiming finished speaking, the sphere began to move, and the entire aquatic vegetation started to float in the air, slowly opening up. Everyone could see what was inside, and Qiming's gaze paused slightly. Yes, it was her. The unusual mutated zombie, that girl. If it weren't for the mass of aquatic plants covering her head, no one would probably recognize her as a mutated zombie. Moreover, unlike the last time they saw her, Qiming felt that this mutated zombie seemed to have changed again. Rather than changing, it was more accurate to say it had evolved. The skin, which had no hint of color before, now had a bit of a rosy hue, and Qiming could even see her breathing, her chest rising and falling like an ordinary person. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. At the moment they opened, just like the last time they saw her, her white eyeballs occupied a large portion, with only a small black dot in the center, startling everyone. But it was only for a moment. The girl's pupils began to change. Slowly, the black pupils started to expand, and her eyes were no longer those of a zombie. They resembled those of an ordinary person. If one ignored the mass of aquatic plants, it would be hard to recognize her as a mutated zombie. What is this? Is she really just a mutated zombie? How does she look so much like a human? Several subordinates exclaimed in surprise. She has evolved. Qiming stood next to Jun Mabai and said slowly, "Last time she still had many characteristics of a zombie, but this time she has evolved to resemble an ordinary person. What exactly is this? Can it really evolve? If we hadn't encountered her this time, would she have evolved to be similar to an ordinary person? If that's the case..." Qiming didn't continue, but looked at Jun Mabai in astonishment. Jun Mabai's gaze was also deep. He understood what Qiming was surprised about. Indeed, this thing was continuously evolving toward the appearance of humans. If it really evolved into an ordinary person, it would be impossible to detect it among humans. If that day really came, it would likely be the apocalypse for humanity. Just then, the mutated zombie moved. A cold light flashed in her dull eyes, as if she had received some kind of command. Her gaze suddenly turned towards Jun Mabai and Qiming, and immediately, her mass of aquatic plants attacked the two of them. Jun Mabai reacted first, grabbing Qiming's shoulder and dodging to the side. The two barely escaped, but it seemed that the creature had no intention of letting them off, continuously attacking them. Meanwhile, the others also reacted quickly, immediately using their weapons to support the two. The aquatic plants were severed, but in the next second, they grew back, and the more they were cut, the faster they grew. At first, they could barely keep it under control, but later on, they began to fall behind, and people were constantly dying and getting injured. From 50 people, they quickly dwindled to just over 30, many of whom were injured. Xiao Xiao and Lu Yufei stood back to back, while the tentacle-like aquatic plants constantly approached them. Xiao Xiao wielded a military knife, slicing through a vine that attacked them, but within 3 seconds, it grew back again. This cycle continued, and Xiao Xiao grimaced as she shouted, "This won't work. Come up with a plan." Lu Yufei, behind her, rolled his eyes and shot precisely with his gun. "What plan can I come up with? Just focus on yourself." Meanwhile, on Jun Mo Bai and Qiming's side, they were also back-to-back, continuously dealing with the aquatic plants. They noticed something. The aquatic plants they cut did not grow back. Qiming thought of the weapons they were using, Jun Mo Bai's dagger and her frost sword. That's right, it's the meteorite. Jun Mo Bai's dagger is made from a meteorite, and her frost sword is also transformed from the power of a meteorite. So, this thing is related to those two meteorites, and the weapons they had made from meteorites could restrain it. This thing is related to the meteorite, and our weapons can restrain it. Montak Bai, you go save your people. I'll handle this, Qiming said to Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai looked at Qiming with concern. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Qiming gave Jun Mo Bai a reassuring glance. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll deal with her. After saying that, she took the lead in dealing with the water plants. Jun Mo Bai's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything else and turned to save the others. Qiming held the frost blade, swinging it repeatedly at the surrounding water plants. The mutated zombie seemed enraged, letting out a roar in midair before diving down, landing barefoot on the ground. The moment it touched the ground, Qiming distinctly noticed a look of surprise on the mutated zombie's face, as if it were a person who had never walked before, experiencing the ability to walk on land for the first time. Although the expression was subtle, Qiming caught it perfectly, further confirming that this mutated zombie was different from others. It exhibited human-like traits and might have even evolved human intelligence, which could explain the slight look of surprise, akin to a child's curiosity about new things. On the other side, the moment the mutated zombie stepped onto land, the water plants ceased their attacks on the others. Jun Mo Bai rescued everyone and brought them to safety, watching Qiming by the edge of the pond and the mutated zombie standing opposite her. Meanwhile, Qiming took a few steps closer to the mutated zombie, which sensitively sensed her approach. The water plants that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up in a threatening manner. The girl's eyes stared blankly in Qiming's direction. Although her gaze was vacant, the water plants behind her clearly exuded hostility. If Qiming took another step closer, they would attack. Qiming stopped in her tracks. A shocking thought flashed through her mind. She quickly calmed down and tentatively said, "Can you talk?" The people in the safe zone were slightly taken aback, not understanding what Qiming was doing. Was she talking to a mutated zombie? If a mutated zombie could speak, wouldn't that mean it was no different from a human? Just as everyone was puzzled about why Qiming said that, they witnessed an incredible scene. Talk. The mutated zombie actually spoke. Although its pronunciation wasn't very standard and had a trailing tone, it did indeed open its mouth to talk. When it said those two words, its eyes shifted slightly, and the dull gaze gained a hint of confusion. Yes, confusion. They actually saw a human-like expression in the eyes of a mutated zombie. What kind of monster was this? Chapter 103, Rosa, this madwoman. After hearing the mutated zombie speak, Qiming was also surprised. She just wanted to test if this mutated zombie had really evolved human characteristics. And to her astonishment, she was right. This was the first time in her 2 lives that she encountered a mutated zombie that could talk. Qiming squinted her eyes, suppressing her inner shock, and continued to ask tentatively, "Who are you?" The girl tilted her head upon hearing Qiming's question, seemingly pondering it. Who was she? Who was she? The girl's previously confused eyes lifted, staring fixedly at Qiming. Who am I? I am. The girl murmured a few words while looking at Qiming, her gaze slowly dropping. Only a few words appeared in her mind. Who was she? A hoarse voice echoed in her mind, repeatedly saying, Rosa? You're called Rosa. You're my only successful experiment. Remember, you were called Rosa. Rosa. I am Rosa. The eyes that had drooped again lifted once more, suddenly looking less confused as they fixed on Qiming. Rosa? Is it your name? Qiming slowly took a few steps closer. Speaking softly, Rosa did not notice Qiming approaching her, but continued to murmur, Rosa, Rosa, why are you here? Qiming cautiously continued to approach. Why? Am I here? What? Rosa's gaze fell again, seemingly contemplating this question. Qiming kept getting closer, and just as she was only a few steps away from Rosa, the latter's previously drooping eyes suddenly lifted, now filled with a hint of ferocity. This sudden change startled Qiming, leaving her frozen in place. Rosa stared at Qiming, who was a few steps away, and coldly said with an inaccurate pronunciation, Kill. Kill. You all. Kill. As soon as the words left her mouth, the aquatic plants behind Rosa lunged at Qiming. Qiming was startled and immediately dodged to the side. Damn, she was just a few steps away from resolving her. If she wasn't mistaken, this mutated zombie was being controlled by someone, and the person controlling her should be nearby. While avoiding Rosa's attacks, Qiming scanned her surroundings. Where was it? Who was controlling her? Was it someone from the Immortality Organization? Qiming wasn't sure, but after thinking it over, she couldn't think of anyone else besides the Changsheng Organization. Just at that moment when she was lost in thought, Rosa had already caught up with her, wrapping a strand of water grass tightly around Qiming's waist. Startled, Qiming immediately used her frost sword to cut the water grass, but the barbs on it still left her with some injuries. Fortunately, after merging her powers with the meteorite, she had developed some immunity to the common zombie toxins and wouldn't be poisoned, and the injuries were minor, so they weren't a big deal. Over there, Jun Mo saw that Qiming was hurt and immediately instructed Lu Yufei, I will go help Ami, you keep an eye on this place. No one is allowed to come over without my orders. Commander, Montak Bai. The remaining subordinates and Lu Yufei looked at Jun Mo with concern. Jun Mo nodded at Lu Yufei and went to help Qiming, knowing that with their abilities, going over would only mean death. What are you doing here? Qiming asked in surprise as she looked at Jun Mo who had come up behind her. Jun Mo cut through a strand of water grass. If I don't come to help my woman, who will? Qiming was slightly taken aback, but the next moment she faintly curved her lips and decided not to continue on that topic. Now is not the time to discuss whether they should be here or not. As they fought against the aquatic plants, she said, Ma Bei, I suspect there are people from the Longevity Organization nearby controlling her. Do you have a way to find them? Leave it to me, Jun Ma Bei replied, narrowing his eyes as he looked around. Yes, I'll handle this. Don't worry. Qiming nodded, quickening her movements and ignoring the aquatic plants as she directly attacked Rosa. Jun Ma Bei also stepped out of Rosa's attack range and whispered a few words to Lu Yufei, who nodded and dispersed with a few uninjured subordinates. Jun Ma Bei then vanished, leaving Xiao Xiao and a group of injured soldiers behind. With a flick of her sword, Qiming cut through a large swath of water plants that had attacked her, effortlessly reaching Rosa's side. Qiming no longer hesitated to harness the power of the meteorite within her, enveloping herself in this force. While the frost blade in her hand emitted a green glow as she thrust it towards Rosa. Rosa's eyes moved, and she quickly raised her hair from behind to shield her chest, blocking Qiming's attack. The two forces clashed evenly, but unbeknownst to Qiming, a water plant was sneaking up behind her. Even though she had protected herself, a sudden ambush could still cause significant harm. This scene was just in time for Xiao Xiao to witness, and she gasped, shouting, "Watch out!" as she quickly rushed towards Qiming. Just as the water plant was about to strike Qiming from behind, Xiao Xiao had already positioned herself behind Qiming. Suddenly, a burst of green light erupted, and a piercing, shrill scream filled everyone's ears, causing them to instinctively cover their ears in pain. When the sharp cry subsided, everyone could finally see the situation with Qiming. She held her sword with one hand, and at the tip of the sword was the mutated zombie, green liquid oozing from the wound where it had been pierced, resembling blood but in a green color. Xiao Xiao then said, "Is she dead?" Qiming crouched down, turned Rosa over, and looked at her chest, which was breathing like a human. Although it was weak, there was indeed breathing. Not dead. She must have just been injured and fainted. Not dead? Xiao Qiao was so frightened that she quickly took a few steps back, fearing that she would wake up in the next moment. Qiming shot him a glance and said, "Don't worry, she won't wake up for now. You keep an eye on her, I'm going to find Jun Maobai." Qiming nodded lightly and went to find Jun Maobai. After talking to him and learning his location, she immediately headed over. Not far from the water pool, there was the tallest building in the entire town, a 5-story mall. From the rooftop of the mall, one could see the general layout of the entire town, with the clearest view being of the area by the water pool, where everything could be seen clearly. It was on the rooftop of this building that the two stood against the wind. Jun Maobai tucked his dagger behind his waist and looked seriously at the man in front of him, who had his back turned. The man, also tall but somewhat slender, spoke. "Jun Maobai, I didn't expect to meet you here." His voice was hoarse, but carried a hint of amusement. Jun Maobai coldly glanced at the man and asked, "What do you want?" Commander Jun, what do you think I want?" "The virus is something you spread, right?" Jun Maobai states it for me. The man was taken aback, but didn't respond immediately. Instead, he chuckled a few times before slowly saying, "You're not stupid. No wonder you're Jun Maobai. I suppose by saying that, you've guessed who I am. Outsiders say that in the Liu family of the capital city, besides the eldest daughter Liu Manman, there is also a sickly eldest son. However, I think people outside probably don't know that this sickly young master of the Liu family isn't as weak as he appears. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy to run all the way here from the capital, nor would he be spreading the virus everywhere." Jun Maobai looked at the man across from him and said, No wonder you're Jun Maobai. But how did you know it was me?" The man turned around, and in the backlight, Jun Maobai clearly saw his face. It was Liu Qi. "If even old rivals can't guess, I think you wouldn't be looking for me as your opponent," Jun Maobai said. Liu Qi raised an eyebrow, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he and Jun Maobai were old rivals, before the apocalypse. They had been opponents, but neither had ever won or lost against the other. "Jun Maobai, has anyone ever told you that you are really arrogant?" Liu Qi glanced at Jun Maobai and said, "What purpose could I have? From beginning to end, didn't you already know?" Liu Qi tilted his eyes and glanced at Jun Maobai. Jun Maobai's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at Liu Qi. "It's useless. You should know that the things inside the Black Jade can't help you." "I know. That's why I want everyone to accompany me." Liu Qi laughed as if he had gone mad. "You really are a madman, wanting so many people to accompany you to the grave?" Jun Maobai was somewhat angry. Liu Qi turned his neck. Yes, otherwise, how boring would it be for me alone? It's only fair for so many people to suffer with me. So your purpose is to make everyone accompany you to the grave?" As soon as Liu Qi's words fell, Qiming's voice sounded from behind Jun Maobai. She had actually arrived early, but had remained silent, standing aside, listening to their conversation. Although she didn't fully understand their dialogue, she grasped the basic point that the source of everything was Liu Qi. Feng Qiming, TSK. You are indeed a woman who piques my curiosity. However, you two are quite a match, both so formidable. It seems my guess was not wrong. You have another piece of meteorite on you, right?" Liu Qi sneered, looking at Qiming. Just now, he had seen everything clearly. Indeed, the familiar feeling he had last time had a reason behind it. And he had also seen clearly the power Qiming wielded when she fought Rosa. That power was undoubtedly from another piece of meteorite. Only the power of 2 meteorites could produce that familiar feeling. "So, the other piece of meteorite is with you?" Qiming looked at Liu Qi with the same cold gaze. Chapter 104. Hurry back, but where did everyone go? Liu Qi didn't speak, but smiled. The frost blade in Qiming's hand emitted a faint green light. Although the two seemed to have no issue, everyone knew that as soon as one side moved, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. Liu Qi looked at Jun Maobai and Qiming, but then laughed. Today I won't fight you. Don't you want to know why I appeared here? You destroyed my only successful experimental subject. Don't you want to know what consequences you will face? What do you want? Jun Maobai shouted coldly, looking at Liu Qi. When you get to the capital, you'll know. Liu Qi laughed several times, and after speaking, he jumped off the rooftop. Jun Maobai and Qiming were startled and immediately chased after him, only to find that there was no trace of Liu Qi at the bottom of the building. Damn it. He got away. Maobai, what's wrong? After meeting a few people, Liu Yufei saw Jun Maobai's furrowed brows and knew he must have encountered something. They had split up to look for people earlier, but hadn't found anyone. It seemed that June Mabai had found that person. Isn't there Qing Feng in the capital? Better to be safe than sorry. Qiming said similarly. Qiming glanced at Xiao faintly, and without saying anything, she turned to leave. Xiao followed closely behind her. Hey, don't go, girl. As soon as Xiao's words fell, Qiming stopped. Xiao quickly caught up. Hee, I knew you were the best. Just wait for me. Qiming slowly turned around and looked at Xiao, saying, the location. What? The location of the supplies. A what? I thought you were waiting for me. It's a bit far. We need a car to get there faster. Sigh, girl, wait for me. 10 minutes later. Qiming crossed her arms and closed her eyes to rest, listening to Xiao talk all the way. She was actually quite annoyed, but since he had defended her once, she let him talk. Seeing that Qiming was ignoring her, Xiao sighed and stopped speaking. At this moment, Qiming asked, why did you shield me just now? After saying that, Qiming opened her eyes and looked at Xiao. Huh? What? Xiao hadn't reacted yet. Just now. Oh, you mean earlier? It's nothing. It's only natural for boys to protect girls, Xiao said with a grin. Is it just because of that? Well, actually it's not just because of that, but if I say it, you might not believe me. Huh? Qiming looked at Xiao curiously. Oh, let me be honest with you. From the first moment I saw you, I felt you were very familiar, like family. I shielded you instinctively. I don't know why. Don't look at me like that. I know you won't believe it. It's true that it's hard for two strangers to feel familiar at first sight. Xiao said awkwardly as he scratched his head upon seeing Qiming's curious expression. After hearing Xiao's words, Qiming was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Xiao to say that. Qiming raised an eyebrow and looked ahead on the road. I believe you. What? You believe what I said? You said you have that feeling too? Xiao said uncertainly. Yes. Qiming nodded, and upon hearing her affirmation, Xiao felt inexplicably happy. They talk a lot more, but most of it was Xiao talking and Qiming listening. 3 days later, in the capital. Has anything happened in the capital these days? Jun Mo asked as he walked toward his study. Qing Feng looked puzzled. No, everything is the same as usual. Did something happen? Lu Qi, what about him? Jun Mo asked with a frown. By the way, speaking of Lu Qi, there's something strange. I've had my brothers keep an eye on the Lu family these days. And Lu Qi has been in his room, not stepping out even for food, drink, or anything. I had someone investigate, and they said the young master of the Lu family caught a cold, and his health has always been poor. So now it's even worse, and he can't even get out of bed. Qing Feng informed Jun Mo Bai. What's wrong? Why do you two look so grim? What happened? Qing Feng asked anxiously, noticing the serious expressions on Jun Mo Bai and Lu Yufei's faces. Lu Yufei looked at Qing Feng and said, Mo Bai saw Lu Qi at our mission location. He tricked you guys with a clever ploy. He hasn't been in the capital these days. What? Damn it. If I had known he was so cunning, I would have had someone closely monitor him. Qing Feng said in surprise. Even if you had someone closely monitoring him, he still would have found a way to shake you off. This isn't to your fault. Besides, our plan was to draw him out. Now that he has shown up, it's easier to handle. For the next few days, you two should have your subordinates be more vigilant and increase the number of patrols around the capital. I'm afraid he might do something, Jun Mo said with a flicker of his eyes, instructing the two. Qing Feng and Lu Yufei nodded in agreement. Just as the three were about to discuss something further, a soldier rushed in anxiously, panting, report, Commander, it's bad. The old commander, he's missing. What did you say? Qing Feng and Lu Yufei looked at the soldier in shock, and Jun Mo Bai's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. How could the old commander be missing? Lu Yufei quickly asked. The old commander was resting in his room. But when I went to deliver something to him just now, I found that he wasn't there at all. But we didn't see him leave. Immediately send someone to find him. How could the old commander just disappear for no reason? Qing Feng said anxiously. I've searched everywhere I could, but I just can't find the old commander. The soldier felt he would surely be scolded today, bowing his head and not daring to look up. At that moment, another soldier rushed in. Not good, Captain. People are missing. What people are missing? Speak clearly. Qing Feng grabbed the other soldier who had just run over and asked hastily, Damn it, who is missing now? What did you say? The Feng family members are missing? Lu Yufei asked incredulously. Yes, Captain, the two old members of the Feng family, along with that little girl in Taishan. and the Fatty brothers are all missing," the soldier said, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "Mo by this. Lu Yu Fei looks a yun mo bei." Jun Mo by raised his gaze, exuding a chilling aura. "It's him. Lu Qi. It's useless to go. His target is the other meteorite in Aming's hands. Do as I originally said. Reinforce the personnel at the base. I'll deal with Lu Qi myself," Jun Mo by said coldly. Since Lu Qi had captured his grandfather and Aming's family, it indicated he was coming for him and Qiming, so this matter could only be resolved by him. "I will contact her. By the way, has Rosa been handed over to Professor Wang?" Jun Mo by asked, looking at Liu Yufei. Liu Yufei nodded, "Yes. I handed her over to Professor Wang, and I will notify you immediately once there is any result." Jun Mo by nodded and, after giving some more instructions, went to find Lu Qi. In the laboratory of the base, Professor Wang and several assistants were operating some instruments. One assistant said, while working, "The life force of the experimental subject is weakening, and the life signs are declining sharply. Increase the dosage of drug number 1. Professor Wang instructed, looking at the experimental subject. "Okay, blood test. Let me know when the report comes out." Chapter 105, Disappearance, All Old Friends. After Qing Feng and Liu Yufei left Jun Mo Bai's study, Jun Mo Bai tried to contact Qiming, but for some reason, her communicator seemed to be unreachable. After several attempts, he couldn't get through to Qiming, so he had to give up. 3 days later, Qing Feng and Liu Yufei stood seriously in Jun Mo Bai's study until Qing Feng spoke up. "Mo Bai, there have been continuous disappearances in the capital these days, and the missing people are all prominent figures. The main issue is that this has made everyone in the capital uneasy. Mo Bai, this can't continue," Liu Yufei said, his expression also grim. Jun Mo Bai frowned deeply, aware of the situation. It started with the disappearance of his grandfather and Aming's family, and now over 100 people had vanished, all notable figures in the capital, including members of the Xiao family and some government officials, as well as Lu Li and Lu Man from the Lu family. He knew that Lu Qi was never a good person, but he didn't expect him to disregard his own family. However, he could also guess the reason behind it. Lu Qi had never been favored in the Lu family, and he probably harbored more hatred than anything else towards them. What was strange was that these people had vanished without a trace. No matter how many soldiers he arranged, they couldn't find any clues. It was as if the missing people had evaporated into thin air. Not only were the missing people untraceable, but Lu Qi had also not shown himself. "By the way, Mo Bai, have you been in touch with Qiming?" Liu Yufei suddenly thought of this. Jun Mo Bai shook his head. "Not yet. Commander, it's bad. Outside, there are many zombies. You should go take a look." At that moment, a soldier rushed in anxiously, barely able to greet anyone, only able to convey how urgent the situation outside was. The outskirts of the capital city had been surrounded by zombies, and no one knew when it had happened. "What did you say? Surrounded? With so many zombies outside? How did you not notice?" Qing Feng grabbed the soldier by the collar. He then let go and punched the wall, cursing, "Damn it! Go down and take charge." The soldier immediately hurried down upon hearing Qing Feng's words. "What do we do now, Mo Bai?" Liu Yufei looked at Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai's gaze remained calm, and he said nothing. On the isolation wall, Jun Mo Bai stood at a high point, one hand holding a telescope, his lips pressed into a thin line. The situation he saw through the telescope was far from optimistic. There was a wide isolation zone surrounding the capital, and beyond it lay a vast forest. Through the telescope, it was clear that the entire capital had been surrounded by a horde of zombies. Although there was still some distance between the zombies and the capital, it wouldn't be long before they reached the base's gates. "Damn it, where did these zombies come from?" Jun Mo Bai clenched his fists. Descending from the highest point, Liu Yufei and Qing Feng saw Jun Mo Bai coming down and intended to ask what to do, but before they could speak, Jun Mo Bai threw the telescope to Qing Feng and immediately issued the order. "Sound the highest alert." "Highest alert?" Liu Yufei looked at Jun Mo Bai in surprise. Being a soldier, he naturally understood what the highest alert meant. If Jun Mo Bai said to sound the highest alert, it indicated that the entire capital was already surrounded by zombies, and those inside couldn't escape, nor could those outside. The only option was to hold the base at all costs, but there were over 100,000 zombies outside. Even the highest alert might not be very effective. Broadcast a message to everyone in the base to prepare. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to find another way. After saying this, Jun Mabai turned and left, leaving Lu Yufei and Qing Feng staring at each other in confusion. What has happened? Is he really leaving this to us? Jun Mabai headed straight for the Lu family, and his other way meant finding Lu Qi. Lu Qi was the source of all this. Only by finding him could everything be resolved. He didn't know if he would find Lu Qi at the Lu family, but his intuition told him that Lu Qi should be there. At the Lu family, after Lu Li and Lu Man went missing, there was no one left. The entire Lu family courtyard was empty, devoid of any life. When Jun Mabai pushed open the door, he saw someone sitting on the sofa in the hall. It was none other than Lu Qi. "Commander Jun, you're here. Please sit." Jun Mabai was not surprised. He casually walked to the sofa opposite Lu Qi and sat down, not picking up a cup of tea on the table, but crossing his arms and looking at Lu Qi with indifference. "Are you not surprised I knew you would come looking for me?" Lu Qi put down the teacup and said with a faint smile. Jun Mabai replied nonchalantly, "Isn't everything you've done to lure me here? Hee, you saw through this? No wonder you're an old friend." Lu Qi revealed a pale smile. "Since we are old friends, let's not beat around the bush. What is your purpose?" Jun Mabai raised his eyes, staring directly at Lu Qi. "I've said before, I have no purpose. All I want is for these people to accompany me in death. If you really want to say I have a purpose, then just consider it a game for me." Lu Qi said blandly, "I know without you saying that you want another meteorite, right? Everything you've done is simply to seek a chance to live." Jun Mabai did not believe Lu Qi's words. Rather, he knew that Lu Qi wanted more than just to take these people to their graves. What he truly wanted was to save himself. The three major families of the capital, Jun, Lu, and Xiao, have always had a familial relationship, so they have known each other for a long time. The first time Jun Mabai met Lu Qi was when he was a teenager. At that time, Lu Qi was already in poor health. His illness was congenital, and he had been taking medicine since he was a child, growing up during treatment. Because of Lu Qi's health, the Lu family did not have high hopes for him, even though he was the only male heir. Thus, Lu Qi had a difficult childhood. Although Jun Mabai had never witnessed Lu Qi's life firsthand, he could see it in his eyes when he first met him. That kind of gaze was one that yearned to survive, and he could also see the hatred Lu Qi had for the Lu family. At that time, Jun Mabai knew that Lu Qi was not someone who would accept his fate, and the reality proved this true. Although he had not met Lu Qi many times, they had fought countless times in secret. Before the emergence of the Eternal Life Organization, he and Lu Qi had clashed over arms and medicine smuggling several times, with each encounter ending in a draw. A few years ago, due to the theft of an ancient jade in City J, they had also fought several times. After the Eternal Life Organization appeared, Jun Mabai learned immediately that Lu Qi was behind it. However, Lu Qi had become much more cunning than before, making it difficult for him to find evidence. Then the apocalyptic virus broke out. Although evidence became irrelevant after the apocalypse, Lu Qi still hid himself well. Jun Mabai had sent people to search many times, but could not find Lu Qi's whereabouts or the hideouts of the Eternal Life Organization. But just a few months ago, he appeared. He did not know if Lu Qi's emergence now was due to some hidden agenda, so he dared not act rashly to capture him. However, he knew what Lu Qi's purpose was with the Eternal Life Organization, to find a chance for himself to extend his life through the power of the meteorite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stolen the ancient jade from the laboratory in City J. After that incident, Jun Mabai uncovered more secrets of the Eternal Life Organization, including underground laboratories and human experiments, and so on. What he found was more horrifying and inhumane, using the slogan of Eternal Life to attract more people to join the organization, aiming to use them for live experiments. So what? Is it wrong for me to want to survive? Lu Qi said darkly. Wanting to survive is not wrong, but you've chosen the wrong way. To live for yourself. You make everyone else pay for your survival. That's the mistake. Jun Mabai replied coldly. You're wrong. If they can give their lives for my experiment, that's their blessing. Do you know how many lives can be saved if this experiment succeeds? At that time, everyone will be immortal, and I'll be the only one in this world who can grant them this divine gift. So the dead are fortunate, and the living will thank me for bringing them eternal life. You've been controlled by the meteorite and have gone mad. There is no such thing as eternal life in this world. After researching for so long, don't you understand? If your experiment will never succeed, do you know what awaits humanity? It will not be immortality, but extinction. Jun Mabai stared at Lu Qi, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Lu Qi had indeed lost his mind. How can you know it won't succeed if you don't try? Besides, I have already succeeded halfway. If it weren't for you and that Feng Qimeng, perhaps my experiment would have succeeded by now. Rosa is the only surviving subject among all my experiments. If you hadn't found her last time, she would have successfully completed the experiment long ago. It's all because of you that my experiment was ruined. So, you kidnapped so many people just to take revenge on us for ruining your experiment? Zhu Mabai looked up at Lu Qi. Lu Qi stood up from the sofa. No, you're wrong. Rosa just accelerated the pace of my plan. More importantly, my body can't hold out much longer. So I have to initiate my plan, even when the experimental data isn't very complete. Do you want everyone in the base to become subjects of your experiment? Zhu Mabai said calmly. If you think that way, it makes me sad. I'm saving them. I want to turn them all into Rosa, then let them kill each other. In the end, the strongest one left will be the person who can achieve immortality. Only the strongest can be worthy of living forever with me. At that time, I will create a new world, a world that only obeys me, where no one can die. I can't let you succeed. I said. How would you know if you don't try? But indeed, I still lack one last thing. The meteorite of Aming. Congratulations, you got it right. You can't get it. Whether I can get it or not is not for you to decide. I won't let you hurt Aming. Then we'll see if you have more chips, or if I do. What do you want to do? Jun Mabai's gaze turned cold, but he said nothing and immediately got up to leave. Damn it. If anything happens to Grandpa, he definitely won't let Lu Qi go. Chapter 106. Trap. Temporary separation. By the time Jun Mabai arrived at the entrance of the base, Qing Feng and Lu Yufei were already standing there. As soon as Qing Feng saw Jun Mabai coming, he pointed outside and said, Mabai, outside, it's the old commander. Jun Mabai looked at the old man, not far from the entrance, his gaze turning cold. He saw the old man leaning on a cane, standing 100 meters away, with nothing around, just the old man standing there. Without thinking, Jun Mabai planned to save the old man. However, just as he stepped out and hadn't walked far, he stopped in place, looking around with a cold gaze. He felt as if something was watching him. Mabai, don't come over. The old man seemed to use all his strength to tell his grandson not to come over. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi was really so ruthless, even turning his own father into a zombie. Lu Man probably wouldn't fare much better. Jun Mabai didn't think much and directly pulled out his gun, shooting several times at Lu Li. But just as the bullets were about to hit Lu Li's head, with a whoosh, Lu Li disappeared from the spot. Jun Mabai's gaze was alert as he scanned the surroundings. It seemed that Lu Qi had modified Lu Li. He looked almost like an ordinary zombie, but his speed was definitely more than 100 times that of a normal zombie. Jun Mabai felt a chill behind him and quickly turned around to retreat a few steps. Sure enough, Lu Li, who had turned into a zombie, had somehow appeared behind him, ready to bite him. Fortunately, his instincts warned him of the danger, allowing him to barely dodge. Jun Mabai shot at Lu Li a few more times, but each time Lu Li evaded, moving so fast that he couldn't even see where Lu Li was. Just when Jun Mabai didn't know where Lu Li was, he looked towards the old man and, sure enough, saw Lu Li behind him. Jun Mabai was stunned and immediately ran towards the old man. But he was too far away and couldn't reach the old man in time to save him from Lu Li's bite. Grandpa, Yun Mabai shouted. Not having time to think further, he threw the dagger he carried towards Lu Li. At the same time, a figure quickly flashed by, and the old man disappeared from the spot. Lu Li was still in the motion of biting, and at that exact moment, Jun Mabai's dagger had already pierced Lu Li's forehead, slowly causing him to fall down. Jun Mabai was shocked. Who was it? Who saved his grandpa? Qimeng. At the entrance of the base, Qing Feng and Lu Yufei exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of Qimeng. Jun Mabai also turned around at that moment and saw Qimeng supporting the old man behind him. Qimeng wore a knowing smile as she looked at Jun Mabai. Jun Mabai's initial worry turned into joy as he walked step by step toward Qimeng until he reached her and tightly hugged her. Qimeng awkwardly tugged at Jun Mabai. Cough. I can hardly breathe. Only then did Junimo let go of Chi Ming and noticed that the old man was still beside them. He quickly supported the old man. Grandpa. Cough. You still remember that I'm your grandpa. The old man seemed to have a tone that suggested he was somewhat displeased that his grandson had forgotten him after getting a wife. Is the old man all right? Chi Ming looked at the old man. Although he wasn't injured, as a junior, she still asked. The old man nodded. I'm fine, thank you. Although it wasn't their first meeting, the old man still felt a bit awkward when he saw Chi Ming. He had previously said some hurtful things to her, asking her to leave his grandson and hoping she wouldn't become a burden to Mo Bai. However, he didn't expect that this girl would save him without holding a grudge, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Chi Ming didn't care what the old man thought. Hearing him say he was fine made her feel relieved. Although she didn't particularly like the old man at first, she couldn't say she hated him either. She knew that the things he said back then were all for Jun Mabai's sake, so she didn't blame him. Moreover, the old man was someone worthy of respect when he was young, and besides, he was Mabai's grandfather, so she wouldn't take those words to heart. Xiao. Lu Yufei looked at Xiao in surprise. What happened to you? Seeing Lu Yufei ask about her, Xiao immediately felt a surge of grievance. It's all Qiming's fault. I was walking just fine, and suddenly she just left me behind, leaving me surrounded by a horde of zombies. She didn't even think to take me with her. Look at me. When I finally fought my way out, my clothes ended up like this. Are those zombies jealous of my figure? One by one, they just wouldn't let go of my clothes. Qiming smiled apologetically. She didn't mean to. She had just heard Jun Mabai's voice when she arrived and was a bit worried, forgetting that Xiao was still with her, leaving him in the midst of a zombie crowd. However, she knew that with Xiao's abilities and the blood blade she gave him for protection, breaking out from a zombie horde wouldn't be too difficult. In the Jun family mansion, the old man was helped by Uncle Quan to sit down and took a sip of calming tea. Qiming had been wearing a cold expression since entering the mansion, exuding an aura that discouraged strangers from approaching. The reason for her demeanor was not trivial. She had heard Qing Feng mention the recent situation in the capital and learned that her family had been captured by Lu Qi. Upon receiving this news, her expression immediately turned icy. If it weren't for Jun Mabai holding her hand, she might have lost her composure and rushed to find Lu Qi. Her family and friends were her only bottom line, yet Lu Qi had chosen to violate it. Where is Lu Qi? Qiming's eyes were steely, though she didn't know who she was asking. Everyone looked at each other, unsure. Jun Mabai then spoke up, walking over to Qiming. I saw him just now. He has been completely controlled by the meteorite. No one knows what he might do. However, he came for the meteorite in your hand, so he shouldn't harm Uncle and Aunt. Please stay calm. Qiming raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jun Mabai. In the end, she loosened her clenched fists and allowed Jun Mabai to help her sit down. Xiao said unhappily, so what do we do now? We are surrounded by zombies outside, and Lu Qi is still holding our family hostage. Are we just going to wait here to die? Since we know the location, we should hurry over. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, she immediately added, wait a minute. What's wrong, Qiming? Xiao looked at Qiming in confusion. Everyone was startled. Indeed, wasn't it obvious that the old man was telling everyone he was there? Would Lu Qi be so foolish? He wants to lure us over. He deliberately led me to the Lu family and made me go to save grandfather. Everything seems unrelated, but when pieced together, it makes sense. Even though he wants to keep everything under the radar. Jun Bai raised his head and looked at everyone. So going isn't an option, and not going isn't either. What should we do? Xiao slumped on the sofa, knowing Lu Qi's lair, but also aware that this was a trap. There was no solution whether to go or not, so what should they do? Go. Jun Bai and Qiming spoke in unison. After saying that, the two exchanged a smile. Jun Bai was the first to say, although it's a trap, we still have to go. Meng's family and friends are there, so we must go. Qiming looked at Jun Bai and said, thank you. After that, she turned to everyone and continued, there's another reason we must go. Since Lu Qi is the source of all this, we need to resolve everything with him. We have less than 5 hours left before the zombies reach the base, and the base cannot withstand hundreds of thousands of zombies. Only by dealing with Lu Qi can we hope for a turning point. So we must go. All right, then let's go together. Xiao said fiercely, clenching her fists. What? Just you alone? No way, that's too dangerous. Qing Feng and Lu Yufei immediately disagreed. Jun Maobai also squeezed Qiming's hand, opposing her decision. Qiming smiled at Jun Maobai and said, Lu Qi wants the meteorite in my hand, so there's no need for too many people. I can act more freely alone, and besides, the capital needs you, right? You need to stay here as a stronghold. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Jun Maobai wanted to say something, move his lips, but ultimately nodded. He respected Qiming's decision, and the capital indeed needed him here. Splitting up was the fastest way, although he wished he could stay by Qiming's side without leaving for a moment. He had no choice. A temporary separation was for a longer future. Chapter 107. Poison Gas. All in the gamble time waits for no one. There are less than 5 hours left before the zombies surround the city. It depends on whether Qiming can subdue Lu Qi within these 5 hours. Perhaps they can still prevent so many zombies from surrounding the city. However, they were not sure, but for now, this was the only way. City D is very close to the capital. A few months ago, Jun Maobai had cleared out this place. But he didn't expect that the cleared City D would turn out to be the stronghold of the Chongqing organization. It takes 2 hours to drive from the capital to City D, but if they take a helicopter, it only takes about half an hour. Half an hour later, Qiming landed the helicopter on the roof of a building in City D. This building was indeed the stronghold of the Chongqing organization that the old man mentioned. Qiming passed through the floors and arrived directly at the first floor. The entire building was empty, with not a single person or zombie, eerily quiet. At the elevator entrance on the first floor, Qiming entered the elevator, and as soon as she stepped in, the doors slowly closed. Following the old man's instructions, she pressed the button for the basement level. The dimly lit elevator, which had no fluorescent lights, suddenly illuminated when she pressed the button for the basement, and the floor number glowed with a red light. Qiming tightened her grip on the frost blade as the elevator began to descend slowly. After a minute, a ding sound was heard, indicating that the elevator had arrived. Qiming held the frost blade tightly and looked towards the elevator doors, which slowly opened under her watchful gaze. The surroundings were pitch black, and nothing could be seen, as if she had arrived in hell, surrounded by darkness. However, as Qiming stepped out of the elevator, the previously dark surroundings suddenly lit up. The lights flickered on one by one, causing Qiming, who was unaccustomed to the brightness, to squint slightly. It was a long corridor, and, aside from the fluorescent lights above, there was nothing else in sight. Qiming cautiously walked deeper into the corridor, unsure of how long she had been walking. The surroundings began to change as she reached a wide area filled with various instruments and equipment, resembling a place for experiments and offices. Surrounding the entire hall were small, pure white rooms separated by glass, with a person locked inside each room. Dad, Mom, Luoluo, Taishan, Fatty. As soon as Qiming entered, she saw familiar faces in the rooms. Besides them, she also spotted Lu Man and many other people she didn't recognize, presumably other missing persons. However, no matter how much Qiming called out from outside the glass, her parents and the others were sound asleep, as if they couldn't hear her. Without caring for the consequences, Qiming decided to swing her frost blade and prepare to smash the glass. If you don't want them to die, then go ahead and smash it. I have set traps in each room. As soon as the room is breached, it will immediately release poison gas, and within 3 seconds, they will die. Are you sure you can save everyone in 3 seconds? Just as Qiming was about to strike, a calm voice came from behind her. Startled, she shook her hand holding the frost blade and turned to face the newcomer. Lu Qi, we've met again, Feng Qiming. The person was indeed Lu Qi, looking even paler than the last time she saw him. The white shirt he wore made him appear frail, and his pale fingers lightly tapped on the nearby table, producing a tap-tap sound. When Qiming turned around, he was just looking at her. Let them go. You want the meteorite in my hand, let them go. I'll give it to you. Qiming was too impatient to say anything more and laid out her terms directly. Hee, you're quite straightforward. First, hand over the meteorite. Lu Qi chuckled lightly, completely unfazed by Qiming's words. Qiming blinked her eyes. You let them go first. I won't easily fall for Lu Qi's tricks. Don't talk to me about conditions. The initiative is in my hands, isn't it? Just as Lu Qi finished speaking, his pale fingers tapped on a device, and with a sound, a lot of green mist suddenly appeared in a small room. In less than 3 seconds, a person who had been sleeping in a room suddenly seemed to be stimulated, covering their neck and screaming in agony, after which they lost their life. When the poison dissipated, Chi Meng saw only eerie white bones left in the room. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Stop! Chi Meng's hand holding the frost sword trembled, fearing that the next runes he would press were her parents' Sir Taishan's. Okay, so as long as you obediently hand over the meteorite, I won't touch them. How about that? A very worthwhile deal. Lu Qi flicked his hand and stopped pressing the buttons on the device. I can't take out the meteorite, Chi Meng said directly. What did you say? Lu Qi looked at Chi Meng with anger and surprise. Impossible. I clearly saw your spatial ability last time. Only the meteorite has that. Don't think you can fool me. Hand over the meteorite, or do you want to watch them die in front of you? After saying this angrily, Lu Qi pressed 2 more buttons. At the same time, green poisonous smoke rose in 2 rooms, and similarly, a person died in less than 3 seconds, turning into bones in under 10 seconds. Stop. What I said is true. I really can't take out the meteorite because it has merged into my body, so I can't take it out. Just as Lu Qi was about to press more buttons, Chi Meng quickly said. Lu Qi indeed stopped after hearing Chi Meng's words and did not press any more buttons. He looked at Chi Meng. What did you say? You said the meteorite has merged into your body? That's right, so I can't take it out. But if you let them go, I can stay. Even if you drain my blood, I will let you do it, as long as you release them first. Chi Meng coldly fixed her gaze on Lu Qi. How can I trust you? What if you deceive me? Lu Qi showed a sinister smile, staring at Chi Meng, trying to find signs of lies on her face. Believe it or not, I won't joke about the lives of my family and friends. Chi Meng stopped saying more and stared directly at Lu Qi. Suddenly, the entire underground laboratory fell silent for a few seconds. Ah, good, then you go in. As long as you go in, I will let them out. Lu Qi pointed to another empty room, which seemed to be prepared for some experiment, with 2 beds and various instruments nearby. On one bed lay a seriously ill man, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. You go and approve it. I have already injected him with the medicine I researched, but it's missing the final ingredient, which is the power from another meteorite. Just drop your blood into the device, and it will automatically analyze the results and inject it into his body. If your blood really contains the power of the meteorite, he will become a healthy human. If you dare to deceive me, you should know the consequences. Chi Meng glanced at the patient lying on the bed, frowned, and finally resolutely walked towards that room. She approached the patient, then turned to look through the glass at her dad, mom, and the chubby guy. Finally, she picked up a scalpel from the side and made a cut on her own wrist. Bright red blood flowed from Chi Meng's wrist into the instrument, filling about 2 test tubes with blood. Only then did the instrument emit a beeping sound, and Chi Meng finally held onto her wrist. Chi Meng stared at the constantly fluctuating values on the instrument, all of which she couldn't understand. Finally, it settled on a green value. The last instrument slowly lifted, revealing the analyzed blood. After separation, only less than 2 milliliters of a clear white liquid remained. As the syringe was pushed towards the patient, the transparent liquid was injected into the patient's body. Chi Meng nervously watched the patient's complexion. As time passed second by second, after more than 10 minutes, the patient who had initially looked weak and on the verge of death suddenly began to breathe deeply. His complexion became much rosier. Only then did Chi Meng slowly exhale and look towards Lu Qi outside the glass. How is he doing? Lu Qi seemed to be a bit anxious. Chi Meng chuckled lightly and said, if you want to know the result, come and see for yourself. What you see with your own eyes is always more real than what others say. ISNT it. Lu Qi was eager to go and see the result for himself. He couldn't wait to know the outcome. After hesitating for a while, he finally lifted his foot and walked towards Chi Meng. He had to verify it personally. As Lu Qi approached step by step, Chi Meng's gaze shifted slightly, making way for him to clearly see what he wanted to see. I did it. I succeeded. Ha! The heavens have rewarded me. I finally succeeded. Lu Qi was almost going crazy with joy upon seeing the patient return to normal. In his moment of happiness, he didn't notice that Chi Meng was carefully inching her way towards the exit. What are you trying to do? Lu Qi exclaimed angrily, looking at Chi Meng outside the glass window. Damn it. I let her take advantage of the situation without paying attention. Qiming ignored Lu Qi's words and walked towards the place where Lu Qi had pressed the switch, covering her hand. As she walked, blood dripped from her hand all the way, although it wasn't as much as the initial flow. Still a drop or two fell down. Qiming walked in front of the mechanism, but there were no words on it at all. She didn't know which switch was for opening and which was for closing. Qiming looked up at Lu Qi, whom she had trapped. Which switch opens the door? Tell me. Let me out, and I'll tell you, Lu Qi said with a smile. Qiming frowned. No way. Tell me which switch opens the door. Otherwise, I'll drain my own blood immediately, and you won't get anything. Qiming raised her wrist, and the wound reopened due to the tension, causing blood to flow more. You dare. If you die, they will die here too. Lu Qi stared at Qiming intensely. If I can take you down with me, so be it. If we're going to die, we might as well die together. However, I think you probably don't want to die. A faint smile appeared on Qiming's lips, a smile filled with the determination of facing death. The two were at a stalemate, and Qiming's blood flowed more and more, her face growing paler from the loss of blood. Qiming also stared firmly at Lu Qi, who slightly furrowed his brows and finally spoke. The green button on your right side, that's the switch for the door. Qiming glanced at the green button to her right. Just as she was about to press it, her hand paused, and she looked up at Lu Qi. You should know what the consequences of lying to me will be. You won't get a drop of blood. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. I won't gamble with the successful experiment I've achieved. Qiming pressed the button after hearing Lu Qi's words, and with a beep, the room where Feng Dad and Feng Mom were held opened. Once all the doors were opened, everyone could be seen slowly waking up. Chapter 108. Saving People, Despair, and Hope. Where is this? Sister? Daughter? Where's this? What's wrong with you? Qiming. Sister Oming. Dad. Mom. Brother Taishan. Fatty Luoluo. Are you all okay? Seeing several people slowly waking up, Qiming finally revealed a genuine smile. Sister, where are we? What happened to your hand? Taishan immediately asked when he noticed Qiming looking weak. Besides Feng Dad and Feng Mom, everyone else had also woken up, looking confused about this unfamiliar place. Feng Qiming, you shameless woman. Did you bring me here? The first thing Lu Man did upon waking up was to point at Qiming and curse her out, thinking that it was Qiming who had kidnapped her. Shut up. If you don't want to die, keep shouting. Qiming frowned and coldly shouted. She truly didn't know if Lu Man had any sense. Lu Qi looked at Lu Man with a cold smile. Huh? A father, sister? Do you deserve it? Have you ever treated me as a son? Have you ever regarded me as your real brother? You should know how you treated me all these years. Father, huh? Go find him in hell. Ha. You're just a sickly brat. You should be grateful you were born into the Lu family. Otherwise, you wouldn't know when you would die. With your condition, you should know to keep your tail between your legs. The Lu family hasn't kicked you out is already the greatest kindness to you. If you don't want to acknowledge the Lu family, you should first ask if the Lu family wants you. Lu Man mocked. Although they were siblings, she would rather not have such a sickly brother. He was simply a disgrace to the Lu family. Lu Qi looked at Lu Man coldly. This is his family, his sister. Just because he was weak since childhood, just because he had to soak in medicinal baths growing up, and because even a slight cold or injury could take his life, the entire Lu family had given up on him, thinking he was someone who could achieve nothing, not giving him a single chance. Thus, he became the object of disdain for everyone in the Lu family, a person abandoned by them, all because of his frail body. But did they ever consider that being born weak was his own choice? Who wouldn't want a healthy body? To live like an ordinary person. He didn't ask for much, just hoped the Lu family could care a little more about him, not treat him like heir or a non-person. He became like this because of the pressure from the Lu family. He hated the Lu family, and he hated everyone in this world. Why was the heavens unfair only to him? Fine, since the heavens are unfair, then let him create a fair world. If he were to die, let everyone die with him. He wanted everyone to accompany him in death. You person who should have died, but didn't why didn't you die sooner? You are simply a disgrace to the entire Lu family. I have no brother like you, and the Lu family has no one like you. Lu Man kept cursing. In her heart, Lu Qi was someone who should never have existed. To be precise, someone who shouldn't have appeared in the Lu family. Lu Qi lowered his eyes. Under the light, his eyelashes were cast in shadow, making it impossible to see the emotions in his eyes. However, It could be seen that his hands, hanging down, were tightly clenched into fists under Lu Man-Man's continuous insults. The veins on the back of his fair hands were bulging, seemingly holding back something or preparing to explode. Chiming glanced faintly at Lu Man and Lu Qi, sensing a hint of danger in the air. When she saw Lu Qi, an uneasy feeling washed over her. She could only urge the others to leave quickly. Go. Hurry up. Chiming urged weakly. Xiaoming, are you okay? Let's go, we need to hurry. Feng Ma supported her daughter, seeing the wound on her hand, which, although no longer bleeding, had begun to show traces of blood. Looking at Chiming's pale face, their hearts twisted together in confusion, not understanding why their daughter had become like this, but knowing it must be related to them. This place was definitely not safe for long. The few of them helped Chiming move towards the door, while the others followed them out. However, they hadn't taken a few steps when they heard a loud crash. Everyone turned to look, and the glass of a small room that contained Lu Qi had been shattered by his fist. His hand was bloodied and mangled, with bright red blood dripping down his fingers. One could imagine how much force Lu Qi had used for that strike. Along with the broken glass on the ground, toxic gas continued to billow out from the vent. Lu Man was clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. When had her frail, sickly younger brother become strong enough to break glass with a punch? Moreover, why did she feel that the aura of the person in front of her was so terrifying? Lu Man took a step back in fear, but in the next moment, her neck was tightly grabbed by Lu Qi. His grip tightened continuously, making it hard for her to breathe. She clawed at his hand with both of hers, trying to pry it off her neck, but for some reason, Lu Qi's strength was extraordinarily great, and she couldn't break free. She could only suffer in pain as she struggled. Cough, cough, let go of me. You're crazy. You lunatic. I'm your sister. Lu Man gasped in pain, her face turning slightly purple from the grip. Heh, sister. Now you know I'm your brother. But did you ever treat me as a brother in the past? Lu Qi coldly laughed a few times, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lu Man. With a swift motion, Lu Qi threw Lu Man aside by her neck. She intended to struggle back up, but before she could rise, Lu Qi was already standing in front of her again, grabbing her neck and tossing her to the side, right into the area filled with toxic gas. Lu Man's expression suddenly changed in agony as she clutched her neck, seemingly unable to breathe. Soon after, the areas of her body that came into contact with the gas began to rot inch by inch, visibly decaying at an alarming rate. In a scream of despair, Lu Man transformed from a living person into a pile of eerie white bones. Just moments ago, she had been vibrant. Now, only a gruesome stack of bones remained. As everyone scrambled to escape, Chiming, supported by her mother, suddenly froze. A bad feeling welled up inside her, and when she turned to look back, she saw Lu Qi had also turned around. Their eyes met in midair, and Chiming's heart sank. She glanced at the large door ahead. Between the underground laboratory and the exit corridor was a stone door. Just then, she caught sight of a button by the stone door. Chiming's gaze narrowed slightly as she looked at the fat guy and Taishan running ahead, and then at her parents and Luo beside her. Turning back to look at Lu Qi, she realized he was now less than 10 steps away from them. If this continued, not only would they be unable to escape, but it seemed everyone would die here. Chiming's gaze slightly narrowed, and after gritting her teeth, she finally stopped. Feng Dad and Feng Mom were taken aback and also stopped, looking at Chiming in confusion. What's wrong? Taishan and the fatty also stopped. What's wrong, sis? Let's go. Chiming looked at everyone. Mom, Dad, Taishan, fatty, I'm sorry. What? A few people looked at Chiming in confusion, and the next moment, Chiming pushed her parents towards Taishan and fatty. Luo was held by Dad Feng, so she was naturally pushed out as well. In an instant, Chiming pressed her hand on the mechanism to open the main door, and with a few rumbling sounds, the stone door slowly began to close from top to bottom. Sister, Chiming, daughter. A few shouts were heard as everyone tried to pull Chiming out, but it was already too late. Chiming stood weakly at the door, watching the stone door slowly close. The figures and voices of her parents gradually faded away on the other side of the stone door until they completely disappeared. Chiming slowly exhaled a breath, took a deep breath again, and then turned around to look at Lu Qi not far away. Lu Qi chuckled softly and said gently, "It's just the two of us left now. Do you think you can still fight against me in your current state? Qiming looked at Lu Qi faintly, holding the frost blade in her right hand while her left hand trembled slightly. The wound seemed to have reopened when she pushed earlier. How can you know without trying? I won't let you succeed. Qiming squinted her eyes. She actually felt a bit sorry for Lu Qi, and she thought he was a pitiful person. However, being pitiful could not be an excuse for his wrongdoing, nor could it be forgiven. When a person does something wrong, they must be punished. It's just a matter of time, and she was Lu Qi's punishment. Even if it meant death, she would stop Lu Qi. Outside the stone door, Aunt Feng was crying as she leaned against it, while Uncle Feng stared at the door with a weary expression. Fatty and Taishan exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. In the end, the two supported the elderly couple and took Luo outside, joining the fleeing crowd. They all got on the elevator that Qiming had started to sit in. The elevator doors slowly closed, and no one knew what was happening inside with Qiming and Lu Qi. Many people even believed that both would die inside. However, Fatty and Taishan still held onto a glimmer of hope, believing that Qiming wouldn't die so easily. Qiming was the one who could bring the miracles, wasn't she? At the capital base, more than 2 hours had passed. The hordes of zombies were getting closer, and some fast-moving zombies had already reached the outer walls of the base, gathering in increasing numbers. These zombies seemed to know that there was plenty of food inside, constantly trying to break through the base's gates to feast. Inside the base, many people were comforting and hugging each other, as if they felt safer this way. The increasingly loud howls of the zombies outside made everyone tense. Just a moment ago, Jun Mabe had said a lot over the broadcast, and his voice indeed had a calming effect. Although everyone was scared, they also trusted Jun Mabe. Many even volunteered to help. Someone suggested that the men should go out together to kill zombies, as everyone they killed would increase their chances of survival. At first, no one dared to go, but the first to step forward was a big guy. If Qiming were there, she would definitely recognize him as the person who saved her and Jerry and Jesse last time by the roadside. His name was Li Qian, and unexpectedly, he was the first to step up in this situation. With the first person taking the lead, more and more people began to stand up from the crowd, willingly going outside to kill zombies, starting with the scattered ones. At the very least, they could hold them off for a while. Seeing so many people willing to step up, Jun Mabe nodded and earnestly thanked everyone. Thank you. After that, he instructed Qin Feng and Lu Yufei to arrange everyone as positions. In such a situation, having one more person meant one more strength and one more hope for survival. Chapter 109, Antibodies. Life and death uncertain elan. Be careful. Chun-Yi shouted as he noticed a zombie suddenly jumping out from behind Maolon. Maolon was startled and quickly turned around, delivering a spinning kick that smashed the zombie's head. After kicking, she didn't forget to say, "Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me?" Where's A Kai? Chun-Yi asked as he ran over to Maolon, glancing around. Maolon also curiously exclaimed, "He was just by my side. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" Over there. After searching for a while, Chun-Yi finally spotted Long Kai not far away, being chased by 2 zombies. While running, Long Kai kept shouting for help, "Alan, Ai, come save me." Just as he finished speaking, a zombie lunged at him. Luckily, Long Kai reacted quickly and crouched down to dodge the attack. But at the same time, he slipped and fell flat on his back. Chun-Yi and Maolon couldn't help but shake their heads, and they approached Long Kai, dispatching the 2 zombies that were chasing him before helping him up. Chun-Yi couldn't help but say, "I told you not to come out. You insisted on following us." Maolon added, "Exactly, you can't even kill zombies. And you fell while trying to escape." Long Kai pouted in dissatisfaction. "I was worried about you too. You both have fists but no brains. With my brains, the 3 of us, the iron-blooded 3 swordsmen, can truly unleash our strongest killing power." TCH. Both Maolon and Chun-Yi simultaneously scoffed, but didn't refute Long Kai's words. Indeed, Long Kai was their strategist, with keen insight and a flexible mind. It would be tough without him, although his combat ability was a bit lacking. If they were to mention a specialty, it would only be that he ran fast. On the other side, Lu Yufei was also killing zombies with other subordinates. Qin Feng communicated to Lu Yufei that it was time to switch, and Lu Yufei quickly gathered his brothers and the 3 of Chun-Yi to retreat to the base. Retreat. At this moment, Chimeng was half leaning on the ground with the frost sword in hand, looking weak. Opposite her, Lu Qi was not in a much better state, with wounds all over his body from Chimeng's frost sword. However, strangely, the wounds on Lu Qi were healing rapidly, as if they didn't exist at all. Chimeng stared intently at Lu Qi, unsure of how many times she had stabbed him. Yet each time, the wounds healed quickly. After the injuries on Lu Qi's body had healed, he slowly stood up. Looking at the still-drying blood on his arms and clothes, he smiled, a happy yet eerie smile. It's useless. These wounds are nothing to me. They will completely heal in a few minutes, and I won't feel any pain. So, no matter how many times you stab me, it won't matter. You probably don't know yet, but the black meteorite has another function besides being a carrier of the virus. It can make wounds heal quickly. I won't bleed to death, nor will I feel pain from the wounds. Although the black meteorite can't completely make me a healthy person, it seems to be good enough. As long as I obtain the power from the meteorite in your blood, I can become a truly healthy and immortal human being. You're wrong. Don't you realize you've become a monster? How can a normal person heal wounds this quickly and not feel pain? What you're experiencing now is just an illusion created by the black meteorite. Do you really think you can fully control the meteorite? You can't. The power of the meteorite exceeds your expectations. It has been gradually controlling you. The black meteorite is essentially a collection of viruses. What's inside that black jade is just the most primitive virus. The black jade is merely a carrier for the virus. I don't know exactly what the black meteorite does, but I'm sure it's not a good thing. Monster? What do you know? But there's no need to say so much to you, because soon you will become a cold, bloodless corpse. Don't worry. I want to turn you into one of those zombies. Once I achieve immortality, you will be my first and most perfect creation, more perfect than Rosa. Lu Qi sneered twice, stepping closer to Chimeng with each step. Chimeng weakly leaned against the frost sword to support her body. Her other hand had gone numb. During the recent fight, she had exerted herself repeatedly with her left hand, causing the wound to continuously reopen. Even after rinsing it with well water, it hadn't healed quickly. Blood kept dripping down from her left wrist, 1 drop, 2 drops. Now, her vision was somewhat double, likely a symptom of excessive blood loss. Her head felt heavy and dazed. In her hazy state, Lu Qi was approaching her step by step until he squatted in front of her. Finally, everything went black before her eyes, and she knew nothing more. When she woke up again, she found herself completely bound to a bed, while Lu Qi was fiddling with various instruments. Chimeng looked around. It was still the same underground laboratory, a small room. When Lu Qi saw that she was awake, he walked over with a light laugh, gently stroking her cheek. Chimeng coldly stared at Lu Qi, neither dodging nor showing fear, but maintaining her gaze on him. You're awake. I was worried you wouldn't wake up and miss this historic scene. Now that you're awake, just watch how your blood is being drained and how you slowly lose your life. It will be quite wonderful. After saying this, Lu Qi removed his hand from Chimeng's face and turned back to continue fiddling with the instruments. Chimeng felt as if her blood was rapidly flowing away. She sensed her body growing colder, and life was slowly slipping away from her, piece by piece. In her hazy state, she saw Lu Qi lying on another bed. In her daze, countless images flashed through her mind, from the beginning of the apocalypse to the present, intertwining memories of her past and this life. In her past life, she was let go by the person she loved the most, and in this life, she could not walk hand in hand with her beloved towards the future. In her past life, her parents left this world early, but in this life, she fought with all her might and finally secured her family's safety. Although she knew that perhaps there would be no one to accompany her in the future, she believed her parents would live well. In her past life, she had never made a true friend, but in this life, she had many friends by her side. She could no longer distinguish between the memories of her past life and this life. After these memories flashed by, she felt her consciousness begin to dissipate slowly, until she fell into darkness, endless darkness. But just before falling into darkness, she vaguely heard a voice. As for what the voice was, she no longer had the strength to listen clearly. At this moment, the capital base was completely surrounded by a horde of zombies. Jun Mabe and a few others stood at the highest point of the wall, frowning tightly. Below the city wall, there was an endless swarm of zombies. Suddenly, Jun Mabe's heart twitched violently, as if something had left, causing him to furrow his brows in unease. His already cold face became even frostier, making him seem even more unapproachable. Qingfeng rushed up from below. Mabe, it's bad. The gate of the base can't hold on much longer. As soon as Qingfeng finished speaking, Lu Yufei also ran over. Mabe, we don't have many weapons left. We can't kill all these zombies. Jun Mabe furrowed his brows, trying to calm the pain in his heart and fix his gaze on the densely packed zombies below. He spoke calmly. How much longer can it hold? The gate can last at most another 10 minutes. There are already cracks. The two paused and said, use gasoline. Have everyone donate all the gasoline and anything that can catch fire. We should keep the weapons for emergencies, Jun Mabe said calmly, his words steady and composed. Lu Yufei slapped his forehead. Right? Why didn't I think of using gasoline? Burn these monsters. He immediately went to find gasoline with Qingfeng. Everyone was not foolish and stopped being stingy with their gasoline and flammable items. After all, they were about to die, and being stingy was not more important than staying alive. Soon, a considerable amount of gasoline was gathered, but in the apocalypse, gasoline was a non-renewable resource, and the quantity was limited. Thus, this gasoline was their only means of delaying time, and it would not be enough to burn all the zombies. With a command, countless bottles of gasoline were thrown down from the base's defensive wall, making various crashing sounds. Many zombies were hit on the head by the suddenly thrown gasoline bottles. And then it was time to throw fire. Qingfeng and Lu Yufei exchanged glances and nodded. They threw 2 windproof lighters down, and at the moment the lighters touched the gasoline, there was a loud explosion. Flames soared high, reaching halfway up the city wall, which was fireproof. Jun Mabe stood at the highest point, watching the flames rising below, and a smell of roasted meat and burning flesh filled everyone's nostrils, making them wrinkle their brows. This smell was unbearable. Jun Mabe felt another stab of pain in his heart. Qiming, she mustn't be in trouble. Meanwhile, in the base's laboratory, Professor Wang looked at the data on the instruments, his expression shifting from serious to a smile, finally breaking into laughter. Ha! I succeeded. I finally succeeded. I succeeded. On the defensive wall, Qingfeng, Lu Yufei, and Jun Mabe watched the zombies being burnt to charcoal below. The unpleasant smell made them frown. Qingfeng sighed lightly. I wonder how long this can hold. How long it can hold is how long it can hold, Lu Yufei said helplessly. The two sighed slightly and looked at Jun Mabe, only to find that his expression seemed off. Mabe, what's wrong? At that moment, a soldier rushed over and whispered something in Lu Yufei's ear. Lu Yufei's face changed. Is what you said true? The soldier nodded. Hearing the soldier's news, Lu Yufei immediately turned to Jun Mabe and Qingfeng. Mabe, we just received news that Professor Wang has developed an antibody that completely suppresses the virus. We need to go to him. Jun Mabe was slightly taken aback, his gaze loosening a bit, and he immediately headed towards Professor Wang's laboratory. Qingfeng originally planned to follow Jun Mabe, but unexpectedly, Jun Mabe said slowly, you stay here and monitor the situation. Yufei and I will go. Qingfeng pouted in dissatisfaction. Why is it always me? Ugh. Chapter 110. The speech. The battle begins. I've researched it. I've finally researched it again. Commenda Yun. I've researched it. As soon as Jun Mabe entered the research room, Professor Wang pulled him to a newly developed antibody, excitedly pointing at it. Jun Mabe looked at the only antibody before him and then at Professor Wang. Has it been tested? Unlike ordinary pathogens, Rosa's blood contained some other substances, which made her different from ordinary mutated zombies. The substances in Rosa's blood were the most primitive pathogens from the black meteorite in Lu Qi's hand. Lu Qi injected the most primitive pathogens into the barely alive Rosa and also injected some of the drugs he developed, which made Rosa different from other mutated zombies. After turning into a zombie, she retained a certain level of intelligence and learning ability, and she could even disguise herself as a human. However, this transformation was only superficial. Inside, Rosa was still a mutated zombie, driven by a desire for blood and flesh. Despite her ability to learn and her intelligence, a zombie remained a zombie. Just like a vampire could never escape the thirst for blood, she was the same. Through the research on Rosa, Professor Wong found several drugs that Lu Qi injected into her, which helped him understand how these viruses mutated. Once the method was found, developing the antibody became much easier. Coupled with the well water left by Qimeng and the black meteorites, Professor Wong had requested a syringe of blood from Qimeng a long time ago, as he wanted to see if he could find any components that had fused with the meteorites. It was this syringe of blood that allowed Professor Wong to find a way to activate the bacteria's activity in the well water. As he guessed, the power of the meteorites in Qimeng's body was indeed the source of activating these bacteria in the well water. He experimented many times and finally succeeded today. Professor Wong brought Jun Maobai and others to the room where Rosa was held. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, they could see that Rosa's once green hair had turned into the black color that humans should have. Professor Wong said to Jun Maobai, "The experimental drug has fully taken effect on Rosa. It can kill the pathogen within 5 minutes. Because Rosa was injected with the pathogen before dying, she is slowly transformed from a living person into a mutated zombie, while still retaining her human brain. Therefore, the antibody is effective for her, but there is no way to help those who have turned into zombies after death. However, due to the severe damage caused by the pathogen, even if Rosa becomes a normal human, she will die in a month as her bodily functions gradually deteriorate." Professor Wong looked at the sleeping Rosa and sighed slightly. "Professor Wong, I still don't understand after all that you said. So your point is that this antibody is successful and can completely provide humans with resistance to the zombie virus, and it lasts a lifetime, right?" Lu Yufei said, having not comprehended much of Professor Wong's explanation, but he understood that it was a success. Professor Wong nodded. "That's right, you could say that. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and start mass production. The outside world can't hold out much longer." Lu Yufei immediately said, but Professor Wong shook his head. "No, the antibody must be extracted from Qimeng's blood. One syringe of blood can only yield enough for 100 doses of the antibody. If we mass produce it, we would have to drain Qimeng's blood completely, which wouldn't be enough for so many people to receive the antibody. Yes, even if it's the end of the world with so many deaths, not to mention anything else, just in Huaxia alone, there are at least hundreds of thousands of survivors. We can't drain Qimeng's blood to supply this many antibodies. Moreover, we can't do that. Qimeng is our friend. Who would want to see their friend die?" Realizing this, both Professor Wong and Lu Yufei looked at Jun Maobai, who narrowed his eyes. "Isn't there any other way?" Professor Wong shook his head. "Not for now. But if we could separate the meteorite from Qimeng's body, it would be much easier. However, the meteorite has already fused with Qimeng, and it seems impossible to separate them now. By the way, Professor Wong, you said the pathogen causes significant harm to humans, and it was extracted from the black meteorite. What would happen if 2 meteorites fused together?" Lu Yufei suddenly thought a question. Professor Wong shook his head uncertainly. "I'm not sure about that, but I do have some doubts regarding your question. I conducted a small experiment using the black meteorite given to me by Qimeng and a series of tests with her blood. The results were similar to the antibody. The power of the meteorite in Qimeng's blood would consume the power of the black meteorite. During the tests, I also discovered that these 2 powers coexist. In other words, these 2 meteorites are actually one single meteorite, but they were split into 2 when breaking through the atmosphere and landing on Earth. One of them must have been infected by something upon landing, causing the material and bacteria within that black meteorite to undergo a series of changes, thus becoming this virus. The other one, which is the piece on Qimeng, landed in an area that was not infected, preserving its original characteristics. Coincidentally, these 2 pieces are mutually exclusive. There are many things in the universe that we cannot explain or fully explore. Perhaps there are intelligent beings on distant planets, and these 2 meteorites could explain everything. The meteorites contain bacteria we do not know about, and there are unknown spaces within them. All of this is hard to say, but what can be confirmed is that if the 2 meteorites fuse together, one of them would definitely be consumed by the other, given the current situation. Since the meteorite and Qimeng have fused, the elements in the human body have altered some changes in the meteorite. Plus, with the water in Qimeng's space, it should mean that the power of the meteorite on Qimeng is slightly stronger. Professor Wong shared his views with Lu Yufei, based on the results he obtained from experiments and tests. They might not be 100 accurate, and there could be some deviations, but it should not be far off. Let's not tell Chiming about this for now. Jun Mabai slowly spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they all thought the same. According to Chiming's personality, if she knew about this matter, she would certainly disregard her own life. Not because she is overly altruistic, but because of her family and friends. Moreover, if she knew about this and they did not allow her to act, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Although one cannot morally bind others, as sometimes the greater good requires sacrificing the lesser. If anyone truly did that, their conscience would always feel uneasy. Thus, the best approach is to tell Chiming nothing. No, this is bad. Report to the commander. The base gate is about to be breached. Just as they finished discussing, a soldier rushed over to report. The base gate. I don't know, it just suddenly happened. Xing Feng was also confused. Now was not the time to find out the reason. The problem was that the gate could not hold out for long, and soon the tens of thousands of zombies would storm the base, destroying the entire Beijing base. Open fire. Everyone prepare for battle. Escort the children and women to safety. The rest come to kill zombies. Jun Mabai looked at the horde of zombies below, his expression unchanged as he issued commands. There was no other way now but to fight with all their might. Moreover, many survivors were rioting, men, women, and children crying together. Mabai, the base is in chaos, Xing Feng said, panting heavily. Jun Mabai fixed his gaze fiercely but soon relaxed his brow and stepped down. Xing Feng and Lu Yufei exchanged glances and followed him until Jun Mabai reached the speaking platform, standing firmly on the podium. His cold and stern face appeared on the screens throughout the base. Ye Im Yun Mabai. I know that you are all very scared right now. Afraid that the zombies will break in, afraid of seeing your friends and family leave you again, dying before your eyes, afraid that this hard-built, beautiful home will disappear again. I know you are crying and scared, but have you thought about it? Now, the entire base is surrounded by hordes of zombies. Even if you want to hide or escape, there is nowhere to run. Jun Mabai's clear voice echoed through the base. The chaos of people who were trying to escape paused, looking up at the nearest large screen, each person gazing at the figure on the screen. Jun Mabai's voice continued. So, the only thing you can do now is to pick up your weapons and fight against these zombies. Only in this way can we have a chance to survive and protect our families and friends. So please don't only think about yourselves. Please pick up your weapons, whatever they may be, and hold them tight. Only then can we ensure that the home we have rebuilt will not be destroyed, and we will have a chance to live. I, Jun Mabai, have said that I will lead you to a new life. So please believe me, believe in yourselves. We can get through this difficult time as long as we work together. Pick up your weapons and join me. Together, we will carve out a path to survival. Jun Mabai finished speaking, and a shot was fired into the air from the gun in his hand. The loud bang startled everyone and stirred the excitement in their hearts. Jun Mabai's words were like a calming pill, although they knew the chances of success were minuscule. There was an invisible magic in his words that compelled people to listen and believe, because it was Commander Jun, who had never disappointed them. Chapter 111. Jun Mabai. Wait for me to come back. That's Commander Jun. Look, Dad, let's go help. I don't want to be without a home. Commander Jun is right. We have nowhere to escape. All we can do is fight back with all our might. I'll go too, since we're going to die anyway. We might as well take out more zombies before we go. If it weren't for these monsters, my wife and daughter wouldn't have died. Voices like these echoed throughout the base. Although there were still many who were too afraid to pick up their weapons to kill zombies, and many who prefer to hide rather than stand up, the number of those willing to face the zombies far exceeded those who cowered in the back. As expected of Mabai, just a few words ignited everyone's fighting spirit. I felt like rushing out myself. Xing Feng sighed. Just wait, you'll get your chance to kill. Lu Yufei nudged Xing Feng's shoulder. We want to join you. A female voice called out from behind Xing Feng and Lu Yufei. The two turned around to see someone familiar. Hey you, aren't you the bodyguards from the Lu family? Lu Yufei looked at the newcomers with slight surprise. It was one of the two bodyguards beside Lu Man. The girl named Mei and her brother just stood next to her. The Lu family is long gone, and we stopped working for them a long time ago. It is said slowly. They had left the Lu family after Lu Man disregarded their lives and treated them like nothing. That time, Qi Meng had spared them, giving them a chance. Later, May was too injured, and Lu Man kept scolding them, causing Ada to miss the opportunity to save May. That was when he completely severed ties with the Lu family. Before the apocalypse, they were the best of killers. After the apocalypse, he refused to believe he couldn't survive with May without relying on the Lu family anymore. Qing Feng and Lu Yufei exchanged smirks. "You're most welcome." Bang! Boom! Several loud noises rang out. It was the last few shells from the army blowing up the zombies at the entrance, and in that moment of chaos, the base gates opened. The first to rush out were Lu Yufei and Qing Feng's team, engaging in a mutual kill with the zombies outside, followed by those survivors who volunteered to kill zombies, led by Mo Bai. Everyone fanned out in a semicircle, expanding outward for a time. It was hard to distinguish between humans and zombies. "I didn't plan to save you. It was just a mistake." Mao Lan shrugged, blew the gun muzzle, and continued killing other zombies, turning away with a smirk. Ada and May exchanged glances and chuckled, then turned back to kill zombies. Between friends and enemies, there are no fixed boundaries. A common enemy makes one a friend, and their common enemy now was the countless zombies. Although everyone was fighting hard against the zombies, the ratio of zombies to humans was not on the same level. The strength of zombies was inherently greater than that of humans, and their numbers were hundreds of times greater. Moreover, their weapons were nearly exhausted, so they gradually began to fall behind, their numbers dwindling, and everyone was retreating towards the base gates. For a moment, they were truly surrounded by zombies, with no way out. "Mo Bai, what do we do?" "There's no way out." Qing Feng and Lu Yufei looked at Mo Bai, their movements not stopping, as if killing one more could give them a better chance at survival. "Are we really going to die here?" Many survivors began to murmur, realizing they really were going to die here. With so many zombies, no weapons, and no escape route, all they had were densely packed corpses. They truly had nowhere to flee unless a miracle happened. But could that be possible? Mo Bai looked at the people behind him and the approaching horde of corpses in front of him. He could only think of one person, Qimei. "Look, those zombies, and over there, what's happening?" Suddenly someone in the crowd noticed something unusual about the zombies, and everyone perked up, looking toward the horde. They saw all the zombies in the distance turning around and moving in the opposite direction. For a moment, aside from a small portion that didn't follow, the other zombies seemed to be attracted by something, moving away from them, and the source of attraction was a series of loud bangs. Zombies relied solely on their hearing. They moved toward where the noise was loudest, and the loud sounds were pulling the horde away, causing hundreds of thousands of zombies to change direction. A miracle! There really was a miracle. "We're saved. Thank goodness. Who's over there?" "Thank heavens." Exclamations, surprises, cheers, and tears of joy. Various voices intertwined, reigniting everyone's fighting spirit as they began to muster all their strength to deal with the remaining zombies. Mo Bai, the direction over there. Lu Yufei gazed toward the source of the loud noise. Meanwhile, Qimeng was standing on the highest point of a building, looking toward the capital. Seeing the thousands of zombies turn around, her lips curled into a smile. She hadn't expected her luck to be so great. Just over 10 minutes ago, she thought she would die and never see her parents again, but heaven had given her another chance to live. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the experimental bed, completely uninjured and even more energetic than when she arrived. On another bed lay an elderly man with sagging skin, a hunched back, and a head full of white hair. Upon closer inspection, Qimeng realized this man was Lu Qi, the one who sought immortality and was the source of the apocalypse. When Qimeng woke up, Lu Qi had not yet completely passed away, but he was rapidly aging and could no longer move, even finding it difficult to speak. From Lu Qi's last words, she understood why he ended up like this. I was wrong. It turns out this experiment would never succeed. Ha ha. Heaven, you cough. You are truly unfair to me. Why treat me this way? I just wanted to live. Was that wrong? Why do this to me? And she would never allow herself a third chance. After Lu Qi died, she checked her body and her space, discovering her power seemed to have increased by more than half. She couldn't help but think of the black meteorite on Lu Qi. Could it be that the meteorite had entered her body? Although she was puzzled, she knew that the most important thing was not this question, but how long she had been unconscious and what was happening outside. When she opened the stone door and walked out of the underground laboratory, adjusting to the bright light, she deeply exhaled, savoring the joy of having escaped death. To her surprise, at the moment she stepped out of the building, her parents, along with Tyshawn, Fatty, and Luo, appeared right in front of her. After a few minutes of understanding, Chiming realized that it was already too late. Lu Chi was dead, but the army of zombies was still heading towards the capital. How could they stop such a large army of zombies? That's right, sound. They could attract the zombies with sound. Tyshawn, Brother Fat, and everyone else, please help. Maybe we can save everyone in the capital. Chiming suddenly thought of a solution. Attracting zombies with sound was the fastest and most effective method. As long as the sound was loud enough, she believed they could attract these zombies. The method of Chiming is very simple. It involves using explosives to create a huge noise to attract zombies. The most effective way is to blow up a building. So without hesitation, everyone agreed since they were all captured from the base, where their family and friends were still located. They divided the tasks and quickly arranged the explosives. Finally, everyone gathered at the location where Chiming's helicopter was about to land. As Chiming pressed the button, the entire city shook as if there had been an earthquake, with several deafening explosions that kicked up a cloud of dust and debris. The sound was deafening. Did we succeed? Tyshawn asked Chiming, who was standing at the highest point. Chiming put down the telescope in her hand, turned around, and smiled slightly at everyone. We did it. Yay! That's amazing. We succeeded. Great. Great. Chapter 112. Hope. Warning by example. Half an hour later, at the Beijing base, everyone wore expressions of excitement and joy, not for any other reason, but because they had won this battle, albeit narrowly, but they had indeed won. Heaven had given them a miracle they could hardly believe. The soldiers were clearing the zombies around the base, ensuring that not a single one was left alive. After that, they would drag all the zombies together, and then it would be their final resting place, dust to dust. Ashes to ashes, only fire could cleanse these grievances. The other survivors were embracing their families, starting to rebuild their homes. In fact, there wasn't much to rebuild in the base, just the walls and the gates needed thorough repairs. So more people were helping the soldiers reinforce their first line of life protection. With smiles full of hope and faces wet with joyful tears, everyone wore a look of determination. They believed they could get through such hardships, and next, they believed things would get better and better. Just as everyone was laboring to restore the base, a helicopter slowly hovered at the base gate, finally landing gently in front of it. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the suddenly appearing helicopter. Jun Maobai walked out of the crowd, standing in front of the helicopter, staring at it until the helicopter door slowly opened and a group of people came down. The first to step out was the fat guy, followed by Tyshawn. What could happen to us? We have girls coming to rescue us. What is there to be afraid of? He said with a smile. We're all fine. Foma patted Mao Lan's back. Come on, Luo, give your brother a hug. Long Kai picked up Luo, who smiled and reached out her hands. Dad, Mom, are you okay? Xiao, who had been killing zombies with Jun Maobai, was originally there to help repair the walls. The moment he saw his parents coming down from the helicopter, he hurried over, thanking heaven and earth that his parents were okay. We're fine. No need to worry. The moment Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom came down from the plane, they saw their son rushing over. They hugged him and said a few words. Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom were quite young, around the same age as Feng Dad and Feng Mom, perhaps even younger. They were from a wealthy family, and their maintenance was always better than that of ordinary families. However, if looked at closely, Feng Ma and Xiao Qiao's father had some similarities in their features, but at this moment, no one paid much attention to that. Chiming was the last to descend. When she jumped directly from the plane, everyone's gaze was fixed on her. With her tall and slender figure, high ponytail, and a few strands of bangs lifted gently by the breeze, she slightly raised her gaze, looking through the crowd at a certain spot. Everyone followed her gaze to that point, and the crowd naturally parted to make way. At the other end stood none other than Jun Maobai in military uniform, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at Chiming. Their eyes met in the middle, creating a hint of an ambiguous atmosphere. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jun Maobai slowly lifted his steps, striding gracefully towards Chiming. She smiled at him until he reached out his hands. Qiming smiled back and took steps towards him. When they embraced tightly, no words were exchanged, just a hug, a look, and a smile. They didn't need many words to understand each other's feelings. He missed her, and she missed him too. 3 months later, in the laboratory of the capital base, Qiming and Jun Mabai watched Professor Wang fiddling with something on the instruments, all three wearing serious expressions. Until the instruments beeped a few times, Qiming and Jun Mabai's hearts suddenly tightened as they looked at Professor Wang. He removed his mask and looked at them with an indifferent expression. Qiming couldn't help but ask, "It didn't fail, right?" Professor Wang glanced at her and shook his head. Jun Mabai said in a deep voice, "It succeeded?" Professor Wang turned to look at Jun Mabai, but didn't speak. Qiming was completely confused about what Professor Wang meant. Was it a success or a failure? Suddenly, Professor Wang raised his head with excitement and took out his experimental results. "It succeeded. Haha, you were fooled, right? It succeeded. Next, we can start mass production." Qiming and Jun Mabai were also startled by Professor Wang, but when they heard him say it was a success, smiles appeared on their faces. Finally, they had succeeded. 3 months ago, after the battle with Lu Qi from the Eternal Life Organization, everything began to slowly return to normal, moving in a positive direction. They all celebrated for a day and a night, and the survivors in the Beijing base became more united after overcoming this ordeal, each face filled with hopeful smiles. During these 3 months, Jun Mabai initially planned to keep the research of the antibody a secret from Qiming. But Qiming herself told Professor Wang that she had antibodies to combat the virus. When everyone heard Qiming say this, they were shocked, thinking that she knew about the antibodies in her blood and intended to use herself to save everyone. Each person began to say some nonsensical things to persuade Qiming, and she was puzzled by their incomprehensible words. It was only later that Qiming realized that the power of the meteorite in her blood could combat the virus, and everyone thought she would sacrifice herself to save them all. Qiming smiled and said, "Thank you all so much, but don't worry, I'm not that great, and I don't want to die yet. My method is much simpler than yours." After Qiming finished speaking, she left everyone confused and looking at her strangely. Qiming, however, smiled mysteriously and went to find Professor Wang. She handed Professor Wang a round piece of white jade, which was none other than the true appearance formed after 2 meteorites merged. She remembered that when she woke up from the basement, Lu Qi was almost out of breath. It was only after Lu Qi, unwilling to give up, spoke a few words before he passed away that Qiming discovered this piece of jade in her space while checking her body and surroundings. She recalled that she had never seen this jade before, indicating that it appeared after she lost consciousness. As for why it existed, it was easy to figure out. After waking up, she realized that the familiar feeling she had towards Lu Qi was gone, which meant that the black jade on Lu Qi was no longer with him. Moreover, she also discovered that the meteorite power within her was gone. Aside from her personal space, she no longer possessed her original power. In other words, she was just an ordinary person now, without the power that had made her formidable. The space was separated from the meteorite, and since she still had the space, she could feel the power of the meteorite. The energy emitted by this round piece of white jade was the power she recognized, both familiar and strange. It was likely that Lu Qi's meteorite had fused with hers, creating this new power. After conducting experiments, Professor Wang concluded that the new substance generated in the white jade was precisely a type of bacteria they initially extracted from Qiming's blood to create an antibody. Furthermore, the bacteria in this white jade were even more active and could provide permanent immunity to the zombie virus. This meant that as long as someone was injected with this antibody, they would no longer need to fear infection from zombies. Even if they stood right in front of a zombie, that zombie would treat them as if they were air, completely unconcerned about being bitten. Even if someone were accidentally bitten, they wouldn't turn into a zombie. At most, they would need to disinfect and bandage the wound. It was clear that this antibody was far more powerful than the one Professor Wang had originally developed, and Qiming would no longer need to donate blood. After 3 months of experiments, today was the day they finally achieved results, and large-scale production of the antibody could commence. Once the antibody was available, zombies would no longer be feared by humanity. It wouldn't be long before the entire world would return to its best state. Although the recovery process might take some time, As long as there was hope, that day would eventually come. 1 month later, the virus antibody was distributed for free on a large scale, not only at the Beijing base, but also at the W City base, Shuyang base, and several other smaller bases whose names were hard to recall. Under Jun Maobai's distribution efforts, every base received the antibody. Jun Maobai also broadcasted widely, informing all survivors that the antibody had been developed and that they should no longer fear zombies. All antibodies were distributed for free, and anyone attempting to profit from the antibodies would face military law, regardless of who they were. Once this news spread, those who initially wanted to profit from the apocalypse hesitated, realizing that Jun Maobai meant what he said. During this month, many people sought to profit from the antibody. But Jun Maobai quickly uncovered a military officer from the Shuyang military district who was trying to profit from the antibodies. Once Jun Maobai found out, he swiftly dealt with the officer with a thunderous force, executing military justice in front of everyone. Everyone knew that Jun Maobai was making an example out of him, but no one dared to disregard his words anymore. They understood that he was not just a distant figure. Even though the Shuyang base was far from Beijing, Jun Maobai not only learned of the situation immediately, but also took decisive action. This demonstrated that he was not just making empty threats and showed that his influence and capabilities were not merely legendary. He indeed had the strength to back it up. Chapter 113. Relatives, Gradual Development. In the past 6 months, Jun Maobai, with incredible speed, consolidated various bases, and after bringing in these people, the Beijing base rapidly expanded. The Beijing base was no longer just a base. It had transformed into a new city, a vast new city. Not only the Beijing base, but also the Shuyang base and the W City military district base rapidly grew during this 6-month period. Currently, a tripartite balance of power had formed in Huaxia, with the 3 major bases shining brightly in the apocalypse. However, unlike the traditional tripartite balance, the 3 major bases were gradually moving towards unity, with the Beijing base at the forefront, leading towards a collective future. During these 6 months, Jun Maobai traveled with Qing Feng and Lu Yufei, absorbing more than a dozen bases, while Qiming stayed home with her parents in Luoluo, living the life she had always wanted, hoping that in the apocalypse, they could all be together safely. The Fatty and Taishan still bickered over their nicknames, appearing to be at odds while being surprisingly in sync. From time to time, they would go out with Mao Lan, Chun Yi, and Long Kai to undertake mercenary tasks. As everything progressed positively, mercenary tasks became increasingly rare, and the mercenary group began to disband slowly. However, Jun Maobai suggested that if anyone from the mercenary group was willing, they could enlist in the military, providing them with a source of income and preventing a population surge from resulting in job shortages, while the military also needed personnel. This way, everyone's issues were resolved. Thus, Taishan led all the members of his mercenary group into the military, becoming a subordinate of Qing Feng. However, since Taishan was originally a soldier, Jun Maobai did not let him serve directly under Qing Feng, but instead assigned him to lead a small unit. Fatih, Mao Lan, Cheng Yi, and Long Kai were also part of this small unit. Taishan was honest, but became enthusiastic when it came to leading troops, so under his leadership, this 50-person unit improved rapidly. Aside from spending time with her parents and Luoluo, Qiming occasionally went out on missions with Taishan and the others. Although she had lost the power from the meteorite, she was still quite capable on her own. Even without that strength, her trained skills remained intact. And since her space ability was still with her, there was not much change. Her skills were still as good as before. Ordinary zombies were easy to kill, but mutated zombies were different. Although they would not actively attack humans due to the antibody's effect, if humans attacked them, they would still retaliate. While the mutated zombies' viruses no longer carried lethal toxins for humans, they were still zombies, and once someone was caught, there would be little chance of escaping intact. The zombies' craving for flesh and blood was ever present. So now the greatest enemy of humanity is no longer ordinary zombies, but mutated zombies. After half a year, everyone has noticed that some mutated zombies have begun to exhibit intelligence, becoming as smart as humans, even cunning. Although the number of mutated zombies is indeed very small compared to ordinary zombies, it is precisely the small number that is the most difficult to deal with. While humanity is currently moving in a positive direction, as long as there are mutated zombies, there will always be danger. Because no one knows if there will come a day when mutated zombies truly become as intelligent and wise as humans, making it even more difficult for humanity to cope. The world is changing and evolving, and zombies are no exception, so mutated zombies remain the biggest problem. This is a significant tug-of-war between humanity and zombies. Chiming didn't know whether this was good or bad. In her previous life, she hadn't seen mutated zombies develop intelligence and purification even after 5 years in the apocalypse. At most, the mutated zombies were just stronger than ordinary zombies. The developments in her previous life and this life were completely different. The antibodies hadn't appeared so early in the previous life. The military district base would be destroyed a year into the apocalypse. And even June Mobai's consolidation of other bases hadn't happened so quickly. In this life, due to her own reasons, the trajectory of this world had diverged completely from that of her previous life. The antibodies were developed ahead of schedule. The mutated zombies evolved intelligence. And the W City base had escaped disaster because the antibodies were researched earlier. The original trajectory and the current trajectory were entirely different. She didn't know if it was good or bad. But what she did know was that she didn't regret moving up the date to end the apocalypse by so much because she had saved more people. In her previous life, after 5 years of the apocalypse, the remaining human population was less than 10 million, whereas in this life, the number of surviving individuals exceeded 10 million. She believed that no matter what unknowns the future held, as long as humanity existed, there would be ways to solve problems. Nowadays, the capital base was bustling with activity, and the area of the base had expanded many times over. The population had grown from a few million to tens of millions. The previous defensive walls had grown larger and larger. Although ordinary zombies no longer posed much danger, the defensive walls were still necessary. Otherwise, some zombies wandering around the base could still scare people. Not to mention adults, even children could be frightened. Although the defensive walls no longer had much defensive function, in everyone's hearts, they were a source of reassurance. Chiming is still living in the old place. Her parents took Luluo to go for a walk with June Mo White's grandfather. Speaking of June Mo White's grandfather, ever since Chiming saved him from being a zombie last time, he has treated her differently. Now, he has completely regarded Chiming as his granddaughter-in-law, treating her better than his own grandson. From time to time, he asks Luo to come and play with him, and sometimes he even plays chess with Dad Phone. Dad Phone and June Grandpa get along well, as their biggest interest is discussing martial arts, given that one is a former high-ranking official and the other is a martial arts coach. Just as Chiming was about to continue sleeping, Xiao Qiao's voice came from outside the door. Chiming helplessly got out of bed and dressed before heading downstairs. Sure enough, she saw Xiao Qiao sitting on the sofa in the living room. When Xiao Qiao saw Chiming looking still half asleep, she clicked her tongue and said, "Sis, are you still not up?" Chiming lazily scratched her head and said, "As long as you know, it's not right to disturb someone's sleep. What do you need me for? I can tell you haven't had lunch. There's a new restaurant that just opened recently. Do you want to go try it?" Xiao Qiao raised an eyebrow and said tempting. Chiming's eyes brightened, but her face showed no expression as she looked at Xiao Qiao and said, "You're treating? From the looks of it, if I don't treat, you won't go? Fine, I'll treat. Hurry up and get ready. Let's go. I've heard that the new restaurant has a lot of people wanting to go, and there's a line every day. If we go late, we'll have to wait a long time." After Xiao Qiao finished speaking, Chiming went to comb her hair and wash her face to get ready. Xiao Qiao shook his head helplessly. His sister was really stingy. In terms of wealth, could she really be poor? The pile of resources in her space made her the richest of them all. And yet, she wanted him, her older brother, to treat her. In terms of status, who in the capital base wouldn't recognize her? Feng, Chiming. Moreover, with June Mo Bai as her backing, she was still stingy over a meal. Heaven was really unfair to him. Chiming finished washing up in front of the mirror and looked at the person reflected in it. With the apocalypse nearing its second year, her hair had grown just below her shoulders, not quite reaching her waist, but it was already quite long. Beneath her smooth, dark long hair was a delicate and coldly beautiful face. When she had short hair, the cold beauty was even more pronounced, even carrying a hint of aloofness. However, with long hair, Qiming softened that coldness considerably. Her fair skin and exquisite features framed a pair of eyes as clear as crystals submerged in water, with slightly upturned corners that added a touch of allure. Her keen pupils seemed capable of seeing into the hearts of others. Mom and Grandma Xiao looked very much alike. When Mom Xiao, Dad Feng, and Dad Xiao Qiao were captured together by Lu Qi, they had remained unconscious throughout. After Qiming rescued everyone, Xiao Qiao's parents felt that Mom Feng looked familiar, but at that moment, under the pressing circumstances, no one thought much of it. Later, when the entire region of Huaxia gradually stabilized, Xiao Qiao's parents remembered to thank Qiming for saving them and came to the Feng family to express their gratitude, which led to a closer relationship between the two families. Chapter 114. Reputation. Who are you outside? The sun was just right, with a refreshing breeze of early summer. The sun was not as hot as in midsummer. This was actually Qiming's favorite time of year, but it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a comfortable stroll down the street. For others, this kind of comfortable time hadn't been too far away, at most just under 2 years. However, for Qiming, it had been nearly 7 years, 5 years in her previous life and 2 years in this one. So for Qiming, this was indeed a long-lost sense of comfort, and she believed that such comfortable times would become a daily occurrence in the future. Miss Feng, would you like to take a walk, Miss Feng? Good afternoon, Miss Feng. As she walked along the road, the voices greeting her continued. Among those from the Beijing base, there was hardly anyone who didn't know the name Feng Qiming. Even those who joined the base later had heard her name often enough to understand why it held the same reverence as Jun Maobai's name. Everyone knew her, and whenever they mentioned her name, their faces lit up with admiration and smiles. Qiming smiled and nodded at everyone who greeted her. Xiao Qiao helplessly walked beside Qiming and nudged her shoulder, saying, "Hey sis, why do we always have to be so high profile every time we go out?" Qiming glanced at Xiao Qiao with a slight frown, as if to say, "Do you think I want to?" After giving Xiao Qiao a look, she quickened her pace. Xiao Qiao shook her head and followed behind Qiming. After they left, the passerby from earlier continued chatting, and a few newcomers who had recently arrived asked the person next to them, "Who is that girl? It seems like you all know her. Is she famous?" The person being asked glanced at the questioner and replied, "You must be new to the capital base. That girl is Feng Qiming, Commander Jun's girlfriend. She's amazing. A few months ago, it turned out that after the zombie siege incident, survivors in the capital base heard from somewhere that it was Feng Qiming who had created miracles for them by luring away hundreds of thousands of zombies. Before that, Feng Qiming had already been a subject of curiosity for everyone, and many were discussing her. After the zombie siege, the name Feng Qiming became well known throughout the capital base. It turned out that there was such a girl who had done so much. Moreover, she was the girlfriend of their Commander Jun, which made them admire Commander Jun even more. They felt grateful to Feng Qiming, who had saved them all. So after that incident, the name Feng Qiming became known to everyone in the capital base and spread outside. However, outside, people only heard about her, but had never seen her. Nonetheless, everyone knew that Feng Qiming not only saved them all, but was also Jun Maobai's girlfriend. A perfect couple and a great story. So many people. When Qiming and Xiao Qiao arrived at the dining place, it was indeed crowded, with a long line at the restaurant's entrance. Xiao Qiao shrugged. "I told you to come earlier. Look at all these people. How about we go eat somewhere else?" Qiming suggested. "No way. I said I would bring you here. The food here is delicious. I'll talk to the boss. I don't believe that with my reputation as Xiao Xiao, I can't find a spot." After saying that, Xiao Qiao entered the restaurant, and Qiming could only follow helplessly behind her. The restaurant wasn't very large compared to pre-apocalypse standards, only 2 stories, at most a small eatery. However, after the apocalypse, with limited housing and resources, such a small restaurant was equivalent to a large hotel before the apocalypse. As soon as they entered, the delicious aroma of food wafted in, making their appetites soar. "I want to sit here, call your boss out." "Ladies, even if you call our boss, it won't help. It's our restaurant's rule to queue. Please go outside and wait in line. Do you know who I am? How dare you make me wait in line? Do you believe I will smash your restaurant? Ladies, please don't make it difficult for me." Aside from the smell of food, there were several sharp noises coming from an empty spot inside on the first floor. attracting the attention of the surrounding diners. Qi Meng and Xiao Qiao turned to look, seeing a restaurant staff member standing in front of 3 people, 2 men and a woman, facing away from the entrance, making it impossible for Qi Meng to see their faces. Among them, a man was arguing with a staff member, dressed decently and appearing tall and strong from behind. But unexpectedly, he was such an unreasonable person. Are you not giving it to me? Do you know who I am? I am from the Shuyang base. Do you know who my father is? He is the leader of the Shuyang base. The entire Shuyang military region has to listen to my father. What are you? How dare you stop me here? The man said aggressively while grabbing the staff member's collar. So what if you're from the Shuyang military region? This is the capital base, not your Shuyang base. How can you speak like that? Exactly. Isn't this just bullying? What is the Shuyang base doing in the capital base? So rude. That's right. The capital base does not welcome you. Hearing the man's words, the onlookers grew displeased. They were all for the capital base. This was their home. And now it seemed like someone was bullying them. So what if he was the son of the military region commander? When in the capital base, you shouldn't bring his Shuyang base's attitude here. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. How dare you look down on me? The man, upon hearing Xiao Qiao's comment, immediately stormed over, pointing his gun at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? Sorry. I was just sharing my thoughts. You can continue. What do you mean, kid? The man was further enraged by Xiao Qiao's nonchalant attitude. You can't even understand such simple words. It seems we are not on the same level. Xiao Qiao shook his head, and the people around him chuckled, implying that the man couldn't understand human words, which was tantamount to saying he wasn't human. You despicable. How dare you say that about me? I'll kill you. The man was even angrier, aiming his gun directly at Xiao Qiao's head, ready to pull the trigger. In that instant, Qi Meng quickly pulled Xiao Qiao down from under the gun and kicked the man's gun out of his hand, causing it to fall to the ground before he could pull the trigger. One could imagine how fast her speed was. She managed to do this in just a few seconds. Ah, you despicable. That hurts so much. The man clutched his wrist. Qi Meng's kick had not held back, and it was likely that the man's wrist was either dislocated or broken. Ma Xiao, are you all right? Hearing the man's cries of pain, the 2 people who had come with him, 1 man and 1 woman, rushed over to support the person called Ma Xiao. Qi Meng didn't look over there, but glared at Xiao Qiao. Are you looking for death? You dare to charge at the gun's muzzle. Xiao Qiao smiled and replied, Aren't you here? With you around? What is there to be afraid of? Qi Meng couldn't help but glare at by Xiao Qiao, and she indeed did so. I won't save you next time. Qi Meng, Ameng. Just as the 2 were talking, 2 voices suddenly called out, and Qi Meng was slightly taken aback. Who was calling her name? It was a man and a woman. But why did that voice sound so familiar? Qi Meng turned her head curiously and met the gaze of 2 people across from her, slightly furrowing her brow at first. She quickly relaxed it. How could it be them? She was surprised to see them here. Qi Meng, is that really you? The one who spoke was a girl who had just walked over next to Ma Xiao. This face was one Qi Meng had almost forgotten, but upon seeing it, she remembered her good friend from her past life, Shuai Lily, now dressed in vibrant colors, neatly adorned, and wearing light makeup. She looked even more beautiful and alluring than before. After glancing at Shuai Lily, Qi Meng turned her attention to another person, wearing a white shirt. He had once been the most sunny boy in her eyes, but he was also the one who had hurt her the most, her ex-boyfriend, Jiang Qi. Indeed, it seemed that enemies were destined to meet. The 3 of them truly had a fate together. The meaning in Qi Meng's words is very clear. It means that when beating a dog, one must look at its owner, let alone causing trouble in the capital base. Even if you're the son of the base leader of Shuyang base, so what? Jun Mo Bai is not afraid. He respects your father. Apart from being your father's son, what else do you have? Nothing at all. So you are nothing. Ma Xiao did not dare to get angry because the girl in front of him was indeed right. Apart from being his father's son, he really had nothing. He actually came to the capital base following Jiang Qi, who was sent by his father to deliver a message to Jun Mo Bai. He was just tagging along. If he hadn't begged his father wouldn't have let him come. If something really happened in the capital base, he believed that Jun Mo Bai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, what this girl said was different. She actually accused him of deliberately provoking the conflict between the 2 bases. This was no small matter. Once it spread, he would truly become the sinner who instigated the conflict between the 2 bases and it wouldn't be easy to handle then. Ma Xiao suppressed the pain in his hand and looked up and down at Feng Qiming. Who are you? Chapter 115. Provocation, Good Friends, and Ex-Boyfriends. Qiming glanced lightly at Ma Xiao and said, Who I am is not important. What matters is, Ma Xiao, do you still want the seat? She gestured to the empty seat behind her. Ma Xiao's expression was hesitant. He looked at the seat behind him, then at Feng Qiming, and finally said with a grim face, Humph, I'm not interested in the food here anymore. Let's go eat somewhere else. After saying that, he planned to leave with Jiang Qi and Shuai Lili. Qiming no longer paid attention to the three people opposite her, but turned to the staff member she had spoken to earlier and said, Is your boss here? Can I discuss something with your boss? Can we skip the line? We just want to take a few items to go. It won't delay your customers. As Qiming spoke to the staff member, a smile appeared on her face, completely contrasting with her earlier sharp words. The group, led by Ma Xiao, who had initially planned to leave, stopped again. However, Shuai Lili, dissatisfied, said to the staff member, How can you do this? Why can't you skip the line while we can't? How can you allow her to cut in when you said we would upset the customers in line? Why does she, Feng Qiming, get to skip the line while we can't? Shuai Lili continued to protest, feeling it was unfair that Feng Qiming was allowed to cut in. Her status was not inferior to Feng Qiming's. Jiang Qi was the most trusted assistant of the base leader at Shuyang Base and was someone of significance. When they arrived at the Beijing base, they had also been treated with respect by those receiving them. Why could Feng Qiming skip the line? Moreover, the staff member's attitude had changed too quickly. The staff member looked over at the people waiting in line, seemingly asking if they had any objections. But everyone in line spoke in unison. Miss Feng, please go ahead. After that, the staff member glanced at Shuai Lili, as if to say, What will you do now? Shuai Lili was so angry that she stomped her feet, staring at Qiming with eyes filled with extreme unwillingness, but no way to argue back. In the end, she still followed Ma Xiao out. As Jiang Qi was leaving, he took a deep look at Qiming, their eyes meeting for just a few seconds. However, Qiming seemed to have no expression as she turned her gaze away and started chatting with Xiao Qiao. Jiang Qi's gaze flickered slightly, but he was eventually pulled away by Shuai Lili. Do you know her? Xiao Qiao asked Qiming after Ma Xiao and the others had left. Qiming glanced at Xiao Qiao, then looked casually at the place they had just left, saying, I guess so, my ex-boyfriend and my good friend. Oh, so he's your ex-boyfriend? Xiao Qiao said nonchalantly, but suddenly stopped, looking at Qiming in surprise. You said ex-boyfriend? Ahem. I'm not surprised. Why are you so shocked? Qiming rolled her eyes at Xiao Qiao and went to talk to a staff member nearby, ordering a few signature dishes. Many people automatically gathered at the entrance of the base to welcome them. Qiming, along with her parents and Luo, stood among the crowd. Qiming was eager to see Jun Maobai, so when her parents pulled her out in the afternoon, she immediately agreed. Standing in the crowd, she was just a small part of it, like everyone else, looking at the entrance of the base, waiting for the person she admired the most to return. The green military vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the base. Qing Feng and Lu Yufei were the first to get out of the car, followed by Jun Maobai, whose military uniform shone brightly in the sunlight. His handsome and resolute profile had likely captured the hearts of countless girls, but all the girls knew that such a perfect person was already taken. As soon as Jun Maobai stepped out of the car, cheers of joy erupted from the crowd waiting around him. Besides the people from the base, there were also people from Shuyang Base, although the Shuyang Base people were guests. Out of politeness, they also came to the entrance of the base to wait for Jun Maobai. This time, Jiang Qi was leading the team from Shuyang Base, and Ma Xiao came along with Jiang Qi, making Jiang Qi the representative of Shuyang Base. Therefore, as soon as Jun Maobai got out of the car, Jiang Qi, along with Ma Xiao and Shuai Lili, stepped forward to greet him. Commander Jun, hello. I'm Jiang Qi from Shuyang Base. I came here on behalf of Elder Ma to discuss cooperation between the two bases. This is Elder Ma's son, Mahi. Jiang Qi introduced his purpose and identity clearly upon arrival, leaving a good impression. Jun Maobai nodded at Jiang Qi and Ma Xiao. At first glance, he felt quite good about Jiang Qi. Although the name sounded somewhat familiar, he didn't think too much about it. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted someone he had been longing for day and night. Jun Maobai looked at Qiming, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, his warmth and smile belonging solely to her. Why are you standing here? Perhaps it was because he hadn't rested well during the past few days. Jun Mabai's voice was slightly hoarse, yet particularly pleasant to hear. But I only want you. After saying this, Jun Mabai gently embraced Chiming, holding her lightly yet tightly. Chiming blushed a little, feeling shy. Normally, she was carefree, but showing affection in front of so many people still made her feel embarrassed. Ahem, with so many people here, let's be mindful. Jun Mabai noticed Chiming's embarrassment and gently let go of her, but he still tightly held her hand. He politely greeted Feng Dad and Feng Mom, who were happy to see the couple's good relationship, and nodded in acknowledgement. So you know Commander Jun, Feng Shu, and Feng Yi said. Long time no see. I'm Jiang Qi. Do you still remember me? At this moment, Jiang Qi walked over. For some reason, seeing Chiming and Jun Mabai embracing left him with an uncomfortable feeling. Jun Mabai and the others were interrupted in their conversation by Jiang Qi's sudden approach. Jun Mabai didn't speak, but looked at Chiming, indicating, do you know him? Seeing Jiang Qi come over, Chiming casually glanced at him and replied to Jun Mabai, a former classmate. The term classmate hinted at their relationship. Jun Mabai suddenly remembered why Jiang Qi's name sounded so familiar. When he heard Chiming mention classmate, he smiled knowingly and playfully. Chiming noticed Jun Mabai's expression and knew he had guessed it, so she didn't elaborate further and simply looked at him. At this moment, Shui Lily also walked over. Unlike usual, she didn't link arms with Jiang Qi, but politely greeted Feng Dad and Feng Mom. Annie, Uncle, I'm Lily. Do you still remember me? I didn't expect to see you in Beijing. It's been a long time. Feng Dad and Feng Mom naturally recognized Shui Lily, as she and Chiming had been friends since childhood, so they were quite familiar with her. Lily, after the apocalypse, we hadn't heard from you. It's good to see you're okay. I remember before the apocalypse, you were the closest to our little Meng. I can't believe we can meet here. Little Meng, I didn't expect Lily to be here. Lily, are you and Jiang Qi at the Shuyang base? Yes, Auntie. We will definitely come by tonight. You will welcome us, right? After saying this, Shui Lily turned to look at Chiming, a hint of provocation flashing in her eyes, but it quickly vanished, making it hard for anyone to notice. Chapter 116. Wedding. Encounter with Jiang Qi. Jun Mabai smiled faintly at Jiang Qi, pretending not to know the relationship between Jiang Qi and Chiming. Ming is my fiancé, and we're getting married soon. You are Ming's classmate and a distinguished guest of our military district in Beijing. Make sure to come for the wedding banquet. Aside from Chiming's surprise, Jiang Qi and Shui Lily seemed even more astonished. Jiang Qi's surprise was perhaps understandable. He thought the bond he had with Chiming over the years couldn't just vanish in 2 years of the apocalypse, and she was getting married so quickly. Shui Lily's surprise stemmed from her envy. How could Chiming be so lucky? At school, she had such a handsome and famous boyfriend like Jiang Qi, and now, in the apocalypse, she had someone as perfect as Jun Mabai, the commander of the military district and the person in charge of the Beijing base. How could she deserve to marry him? Shui Lily's astonishment was tinged with a hint of unwillingness and jealousy. You are getting married soon? Jiang Qi asked Chiming. Chiming saw Jiang Qi asking her, and she originally planned to say no, but the words were swallowed back. Yes, he is my fiancé. After saying that, she exchanged a smile with Jun Mabai, which completely shattered Jiang Qi's heart. Why is this happening? Didn't Chiming love him? He knew that being with Shui Lily was wrong, but he only wanted to make Chiming angry. In fact, during the time he spent with Shui Lily, he had always been thinking about Chiming. During the apocalypse, he occasionally heard the name Feng Chiming, but he always thought it was just a coincidence. He never expected that the legendary Feng Chiming, who created miracles for the capital base, the woman behind Commander Jun, the one who silently helped everyone, was not just someone with the same name, but truly her. Impossible. How could she have such amazing abilities? At most, she learned some martial arts from her father. How could the legendary Feng Chiming possibly be her? Yet she was indeed standing beside Jun Mabai. She was that Feng Chiming. Everything was too unbelievable. Congratulations, Ming, on finding such a good fiancé. Shui Lily steadied her emotions and revealed a seemingly friendly and congratulatory smile. Chiming glanced at her and said, I do have a good fiancé, and I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I think I might not have met such a good person. By the way, You are here to find June Mo Bai. And although we are old classmates and friends, I think we have become estranged after a few years in the apocalypse. Our relationship wasn't that good before the apocalypse, was it? Let's not be polite. I won't disturb you with your business talk. June Mo Bai. I'll go over and chat with Ching Feng and Professor Wang. I'll find you later. After speaking to Jiang Qi and Shui Lily, Qiming looked at June Mo Bai and softly said, and June Mo Bai gently nodded. Once Qiming left, when June Mo Bai turned back to Jiang Qi and the others, he returned to his initial indifference. At night, after having dinner at the Xiao family, Qiming planned to go to the Jun family to find June Mo Bai. She hadn't seen him since they parted in the afternoon. Knowing that he had business to attend to, she didn't disturb him. She thought it must be quite late, and he should have finished discussing business with Jiang Qi and the others by now. Qiming stopped and slightly furrowed her brow, looking at Jiang Qi, who was blocking her way, and said in a calm tone, "Is there something you want? Ming, I miss you." After saying this, Jiang Qi grabbed Qiming's right hand, but within seconds, Qiming broke free. I don't think we're close enough to be pulling at each other. Although we are old classmates, it seems we don't really know each other. So, Mr. Jiang, isn't calling me Ming a bit too intimate? Qiming coldly looked at Jiang Qi and shook her right hand that had been touched by him. Ming, what's wrong? I'm Jiang Qi. How can you be so cold to me? Don't you know I've always been thinking about you? I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been with Shui Lily. What happened wasn't my intention. I just wanted to make you jealous. Ming, the person in my heart has always been you. Please don't be like this. Jiang Qi felt a pang in his heart at Qiming's indifference. After being together for so long before the apocalypse, could it be that his feelings were worth less than 2 years of her relationship with June Ma Bai? Moreover, someone like June Ma Bai could never truly like a woman like Qiming, who was so ordinary. So he thought that June Ma Bai was probably just playing with Qiming, and he knew that she couldn't forget their past relationship. Therefore, for June Ma Bai, Qiming was merely seeking a refuge in the apocalypse. After all, many girls were like that, looking for a strong man to be their shelter. Although he wasn't as powerful as June Ma Bai, given his current position in the Shuyang military district and the many years of feelings he had with Qiming before the apocalypse, he believed that Qiming would still be with him. Jiang Qi tried to reach out to grab Qiming's hand again, but she dodged him and moved far away. Jiang Qi, I think you got it wrong. What we had is in the past. It's impossible for us now. Since you chose to be with Shui Lily, please be wholeheartedly with her. I remember telling you two back in school before the apocalypse that I wish you well. Goodbye, we're just strangers now. So please don't talk to me in the tone of an old friend, okay? We're not close. Yes, we used to be together, but that's all in the past. We both have our own lives now, and the apocalypse has taught us who is more important. Don't make me hate you anymore, Qiming said to Jiang Qi word by word. Jiang Qi took a step back in disbelief, shaking his head and murmuring, "No, that can't be. You say you hate me? Ming, don't say that. You know, it's because of the apocalypse that I realized you are the one in my heart. Ever since we parted in W City, I've been looking for you. Qiming, we still have feelings for each other, right?" Qiming looked at Jiang Qi with cold eyes and told him in a very indifferent yet certain tone, "You are wrong. I stopped having feelings for you long ago, even before I knew you were with Shui Lily. So please don't say things that might lead to misunderstandings. I already have a fiancé, and if he hears your words, he might get the wrong idea." Qiming's originally slightly furrowed brows deepened even more. So it turns out that in Jiang Qi's eyes, she, Feng Qiming, is this kind of person, equating her with those women who sell their bodies to survive in the apocalypse. She really was blind back then to have liked such a person. Last time in W City, he said the same thing, and now, in the Beijing base, he still sees her as that kind of woman. Jiang Qi, you really have had enough. Originally, he didn't find her very annoying, but now it's not just dislike. He feels disgusted by his inner filthy and vile thoughts. Jiang Qi, your thoughts truly disgust me. So this is how I, Feng Qiming, appear in your heart. Just go. Don't let me see you again. You have graduated from being annoying to making me feel sick. There's nothing more to say. She was too lazy to even explain now. For someone irrelevant, why explain so much? Let him think however he wants. Ming, don't go. Jiang Qi once again grabbed Qiming's hand. Qiming looked down in disgust at Jiang Qi, who was holding on her hand, and her tone suddenly changed. Let go. Ming. Jiang Qi refused to let go. Just as Qiming was about to take action, a voice came from the side of the two. Mr. Jiang, it's late at night, and it doesn't seem appropriate to be pulling on my fiancé like this. Yo Yun Commander. Upon seeing Jun Mo Bai, Jiang Qi's tone weakened instantly. He was still very wary of Jun Mo Bai, knowing that he couldn't compare to him. Moreover, as soon as he saw Jun Mo Bai, the aura around him always made Jiang Qi feel an invisible pressure, making him feel inferior. Without realizing it, Jiang Qi released his grip on Qiming's hand. Qiming furrowed her brows as she walked towards Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai took Qiming's hand and, after confirming she wasn't hurt, looked at Jiang Qi. His gaze was as usual, but Jiang Qi felt that Jun Mo Bai's eyes were even colder than when they first met. Chapter 117, Apology with Ulterior Motives. Mo Bai, why are you out here? Kim asked Jun Mo Bai. Jun Mo Bai lowered his head and gave Qiming a slight smile. I was thinking of you and wanted to come see you, but I didn't expect to see someone pulling at my fiancé. If I hadn't come out, I wouldn't have seen it. Tell me, do you want to explain this to me? Jun Mo Bai looked at Qiming with a faint smile, his tone carrying a hint of jealousy. Qiming shrugged. Some people say that we are together just for mutual benefit. I need someone to rely on, and you're just playing with me. After all, you are Commander Jun, high and mighty. I also feel that maybe we're not really a good match. Qiming briefly conveyed what Jiang Qi had just said to her to Jun Mo Bai, and after finishing, she seemed to think seriously about whether they truly were incompatible. Jun Mo Bai raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Qi again. Did you say that? His tone suddenly changed. Jiang Qi was startled by Jun Mo Bai's tone and took a step back, feeling a bit intimidated. However, as if he thought of something, his gaze suddenly fixed on Jun Mo Bai, trying to meet his eyes and control the fear in his heart as he said to Jun Mo Bai, Commander Jun, we are all men, why hide it? To be honest, I am Aming's boyfriend, and you are only interested in her out of novelty. A man like you can have anything. So why do you have to want Feng Qiming? This time when I see Qiming, I won't let her leave me again. Jun Mo Bai, however, curled his lips in amusement, looking at Jiang Qi with a playful glint in his eyes. So you mean to take my person away? Jiang Qi swallowed hard, and finally managed to suppress his fear of Jun Mo Bai, speaking as calmly as he could. You've already had your fun. Why keep holding on to her? Jun Mo Bai, I know I can't compete with you, but Aming is the one I love, and I won't let her leave me again. Aming, come with me. After Jiang Qi finished speaking, he looked at Qiming and reached out his hand to her. Jun Mo Bai, however, chuckled softly and said to Jiang Qi, then let's ask Aming if she wants to go with you. Aming, do you want to? Jun Mo Bai leaned down slightly and asked Qiming softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he was very confident that he knew what Qiming wanted to say. Qiming tightly held onto Jun Mo Bai's hand, giving him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Do you want me to leave? Hee, you can never escape from my side in this lifetime. After saying this, Jun Mo Bai wrapped his arms around Qiming's waist, pulling her close to him. Qiming found herself pressed against Jun Mo Bai's chest until he leaned down and gently kissed her lips, completely ignoring the presence of another person nearby. Jiang Qi instantly felt dejected, lowering his head, and finally, a self-mocking smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, filled with reluctance and disbelief. In the end, he could only retreat a few steps in frustration, leaving unsteadily. Jun Mo Bai, however, lifted Qiming's chin with one hand and asked mischievously, do you still want to be with that Jiang Qi? Qiming pouted. Don't change the subject. I'm asking about what you said in the afternoon. This isn't changing the subject. Since you're already mine, no one can take you away from me. So, who else can you marry besides me? Jun Mo Bai pinched Qiming's chin and rubbed it against her face, seemingly enjoying the delicate texture of her skin. So you just decided for me? No way. Who makes decisions for someone without proposing? Even if you propose, I might not agree. Qiming pouted again. Let me think. Who needs to think about a proposal? Jun Mo Bai, you're doing this on purpose. You also said you might not agree, so why should I even propose? Jun Mo Bai, you agree, right? What can she say? However, that Jiang Qi. Jun Mo Bai stroked his chin as if deep in thought. What do you want to do? What do you think would happen between rivals? But he won't push me to take action. It's just that what he said earlier really annoyed me. Jun Mo Bai's eyes turned cold, a glint of cunning flashing through them. Qiming was slightly taken aback, but then a warm feeling flowed through her heart. Was Jun Mabai planning to take revenge for her because of the insulting things Jiang Qi had said? This guy? She didn't care about Jiang Qi's words, so why did he care? Although he seemed indifferent, he had it all in his mind. The next day, Qiming woke up naturally. Without the threat of zombies, life seemed to return to the mundane days before the apocalypse, but it was still different in many ways. As Qiming prepared to go downstairs from the second floor, she lifted her gaze and saw two people sitting in the living room below, Jiang Qi and Shuel Lily. Qiming frowned slightly. How did these two end up in her house? Qiming's slightly furrowed brows relaxed when her mom asked her, and she smiled slightly at her mom, saying, "Mom, now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry, All right, I'll go make you some food. Luo, you keep an eye on things. Dad, come in and help out. With Fatty and Taishan not here, I really can't manage alone." Feng Ma called to Feng Ba to help in the kitchen. Feng Ba nodded, leaving only Jiang Qi, Shuel Lily, and Qiming in the living room. Luo was still just a clueless child. So Qiming stopped putting on a smile for the two of them, and she hadn't planned to fake a smile either. She just didn't want to worry her parents. "What are you two doing here?" Qiming raised her eyebrows slightly at the two. Jiang Qi and Shuel Lily exchanged glances, and finally, it was Shuel Lily who hesitantly spoke, unsure of how to begin. Aming, we came to find you today." Her tone was no longer domineering as before, but rather sounded like they were discussing something with Qiming. Qiming looked at Shuel Lily with some surprise, her gaze sweeping over both Shuel Lily and Jiang Qi. "You're looking for me? I don't think we're that familiar. Aming, after all, we've been good friends for over 10 years. I know that both Jiang Qi and I have wronged you. We came here to ask for your forgiveness this time. It's all our fault. I was too jealous, and I already regret it. Can you please forgive us?" Shuel Lily said with a hint of a flattering tone. Qiming was even more surprised, wondering what kind of scheme Shuel Lily was up to. Did they both take the wrong medicine today? Were they here to admit their mistake? "What exactly do you want to say?" Qiming squinted at the two of them. Shuel Lily nudged Jiang Qi, indicating for him to speak. Jiang Qi hesitated a bit, and finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Aming, what I said last night, I didn't mean to insult you like that. I apologize for my words last night. I'm sorry. I was just caught up in a moment and said those hurtful things out of frustration. Can you forgive me?" After Jiang Qi finished speaking, he cautiously looked at Qiming. Upon hearing Qiming's words, the two were slightly stunned, seemingly unable to believe that Qiming would forgive them just like that. They looked at each other, and Shuel Lily asked in disbelief, "You really forgive us just like that?" Qiming saw that the two were still not leaving and paused. "Is there something else?" The two looked at each other, and in the end, it was Jiang Qi who spoke up. Actually, besides hoping that you can forgive us this time, there's one more thing we hope you can help us with." Qiming leaned back against the sofa again, knowing that the ultimate purpose of the two was not out of guilt to apologize, but because they needed her help. She remained silent, waiting for Jiang Qi to continue. She didn't mind helping the two, as long as it was within her capability and not something that would put her in a difficult position. Seeing that Qiming did not refuse, Jiang Qi immediately said, "This morning I went to find Jun Mabai, but he refused to see me. You should have heard that I am here representing the Shuyang base. If I can't negotiate this cooperation between the Shuyang base and the Jingqing base, then both Lily and I will have no place to go. So please help us. If Jun Mabai won't see me, then this cooperation can't be negotiated at all." Qiming raised her eyebrows. "This is a matter of cooperation between two bases, so I can't really say much. I think Jun Mabai is a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. He should have his own thoughts on this matter, and I don't think I can help you." Qiming rejected directly. It's not that she didn't want to help, but she knew what kind of person Jun Mabai was. Although he said yesterday that he would help her take revenge, this matter concerns two bases, and Jun Mabai is not someone who jokes about such things. Therefore, whatever he does must have his own reasoning behind it. "Aming, this is something only you can help me with. You have such a good relationship with Jun Mabai. Just talk to him about it. He will definitely listen to you. Isn't he your fiancé?" Jiang Qi said, somewhat emotionally. Chapter 118, Apology, the Scheming Jun Mabai. Qiming frowned with some annoyance, but still said, "It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I can't. So, I'm sorry, but if there's nothing else, please leave." "Aming, Feng Qiming, don't push your luck. We've already apologized. What more do you want? You won't even help with such a small favor." It's just a simple matter of talking to Commander June, and you clearly don't want to help. Shuel Lily interrupted Jiang Qi's words, her face no longer carrying the initial apologetic look, but instead glaring fiercely at Qiming, her facial expression already twisted. Qiming frowned even deeper upon hearing Shuel Lily's words. Think whatever you want, but you came to find me, not the other way around. Just consider me someone who is willing to help, but I can't assist with this matter. I'm sorry, the Feng family does not welcome you too, so please leave. Jiang Qi believed that Jun Mabai didn't see them today because of Qiming. If Qiming hadn't mentioned their relationship, then it must have been due to what he said to Qiming yesterday. After Jun Mabai refused to meet him, he directly took Shuel Lily to the Feng family. They didn't even know where the Feng family was at first and had to ask for directions. To their surprise, they found out that everyone in the entire capital base knew where the Feng family was, which showed Qiming's status in the hearts of the people there. She was on the same level as Jun Mabai. How ridiculous! He had told Qiming yesterday that she wanted to rely on Jun Mabai's big tree for shade. But it turned out that she didn't care at all because Qiming was already a towering tree in the capital and didn't need to rely on anyone else. How laughable. Yesterday he had humiliated Qiming, but today he realized that her indifference was actually disdain for him. Let's go. Jiang Qi calmly pulled Shuel Lily, glancing at Qiming. Jiang Qi, we can't just leave like this. Go. Jiang Qi snapped coldly, startling Shuel Lily and making Qiming look at him with new respect. But it was just a glance. Shuel Lily had no choice but to glare at Qiming before following Jiang Qi. By the time Dad Feng and Mom Feng came out with the dishes, Shuel Lily and Jiang Qi had already left the Feng family for a while. Mom Feng curiously exclaimed, "Huh, are those two gone?" Qiming grinned at her parents. "Yes, they said they have something to do, so they won't eat here." "Wow, what did you make? It smells so good. Taishan and Fatty are not here. It's really their loss. Luoluo, come on, let's wash our hands and eat." Qiming picked up Luoluo and headed to the bathroom. At the Jun family mansion, old Master Jun sat in the living room. Opposite him was Qiming. After finishing her meal, Qiming came to the Jun family to find Jun Mabai. She was actually a bit curious why Jun Mabai refused to meet Jiang Qi. The collaboration between the two major bases could help the world recover more quickly, and Jun Mabai shouldn't refuse. However, he did refuse, especially today. Although she believed that Jun Mabai was clear about public and private matters, she still overthought, wondering if it was because of her that he refused. So she simply decided to ask Jun Mabai about it. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the Jun family mansion, she would see old Master Jun sitting in the living room drinking tea, and then it turned into this. The two of them sat in the living room, looking at each other, which felt familiar to Qiming. After thinking for a moment, she recalled the first time she met old Master Jun when he had also called her to the living room and said something about wanting her to stay away from Jun Mabai. She wondered if this time he was going to say something about them breaking up again. Cough. Old Master, did you call me for something? Qiming picked up the tea that Uncle Quan had brought and took a gentle sip. Can I call you if there's nothing? Old Master Jun's authoritative voice echoed. Qiming shook her head. Of course not. How could I dare? I'm just curious, because in my impression, we only sat and chatted like this one-on-one when we first met. Qiming squinted and smiled. Ahem, it's been so long, and you still remember, you really are petty. That time, it was indeed my fault. But I did it all for Mo Bai's sake. I hope you can understand. I've lived for so long, and that was really the first time I misjudged someone. I almost drove away such a wonderful girl like you. The old man wasn't pretentious. He knew he was wrong that time. So he didn't argue, but instead half-jokingly apologized to Qiming. Qiming didn't mind at all. Lord Jun was originally a man of half military and half civilian, serving the country and the people. It was indeed a bit difficult for such a proud old man to admit his mistakes and apologize to a little girl like her. The old man could only use this half-joking manner to apologize to Qiming, but she didn't mind. She knew he was genuinely saying sorry. It's been so long. I don't even remember. Please don't say that. I understand your good intentions, old sir. Although I was a bit angry at the time. I've said before that I would prove myself to you. You girl, when you talk, you really have a way with words. You are truly a member of the Jun family, the old man said with a smile. Qiming almost spat out her tea when she heard the old man's words. That old man, I'm not part of the Jun family anymore. Although I might be in the future, I am not now. Today, I called you over for no other reason but to chat. You've been with Mo Bai for quite a while now. And the entire Huaxia is slowly developing in a positive direction. Within 5 years, Huaxia will recover completely. However, I think it's time to consider the matter between you two. If you have no objections, I hope. Cough, cough. Wait a minute, that old man. I don't quite understand. Chiming suddenly choked on her water. She understood every word he said, but why couldn't she make sense of them when combined? I'll be straightforward. I want you and Mo Bai to get married. The old man was quite direct. Cough. Old man, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Chiming was a bit surprised. Why suddenly talk about marriage? I think, just as Chiming was about to say something, Jun Mo Bai's voice came from behind her. We have no problem. Cough. Chiming was startled by Jun Mo Bai's words and choked again. After a few coughs, she took another sip of water, staring directly at Yun Mo Bai. Grandpa, we have no problem with this matter, right, Amang? Jun Mo Bai walked over to Chiming, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and smiled at her. Chiming looked at Jun Mo Bai and felt like she was being led by him. Old man, I think this matter will be handled like this. Grandpa, we have other things to discuss, so we'll head up first. Jun Mo Bai interrupted before Chiming could finish. And without waiting for her or Grandpa Jun to say anything, he pulled Chiming to the study. Yun Mo Bai. Once in the study, Chiming pouted her lips, as if angry, and crossed her arms on the sofa. I'm here. Jun Mo Bai smiled lightly and sat next to Chiming. When she saw him sit closer, Chiming moved a bit further away, but Jun Mo Bai chuckled and moved closer until Chiming had no more room to retreat. Then she angrily said, Jun Mo Bai, what did we say we would get married? Anyway, you're going to marry me. You didn't even propose. All right. My grandpa is old and can't handle too much excitement, so let him be happy for a bit. I'll handle it. Jun Mo Bai gently stroked Chiming's head and said softly. Chiming then turned to Jun Mo Bai and said, That's more like it. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore. Did you come to find me for something? Jun Mo Bai held Chiming's hand and continued the conversation. Oh, I almost forgot. This morning, Jiang Qi and Shuel Lily came to see me. They said you refused to see them? Why is that? I remember you wanted the two bases to cooperate and contribute to the recovery of Huaxia. Why didn't you meet them this morning? Is it because of what Jiang Qi said last night? Or is it for me? Chiming recalled her purpose for coming here to find Jun Mo Bai and looked at him, asking, Do you think so? Yun Mo Bai counselled Kimnis Quistin. Chiming tilted her head and thought for a moment. In my heart, and based on my understanding of you, you have always been a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. So I think you must have your reasons and wouldn't mix them up, right? After saying this, her bright eyes stared straight at Jun Mo Bai. Indeed, I have my reasons, but what? But my reason is because of you. After Jun Mo Bai finished speaking, he seriously fixed his gaze on Chiming and said word by word, In my heart, you are the most important. Therefore, no matter who it is or in any situation, you're always my first consideration. So, when Jiang Qi said those words last night, he had already entered my blacklist. So, what you mean is that you didn't see him this morning and didn't discuss the cooperation between the two bases because of me. So, you really are mixing public and private matters because of me? Chiming pointed at herself and said. Jun Mo Bai nodded. That's right. So, you know how important your position is in my heart, right? So if you don't marry me, who else could you marry? Jun Mo Bai lifted Chiming's chin and elongated his tone as he spoke. Jun Mo Bai felt happy inside, but at the same time, he was also conflicted. She was glad that she was so important in Jun Mo Bai's heart, but conflicted because she had become his weakness. Although she believed she wouldn't become his weakness and had the ability to protect herself, in Jun Mo Bai's heart, she was already a part of him. This weakness would always exist as long as she was there. So this matter, you're just giving Jiang Qi a warning? You don't really intend not to cooperate with him? Chiming retorted. Jun Mo Bai smiled and nodded. That's right. Although I am quite stingy regarding your matters, I'm not so unreasonable. This time, consider it a small punishment for him. Moreover, if I really want to integrate all the bases, the Shuyang base and the W City base are the most important and also the most difficult. This time, taking advantage of the food shortage in the Shuyang base gives me an opportunity to integrate the two major bases. Although it is called cooperation, only we know it is integration. Only by merging all the people and bases together can the entire Huaxia be considered truly complete. So you did this on purpose. Killing two birds with one stone? You can firmly grasp the Shuyang base while also getting revenge and teaching Jiangqi and Shui Lili a lesson. Even Qiming, no matter how dim-witted, understood the meaning behind Jun Maobai's words. Jun Maobai gently touched Qiming's head and softly replied, as if to say, "No wonder you are mine." You understood it right away. Qiming couldn't help but look at Jun Maobai with new eyes. Indeed, it was impossible for someone to sit in this position without a bit of cunning. He had thought a way to achieve two goals with one action. Truly, he was taking advantage of the situation. The scheming Jun Maobai. Chapter 119. Cause and Effect, Parents Missing. Meanwhile, in the 2 months following the integration base, aside from the Shuyang base, the military district base in W City, under Wu Yigang's leadership, reached a consensus with Jun Maobai. 2 years and 6 months into the apocalypse, all of Huaxia had been restored to unity and half of the cities had been recovered. The bases no longer existed, and the entire region had basically returned to its pre-apocalyptic appearance, with the capital, Shuyang, and W City at the center, continuously expanding and restoring urban construction outward. The capital remained the central area of Huaxia, continuing its prosperity and significant status from before the apocalypse, even more so than before, and it was believed that, in the near future, the prospects for humanity and urban recovery could be imagined. 2 years and 8 months after the apocalypse, Professor Wang developed a rapid agent for restoring water sources and land. These agents were extracted from the well water and soil in Qiming space and could quickly repair nature disturbed by the virus. 2 years and 11 months after the apocalypse, there were no traces of mutated zombies left in the entire Huaxia region, which had already recovered 80%. However, due to the high number of deaths during the apocalypse, Huaxia exhibited a phenomenon of sparse population and vast land. Yet, this did not hinder human development and reproduction. Everyone concentrated around the capital, Shuyang, W City, and their surroundings, expanding outward in a triangular development. 3 years and 4 months after the apocalypse, spring always gave a sense of vitality and vigor. From above, one could see a lush and prosperous scene across Huaxia. The entire region had seemingly restored and gotten back on track. In the capital, traffic flowed continuously, with people coming and going. On the tallest building, a large advertisement for the Shao family's industry hung prominently. At the beginning of Huaxia's recovery, the Shao family contributed significantly to the nation's construction, making them the commercial leader of Huaxia. 80% of the commercial empire in Huaxia belonged to the Shao family. After the recovery of Huaxia, the Jun family gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the Jun family was still the same as before the apocalypse. It was just that ordinary people no longer frequently saw or heard about them. Nevertheless, everyone in Huaxia remembered the many people who had given so much for them and the nation during those years of the apocalypse. The names of these individuals did not need to be mentioned. They were firmly etched in hearts, even to be told to their children. The Feng family no longer lived in the house they had originally purchased, but had moved to a newly developed community, which was not particularly upscale. Just an ordinary family layout. After dinner, Qiming went out for a night run, a habit she had developed just a year ago. She considered herself one of the most deeply affected by the apocalypse. While others only experienced 3 years, she had lived through a total of 8 years, including her previous life. 8 years had made her accustomed to stretching every day. Now that Huaxia had returned to normal, she felt a bit at a loss. So after the recovery, she would run every night. Her relationship with Jun Maobai had also lasted 3 years, and their daily life was like usual. However, due to numerous events in the past year, they had only met less than 20 times despite talking on the phone daily. Even so, Qiming still felt very happy and content. She understood Jun Maobai, so she could accept the fact that they couldn't meet often. Qiming rushed out the door without even changing her clothes and ran straight to Luolua's school. 5 minutes later, she arrived at Luolua's elementary school, but the school was already locked, with only a drowsy uncle on duty at the security booth. "Hello, uncle," Qiming said. The uncle slowly woke up and looked at Qiming, a bit confused. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Uncle, what time does the school close? Did you see a couple come looking for a child when it closed?" The child's name is Luo, and that couple looks a bit like me. They're my parents. Did you notice them? Chiming asked anxiously. The uncle lowered his head and thought for a while, as if recalling something. Ah, I think there were indeed two people looking for a child named Luo. They looked around the school and seemed to find the child, who was playing with other kids at the playground behind the school. After they came out, I remember a white car stopped at the school gate, and 3 people got out and seemed to say something to that couple. Then the couple took the child and got in the car, which drove off in that direction. 3 people? A car? Chiming tried hard to think of who those 3 people were or who sent them, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out. Do you remember what they said? Chiming could only place her hopes on the security uncle. The uncle meditated for a moment, as if he remembered something else. I think I heard the word central building, but I didn't catch the rest. All right, I remember the car seemed to be going towards the central building. Hey, miss, where did you go? The uncle was still thinking when he looked up, but Chiming's figure had already disappeared. After hearing the uncle's words, Chiming ran straight towards the central building. She thought of many scenarios and many people, but she just couldn't understand why those people would take her parents to the central building. Who were the people that made her parents take Luo and get in the car? If that were the case, they must be acquaintances, but if they were acquaintances, her parents would definitely call her to let her know they were safe. But why hadn't they called her, and why was no one answering when she called? She couldn't make sense of it. The central building was a 10-minute drive from there, the tallest building in the capital and the most bustling area. The biggest commercial poster of the Xiao family was hung on the central building. It was called the Central Building because it was located in the center of the capital. There was a large square in front of the building, also called Central Square, where Chiming often took her parents and Luo for walks or shopping when they had free time. After running for 3 minutes, Chiming wished a taxi would appear right in front of her. There was still a bit of distance to run, and just as she thought of a taxi, one happened to stop by the roadside. Without a second thought, Chiming got into the taxi and said to the driver, "Driver, to the Central Building." "Okay." The driver replied in fluent local accent, and Chiming didn't pay attention to the driver's appearance but picked up her phone again, hoping to get through to her parents. But the line was still busy. The driver noticed Chiming's anxious expression and couldn't help but ask, "Miss, are you in a hurry?" Chiming nodded and said yes. "Please drive a bit faster, master." The taxi driver immediately replied, "Then please hold on. It's rush hour right now. It might take half an hour to reach the Central Tower, but don't worry, I'll take a shortcut and guarantee we'll arrive in under 20 minutes. "Thank you, master." Chiming expressed her gratitude, but the call she was trying to make still hadn't gone through, making her even more anxious. The taxi driver noticed Chiming's urgency and, wanting to distract her, started chatting. "Miss, you don't sound like you're from Beijing. Are you from out of town?" Although Chiming was anxious, she was not blindly so. The phone just wasn't being answered. It wasn't turned off, and her parents had voluntarily gotten into the car, so she thought they should be fine. She was just a bit worried. After chatting with the taxi driver, she felt less anxious. "Yes, I was from Y City before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, I brought my parents to the capital." "No wonder. I thought your accent didn't sound like a local," the driver replied. "Ah, speaking of those years during the apocalypse, I will never forget it in my life. Over half of the people in Huaxia died, including my wife. But fortunately, I still have a son, and we rely on each other." The taxi driver chatted with Chiming about the past while overtaking other cars. Chiming smiled and said, Hee maybe. A lot has happened in the apocalypse, and maybe we really have met before. Our encounter must be fated." Chapter 120, Proposal, the End. During the chat with the taxi driver for more than 10 minutes, they quickly arrived at the Central Tower. Chiming thanked the taxi driver and said goodbye, smiling politely as she walked away. Watching Chiming's quickly receding figure, the taxi driver felt a slight sense of familiarity. After thinking for a long time, the taxi uncle suddenly slapped his forehead, looking enlightened. He smiled and shook his head as he looked in the direction Chiming had left. Realizing that this girl looked so familiar, it was only when he saw her back that he recognized her. She was Miss Feng, who had saved his son. Chiming didn't care whether the taxi driver recognized her or not. After getting out of the car, she headed straight for the central building. However, when she arrived at the entrance, she found that the building was already locked. Chiming frowned slightly. The locked doors indicated that her parents were not in the building. So where could they be? As Chiming was on the phone, she aimlessly searched around, and before she knew it, she had walked to the center of the square. This was just because she discovered the white car that the security uncle had mentioned next to the square. The white car was very common and not eye-catching, but today, for some reason, there were no other cars in the entire square except for this one white car. Otherwise, it was black. Therefore, this white car stood out particularly. She circled around the car, her gaze sweeping across the vast square, bustling with people. Could they be in the square? After searching the square again, she found nothing. Still not seeing her parents or Luo. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. At that moment, beautiful fireworks lit up the starry night sky, blooming in the night. Two hearts appeared particularly beautiful under the night sky, followed by the sound of fireworks bursting. Chiming looked up and saw several large characters blooming in the night sky. Marry me. At this time, the largest LED screen on the central building showed Chiming's figure standing in the square. As the fireworks faded, Chiming then realized that all the people in the square had disappeared at some point, leaving her alone in the vast central square. Just then, a balloon fell from the sky in front of Chiming. She looked up again and found that the entire sky above the square was filled with colorful balloons, falling like snow, one by one landing on the ground. It was as if it was snowing, but instead of snow, it was balloons, adding a touch of dreaminess and fairy tale. All of this was projected onto the big screen, visible to the entire capital city. At this moment, everyone in the capital was curiously watching the sudden appearance of a person on the big screen. Some recognized her as Feng Chiming, and many stopped to gaze at everything being projected on the screen. Aming, a familiar voice, came from behind Chiming. She turned around abruptly and saw Jun Maobai in military uniform standing not far away, holding a large bouquet of roses. His face beaming with a smile that was only for her, and his eyes filled with tenderness and affection that belonged solely to her. Chiming was a bit surprised and hadn't reacted yet when she saw Jun Maobai slowly walking towards her with a large bouquet of red roses in his hands. He handed the roses to Chiming, who took them awkwardly, looking at Jun Maobai and the red roses in her hands in astonishment. What is this? Jun Maobai held a wedding ring, and the corners of his mouth formed the smile that Chiming had seen for the first time, a smile that was sunny, confident, and gentle. Jun Maobai, are you proposing? Chiming looked at Jun Maobai in disbelief. She never expected that someone like him would play such a romantic game. Actually proposing in public? Although she had thought about what circumstances would lead Jun Maobai to propose to her, she never imagined he would do it so romantically. Jun Maobai grinned mischievously, his starry, gentle eyes gazing at Chiming. As you can see, so, will you accept? Chiming chuckled and said, So, my parents were captured by you? I just wanted to give you a surprise. After saying that, Jun Maobai pointed behind Chiming. When Chiming turned around, she saw her parents holding hands with Luo, who had somehow appeared behind her. Both Mr. and Mrs. Feng had delighted smiles on their faces, and even Luo was grinning widely. Almost 8 years old, Luo had blossomed into a little beauty, her eyes turning into crescent moons when she smiled, looking very adorable. Chiming turned around again and smiled sweetly at Jun Maobai. It really is a big surprise. And then, Jun Maobai's pleasant voice spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, many people surged in from all around. Fatty, Taishan, Qing Feng, Lu Yufei, Grandpa Jun, Uncle Quan, Xiao Xiao, Professor Wang, Mao Lan, Chen Yilong Kai, as well as Lieutenant Wu and Captain He, among many others. They were all people she knew, friends who had helped each other in the apocalypse over the years, along with many of Jun Maobai's subordinates, both familiar and unfamiliar. Chiming's mouth fell open in surprise. She was astonished that Jun Maobai had managed to gather them all. After the gradual recovery of Huaxia, although Fatty and Taishan still lived in the capital, they had opened a weapons shop together, which was quite successful. Although everyone kept in touch often, the two were exceptionally busy, and there weren't many opportunities for gatherings, let alone with Mao Lan, Lieutenant Wu, and Captain He. So she was a bit surprised, but thinking about it, it was not strange at all with Jun Maobai's abilities. Gathering everyone was just a small matter. Sister, Commander Jun is still kneeling. You should nod. Fatty joked. Yeah, if you don't agree, Commander Jun won't get up. Mao Lan also joked. Agree. Taishan was the first to start, and soon, many people began to cheer. Agree. Agree. Chiming smiled as she looked at Jun Maobai. who also smiled back at her and pushed the ring in his palm towards her. Chiming, however, gave a mischievous smile and said, "Are you planning to force my hand?" The dignified commander, Jun, actually resorted to this trick. Jun Maobai helplessly replied, "Well, there's no other way. If I don't propose, you won't marry me. I brought it up with you so many times already. If I don't do something formal this time, you probably still won't agree. So what do you say? With so many people watching, and it's a live broadcast, you wouldn't want to reject me, would you?" Chiming shrugged and looked at Jun Maobai with a faint smile, not immediately taking the ring from his hand. Jun Maobai was right. Over the years since the restoration of Huaxia, he had said more than 100 times in her ear that he wanted to marry her, but she had always refused. The reason for her refusal was simple. There had been no proposal. Every girl has a princess dream in her heart, and she was no exception. Especially after living through 2 lifetimes in the apocalypse, she hoped for someone to protect her and share her life. Although her personality was carefree and bold, every girl has fantasized about how their lover would propose or what their wedding would be like, and she was no different. She also wanted a romantic proposal, even if it was just a little bit romantic. But she didn't know if Jun Maobai had become foolish from being in the military. Usually, he was so smart and cunning, yet he seemed so clueless about this matter. She had hinted so many times, yet there had been no action. It was always just talk. She would have been surprised if she had refused. But today, this time, why did he seem so clever? Jun Maobai's gaze froze, and everyone held their breath. I agree. As soon as Chiming's words fell, the sound of everyone's relaxed breathing followed. And then came the cheers and applause from all around. In the presence of all their relatives, friends, and everyone in the capital, Jun Maobai placed a ring that was exclusively hers on Chiming's finger. Under the lights, the small gemstone on the ring emitted a shimmering glow. Chiming felt that this light was somewhat familiar. She took a closer look and discovered that what was embedded in the ring was not a gemstone, but a piece of translucent white jade. This piece of white jade looked very familiar. Familiar? Jun Maobai gently asked as he held Chiming's hand. Chiming nodded. This piece of white jade is the one you gave to Professor Wong for researching antibodies. I cut off a small piece from it. Is this a small part of that white jade? Why did you use this? Why did you propose to her with this? Chiming looked at Jun Maobai with some confusion. Because it has special significance. If it weren't for it, you wouldn't have been reborn and I wouldn't have met you. Moreover, it has always been protecting you, which is why I could meet the best version of you. Similarly, its power saved all of Huaxia and everyone. So besides its own function, what matters more is that its power allowed me to meet you. Jun Maobai lifted Chiming's hand, saying this as he firmly placed the ring on Chiming's ring finger and finally held it tightly. Chiming squinted her eyes, a smile reaching deep into her gaze. Indeed, if it weren't for the power of the meteorite that allowed her to be reborn, she wouldn't have met Jun Maobai, nor would there be any of the future events. So, the starting point of everything is it, and the end point is also it. This white jade is transformed from the power of 2 meteorites, and it can be said to be the opportunity that brought the 2 together. The meteorite has always accompanied Chiming, witnessing their meeting, falling in love, and now being together. Jun Maobai embedded it in the engagement ring, which can be said to have taken considerable effort and thought. The significance of this meteorite is enough to prove Jun Maobai's feelings for her. Jun Maobai, what made you suddenly propose to me? I proposed many times, okay. How would I know? Every time I mentioned marriage, you rejected me. Is that still called a proposal? Isn't it? Then what are you doing today? Also proposing. All right, then why were you so clever this time? Not proposing to me like before. Why aren't you talking? I don't want to. You must speak. Then you can't back out. Say it. So, today's proposal plan wasn't thought up by you? I'm not that boring, these plans. No. Among Imispuka. Hey, listen to me. Jun Maobai, I want to back out of the engagement.